dumped heartlessly by my materialistic girlfriend, thinking I was just a worthless poor loser. Little did I know that at the moment of breakup, I would activate the God-tier lottery system, earn 3 free chances every day. First draw, instantly receive 10 million in cash, become a millionaire in seconds. The second lottery draw, a top-tier supercar, the Ferrari LaFerrari, comes with all the paperwork and is delivered straight to your door. The third draw is even more unbelievable. Win an SSS-grade genetic potion, reborn after taking it, transformed into the perfect male god, power and charm skyrocket. Looking at the reborn self in the mirror, with a cold smirk, that gold-digging ex-girlfriend of mine, and her equally materialistic best friend who's always chasing after rich men. Are you both ready to face my revenge? However, the rarest symbol on this lottery wheel is the question mark. What earth-shattering rewards are hidden within? Chapter 1 ********. Golden Finger. Jiang Chen, let's break up. You can't give me the life I want, and I can't stake my lifelong happiness on a loser like you. So, let's just end it here. Shilan City. In the old district, within a shabby little courtyard, Lu Ruyan was dragging a suitcase, dressed in a standard office lady outfit that perfectly accentuated her S-shaped curves, perky rear, and long, slender legs clad in black stockings. Jiang Chen held a cigarette between his lips, gazing at his girlfriend of 3 years standing before him, and couldn't help but sigh silently in his heart. When an ex comes back, the current partner always loses. Consider those 3 years of emotional investment as if they were fed to a dog. Lu Ruyan and Jiang Chen were university classmates. But during college, Lu Ruyan's boyfriend wasn't Jiang Chen, it was her first love, Yang Fan. In his senior year, Yang Fan decided to study abroad and broke up with Lu Ruyan. That night, Lu Ruyan tearfully sought out Jiang Chen and asked if he would be willing to be her boyfriend. Having secretly admired Lu Ruyan for 4 years, Jiang Chen agreed without hesitation. Over the next 3 years, Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan officially became a couple, moved in together, and even made preparations for marriage. However, just at this moment, Yang Fan suddenly returned to the country. Lu Ruyan also began to frequently space out. Several times, Jiang Chen woke up in the middle of the night to find Lu Ruyan lying beside him secretly chatting with Yang Fan on WeChat. Even once, Lu Ruyan came home drunk and, while intimately engaging with Jiang Chen, she unconsciously called out Yang Fan's name. So, Jiang Chen had long foreseen that there would come a day when he and Lu Ruyan would break up. As expected, that day finally arrived. Heh, isn't it just because your white moonlight has returned to the country? Isn't it just because Yang Fan is rich now that you want to rekindle your past romance with him? Lu Ruyan, if you were more honest, I might still think highly of you. But with this disgusting attitude of yours, you only make me feel even more nauseated. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, a trace of panic immediately flashed across Lu Ruyan's face. Did she really think she was hiding it well? Little did she know that the rekindled affair between her and Yang Fan had been seen through by Jiang Chen all along. However, after a brief moment of panic, Lu Ruyan quickly composed herself. With a disdainful smile at Jiang Chen, she said, "That's right. Just last night, Yang Fan accepted my pursuit, and we got back together. But so what? Yang Fan is richer and more successful than you now. If I don't choose him, should I suffer with you, this poor, for the rest of my life?" Staring at Lu Ruyan's mocking expression, Jiang Chen suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Lu Ruyan, I don't want to waste words with you. Now, please, get the hell out." "Ha!" Lu Ruyan sneered, then dragged her suitcase and left the courtyard without looking back. In the room, Jiang Chen lit another cigarette for himself, gazing up at the empty ceiling, his thoughts drifting to unknown places. Yang Fan is a returnee from overseas. This time he came back to China, and it's said that he became an executive at a major company with a monthly salary starting at least at 100,000 yuan. After graduating from college, Jiang Chen couldn't find a suitable job, so he simply became a food delivery guy. Because Jiang Chen wanted to marry Lu Ruyan, for the past 3 years, he worked tirelessly delivering takeout day and night, rain or shine, earning a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000 yuan. But, with such a meager salary, I couldn't afford any house in Shilan City. Apart from that, Lu Ruyan was also a woman who pursued material comforts and quality. The little money Jiang Chen earned each month was basically spent by her, leaving nothing to spare. However, Jiang Chen didn't feel much heartache or resentment. Although Lu Ruyan was quite trashy, materialistic, vain, and a bit of a green tea *******, it couldn't be denied that she was indeed very beautiful, had a great figure, was quite eloquent, and possessed formidable martial arts skills. Jiang Chen considered it money well spent to have kept a canary for 3 years, no loss at all. Now that Lu Ruyan had left him, Jiang Chen actually felt a sense of relief, because he no longer had to desperately save up for a dowry, no longer had to work himself to the bone delivering takeout. The heavy burden on his shoulders had been lifted, and he felt an indescribable lightness. As for love, screw that damn love. Can I live without love? Ding! Detected that the host has sealed off their heart and locked away love. The lottery system is immediately activated. Ding! System initializing, please wait. Ding! Host Jiang Chen has successfully bound to the lottery system. For detailed instructions, please check the introduction on the main page. At this very moment, a series of electronic beeps rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. He thought he was hallucinating. Yet, right after he rubbed his eyes, a 3D holographic projection actually appeared in his field of vision. Lucky prize wheel. Number of draws available, 3. Inventory, empty. This is a virtual prize wheel with a pointer and a button. The wheel features 5 cartoon patterns: gold coin, card, bottle, book, and question mark. Each cartoon pattern corresponds to a different color and section, with all 5 sections varying in size. The gold coin covers the largest area, occupying almost half of the wheel. The card occupies the second largest area, taking up roughly a quarter of the wheel. The bottle covers the third largest area. The book occupies the fourth largest area. The area of the question mark is the smallest, occupying just a sliver of the entire wheel, not even as wide as a little finger. Simply put, gold coins, cards, bottles, books, question marks. Jiang Chen immediately exclaimed in surprise, quickly rubbing his eyes again, when he realized that this 3D virtual projection was still floating right before his eyes. In the next second, Jiang Chen felt his blood boil with excitement. Holy crap, did I just get a golden finger? Jackpot! As a seasoned bookworm, Jiang Chen had read at least 8,000, if not 10,000, online novels. What is a system? What is a golden finger? How could he not be aware of it? He just never expected that the golden finger from web novels, a fictional concept, would one day truly land upon him. No more talking, hurry up and figure out how to use the system. System, where's the user manual? Show it to me right now. As Jiang Chen silently recited these words in his heart, a new page instantly popped up in his field of vision. Lottery System User Manual. 1. The host automatically receives 3 lottery chances per day. Any unused chances from the current day will carry over to the next day. 2. All prizes obtained from the lucky draw will be automatically stored in the system inventory. The host can open the inventory with their mind to perform specific operations. 3. The system inventory can only store prizes produced by the system and cannot hold real-world physical items. 4. The final interpretation right of the lucky draw belongs to this system. In case of major changes, the host will be notified as soon as possible. Chapter 2. Let's draw prizes. Young man. In the room, Jiang Chen took just 1 minute to familiarize himself with how the system works. Let's try our luck with a prize draw first. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen clicked the draw button, and in the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. That's right, it wasn't the wheel that was spinning, but the pointer itself rotating. The red pointer whirled swiftly clockwise, and after about 3 seconds, its speed gradually slowed down. Finally, with a faint click, the needle came to a steady stop within a designated area, and above this area was drawn a cartoon gold coin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 10 million Dragon Country currency. Ding! The reward is being processed, please wait a moment. Ding! 10 million Dragon Country currency has been transferred to the host's bank account. This system guarantees that all funds are sourced legally and reasonably, ensuring no trouble whatsoever for the host. A series of system notifications suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ears, and the next second, his phone received a bank transfer message. Dragon National Bank, your account ending with 5418 completed a transfer transaction of 1 billion Xiagua currency at 10:10 on July 7. Current balance, 1,052,048. Jiang Chen froze on the spot. He never expected that with just a casual click to enter a lottery, he would instantly become a multi-millionaire? Is this a dream? Whoosh! Jiang Chen suddenly pinched himself hard, a sharp pain shooting through him, making him grimace uncontrollably. Damn! Pinched a bit too hard. Ouch! Phew! Jiang Chen let out a long exhale, his previously blank face quickly breaking into an expression of wild joy. Since the system is so generous, how could I let it down? There are still 2 lottery chances left today. No more talking, let's continue drawing. Swish! Jiang Chen clicked the lottery button with his mind once again, and the pointer on the wheel started spinning. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With a crisp click, the pointer came to a steady stop once again on the gold coin section. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've won a Ferrari LaFerrari. A system notification suddenly chimed in his ears. Before Jiang Chen could even process it, he felt a document folder materialize in his hand. Swish! A mix of curiosity and astonishment washed over him as Jiang Chen opened the folder. To my surprise, there was a Ferrari car key inside, along with a vehicle registration certificate, purchase invoice, tax receipt, insurance policy, and more. Jiang Chen picked up the vehicle registration certificate and casually flipped it open. His name was clearly printed on it, along with the license plate number, LAN AJC 666. Wow! This time, the system acted even faster. In the blink of an eye, it had completed all the procedures for Jiang Chen and even delivered the car key, vehicle registration certificate, purchase invoice, insurance policy, and everything else right into his hands. No words needed. Absolutely must give the system a 5-star rating, massive thumbs up. By the way, system bro, where is my Ferrari LaFerrari parked? Ding! Host's Ferrari LaFerrari is currently parked in an underground parking lot nearby. The exact location has been sent to your phone. Thanks, bro. Ding! You're welcome. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry to search for the Ferrari LaFerrari. Instead, he opened the lottery page again and clicked the draw button with his mind. Swish! The pointer spun rapidly once again. This is your last chance to participate in the draw today. Jiang Chen suddenly became nervous. His eyes were fixed on the pointer, and he couldn't help but pray inwardly. Heaven and earth, work your magic, Lu Ruyan, make it happen quickly, and grant me the jackpot. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Perhaps Jiang Chen's prayer truly worked, as the pointer slowly slid past the coin area and continued to wander within the card section. Hey, judging by the look of it, seems like it's happening. The pointer clearly lacked the momentum to continue. There's no way it would make another full circle and land back in the coin area. However, the pointer will eventually land on the card area, won't it? Will it slowly glide over and stop in the bottle area? Hard to predict. Click. At that very moment, the pointer emitted a soft sound and finally slid past the card section, coming to rest at the edge of the bottle area. That's right, it's in the bottle zone. Although it's just barely touching the edge, there's no denying that the pointer has stopped within the bottles area. According to the ranking of gold coin card bottle book ? The smaller the area, the higher the prize level. The bottle should be a third prize, right? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a potion. Swish! A red potion suddenly appeared on the spinning wheel, and then it was quickly stored in the system inventory. What the heck? A potion? What is this thing for? Jiang Chen quickly opened the system inventory with his mind, and the next second, a page resembling a game backpack popped up. This backpack has about 100 slots. In the first slot of the top row, a red potion lay conspicuously. Gene potion, after consumption, it can modify genes, enhance the body, and significantly improve attributes such as strength, agility, stamina, mental power, and vitality. Holy cow! A potion that can modify genes and enhance the body? Is this a scene from a sci-fi movie? So miraculous? Whoosh! With a mere thought from Jiang Chen, the gene potion instantly appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately unscrewed the bottle cap and began gulping it down. Gulp, gulp, gulp. I have to say, the taste of the gene potion is really great, sour and sweet, just like drinking yogurt. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen had just finished drinking the gene potion and even let out a burp. The next second, his expression turned grim. It's so hot. It feels like there's a ball of fire burning inside my body. No, it's not just burning, it's about to explode right here. Crackle, pop. At this moment, Jiang Chen was horrified to discover that every bone in his body was making explosive sounds. And that's not all. In the blink of an eye, every single muscle on Jiang Chen's body began twisting wildly. Ouch! It hurts. What the hell is this damn genetic potion? It's almost killing me with pain. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, his mouth agape, his entire body curled into a ball as he rolled incessantly on the bed. No one knows how long it lasted. Jiang Chen's eyelids grew heavier, his heartbeat weaker, and even his vision gradually faded into a blank white expanse. Damn it! Am I about to die? But, I just got my cheat ability. I haven't even started my overpowered, comeback story yet. If I die like this, I can't accept it. No, I can't die. I must survive. Suddenly, an incredibly strong will to live surged from the depths of Jiang Chen's heart. His eyes rolled back, his neck tilted to one side, and then he promptly passed out on the bed. Chapter 3: The Thunder Goddess. Afternoon. Jiang Chen's room. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window, landing directly on Jiang Chen's face. He furrowed his brow, then slowly opened his eyes. Staring blankly at the ceiling for a few seconds, Jiang Chen suddenly jolted awake, sitting bolt upright on the bed. I'm not dead? I survived? I successfully underwent genetic modification and enhanced my body? Whoosh! In one swift motion, Jiang Chen rolled off the bed and raced toward the wardrobe in 3 strides. This old-fashioned rosewood wardrobe had a full-length mirror embedded in its door. The moment Jiang Chen stepped before the mirror, he froze in place. Holy! Is that even me? He hadn't realized until he saw it, and now he was shocked. The Jiang Chen reflected in the mirror was a completely different person. Though his face remained the same, his aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. If the previous Jiang Chen had been a sunny, handsome young man, then the Jiang Chen standing before the mirror now resembled a refined, elegant, noble, and otherworldly young aristocrat. Simply put, Jiang Chen had transformed from a cute guy into a super hottie. But that wasn't all. Not only had his aura transformed, but his once slightly slender physique had also become incredibly robust. His well-proportioned muscles formed lines that were undeniably alluring. Especially the 8-pack abs on his abdomen, a veritable walking hormone factory, a lethal weapon of irresistible attraction to women. Beyond that, Jiang Chen felt an inexhaustible wellspring of energy coursing through his body. His vitality, spirit, and energy were all bursting at the seams. He felt like he could run a marathon right then and there. Holy crap! Is this the benefit of the gene serum? The effects are insane. To test just how formidable his body had become, Jiang Chen immediately began moving around the room. Whoosh! With a light jump, his head nearly grazed the ceiling. Swish! He tried weightlifting and could lift a rosewood wardrobe with one hand. Swish, swish, swish. He did 200 push-ups in one go, without a single pause, and didn't break a sweat. Strong. Absolutely incredible. Jiang Chen felt his current body was like a human tank, a primordial beast, an ironclad warrior, an aircraft carrier. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen took a thoroughly satisfying shower and changed into a clean set of casual clothes. He picked up his phone from the bedside table and checked the time. To his surprise, it was already past 4 p.m. In other words, he had been passed out in bed for a full 6 hours. Swish! He grabbed his phone, wallet, and the document folder containing his car keys and purchase paperwork, then headed out to find his ride. Squeak! The moment he pushed open the door, Jiang Chen suddenly spotted a woman in the courtyard, squatting by the washing basin doing laundry. Ha! Why was she still here? Lu Ruyan had already moved out. As her best friend, why hadn't she left with Lu Ruyan? After a moment of surprise, Jiang Chen halted his retreating steps and instead walked toward the woman. The woman washing clothes was named Su Yao, 25 years old, and had been Lu Ruyan's college roommate and best friend. Because this dilapidated little courtyard was in a remote location, the rent was very cheap. After graduating from university, Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan rented the west room, while Su Yao rented the east room. By that reckoning, Jiang Chen and Su Yao had been neighbors for 3 years. But back to the story. Su Yao possessed a face as alluring as a fox spirit. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes were accentuated by a tear tattoo beneath her right eye, adding a touch of delicate vulnerability to her already enchanting beauty. A seductive vixen. Her looks were already exceptionally striking, yet her figure was also incredibly hot. Her prominent bust, easily a 36D or larger, paired with a waist as slender as a willow branch swaying in a gentle breeze, she created a striking visual impact like a slender branch bearing heavy fruit. One word, huge. But that's not all. A voluptuous bust, tiny waist, and peach-shaped hips would be impressive enough, but Su Yao also possessed a pair of long legs that made countless women green with envy. Everything below her neck is leg. That's exactly what they mean when they talk about a leg goddess like Su Yao. But birds of a feather flock together. Jiang Chen knew all too well that Su Yao and Lu Ruyan were cut from the same cloth, both were gold diggers. The difference was that Lu Ruyan hid her gold-digging nature well, while Su Yao wore it proudly on her face. Jiang Chen vividly recalled Su Yao's iconic line, "I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle." All these years, Su Yao had been relentlessly searching for a wealthy boyfriend, dreaming of marrying into a wealthy family and becoming the enviable rich lady countless women coveted. But where in this world are there so many rich second-generation heirs? After entering society, Su Yao gradually came to terms with reality as her experiences grew. She had neither connections nor talent. Marrying into a wealthy family and becoming a wealthy lady was practically impossible. Thus, Su Yao's dream had essentially shattered. But she quickly found a new dream. If she couldn't be a wealthy wife, then she'd be the mistress to a wealthy playboy. These days, people laugh at poverty, not wealth. As long as she had money to burn, Su Yao couldn't care less about having a proper status. Little splash, why didn't you move out with Lu Ruyan? Jiang Chen walked over to Su Yao, his gaze roaming over her body without restraint. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That face, that figure, she outshone Lu Ruyan by more than a notch. How could I have been so blind back then, insisting on hanging myself on that crooked tree of Lu Ruyan and abandoning such a vast forest outside? What a waste! In July, Shilan City was already scorching hot. Today, Su Yao wore a white spaghetti strap top paired with white hot pants. But that wasn't the point. The point was, Su Yao was seriously well endowed. That little white spaghetti strap top was stretched so tight it looked like it was about to burst. With every twist of her clothes, those prominent headlights would inevitably jiggle several times. Jiang Chen, who do you think you're calling Little Splashy? Think I'm giving you some free pass? Try calling me that again if you dare. The moment Su Yao heard the nickname Little Splashy, she bristled like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. Thud. She slammed the clothes in her hands into the basin with a thud, then whipped her head around, glaring at Jiang Chen with murderous intent. But then, the next second, Su Yao froze in place. Her eyes widened, her mouth fell open, and she stared dumbly at Jiang Chen as if she'd seen a ghost, her face frozen in utter disbelief. Holy! Jiang Chen, did you get plastic surgery? After a long moment, Su Yao finally snapped back to reality with a startled cry. Get lost with your plastic surgery. Look at my face, does it look like it's been under the knife? Jiang Chen scoffed dismissively, shooting Su Yao a mocking glance. Then why did you suddenly become so handsome? Su Yao flicked water droplets from her hands, quickened her pace to stand before Jiang Chen, and stared intently at his face up close. This time, Su Yao examined him intensely, scrutinizing every detail. She even reached out, tempted to pinch his cheek. Swish! Jiang Chen swiftly grabbed Su Yao's wrist, his face twisted in disgust. Don't get that soapy foam all over my face. You're so stingy. Su Yao's pretty face flushed slightly before she withdrew her soap-covered hand. You little splatter face. I'm giving you a chance to hitch a ride on a rich guy's coattails. Take it or leave it. Jiang Chen suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. Jiang Chen, you dare call me Splashy? You. The moment she heard that nickname, Suyao bristled with irritation. But just as she was about to explode, she froze in place. Jiang Chen, what did you just say? You want to set me up with a rich, handsome guy? Ha! Jiang Chen chuckled softly, a look of contempt spreading across his face. I know this super rich playboy. How about driving luxury cars, living in mansions, buying designer bags and luxury goods, with endless spending money every month? This super rich second-generation friend of mine isn't just young, handsome, and loaded, he's also incredibly generous. All you have to do is call me daddy, and I'll introduce you to him. Chapter 4, Effortless Control. In the courtyard. Su Yao seemed somewhat distracted. She was clutching a bright red garment, scrubbing it repeatedly in a basin of water, completely oblivious to the fact that she was nearly rubbing it to shreds. Jiang Chen stood quietly beside Su Yao. His gaze, too, was drawn to the bright red garment. It looked like 2 rice bowls. It could probably hold at least 2 pounds of rice. Squish, squish, squish. As Su Yao washed the dishes, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned her head, a hint of wariness in her expression as she asked, Jiang Chen, you didn't get dumped by Lu Ruyan and come here to mess with me out of emotional distress, did you? Su Yao, you really are a brainless bimbo with big boobs. Jiang Chen sneered with disdain. It wasn't you who dumped me. As the saying goes, blame the right person for the wrong. Why would I come here to mess with you? Then what you said earlier, was it all true? Su Yao stared intently into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to discern from his gaze whether he was lying. Swish. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain further. Instead, he pulled out the Ferrari car key from his document folder. Little splash, look what this is. Jiang Chen held the Ferrari key in his fingers, waving it in front of Su Yao with a mischievous grin. A Ferrari? Su Yao instantly recognized the Ferrari emblem. Her eyes lit up at first, but then a hint of suspicion flashed across her face. Jiang Chen, you don't happen to think this car key is a lighter, do you? Damn it! If you want to know if it's a lighter, why don't you check it yourself? Let me see it right now. Little splash, wipe your hands clean first. Don't get my keys dirty. Su Yao's attention was completely absorbed by the car keys. The fact that Jiang Chen had once again called her Little Splashy seemed to have been automatically ignored by her. See? This is the perk of being rich. Under the lure of money, even Su Yao, once the proud queen bee of campus, had to obediently bow her head. Hey! It really is a Ferrari key. Jiang Chen, is this the car your rich kid friend lent you? Where's the car parked? Take me to see it. A look of surprise and delight finally flashed across Su Yao's face. She clutched the Ferrari keys tightly, refusing to give them back to Jiang Chen while demanding he take her to see the car. Damn it! She really is a complete little. The moment she heard luxury supercar, her eyes lit up brighter than a spotlight, and she was practically drooling. Little splash, I'll say it again, just call me daddy. I'll take you for a spin in this Ferrari LaFerrari and introduce you to that super rich second-generation friend of mine. Jiang Chen seized the moment when Su Yao wasn't paying attention, snatching the Ferrari keys back. He then pulled out a tissue and wiped the keys with obvious disgust. What? You're saying this car is one of the 3 legendary supercars in the sports car world, the Ferrari LaFerrari? Limited to 499 units globally, worth 22.5 million Dragon Nation currency? Su Yao's eyes widened, her mouth fell open, and she stood frozen in place, her face frozen in utter shock. She didn't even react when Jiang Chen snatched the keys from her grasp. That's right, it's the Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen tucked the keys into his pocket, then pretended to check his phone for the time. My super rich buddy invited me out for a fancy dinner tonight. Looks like it's getting late. Whoosh. Before Jiang Chen could finish his sentence, Su Yao lunged forward in a single stride, wrapping her arms tightly around his arm. What are you doing? Startled, Jiang Chen tried to push Su Yao away, only to suddenly feel 2 soft mouths press against his arms. In that instant, Jiang Chen fell silent. Passing up a free ride would be a fool's game. Next, under Jiang Chen's stunned gaze, Su Yao first wrapped her arms around his, gently swaying back and forth. Then, biting her lip lightly, she cooed in a sweet, high-pitched voice, Baba. You little rascal, you're such a tease. Jiang Chen imperceptibly shook his arm, as if testing the quality and performance of the car's headlights. He finally reached a conclusion, genuine goods, no deception. Absolutely no fakes here. Swish. Suddenly, Su Yao let go of Jiang Chen's arm. Her eyebrows shot up as she glared at him. Jiang Chen, don't push your luck. I already called you, that thing, just like you asked. Tonight, you must take me to meet your rich second-generation friend. Silence. Jiang Chen remained silent, nearly gazing at Su Yao with a faint, ambiguous smile. Su Yao thought he was toying with her. Just as she was about to explode, Jiang Chen spoke calmly, You plan to meet my friend dressed like this? Don't you need to change clothes and put on some decent makeup? Ha! Su Yao froze at his words. She quickly looked down. Though she couldn't see her own feet, she realized her current outfit was indeed unsuitable for going out. Jiang Chen, wait for me. I'll go change clothes right now. Su Yao blurted out before turning and dashing into her room. Perhaps worried Jiang Chen might ditch her, Su Yao slammed the door shut only to yank it open again moments later. Peeking out from behind it, she glared at him with feigned anger. You better wait for me right here in the courtyard. Don't you dare stand me up, or else I'll make you pay. With that, Su Yao slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Click. Jiang Chen lit a cigarette. He knew women took forever to get ready. Su Yao wouldn't emerge from her room for at least an hour. So, Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and began browsing online. After careful consideration, he booked the presidential suite at a 5-star hotel online. The Imperial International Hotel. The presidential suite, 88,888 yuan per night. Booked for an entire week. Booked. Ring ring. Jiang Chen had just completed the online payment when his phone rang with a call from the hotel. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Jiang Chen? Yes, this is Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, hello. Welcome to the presidential suite at Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. I am your personal butler, Bai Qian. You may address me as butler Bai or manager Bai. A very pleasant female voice came through the phone. She rattled off a string of questions, essentially inquiring whether the hotel should arrange a car to pick him up and if he'd like dinner prepared in advance. For guests staying in the presidential suite, the hotel assigned a dedicated butler to provide 24-hour service. Jiang Chen declined the hotel's transportation service, only requesting that Bai Qian prepare a booth at the top-floor revolving restaurant of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. It was obvious. Tonight, Jiang Chen was going to hunt down Su Yao. After all, she was Lu Ruyan's best friend. The best friend of his ex-girlfriend. Just the thought of it was thrilling. Chapter 5, Playing the High and Mighty card? 5 p.m. Su Yao finally emerged from her room. What caught Jiang Chen's eye was that Su Yao had not only applied meticulous makeup but also slipped into a super hot mini dress. Her long, wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her bold, cool makeup paired with a seductive gaze highlighted her unique, commanding presence. The strapless, off-the-shoulder mini dress featured black fabric that starkly contrasted with her snow-white skin. The dress hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Her feet were adorned with black stiletto sandals, and her 10 toes, painted with red nail polish, exuded an endless allure. Do you like it? Su Yao, carrying a black handbag, glided toward Jiang Chen with a natural catwalk strut, swaying her slender waist as she approached. She even flicked a strand of hair behind her ear. Yeah, you're absolutely sizzling. Full marks. Jiang Chen snapped his fingers, then turned and headed toward the courtyard exit. Hey! Wait for me. What are your legs for? Can't you walk on your own? Jiang Chen, who exactly is this rich kid you're friends with? How come I never knew you had such a wealthy friend before? There's a lot you don't know. Why should I tell you everything? And so, Jiang Chen and Su Yao bickered all the way. Su Yao found Jiang Chen unbearably irritating, while Jiang Chen couldn't care less about her. Yet here they were, walking together, he handsome, she beautiful, looking every bit like a bickering young couple. Passers-by couldn't help but turn their heads and stare. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen led Su Yao to an underground parking garage. From a distance, they spotted an incredibly dazzling red sports car parked ahead. The Ferrari LaFerrari. One of the 3 legendary supercars in the sports car world, with only 499 units produced globally and valued at 22.5 million Chinese yuan, the Ferrari LaFerrari sat there quietly. This uniquely captivating luxury supercar boasted a streamlined body and innovative design. Its paintwork gleamed like a mirror, radiating irresistible charm from every angle. Swish! Jiang Chen pulled out the car key and gently pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. In the next instant, the Ferrari LaFerrari's headlights flashed twice in a dazzling display, accompanied by 2 crisp honks. The doors unlocked. Jiang Chen suppressed his inner excitement and hurried over. But, the moment he opened the door, before he could even climb inside, a shriek froze him in his tracks. Ah! It really is a Ferrari LaFerrari. Jiang Chen, you stay right there. Su Yao suddenly came clattering over in her high heels, blocking Jiang Chen's path as he tried to get in the car. She shoved her phone into his hand. What are you doing? Jiang Chen instinctively caught Su Yao's phone and asked blankly. Hurry up and take a couple of photos for me. I need to post them on my social media. After tossing out the command, Su Yao immediately walked to the front of the Ferrari LaFerrari and struck a seductive pose. Jiang Chen. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen's face showed signs of impatience. They'd agreed on just 2 photos, but Jiang Chen ended up snapping dozens for Su Yao and the woman still wasn't satisfied. So, with a cold expression, Jiang Chen tossed his phone to Su Yao and climbed into the driver's seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Feeling the luxurious and elegant interior, Jiang Chen's mood instantly cleared up. Ha! What a cool sports car! From this moment on, this ride belongs to me. He slammed the door, buckled his seatbelt, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror. Jiang Chen meticulously followed every step his driving instructor had taught him, ensuring everything was perfectly adjusted before cautiously pressing the start button. Roar! A deep, throaty roar of the exhaust echoed instantly through the underground parking garage. Feeling the faint vibration of the chassis, the Ferrari LaFerrari seemed to come alive, sending a rush of excitement through Jiang Chen. Click. Just then, the passenger door flew open, and Su Yao stormed in, fuming. Jiang Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed? I asked you to take a couple more photos, and you couldn't even wait that long? No wonder Lu Ruyan broke up with you. If I had a boyfriend like you, I'd have kicked you to the curb ages ago. The moment Su Yao spoke, Jiang Chen's face darkened instantly. You little brat, you think I'm giving you face? Jiang Chen abruptly turned his head, fixing Su Yao with a cold stare. Jiang Chen, did you take the wrong medicine today? Who gave you the nerve to keep calling me Little Splash? If you dare call me that again, you better believe I'll skin you alive. Su Yao finally lost her temper. This afternoon alone, she had no idea how many times Jiang Chen had called her Little Splash. Even clay figures have their limits, let alone Su Yao, once the campus beauty of Xilan University, with pride and aloofness ingrained in her very bones. Therefore, how could she tolerate Jiang Chen humiliating her time and time again? Su Yao, get the hell out of here. I've changed my mind, I'm not taking you, you Little Splash, out for dinner tonight. Get as far away from me as you possibly can. Jiang Chen showed Su Yao no leniency whatsoever. He'd been bottling it up for 3 whole years. For these 3 years, he'd been completely submissive to Lu Ruyan. Oh no! More like bowing his head in submission, swallowing his pride, and making endless concessions. So what happened? Jiang Chen was utterly defeated. After breaking up with Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen felt reborn. So how could he possibly repeat the same mistake? Though Su Yao had some charm, Jiang Chen only wanted to play around. He wouldn't throw himself back into the fire for a gold digger. Jiang Chen, you dare yell at me? Tell me to get lost? You think just because you set me up with some rich playboy, I have to fawn over you and bow and scrape? What do you take me for? Su Yao was clearly furious. She glared at Jiang Chen through gritted teeth, her ample 36D breasts rising and falling with each ragged breath, trembling slightly. Su Yao, what are you playing at, putting on airs in front of me? Who was it who swore up and down that she'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle? Jiang Chen sneered with contempt. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it between his lips, and lit it with a lighter. Su Yao's face flushed red, then drained pale. Her lips trembled several times, as if she wanted to find words to counter Jiang Chen. But when she looked up and saw Jiang Chen smoking, Su Yao immediately snapped, Jiang Chen, put that cigarette out right now. I hate the smell of smoke. What the hell do you care if I smoke? Jiang Chen shot Su Yao a glance, took a deep drag, and deliberately blew all the smoke right into her face. Jiang Chen, are you trying to get yourself killed? Covering her nose and mouth, Su Yao frowned, her face twisted with disgust. Don't forget, this isn't your car, it's the car your rich, handsome friend lent you. You're smoking in his car. What if the ash falls and burns the interior? Can you even afford to pay for that? Hearing this, Jiang Chen burst out laughing. Swish. Without another word, Jiang Chen flung the document folder containing the vehicle registration, purchase invoice, insurance policy, and other papers straight at Su Yao. Open your dog eyes and see clearly whose car this really is. After saying this, Jiang Chen didn't bother to check if Su Yao had fastened her seatbelt. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Roar! The Ferrari LaFerrari let out a wild roar, launching forward like a rocket before streaking toward the parking lot exit. Chapter 6, Su Yao's Girlfriend's Group Chat. Vroom vroom vroom. A bright red Ferrari LaFerrari raced down the road at breakneck speed. Jiang Chen, seated in the driver's seat, steered with one hand while manipulating the center console screen with the other. He seemed to activate the media player and select a song. Soon, soothing music filled the car's speakers. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Yao held the vehicle registration certificate in her hands. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on the name and photo on the document, her face frozen in utter shock. Jiang Chen, this car, is it really yours? After a long moment, Su Yao finally snapped back to reality. She whipped her head around, staring at Jiang Chen without blinking, her face still frozen in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Does the registration say someone else's name? Are the purchase invoice, contract, and insurance policy all forged? Jiang Chen snorted coldly, continuing to steer with one hand while reaching across to rest his other hand casually on Su Yao's lap. You? Su Yao's face flushed crimson as she instinctively pulled away. Don't move around. We're both adults here. Can't you act like one? Jiang Chen's words instantly sent Su Yao's temper flaring. But, just as Su Yao was about to explode, something suddenly dawned on her. She immediately clamped her lips shut, swallowing every curse word she'd been about to spew. Jiang Chen, how did you afford to buy a Ferrari LaFerrari? Before getting to the bottom of things, Su Yao decided to swallow her pride for now. So what if she let Jiang Chen touch her thigh a few times? It wasn't like she was losing any flesh. What if Jiang Chen really was a hidden rich kid, and she'd offended him? Wouldn't she be missing out on a golden opportunity? Besides, Jiang Chen looked especially handsome today, radiating an irresistible charm. Letting him touch her a few times wasn't such a bad deal. Heh, Dad accidentally inherited a fortune. Now he's practically loaded. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, hooking his right finger as he began examining Su Yao's mini dress. Jiang Chen, you, be gentle. Don't ruin my dress. If I do, I'll buy you 10 new ones. You said it. If you're good, Daddy will buy you an entire street. After a flushed moment, Su Yao gradually adjusted to this state, her body slowly relaxing. She looked at Jiang Chen with curiosity and asked, Jiang Chen, aren't you an orphan? Where did you get an inheritance to inherit? I have a grandfather who does business overseas. He made a fortune, but he fell seriously ill and doesn't have long to live. So, before he passed away, he sent someone back to China to find me and left all his assets to me. Jiang Chen made up a story on the spot. After all, Su Yao was all looks and no brains. She couldn't tell truth from fiction. Besides, Su Yao was only interested in the money, not the story itself. Sure enough. Su Yao's eyes lit up instantly as she asked, Jiang Chen, how much inheritance did you actually receive? Is this Ferrari LaFerrari part of it too? None of your damn business. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, a mocking expression crossing his face. Oh, come on. Brother Jiang Chen, just tell me. Su Yao shot him a playful glare, her exquisite, alluring face breaking into a flattering smile. Calling me brother won't cut it, you have to call me daddy. Jiang Chen said this with deadpan seriousness, immediately pulling his right hand back and ceasing his examination of Su Yao's mini skirt. After all, safety comes first when driving. The mini skirt could be studied anytime, there was no need to rush it now. Baba, just tell me. I'm really curious. Su Yao, once the haughty school beauty, was genuinely willing to abandon her dignity for money. Not only did she move closer to Jiang Chen, but she also wrapped her arms around his arm and gave it a gentle shake. Her coquettish demeanor was displayed to perfection. Figure it out yourself. Don't distract me while I'm driving. After tossing out that line, Jiang Chen immediately gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes fixed intently on the road ahead, seemingly unwilling to engage with Su Yao any further. Seeing this, Su Yao couldn't help but pout. She reluctantly released his arm, silently muttering under her breath, stingy jerk. However, before long, Su Yao's mood brightened again. She had carefully selected several photos from her earlier photoshoot with the Ferrari LaFerrari and posted them directly to her social media feed. Within moments, her post had racked up 99 plus likes and comments. Additionally, Su Yao belonged to a close-knit group chat with her girlfriends. At this very moment, the group was buzzing with excitement, everyone tagging Su Yao. Swish. Ignoring the comments on her moments, Su Yao immediately opened the group chat. You Lily at Su Yao, Yao, that's a Ferrari LaFerrari. When did you meet such a wealthy playboy? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Yao, did you get a boyfriend? Luli at Su Yao, Yao, when are you bringing your tall, rich, handsome boyfriend out to meet his sisters? Tang Ro at Su Yao, Yao, you're dressed so sexy today, are you going on a date with your boyfriend later? Lu Ruyan at Su Yao, Yao, when did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know about it? That's right. Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, was also in this close-knit group chat. Feeling a bit uneasy, Su Yao glanced almost instinctively at Jiang Chen beside her when she saw Lu Ruyan's message in the group. Tap tap tap. She clutched her phone, swiftly typing out a message before posting it in the group chat. Su Yao at everyone, today is my first date with him. I'll bring him out to meet you all properly in a while. It must be said, though Su Yao might be all brains and no brains, she still had a bit of cunning. She hadn't exposed Jiang Chen. After all, he was Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend, and nearly everyone in this group knew him. Su Yao knew better than anyone what kind of people her girlfriends were. If they found out Jiang Chen had inherited a huge fortune, these friends would definitely get greedy. Wouldn't that just mean adding a whole bunch of competitors for no reason? Moreover, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan, was also in this group. As the saying goes, when an ex comes back, the current partner loses. Based on Su Yao's understanding of Lu Ruyan, if Lu found out Jiang Chen was now wealthy, she'd surely regret their breakup and try to get back together with him. No way. Jiang Chen belongs only to me. Even if Lu Ruyan is my best friend, I won't let her have Jiang Chen. Tap tap tap. Su Yao kept her phone clutched in her hand, chatting cheerfully with her girlfriends in the group chat, but she refused to reveal even a shred of information about Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Su Yao couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Just how much inheritance did Jiang Chen actually receive? Just that sports car alone was worth 22.5 million. So his total inheritance must be at least over 100 million, right? Or perhaps 100 million? A billion? 10 billion? Whoa! A billionaire at just 25 years old. What a dream prince for so many women. No need to say more. I'm clinging to Jiang Chen's coattails for dear life. Oomph. Chapter 7, Posting on Moments. 6 p.m. Emperor International Hotel. Jiang Chen had barely stepped out of the car when a woman in hotel uniform approached him. She appeared to be around 30, with a delicate and exquisite face, yet her figure was remarkably curvaceous. Her face was a classic oval shape, with willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and cherry lips. Her long hair was neatly pinned up at the back, exuding an air of efficiency mixed with a captivating feminine charm. While perhaps not as breathtakingly beautiful as Su Yao, she was undeniably a woman whose beauty grew on you, especially the mature, alluring charm that women of Su Yao's age simply didn't possess. She wore a black women's suit with mid-length sleeves, paired with a matching bodycon skirt. Her voluptuous legs were encased in sheer black stockings, and she wore a pair of shiny leather high heels. Mr. Jiang, hello. Welcome to the presidential suite at Imperial International Hotel. I am your personal butler, Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian offered a professional smile to Jiang Chen, who had just stepped out of the car, extending her hand. Good day, Ms. Bai. Jiang Chen casually shook Bai Qianqian's hand, noticing her palm was slightly cool, delicate, and soft as if it had no bones. Just then, Su Yao walked up beside Jiang Chen. Not only did she hook her arm through his, but she also shot Bai Qianqian a wary glance. Ignoring Su Yao's glare, Bai Qianqian maintained her smile as she addressed Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. We've reserved a booth with an unparalleled view for you in the revolving restaurant on the top floor. Certainly. Thank you for leading the way, Manager Bai. My pleasure. It's my duty. With a turn, Bai Qianqian began leading the way ahead. Jiang Chen's gaze involuntarily lingered on Bai Qianqian's form-fitting skirt. He couldn't help it. Bai Qianqian's figure was simply too voluptuous. Her thick curves were accentuated by the skirt, giving off a plump and luscious vibe that was utterly tempting. If Su Yao had an hourglass figure, then Bai Qianqian was the quintessential pear shape. It could only be said that these two distinct body types each had their own unique appeal. Bai Qianqian was undoubtedly a dedicated housekeeper. In the elevator, she kept explaining the functions of each floor in the hotel to Jiang Chen. For instance, the gym, indoor swimming pool, card and board game room, KTV lounge, spa wellness center, billiards room. It wasn't until this moment. Su Yao finally realized Jiang Chen had booked a presidential suite at this hotel and for a full 7 days. A single night in the Imperial International Hotel's presidential suite cost 88,888 yuan. Staying for 7 days would set him back over 600,000 yuan. The thought of Jiang Chen spending over 600,000 yuan just to stay in a hotel for a few days left Su Yao stunned and painfully aware of the cost. What a spendthrift! That's over 600,000 yuan. That could buy a base model Porsche 718. If you've got money burning a hole in your pocket, why not give it to me instead? Soon. Led by Bai Qianqian, Jiang Chen and Su Yao arrived at the revolving restaurant on the hotel's top floor. After taking the menu, Jiang Chen ordered the most expensive items: king crab, Australian lobster, Geoda clams, and some unidentified giant sea snails. Finally, on the beverage page, he checked off a bottle of red wine priced at 300,000 Dragon Nation currency. The motto was simple: not the best, just the most expensive. Click. 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 Once all the dishes were served, Su Yao immediately pulled out her phone and began snapping photos of the spread. Especially that bottle of 300,000 yuan Lafite red wine. From uncorking the bottle, to decanting it, then pouring it into wine glasses, and finally picking up a glass to slowly savor it. Su Yao didn't miss a single step, snapping dozens of photos to prove she had indeed consumed this bottle of wine. Next. Su Yao carefully selected a few photos and posted them to her WeChat moments, complete with a melodramatic caption. Meat on the table, wine in the glass, the moon in the sky, and he by my side. The moment this post went live, Su Yao's WeChat exploded. Especially in her close friends group chat, the same friends who tagged her relentlessly that afternoon were now flooding her feed again. You Lily at Su Yao, holy crap. That's a 300,000 yuan bottle of Lafite. Yao Yao, did you really hook up with a super rich second generation heir? Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Yao Yao, are you guys at the top floor revolving restaurant in the Imperial International Hotel? Lu Li at Su Yao, I've never had such an extravagant meal. Yao Yao, when can you take me along? Tang Ro at Su Yao, Yao Yao, I want a fancy meal too. Take me along. Lu Ruyan at Su Yao, Yao Yao, did you really find a rich kid as your boyfriend? Seeing the flood of inquiries from her girlfriends, Su Yao's face lit up with a radiant smile. Her vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Su Yao at everyone, girls, the moment my big brother has time, I'll treat you all to a feast. The moment Su Yao posted this in the group chat, her friends immediately started teasing her. Some demanded Su Yao post photos of this mega rich big brother in the group chat so everyone could see his glory. Others reminded Su Yao that scammers were everywhere these days, warning her to be careful and not get taken advantage of. Others offered to come meet Su Yao in person to vet the guy for her. And the one who volunteered to vet him? None other than Lu Ruyan. The moment Su Yao heard Lu Ruyan was coming, she panicked and quickly replied with a message. Su Yao at Lu Ruyan, Ruyan, this is my first date with him, don't come ruin my good thing. Lu Ruyan at Su Yao, you're overthinking it. Why would I ruin your good thing? I'm just worried you might be getting scammed, so I want to come along to keep an eye on things. Su Yao, oh, come on. You guys can relax. He's definitely not a scammer. Lu Ruyan, Yao Yao, there are so many scammers these days, and they're so good at pretending. How do you know he's not one? Seeing Lu Ruyan's message, Su Yao instantly panicked. If Lu Ruyan found out this rich prince was actually her ex-boyfriend, who knows what kind of melodramatic mess would unfold? No way. Before she sorted things out with Jiang Chen, she absolutely couldn't let Lu Ruyan know that Jiang Chen was this wealthy benefactor. Tap tap tap. Su Yao couldn't even finish her meal. She immediately grabbed her phone and typed out a rapid reply. Su Yao, the Ferrari LaFerrari's vehicle registration, purchase invoice, and insurance policy all list his name and ID number. Su Yao, he just swiped his card for 300,000 yuan to pay for that bottle of Lafite wine we ordered. Su Yao, he also booked the presidential suite at the Imperial International Hotel for 7 days, prepaying over 600,000 yuan. Su Yao, most importantly, I've known him for nearly 7 years and am thoroughly familiar with his character. He absolutely isn't a fraud. After the string of messages was sent out, Su Yao's close-knit group chat suddenly fell silent. But after a brief silence, the group chat erupted again. You Lily, holy crap. Yao, you've got this super rich second-generation guy right by your side? Why didn't you ever tell us before? Lin Qingxue, Yao, you sure kept that under wraps. Luli, Yao, you've been single since college. Could it be you've been waiting all this time for this rich prince? Tang Ro, Yao, go for it. Make sure you snag that rich Prince Charming, and don't forget to treat us to a feast when you do. Lu Ruyan, Yao, how come I never knew you had a super rich guy you've known for 7 years? Chapter 8, Lu Ruyan's Suspicion. Night. Wells Western Restaurant. Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan sat at a window table. Before them on the table lay 2 medium-rare black pepper steaks and a bottle of red wine worth 3,000 yuan. Lu Ruyan glanced at the ordinary steaks and the ordinary wine on the table, then looked at the photos Su Yao had flaunted in their girls' group chat. In that moment, Lu Ruyan felt utterly disenchanted. Women all have a competitive streak. Though Lu Ruyan and Su Yao were close friends, deep down, each subconsciously measured herself against the other. Su Yao had been crowned the campus beauty queen at Xilan University, and Lu Ruyan had never accepted it. She believed her looks were no less than Su Yao's. Why did everyone choose Su Yao as campus beauty instead of her? Was it just because Su Yao's chest was a bit larger than hers? Men really are shallow. Now, Lu Ruyan had reunited with her longtime crush, who had returned from studying abroad and landed an executive position at a major corporation. Starting at 100,000 yuan a month, his future was limitless. This should have been something to brag about. But Lu Ruyan never imagined that Su Yao, who had remained single for years, would suddenly find an even more dazzling sugar daddy. This wealthy suitor not only drove a sports car worth 22.5 million yuan but also treated Su Yao to lavish dinners, presidential suites, and even opened bottles of wine priced at 300,000 yuan. No comparison, no hurt. Lu Ruyan felt herself overshadowed by Su Yao once again, a surge of intense jealousy welling up inside her. Jealousy easily clouds one's judgment. In a fit of impulse, Lu Ruyan sent Su Yao a WeChat message. She desperately wanted to see this wealthy suitor for herself. Just who was he? She even harbored a secret scheme with her looks. She might just be able to snatch this wealthy benefactor away from Su Yao. However, Su Yao was clearly wary of Lu Ruyan and flatly rejected her kind offer to vet things. After being rebuffed, Lu Ruyan couldn't find any other excuse and ultimately fell silent. Ruyan, what are you daydreaming about? Just then, Yang Fan's voice drifted over from across the table. Swish. Lu Ruyan lifted her head and looked at the moonlight figure sitting across from her. In that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly realized that Yang Fan wasn't nearly as handsome as she had imagined. When it came to height and looks alone, Yang Fan fell short of Jiang Chen by more than just a notch. After all, back in the day, Jiang Chen was the undisputed campus heartthrob at Xilan University. Yang Fan merely had better financial means than Jiang Chen. He dressed well, ate well, and groomed himself well, naturally giving off an impression of being handsome. Nothing. Su Yao just posted a bunch of photos in our girls' group chat. Looks like she's found a boyfriend already. Lu Ruyan shook her head, dismissing the stray thoughts, then continued pinching her phone to zoom in on each photo Su Yao had just posted. The campus beauty Su Yao has a boyfriend? Who is he? Is he handsome? Does he come from a wealthy family? What surprised Lu Ruyan slightly was how genuinely interested Yang Fan seemed in Su Yao's love life. Haha, her boyfriend is a total sugar daddy. He drives a Ferrari LaFerrari, stays in presidential suites at 5-star hotels, and takes Su Yao to dine at the Imperial Dynasty revolving restaurant where they drink red wine that costs 300,000 yuan a bottle. As Lu Ruyan spoke, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes widened abruptly as her finger froze over an enlarged photo, as if she'd discovered something utterly astonishing. The photo showed a couple's booth. The table was laden with delicacies, accompanied by a bottle of Lafite worth 300,000 yuan. None of that was the point. The point was that when Su Yao took this photo, she had also captured the mega rich guy sitting across from her. Though his face remained hidden, the photo captured only his upper body. But the casual shirt he wore gave Lu Ruyan an overwhelming sense of familiarity. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen seemed to have an identical shirt. Could this wealthy patron actually be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen is just a poor delivery guy. How could he possibly be the wealthy benefactor Su Yao mentioned? It must be a coincidence. Shilan City is so vast, with such a huge population clothing duplications happen every single day. So, Jiang Chen must have just happened to wear the same outfit as this wealthy brother. Ruyan, since Su Yao has already found a boyfriend and you two are such close friends, how about I host a dinner sometime? You bring Su Yao and her boyfriend and we all get together for a meal? Yang Fan picked up the wine glass on the table, sipping the 3,000 yuan bottle of red wine with elegant grace, a look of pure delight spreading across his face. Sure, I'll message Yao right away. Lu Ruyan nodded. Yang Fan's suggestion provided her with the perfect excuse to meet Su Yao's so-called rich and powerful older brother in broad daylight. Lu Ruyan, Yao, Yang Fan and I were thinking of inviting you and your boyfriend out for dinner. You wouldn't deny us this small favor, would you? The moment she sent the message, Su Yao replied almost instantly. Su Yao, Ruyan, I'm so sorry. My brother's been swamped these past few days. He's got a mountain of work at the company and is rushing to sign a multi-billion-dollar contract. He just can't spare the time. That little minx Su Yao could spin a lie without breaking a sweat. Signing 100 billion yuan contract? She really had the nerve to brag. But, in Su Yao's eyes, Jiang Chen had inherited a massive fortune. Just one sports car from the estate was worth 22.5 million yuan, so the entire inheritance must have exceeded 10 billion. Inheriting a fortune worth billions, isn't that equivalent to signing a contract worth billions? So she didn't think she was lying, just shifting the meaning a bit. Lu Ruyan, Yao, when is your boyfriend free? Su Yao, I don't know either. After all, my brother runs a huge publicly traded company with tens of thousands of employees under him. He's the one supporting them all. Su Yao, I can't really pry into his work matters either, since he promised me he'd handle earning money to support the family. All I need to do is look as beautiful as a flower. Su Yao, oh my. Gotta go, my brother wants shrimp and I'm going to peel them myself and feed him. Emoticon, blushing. Reading these WeChat messages, Lu Ruyan nearly choked on her own blood. Yao, you little. You're flaunting your love right in front of me? Go ahead and eat. Stuff yourself silly, you little. I hope you and your rich big brother get seafood allergies and cling to each other for dear life. Swish. Lu Ruyan angrily closed the chat window with Su Yao, then clicked into her girlfriend's group chat. She casually opened a photo and zoomed in to examine it again. But what she saw left her speechless. In the photo, the wealthy brother sitting across from Su Yao had his hand exposed, wearing a bracelet with gold letters strung on a red cord. Lu Ruyan could clearly make out the two gold letters, J and C. Jiang Chen had an identical bracelet. Lu Ruyan recalled that on his birthday last year, Jiang Chen had suddenly gone to a temple and brought back a red string. Perhaps finding a single red cord too plain, Jiang Chen later ordered two gold letters online, JC being the initials of his name. No way? Could it really be that coincidental? Clothes can clash, but could bracelets clash too? And then, Su Yao mentioned she'd known this wealthy benefactor for 7 years and was thoroughly familiar with his character. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen, and Su Yao were college classmates for 4 years. After graduation, the three of them lived as neighbors for another 3 years. Adding it all up, that makes exactly 7 years. Whoa! Could the wealthy benefactor Su Yao mentioned actually be Jiang Chen? Impossible. Absolutely not. Jiang Chen was just an orphan with no parents. He finished college by working part-time jobs to pay his way through school, and after graduation, he ended up delivering takeout. How could he possibly be a wealthy big brother? How could he possibly afford a 22.5 million yuan sports car, stay in a 5-star hotel's presidential suite, or drink a bottle of wine worth 300,000 yuan? In short, this wealthy benefactor absolutely cannot be Jiang Chen. There must be someone else. Chapter 9, You're a Virgin? 9 p.m. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, top floor revolving restaurant. After swiping his card to settle the bill, Jiang Chen realized this meal had cost him a whopping 500,000 yuan. But, seeing Su Yao's eyes already glazed with a hint of drunkenness, her cheeks flushed rosy, and her steps beginning to sway. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt it was absolutely necessary to get that 500,000 back from Su Yao. Swish! The moment they stepped into the elevator, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Su Yao's slender waist. Su Yao offered no resistance, leaning into his embrace. Jiang Chen, I think I'm drunk. Could you take me home? The moment Su Yao spoke, Jiang Chen instantly understood the little troublemaker was faking drunkenness. Knowing full well that Dad had booked a presidential suite at this hotel, yet still wanting Dad to drive her home if that wasn't pretending to be drunk, what else could it be? Since you're drunk, I'll take you back to your room to rest. Jiang Chen's arm, which had been around Su Yao, slid downward and gave her a light yet firm pat on the rear. He clearly saw Su Yao's pretty face flush red, her body suddenly tense up, the haze in her eyes instantly vanish, and a flicker of nervousness cross her brow. Jiang Chen couldn't care less about what Su Yao was thinking. She rode in Daddy's sports car, ate Daddy's seafood feast, drank Daddy's Lafite wine tonight. She had to take care of Daddy. Wonder if the bed in the presidential suite is big enough? Is the mattress firm? Can you swim in the bathtub? Mr. Jiang, Miss Su, welcome home. Jiang Chen embraced Su Yao as they approached the presidential suite entrance, where the long-awaited butler, Bai Qianqian, stood ready. Click. Bai Qianqian opened the door, ushering Jiang Chen and Su Yao inside before beginning to explain the layout of the presidential suite. The living room's enormous floor-to-ceiling windows were truly breathtaking. Standing before them, one could take in the entire surrounding skyline, evoking the feeling of ascending to the summit, overlooking all mountains below. Beyond the view, the living room's decor was equally opulent. Several extravagantly styled sofas practically had the word luxury written all over them. To the left of the living room lay the presidential bedroom, while the right side housed the first lady's bedroom. Both bedrooms featured en-suite bathrooms and walk-in closets. Outside the presidential suite, a massive open-air balcony extends, furnished with lounge chairs, sun umbrellas, and a hanging swing. However, Bai Qianqian was a woman with keen awareness. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of Jiang Chen hugging Su Yao while kissing and caressing her. She immediately stopped her introduction and hurriedly exited the presidential suite. From that moment on, no one disturbed Jiang Chen and Su Yao again. Swish! Su Yao's mini dress was incredibly inconvenient to take off. Fortunately, Su Yao seemed half reluctant, half willing, offering little resistance. After careful study, Jiang Chen quickly mastered the technique of removing the mini dress. An hour later, Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. His brows were furrowed, and a wry smile flickered across his face. Sniffle, sniffle. Su Yao lay beside Jiang Chen, her eyes red and swollen. Her hands clutched the corner of the quilt as she wiped away tears, her voice breaking into soft sobs. Little Splash, how could this be, your first time? Jiang Chen sighed softly, then reached out to lift the covers. There, on the pristine white sheets, was a vivid crimson mark, a distinct plum blossom imprint. At those words, Su Yao instantly stopped crying. She turned her head, glaring intently at Jiang Chen's profile, her voice feigning innocence yet tinged with defiance. Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Why couldn't this be my first time? Silence. Jiang Chen's lips trembled, unable to find words for a long moment. He never imagined that a 24K gold digger like Su Yao would still be holding onto her virginity. This was getting complicated. Not easy to handle. Headache. Jiang Chen, are you trying to back out? Just then, Su Yao's voice drifted over again, making Jiang Chen's headache intensify. Moments later, Jiang Chen suddenly grabbed his phone and gritted his teeth as he addressed Su Yao. Little Splash, just name your price. How much do you want? What? Hearing this, Su Yao instantly bristled. Her eyes widened as she glared at Jiang Chen, fury boiling over. Jiang Chen, what do you take me for? Some gold digger? The reason I've always kept myself pure is to give the cleanest, most perfect version of myself to the husband who will cherish me, love me, and spoil me in the future. You took away the most precious thing I have, and now you think paying me some money will make everything okay? Are you even a man? Do you have any sense of responsibility as a man? Listening to Su Yao's incessant ranting and watching her growing agitation, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly and a mocking expression flashed across his face. Stop pretending. You're not tired, I'm the one who's annoyed. At Jiang Chen's words, Su Yao froze for a moment before her emotions flared even brighter. Jiang Chen, you son of a... Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Mark my words, if you don't give me a proper explanation for what happened today. Before Su Yao could finish, Jiang Chen grabbed her and pulled her close, then delivered 3 sharp slaps to her rear with one hand. Smack! 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 3 crisp smacks later, Su Yao shut her mouth in fright. But... She cowered in Jiang Chen's embrace, trembling violently. Her brows furrowed, tears welled in her eyes, and her face was etched with utter grievance. What kind of explanation do you want from me? Seeing Su Yao had finally calmed down, Jiang Chen spoke to her calmly. I want you to marry me. Without hesitation, Su Yao immediately made an unreasonable demand. No. Jiang Chen rejected her demand without hesitation. Why? Because I have no intention of ever getting married. I can agree to everything else you ask except this one thing. Silence. The room suddenly fell silent. Jiang Chen remained silent, only tilting his head slightly as if staring blankly at the ceiling above. Su Yao remained curled up in Jiang Chen's embrace, but her eyes darted around restlessly, as if scheming something. After a moment, Su Yao cautiously asked, Jiang Chen, is it because you still have feelings for Lu Ruyan that you won't marry me? Poof. Jiang Chen gave a cold laugh. I have severe mental purity issues. A good horse never eats the grass it has already grazed on. Once a woman is defiled, I absolutely refuse to touch her again. At those words, Su Yao's eyes lit up instantly. She suddenly embraced Jiang Chen, her voice filled with deep emotion. Jiang Chen, I'm not Lu Ruyan. I won't be fickle, and I certainly won't be promiscuous. Since you're my first man, I'll be faithful to you for the rest of my life. I'll never betray you. Look, I gave you a woman's most precious first time. Don't you owe me responsibility? Su Yao deliberately used a soft voice and a pitiful expression to coax Jiang Chen, seemingly determined to marry him. However, Jiang Chen wasn't falling for that now. After a moment's thought, he declared, Little Splash, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, you can be my girlfriend. I'll support you from now on. As long as you behave, I'll try my best to fulfill all your material needs. But let me be clear from the start, I absolutely will not have only you as my girlfriend. Second, I'll give you a large sum of money upfront as compensation. From then on, we'll be done with each other, no strings attached. Pick one. There's no third option. You decide. Chapter 10, I Want to Be Big. Deep into the night. City lights mingled with starlight, painting a dreamlike nocturnal scene. Inside the presidential suite, Su Yao's sobs persisted. But after sobbing for ages until her eyes were swollen, Jiang Chen remained utterly unmoved, as if he'd made up his mind to ignore her. Jiang Chen, you're such a jerk. Seeing this tactic failed to affect him, Su Yao gave up pretending and glared at him angrily. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have been murdered hundreds of times over by now. This isn't my fault. If you must blame someone, blame your so-called best friend, Lu Ruoyan. Jiang Chen chuckled coldly. It was her who taught me that love is the cheapest thing in the world, and true feelings are worthless. Besides, there was never any emotional foundation between us to begin with. You wanted my money, I wanted your looks, we each got what we wanted. It was just a transaction. Even if I gave you a marriage contract, as long as I refuse to spend money on you, you won't get a single benefit from me. On the contrary, if you'd become my mistress or girlfriend and stayed obedient, never angering me, I'd have showered you with money. Money? Do you want it? If you don't want it, there's a line of women outside begging for it. Silence. The room fell silent. Jiang Chen's lengthy speech, though twisted and perverse, had left Su Yao speechless. She bit her lip tightly, her long eyelashes trembling constantly, her face etched with a complex mix of emotions. A short while later, Su Yao suddenly sighed softly, her face tinged with resentment as she said, Jiang Chen, considering I gave you my first time, could you grant me 2 requests? What are they? Go ahead and tell me. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed on Su Yao with a hint of amusement. First, if you ever regret this and want to marry a woman, have children, and start a family, you can't marry anyone else, you must marry me. In other words, I want to be your only wife candidate. Put. The moment Su Yao uttered those words, Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. Wife candidate? Is this how the game is played? What on earth was going through Little Splash's mind? But Jiang Chen paused only briefly before stroking his chin and saying, if that day ever comes, I'll consider you. I don't want you to consider it, I demand you promise. Su Yao's eyebrows shot up, her eyes widened, and she flashed another fierce yet adorable expression, clearly dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's response. Fine. I can agree to that request. Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, a bright smile finally blossomed on Su Yao's face. Next, Su Yao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and declared solemnly, second, I want to be your official girlfriend. I'll allow you to have other women on the side, but no matter how many women you have in the future, they can only be considered mistresses. As long as this empress lives, they'll forever be concubines. Put. Jiang Chen nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. His mind felt utterly unable to keep up with Su Yao's logic. What the hell, is this some palace intrigue soap opera? As long as I live, you'll forever be my consorts? Do you really think you're the empress? But the 2 demands Su Yao made seemed to have absolutely no effect on Jiang Chen. First off, Jiang Chen absolutely refuses to marry, so Su Yao has zero chance of becoming his wife. Second, whether a girlfriend is the legitimate partner or the mistress, while this might matter greatly to Su Yao, it held no significance whatsoever for Jiang Chen. Fine, I can agree to both your requests. Jiang Chen nodded, then added, but I have a request for you too. What is it? Su Yao blinked, her face brimming with curiosity as she looked at Jiang Chen. Loyalty. Jiang Chen slowly uttered these 2 words, then narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Little Splash, if you ever betray me, I won't give you any chance. I'll kill you with my own hands. Su Yao was startled, her body involuntarily shuddering. Just moments ago, she had clearly seen a flash of icy murderous intent in Jiang Chen's eyes. No mistake. It was murderous intent. She had no doubt about the truth of Jiang Chen's words. A voice inside her head kept warning her, never test Jiang Chen's limits. If you truly betray him, he won't hesitate to kill you. Husband. Su Yao suddenly adopted a high-pitched, clingy tone. She clung to Jiang Chen in a coquettish embrace, her face softening into a pitifully vulnerable expression. In life, I am yours, in death, I am your spirit. Rest assured, I would never betray you. Remember what you said tonight. Jiang Chen gave a forced smile and nodded, then rolled off the bed and headed straight for the bathroom. Husband, where are you going? Su Yao panicked at the sight of Jiang Chen suddenly getting up and scrambled to her feet. I'm going to take a shower. Want to join me? Jiang Chen halted his steps, turned around, and shot Su Yao a mischievous glance. For a moment, Su Yao was completely mesmerized. It was one thing for Jiang Chen to stay in bed, but now that he was up, his powerful physique was fully exposed before Su Yao. His wheat-colored skin glowed with an alluring sheen under the light. His well-defined muscles, explosive doggy waist, 8-pack abs, and V-line contour, every inch of him captivated Su Yao. But that wasn't the main point. What truly took her breath away was Jiang Chen's face, so strikingly handsome it left every woman breathless. A prime specimen of a young stud. A walking hormone bomb, an arsonist of hearts, a peerless gentleman, a jade-like beauty among mortals. Honey, wait for me. Su Yao instantly shed all restraint, hastily pulling back the covers before hopping limping off the bed. But before Su Yao could steady herself, the next second, Jiang Chen swiftly closed the distance, scooping her up in a princess carry and cradling her in his arms. Little Splash, you're not feeling well. Let daddy carry you. Jiang Chen's warm breath brushed against Su Yao's ear, instantly making both her ears turn crimson. Su Yao nodded shyly, clinging even tighter to Jiang Chen. She no longer resisted Jiang Chen's persistent nickname for her, Little Splash. Instead, a faint flutter of delight stirred within her heart. Little Splashy. Hee, what an affectionate nickname. Jiang Chen only calls me Little Splashy. It's his unique nickname for me. This alone proves I hold a special place in Jiang Chen's heart. Anyway, from now on, I'm Jiang Chen's one and only Little Splashy one. No other woman can ever claim that nickname. Anyone who dares to take it will have me on their hands. Chapter 11, Midnight Social Media Post. Midnight. In the presidential suite. Sweat-drenched Su Yao was too exhausted to even lift a finger. Her entire body felt like a pile of mud as she slumped lazily into Jiang Chen's embrace, finally drifting into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen gently stroked Su Yao's hair, wiping away the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes before carefully withdrawing his arm from beneath her neck. Perhaps it was the 6 hours of sleep he'd gotten during the day, or perhaps it was the genetic serum that had completely transformed his body, but Jiang Chen felt incredibly alert at that moment, not the slightest bit sleepy. Swish! After staring blankly for a moment, Jiang Chen picked up the phone tossed on the nightstand and idly opened his WeChat Moments feed. Tap tap tap. Casually scrolling through his feed, Jiang Chen noticed Su Yao had posted multiple updates. The first one showed off the exterior of her Ferrari LaFerrari. The second showed off the interior of the Ferrari LaFerrari. The third showed off a seafood feast at the Imperial Revolving Restaurant. Fourth, Su Yao flaunted a bottle of Lafite Rothschild wine worth 300,000 yuan, captioning, meat on the table, wine in the cup, the moon in the sky, and he by my side. Fifth, Su Yao flaunted the presidential suite at the Imperial Grand Hotel. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. That little show-off sure had a strong sense of vanity. She practically wanted to broadcast last night's date with Jiang Chen to the entire world, even eager to brand herself as the girlfriend of a billionaire playboy. But when posting these photos, Su Yao clearly had some reservations. None of them showed Jiang Chen's face. Probably worried it might upset Jiang Chen? After all, posting his photos without permission, if that angered Jiang Chen, where would she go to cling to her rich and powerful boyfriend's coattails in the future? Suddenly, a new post in Jiang Chen's Moments caught his attention. It was posted by Lu Ruyan. The picture showed a man and a woman lying on a hotel bed, pressed tightly together, both wearing exhausted yet blissful smiles. Though covered by a blanket, their shoulders and arms were exposed. Combined with the rumpled sheets beside them, it was obvious to anyone with eyes that these two had just engaged in a fierce battle. That's right. These two were none other than Yang Fan and Lu Ruyan. The caption accompanying the post read, "After all the twists and turns, we've finally come full circle to be together. May the rest of our lives be filled with lasting happiness." Even though it was 1 a.m. The comments section beneath this WeChat moment quickly filled with reactions. You Lily, Ruyan, how did you end up with Yang Fan? Lin Qingxue, Ruyan, did you break up with Jiang Chen? Luli, Ruyan, I heard you and Jiang Chen were planning to get married not long ago. How did you end up with Yang Fan so suddenly? Tangro, oh my god. What happened? What's going on now? Lu Ruyan, group reply, thank you all for your concern. I have broken up with Jiang Chen. Yang Fan is now my boyfriend. I hope everyone can wish us well. Oof. Reading this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Lu Ruyan broke up with him this morning, and by tonight she couldn't wait to climb into Yang Fan's bed. She even posted an official announcement on WeChat Moments in the middle of the night. Damn it. Seamless transition skills, that's just too impressive. Damn impressive. Jiang Chen didn't bother commenting on Lu Ruyan's post. He simply put down his phone and mentally activated the main interface of the lottery system. Lucky spin wheel. Remaining draws, 3. Inventory, empty. According to the system's rules, the 3 daily lottery chances would refresh immediately after midnight. It was now around 1 a.m., so Jiang Chen naturally gained 3 fresh chances to spin. Gazing at the lucky spin wheel in his field of view, Jiang Chen mentally clicked the draw button, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed. After roughly 3 seconds, its momentum gradually slowed. Finally, with a soft click, the pointer came to a steady halt within a designated sector. Above this sector was a cartoon gold coin. Ding! Congratulations, post, you have won a villa. Swish! A document folder suddenly materialized in Jiang Chen's hand. Inside was a red property deed. Jiang Chen pulled out the deed, flipped it open casually, and there it was, his name in bold, along with the villa's exact address, Villa Number 1, Phoenix Manor, Yuhu District, Shilan City. Holy crap! It was actually a villa in Phoenix Manor. Phoenix Villa was a renowned affluent residential area in Shilan City. Rumor had it that even the cheapest villas there cost over 100 million yuan. And what's more, Jiang Chen had drawn Villa Number 1, the crown jewel of Phoenix Villa Estate, whose value was multiplied several times over. No need to say more. Brother Tonzi, please accept my deepest respect. You're seriously awesome. Swish. Jiang Chen casually tossed the document folder aside, then mentally clicked the lottery button once more. The pointer on the wheel began spinning once more. 3 seconds later. The pointer made a full circle, slowly gliding over the Yi gold coins section before finally settling firmly on the Yi card section. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a lickdog card. Swish. A card suddenly popped up on the wheel, seemingly depicting a pug dog clutching a meat bone. Immediately afterward, the card was stored into the system inventory. What the heck is this? A lapdog card? What's it even for? Jiang Chen quickly opened the system inventory with his mind and soon found the card in his backpack. Lickdog card. Using this card allows you to proactively give money, transfer funds, or make purchases for women, earning a random 200x return. Note, this card can only be used once. Damn it! This is called a lapdog card? Bro, do you have some misunderstanding about the term lapdog? A suck-up dog endlessly gives without any return. But this card lets you get 200x random returns just by spending money on women. How can it be called a lapdog card? Bro, you. That's an insult to all suck-ups. Smack. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen flipped open the covers and slapped Su Yao's rear end. Yikes. What's going on? What happened? Did we get burglars? Startled awake by the sudden assault, Su Yao jolted from her slumber. Her sleepy eyes widened as she shot upright in bed, her face plastered with nervousness. Little Splash, what's your card number? Ha? Hurry up and give me your card number. Daddy's going to transfer some pocket money to you. Ha? What ha? Money, do you want it or not? Yes. Staring at Su Yao, who looked utterly bewildered yet was nodding instinctively, Jiang Chen paused. He decided against using the lickdog card right then. Swish. Jiang Chen opened his phone's front camera, pulled Su Yao into his arms, and said, Little Splash, let's take a few photos together first. I need to post them on my moments to make it official. Ha? Su Yao froze at his words, then a flash of wild joy lit up her face. Jiang Chen was going to announce it on his social media? He was going to openly declare our relationship? This is perfect. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yao threw her arms around Jiang Chen and cooperated with him, snapping over a dozen intimate photos in quick succession. Though they lay naked on the hotel bed, Jiang Chen wouldn't let Su Yao reveal too much. Sometimes, a hint of mystery is far more alluring than complete openness. Click, click, click. Jiang Chen carefully selected a few photos and posted them to his WeChat moments, adding a caption, After all the twists and turns, we've finally come together. May we find lasting happiness for the rest of our lives. That's right. Jiang Chen's caption was identical to Lu Ruyan's, word for word. Lu Ruyan even posted bed photos on her moments, showing zero regard for her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen's feelings. It was practically a deliberate trampling of his dignity. So, how could Jiang Chen possibly tolerate this? Damn it. You, Lu Ruyan. You think you're the only one who can post on moments? I can post too. Look at Su Yao, the campus beauty of Shilan University. Her face is prettier than yours, her figure hotter, and she's still untouched. What single thing about you can compare to her? Without you, I'll live even more freely. Chapter 12, The Lickdog Card and Skill Book. Swish. After posting that WeChat moment, Jiang Chen immediately logged out of WeChat and opened his mobile banking app. He checked his bank balance, 8,878,304.48 yuan remained. Use the lickdog card. Jiang Chen silently uttered the command in his mind. The next second, the lickdog card, stored in his system inventory, vanished in a streak of light. Ding. Host successfully used one lickdog card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a one-time lickdog buff. A small buff icon suddenly appeared in the upper right corner of Jiang Chen's vision. As soon as his gaze landed on it, a brief description popped up before his eyes. Lickdog buff one time, when giving money, transferring funds, or spending on women, randomly receive a 100% rebate. Tick tick tick. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately transferred 8,878,300 yuan to Su Yao's bank account. He left 4.48 yuan in the account, not transferring every last cent, because he feared the bank balance might be insufficient, causing the transfer to fail. Better safe than sorry, after all. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've triggered the lickdog buff and received a 66x rebate. The moment Jiang Chen completed the transfer, the system notification chimed in his ear. Holy crap! A 66x return? Doesn't that mean I just transferred over 8 million to Su Yao, and in the blink of an eye, I'll get over 500 million in return? Beep. Jiang Chen was still in a daze when his phone vibrated slightly, receiving a transfer notification from the bank. Dragon Nation Bank, your account ending in 5418 completed a transfer transaction of 585,967,800.00 Xianation currency at 1:30 a.m. on July 8. Current balance, 585,967,804.48. Holy! Over 580 million yuan. It actually arrived instantly. Brother Tonzi is seriously awesome. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Oh my god. Over 8 million? Honey, why did you transfer me so much money? Su Yao seemed to have received the bank transfer notification. Clutching her phone, she counted the amount 3 times before her face broke into a mix of shock and wild joy. Oh my god. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Su Yao threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around him and planting a loud smack on his cheek. Alright, it's just over 8 million, right? Look at you acting like you've never seen the world before. When you go out with me in the future, don't embarrass me. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, gently pushing Su Yao away before rolling off the bed and slipping into a silk hotel robe. Honey, where are you going? I'm going out on the balcony for a smoke. You go back to sleep. Don't worry about me. Oh, I'll wait for you to come back. Why wait for me? Honey, I just want to cuddle with you while we sleep. On the balcony. Jiang Chen flopped onto the lounge chair and pulled out a cigarette, placing it between his lips. Having already drawn twice, Jiang Chen still had one more chance left for the day. He intended to use it up. Swish. He opened the main lottery system interface once more. As he gazed at the lucky wheel filling his vision, a pleasing curve lifted the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. Brother system, give me a big prize. He took a deep drag on his cigarette, then focused his mind and mentally clicked the lottery button. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's tense gaze, the pointer made a wide circle, slowing down as it did so. It then swept past the gold coins section and slowly headed toward the remaining 4 areas. Hey! This looks promising. The way it's going, I'll definitely get at least a bottle reward. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst Jiang Chen's eager gaze, the pointer first swept past the card section, then slowly glided over the bottle section, finally inching its way toward the book section. Looks like the pointer is heading for the final zone. Come on. Just a little further. Don't stop. Jiang Chen couldn't help but cheer inwardly. But after moving slowly for a while, the pointer seemed to suddenly lose momentum, finally stopping with a click in the books section. That's right. The pointer stopped at the very edge of the books section, just a hair's breadth away from the final section. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill book. At that moment, a book appeared on the lucky wheel, somewhat resembling a martial arts manual from wuxia films. A few characters seemed to be written on its cover. However, before Jiang Chen could make out the characters on the cover, the skill book was automatically stored in the system inventory. Open the system inventory. Overwhelmed by intense curiosity, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open the inventory. Soon, he spotted the mysterious skill book inside his backpack. Martial Arts Mastery Skill Book. Upon using this skill book, you will automatically comprehend and master all martial arts techniques, instantly transforming you into a Grandmaster level fighter. Holy crap! This is the reward from the books section? A skill book that teaches you everything instantly? Tonzi, you're too awesome. Jiang Chen's fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly as his face lit up with excitement. As a man who hasn't dreamed of being a martial artist in their youth? Dreamed of wandering the world with sword in hand, witnessing its splendor. Youthful hearts are always a bit reckless. Now I roam the 4 seas. Brother Tonzi, I'm going to use this skill book. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the skill book. Whoosh! The skill book instantly transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Immediately afterward, a flood of unfamiliar memories, no less vivid than his own, surged into Jiang Chen's mind. Combat is a martial art form aimed at defeating and subduing opponents, derived from traditional martial arts. Combat is a violent art that embodies strength, intelligence, technique, and endurance. Martial combat can be broadly categorized into boxing, mixed martial arts, kickboxing, traditional martial arts sparring, and grappling combat. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to crawl, yet it felt like an instant had passed. By the time Jiang Chen had fully processed this memory, his gaze had undergone a profound transformation. It grew exceptionally sharp. In fact, 2 icy glints shot out from his eyes, as tangible as solid blades. It felt like those legendary masters in movies. A single glance was enough to send enemies trembling in fear, their legs turning to jelly. Snap! 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 Jiang Chen casually clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking sharply. Whoosh! Whoosh! He casually threw 2 punches into the air. The explosive crack of his fists tearing through the air startled even himself. Just as Jiang Chen was about to stand up, stretch his limbs, and casually practice a set of boxing moves on the balcony, a faint rustle of footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Immediately after, a fragrant breeze swept past. Chapter 13, The 7 Fairies of Shillong University. The next morning. Jiang Chen was fast asleep when he suddenly felt an itch on his face, as if ants were crawling across it. Swish! Jiang Chen reached up to scratch his cheek, rolled over, and went back to sleep. However, before long, the itching sensation returned to his face. Jiang Chen opened his sleepy eyes, only to find a captivatingly beautiful face staring back at him. Su Yao. A smile played at the corners of her lips as she held a strand of his hair in her fingers, tickling his cheek. Perhaps seeing Jiang Chen's eyes open, Su Yao finally couldn't help but giggle. She leaned down and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. What are you doing? Yawn. Jiang Chen yawned widely, glaring at Su Yao in annoyance before closing his eyes to try sleeping again. Husband, I'm hungry. Call the housekeeper yourself and have her bring breakfast to the room. Honey, get up and have breakfast with me. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen had a terrible case of morning grouchiness. He hated being disturbed while sleeping, and he especially hated being dragged out of bed when he was sound asleep. Seeing Jiang Chen lose his temper, Su Yao immediately froze, not daring to breathe a word, nor disturb him further. Time ticked by second. Jiang Chen had no idea how long he'd been asleep, but he was sound asleep when suddenly he felt someone gently shake his arm twice. Honey. Su Yao's high-pitched voice rang in his ears again, instantly irritating Jiang Chen to no end. Just as he was about to snap at her, Su Yao's voice drifted over again. Honey, my girlfriends are insisting on dragging me out shopping today. But I really don't want to squeeze onto the subway or the bus. Darling, could you lend me your car? Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. He immediately saw Su Yao, already dressed and accessorized, her face adorned with meticulous makeup. Your girlfriends? The 7 Fairies of Shillong University? A vision of stunningly beautiful women instantly filled Jiang Chen's mind. Su Yao had once been crowned the campus beauty queen at Shillong University. But back then, besides Su Yao, 6 other stunningly beautiful women had also made it onto the campus beauty contest shortlist. Beneath Su Yao's right eye corner sat a tear mole, lending her an air of soft allure. In the end, she narrowly defeated the other 6 beauties by a slim margin of votes, becoming the campus beauty queen of Shillong University. However, some bored pervert came up with a catchy nickname for these 7 beauties, the 7 Fairies of Shillong University. From then on, Su Yao's reputation as campus beauty faded somewhat, while the name 7 Fairies grew ever more famous. That's right. Su Yao's close-knit group of friends consisted of only 7 members, none other than the famously renowned 7 Fairies of Shillong University. But that's not the point. The real point is that thanks to Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen now has the WeChat contacts of every single one of the 7 Fairies of Shillong University. Little splash, if I brought home all 6 of the 7 fairies from Shillong University, every single one except Lu Ruyan, what kind of expression do you think Lu Ruyan would have? The moment Jiang Chen uttered those words, Su Yao froze in place. Her eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, and she stared at Jiang Chen in utter shock. Her lips trembled repeatedly, yet no words came out. What's wrong? What's with that look? Jiang Chen stretched lazily, then flopped onto his side on the bed, turning to look at Su Yao standing by the bedside with keen interest. Husband, are you joking with me? Su Yao's expression darkened, her voice trembling slightly, tinged with a hint of hurt. Little splash, I'm assigning you a task. Jiang Chen climbed off the bed and addressed Su Yao with deadpan seriousness. I want you to use every means necessary, no matter how underhanded, to lure all your girlfriends over and make them my girlfriends. Ha? Su Yao froze in shock. She bit her lip tightly, her face flushing red as 2 fiery sparks of rage flared in her beautiful eyes, threatening to erupt at any moment. However, Jiang Chen's next words froze her in place once more. Get one of them over here, and I'll give you 10 million. If you bring all 5 of them over, I'll not only give you 50 million, but I'll also give you that Ferrari LaFerrari. So, are you in or out? Silence. The bedroom fell silent. Su Yao stood frozen in place, her face frozen in utter shock, seemingly stunned by the price Jiang Chen had offered. A short while later, Su Yao suddenly pressed her lips together and asked cautiously, Husband, you're not joking, are you? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and replied, Do I look like I'm joking? Su Yao, you'll give me 10 million for every successful case? Jiang Chen, yep. Su Yao, if I take them all down at once, you'll give me 50 million plus a Ferrari LaFerrari? Jiang Chen, yep. Honey, just wait for my good news. Yao Yao won't let you down. Little splash, go for it. I'm rooting for you. Honey, can I take the Ferrari LaFerrari for a spin? Sure, go ahead. Su Yao skipped out the door, overjoyed. Jiang Chen flopped back onto the bed, ready for a quick nap. The very thought of Su Yao's money-grubbing expression made the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth twitch upward. What's wrong with a gold digger? As long as you satisfy her material needs, she'll be completely devoted to you, and her emotional investment will skyrocket. Though Lu Ruyan was also a gold digger, she was tainted. Jiang Chen had severe mental purity standards. You could be materialistic, vain, calculating, or even spoiled and willful, but you had to be pure. Once you're tainted, even if you're a heavenly maiden, Jiang Chen would never touch you. Ring ring. No sooner had Jiang Chen settled down than a frantic ringtone abruptly shattered his sweet dreams. Damn it! Who the hell is that? Don't they know disturbing someone's sleep is a damn immoral act? Swish! Jiang Chen stretched one arm out from under the covers, fumbling around on the nightstand before grabbing the phone. Caller ID, Lu Ruyan. Seeing his ex-girlfriend's name, Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly and a peculiar expression flashed across his face. Hello? The moment he answered, Lu Ruyan's furious voice erupted from the other end. Jiang Chen, you bastard. I demand to know who were you with last night? What the hell did you do? Lu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? Who I'm with is none of your business. Jiang Chen, you dare yell at me? Who gave you the nerve? I'm asking you, did you go to a hotel with Su Yao last night? Lu Ruyan, you really are sick. We're already broken up. Who I go to a hotel with is none of your damn business. Jiang Chen. Click. Jiang Chen decisively hung up the call, then blocked and deleted Lu Ruyan's phone number, followed by blocking and deleting her WeChat account as well. It seemed insufficient. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then proceeded to block and delete every single one of Lu Ruyan's contact methods. He even went so far as to change the login password for her iQIYI app membership account. Since they'd broken up, he intended to cut ties completely. Dragging things out and being indecisive? That wasn't Jiang Chen's style. As the saying goes, a good horse never eats the grass it has already grazed on. A woman who had been defiled, Jiang Chen would never touch her again. Chapter 14, Su Yao flaunts her wealth. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. After blocking and deleting every single one of Lu Ruyan's contact details, Jiang Chen casually opened his WeChat. Only then did he realize his Moments feed had exploded. The status he'd posted last night had garnered countless likes, and the comments section had reached 99 plus messages. Lu Gang, holy crap. Jiang Chen, you're something else. You're actually dating Su's campus beauty? Li Chang, Jiang Chen, weren't you planning to marry Lu Ruyan? How did you suddenly hook up with Su University's campus beauty? Yang Tao, wow. Su Da's campus queen has an amazing figure. Jiang Chen, you're one lucky guy. Zhao Wenba, Lu Ruyan just announced she's with Yang Fan, and now Jiang Chen announces he's with Su Yao? I woke up to this huge scoop today, my head's still buzzing. Somehow, everyone, check out the campus beauty's social media. Turns out Jiang Chen is a hidden rich kid. Most of the comments in the discussion section were from Jiang Chen's university classmates. Many of them were mutual friends of Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan, and Su Yao. Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan had been together for 3 years and were planning to get married soon, something many of their college classmates knew about. However, last night, Lu Ruyan posted a WeChat moment, followed immediately by one from Jiang Chen. This not only set both their social circles ablaze but also ignited the dormant 3-year-old class group chat. Swipe. Jiang Chen curiously swiped through his WeChat moments and quickly spotted that Su Yao had also posted a status update last night. Su Yao had posted a total of 9 photos. One showed Jiang Chen driving a Ferrari LaFerrari with her seated in the passenger seat. Another showed Jiang Chen getting out of the car as hotel concierge Bai Qianqian came to greet them. Photos of Jiang Chen seated at the dining table, clinking glasses with Su Yao. There was a photo of Jiang Chen entering the presidential suite, standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows admiring the night view. And intimate photos of Jiang Chen and Su Yao lying on the hotel bed, snuggling and embracing each other. Beyond that, Su Yao included an official announcement caption. Mr. Jiang, I humbly seek your guidance for the rest of my life. Emoticon, blushing, emoticon, blushing, emoticon, blushing. Of course. Su Yao's WeChat moments post garnered countless likes and comments from friends. Especially her closest girlfriends. 5 of the 7 fairies from Xilan University were the loudest in the comments section. Since Jiang Chen had already blocked and deleted Lu Ruyan's WeChat, he naturally couldn't see her comments in the section. But even a fool could guess that Lu Ruyan must be fuming with rage. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen quickly scanned the comments, finding them rather dull, so he exited WeChat and switched his phone to silent mode. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen sprawled across the 3-meter-wide bed, hugging his pillow as he drifted back into a deep, snoring sleep. It had been 3 years since Jiang Chen had last slept in. This time, he was determined to make up for 3 years of lost sleep. Meanwhile, Su Yao was speeding down the road in her Ferrari LaFerrari. Su Yao felt exceptionally elated throughout the journey. Wherever she went, she became the center of attention, drawing countless admiring glances from passers-by. Wow, wow, wow. What a sleek sports car. What a gorgeous lady. Look over there. A Ferrari LaFerrari. The lady driving it is actually a total beauty. Miss, can I add you on WeChat? Miss, I'm 18 years old, 6 feet 1 inch, ripped abs, love sports, and have incredible stamina and explosive power. Hey, sis, need a little brother? I'll be your loyal puppy. As soon as Su Yao parked her Ferrari LaFerrari near a plaza, several bold men immediately approached to strike up conversations. However, Su Yao's eyebrows shot up in disdain. Her expression instantly turned icy cold, radiating a frosty aura that repelled anyone within a mile. She rejected every single one of them. Watching their dejected retreat, a trace of scorn and disdain flickered across Su Yao's face. A bunch of penniless losers daring to set their sights on me? Why don't you take a good look at yourselves in the mirror? You worthless scum aren't even worth a single toe of Jiang Chen's. My eyes aren't blind yet. Would I ever choose you deadbeats who dream of living off others day in and day out over my own rich and powerful brother? Put. Get the hell away from me. Don't dirty my eyes. Su Yao used to be the proud queen bee of campus, long accustomed to being pursued and long accustomed to rejecting suitors. So, no matter which man approached her, Su Yao would coldly utter a single word, get lost. Simple, direct, and brutally dismissing these clueless fools. Clickety-clack. Next, Su Yao glided in with a natural catwalk stride, her face adorned with a confident smile. Head held high, chest thrust out, she strode into a nearby coffee shop. Yao Yao, you're here? As soon as Su Yao entered the cafe, she spotted her group of girlfriends gathered around a window table, all waving at her. Sorry I'm late, traffic was crazy. Su Yao smiled as she approached. The moment she sat down, she felt two icy stares piercing her from across the room. Looking up, Su Yao couldn't help but laugh. The woman sitting directly across from her, who else could it be but Lu Ruyan? Yao Yao, is that LaFerrari parked outside really Jiang Chen's? When did Jiang Chen get so rich? Yao Yao, are you really with Jiang Chen? Yao Yao, did Jiang Chen really take you out for a fancy dinner last night? Did the two of you really spend the night in the presidential suite at the Imperial International Hotel? Faced with her girlfriend's barrage of questions, Su Yao merely gave a few casual, dismissive replies before calling over the cafe waiter. May I ask, ma'am, what coffee would you like? The waitress approached Su Yao with a menu in hand, presenting it respectfully. Su Yao opened the menu and casually ordered a cup of coffee. As she handed the menu back to the waitress, Su Yao suddenly pulled out a bank card from her purse and smiled at the young waitress. Today, I'm covering the entire bill for everyone here. Holy crap! Yao Yao, you're actually showing off in front of us? Yao Yao, your show-off act is just so tacky. Just how much did Jiang Chen pay you? That he could get this proud campus beauty to willingly climb into his bed? TSK. Money talks, huh? Yao Yao, spill it, is Jiang Chen secretly some hidden super rich heir? Yeah. Hurry up and tell us, how did Jiang Chen suddenly become so rich? It wasn't just Su Yao's girlfriends who were curious, even Lu Ruyan was deeply intrigued. Who was Jiang Chen? Lu Ruyan knew better than anyone. During their 3 years together, Jiang Chen worked dawn to dusk delivering takeout. His monthly earnings never exceeded 20,000 yuan at most. Moreover, Jiang Chen handed over his entire monthly salary to her, keeping only a few hundred yuan for his own living expenses. Lu Ruyan refused to believe that Jiang Chen, who toiled like a beast of burden at the bottom rung of society, could be a hidden super rich heir. How could that be? What kind of super rich heir would subject themselves to such hardship? That's just plain crazy. So, when her girlfriends questioned Su Yao, Lu Ruyan clenched her lips, her hands balled into fists, eyes fixed intently on Su Yao without blinking. She seemed to be hoping to hear from Su Yao that Jiang Chen wasn't some rich kid at all, that this whole thing was just a joke Su Yao and Jiang Chen had deliberately played. But reality slapped Lu Ruyan hard across the face. Actually, Jiang Chen isn't an orphan. He has a grandfather who does business overseas, and his grandfather is a super rich tycoon. The moment Su Yao revealed the truth, Lu Ruyan's face drained of color. She froze in place, her mind buzzing, utterly unable to think. How could this be? Was Jiang Chen really a super rich second-generation heir? Had she just let this staggering fortune slip through her fingers? No. I refuse to believe it. This must all be a lie. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? I just broke up with Jiang Chen, and immediately he transforms into some super rich heir. Not even soap operas would dare to write this plot. This must be Jiang Chen and Su Yao teaming up to trick everyone. It has to be. Chapter 15, Get Lost. Lu Ruyan. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen, having slept until he woke naturally, climbed out of bed and stretched lazily, feeling utterly refreshed. One word, bliss. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up his phone to check the time. To his surprise, it was nearly noon. On top of that, his phone displayed dozens of missed calls. He opened his phone and casually scrolled through the notifications. Only then did he realize that in just one morning, his phone had nearly been bombarded with calls. Most of the missed calls were from his college classmates, though a few unfamiliar numbers were mixed in. Particularly one ending in 5438 had called him over 20 times. Ha! Just then, Jiang Chen's phone received another call. It was that same number ending in 5438. Since Jiang Chen had set his phone to silent mode, there was no vibration or ringtone. Only by staring at the screen could he see the incoming call. Swipe. Jiang Chen casually pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Jiang Chen, you finally decided to take my call. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a very familiar female voice came through on the other end. Damn it! Lu Ruyan. So this 438 number was you. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. The good mood he'd gained from a sound sleep was completely ruined by this call. Jiang Chen, where are you? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us, so could we meet? Let's sit down and talk calmly, okay? This time, Lu Ruyan didn't yell at Jiang Chen. Instead, she softened her tone, speaking with unusual gentleness, as if she were walking on eggshells, afraid of upsetting him. Damn it! What a slap in the face! For the entire 3 years they'd been together, Lu Ruyan had always bossed Jiang Chen around. Not only did she treat him like a beast of burden, but she rarely gave him a friendly look. Now, Jiang Chen had money in his pocket. He drives luxury cars, stays in presidential suites, feasts on gourmet meals, drinks red wine worth 300,000 yuan a bottle, bedded the former campus beauty Su Yao, and even generously gave Su Yao over 8 million yuan in spending money. Lu Ruyan was clearly green with envy. Jiang Chen had always assumed Lu Ruyan was naturally aloof, treating everyone with icy indifference. But now it was clear, it wasn't that Lu Ruyan lacked tenderness. It was that she simply didn't think Jiang Chen deserved her kindness. Lu Ruyan, we're already broken up. You have a new boyfriend, and I have a new girlfriend. I don't think there's anything left for us to talk about. Jiang Chen's tone was flat, as if speaking to a stranger neither happy nor sad, utterly unruffled. No! A shrill scream erupted from the other end of the line, Lu Ruyan's voice suddenly becoming frantic. Jiang Chen, it's not like that. Please let me explain. Explain? Jiang Chen suddenly laughed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Lu Ruyan, please get one thing straight, we're already broken up. You were the one who initiated the breakup. We have no connection left. You don't need to explain anything to me, and I don't want to hear your explanation. Silence. After a moment of quiet on the other end, Lu Ruyan spoke again. Jiang Chen, we were together for 3 whole years. 3 years of feelings, you've really just let go of all that? Please. For these 3 years, I was the only one giving. You just took advantage of my devotion, never truly loving me in return. Lu Ruyan, don't you feel ashamed saying these things now? Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, I accept your apology, but I will never forgive you. Because you're nothing but a complete jerk. You. Lu Ruyan, don't call me anymore. I'm afraid Yao Yao will get jealous after all, she's my girlfriend now. Click. Jiang Chen hung up the phone the moment he finished speaking. Damn it all to hell. People get splashed every year, but this year it's especially bad. If it weren't for seeing Jiang Chen had money, would Lu Ruyan be speaking to him in such a fawning tone? If it weren't for Jiang Chen's newfound wealth, would Lu Ruyan, who had already thrown herself into Yang Fan's arms, ever come crawling back to him? 3 years of unwavering devotion couldn't keep Lu Ruyan's heart. But the moment he had money, her heart came back? If money could buy a woman's heart, why didn't Jiang Chen choose someone beautiful, with a great figure, clean, gentle, considerate, and obedient? Why pick up a worn-out shoe like Lu Ruyan? Swish. Jiang Chen tossed his phone aside, rolled off the bed, and stretched lazily once more. Feeling a bit parched, he walked over to open the bedroom door without even bothering to put on his pajamas, clad only in a pair of loose boxers. Click. As the door swung open, Jiang Chen stepped outside. But in the next instant, his peripheral vision caught what looked like a figure standing in the living room. Swish. He whipped his head around, and a mature, curvaceous figure instantly filled his vision. Mr. Jiang, are you up? Bai Qianqian stood awkwardly in the living room, her hands clasped in front of her as she gave Jiang Chen a slight bow. But, as her gaze swept over Jiang Chen, her pretty face flushed slightly, and a hint of bashfulness seemed to flicker in her eyes. Holy crap! Jiang Chen let out an exaggerated yelp, clutching his chest as he stumbled backward into the bedroom. With a loud slam, he shut the door behind him. Bai Qianqian. A few minutes later, the bedroom door swung open again, and Jiang Chen emerged wearing a bathrobe. Seeing this, Bai Qianqian immediately stepped forward to explain, Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Miss Su instructed me this morning to wake you before noon and then supervise your lunch. I was just about to wake you when I heard you on the phone in your bedroom, so I waited in the living room for a moment. I never expected this to happen. I'm truly sorry. Bai Qianqian bowed to Jiang Chen once more, her expression tense, a faint blush still lingering on her pretty face. Though Bai Qianqian had only caught a glimpse, Jiang Chen's perfectly sculpted muscles, his V-shaped back, his defined waist, his 8-pack abs, his V-line, and the substantial assets hidden beneath his shorts, yet impossible to conceal, all had been captured by her eyes. Bai Qianqian could swear on her conscience that Jiang Chen was the most handsome, best-built young stud she'd ever laid eyes on in her life. Even she, a married woman past her prime, couldn't help but feel a flutter of attraction. If any young girl had witnessed that scene, she would have undoubtedly let out a startled scream. It's fine. Jiang Chen waved it off nonchalantly, then added, good thing I was wearing boxers. Otherwise, I'd be acting like a pervert in front of you. Jiang Chen wasn't exaggerating. That's how the law works in Dragon Country. Unless there was a valid reason, if a man dared to strip naked in front of a woman, she could absolutely press charges and win every time. Put. Bai Qianqian suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Realizing it might be a bit rude, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Mr. Jiang, you're quite the humorist. It was clearly my lack of manners. How could it be considered you being lewd? If we're assigning blame, it should be me being inappropriate toward you. Bai Qianqian trailed off abruptly, her voice cutting short as if she'd suddenly realized something. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, her exquisitely delicate face flushed crimson in an instant. Some say that heart flutters often happen in an instant. Though Jiang Chen had long sealed his heart against love, he couldn't deny that in the brief moment Bai Qianqian blushed just now, he had indeed developed an interest in this woman. A mature, voluptuous beauty, flushed and bashful. It was truly adorable. Chapter 16, Single Mom. Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the presidential suite. As the saying goes, a cigarette after a meal is pure bliss. Jiang Chen stretched lazily on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and began puffing away leisurely. Just then, Bai Qianqian suddenly approached. She bowed slightly, her voice gentle and respectful as she inquired, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any plans for this afternoon?" Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. The 3 draws late last night seemed to have won him a standalone villa. What if? Why not go check out that villa now? Better familiarize myself with the location now, lest I forget where my home is later. Mr. Bai, could you arrange a car for me? I need to run some errands this afternoon. Jiang Chen immediately stubbed out his cigarette, then rose and headed toward the bedroom, intending to change clothes before going out. Certainly, I'll have a car ready for you immediately. Bai Qianqian nodded and promptly pulled out a walkie-talkie from behind her back, quickly contacting the hotel's driver team. 20 minutes later. At the entrance of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, a Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up in front of Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wore the hotel chauffeur's service uniform with white gloves. His earnest smile gave him a friendly appearance. Bai Qianqian walked over to open the door, then held her hand above it to prevent Jiang Chen from bumping his head while getting in. Thank you. Jiang Chen politely thanked him before climbing into the car. You're welcome. It's my job. Bai Qianqian smiled faintly and made to close the door. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly spoke up, "Butler Bai, please come with me. I happen to need your assistance with something." Certainly. Bai Qianqian paused slightly, but without overthinking it, she climbed into the car and sat beside Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, then began to discreetly observe Bai Qianqian beside him. Mr. Jiang, where are we headed now? Driver old Jiang's voice drifted over from the front seat. Jiang Chen quickly dismissed his wandering thoughts and instructed the driver, old Zhang, Phoenix Villa. Understood. Driver old Zhang nodded, then reminded him, Mr. Jiang, hold on tight. We're pulling out now. On the road. Jiang Chen had intended to play with his phone for a bit. But Bai Qianqian couldn't help asking curiously, Mr. Jiang, are you visiting a friend at Phoenix Villa? No. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile and replied, I bought a villa at Phoenix Villa. I'm just going over to familiarize myself with the place so I won't get lost finding my way home later. After saying this, Jiang Chen opened the document folder he carried with him, took out the property deed inside, and handed it directly to Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian instinctively took the deed, flipped it open, and froze instantly. Phoenix Villa was renowned as a wealthy enclave in Xilan City. The cheapest villa there cost over 100 million long nation currency, and those in prime locations commanded prices that multiplied exponentially. Bai Qianqian knew Jiang Chen was wealthy. Though he dressed plainly, he drove a Ferrari LaFerrari, stayed in presidential suites, and casually spent $500,000 on a single meal, clearly a wealthy playboy. But Bai Qianqian never imagined Jiang Chen had actually purchased Villa No. 1 at Phoenix Manor. This was the crown jewel of Phoenix Villa. Rumor had it the villa had been inflated to a staggering 1 billion long nation currency, yet countless tycoons were still scrambling desperately to secure it. Who would have thought? The owner of this villa was sitting right beside Bai Qianqian at that very moment, and he was so young and handsome. Faced with such a promising young man, Bai Qianqian would be lying if she claimed she wasn't the slightest bit tempted. Mr. Bai, are you married? Just then, Jiang Chen's voice drifted over from nearby. Bai Qianqian hastily closed the property deed, a flicker of unease crossing her face. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her lips trembling slightly as she replied in a tone tinged with self-consciousness, Mr. Jiang, I'm a divorced woman with a 5-year-old daughter. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. A divorced woman? A single mother? Heh, I happen to adore children, especially those in kindergarten. They're simply adorable. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, showing no trace of prejudice or mockery toward Bai Qianqian for being a single mother. Is that so? Bai Qianqian's eyes lit up briefly, but quickly dimmed again. Her lips trembled several times, her expression hesitant, as if something was difficult to voice. Noticing this, Jiang Chen asked curiously, Butler Bai, what's wrong? Nothing. Bai Qianqian shot Jiang Chen a glance before quickly averting her eyes, her face clouding over with a look of conflict and hesitation. Though Jiang Chen was deeply curious, he knew better than to press her if she chose not to speak. However, just as Jiang Chen pulled out his phone to scroll through short videos, Bai Qianqian's voice drifted over again. Mr. Jiang, could I ask you for a favor? Hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly looked up at Bai Qianqian, who stood before him, her lips tightly pressed together, fists clenched, and her face flushed crimson. What is it? Jiang Chen put down his phone, consciously softening his tone. Seeing her struggle and hesitation, he knew immediately that this woman must be facing some kind of difficulty. Swish. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's kindness, Bai Qianqian's eyes reddened as her voice trembled. Mr. Jiang, my daughter has a serious illness. The doctor said it's aplastic anemia. She needs a bone marrow transplant to be cured. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged, but inside, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Just moments ago, he'd been pondering whether to find an opportunity to connect with Bai Qianqian's daughter first to win the child's favor and then make his move on the mother. Now it seemed that plan was unnecessary. When the opportunity was practically handed to him on a silver platter, how could he refuse? How much will it cost? Jiang Chen's brief question struck Bai Qianqian's ears like heavenly music, instantly igniting hope in the single mother's heart. Mr. Jiang, I. Overwhelmed by emotion, Bai Qianqian momentarily lost her words, her gratitude turning into stammering. The doctor said, at least 500,000 yuan for the surgery. Her voice trailed off as she spoke, her head bowing low. The sheer magnitude of the sum seemed overwhelming. Jiang Chen was a complete stranger, why would he lend her money? But Jiang Chen pulled out his phone and said to Bai Qianqian, send me your bank account number. I'll transfer the money directly. Ha! Bai Qianqian froze for a moment before tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. Rest assured, I will definitely pay you back. You're welcome. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm, but a mischievous glint flashed briefly in his eyes. Pay it back? Who said you had to pay it back? We're all adults here, can't you understand the rules? Chapter 17, Lu Ruyan's jealousy runs wild. Huajin Center Mall. In Xilan City, this mall was undoubtedly one of the top international luxury shopping destinations. Not only does it house top domestic brands, but it also gathers dozens of flagship stores from world-renowned labels. Virtually any luxury boutique you can imagine has a presence here. It could be said that this mall was the shopping mecca that every spendthrift woman in Xilan City dreamed of. Lu Ruyan's emotions were incredibly complex at that moment. Earlier that afternoon, Su Yao had treated her girlfriends to a lavish lunch before eagerly dragging them straight to this mall. Next, Su Yao went on a shopping spree at various luxury boutiques. Lu Ruyan and the other girlfriends could only watch with envious, jealous stares as Su Yao kept swiping her card, even having to act as her personal bag carrier. Fortunately, Su Yao was quite generous. She walked into the Louis Vuitton boutique, waved her hand, and bought each of her 6 friends a bag. Lu Ruyan received a rose-patterned handbag. Glancing at the price tag, she was stunned to see it was 128,888 yuan. The other handbags her friends received were similarly priced. In other words, Su Yao had just handed out over 700,000 yuan without batting an eye. One word, extravagant. Of course. Lu Ruyan understood perfectly well that Su Yao was spending Jiang Chen's money. Had she not broken up with Jiang Chen, the woman now splurging wildly in luxury boutiques treating money like water, spending recklessly and extravagantly should have been her. Swish. Holding the rose-patterned handbag, Lu Ruyan surreptitiously observed her girlfriend's expressions. Suddenly, she noticed their eyes gleaming with admiration. It seemed they were all deeply shocked by Su Yao's extravagant behavior. Regret. Extreme regret. Lu Ruyan felt like she could bite her tongue off in regret. She learned from Su Yao that Jiang Chen had been completely unaware of his wealthy grandfather until the very day she broke up with him, the day that wealthy grandfather happened to make contact with Jiang Chen. How could things be so coincidental? Why hadn't this wealthy grandfather contacted Jiang Chen just one day earlier? Why did he find Jiang Chen immediately after she broke up with him? Was it fate that she couldn't grasp this overwhelming fortune, forced to watch helplessly as it slipped through her fingers and into someone else's hands? Unwilling to accept this, Lu Ruyan seized the moment while heading to the restroom to call Jiang Chen, desperate to reconcile. But Jiang Chen unleashed a torrent of scathing insults, making it crystal clear he would never forgive her. At that moment, Lu Ruyan truly panicked. She believed that after 3 years together, Jiang Chen must have feelings for her. How could he just stop loving her like that? Besides, she'd only made a mistake common to women everywhere. Why couldn't Jiang Chen forgive her? She could promise to sever all ties with Yang Fan from now on, to be his devoted little wife, to be twice as good to him. Why wouldn't Jiang Chen give her one more chance? Men really are heartless creatures. She'd spent 3 whole years with him, squandering the most precious years of her youth on him. And in the end? In the end, I didn't get a single benefit. Meanwhile, that little vixen Su Yao, she did nothing but climb into Jiang Chen's bed once, and now he's pampering her like she's royalty. Driving luxury cars, sipping Lafite, staying in presidential suites, buying any luxury item she fancies, her nose is practically in the clouds. Why? Why does Su Yao get to enjoy all this? Why can't I, Jiang Chen's legitimate girlfriend, enjoy any of this? Instead, I have to silently trail behind Su Yao, watching her flaunt everything, even acting as her personal bag carrier? Ring ring. Just then, Lu Ruyan's phone rang. Caller ID, Young Fan. The moment she saw Young Fan's name, a wave of irritation washed over Lu Ruyan. Last night. If she hadn't been drunk and her mind clouded, how could she have followed Young Fan to the hotel in such a dazed state? If she hadn't slept with Yang Fan, making the situation irreversible, and if it weren't for his sweet talk, how could she have posted that WeChat Moments announcement in the dead of night? If she hadn't posted that status, Jiang Chen would never have known she'd slept with Yang Fan. In fact, if only Lu Ruyan hadn't been so impatient, if she'd waited just one more day to break up with Jiang Chen, or accepted Young Fan's invitation a day later, or gone to the hotel with him a day later, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Then there might still be a chance to salvage her relationship with Jiang Chen. The thought only made Lu Ruyan feel even more irritated. Without another word, she hung up on Yang Fan's call, her heart brimming with resentment toward him. Yang Fan, you bastard. If you'd already left the country, why did you come back? If you had to come back, why did you have to contact me secretly? You were the one who ended things back then, and now you come begging me to get back together. How could I have been so foolish as to agree? Jiang Chen has been so good to me, caring for me so meticulously these past 3 years. How could I have been so blind not to see it? Could it be that I really am the kind of person Jiang Chen says I am, a splashy person? Beep. Just then, Lu Ruyan's WeChat buzzed with a new message from Yang Fan. Yang Fan, baby, what are you up to? Why didn't you pick up when I called? Seeing the message, Lu Ruyan's eyelids fluttered slightly. She gripped her phone, typing out a few words before deleting them. She typed again, only to delete once more. After this back and forth, Lu Ruyan finally composed and sent a message. Lu Ruyan, in a meeting right now, couldn't take your call. Yang Fan, oh, then go ahead and focus on your work. I'll reach out later. Staring blankly at Yang Fan's second message, Lu Ruyan clutched her phone as her gaze gradually lost focus. Her thoughts drifted off to who knows where, leaving her unresponsive for a long while. Ruyan, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and catch up. Just then, a crisp voice called out from ahead. Lu Ruyan snapped her head up, just in time to see Su Yao strutting into a women's lingerie boutique with her group of girlfriends. C. Gilson. Known in Chinese as Gilson. Ranked number 1 among the world's top 10 luxury women's lingerie brands. Rumor had it that even the cheapest lingerie in this store cost tens of thousands, while the most expensive pieces could reach hundreds of thousands. Whoosh. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red. Why should she? Why should that little brat Su Yao get to wear high-end lingerie costing tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands? Why the hell can't I wear anything but ordinary underwear costing a few hundred yuan? Does Su Yao's chest cost more than everyone else's? Does Su Yao's private area have diamonds embedded in it? How much money did Jiang Chen actually give her? Why hasn't her credit card been maxed out yet? Look at her smug little face. This is driving me crazy. Chapter 18, Our Duty, We Must Not Shirk. Meanwhile, inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Bai Qianqian received Jiang Chen's 500,000 yuan transfer, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Lately, she'd been begging for loans, turning to nearly every relative and friend she knew. Yet no one was willing to lend her a penny. Yet, she had merely mentioned it to Jiang Chen, and he had immediately transferred the money to her. Consider this, she and Jiang Chen had only met the day before. They weren't even friends. Yet this stranger, upon hearing her daughter was gravely ill, transferred 500,000 yuan without hesitation, not even asking for a promissory note. While this sum meant little to Jiang Chen, for Bai Qianqian, it was her daughter's lifeline. So, how could Bai Qianqian not be deeply moved? Next, Bai Qianqian transferred the money to her parents at the hospital and urged them to pay the surgery fees immediately so the doctors could schedule the operation for her daughter as soon as possible. After completing all this, Bai Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her face radiating gratitude as she once again expressed her heartfelt thanks to Jiang Chen. Mrs. Bai, I'm a bit curious, please forgive my boldness in asking. Jiang Chen hadn't intended to pry, but his curiosity was overwhelming. Coupled with his growing interest in Bai Qianqian, he voiced the question on his mind. Logically speaking, as the butler of a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, your monthly salary must be quite substantial, right? Also, when you divorced your ex-husband, you must have received a share of the assets, right? Even if we take a step back, your child is sick. The child's father has an obligation to contribute to the medical expenses. How could he not care about his own child? All things considered, I'm genuinely curious, how could you not even scrape together 500,000 yuan for the surgery? After hearing Jiang Chen's words, a bitter expression immediately appeared on Bai Qianqian's face. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and sighed softly. Mr. Jiang, I won't hide this from you. If it weren't for my ex-husband, how could I have ended up in this situation? What do you mean? Jiang Chen's interest was instantly piqued. He shifted his body, turning to look at Bai Qianqian with genuine curiosity. His eyes sparkled like little stars, bright and twinkling with interest. Put. Bai Qianqian had been feeling down, but seeing Jiang Chen's wide-eyed curiosity instantly made her laugh. This woman had a very low laugh threshold. Women with such a low laugh threshold are usually pure and kind-hearted, without much scheming or guile, and generally optimistic. But such women are also incredibly fragile inside. Ha! Bai Qianqian took a deep breath, composed herself, and then slowly began to speak. My ex-husband was the owner of a small company. At the time, he had a car, a house, savings. His financial situation was pretty decent. But after we got married, I discovered he was a compulsive gambler. At first, he just played mahjong occasionally, betting small amounts, so I didn't think much of it. After I got pregnant, he started staying out all night, renting rooms with his group of deadbeat buddies to gamble day and night. After I gave birth to our daughter, I learned he'd escalated his gambling. Not only did he squander our entire fortune, but he also racked up a massive debt with loan sharks. At this point, Bai Qianqian's eyes reddened again. Zhang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Gambling really is a deadly vice. Huff. Taking another deep breath, Bai Qianqian continued, what I never could have imagined was that not only did he refuse to listen to my pleas, but he kept borrowing money to gamble. He even pushed me out to deal with the creditors who came knocking. He wanted me to sleep with them to offset some of the interest. Thankfully, I called the police beforehand. Otherwise. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but curse. Was your ex-husband possessed? Is this something a human being would do? He's worse than an animal. Tears finally spilled from Bai Qianqian's eyes. She bit her lip tightly, her face pale, a flash of sorrow in her eyes that made her look like a pitiful woman abandoned without mercy in a soap opera. Zhang Chen knew his chance to exploit her vulnerability had arrived. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Zhang Chen suddenly reached out a hand and gently pulled Bai Qianqian into his embrace. Bai Qianqian froze for a moment. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already nestled against Zhang Chen's chest. He gently patted her back, just as he would soothe his own daughter, his movements exceptionally tender and cautious, as if afraid of hurting her. Swish! In that instant, Bai Qianqian's lovely face flushed a deep crimson. She desperately wanted to struggle free from Zhang Chen's embrace. After all, their relationship wasn't that intimate yet, and their current position felt far too suggestive. But Zhang Chen's embrace felt so incredibly warm. Deep within Bai Qianqian's heart, a faint sense of reluctance to leave stirred. What should she do? Should she push Zhang Chen away? After all, we'd only known each other for less than 2 days. Holding each other like this could easily lead to misunderstandings. Besides, Zhang Chen already has a girlfriend. Wasn't it a bit shameless of me to be leaning against someone else's boyfriend like this? Sister Qianqian, what happened next? How's your ex-husband doing now? Just then, Zhang Chen's gentle voice drifted into Bai Qianqian's ears. Hearing the nickname Sister Qianqian sent an inexplicable flutter through Bai Qianqian's heart, making her cheeks burn even hotter. It must be said that by switching from Bai manager to Sister Qianqian, Zhang Chen instantly closed the distance between them by a significant leap. Bai Qianqian even deluded herself into thinking that since Zhang Chen had called her sister, it was perfectly natural for a sister to lean into her brother's embrace for a moment. And so, after a moment's hesitation, Bai Qianqian didn't pull away from Zhang Chen's embrace. She let him hold her, greedily savoring the warmth his arms offered her. After our divorce, the court ruled I wasn't liable for a single penny of his debts. But he'd already gambled away the entire family fortune, so I didn't receive a single cent of the assets either. I thought that would be the end of our connection. But then one day, under the pretense of visiting our daughter, he secretly took my bank card and withdrew every last cent from my account. When I discovered it, I immediately called the police, but he had already fled with all my savings and vanished without a trace. Later, my daughter fell seriously ill, and I had to borrow money everywhere. But neither relatives nor friends would lend me a penny. Hearing this, Zhang Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Bai Qianqian. A gambling husband, a sick child, heartless relatives, and a shattered woman. Alright. A woman like this desperately needed a man who was dependable, capable, responsible, and reliable, someone who could heal the wounds in her heart. As it happened, Zhang Chen fit the bill perfectly. No more words needed. Rescuing a woman in distress from the depths of suffering is our unshirkable duty. Leave this monumental task to me. Chapter 19, Private Butler. Phoenix Manor. The main gate of Villa Number 1. Zhang Chen merely leaned his head out the car window and scanned his face at the gate system from a distance. The iron gate swung open automatically. This was a 5-story detached mansion, with 3 floors above ground and 2 below. The entire property covered well over 5,000 square meters, with the building area alone exceeding 2,000 square meters. The front yard featured a large garden with a small fountain plaza at its center. The rear yard housed a temperature-controlled swimming pool, flanked by a grassy area perfect for barbecues, where several tents were pitched. To the left of the villa was a tennis court, while to the right stood a separate garage building and a helipad. This isn't just a villa. It's clearly a small estate. Beyond that, the entire villa is fully furnished with appliances, household items, and everything else needed for daily living. The overall decor of the villa is in a modern style that Zhang Chen particularly favors. 3F, master bedroom, secondary bedroom, study, collection room, living room, terrace. 2F, elderly room, children's room, guest room, multipurpose hall, shared bathroom, balcony. 1F, living room, dining room, kitchen, shared bathroom, maid's room, tea room, gym. 1F, staff quarters, laundry room, storage room, utility room, miscellaneous storage. 2F, sauna room, massage room, home theater, mini KTV, billiards room, etc. This villa was simply enormous, and with 2 elevators installed, it took Jiang Chen over an hour to tour every single room. After touring the villa, Jiang Chen made his way to the living room on the first floor and sank into the sofa. Sister Qian, with a villa this big, how many servants should I hire to manage it properly? Looking at the empty, sprawling villa, Jiang Chen shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation, suddenly worried about the financial toll. Mr. Jiang, if it's just you and your girlfriend living here, I believe hiring 8 maids would be sufficient to manage the entire villa. Bai Qian analyzed the situation with her professional eye and offered a fairly reasonable answer. Sister Qian, when there are no outsiders around, why don't you just call me by my name? Calling me Mr. Yi Jiang all the time feels too formal. Jiang Chen shot Bai Qian a peculiar look. Just moments ago in the car, they'd been hugging and cuddling, looking incredibly intimate. Yet the moment they stepped out, Bai Qian instantly created distance between herself and Jiang Chen, adopting a serious professional demeanor. Well, alright then. Bai Qian's pretty face flushed slightly. Perhaps she found Jiang Chen approachable, sensing no trace of the spoiled playboy's bad habits in him. Gathering her courage, she called out, Jiang Chen. Sis Qian, how about you become my housekeeper? I'll pay you a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. What do you say? Jiang Chen suddenly looked at Bai Qian with genuine earnestness, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Ha! Bai Qian froze in place. Although she had earned her professional butler certification and secured a position at the Imperial International Hotel as the exclusive butler for the presidential suite, her monthly salary was only around 15,000 yuan. Jiang Chen was offering 100,000 yuan a month. So, the first thought that flashed through Bai Qian's mind was that Jiang Chen wanted to hire her as his personal companion. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice drifted over again. Sister Qian, if you think the salary is too low, I can raise it. How about 200,000 yuan a month, plus red envelopes and bonuses during holidays? What do you say? After hearing Jiang Chen's offer, Bai Qian became even more certain that he was trying to take advantage of her. At that moment, Bai Qian's heartbeat suddenly quickened and her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. Having worked in this industry for many years, Bai Qian knew full well the unspoken rules that often came with it. How could an ordinary housekeeper possibly earn such a high salary? Only female housekeepers who provided special services to their employers could command such a high salary. The Bai Qian of the past had always held firm to her principles, refusing to take shortcuts. But, after her divorce, Bai Qian found herself not only raising her young daughter alone but also caring for her aging parents. As a woman, she was truly struggling to keep going, so the idea of taking shortcuts gradually began to take root in her mind. But, Bai Qian had very high standards. Though she often encountered wealthy individuals, most were middle-aged men with potbellies, greasy hair, and flabby ears. Such men only made her feel disgusted. She couldn't bring herself to lower herself to that level. As for the young rich second-generation types, Bai Qian rarely encountered them. Even if she did come across one or two occasionally, they wouldn't give her the time of day. After all, young rich kids were surrounded by beautiful women of every type. She was already 30 years old and a divorced woman. She simply couldn't compete with those young, pretty girls. So, this shortcut had always eluded Bai Qian. Now the opportunity had presented itself. Jiang Chen had extended an olive branch to her. While thrilled, Bai Qian couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. After all, she had been a model daughter her entire life, remained dutifully married, and even after her divorce, had kept herself pure and virtuous. She had never done anything so shameful. What should she do? Should she accept Jiang Chen's offer? Bai Qian couldn't deny it. Jiang Chen was young, handsome, wealthy, generous, gentle, kind. Every single one of his virtues held immense appeal for her. She also understood that if she missed this chance, she might never encounter another opportunity like it. And so, after a moment's hesitation, Bai Qian shot Jiang Chen a quick glance, then bit her lip tightly. Her lovely face flushed crimson as she nodded and said, "Alright, I can be your personal butler." As she uttered the words personal butler, Bai Qian's voice grew softer, her cheeks flushed deeper, and her eyes nearly glazed over. Great! Jiang Chen grinned widely, completely oblivious to the peculiar expression on Bai Qian's face. Since Jiang Chen had no clue about the real world, he'd always seen butlers in those cheesy CEO soap operas portrayed as super impressive, so he assumed their salaries must be sky high. That's why he tentatively offered a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. But Bai Qian didn't immediately agree. Instead, she stood there hesitating. Thinking she found the offer too low, Jiang Chen quickly doubled it to 200,000. Swish! To avoid any delays, Jiang Chen impatiently pulled out his phone and transferred 2.4 million yuan directly to Bai Qian's bank account. Sister Qian, I'm advancing you a year's salary. From now on, you belong to me. Hearing this, Bai Qianqian froze for a moment before hurriedly protesting, Young Master Jiang, you don't need to advance me so much salary. Also, I borrowed 500,000 from you earlier, I absolutely must repay that. But then, Jiang Chen casually waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I never intended to ask for repayment anyway. Since you're now my personal butler, consider that 500,000 I lent you earlier as your early year-end bonus. Silence. The living room fell completely silent. Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a sharp sting in her nose and a warmth in her eyes, nearly unable to hold back the tears welling up. So, Jiang Chen never intended for her to repay that 500,000 yuan. She was just a divorced woman, burdened with a child to raise, and at her age, she couldn't compare to young girls. She was utterly unworthy of the handsome, wealthy Jiang Chen. What possible merit could she have to earn Jiang Chen's favor? In that moment, a shameful thought suddenly took root in Bai Qianqian's mind. Since Jiang Chen is so kind to me, I must prove myself worthy and strive to satisfy him. Chapter 20, The Spicy Girl Next Door. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 1. Jiang Chen didn't plan to move into this villa right away. After all, he'd booked the presidential suite at the Imperial International Hotel for 7 solid days. Over 600,000 yuan in room charges. Wouldn't it be a waste not to stay? Plus, Bai Qianqian was hiring maids, gardeners, cooks, and other staff for the villa, which would take time. Therefore, Jiang Chen planned to officially move into the villa 5 days later. Young Master Jiang, shall we head back to the hotel now? After agreeing to be Jiang Chen's personal butler, Bai Qianqian switched from addressing him as Mr. Jiang to Young Master Jiang. Jiang Chen didn't mind, it was just a title after all. If possible, he'd prefer this mature, curvaceous older woman by his side to call him Dad. It's still early. Let's go to the hospital first. I want to see your daughter. At these words, Bai Qianqian instantly felt a bit embarrassed. But the thought of soon becoming Jiang Chen's personal butler made Bai Qianqian hesitate for a moment before she gently nodded. The room. Driver old Zhang slammed his foot on the accelerator, sending the Rolls-Royce Phantom hurtling toward the front gate. However, an unexpected incident occurred. The moment the car passed through the gates, a bright red sports car suddenly sped toward them from the left. Squeal! Driver old Zhang reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes and bringing the car to an abrupt halt. Squeal! Fortunately, the sports car driver reacted just as quickly, slamming on the brakes. In the end, the two vehicles came within a mere 0.1 meters of colliding. Clunk! Old Zhang was still reeling from the shock when the sports car door suddenly swung open. A petite, fiery young woman leaped out. She looked only 17 or 18, with an innocent and cute face, but her figure was extremely hot. She wore a black, sleeveless, form-fitting top that revealed her delicate shoulders and a waist that looked like it could be grasped in one hand. Her ample bust, at least a 36D, was accentuated by the tight top, creating an almost bursting effect, while her defined abdominal muscles were clearly visible. Her lower body was clad in black leather hot pants, her feet in black mid-calf leather boots, and her snow-white legs stretched out before her, catching the eye instantly. Baby face with killer curves. That was the first impression the little hottie made on Jiang Chen. Tap tap tap. The fiery young woman stormed over, tapped on the driver's side window of the Rolls-Royce, and snapped, "Hey! What kind of driving is that? Do you realize you nearly hit this lady just now?" Driver old Zhang wiped sweat from his brow, turned to Jiang Chen, and apologized sheepishly, "Mr. Jiang, my deepest apologies for the inconvenience. I'll handle this immediately." After saying this, old Zhang hurriedly opened the door and stepped out, repeatedly bowing and nodding apologetically to the young woman. There was nothing he could do. Old Zhang knew full well that anyone living in Phoenix Villa was either wealthy or influential. He was just a lowly driver, he couldn't afford to offend anyone here. Therefore, even if it wasn't his fault just now, he could only swallow his pride and obediently apologize to the other party. But the young lady seemed to be in a particularly foul mood today. Even faced with old Zhang's bowing and scraping, his sincere apology, she still wouldn't let it go. Knock knock knock. The fiery young woman walked over and tapped on the rear window of the Rolls-Royce, seemingly looking for trouble with Jiang Chen. Damn it! Jiang Chen's temper flared instantly. He muttered under his breath, then immediately opened the door and stepped out. "You!" The young woman was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, but the moment she saw the incredibly handsome man stepping out of the car, she froze in place. "Little lady, my driver already apologized to you. Besides, it wasn't his fault in the first place. What more do you want?" Jiang Chen shot the young woman a displeased glare, his mind made up. If this little minx dared to utter another word of complaint, he'd pin her across his lap and give her a good spanking. If your parents won't teach you manners, society will. So you're my new neighbor? To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, the young woman didn't continue cursing. Instead, she turned to him with a look of genuine interest. Neighbor? Who's your neighbor? Jiang Chen froze, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over him. The young girl pointed to Villa number 2 nearby and said to Jiang Chen, "I live there, you live here, aren't we neighbors?" "Hey! Little brat! If you knew I was your neighbor, why did you just now get all worked up and yell at my driver? Didn't your parents teach you that neighbors should get along and help each other? Jiang Chen wasn't sure which word had crossed the line, but the young woman's expression, which had just cleared up like clouds parting, now turned cloudy again. What my parents taught me is none of your damn business. The feisty girl glared at Jiang Chen, then crossed her arms, her tone dripping with arrogance. Let me ask you this, what does your family do? How did you end up in Villa number 1? I've never seen you around the upper crust of Shilan City's elite circles. Why is that? Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh at her attitude. Was she interrogating a criminal? Does she even know the meaning of manners? Seems like this little minx really is a spoiled brat who needs some discipline. Jiang Chen calmly appraised the young woman, then glanced at the Porsche 918 behind her, and finally looked toward Villa number 2 in the distance. His mind immediately began racing. It was obvious. All signs pointed to the girl before him being a spoiled, arrogant rich kid. If Jiang Chen didn't handle this properly and ended up offending the brat, it would surely bring him a lot of trouble. But after breaking up with Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen had just learned to stand tall and straighten his back, becoming a man who would rather break than bend. Now, if he were asked to back down to some little brat, he simply couldn't do it. Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you deaf or mute? Just then, the young woman's voice drifted over again. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Listen up, little brat. He clenched his fists, making a thunderous cracking sound, then offered a forced smile. I'm the boss of Oxhead Bay in Shilan City. They call me the Rainy Night Butcher. My brothers in the underworld respect me enough to address me as Butcher Master. Now, little girl, what line of work are you in? Spit out your name. Butcher never kills nameless fools. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's fierce expression and the murderous intent in his eyes that startled the young woman before him. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her face frozen in shock, panic flickering in her eyes. You're a gang boss? The moment the young woman uttered those words, Jiang Chen nearly burst out laughing. He hadn't expected his offhand fabrication to be taken so seriously. Was she naive? Or just plain dumb? But Jiang Chen was laughing inside, but his expression remained unchanged, still as menacing as ever. That's right. I was wielding a cleaver on the streets at 12, and by 18, I'd taken over Oxhead Bay. The blood on my hands is thicker than the meals you've ever eaten. Little brat, I advise you not to piss me off. Otherwise, I'll sell you to the Red Romance nightclub and make you spend the rest of your life. Before Jiang Chen could finish, the fiery young woman suddenly shrieked and bolted toward her Porsche 918. Door open, get in, door shut. Ignition, acceleration, departure. Under Jiang Chen's stunned gaze, a hot chick didn't dare utter a peep before speeding away at breakneck speed. Jiang Chen. Chapter 21, Roadside Robbery. Phoenix Villa. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly rolled out of the villa compound's gates. Jiang Chen, seated inside, was just about to pull out his phone for a moment of entertainment when Bai Qianqian's faint, hesitant voice reached his ears. Young Master Jiang, are you really involved in the underworld? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. He set his phone aside, a wry smile on his face. Sister Qianqian, couldn't you tell I was just scaring that little brat? Phew. He clearly heard Bai Qianqian exhale deeply. Jiang Chen turned to look and caught Bai Qianqian placing her small hand over her chest, patting it gently a few times. Her previously furrowed brows relaxed. Young Master Jiang, you sounded so convincing just now, I almost believed you myself. Seeming to notice Jiang Chen's gaze, Bai Qianqian shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, as if trying to hide her embarrassment. Ha! Jiang Chen chuckled softly before explaining, Bullhead Bay is a famous market in the old district. I used to shop there often, and I haggled fiercely with nearly every vendor. So the vendors all called me the boss of Nutuan. At his words, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but burst out laughing. After laughing for a moment, she asked curiously, what about Rainy Night Butcher? Is that another nickname of yours? No. Jiang Chen shook his head and replied with a straight face, there's a butcher named Xiao at Nutuan Market. It always rains whenever he slaughters pigs, so everyone affectionately calls him the Rainy Night Butcher. I just borrowed his moniker, never expected it to work so well. Ha! After hearing Jiang Chen's explanation, Bai Qianqian burst into laughter again, even louder than before. Her laughter caused her ample 36D bust to rise and fall, trembling slightly. Jiang Chen's gaze was instantly drawn to them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Mid-laugh, Bai Qianqian suddenly sensed something off about Jiang Chen's gaze. After a moment of startlement, Bai Qianqian instinctively followed his gaze downward. Instantly, her lovely face flushed crimson. Mr. Jiang, you. Bai Qianqian quickly sat up straight, but before she could finish her sentence, the sharp screech of brakes pierced her ears. At the same time, old Zhang, the driver, seemed to jerk the steering wheel violently, sending the entire car hurtling into a sharp left turn. Due to the force of inertia, Bai Qianqian's entire body lurched toward Jiang Chen, ultimately crashing into his arms. What a coincidence! Jiang Chen had just instinctively raised one hand, fingers splayed, as if reaching for the nearby armrest to steady himself. But Bai Qianqian beat him to it, throwing herself into his arms. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't reach the armrest. So big. Barbie-like bounce. Not a bit less impressive than Su Yao's. The thought flashed through Jiang Chen's mind just as the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a sudden halt. Mr. Jiang, it seems we just encountered an accident. Driver old Jiang's voice came from the front seat. In that instant, Bai Qianqian sprang from Jiang Chen's embrace like a startled rabbit. She hurriedly returned to her seat, head bowed as she frantically smoothed out her clothes. But Jiang Chen clearly saw Bai Qianqian's pretty face flushed crimson, so red it looked like it might bleed. Did it have to be this dramatic? I merely accidentally hit you with a cloud-sweeping palm. You're a mother now, yet you still act like a little girl, blushing and getting shy at the drop of a hat? Swish. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly. He didn't look back at the flushed, bashful Bai Qianqian. Instead, he turned and glanced toward the rear of the vehicle. What he saw left him speechless. On the road behind them, a bright red Porsche 918 had collided head-on with a silver-gray minivan. From Jiang Chen's vantage point, he could clearly see the van's doors suddenly burst open. A group of masked men leaped out. In an instant, the masked men swarmed forward, completely surrounding the Porsche 918. But it didn't stop there. A burly masked man violently yanked open the Porsche 918's door and dragged a scantily clad young woman out of the car. That's right. This girl was none other than the sassy young woman who had just clashed with Jiang Chen. And that group of masked men? They were clearly kidnappers. Kidnapping? A rich girl being kidnapped? The thought barely flashed through Jiang Chen's mind when he saw the feisty girl get yanked by the hair by the masked thug, who then dragged her forcefully toward the van. At that very moment, the young woman, summoning courage from somewhere, suddenly kicked the masked man squarely in the groin. He let out a piercing scream and collapsed to his knees in agony. Seizing the chance, the young woman suddenly took off running. Perhaps in her panic, she stumbled and fell down the slope beside the road. But driven by a powerful will to survive, she ignored the pain and immediately scrambled back to her feet, sprinting toward a small grove of trees beside the road. Seeing her attempt to escape, the masked robbers leaped off the road and gave chase. Holy! Is this a movie set? Witnessing this dramatic scene unfold before his eyes, Jiang Chen's first thought was that this must be a movie shoot. However, when Jiang Chen scanned the area and found no cameras in sight, it suddenly dawned on him. Holy! This isn't a movie set. The hot chick was genuinely being kidnapped. Young Master Jiang, should we call the police? Bai Qianqian had witnessed everything that just happened. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed the emergency number, but instead of hitting send right away, she turned to Jiang Chen for his opinion. Sis Qianqian, you call the police. I'll go check out the situation. After tossing out those words, Jiang Chen immediately jumped out of the car and sprinted toward the direction the hot chick had fled. Young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang. Don't go, it's dangerous. Bai Qianqian desperately wanted to stop Jiang Chen from wading into this mess. After all, there were 5 masked robbers across the way, each a burly, muscular brute, and it was unclear whether they were armed. Jiang Chen was alone and unarmed. 1 against 5. How could Jiang Chen possibly stand a chance against the robbers? Wasn't this tantamount to suicide? But Jiang Chen's movements were blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he darted into the nearby grove and vanished without a trace. Watching this unfold, Bai Qianqian's heart leapt into her throat. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to the driver, Old Zhang, and said, Old Zhang, call the police. I'm going to chase after him and see what's going on. Ignoring Old Zhang's protests, Bai Qianqian gritted her teeth, leaped down the slope, and sprinted toward the grove. Driver Old Zhang. Chapter 22, Pentakill. You, don't come any closer. All of you, get lost. The moment Jiang Chen entered the grove, he heard the young woman's shouts from ahead. Whoosh! Jiang Chen immediately softened his footsteps, held his breath, and swiftly crept toward the source of the sound, moving silently. He skirted around a large tree. Crouching behind a clump of bushes. Parting the tangled weeds blocking his view. Jiang Chen finally caught sight of the backs of 5 masked thugs and the petite girl they had surrounded. At that moment, the young woman looked utterly disheveled. Her back pressed against a tree trunk, her clothes torn to shreds by branches, and her snow-white legs bearing several fresh, crimson scratches. Faced with the bandits' encirclement, terror filled her face. With trembling arms, she raised a branch and wildly flailed it at the 5 masked men. Ha 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 ha. Sweetheart, I suggest you stop wasting your energy and come with us quietly. If you cooperate, I promise not to harm a single hair on your head. But if you keep fighting, don't blame us for being ruthless. As the robbers' mocking laughter echoed around her, the young woman's panic grew more intense. Suddenly, the young woman seemed to remember something. Her eyes lit up, and she shouted loudly, My big brother is the boss of Oxhead Bay. They call him Rainy Night Butcher. Everyone in the underworld respects him as Butcher Master. You dare kidnap me? Don't you fear my brother's wrath? At his command, 100,000 men will come for you and grind you to dust. Silence. The small forest fell silent. The 5 masked robbers froze in place. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, staring at the young woman spouting nonsense with expressions that said they were looking at an idiot. If not for their masks concealing their faces, one could probably see some truly priceless expressions there. Jiang Chen, hiding nearby, was now so embarrassed he could only curl his toes in shame. He wanted to dig a hole right there, bury himself, and be reincarnated on the spot. Oh, you little vixen. The reputation of Bullhead Bay's top dog only scares silly girls like you. In front of this gang of desperados, titles like Bullhead Bay's Big Shot or Rainy Night Butcher were utterly useless. And another thing. You sure can talk big. Talking about 10,000 henchmen rushing over to grind them to dust? The entire Oxhead Bay market doesn't even have 10,000 people combined. Even if I wanted to call you reinforcements, I couldn't find that many people in my entire contact list. What a disgrace. I'm too embarrassed to step forward and admit I'm the big boss of Bullhead Bay. You play by yourself. Just pretend your big brother never came. I'll slip away quietly, wave my sleeves, and leave not a single cloud behind. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream shattered Jiang Chen's reverie. He turned to look and saw the masked bandit in the lead snatch the branch from the little spicy girl's hand and then reach out to grab her by the throat. In that instant, Jiang Chen's blood boiled. Fighting. Jiang Chen loved a good fight. But it had been years since he'd last thrown down. He vaguely recalled his last fight happening during his freshman year of college. One night, Jiang Chen was happily walking back to campus when he suddenly saw a girl being harassed by two drunks in an alley. Her clothes were torn, revealing her sexy lace underwear. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen charged forward, engaging in a thoroughly satisfying fight that sent both drunks crashing to the ground. That feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Unfortunately, the night was too dark to get a clear look at the girl's chest. Oh no! To get a clear look at the girl's face. Moreover, the girl seemed to be in a hurry at the time. She merely thanked Jiang Chen before hurrying away. But Jiang Chen didn't care at all. Compared to rescuing a damsel in distress, getting into a fight was far more thrilling. As an orphan with no parents, Jiang Chen had fought wild dogs for food since childhood. After entering the orphanage, to avoid being bullied by the other children, Jiang Chen spent his days either fighting or on his way to a fight. Violence was deeply ingrained in his very bones. It was nothing short of a miracle that Jiang Chen had survived this long. But back to the story. After consuming the gene potion and mastering combat proficiency, Jiang Chen was itching for a proper fight. With such a golden opportunity presenting itself, how could he possibly pass it up? Let go of that girl. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as Jiang Chen made his grand entrance. Swish, swish, swish. To Jiang Chen's utter surprise, the moment he leapt out, the five masked robbers instantly drew daggers from their bodies and pointed them all at Jiang Chen's head. Awkward. Utterly awkward. Jiang Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and timidly asked, if I said I came to the wrong place, would you believe me? Where did this greenhorn come from? Daring to ruin this old man's business? Looking for death? The leader of the masked robbers suddenly bellowed, raising his dagger and signaling his accomplices to attack. The next second, all four robbers except the leader simultaneously thrust their daggers toward Jiang Chen. Swish! Almost instinctively, Jiang Chen sidestepped and dodged the first robber's attack. Swish! Again instinctively, Jiang Chen delivered a karate chop to the back of the robber's neck, knocking him unconscious. Next, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Jiang Chen ducked low, narrowly evading the second robber's attack. Thud! Without hesitation, Jiang Chen executed a sweeping kick as he crouched, sending the second robber crashing to the ground. Thud! Before the third and fourth robbers could close in, Jiang Chen swiftly delivered a roundhouse kick, slamming it hard into the second robber's face. Arg! The second robber let out a wail of pain as Jiang Chen's kick sent him flying through the air. He crashed heavily to the ground nearby, instantly knocked unconscious. Double kill! Jiang Chen pulled off a clean double kill. It must be said, Jiang Chen's movements were truly swift. Only now did the third and fourth robbers close in on Jiang Chen, both brandishing daggers, one aimed for his head, the other for his stomach. Whoosh! Jiang Chen executed a backflip to evade the dagger aimed at his head, then seamlessly launched a spinning back kick, knocking the dagger aimed at his stomach away. Landing, Jiang Chen gave his opponents no chance to breathe. He leapt back into the air, spinning 360 degrees mid-flight, and delivered a powerful sweeping kick that struck both robbers squarely in the face. Thud! Thud! Both robbers spat blood, spun 720 degrees on the spot, and finally crashed heavily to the ground. Triple kill! Quadra kill! Jiang Chen pulled off a flawless quadruple kill in mere seconds. But, with a pentakill within reach, how could Jiang Chen let such a golden opportunity slip away? Whoosh! While the leader of the gang stood frozen in shock, Jiang Chen moved faster than lightning, closing the distance in an instant. Right hook! Thud! Jiang Chen's fist slammed into the leader's left cheek, instantly deforming his face. In slow-motion replay, it was clear to see the leader's mouth gaping wide as two shattered teeth fell out, followed by his jaw being knocked out of joint. The leader was sent flying sideways. Thud! A dull thud followed as the leader crashed heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Penta. Kill. Jiang Chen finally achieved his goal, completing a flawless pentakill. He proudly lifted his head, his gaze cold and arrogant, as if the entire King's Canyon lay trampled beneath his feet. One word, absolutely exhilarating. Chapter 23, Butcher Brother, Don't Run. Small Grove. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 robbers sprawled on the ground, confirming they were all knocked out cold. Only then did he turn his attention to the petite girl beside him. At that very moment, the young girl stood frozen in place. Her eyes were wide, her mouth agape, staring dumbly at Jiang Chen. The look on her face was nothing short of spectacular. Little brat, if you ever run into bad guys again, don't ever mention my name. I've got plenty of enemies out there. If you ever run into one of them, mentioning my name will only get you into trouble. Got it? Jiang Chen pretended to scold the little vixen before preparing to leave. However, the moment Jiang Chen turned around, he spotted a mature, curvaceous woman standing beneath a tree not far ahead. Her eyes widened, her mouth fell open, and she stared dumbly at Jiang Chen, her expression mirroring the young girl's exactly. Sister Qianqian, what are you doing here? Jiang Chen paused slightly, then walked up to Bai Qianqian and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Only then did Bai Qianqian snap out of her shock. Young Master Jiang, your skills are simply incredible. Bai Qianqian first glanced at the 5 robbers sprawled on the ground, then looked at Jiang Chen, who stood there looking completely unfazed. A faint blush immediately spread across her pretty face, and a gleam of admiration flashed in her beautiful eyes. Just a bunch of petty thieves. This young master could crush them with a single finger. Jiang Chen couldn't resist showing off a bit. What could he do? Bai Qianqian's gaze was practically dripping with longing. If Jiang Chen didn't show off now, when would he ever get the chance? A man who doesn't show off, is he even a man? Butcher brother, wait for me. Just as Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian were about to leave the grove, the fiery young woman finally snapped out of her shock. Tap tap tap. The young girl scrambled to catch up, grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and gasped out, Butcher brother, thank you for saving me, earlier, at Phoenix Manor. I'm sorry. Though her words came out in broken sentences, Jiang Chen grasped her meaning from the key phrases. She was thanking him for saving her life while also apologizing. Alright, I accept your apology. If you're okay, hurry home. If another group of bandits comes to kidnap you later, I won't be coming to your rescue. Jiang Chen didn't want to get entangled with this spoiled rich girl any further. Getting kidnapped just for stepping outside? Who knows how many enemies her family had. Even though Jiang Chen had obtained a lottery system, all he wanted was to lie low, coast through life, eat his way to oblivion, and indulge in pleasure. Getting involved with this rich girl would surely bring nothing but trouble. Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, he just hated the hassle. So, after tossing out that line, Jiang Chen immediately turned and walked away, never once giving the spicy girl a friendly look. The young lady. A few minutes later. Back in the car, Jiang Chen didn't tell old Zhang, the driver, to start the engine right away. Instead, he sat quietly inside, silently watching the situation on the road behind them through the rearview mirror. At that moment, the young woman had returned to the road. She picked up a phone from the passenger seat of the Porsche 918 and quickly dialed a number. Not long after, the urgent roar of engines grew louder, approaching from the distance. Jiang Chen clearly saw over a dozen black sedans speeding down the road leading to Phoenix Villa. Squeal! 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 Soon, the cars pulled up alongside the road. Doors swung open, and a group of bodyguards in sharp suits leaped out. Miss, are you all right? Ah. Miss, are you hurt? Damn it all to hell. Where are those robbers? How dare they lay a finger on our young miss? I'll slaughter them myself right now. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew the little spicy girl was completely safe now. Therefore, Jiang Chen immediately ordered the driver, Old Zhang, start the car. Head straight to the First People's Hospital. Got it. Driver Old Zhang started the car and floored the accelerator, speeding forward like a bullet. This scene also caught the young woman's eye. Watching the taillights of the Rolls-Royce fade into the distance, the young woman suddenly felt her eyes grow moist. Was Butcher brother worried about my safety? He hadn't left until my family's bodyguard arrived, only then did he feel at ease and drive away. Though Brother Butcher seemed fierce on the surface, beneath that tough exterior lay a gentle heart. And Butcher brother is truly so handsome. Too bad I don't even know his name. But it's okay, I've already jotted down Brother Butcher's license plate number. I'll have someone look it up later, and then I'll know his name. Hee. Butcher brother, you think you can just run away? Don't forget, we're neighbors. We'll definitely be crossing paths often from now on. 1 hour later. First Municipal People's Hospital. Jiang Chen entered a regular hospital ward and saw Bai Qianqian's daughter. On the way over, through conversation, Jiang Chen had learned that Bai Qianqian's daughter was named Bai Rue, with the nickname Xinxin. Xinxin was incredibly adorable, especially with her big, watery eyes that seemed like the purest spring in the world. However, At that moment, lying in the hospital bed, Xinxin's face was deathly pale. She appeared extremely weak and haggard. Anyone could tell at a glance that she was suffering from illness. An elderly couple stood vigil by the bedside. Jiang Chen recognized them instantly as Bai Qianqian's parents. Mom! As Bai Qianqian entered the room, Xinxin's eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately reached out both small hands toward her. Bai Qianqian quickened her pace to the bedside, carefully lifting her daughter into her arms as her own eyes welled up with tears. Mommy, who is this uncle? Xinxin quickly noticed Jiang Chen standing nearby, holding 2 fruit baskets. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Bai Qianqian smiled as she introduced Jiang Chen to her parents and daughter. When they heard that Jiang Chen was now Bai Qianqian's boss and had even advanced her a year's salary and bonuses up front, giving them enough money to treat Xinxin without having to beg others for medical expenses. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's parents nearly knelt before Jiang Chen. Xinxin blinked her adorable big eyes and sweetly said to Jiang Chen, "Thank you, uncle." Jiang Chen smiled as he ruffled Xinxian's little head, then peeled an apple for the little girl to eat. Jiang Chen had intended to stay in the hospital room a little longer, playing with the little girl, but his phone rang at that very moment. Caller ID, Yao Yao baby. Seeing that contact name, Jiang Chen froze in place for a moment. What was going on? How did Yao Yao baby suddenly appear in this young master's contacts? Could it be that Su Yao secretly took my phone and changed the contact name? Hello? Jiang Chen immediately stepped out of the hospital room, his expression sour as he answered the call. Honey? Just as expected, Su Yao's sweet voice came through the phone. Little Splash, did you take my phone last night and secretly change your contact name? Oh come on, honey. It's just a nickname, don't be so petty. You. Fine, but don't do it again. I knew it. My husband loves me the most, hee hee. Listening to Su Yao's playful laughter over the phone, Jiang Chen shook his head, torn between laughter and exasperation. Little Splash, what brings you calling at this hour? Su Yao suddenly lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously, honey, when are you coming back to the hotel? I've got a surprise waiting for you. What kind of surprise? Oh. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Honey, hurry back. I promise you'll be thrilled. Alright, I'll be right back. Honey, I'll be waiting. Bye. Chapter 24, Su Yao's surprise. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen didn't leave the hospital immediately. He first went to the nurse's station, then dashed to the billing office, transferring Xinxin to a premium ward and depositing a substantial sum into her hospital account. Having completed all this, Jiang Chen didn't inform Bai Qianqian. Instead, he went alone to the parking lot and slipped into the backseat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Jiang Chen had intended to slip out of the hospital quietly, so Bai Qianqian could have more time to be with Xinxuan. But the car had barely started moving when Bai Qianqian suddenly appeared out of nowhere, blocking it to a halt. Click. Bai Qianqian opened the door expressionlessly, quickly climbed in, and plopped down beside Jiang Chen. Old Zhang, please lower the partition. I need to discuss some private matters with young Master Zhang. Bai Qianqian instructed the driver, Old Zhang, who immediately nodded with a smile and lowered the partition between the front and rear seats. The rear seats of a Rolls-Royce offered exceptional privacy. Especially with the partition lowered, it created 2 completely separate spaces between the front and rear seats. Roar! Driver Old Zhang slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the Rolls-Royce sped out of the hospital. Jiang Chen stole a glance at Bai Qianqian beside him and finally couldn't resist asking curiously, Sis Qianqian, what are you doing? Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's utter surprise, Bai Qianqian suddenly lunged forward and hugged him tightly, then began sniffling and sobbing softly. Wah! Jiang Chen, thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Woo woo! Gazing at Bai Qianqian, her tears streaming down like pear blossoms in the rain, inhaling the rich, feminine scent emanating from her body, feeling her slightly trembling frame, Jiang Chen couldn't help but hold her close, extending one hand to gently pat her back. Don't cry. Everything will be okay. I believe with today's medical technology, the hospital will definitely cure Xinxin's illness. Rest assured, Xinxuan will be just fine. Under Jiang Chen's gentle, soothing words, Bai Qianqian's emotions gradually calmed. However, the atmosphere in the car grew increasingly ambiguous. Jiang Chen didn't release Bai Qianqian, still holding her in a half-embrace. Bai Qianqian made no move to pull away either, resting quietly in his embrace. Yet her lovely face had flushed a deep crimson, and her beautiful eyes were filled with nothing but bashfulness. Gazing at the shy, lovely older sister in his arms, as if compelled by some unseen force, Jiang Chen suddenly raised one hand. Swish! Bai Qianqian froze slightly, her cheeks instantly flushing all the way to her neck. Yet, she didn't push Jiang Chen away. Instead, she rested her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes nervously and bashfully. Silence. The car fell completely silent. Jiang Chen said nothing, nor did Bai Qianqian. The two seemed to share a silent understanding, maintaining their silence in unison. Approximately 40 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce arrived at the Imperial International Hotel. As the car entered the underground parking garage, Bai Qianqian suddenly murmured softly, Young Master Jiang, we're here. Oh. Jiang Chen nodded and withdrew his hand. Whoosh! Bai Qianqian immediately sat back in her seat, lowering her head as she blushed and began adjusting her clothes. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly, casually complimenting her, "Sister Qianqian, you have an amazing figure." Swish! In that instant, Bai Qianqian's lovely face flushed crimson all the way to her neck, and even her two adorable little ears were tinged with a charming blush. TSK TSK. Even though she's a mother now, she's still as bashful as a little girl? How utterly adorable. Outside the presidential suite, Bai Qianqian seemed a bit uneasy, unable to face Su Yao. She merely exchanged a quick greeting with Jiang Chen before turning and hurrying away. Click. Jiang Chen swiped his keycard to open the door. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the living room carpeted with rose petals. Candles were arranged in the center to form a giant heart shape, filled with gift bags. Surprise! Just then, Su Yao suddenly appeared from the side. She tossed the bouquet of roses she held into the air, then threw herself forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Jiang Chen. Moi! Su Yao planted a kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek before releasing him. She took 2 steps back and twirled in front of him. Honey, do I look pretty? Jiang Chen looked up at Su Yao, unable to suppress a silent gasp of admiration. What a vixen! So damn sexy. At this moment, Su Yao had swapped her ultra-sexy mini dress for a burgundy strapless gown. The dress hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her voluptuous figure, and the backless design screamed sensuality. Her long, wavy hair cascaded casually over her shoulders. Her makeup was exquisitely applied, accentuating her naturally alluring charm to near perfection. A set of pigeon's blood ruby jewelry made her look exceptionally alluring. Red stiletto heels completed the look, radiating an intense aura of seduction. Little Splash, is this the surprise you promised me? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, swept Su Yao into his arms, and pressed his lips against hers. They embraced and kissed. Only after a full 10 minutes did they part, both breathless. Husband, come see the gifts I bought for you first. Su Yao suddenly flashed a seductive smile, pulling Jiang Chen toward the center of the heart-shaped pattern. She pointed at the pile of gifts, her face lighting up with anticipation. He. Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Seeing how much effort Su Yao had put into this, he obliged her and began unwrapping the gifts one by one. Inside the dozen or so gift bags of various sizes were suits, dress shirts, leather shoes, ties, casual wear, athletic gear, sneakers. All men's clothing. And these clothes were all from relatively expensive luxury brands. More importantly, when Jiang Chen tried on a few pieces, they fit him perfectly. Clearly, Su Yao must have secretly measured Jiang Chen's dimensions to dare buy him so many clothes and shoes. Honey, I also bought you a phone. Take a look, do you like it? Su Yao pulled out an unopened phone box from the gift bags, presenting it like a treasure. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, it was the Huawei Mate 40 Pro limited edition, priced at a staggering 42,800 yuan. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that only 16 units of this phone were available nationwide. He had no idea how Su Yao had managed to get her hands on it. It must have taken quite a bit of effort, right? Yao, I really love the gift you prepared. For the first time, Jiang Chen used a very serious tone to softly call Su Yao by her nickname, instead of calling her Little Splash as he had before. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly froze in place. Her long eyelashes seemed to flutter slightly, and then a beautiful curve lifted at the corners of her mouth. Husband, I have an even bigger surprise for you. Su Yao walked over, gently wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's waist, her face wearing a mysterious expression. Really? Another surprise? To play along with Su Yao, Jiang Chen deliberately wore an expectant look. Clap clap. Su Yao clapped her hands twice, then called out to the closed bedroom door, Man, come out. Click. To Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. Immediately, a breathtakingly beautiful woman emerged from the room, biting her lips slightly, her face flushed with a hint of shyness as she walked out hesitantly. Jiang Chen. Chapter 25, The Mother of the Seven Fairies, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Jiang Chen, it's been a while. The beauty emerging from the bedroom instantly caught Jiang Chen's attention. Her jet-black hair, as smooth as silk, was casually pulled into a bun. 2 strands at her temples gently brushed her cheeks in the breeze, adding a touch of alluring charm. Her oval face, willow leaf brows, and almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a peach blossom glow, her gaze full of allure. Her full lips were coated in a nude-toned lipstick, appearing plump and moist, exuding an alluring aura. She wore a black spaghetti strap mini dress, revealing a delicate, crystal-clear jade neck, a sexy and alluring collarbone, and smooth, fair shoulders. However, Jiang Chen recoiled in horror, staring at the beauty before him with disbelief. Holy! Are you Zhao Shimian? Silence. The living room fell silent. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhao Shimian's face, and her gaze toward Jiang Chen was filled with reproach. She trembled her lips, about to speak. But Jiang Chen beat her to it. Zhao Shimian, Su Yao and I need to discuss something private. Could you please wait outside for a moment? After saying this, Jiang Chen immediately pulled Su Yao into the adjacent guest bedroom and slammed the door shut with a loud thud. Zhao Shimian. Inside the room. Jiang Chen turned to face Su Yao, his expression serious. But before he could speak, Su Yao grinned and asked, "Honey, I snatched Man back for you." Surprised? Unexpected? Tick-tock. A bead of cold sweat instantly formed on Jiang Chen's temple. He pressed his lips together, a helpless smile on his face. "I thought the person you'd bring back might be you, Lily, the dancing wind tickler, or Tang Ro, the piggy hero, or Luli, the little green tea, or even Lin Qingxue, the ice queen. But I never imagined you'd bring back the mother Tyrannosaurus Xiao Shimian." The moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, Su Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. She reached out and pinched Jiang Chen playfully, then rolled her eyes and asked, "Honey, why did you give each of my girlfriends such awful nicknames?" "Isn't that exactly what they are?" Jiang Chen frowned and explained, "You Lily was the dance department's queen bee. After graduation, she became a streamer and dances the train-shaking dance in her live streams every day. If that's not a wind-scratching dancer, what is?" That dumbfounded Tang Ro tried to pull off an online romance, convinced her virtual boyfriend was some rich heir. She never even met him face-to-face and got scammed out of tens of thousands. Tell me she's not Piggy Hero? And that gold digger Luli? She's always competing with a bunch of fake socialites over everything, even a pair of Parisian stockings. She's trying to build herself up as a socialite to seduce rich second-generation kids. If that's not being a green tea, what is? And then there's Lin Qingxue, always wearing that icy expression like she wants everyone to stay away. Sometimes I wonder if she's got misandry or if she's just a lesbian herself. And then there's Zhao Shimian, president of our Xilan University Martial Arts Club. She beats people up at the drop of a hat. The male students she's beaten? At least 800, if not 1,000. If she's not a female dragon, what is she? At this point, a peculiar expression flickered across Jiang Chen's face, as if recalling some painful memory. A hint of resentment even flashed in his eyes. "Honey, I remember, you got beaten up by Zhao Shimian too. You're not still holding a grudge against her, are you?" The moment Su Yao uttered those words, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. His eyes widened as he retorted, "What do you mean I got beaten by Zhao Shimian? I was just letting her win, okay? After all, a real man doesn't pick fights with women. If I really wanted to, I could take her down with one hand." "Is that so?" Su Yao shot him a skeptical look before wrapping her arms around him and patting his back gently. "Honey, you really got the short end of the stick back then." "Put." Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. The scene from back then involuntarily flashed through his mind. It was a clear morning, the sound of pigeon whistles mingling with the reveille. Yet the world was far from peaceful. Even in times of peace, turbulent winds could stir. During his freshman year, Jiang Chen had fallen head over heels for Lu Ruyan. To win over his goddess, he'd run out every morning to buy her breakfast. That day, as Jiang Chen arrived at the girls' dormitory building with breakfast in hand, a piece of sexy lace lingerie suddenly plummeted from above. As luck would have it, the lingerie landed squarely on Jiang Chen's head. As everyone knows, getting hit on the head by underwear spells lasting bad luck. Furious, Jiang Chen immediately grabbed the lingerie and unleashed a torrent of curses at the girls' dormitory building. The result? The fierce mother dragon Zhao Shimian stormed down the stairs. Seeing Jiang Chen clutching her underwear and looking like a raging beast, Zhao Shimian actually mistook him for a thief stealing her underwear. And then, Jiang Chen versus Zhao Shimian. In the first round, Zhao Shimian executed a shoulder throw, slamming Jiang Chen hard onto the floor. Immediately after, Zhao Shimian unleashed a barrage of punches, beating Jiang Chen mercilessly. Jiang Chen swore it was the first time in his life of constant fighting that he'd lost to a girl, and not just lost, but been utterly defeated, unable to fight back at all. Fortunately, several female witnesses rushed over at that moment. They spoke up for Jiang Chen, explaining that he wasn't the underwear thief and that it had all been a misunderstanding. Realizing she'd beaten the wrong person, Zhao Shimian immediately offered Jiang Chen a sincere apology and even volunteered to cover his medical expenses. Damn it! Was this really about medical expenses? If she hadn't brought up the medical expenses, it would have been fine. But the moment she did, Jiang Chen felt like a girl who'd been raped, wronged, furious, filled with hatred, unwilling to accept it. He even felt like dying. Disgrace. A profound disgrace. This pain was buried deep within Jiang Chen's heart for life, never to be erased. Now, Jiang Chen saw Zhao Shimian again. That long-buried memory instantly resurfaced, triggering such a violent reaction. The nickname Mother Tyrannosaurus was truly well-deserved. Zhao Shimian was nothing but a brainless, violent woman with big breasts. Oh, right, honey. Since they all have nicknames, what kind of nickname did you come up with for me? Su Yao's sudden question snapped Jiang Chen out of his thoughts. Without hesitation, he blurted out, "Box scratcher." "Ha?" Su Yao froze upon hearing this, quickly releasing Jiang Chen. She stared straight into his eyes, her face quickly clouding over with anger. "Why call me Scratch Fox? What did I scratch? Did I seduce your grandfather or climb into your father's bed? You look like a seductive fox, share the same surname as King Zhou's concubine Daji, and spend all day flirting and teasing. So, Jiang Chen, why don't you just die?" "Heh, I was just joking. Why can't you take a joke? I'm furious. If you're angry, keep it bottled up." Or do you want to turn the heavens upside down? Chapter 26, Fight first, talk later. Inside the room. Su Yao angrily hugged Jiang Chen and bit his shoulder. Perhaps worried she might hurt him, Su Yao didn't bite hard, just a symbolic nibble meant to vent her frustration. As if something occurred to her. The moment she released her bite, she pressed further. Honey, what nickname did you give Lu Ruyan then? Jiang Chen pinched Su Yao's cheek, his smile not reaching his eyes. At first, I didn't give her any nickname. But later. I did give her one little dragon girl. I knew it. Back then, you only had eyes for Lu Ruyan. Even the nickname you gave her was so sweet. Su Yao glared at Jiang Chen indignantly, her face brimming with jealousy, clearly displeased with his double standards. Ha! Jiang Chen chuckled lightly, ignoring Su Yao's jealous glare, and continued, I gave Yang Fan a nickname too. When you put their nicknames together, they form a perfect pair. Really? Su Yao's interest was instantly piqued. She asked curiously, honey, what nickname did you give Yang Fan? Yin Shiping. The moment Jiang Chen uttered those words, Su Yao froze in place. Immediately, Su Yao burst out laughing, ha! She instantly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen and roared with laughter, husband, you're so funny. Little dragon girl and Yin Shiping. Ha! That's hilarious. Su Yao possessed a generous bosom, and when she laughed, it rose and fell, trembled and shook, roaring with such force it seemed to make mountains tremble in earthquake. It was the height of summer. Both Jiang Chen and Su Yao wore thin summer clothing. Hugging each other tightly, sparks flew between them in no time. However, Jiang Chen still harbored doubts. Before Su Yao could burn herself out, he quickly asked, Yao Yao, in my memory, Zhao Shimian isn't a gold digger. How did you manage to lure her over? At those words, Su Yao abruptly stopped laughing. She pouted her lips and said with a look of utter disdain, honey, I went shopping with my girlfriends today and casually sounded them out. You know what their reactions were? What were their reactions? Jiang Chen blinked, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. Oomph. Su Yao snorted coldly and said, I cut straight to the chase and asked them, who'd be willing to be your mistress? I'll give her 5 million. Wait. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted Su Yao, his face filled with astonishment. I give you 10 million, you give them 5 million? Just flipping it like that, you net a pure profit of 5 million? You're making this middleman role way too easy for yourself. Oh, honey. Don't sweat the small stuff. Su Yao switched back to her sweet talking mode, wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen and swaying gently against him. We're looking at the end result here. Didn't I just bring you back a gorgeous woman? Smack. Jiang Chen reached out and gave Su Yao a firm yet measured slap on the rear, then said with a mix of laughter and exasperation, you brought back only one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, and you have the nerve to take credit for it? Just thinking about it makes me furious. Su Yao bit her lip, fuming, those little s. The moment they heard 5 million, their eyes lit up like crazy. But Lily, Roro, Lily, and Xingxue were all playing hard to get. Only Manan agreed on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the rest, I plan to let them stew in their own juice. After all these years as besties, don't you think I know exactly what kind of people they are? Mark my words, they'll be begging me on their knees soon enough. Oomph. Tick-tock. A cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's temple. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen asked again, is Zhao Shimian really that desperate for money lately? Would she sell herself like this just for 5 million? Su Yao froze at the question, instinctively countering, honey, didn't you hear about what happened to Manman's family? What happened? At Jiang Chen's question, Su Yao immediately replied, didn't Manman's parents run a supermarket? Last year, a massive fire broke out in the store, destroying nearly all the merchandise inside. Because of that, her family ended up owing a lot of money. Later, to pay off the debt, Man took a job as a trainer at a fitness center. There, she encountered a lecherous student who not only groped her but also demanded she become his mistress. Enraged, Man beat the client so badly he ended up in the hospital. Because of that, Man took on another substantial debt. Hearing this, all the doubts in Jiang Chen's mind were finally resolved. Setting aside the violence factor, Jiang Chen had to admit that Zhao Shimian was indeed a rare beauty. Accept? Or not? Wasn't that a no-brainer? Our teacher taught us to be helpful and kind to others. Since Zhao Shimian was in trouble and Jiang Chen had the means to help her, why stand idly by? As the saying goes, rescuing women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Dragon Nation Law, any woman over the age of 18 shall be collectively referred to as a woman. Click. Jiang Chen opened the bedroom door and stepped out, holding Su Yao's hand. At that moment, Zhao Shimian stood quietly in the living room. Her hands clutched the hem of her skirt, her pretty face flushed slightly, her eyes darting nervously about. She appeared tense and uneasy. Zhao Shimian, I want to fight you. Jiang Chen's words froze Zhao Shimian in her tracks, and even Su Yao was startled. What? Zhao Shimian abruptly lifted her head, staring at Jiang Chen with utter bewilderment as if doubting her own ears. If you beat me, I'll give you 5 million yuan. And I won't force you to be my lover, you can leave any time, and I won't stop you. Jiang Chen had wanted to punch Zhao Shimian for ages. Now, this little minx was practically offering herself up. If not now, then when? But, what if I lose? Zhao Sherman was confident in her fighting skills, but she still asked cautiously. If you lose, I'll still give you 5 million, but you must immediately become my little lover from now on and call me daddy. Jiang Chen wore the word shameless written across his face. A tree without bark is doomed to die. A man without shame is invincible. You. Zhao Shimon's willow brows shot up, ready to explode, but suddenly remembering her current predicament, she deflated like a punctured balloon and immediately backed down. So? Care to spar with me? Jiang Chen regarded Zhao Sherman with a smirk, his expression confident he had her cornered. Fine, I accept. Without much hesitation, Zhao Sherman merely shot Jiang Chen a peculiar look before accepting the challenge. Win, and Zhao Sherman would get 5 million. If she lost, she'd also get 5 million. Fight and get paid. Don't fight and get nothing. Zhao Sherman had no choice. Besides, Zhao Sherman had come here to curry favor with Jiang Chen in the first place. Now that an opportunity presented itself where she could earn money without having to sacrifice her body, how could she possibly pass it up? But Zhao Sherman hesitated again. She knew exactly what kind of fighter Jiang Chen was. Back then, she'd only used 30% of her power to pin Jiang Chen to the ground and beat him senseless. Over the years, even if Jiang Chen had secretly trained in martial arts, Zhao Sherman had also been practicing relentlessly, growing stronger by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Zhao Sherman didn't believe Jiang Chen could defeat her. Should I go easy on him a little later? If I beat him up too badly, that little brat Yao Yao would definitely come looking for trouble. For Yao Yao's sake, I'll go easy on him later and try not to hit his face. Chapter 27, Jiang Chen vs. Zhao Sherman. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Fitness Center, Boxing Room. Since few hotel guests use the boxing room, its equipment was practically brand new. Jiang Chen, already dressed in workout gear, stretched briefly before climbing onto the boxing ring. Whoosh! To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, Zhao Sherman suddenly braced herself with one hand on the edge of the ring. She executed a flawless front flip, gracefully vaulting over the barrier before landing lightly back on the ring floor. Damn it! This woman, showing off even when she's about to die? Just wait till daddy gets mad, you won't even be able to cry. Jiang Chen stood casually on the ring, narrowing his eyes as he appraised Zhao Sherman from head to toe. He had to admit, this woman had a truly impressive figure. At this moment, Zhao Sherman wore a black sports tank top, revealing her rounded shoulders, delicate collarbones, prominent cleavage, a slender waist that could be grasped in one hand, and clearly defined abs. Her lower body was clad in gray yoga pants, showcasing an exquisitely rounded rear, a flat stomach without an ounce of excess fat, full yet toned thighs, and slender, shapely calves. Swish! Jiang Chen was still admiring Zhao Shimon's stunning figure when she suddenly attacked him without warning. No courtesy, no warning, just an eager assault. Zhao Sherman executed a small wrist lock technique, aiming straight for Jiang Chen's shoulder. But before her palm could even touch Jiang Chen, her right leg suddenly whipped out, unleashing a devastating roundhouse kick aimed squarely at his lower body. A feint? A diversionary tactic? A feint? Trying to deceive daddy's feelings? Poof! What a trashy woman! Swish! Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, immediately planting himself firmly in a horse stance. Ignoring Zhao Sherman's whipping kick, he unleashed a thunderous punch aimed straight for her headlamp. Faced with Jiang Chen's shameless tactics, Zhao Sherman didn't flinch. She grinned. Ha! Zhao Sherman let out a fierce cry, crossing her arms in front of her to block. She too ignored Jiang Chen's punch, instead doubling down on her roundhouse kick, seemingly intent on sending him crashing to the ground in one fell swoop. It must be said, Zhao Sherman and Jiang Chen's fighting styles were strikingly similar. Both had abandoned defense, pursuing only extreme offensive power, each aiming to knock the other out with a single strike. Moreover, both were incredibly arrogant. Before the outcome was decided, a smug smile curled at the corners of both Jiang Chen's and Zhao Sherman's lips. Boom! Boom! Two dull thuds echoed almost simultaneously. Jiang Chen's fist slammed heavily into Zhao Sherman's forearm, while Zhao Sherman's whipping kick landed with force on Jiang Chen's calf. However, a flash of astonishment suddenly crossed Zhao Shimon's face. It felt as though she'd kicked a solid iron plate. Not only did she fail to budge Jiang Chen an inch, but her right leg was now bearing the brunt of a tremendous recoil. Moreover, the punch Jiang Chen delivered to her forearm seemed to carry the force of a thunderous blow, sending her flying backward. But it wasn't over yet. While Zhao Shimon's body was still flying backward, Jiang Chen seemed to anticipate this outcome. He instantly darted forward, executing a powerful grappling technique that seized directly for Zhao Shimon's shoulder. Ha! Startled and terrified, Zhao Sherman executed a backflip at the last possible moment, narrowly evading Jiang Chen's grasp. But how could Jiang Chen let her off so easily? Having consumed the Eugene serum, Jiang Chen had undergone a complete transformation, his body now transcending human limits. How could a mere Zhao Sherman possibly escape his grasp? Whoosh! With legs slightly bent, Jiang Chen thrust off the ground. His body shot forward like a bullet from a barrel, darting toward Zhao Sherman at lightning speed. At that moment, Zhao Shimon's expression finally changed drastically. Jiang Chen's strength, speed, reflexes, defense, and attack far exceeded her expectations. Zhao Sherman could never have imagined that the boy she once pinned to the ground and mercilessly rubbed would grow into a martial arts master who now filled her with dread. How could this be? Why had Jiang Chen developed so rapidly? This defies logic. In a split second, Zhao Sherman gritted her teeth, violently twisted her body midair, and unleashed another whipping kick sweeping upward with brutal force toward Jiang Chen's groin. She had no choice. Zhao Sherman had no choice but to resort to this tactic. If she let Jiang Chen close in, with his terrifying strength, he could simply lock her in a joint lock. She would be defeated without a doubt. Damn it! Zhao Sherman, you dare use the childless kick on daddy? Jiang Chen seemed startled. He cursed under his breath while abruptly halting his advance. He sucked in his breath, tucked his stomach, and stuck out his butt. Viewed from the side, Jiang Chen had formed a perfect C shape with his body, narrowly evading Zhao Shiman's kicking foot. Hearing Jiang Chen's curses, Zhao Sherman couldn't help but flush slightly. But this was on the stage. Both sides were locked in a fierce battle. No matter what move was used, as long as it defeated the opponent, it was a good move. Ha! Zhao Sherman was a ruthless little vixen. Seeing Jiang Chen evade her attack, she simply increased the force behind her roundhouse kick, aiming it squarely at his jaw. If I can't hit you below, I'll hit you above. In any case, this roundhouse kick was already in motion. If you're focused on guarding below, how could you possibly defend above? Oomph. Let's see how you dodge this one. A faint smirk curled up at the corners of Zhao Sherman's mouth once more, seemingly quite pleased with her quick thinking in this inspired kick. However, the next second, Zhao Sherman was stunned. Jiang Chen suddenly exhaled sharply, thrust his waist forward, and threw his head back abruptly. Viewed from the side, his body had just formed a capital C shape, but in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a parenthesis. This sequence of movements seemed vaguely familiar. After all, who knew how many times Jiang Chen had practiced it in bed? Swish! Zhao Shiman's toes swept past Jiang Chen's nose in a near miss. A powerful gust of wind from her leg not only ruffled the hair on his forehead but also ignited a fiery rage within him. Damn it all to hell. Just because the tiger doesn't roar, does that mean you think daddy's a sickly cat? Whoosh! After dodging Zhao Shiman's roundhouse kick, Jiang Chen seized the moment her momentum waned. He lunged forward in a single stride, closing the distance between them to zero. Simultaneously, his left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing hold of Zhao Shiman's raised right leg and clamping down hard on her ankle. Silence. The ring fell silent. Zhao Sherman stood on her left foot alone, her right leg raised high in a perfect horizontal split, her entire weight leaning against Jiang Chen. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, watching from below the ring, were both stunned into silence. They never imagined that in the midst of their fight, Jiang Chen and Zhao Sherman would end up in such an unexpected position. What on earth were they doing? Couldn't you two be a little more discreet? That pose is indecent. You, let go of me. Suddenly, Zhao Sherman cried out in both shame and anger, her pretty face flushing crimson all the way to her neck. Why should I let go? Not only did Jiang Chen refuse to release Zhao Sherman, he tightened his grip on her ankle and gave it a sharp tug upward, forcing her split into a perfectly executed 180-degree angle. You pervert. Hey! You call me a scoundrel? Who just tried to kick me in the groin? I say you're the scoundrel. I had no choice. Heh, I'm acting out of necessity too. Chapter 28, Heartfelt Admiration. On the stage. Furious, Zhao Sherman suddenly launched another attack at Jiang Chen. Though her right leg was held high by Jiang Chen, she abruptly swung her left leg upward, lashing out fiercely at his head. Swish! Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated her move, swiftly raising his right arm to block her attack with steady precision. Ha! Zhao Sherman let out another sharp cry as her left leg wrapped around Jiang Chen's arm and then directly around his neck. Simultaneously, Zhao Shiman's hands shot out like lightning, clutching Jiang Chen's head tightly before she hoisted her entire body onto his shoulders. That's right. Zhao Sherman was straddling Jiang Chen's face. In that instant, Jiang Chen had no choice but to release Zhao Shiman's right foot. He clasped both hands around her waist, attempting to pull her down. But the moment Zhao Sherman's left foot regained its freedom, it instantly wrapped around him. Both legs formed a lock in an instant, clamping down tightly on Jiang Chen's neck. Silence. The entire arena fell silent. Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, watching from below the ring, both widened their eyes and gaped, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and bewilderment. What the hell? Didn't I tell you to be careful? Why are you two getting more reckless by the minute? All this had unfolded in just a few seconds. Jiang Chen, locked in Zhao Shiman's embrace, instinctively drew a deep breath. He hadn't expected to be nearly overwhelmed by such an intense feminine aura. Ocean. You're all water. Oh mighty steed. You have 4 legs. Oh, beauty. You're so beautiful. And beneath your nose, there's a mouth. Ha! Jiang Chen carried Zhao Sherman like that, taking a stride to the edge of the ring. With his legs slightly bent, he leaped directly onto the ring's railing. Then, under the stunned gazes of Su Yao and Bai Qianqian, Jiang Chun used the railing's bounce to propel himself upward in midair. Then, head down and feet up, he slammed Zhao Sherman hard onto the ring floor. Ah! Ah! Su Yao and Bai Chanxian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but scream in horror. Jiang Chen had jumped far too high. If he truly slammed into the floor, Zhao Sherman could be gravely injured or even lose her life if things went wrong. Of course. Zhao Sherman also realized the situation was dire. Seeing Jiang Chen about to land, Zhao Sherman decisively released her legs and kicked him hard in the shoulder. Whoosh! Using the rebound force from kicking Jiang Chen, Zhao Sherman instantly broke free from his grasp and leapt toward the opposite side of the ring. However, Jiang Chen seemed to have anticipated her move once again. After landing, Jiang Chen braced himself against the floor with both hands, executed a forward somersault, and lunged toward Zhao Sherman. Thud! The moment Zhao Sherman's feet touched the ground, a powerful figure materialized behind her. Jiang Chen! He was here! He raised his right foot and delivered a vicious kick to Zhao Sherman's rear with the sole of his size 45 shoe. Ah! Zhao Sherman let out a startled cry as her body lost balance uncontrollably. She then crashed heavily onto the floor in a dog-eat pose. But it wasn't over yet. After sending Zhao Sherman flying, Jiang Chen wasted no time in pouncing on top of her, planting his butt squarely on her back. Zhao Sherman, you lose. Call me daddy now. A smug grin spread across Jiang Chen's lips as he swiftly raised his right hand and delivered a hard smack to Zhao Sherman's rear. Smack! A crisp sound echoed, and Zhao Sherman froze in place. Her pretty face flushed bright red in an instant. Night fell. At the top floor of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, in the revolving restaurant, Jiang Chen ordered another table full of expensive seafood delicacies, then opened a bottle of red wine worth 300,000 yuan. Click. 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 To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, not only Su Yao but even Zhao Sherman pulled out their phones. The two women went on a frenzy of snapping photos, editing them, and posting to their social feeds. Before long, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman's phones nearly simultaneously emitted the beep 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 of WeChat notifications. The Seven Fairies BFF group was buzzing again. You Lily at Su Yao, Yao, did you really trick Man into coming home to be Jiang Chen's mistress? Luli at Zhao Sherman, Man, did Yao really give you 5 million? Tang Ro at Su Yao, sis, please take me under your wing. Lin Qingxue at Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, are young people these days really this wild? My worldview is shattered. Scrolling through the messages in her girlfriend's group chat, Su Yao remained calm, but Zhao Sherman felt her cheeks burning. She never dreamed she'd end up as someone's mistress, and worse, she'd actively pursued it. But just moments ago, Jiang Chen and Su Yao each transferred 5 million yuan to Zhao Sherman. Staring at the 10 million yuan balance in her bank account, Zhao Sherman's previously conflicted heart suddenly felt at ease. So what if she was a concubine? Since ancient times, wives have never been as favored as concubines. Husbands cherish their mistresses more. Moreover, with this 10 million, her parents wouldn't have to bear the crushing debt anymore. They could even open a bigger supermarket. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, her parents would surely enjoy a peaceful retirement, never again burdened by financial worries. As for love, Zhao Sherman sees it clearly. Whether a man loves you or not doesn't matter. As long as he's willing to spend money on you, that's enough. Besides, Jiang Chen is so handsome, so powerful, so wealthy, and so generous with women. Such an outstanding man is simply the perfect lover in Zhao Sherman's eyes. Tap tap tap. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen across from her, Zhao Sherman flushed as she clutched her phone, swiftly sending a message to her girlfriend's group chat. Zhao Sherman, only today did I realize Jiang Chen is nothing but shining points. To be his lover, I'd gladly savor every moment. Su Yao at Zhao Sherman, call me sister. Zhao Sherman at Su Yao, sis. Su Yao, hey. Good sister, big sis VE got your back from now on. Zhao Sherman, thank you, sis. After this exchange between Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, the girls' group chat exploded with a barrage of emojis. As if to show off her boyfriend, Su Yao actually posted the video of Jiang Chen and Zhao Sherman's match directly in the group chat. A few minutes later, the group chat erupted once more. You Lily, holy crap. Is this really the Jiang Chen I know? Luli, when did Jiang Chen get so good? Tang Ro, no wonder Sherman was so impressed, turns out she was knocked out by someone. Lin Qingxue, Jiang Chen has changed so much, I almost didn't recognize him. You Lily, speaking of which, Jiang Chen looked seriously cool on the stage. Luli at you Lily, don't tell me you're falling for him? You Lily at Luli, stop talking nonsense. This lady just admires him a bit. Luli, yeah, right. Tang Ro, keep pretending. Lin Qingxue, keep pretending. You Lily, you guys. Luli, haha. Tang Ro, haha. +1. Lin Qingxue, haha. +2. Chapter 29, Irritable Lu Ruyan. The city night, lights dimly lit. Inside a cramped, sub-20 square meter rental apartment. Having just finished her shower, Lu Ruyan emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair as she walked. She wore nothing but a sheer lace nightgown, her delicate shoulders, exquisite collarbones, long legs, and a vast expanse of snow-white skin exposed to the air. Swish! As Lu Ruyan sat down on the edge of the bed, the lace nightgown instantly traced the contours of her perfectly rounded hips. Whoosh! Yang Fan, who had been lying on the bed, instantly rolled over and sat up. He swiftly moved closer, wrapping his arms tightly around Lu Ruyan from behind. "Ruyan, you smell so good." Yang Fan buried his face beneath her neck, inhaling deeply, his expression greedy and intoxicated. "Don't touch me. You reek of sweat. Go take a shower right now." Lu Ruyan frowned and pushed Yang Fan away, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Alright, I'll go take a shower right now." Yang Fan gave an awkward chuckle, leaping off the bed and rushing into the bathroom in a hurry. As the bathroom door slammed shut, the sound of water spraying from the showerhead soon filled the air. The look of disgust on Lu Ruyan's face seemed to deepen. This cramped, narrow rental room was dark and damp, with old furniture and moldy stains on the walls. Even the headboard and sofa were littered with Yang Fan's stinky socks and dirty shorts. This was nothing like what Lu Ruyan had imagined. She had assumed that since Yang Fan had become an executive at some big company and was also an overseas returnee, he should be living in a more upscale neighborhood. But the place Yang Fan was living in now couldn't even compare to the rundown courtyard Jiang Chen rented. As Yang Fan put it, he had just returned to China and hadn't found a suitable place to live yet, so he rented this apartment as a temporary stop. However, Yang Fan had solemnly promised to return this tiny apartment tomorrow and rent a spacious place in an upscale neighborhood. That's why Lu Ruyan was willing to endure it for now. Swish! Lu Ruyan flopped onto the bed, casually picked up her phone, and opened WeChat. What she saw shocked her. Her girlfriend's group chat was buzzing. Over 200 unread messages had piled up in the chat window. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ruyan hurriedly started scrolling up, taking several minutes before finally reaching the first message Zhu Lily had sent that evening. Next, Lu Ruyan carefully read through each unread message one by one. However, before long, Lu Ruyan's expression darkened. She never imagined Zhao Shimian would stoop so low, actively throwing herself at Jiang Chen and becoming his mistress. Even worse. Photos of Zhao Shimian with Su Yao, Zhao Shimian with Jiang Chen, and even group shots of Jiang Chen surrounded by women were all brazenly posted in their close-knit group chat. The three of them looked quite harmonious. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Ruyan quickly backed out, scrolled through Su Yao's social feed, then checked Zhao Shimian's. The result? She felt sick again. Both Su Yao and Zhao Shimian were flaunting their luxurious lives on social media, showcasing tonight's extravagant seafood feast, premium red wine, and presidential suite accommodations. What made Lu Ruyan seethe with envy most was Su Yao posting the transfer record from Jiang Chen, a full 10 million. Zhao Shimian, meanwhile, posted both Su Yao's and Jiang Chen's separate transfer records to her two separate 5 million yuan transfers, adding up to another full 10 million yuan. Only now did Lu Ruyan suddenly realize she'd vastly underestimated Jiang Chen's wealth. Casually transferring 5 million and 10 million yuan. Even Su Yao, who had just started dating Jiang Chen, could casually transfer 5 million. Just how much inheritance had Jiang Chen received? How much money did he actually have now? How could he be so generous to Su Yao and Zhao Shimian? Why doesn't a single penny of this staggering fortune come my way? Clack! Lu Ruyan slammed her phone shut in anger, flung it aside, then flopped onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Clatter! Just then, the bathroom door burst open. Yang Fan, completely naked, rushed out in a panic. Whoosh! Yang Fan swiftly climbed onto the bed, wrapped his arms around Lu Ruyan, and without a word, pressed his lips against hers. What are you doing? Lu Ruyan shoved Yang Fan away forcefully, her expression icy cold as she declared, I'm exhausted today. I don't want to do this. After saying this, Lu Ruyan turned her back to him, refusing to look at his expression, leaving him only with her cold, indifferent silhouette. Ruyan! Unwilling to give up, Yang Fan clenched his teeth and tentatively reached out to touch Lu Ruyan's shoulder. But he was met with a barrage of scolding from Lu Ruyan. Yang Fan, I told you I'm exhausted today. Can't you show me a little consideration? Why must you force me to do things I don't want to do? You never used to be like this. You never forced me before. Why have you changed so much? Listening to Lu Ruyan's extremely impatient voice, Yang Fan's face alternated between red and white, his entire body awkwardly at a loss. He lowered his head in thought, then offered an apology. Ruyan, I'm sorry. Since you're tired today, you should rest early. Lu Ruyan responded with a flat tone, maintaining her sleeping position with her back to Yang Fan. There was no further exchange. Swish! Yang Fan fought back his inner urge, casting a lingering glance at Lu Ruyan's silhouette before gently settling down beside her. That night, Lu Ruyan lay awake. Yang Fan couldn't sleep either. Jiang Chen, Zhao Shimian, and Su Yao were also sleepless. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette. His brows were furrowed, and a wry smile flickered across his face. Sniffle, sniffle. Zhao Shimian lay beside Jiang Chen, her eyes red and swollen. Her hands clutched the corner of the quilt as she wiped away tears, her voice breaking into soft sobs. Man, it was your first time too? Jiang Chen sighed softly, staring at the vivid red plum blossom stain on the sheets. He began to doubt whether he was dreaming. At his words, Zhao Sherman abruptly stopped crying. She turned her head, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen as she demanded, Jiang Chen, what do you mean by that? Do you think I'm some kind of loose woman? That's not what I meant. What I meant was, forget it. Just pretend I was talking nonsense. I didn't say anything. Jiang Chen rubbed his face in frustration, then grabbed a pack of cigarettes from the nightstand, pulling one out and placing it between his lips. Click. Just as Jiang Chen lit his cigarette, a faint sound came from beside him. Zhao Sherman reached over to the other nightstand and brought back an ashtray. Next, Zhao Sherman carefully carried the ashtray with both hands and placed it before Jiang Chen, seemingly to make it easier for him to tap out his cigarette ash. Puff. Jiang Chen blew a smoke ring, then suddenly felt a thought stir within him. He turned to ask Zhao Sherman, man, what are your plans from here on out? What else could I possibly plan? Zhao Sherman rolled her eyes, her face wearing a look of reproach as she said, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Wherever you go from now on, I'll follow. Don't even think about ditching me. Jiang Chen. Chapter 30, time for another prize draw. The next morning. Jiang Chen drifted awake from his slumber, suddenly feeling something soft and smooth nestled against him. Opening his eyes, he immediately saw a face of breathtaking beauty. Her bold, icy beauty paired with mesmerizing eyes radiated a unique, commanding presence. What a cold, beautiful rose. At that moment, Zhao Sherman propped her head up with one hand, a beautiful curve playing at the corners of her lips. Her eyes gazed at Jiang Chen with a look full of affection. At the same time, Jiang Chen distinctly felt a soft, delicate hand inside the covers, gently caressing his 8-pack abs. Good morning, honey. Perhaps noticing Jiang Chen's eyes open, Zhao Sherman quickly withdrew her hand from the covers and offered a sweet morning greeting. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Zhao Sherman wrapped her arms around him and nestled her head against his chest. Good morning. Jiang Chen smiled as he gently pulled Zhao Sherman's shoulders closer, embracing her in his arms. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body and the delicate fragrance wafting from the bedding, Jiang Chen couldn't resist kissing Zhao Sherman lightly on the forehead. Husband, I'm hungry. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, Zhao Sherman, known for her fierceness, was now nestled in his arms, acting coy. Her flushed cheeks and clinging demeanor made her look just like a newlywed bride. Click. Just then, the door burst open from the outside. Su Yao, clad only in a lace nightgown, strode in without a care. You little minx, if you're hungry, get up already. Sis will take you out for breakfast. What the hell? First thing in the morning, you wake up clinging to my husband like this? Didn't you get enough last night? Silence. The bedroom fell silent. But after a brief pause, Zhao Sherman suddenly shrieked like a startled rabbit, burrowing instantly under the covers. Hey! Man, what are you trying to pull? Playing innocent in front of me? Get up now. You're supposed to serve tea to your big sister later. I'll count to 3. If you're still not up by then, don't blame me for being unkind. Su Yao climbed onto the bed as she spoke. Under Jiang Chen's stunned gaze, Su Yao yanked back the covers and slid in with a soft rustle. Immediately, the covers began to stir. Zhao Sherman's startled gasps and giggles echoed out. You little rascal, just wait till I teach you a lesson. Yao, stop, giggle, ticklish. Call me big sister. Big sis, giggle. I'm sorry, please stop tickling me. Wake up. Up. And just like that, Zhao Sherman was pulled out of bed by Su Yao. While Zhao Sherman was getting dressed, Su Yao crawled over to Jiang Chen's side, leaned down, and kissed him on the cheek. Her voice was incredibly tender as she said, Honey, I've taken the little troublemaker away. I promise she won't disturb your sleep anymore. We're not going anywhere today. We'll just rest here at the hotel. When you wake up, I'll order something for you to eat. Su Yao had remembered Jiang Chen's habit of sleeping in and deliberately timed her action to pull Zhao Sherman out of his bed at this hour. Alright. Setting aside her materialistic tendencies, Su Yao was actually quite good in every other way. At the very least, she provided Jiang Chen with immense emotional value, never making him feel even the slightest bit of disgust toward her. Of course. Jiang Chen understood that if he weren't wealthy, generous, and willing to spend money on women, Su Yao might not show him such understanding. In conclusion, a man must have money. Only with money will a woman reveal her gentlest, most beautiful side to you completely. Click. Watching Su Yao and Zhao Sherman tiptoe out of the bedroom, carefully closing the door behind them as if afraid to disturb Jiang Chen's sleep. At that moment, a pleasing curve lifted the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. This money was definitely well spent. At the very least, Jiang Chen felt his emotional investment had been fully rewarded. One word, bliss. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen, lying on the bed, suddenly lost all desire to sleep. He simply sat up against the headboard and lit a cigarette. Right. Today is a brand new day. Time for the lottery. Swish. Jiang Chen immediately activated his thoughts and opened the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Draws remaining 3. Inventory empty. No need to say more. When you're in a good mood, luck naturally follows. Let's get this show on the road. Swish. Jiang Chen tapped the lottery button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began spinning. The red pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed, finally slowing to a crawl after roughly 3 seconds. Finally. With a soft click, the pointer came to a steady halt in the gold coins section. Immediately afterward, a black bank card popped out from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million in tips. The system notification sounded in his ear. Jiang Chen opened the inventory with practiced ease and quickly spotted the black card in his backpack. Black Card Donation Funds. This is a virtual electronic bank card containing 100 million Dragon Nation currency. It can only be used for donations during online live streams. Note, hosts using donation funds will receive double the real-world monetary return. After reading the card's description, Jiang Chen, perhaps still groggy from waking up, momentarily struggled to grasp its exact function. But, after finishing a cigarette, his mind cleared, and he finally grasped the black card's purpose. Simply put, by using the funds on this black card to tip various streamers on live streaming platforms, he would receive double the cashback. If he spent all 100 million in rewards, Jiang Chen could receive 200 million in cashback. The system noticed Jiang Chen had added another beauty to his followers, so it proactively sent him money. How considerate. Thanks, bro system. Jiang Chen smiled as he closed the system inventory and returned to the main lottery page. This time, he rubbed his hands together vigorously until his palms grew warm, then mentally clicked the lottery button. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer spun rapidly clockwise. After about 3 seconds, its speed gradually slowed. Finally, with a soft click, the pointer came to a steady halt within the gold coins section. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring one high-end residential building. The system notification chimed in his ear. Before Jiang Chen could process it, a sudden weight pressed against his chest. Before his eyes materialized a plastic bag, brimming with bright red property deeds. Holy crap! How did I get so many property deeds? What did the system just say? One high-end residential building? Are you sure it's one building, not one unit? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Jiang Chen hurriedly flipped through the property deeds in his arms, only to discover every single one bore his name. Xilan City, Xingqing No. 1 Mansion, Building No. 1 on Xingfu Road? 30 stories tall? 4 units per floor, totaling 120 apartments? Each unit a 200 square meter open plan apartment? How much money would it take to buy an entire building? Swish. Jiang Chen quickly searched online with his phone. Xingqing No. 1 Mansion, located near the most bustling commercial street in Xilan City, where property prices had already been inflated to 100,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, each of the 120 units Jiang Chen now held was worth over 20 million yuan. The total value of those 120 units had already surpassed 2.4 billion yuan. Holy crap! He'd struck it rich overnight. Chapter 31, Online Dating Card. Inside the room, Jiang Chen clutched 120 bright red property deeds, yet a look of bewilderment crossed his face. His first thought was to rent out all these properties. The monthly rent alone would let him live a life of extravagant indulgence. But then he thought again. He wasn't short on money at all right now. He still had 570 million yuan in his account. He didn't even know how to spend it all. Just moments ago, he'd won a 100 million yuan tip reward. If he spent it all, he'd receive a 200 million yuan cashback bonus. Not to mention, the system granted 3 daily lottery chances. Jiang Chen might just draw even more wealth. So, he needed to think bigger. What's the big deal about a little rent? Petty cash. You see, Jiang Chen is actually a pretty lazy guy. He's the kind of lazy slob who'd rather lie in bed and not move at all, preferring his partner to do all the work while he just chills in energy-saving mode. How could he possibly have the time or energy to list all 120 units for rent, haggle with tenants, collect rent every month, and handle their endless demands? Damn it! Just thinking about it was a hassle. Running around like crazy for such a measly amount of rent? It just wasn't worth the effort. What was Jiang Chen's motto? Live off others, lie low, enjoy life, and never work. Collecting rent? That's basically working. This was something Jiang Chen simply couldn't tolerate. Swish. Jiang Chen casually tossed a bag of property deeds aside, then fixed his gaze on the lucky draw wheel. He'd already won gold coins twice in a row. With one last spin left today, couldn't it give this guy a decent prize? Did he really have to chant a spell to win something decent? Swish. Jiang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully before mentally clicking the spin button. As the pointer spun rapidly, Jiang Chen immediately chanted, Heaven spirits, earth spirits, Emperor Ruyan, manifest your divine power. Bless me with a grand prize. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Under Jiang Chen's expectant gaze, the pointer's spinning finally slowed. This time, the pointer actually swept across the gold coins section before slowly gliding toward the remaining 4 areas. Got it. At least a card, reward or higher. May Lu Ruyan rest in peace. As Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, she should be watching over him from beyond the grave, blessing him every moment. That's what a proper ex-girlfriend does. Click. Before Jiang Chen could even celebrate, the pointer crawled a short distance before immediately stopping at the card section. Immediately, a pink card adorned with hearts popped out from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an online romance card. The system notification chimed in his ear. Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang Chen opened his inventory and quickly spotted the card in his backpack. Online romance card, upon use, grants a wealthy girlfriend for a 3-year online relationship. Note, this card can only be used once. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. System, what the hell do you mean? I admit I'm handsome, in great shape, and have a healthy appetite, but I'm not short on cash right now. Why would I need a rich girlfriend? If this had happened 2 days ago, right after I got the system, and I drew this card in the first round, I might have hesitated or maybe even used it. After all, making a living off your looks isn't shameful. Who would turn down money? But I'm now the god-tier rich guy in Su Yao and Zhao Shimian's eyes. How could I possibly use the rich lady's money to support these 2 little brats? That'd be downright immoral. System, activate this online romance card. Jiang Chen declared with unwavering resolve, activating the card on the spot. He was determined to see just how wealthy this rich woman truly was. If she was richer than him, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind living off her. But if she wasn't richer than him? Sorry, but she'd better get the hell out of here. Swish. The online romance card in his inventory vanished in a streak of light. The next second, an electronic notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a wealthy girlfriend who has been in a relationship for 3 years. Please check your QQ for details. Buzz. The moment the voice faded, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into Jiang Chen's mind. These memories told Jiang Chen that on the very day he graduated from university, he met a female online friend on QQ. They hit it off immediately, quickly developing mutual affection, and boldly embarked on an online romance. The result? It spiraled out of control. This romance lasted a full 3 years. They sweetly called each other husband and wife on QQ, sharing daily life's little joys and confiding in each other about life's troubles during their chats. They met, fell in love, grew to know each other, and cherished one another. To Jiang Chen, this absurd online romance contained not only elements of love, but also the mutual care and understanding of soulmates. As the saying goes, one heartbreaking melody leaves one wondering where in this vast world to find a kindred spirit. Damn it! He had to admit, Brother Tonzi's tactics were truly mind-blowing. After processing this memory, Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if the 3 years he spent with Lu Ruyan had been diluted. No! To be precise, this newly surfaced 3-year online romance had completely overwritten the 3 years of real-life love between Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen suddenly found himself unable to tell over these past 3 years, had he been dating Lu Ruyan, or had he been in an online romance with this wealthy older woman? But overall, it was this online romance that left a deeper impression on Jiang Chen. For some reason, Lu Ruyan's presence suddenly felt much fainter. Some deep-seated obsession buried in the recesses of his mind seemed to vanish into thin air at that very moment. Bro, are you trying to heal my wounded heart in some roundabout way? I'm not some fragile soul. A real man doesn't grow into a towering tree without weathering storms. But still, I'm incredibly grateful to you. Even though you don't say much, I can tell you're a thoughtful system. You deserve 5 stars and a huge thumbs up. Beep. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated, accompanied by the crisp chime of a QQ message notification. Jiang Chen quickly grabbed his phone and opened the QQ mobile app he hadn't logged into in ages. To his surprise, a message from a girl appeared in the pinned messages section. Wait. Not a girl, more like an auntie. Her profile picture was a blooming orchid, and her QQ name was Wealthy Blossoms. Put. Jiang Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood again. Why on earth would she name herself Flowering Prosperity? Jiang Chen had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking not every wealthy older woman was an aged auntie with sagging figures and wrinkled faces. But seeing that username shattered his last shred of hope. As everyone knows, Flowering Prosperity is a screen name particularly favored by middle-aged women of the auntie generation. Jiang Chen was only 25 years old. He was still a kid. He was young. He had his whole youth ahead of him, along with boundless possibilities for the future. How could he possibly end up with an older woman at such a young age? Break up. He absolutely must break up with her. Even Jesus coming back wouldn't help, and that's my word on it. Chapter 32, Major Plot Twist. The mature, alluring auntie. Flowering Prosperity, honey, what are you up to? Flowering Prosperity, I want to talk about what we discussed earlier. Are you free now? Staring at the 2 messages his wealthy girlfriend had just sent, Jiang Chen froze for a moment before quickly scrolling through their chat history. However, The chat history was completely blank. Jiang Chen suddenly realized Su Yao had bought him a new phone yesterday, so naturally, the QQ app on the new device had no chat history. As for Jiang Chen's old phone, he'd tossed it. With a brand new phone worth over 40,000 yuan, who would keep the old, crappy one they got for free when topping up their phone credit? Oh no, oh no. Without the chat history, how am I supposed to remember what we talked about before? A bead of cold sweat instantly formed on Jiang Chen's forehead. The memory he'd just experienced only gave him a rough outline of his online romance with this wealthy older woman. As for the specific details, Tonzigu hadn't made them clear, so naturally, Jiang Chen didn't know them either. After scratching his chin in thought, Jiang Chen sent a reply to Wealthy Blossom. Full sky of stars, no problem, I'm free right now. Jiang Chen's original username had been a sky full of stars can't compare to you. Perhaps finding it too fawning, he deleted the last 3 characters, leaving only a sky full of stars. Seconds later, the wealthy lady replied with a message. Wealthy Blossom, honey, you once told me you trained in martial arts since childhood, mastering all kinds of combat techniques. Taking on 10 people alone is basic for you, and your skills are even better than those elite special forces soldiers. Is that true? Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood again. He had only just learned martial arts mastery yesterday. But judging by Flowering Wealth's tone, Jiang Chen must have bragged to her ages ago about being a badass fighter. Fine. Men love to brag. A man who doesn't brag, is he even a man? Starlit sky, my skills are indeed formidable. After Jiang Chen sent that message, his wealthy girlfriend actually sent back several messages in a row. Wealthy Blossom, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Wealthy Blossom, all these years, I've longed to find a powerful man to lean on, someone who could protect me and give me true security. Now I've finally found him. Emoticon, blushing. Wealthy Blossom, honey, let's meet in person. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own spit again. What the hell? Didn't we agree to break up? How did the conversation suddenly turn into meeting up? Tap tap tap. Jiang Chen quickly typed out a long message about breaking up. Maybe he felt these words were a bit too cold-hearted? After all, they'd been in an online relationship for 3 years. Even if there were no real achievements, there was certainly some effort involved, right? So, Jiang Chen deleted the entire message and racked his brain to craft a long, more tactful one. The meaning remained the same, break up. However, before Jiang Chen could send the message to Huakai Fugue, she sent him several more messages. Huakai Fugue, honey, we've been together for 3 whole years now, and you still don't know what I look like? Huakai Fugue, since we've decided to meet in person, I'll send you some recent photos of me. Emoticon, blushing. Flowering Wealth, photo. At that moment, Jiang Chen's curiosity was suddenly piqued. He tapped open one of Flowering Wealth's photos. The next second, he was so stunned he couldn't speak. This woman was incredibly stunning. A delicate oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes. Her aura was mature and coldly beautiful, yet within that coldness lay a hint of gentleness, and within that gentleness, a touch of intellect. Her long, tea-dark hair was braided into a thick, long plait, casually draped over her shoulder. It looked so inviting to hold. Her skin was exceptionally fair, not a single wrinkle visible on her face. She must have taken great care of herself, for she looked nowhere near 30, more like a young woman of 27 or 28. But, according to the memories Tongzi forced onto Jiang Chen, this wealthy woman was actually a widow, her true age being 37, and she had a daughter who had just turned 18. There was absolutely no mistake about it. But, judging by the photos, Huakai Fugue didn't look like a 37-year-old auntie at all. Instead, she resembled a young lady only 3 years older than Jiang Chen. It just goes to show how well-preserved wealthy women can be. Back to the point. In the photo, Huakai Fugue wore a blue form-fitting dress, standing sideways by the ocean. The dress perfectly accentuates her mature, curvaceous figure. What does it mean to be just right, not an ounce more or less? Calling her the pinnacle of the curvy category is no exaggeration. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt envious of Huakai Fugu's daughter. The little girl must never have gone hungry since childhood. Her mother's rice bag was simply overflowing. Such a stunningly beautiful, curvaceous, and elegant rich girl auntie, and her daughter is already 18? How could Jiang Chen possibly believe that? But the evidence was right before his eyes. Huakai Fugue in the photo clearly looked under 30, at most 27 or 28. Wait a minute. Could this chick be using stock photos? Or maybe these photos have been heavily photoshopped, loaded with filters and beauty effects? The thought sent a chill down Jiang Chen's spine. What he hated most in life were photo scams. Especially those girls who photoshop their faces and figures so badly they end up unrecognizable even to their own mothers. That's outright fraud. Could Huakai Fugue be one of those people? Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately video called Huakai Fugue. He was going to expose the fraud. He would expose the true face of flowering prosperity. He would make the monster show its true colors. Beep. He had expected Huakai Fugue to reject the call, but to his utter surprise, the other party answered instantly. The next second. On Jiang Chen's phone screen appeared a stunningly beautiful woman, mature and voluptuous, fair-skinned and lovely, with an aura that was both coldly elegant and gentle, yet intellectually sophisticated. That's right. The real Hua Kaifu Gue looked exactly like her photos. Even without makeup, her skin remained flawlessly fair, and not a single wrinkle marred her face. Lying lazily on a sofa, Hua Kaifu Gue left Jiang Chen utterly speechless. She was simply, breathtakingly stunning. Ha! Honey, how did you get so handsome? I only saw your photos from 3 years ago. I never imagined you'd transform into such a super hottie. Now this is such a pleasant surprise. By the way, why did you suddenly video call me? Are you finally ready to meet me in person? Hua Kaifu Gue's voice was melodious. It was that kind of deep, alluring older sister voice. I still don't know your real name? Jiang Chen felt genuinely awkward. After all, he'd just been thinking about breaking up. He absolutely couldn't get caught by an older woman. But now it seemed, this wasn't some old lady at all. She's clearly my big baby. Forget breaking up. Whoever breaks up is a total idiot. Chapter 33, Getting to Know Each Other. Inside the room, Jiang Chen lay on the bed, intending to shift positions before continuing his video chat with Hua Kaifu Gue. After all, he was completely naked, with only the blanket covering his lower body and his upper body bare. However, as he rolled over, his hand slipped accidentally, sending the phone tumbling onto the bed. By the time he retrieved it, the video call had already disconnected, and Hua Kaifu Gue sent a message asking, Hua Kaifu Gue, honey, why did the video call suddenly disconnect? Full sky of stars, sorry, my hand slipped and I dropped my phone on the bed. Flowering wealth, hehe, you must have thought those photos I sent you earlier were fake or photoshopped, so you wanted to video call to see my real face, right? Emoji, sly grin. Full sky of stars, honestly, you did say you're 37 and have an 18-year-old daughter. That's a huge gap from the photos, so I had to wonder. Wealthy blossom, I get it. No one who meets me believes I have an 18-year-old daughter. Emoji, happy. Jiang Chen, emoticon, awkward. After Jiang Chen sent his final message, Prosperity in Bloom remained silent for a long while. What was she doing? Maybe something unexpected came up and she didn't have time to reply? Just as Jiang Chen was about to get up, his phone vibrated twice. A message from Hua Kaifu Gue arrived. Flowering Prosperity, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Qin Xiaoyu. I'm 37 years old, widowed, and have a daughter who just turned 18. I currently serve as the general manager of a publicly listed company. I own property, a car, and savings. Since my husband passed away, you are the only boyfriend I've had. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own spit. Staring at Qin Xiaoyu's lengthy self-introduction, especially that last line, since her husband's death, she'd only had one boyfriend, Jiang Chen. That very line made Jiang Chen feel as though Qin Xiaoyu carried a lingering sense of grievance. What? Just because I'm her only boyfriend, does that mean I have to take responsibility for her? Or was Qin Xiaoyu subtly implying that since her husband's death, she'd remained pure and chaste, never straying? Jiang Chen stroked his chin in thought. After all, he was a scumbag. Being a scumbag once was scumbaggery, being one twice was still scumbaggery, being one more times was still scumbaggery. Good girls shouldn't be let down, but bad girls shouldn't be wasted either. I'm not a scumbag, I just want to give every girl a warm home. Starlit sky, my name is Jiang Chen. I'm 25 years old and already retired. I own a house, a car, and savings. I'm set for life and don't need you to support me. Wealthy blossom, what? Retired at 25? Honey, are you kidding me? Full sky of stars, this is called early retirement, completely lying low, coasting through life, and enjoying every moment. Flowering Prosperity, so your family background must be incredibly wealthy? Full sky of stars, I'm an orphan. Flowering Prosperity, I'm sorry, I didn't know about your family situation. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu chatted on QQ for a while before adding each other on WeChat. Since they were planning to meet in person, continuing to chat on QQ felt a bit awkward. Beep. Right after adding each other on WeChat, Qin Xiaoyu immediately sent a message. Qin Xiaoyu, honey, there's actually one more thing I've been keeping from you. I haven't told my daughter about us yet. I'm worried she won't be able to accept it, or might even strongly oppose us being together. Jiang Chen, emoticon, awkward. Qin Xiaoyu, how about this? I'll have a heart-to-heart with my daughter tonight. If she doesn't object, we can be together openly. Jiang Chen, what if she doesn't agree? Qin Xiaoyu, then we'll just keep it secret. As long as she doesn't find out, it'll be fine. Emoji, covering mouth and giggling. Jiang Chen, got it. So no matter what your daughter says, you're dead set on being with me? Qin Xiaoyu, honey, don't you want to meet me in person? Staring at the last WeChat message in the chat window, Jiang Chen's mind suddenly flashed with Qin Xiaoyu's mature, stunning face, her voluptuous figure, and those imposing 38F headlights. Squeak. Jiang Chen quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and typed a reply to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, I do. Qin Xiaoyu, hee, then call me wifey first and let me hear it? Jiang Chen, wifey. Sticker, kiss. Qin Xiaoyu, my little hubby, such a good boy. Emoticon, kiss. Jiang Chen, why do you have to add little before husband? Qin Xiaoyu, you're only 25, a full 12 years younger than me. Isn't that small enough? Jiang Chen, I'm quite big. Want to try? Qin Xiaoyu, hey. We've been dating for 3 years, and only now do I realize you're such a little pervert. Seeing this WeChat message, a flash of contempt suddenly crossed Jiang Chen's face. Earlier during their video call, the moment Qin Xiaoyu saw him shirtless, her eyes widened like copper bells, flashing with lightning-sharp shrewdness. Who's the pervert? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? You've got drool practically dripping from the corner of your mouth. And now you're turning it around and calling me a little pervert? Ha, women. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I've decided to turn over a new leaf, quit all lust immediately, and go to Shaolin Temple to become a monk. From now on, I'll devote myself entirely to Buddhism and never again entertain the slightest improper thoughts about romantic affairs between men and women. Qin Xiaoyu, you dare. Jiang Chen, heh, just kidding. Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen, you're my man now. Without my permission, you absolutely cannot become a monk. Got that? Jiang Chen, whoa. The domineering CEO fell for me? Qin Xiaoyu, wrong. It should be titled The CEO Sister is Both Gorgeous and Badass, The Little Wolfdog Brother is Doomed. Emoji, sneaky smile. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt incredibly happy and relaxed whenever he chatted with Qin Xiaoyu. He had no reservations whatsoever, saying whatever came to mind. And Qin Xiaoyu always knew how to follow his lead, keeping the conversation light and cheerful. Is this what they call a soulmate? A heart-wrenching melody where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit? Qin Xiaoyu, honey, let's meet up. I want to get to know you better and let you get to know me better too. Emoji, grinning widely. Jiang Chen, how deep? Emoji, wicked grin. Qin Xiaoyu, sharing a song with you, the moon represents my heart. Seeing the song Qin Xiaoyu shared, Jiang Chen instinctively hit play. Soon. Soothing music drifted from his phone. Jiang Chen held his phone, leaned back against the headboard, slowly closed his eyes, and began listening intently. You ask how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My feelings are true, my love is true, the moon represents my heart. You ask how deep my love for you is, how much I love you. My affection never wavers, my love remains unchanged, the moon represents my heart. Chapter 34, The Ice Queen, Lin Qingxue. Is this what love is? After finishing his conversation with Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a deep sigh to the heavens. I love you like a twisted pretzel. After a moment of solitary reflection, just as Jiang Chen was about to get up, his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Lin Qingxue. Seeing that name, Jiang Chen's first thought was, did she dial the wrong number? Although Jiang Chen had Lin Qingxue's contact information and had added her on WeChat, they had barely kept in touch over the years. One of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, the so-called Ice Queen Lin Qingxue, had suddenly called him out of the blue. What was going on? Could she be following Zhao Shimian's lead and coming to throw her support behind this young master? But why was it specifically Lin Qingxue? If Yu Lily, the dancing wind, Luli, the little green tea, or Tangro, the piggy hero, had called, Jiang Chen wouldn't have batted an eye. But a call from that Ice Queen Lin Qingxue? That had Jiang Chen's jaw dropping. Wasn't she supposed to have misandry? Wasn't she a lesbian, a dyke, a lily? Wasn't she always so aloof? Had she too succumbed to reality? Swish. Jiang Chen froze in surprise for a moment before answering the call. Hello? Is this Jiang Chen? A cool, feminine voice came from the other end, its tone oddly tinged with a hint of awkwardness and a sense of relief. But Lin Qingxue's voice was unmistakably that of a cool, aloof older woman, the kind that instantly made you feel she was untouchable, pure as jade, sacred and beyond desecration. Perhaps this woman was so aloof that it only made men want to conquer her. Ice Queen. Oh no. A block of ice truly lives up to her reputation. Oh. So it's icy. What brings you to call me all of a sudden? Jiang Chen smirked, radiating an aura reminiscent of a dragon king returning. Ice? Ice? Who's ice? Jiang Chen, it's Lin Qingxue. The voice on the other end paused noticeably, tinged with displeasure yet holding back anger, seemingly afraid to offend Jiang Chen. I know you're Lin Qingxue. Bing Bing is the nickname I gave you. Isn't it a lovely nickname? You? Yeah, it's nice. Hearing the gritted teeth on the other end, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Bing Bing, what can I do for you? Jiang Chen, it's like this. You should know I'm now a client manager at China Merchants Bank's private banking division. I'm calling today to introduce you to our bank's private banking services. Our private banking division has the largest client base among major domestic banks and is widely recognized for its top-tier service. Lin Qingxue rattled off a bunch of nonsense over the phone, which boiled down to one sentence: I want to poach you and make you my client. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes as he listened to Lin Qingxue's pitch over the phone, and an image of a cool, elegant figure couldn't help but surface in his mind. He vaguely recalled Lu Ruyan mentioning once that after graduation, Lin Qingxue had entered the banking system. Little did he know she was now a private banking client manager at China Merchants Bank. So-called private banking wasn't a bank opened by an individual, but rather a specialized service model created by banks to court high-net-worth individuals. Simply put, it was the bank's premium VIP customer service. Compared to ordinary branches, private banking offers greater authority, more resources, and a broader range of services. Take a simple example. When depositing money, ordinary customers receive fixed interest rates. The four major banks offer around 0.35% for demand deposits and only about 1.5% for one-year fixed deposits. Private banking clients, however, can negotiate their deposit rates, typically securing a minimum of 2.5% or higher. The larger the deposit, the higher the rate. Beyond that, private banks offer clients numerous benefits and additional service options. Jiang Chen vaguely recalled that to qualify as a private banking client at China's big four banks, one must hold at least 5 million yuan in personal deposits and maintain that balance for a specified period. China Merchants Bank had the highest threshold, requiring personal assets exceeding 10 million yuan to qualify for their private banking services. But Jiang Chen's money was clearly deposited in Manhwa Bank. Regardless of the institution, all banks implement strict confidentiality measures for their clients. The question arose. As a private banking account manager at China Merchants Bank, how did Lin Qingxue find out that Jiang Chen's deposits at Manhwa Bank had exceeded 10 million? Smack! Jiang Chen suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself across the face, cursing himself silently for being an idiot. Just the day before yesterday, Su Yao flaunted her wealth on social media: a Ferrari LaFerrari, a 100,000 yuan dinner, a presidential suite. And just yesterday, those two little pests Su Yao and Zhao Sherman had even posted screenshots of Jiang Chen's transfer records on their social media. Lin Qingxue wasn't blind. Why would she ignore such a prime client right under her nose? Was she really going to hand this big fish over to someone else? Jiang Chen, are you even listening to me? At that moment, Lin Qingxue's slightly annoyed voice came through the phone. Jiang Chen snapped back to attention, his face immediately breaking into a devilishly charming grin. Bing bing, I'd love to be your client too, but I'm really swamped right now. Honestly, I just don't have the time. Ever since sealing his heart and locking away love, Jiang Chen had transformed from a desperate suitor into a scoundrel. How could he possibly grovel without limits just because Lin Qingxue was an ice queen goddess? Come on. It was Lin Qingxue who needed something from him now. How dare she still speak to this young master with that high and mighty tone? How dare she harbor dissatisfaction toward this young master? Silence. Not a word. After a brief pause on the other end, Lin Qingxue's voice came through again. Jiang Chen, if you can't make it to our bank, I can personally come to you. Would now be convenient? This time, Lin Qingxue softened her stance. Her tone was no longer aloof, her voice had grown gentle, even tinged with a hint of flattery. Now that's more like it. This was the posture of someone seeking a favor. What, ice queen? Go ahead and keep being cold, try it? See if this young master even bothers with you anymore? Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, Presidential Suite Number 1. I should be available before noon, but after that, it's uncertain. Jiang Chen glanced at the time, then gave Lin Qingxue an address, specifying that he was only available in the morning. It was now 10:30 a.m. Therefore, Lin Qingxue didn't have much time left. To poach Jiang Chen, this major client, she had no choice but to act immediately. She had to rush over and personally approach Jiang Chen for negotiations. There was no other option. Alright, I'll be right over. Lin Qingxue dared not utter a single complaint. After saying this, she hung up immediately. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, then rolled out of bed, slipped on a hotel robe, and casually pushed open the bedroom door, stepping into the spacious living room. However, the living room was eerily quiet. Neither Su Yao nor Zhao Sherman was in sight. Instead, faint laughter from women drifted faintly from the corridor connected to the living room. Curiosity drew Jiang Chen down the corridor until he reached a large, open hall. To his surprise, it was an indoor swimming pool. At that very moment, two stunningly beautiful women in bikinis were frolicking in the pool, their occasional laughter ringing out like silver bells. Holy crap! 2 mermaids? Swimming is so much fun, and they didn't even invite Daddy to join them? Jiang Chen had intended to change into swim trunks, but then thought since there were no outsiders here anyway, why bother with swim trunks? That would be way too much trouble. So, Jiang Chen shed his bathrobe, letting the bitter tea seeds fall to the side, then dove headfirst into the pool. He swam swiftly toward the 2 mermaids. Chapter 35, Private Financial Secretary. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Adjacent to the indoor pool was a spa treatment room. At this very moment, Jiang Chen lay lazily on the massage bed, eyes half closed, his brow relaxed, a hint of devilishly handsome charm playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman knelt on either side of him, massaging him with gentle, careful movements. It started as a simple massage, but after a while, Jiang Chen insisted on something called watermelon push. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were both baffled, completely clueless. Fortunately, Jiang Chen patiently guided them through the process. Since the technique itself wasn't complicated, and both women possessed natural talent and exceptional comprehension, they quickly grasped it. Therefore, with just a few pointers from Jiang Chen, Su Yao, and Zhao Sherman practically mastered it instantly. Watching these two stunning beauties, their faces flushed with shyness and their eyes glazed over as they massaged him, Jiang Chen felt his soul drifting away to the clouds. Best friends forever. Together we advance, together we retreat, together we conquer, together we soar. Share blessings, weather hardships together. Perfect. Happy times always fly by. While Jiang Chen was still lost in bliss, his housekeeper, Bai Qianqian, suddenly knocked on the door and informed him that a Miss Lin was waiting outside to see him. 20 minutes later. Jiang Chen, now dressed and composed, entered the living room. Bai Qianqian opened the door and ushered in a woman dressed in a navy blue business suit. Her long hair was neatly pinned up, revealing a delicate yet icy beautiful face. The gold-rimmed glasses softened the contours of her features. Her curvaceous figure, accentuated by the tailored suit, perfectly traced an S-shaped silhouette. Paired with a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, she exuded a mature, alluring aura. Wow! Not bad. Jiang Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He never expected that after 3 years apart, the once icy goddess had transformed into a glasses-wearing beauty. Her aura seemed even more stunning than during her university days. Though she still wore that icy demeanor, an air of intellectual elegance radiated from her. In a word, she'd matured. Bing bing, it's been ages. Jiang Chen rose from the sofa and extended his hand toward Lin Qingxue. The moment Lin Qingxue saw Jiang Chen, her face remained serene, yet a fleeting hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Times had changed. Thanks to the Jijin potion, Jiang Chen had undergone a complete transformation. His handsomeness had long surpassed the limits of humanity. Though Lin Qingxue was known as the Ice Queen, she remained merely mortal, not a true goddess. So how could she possibly resist Jiang Chen's charm? Jiang Chen, it's been a while. You seem to have changed a lot. Lin Qingxue clasped Jiang Chen's hand, a faint smile playing on her lips. People change over time. Besides, you've changed quite a bit yourself. As if possessed by some unseen force, the moment Lin Qingxue released his hand, Jiang Chen suddenly used his index and middle fingers to gently tickle the palm of her hand. Simultaneously, he winked at her, a mischievous grin curling the corners of his mouth. Lin Qingxue paused slightly, giving him only a faint glance before calmly withdrawing her delicate white hand. Though her expression remained calm, Jiang Chen keenly observed a flicker of bashfulness deep within her eyes. This discovery instantly piqued Jiang Chen's interest. Who said Lin Qingxue had a fear of men? Who said she was a lesbian? A dyke? A lily? Judging by her reaction just now, she was clearly a perfectly normal woman. She just had a colder demeanor, hid her feelings deeper, and carried herself with more aloofness. To sum it up in one sentence, she was a master at putting on an act. Next, Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxue both sat down on the sofa, and Bai Qianqian promptly went to brew 2 cups of tea. After Bai Qianqian withdrew, Lin Qingxue picked up her teacup, took a delicate sip, and then eagerly dove into the main topic. Jiang Chen, you know why I came today, so I won't beat around the bush. I've just been promoted to private banking account manager, and I'm in need of performance metrics right now. So I'm hoping to enlist your help. If you choose me as your dedicated financial advisor, I'll do everything in my power to manage your assets effectively. After listening to Lin Qingxue's explanation, Jiang Chen didn't respond immediately. Instead, he picked up his teacup, took a leisurely sip, and began quietly weighing his options. His main wife, Su Yao, his mistress, Zhao Shimian, his female housekeeper, Bai Qianqian, and then there was Qin Xiaoyu, the wealthy older woman he'd been dating online for 3 years, who'd just insisted on meeting in person today. If another bespectacled lady were to join the mix, could this young master handle it? After all, this young master only has 2 kidneys. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as overworked land, only overworked oxen. Damn it! Screw it! Even if I can't handle it, I'll handle it. I've already made a bold declaration, I'll sweep up all 7 of Shilin University's fairies, all 6 except Lu Ruyan. A man of his word must follow through. Even if I have to swallow my pride and shed tears, I'll make good on my boast. Bing bing, what perks come with being your client? Jiang Chen set down his teacup and looked at Lin Qingxue with a faint, ambiguous smile. Lin Qingxue pressed her legs together slightly, folded her arms over her lap, and countered with a question. Jiang Chen, how much capital do you anticipate depositing with our bank? Our bank categorizes clients into 3 tiers: private banking clients with deposits over 10 million, premium private banking clients with deposits over 50 million, and elite private banking clients with deposits over 100 million. The benefits available to private banking clients differ at each tier. After hearing Lin Qingxue's explanation, Jiang Chen pulled out his Longwa Bank savings card and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. This card holds roughly 570 million. If you can satisfy me, I'll entrust this money to your management. Silence. The living room fell silent. The moment Jiang Chen mentioned the figure of 570 million, Lin Qingxue's perpetually icy expression instantly cracked, revealing a look of utter shock. Lin Qingxue had suspected Jiang Chen was wealthy. But she never imagined that a seemingly ordinary savings card casually tossed aside by Jiang Chen would hold over 570 million Dragon Nation currency. With over 570 million in cash alone, just how staggering must Jiang Chen's total assets be? And this was just one bank card, who knows how many others he might have. At that moment, Lin Qingxue finally understood why Su Yao would throw caution to the wind and climb into Jiang Chen's bed. Why, after Su Yao, Zhao Shiman would follow suit and climb into Jiang Chen's bed too. A rich, handsome playboy like Jiang Chen, any normal woman would want to climb into his bed. Jiang Chen, if you deposit this money with our bank, I can guarantee you at least a 4% interest rate. Furthermore, I will personally serve as your private financial secretary and assemble a dedicated financial management team of at least 4 members to provide you with round-the-clock service. Whatever your needs may be, I will spare no effort to fulfill them, providing you with comprehensive, personalized, bespoke services. Chapter 36. Turns out she's a scheming bitch. Lin Qingxue was genuinely sincere. She skipped all the small talk and laid out every benefit for Jiang Chen. However, her final line, "whatever you need, I'll do my utmost to fulfill it," seemed to carry an entirely different implication. Was Jiang Chen overthinking it? Or was Lin Qingxue deliberately hinting at something? Maybe he should just ask her directly? Personal financial secretary? Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly, a subtle gleam flashing in his eyes. "Yes, I will personally serve as your private financial secretary." Lin Qingxue nodded, her expression still serene. Perhaps from speaking so much in one breath, she suddenly felt parched. Lin Qingxue reached for her teacup, lifting it to her lips with an elegant grace. Jiang Chen blinked, then stroked his chin and asked, "You mean the kind where the secretary handles business matters, and when there's nothing to do, well, that kind of secretary?" Put. Lin Qingxue had just taken a sip of tea when Jiang Chen's question made her spit it all out. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen was seated directly across from her. The spray instantly drenched Jiang Chen like a drowned rat. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Seeing Jiang Chen drenched, Lin Qingxue hurriedly set down her teacup and swiftly pulled several tissues from the box on the coffee table. She then swiftly rose and hurried over to Jiang Chen, frantically wiping him down. "The busier you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes." Yikes. Perhaps in her haste, Lin Qingxue stumbled, losing her balance instantly. Unfortunately, she fell directly toward the spot where Jiang Chen was sitting. Thud. And just like that, Lin Qingxue landed squarely in Jiang Chen's lap, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Silence. The living room fell silent once more. Jiang Chen froze in place. Lin Qingxue froze in place. Time seemed to hit pause at that very moment. "Are you throwing yourself into my arms?" Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly, and his gaze toward Lin Qingxue instantly turned peculiar. "Ha! I wasn't." Lin Qingxue's lovely face flushed crimson in an instant. She struggled, trying to jump out of Jiang Chen's embrace. However, Jiang Chen's next words froze her in place once more. "Gotcha. Bing bing, you're such a tease." Put. Lin Qingxue nearly choked on her own blood. Just as Lin Qingxue was about to open her mouth to explain, something even more infuriating happened. "Damn it! Qingxue, what are you doing? You're openly seducing my husband right in front of me?" Unbeknownst to them, Su Yao and Zhao Shiman, both freshly showered and dressed, emerged from the bedroom, hand in hand. But the moment they pushed open the door, they immediately saw Lin Qingxue sitting on Jiang Chen's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck. From their angle, Lin Qingxue's struggle to stand up looked exactly like she was forcefully kissing Jiang Chen. Who was Su Yao? She was Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, who had even crowned herself his empress. She'd famously declared with unmatched authority, "As long as this empress lives, you shall forever remain mere concubines." Now, to suddenly witness a fox spirit seducing her man. Uncle might tolerate it, but auntie certainly won't. Click clack click. Su Yao instantly released Zhao Shiman's hand, then strode swiftly toward Jiang Chen and Lin Qingxue in her stiletto heels. Whoosh. Perhaps feeling guilty, Lin Qingxue sprang up from Jiang Chen's embrace like lightning, then hurriedly moved aside, creating distance between herself and Jiang Chen. Finally, Lin Qingxue stood frozen in place, utterly flustered, her face flushing with embarrassment as she looked at Su Yao. Swish. Su Yao walked over, plopped down beside Jiang Chen, crossed her arms over her chest, and glared at Lin Qingxue. Yao, it's not what you think." Lin Qingxue tried to explain, but Su Yao cut her off immediately with a dismissive wave. "Qingxue, I don't care what happened between you and Jiang Chen. I only have one thing to say to you." What do you want to say?" Lin Qingxue's face flushed red, then drained pale. The 10 toes hidden in her high heels curled up in sheer embarrassment. Taking without asking is theft, granting every request is a gift. The moment Su Yao uttered these words, Lin Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. Her perpetually icy expression now resembled a monkey's buttock, so red it seemed ready to drip with moisture. What did she mean by taking without asking is theft? Using someone else's belongings without first asking and obtaining their consent is equivalent to theft. What does granting a request is like bestowing a favor mean? If you make a request and the other person generously grants it, that act is a gift bestowed upon you. Su Yao's meaning was crystal clear. She could bestow Jiang Chen upon Lin Qingxue, but Lin Qingxue must remember her kindness. However, Lin Qingxue had come to seduce Jiang Chen without Su Yao's consent. This constituted theft, something Su Yao absolutely could not tolerate. In other words, Su Yao had already concluded that Lin Qingxue was seducing Jiang Chen, or rather, that Lin Qingxue harbored ill intentions toward him. Lin Qingxue couldn't wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Yao, I'm sorry. To Jiang Chen's utter surprise, Lin Qingxue didn't attempt to explain or argue. Instead, she proactively apologized to Su Yao and admitted her mistake. Damn it! Was Lin Qingxue admitting she had ulterior motives toward this young master? Did she deliberately fall into my arms just now? What a scheming! Staring at the lingering blush on Lin Qingxue's pretty face, Jiang Chen suddenly found himself believing some of what Su Yao had said. Those little s the moment they heard 5 million, their eyes lit up like crazy. But Lily, Ruru, Lily, and Qingxue were all playing hard to get. Only Manan agreed on the spot, so I brought her back. As for the rest, I plan to let them stew in their own juices. After all these years as besties, don't you think I know exactly what kind of people they are? Mark my words, they'll be begging me on their knees soon enough. Fine. Jiang Chen had to admit that he had indeed idealized the 7 fairies of Xilan University back then. What goddesses! What little fairies! What campus queens! They were merely mortals clad in beautiful exteriors, possessing ordinary bodies and ordinary hearts. As long as they were mortal, they possessed all 7 emotions and 6 desires. A mortal without desires ceases to be human. They might as well ascend to become an immortal. And remember, birds of a feather flock together. If they weren't birds of a feather, how could the 7 fairies of Xilan University have bonded so deeply and become such close confidants? Su Yao's labels, materialistic, vain. Zhao Shiman's labels, materialistic, violent. Lu Ruyan's labels, materialistic, trashy woman. Clearly, the rest couldn't be much better. Beyond that, they must share one common trait that brought them together as kindred spirits, ultimately bonding as close friends. That shared label is gold digging. The 7 fairies of Xilan University should be renamed the 7 worshippers. 7 gold diggers with no sense of decency? Ha. This nickname is absolutely perfect. Chapter 37, Jealousy Burning Bright. Qingxue, for the sake of our years as best friends, I'll forgive you this once. But mark my words. I absolutely will not tolerate this happening again. Su Yao looked thoroughly annoyed as she lectured Lin Qingxue head-on. Lin Qingxue stood frozen in place like a child caught in the act, helplessly enduring Su Yao's wrath. Watching this scene, Jiang Chen shook his head, torn between laughter and exasperation. He reached out and pulled Su Yao into his arms, grinning as he said, Yao, that's enough. I need to discuss something with Bing. Stop making a scene. Husband, you're actually taking her side? Get this straight, I'm your official girlfriend. Su Yao rolled her eyes, actually giving Jiang Chen a cold look. Jiang Chen showed her no indulgence whatsoever. He immediately pushed her away from his embrace and said with a faint, mocking smile, I can replace my official girlfriend anytime. I think Bing is quite suitable. She's good at managing finances and can help me handle my assets. This left Su Yao flustered. Oh dear. Honey. Su Yao quickly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's arm, pressing her body close to him. She switched to a flattering smile and said, I was just joking with you earlier. Why did you take it seriously? Silence. This time, it was Jiang Chen's turn to give Su Yao the cold shoulder. Su Yao cautiously studied Jiang Chen's expression, then bit her lip and gently tugged at his arm. Daddy, I was wrong. Please don't be mad at Yao anymore, okay? Jiang Chen. Zhao Shimian. Lin Qingxue. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression soften slightly, Su Yao quickly gave Zhao Shimian a meaningful glance. Zhao Shimian walked over with a mix of amusement and exasperation, plopping down on the other side of Jiang Chen. Next, Su Yao and Zhao Shimian took turns massaging Jiang Chen's shoulders and kneading his legs. The 2 little troublemakers pulled out all the stops until they finally managed to cheer him up. Bing, I can give you a chance. Completely disregarding Lin Qingxue's presence, Jiang Chen wrapped his left arm around Su Yao while holding Zhao Shimian in his right arm, a charming curve playing on his lips. His words were deliberately ambiguous. He offered Lin Qingxue a chance, but it remained unclear whether this chance meant handing over his money for her management or giving her an opportunity to attach herself to a wealthy man. Or perhaps, Jiang Chen was speaking with double meaning. However, a flicker of joy danced in Lin Qingxue's eyes. She gave Jiang Chen a slight bow and said, Young Master Jiang, thank you for your trust. I will not disappoint you. Hearing her address him as Young Master Jiang with renewed respect, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Pointing to the bank card on the coffee table, Jiang Chen instructed Lin Qingxue, contact the Dragon Country Bank and transfer all the funds over to your China merchant's bank account. Depositing money? Banks would welcome that with open arms. However, withdrawing money might not be so straightforward. Especially large withdrawals and transfers, the bank would inevitably drag its feet for a while. After all, every day the money stayed in their accounts meant another day of interest earned. Understood, Young Master Jiang. Lin Qingxue sat back down on the sofa opposite Jiang Chen, then took a document from her bag and respectfully handed it to him. Please sign this authorization form. I can have everything processed for you before 6 p.m. this afternoon. Jiang Chen took the document, examined it carefully, and after confirming there were no issues, signed his name with a flourish. Ring ring. Just then, the phone in the living room rang. Zhao Sherman was closest to the phone, so she reached out, picked up the receiver, listened for a moment, then turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Honey, Butler Bai is asking if you want us to prepare lunch?" Jiang Chen didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Lin Xingxue and said, "Bing Bing, it's already noon. Why don't you stay and have lunch with us?" "Sure." Lin Xingxue nodded gracefully, her gaze sweeping over Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. A peculiar expression flickered in her eyes. Su Yao called Jiang Chen husband, and Zhao Sherman called him husband too. Those two little minxes seemed to be getting along quite well. Should I still get involved? No way. If I just barged in like that, I'd never earn Jiang Chen's respect. Worse yet, he might just see me as a pretty face. Better to first excel as Jiang Chen's personal financial secretary, manage his assets well, and prove my worth, only then will I gain his attention. Having made up her mind, Lin Xingxue immediately adjusted her demeanor and carefully tucked the documents Jiang Chen had just signed into her briefcase. Jiang Chen's deposits had already approached 600 million. He drove a Ferrari worth 22.5 million, sipped wine priced at 300,000 per bottle, dined on meals costing over 100,000, and stayed in presidential suites priced at 88,888 per night. He had once been the campus heartthrob of Xilan University. Now, he was even more handsome than before, even more captivating to women. How could Lin Xingxue possibly let such a man slip away? While Bai Qianshan was arranging lunch, Jiang Chen slipped into the bedroom and retrieved the bag containing the property deeds. Swish! Jiang Chen dumped the entire bag of property deeds onto the coffee table. "Honey, what are these?" Su Yao picked up one title deed curiously, flipped it open, and her face immediately betrayed a look of astonishment. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen remained silent, but Su Yao set down the deed in her hand, picked up the second one, then the third, fourth, fifth. "Honey, all these properties, are they yours?" After a long while, Su Yao clutched a stack of deeds, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes shone as brightly as the strobe lights in a nightclub. "MHM." Jiang Chen nodded indifferently. "I'm assigning you and Manon a task. Rent out all these properties. The monthly rent collected will be your allowance." Silence. The living room fell silent. But after a brief pause, two distinct cheers erupted. "Ah! Honey, I love you so much. Honey, you're the best." Su Yao and Zhao Sherman practically pounced on him at the same time, one grabbing his left arm, the other his right, then planted a firm kiss on each of his cheeks. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingxue was so shocked and envious that her eyes nearly turned red. This was a residence in Xingqing No. 1 mansion. Property prices there had skyrocketed to 100,000 yuan per square meter, and every unit was a spacious flat exceeding 200 square meters. Jiang Chen had actually bought an entire building. A full 120 units. Even if each unit cost just 20 million yuan, buying the entire building would require at least 2.4 billion yuan. But that's not the point. The real point is that rents at Xingqing No. 1 mansion are anything but cheap. Even by the most conservative estimate, the monthly rent for each unit absolutely won't dip below 15,000 yuan. If all 120 units were rented out, even sitting at home doing nothing would bring in 1.8 million yuan monthly. Jiang Chen just mentioned that the rental income would be given to Yao Yao and Man Man as pocket money. In other words, Yao Yao and Man Man would each get at least 900,000 yuan every month. That's 900,000 yuan. Every single month. And that's just pocket money. How could Lin Xingxue not be envious? She was practically going crazy with envy. "Dad, I want to be a landlady too. Give me a chance. I promise I'll be good." Chapter 38, I Want to Be the Kid's Dad. Emperor International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Lin Xingxue finally witnessed Jiang Chen's extravagance firsthand. A 9-course lunch featured mostly classic Xilan cuisine, with the remainder consisting of expensive seafood. On top of that, Jiang Chen opened a bottle of Romani Conti. Lin Xingxue secretly looked it up online and discovered that this 2005 Romani Conti dry red wine cost a staggering 279,800 yuan per bottle. But that wasn't the main point. The real point was that Lin Xingxue had been closely monitoring Su Yao's social media feed these past 2 days. Over these 2 days, following Jiang Chen, Su Yao had been dining extravagantly at every meal, consuming a bottle of red wine worth around 300,000 yuan per meal. Just the dining alone had already cost several million yuan. That amount could easily buy a fully paid-off apartment near the 4th Ring Road in Xilan City. How extravagant! Click! 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 Under Jiang Chen's slightly stunned gaze, Lin Xingxue expressionlessly pulled out her phone and snapped continuous photos of the lavish spread of delicacies before them. Especially that bottle of Romani Conti, she practically photographed it to death. Moments later, Jiang Chen spotted Lin Xingxue's latest WeChat Moments update. "Lin Xingxue, thank you for your generous hospitality, Mr. Jiang, thumbs up emoji. Image.png, image.png, image.png. After lunch. Lin Xingxue hurried off, briefcase in hand. She had to wrap up the matter with Jiang Chen before 6 p.m. to prove her competence. Su Yao and Zhao Shimian, clutching the bag of property deeds and Jiang Chen's Ferrari keys, cheerfully headed to the real estate agency. As for Jiang Chen, he was lazy. He didn't want to go out in the blazing midday sun. Wasn't it much nicer to lounge in the hotel, blast the AC, play mobile games, or scroll through videos? Seize the day and enjoy life to the fullest. Eat, drink, play, and skip work. Tap tap tap. Jiang Chen lay lazily on the sofa, just about to open his phone to scroll through short videos, when the sound of high heels clicking across the floor reached his ears. He looked up to see Bai Qianqian approaching with a tray of fruit. Sis Qianqian, when exactly is Xinxuan's surgery scheduled? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that Bai Qianqian's daughter was still hospitalized. The hospital had said they'd arrange the surgery as soon as possible, but the exact date hadn't been finalized yet. Young Master Jiang, I was just about to tell you about that. Bai Qianqian placed the fruit platter on the coffee table, then turned around and shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. The hospital called me this morning. They said my daughter's surgery is scheduled for 3 p.m. today. Jiang Chen immediately checked the time on his phone. It was exactly 2 p.m. now. In just 1 hour, Xinxing would be undergoing surgery. Swish. Jiang Chen shot Bai Qianqian a displeased glare before standing up. Sister Qianqian, get a car ready immediately. Young Master Jiang, are you leaving? Bai Qianqian asked while picking up the walkie-talkie hanging at her waist. Yes, to the First Municipal People's Hospital. I need to see for myself that Xinxuan is okay before I can truly relax. A few minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce departed from the Imperial International Hotel, heading straight for the First Municipal People's Hospital. Old Zhang was still behind the wheel. As soon as Jiang Chen and Bai Qianqian got in, Old Zhang lowered the partition between the front and rear seats, creating a completely private space for the two of them. The vehicle was in motion. Bai Qianqian sat with her legs together, her hands folded in her lap, but her 10 fingers fidgeted nervously. A trace of worry lingered on her face. Swish! Jiang Chen suddenly reached out, gently pulling Bai Qianqian into his embrace. His voice was soft and reassuring. Sis Qianqian, don't worry. Yesterday I spoke with Xinxing's attending physician. The doctor said the risks for Xinxing's surgery are minimal, the success rate is very high, and complications are highly unlikely. I believe Xinxing will recover completely after the surgery. Hearing Jiang Chen's reassurance, Bai Qianqian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Feeling the warmth of Jiang Chen's embrace, Bai Qianqian couldn't help but rest her head against his shoulder, murmuring softly, Young Master Jiang, thank you. At such close proximity, Jiang Chen could only feel the mature woman's fragrance flooding his nostrils. Suddenly, Jiang Chen asked in a consultative tone, Sister Qianqian, I actually really like Xinxing. I'd like to adopt her as my goddaughter. Would that be okay? Huh? Bai Qianqian froze at his words, almost instinctively blurting out, Young Master Jiang, how could that be possible? With your status, how could Xinxuan possibly be worthy of being your goddaughter? Sister Qianqian. Before Bai Qianqian could finish, Jiang Chen waved his hand to cut her off. His expression turned serious as he declared, people aren't inherently divided into high and low, noble and base. I just happen to have a bit more money than others. How does that make me noble? Xinxing is so adorable, well-behaved, obedient, and sensible. I genuinely adore her and truly wish to adopt her as my goddaughter. Jiang Chen wasn't deceiving Bai Qianqian with these words. The moment he first saw Xinxing at the hospital yesterday, he had inexplicably taken a liking to the little girl. At that moment, Xinxing lay pale on the hospital bed, clearly suffering from illness, yet she still offered everyone a sweet smile. It was as if she was telling her mother, grandfather, and grandmother through that smile that she was fine and they shouldn't worry about her. In that moment, Jiang Chen felt something deep within his heart stir. At just 5 years old, Xinxing was so mature and heartbreakingly resilient. Silence fell. The train car suddenly fell quiet. Bai Qianqian's eyes glistened slightly, her face clouded with sorrow. Whether she was thinking of her own daughter or something else, it was unclear. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Qianqian and pondered for a moment before suggesting, Sis Qianqian, how about this? Once Xinxing's surgery is over, I'll ask her myself. If she's willing to be my goddaughter. Then, whether you agree or not, I'm going to be her godfather. The moment Jiang Chen spoke these words, Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a sharp pang in her nose. Tears welled up and spilled over her cheeks, flowing freely. Young Master Jiang, why are you so kind to me? Bai Qianqian seemed deeply moved by Jiang Chen's words, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Chen had no idea what she'd endured all these years. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he had merely offered Bai Qianqian a small helping hand. He hadn't expected her to be so deeply moved. No need to say more. As the saying goes, rescuing women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. Let's do this. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice before declaring with solemn earnestness, because I'm a man of responsibility. Having embraced the child's mother, I ought to become the child's father. Put. Bai Qianqian had been sobbing uncontrollably, but upon hearing Jiang Chen's twisted logic, she instantly burst into laughter. After laughing, her pretty face suddenly flushed red. She playfully pounded his chest with her tiny fists, her voice teasing yet coy, "You didn't just hold her, you touched." Hee hee, then I should definitely be the kid's dad. Jiang Chen suddenly reached one arm under Bai Qianqian's knees, while his other arm wrapped around her back. With a gentle tug, he lifted her entire body onto his lap. Eek! Bai Qianqian let out a soft gasp, quickly burying her face into Jiang Chen's chest. Her pretty face flushed crimson all the way to her neck. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He adored the mature, gentle Bai Qianqian, especially when she blushed and looked shy like a little woman. And so, under Bai Qianqian's gaze, which was about to turn into a thread, Jiang Chen reached out and undid the third button on her shirt. The first button was undone, the second had popped open, and the third fell victim to Jiang Chen's hands. Bai Qianqian's face flushed crimson. Uttering not a sound, she nestled quietly into Jiang Chen's embrace, resembling a gentle and virtuous young wife. She allowed her husband to tease her at will, embodying the very essence of willing submission. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The mother of his child, she's so good. Chapter 39, this is definitely her biological mother. Meanwhile, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman arrived at the hotel's underground parking garage. From a distance, they spotted the LaFerrari parked in the corner. There was no way around it, this sports car was simply too dazzling. Its sleek design, sensual curves, and innate air of luxury made it stand out like a crane among chickens in the entire underground garage. It was impossible not to catch everyone's attention. Man, snap a few photos of me first. The dress I'm wearing today will definitely complement this supercar perfectly. Su Yao shoved her phone into Zhao Shimon's hands before striding over to the car. She draped herself seductively over the hood, striking a provocative pose. Click. 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 Zhao Shermian was equally enthusiastic, snapping away at Su Yao with her phone while occasionally directing her on poses. After Su Yao finished her shots, it was Zhao Shermian's turn to take pictures. The two little troublemakers giggled and posed, practically begging to be turned into specimens pinned to the hood of the LaFerrari. Is this it? The campus beauty of Xilan University? Is that all she's got? Vroom vroom vroom. Just then, a white BMW pulled up beside them. Perhaps noticing Su Yao and Zhao Shermian taking photos around the Ferrari, the BMW abruptly pulled over. The driver's window slowly rolled down, revealing a man with a large head and prominent ears leaning out. Hey there! Ladies, can I make friends with you? The man's gaze held a hint of lechery as he scanned Su Yao and Zhao Shermian's bodies several times over, drool nearly dripping from the corners of his mouth. Su Yao was the campus beauty of Xilan University. Zhao Shimon's looks were no slouch, either one of Xilan University's 7 fairies. Both of these little sprites were top tier in both looks and figure. The BMW guy had a bit of money to spare, and suddenly encountering such stunning beauties made him unable to resist approaching them for a chat. Beyond that, the way Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were posing around the luxury car to show off clearly marked them as gold diggers in the BMW guy's eyes. Women like that? As long as a sugar daddy could afford it, they'd be easy pickings in no time. Hey, ladies, a Ferrari is nice, but it's useless if it's not yours. How about, you two come with me? Just make me happy, and I'll give you this BMW. How about it? The BMW guy put on an air of I'm rich and generous. In his mind, his 300,000 yuan BMW was more than enough to win over these two gold diggers. However, Su Yao and Zhao Shermian exchanged a glance, then both shot the BMW guy a look of utter contempt. Swish! Su Yao pressed the button on her key fob. The next second, the LaFerrari's headlights flashed twice, accompanied by the beep-beep sound of the doors unlocking. Holy! The BMW guy's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, his expression frozen in utter shock. He stood there dumbfounded for a long moment. This was a LaFerrari. Limited to just 499 units worldwide, with a base price of 22.5 million yuan alone. Now discontinued, a used LaFerrari on the black market had already been inflated to over 30 million yuan. How could this be? How could these two gold diggers possibly be the owners of this car? Had he misjudged them? Were these women actually high-born heiresses from wealthy families? Whoosh! Su Yao and Zhao Sherman climbed into the LaFerrari one after the other. After closing the doors, Su Yao rolled down the window. Fatso, you're broke and still trying to pick up chicks? I could strip one wheel off this car and it'd be worth more than your entire fortune. A beggar is a beggar, you'll be stuck driving a beat-up BMW for the rest of your life. Su Yao flipped the BMW guy a middle finger, then revved the sports car's engine, stomped on the gas, and sped off. BMW guy. On the road. Zhao Shermian's phone suddenly rang. She pulled it out and glanced at the screen, her brows immediately furrowing slightly. Man, who's calling? Su Yao gripped the steering wheel with both hands, glancing over at Zhao Sherman. It's my mom. Zhao Sherman sighed helplessly before answering the call. Just as Zhao Sherman had expected, the moment the call connected, her mother's questioning voice came through. Man, you transferred 5 million yuan to my bank card this morning. I'm asking you, where did this money come from? Did you get into trouble outside? Man, even though our family faced a disaster and we're deeply in debt and you're trying your best to help us pay it off, we absolutely cannot get involved in illegal activities. Zhao Sherman grew irritated by her mother's nagging over the phone and quickly interrupted, Mom, this money is from my boyfriend. What? Man, when did you get a boyfriend? No. Even if you did have a boyfriend, how could he possibly give you that much money all at once? Your boyfriend's money didn't just fall from the sky either. No. Man, did you hook up with some rich guy? Otherwise, how could he give you so much money? Man, you're being foolish. How could you sell yourself for money? A mother knows her daughter best. Zhao Sherman had barely uttered a sentence when her mother instantly guessed the truth. Listening to her mother's sobbing voice on the phone, Zhao Sherman clenched her teeth and quickly said, Mom, wait. I'll send you a photo of my boyfriend. After saying that, Zhao Sherman hung up immediately. She swiftly opened WeChat, pulled several photos of herself and Jiang Chun from her phone gallery, and sent them all to her mother at once. A moment later, Zhao Sherman's mother actually replied to several WeChat messages in a row. Peaceful days, man, is this really your boyfriend? He's quite handsome. Peaceful days, by the way, what's my future son-in-law's name? When will you bring him home for us to meet? Peaceful days, where does my future son-in-law work? What's his income like? Is his family wealthy? Does he treat you well? Peaceful days, man, how long have you two been together? When are you planning to get married? How many children do you plan to have after marriage? Peaceful years, man, just focus on having kids, mom can help take care of them. Put. Zhao Sherman nearly choked on her own spit. She'd only sent her mom a few photos, yet her mother was already fantasizing about holding grandchildren. No need to wonder, this is definitely my real mom. Tap. Zhao Sherman quickly grabbed her phone and typed out a long WeChat message to her mother. The gist was that she was still young, she and Jiang Chen had only just started dating. Their relationship was still in its early stages, and neither of them had any immediate plans to get married. In short, Zhao Sherman managed to talk her way out of it with great effort, finally brushing off the matter. In the end, Zhao Shimon's mother specifically gave her a few words of advice. Peaceful days, man, when you're with Jiang Chen, you must rein in your fiery temper. Don't ever bully him. Peaceful days, I wonder what your father was thinking. Instead of sending you to dance or music lessons as a child, he chose martial arts? What era is this? What use is martial arts training for a girl? Peaceful days, I'm warning you, if you dare use force on Jiang Chen and scare my precious son-in-law away, just wait till I break your legs. Zhao Sherman. Chapter 40, The Little Green Tea, Luli. Half an hour later. The LaFerrari pulled up outside a cafe. Yao, man, over here. As Su Yao and Zhao Sherman stepped into the cafe, a clear voice suddenly called out from a window seat not far to their left. Little pair, how did you get here so fast? You beat us to it? Su Yao paused slightly, then pulled Zhao Shimon's hand and walked over. Seated by the window was a woman whose appearance and figure were both absolutely stunning. She possessed an internet-famous oval face, painted-on features, cascading long hair, and fair skin that radiated charm with every glance. She wore a black mid-sleeve blazer over a black bandeau top, revealing a sliver of snow-white skin at her collarbone and the delicate curves of her shoulders. Her lower body was clad in black cropped trousers, and she wore a pair of stiletto heels. Her slender waist, high peaks, and full curves were perfectly accentuated by this professional ensemble. That's right. She was Luli, one of the 7 fairies of Shilin University, the one who constantly pooled orders with a bunch of fake socialites, fantasizing about snagging some rich second-generation sucker, and whom Jiang Chen dubbed Little Green Tea. Currently, Luli worked at a real estate agency. Half an hour ago, she had received a call from Su Yao, prompting her to rush to this cafe. Yao, you said you'd give me 120 brand new listings, all large format flats in Xingqing No. 1 mansion? Is this for real? You're not messing with me, are you? Luli couldn't wait for Su Yao and Zhao Sherman to order coffee before eagerly firing off her questions. What did 120 brand new listings represent? If Luli could keep these listings to herself and not share them with anyone, she could pocket the brokerage fees for all 120 units. Moreover, these were units in Xingqing No. 1 mansion. As far as Luli knew, not a single real estate agency in all of Shilin City had access to Xingqing No. 1 mansion listings. Securing these listings would prove her extensive connections and channels, cementing her reputation in the industry and attracting more high-quality clients. In short, if she pulled this off, there were only benefits for Luli, no downsides whatsoever. Swish! Without further ado, Su Yao tossed a bag of property deeds onto Luli's desk. She then casually waved to the waiter, ordering a coffee for herself and another for Zhao Sherman. Luli immediately began flipping through the deeds on the table. When she saw that every single deed bore Jiang Chen's name, and each property was a spacious flat exceeding 200 square meters. At that moment, envy made Luli's eyes red. Holy crap! Jiang Chen really is a hidden super rich heir? Luli couldn't help but wipe her eyes, her scheming mind immediately becoming active. She had previously suspected Jiang Chen and Su Yao. After all, his story was too melodramatic to be true. The long-lost heir found years later, inheriting a fortune to become the envy of all as a wealthy playboy. Such plots appeared in nearly every romance novel. Therefore, when Luli learned of Jiang Chen's sudden wealth, the first thought that flashed through her mind was, this must be fake. Think about it. Jiang Chen got dumped by Lu Ruyan in the morning, then became a wealthy playboy by afternoon. This whole thing looked like a setup orchestrated by Jiang Chen himself, a scheme despite Lu Ruyan and mock her for her poor judgment. As for Su Yao's social media posts showing luxury cars, fine wine, presidential suites, and bank transfer records, videos can be AI face swapped and photos can easily be photoshopped. Later, Su Yao took her girlfriends shopping. Luli would rather suspect Su Yao had hooked up with some rich guy than believe that money came from Jiang Chen. However, today, Luli witnessed firsthand that all 120 property deeds bore Jiang Chen's name. Only then did she suddenly realize. After searching high and low, she turned around to find him standing in the dimly lit corner. The wealthy young master she'd been desperately searching for was right beside her all along. Ah! How could this be? If only she had known Jiang Chen's true identity sooner, she would have fought tooth and nail to snatch him away from Lu Ruyan. And that little minx Su Yao really hit the jackpot. Jiang Chen broke up with Lu Ruyan this morning, and by afternoon, Su Yao was already riding in his Ferrari. By nightfall, she'd climbed into his bed. Moving so fast, she didn't leave anyone else a single chance. Wah! My rich and powerful brother, you're being so foolish. In terms of looks and figure alone, I'm no worse than Su Yao. Plus, I can cook, do laundry, give massages, practice yoga. I'm elegant in public, capable in the kitchen, a lady one out and in bed. Why did you fall for that sly fox Su Yao? If you chose me as your girlfriend, I treat you like royalty, ensuring you never have a single unpleasant moment. Sigh. Am I just not meant to catch this windfall of fortune? Or, if I can't be the main wife, maybe I should just settle for being the concubine? After all, Yao Yao doesn't seem to mind this at all, and Man has already taken action, successfully becoming Jiang Chen's concubine. There's no time for hesitation now. Yao Yao has become Jiang Chen's primary concubine, Man is secondary concubine. If I keep dithering, the position of third concubine might be snatched away by another woman. Tap tap tap. Having made up her mind, Luli actually pulled out her phone right in front of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman and swiftly sent Jiang Chen a WeChat message. Luli, brother Jiang Chen, I've actually liked you for a long time. Ever since you were in college, I've secretly admired you. Now that you've broken up with Lu Ruyan, can I be your girlfriend? That's right. Luli wasn't giving up. She still wanted to fight for a chance to become Jiang Chen's official girlfriend. Little pair, who are you texting? Su Yao took a sip of her coffee while glancing at Luli's phone, a cold gleam flashing in her beautiful eyes. Seeming a bit guilty, Luli's hand trembled slightly, nearly dropping the phone. Luli's eyes darted about before she flashed a flattering smile and asked, Yao Yao, you told us yesterday that whoever agreed to be Jiang Chen's concubine would get 5 million. Does that promise still stand? Su Yao gave Luli a half smile, then set down her coffee cup. Crossing her arms over her chest, she replied calmly, yesterday is yesterday, today is today. Yesterday's promise was only valid yesterday. No extensions. Ha? Luli was dumbfounded. Just then, Jiang Chen replied to Luli's WeChat message. Jiang Chen, my current girlfriend is Su Yao. She's your best friend. Are you sure you want to steal her away? Upon seeing the message, Luli's face twisted into an expression uglier than crying. She quickly lowered her head and typed out 2 WeChat replies to Jiang Chen. Luli, Su Yao is my best friend, so I wouldn't dream of stealing her boyfriend. But I want to be your mistress. Emoticon, shy. Luli, brother Jiang Chen, please give me a chance. I promise I'll be good and listen to everything you say. Emoji, pitiful. Jiang Chen, I'm busy right now. Go ask Su Yao directly. Whether she gives you a chance is up to her. Luli. Chapter 41, Ex-Girlfriend vs Current Girlfriend. Ring ring. Luli was still in a daze when a call suddenly came in on her phone. Caller ID, Lu Ruyan. Snapping back to reality, Luli instinctively lifted her head and glanced at Su Yao sitting across from her. At that very moment, Su Yao was chatting and laughing with Zhao Sherman. Occasionally, she would lift her hand to brush the hair by her cheek, revealing the Bulgari earrings adorning her ears and the Tiffany bracelet on her wrist. What envious Luli most was the latest LV handbag Su Yao was carrying, priced at a staggering 500,000 yuan. This wasn't just a handbag. It was like carrying a luxury car around on her arm. That little minx Su Yao lucky to have hooked up with Jiang Chen, she's gone from rags to riches overnight. Swish. Luli answered Lu Ruyan's call right in front of Su Yao and Zhao Sherman. Hello? Ruyan, what's up? Ha? You want to rent a place? Right now? I'm at Time Imprint Cafe. Yao and Man are here too. What? You and Yang Fan are nearby? Come over now? After hanging up, Luli suddenly felt a bit flustered, her eyes darting frequently towards Su Yao and Zhao Sherman sitting across from her. Li, who was that on the phone? What's with that look on your face? Su Yao feigned ignorance, deliberately asking the question. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lu Li's face. She pressed her lips together and cautiously replied, Yao Yao, Ruyan just called me. She said she and Yang Fan are nearby and will come find us later. Huh, are Ruyan and Yang Fan here to buy a house from you? Su Yao chuckled lightly, her face showing no trace of awkwardness. Instead, Zhao Shimian, sitting beside her, flashed a peculiar look in her eyes. Not to buy, but to rent. Lu Li shook her head, her expression also turning slightly peculiar. Ruyan said she's been house hunting all morning but hasn't found anything she likes yet. So she asked me to help look around and see if there are any suitable places available. Isn't Yang Fan an overseas returnee? Isn't he an executive at Qin Group? I recall his family is quite well off. They should have their own place in Shilan City. Why would he bring Lu Ruyan out to look for a rental? Though Su Yao might be all looks and no brains, she wasn't completely dense. She immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Hearing this, Zhao Shimian and Lu Li both furrowed their brows, puzzled expressions crossing their faces. Back in college, Yang Fan had been somewhat of a well-known rich kid on campus. Rumor had it his parents ran a company worth hundreds of millions. It was precisely because of this that Lu Ruyan had rejected the campus heartthrob Jiang Chen's advances and instead thrown herself into Yang Fan's arms. But that wasn't the point. The real question was, if Yang Fan's family was so wealthy, why did he bring Lu Ruyan out to rent an apartment? Could it be that Yang Fan's family disapproved of their relationship? So they're sneaking around to rent a place and live together? Clink. Just then, the cafe door swung open from the outside, and the wind chime hanging above it chimed with a crisp ring. Immediately after, a man and a woman stepped into the cafe. The woman possessed a face of breathtaking beauty, her eyes like autumn water, exuding an aloof elegance. Dressed in a pure white dress, she bore a striking resemblance to Xia Longnu from the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. The man, however, looked rather ordinary. Though he wore a well-tailored suit and had neatly styled hair, his features were average, his height average, his demeanor average. He did bear a striking resemblance to Yin Jiping from the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. Put. The moment Su Yao thought of Xia Longnu and Yin Jiping, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Chen was such a rascal. Coming up with nicknames like that. He's a bloody genius. Catching the puzzled looks from Zhao Shimian and Lu Li, Su Yao's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly picked up the coffee on the table, using the act of drinking to cover her embarrassment. Yao Yao, man, Li Zi, you're all here? Lu Ruyan walked over, smiling as she greeted Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, and Lu Li. At the same time, Lu Ruyan's gaze lingered on Su Yao. When she saw Su Yao's extravagant attire and the latest LV handbag displayed on the table, it seemed almost like deliberate flaunting. Lu Ruyan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes clouded with an unreadable expression. Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, it's been ages. Just then, Yang Fan also approached, smiling as he greeted everyone. However, when Yang Fan's gaze fell upon Su Yao, a look of surprise flashed across his face, and his eyes lit up. Swish! Lu Ruyan didn't notice Yang Fan's expression. She plopped down next to Lu Li, directly across from Su Yao. The coffee table only had 4 chairs. Seeing no empty seats, Yang Fan pulled a chair from nearby and sat at the side of the coffee table, in the aisle. The seating arrangement was as follows: Su Yao and Zhao Shimian sat on the left, while Lu Li and Lu Ruyan occupied the right side. Zhao Shimian and Lu Li occupied the window seats. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan occupied the seats adjacent to the aisle. Yang Fan sat alone in the aisle, with Su Yao to his left and Lu Ruyan to his right. Silence. The room suddenly fell silent. Lu Ruyan sat upright in her seat, her eyes fixed intently on Su Yao across from her, her expression utterly calm. Su Yao also sat upright in her seat, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Ruyan across from her, her expression equally calm. The atmosphere felt slightly awkward. Though neither Su Yao nor Lu Ruyan uttered a word, Zhao Shimian and Lu Li felt sparks flying through the air. Ex-girlfriend versus current girlfriend? Was a showdown imminent? Was this place about to become a terrifying battlefield? This is kinda scary. Su Yao, I never would have guessed you were this loaded. That outfit of yours must have cost at least $1 million or $2 million. You wouldn't happen to be some wealthy heiress from Shilan City, would you? Yang Fan had no idea what had transpired recently. He didn't even have Jiang Chen or Su Yao's WeChat contacts, and Lu Ruyan hadn't mentioned Jiang Chen's sudden fortune to him. Therefore, Yang Fan had no idea Su Yao was now Jiang Chen's girlfriend. He certainly didn't know that Su Yao had only risen to prominence through Jiang Chen. Silence. When Yang Fan asked Su Yao, which wealthy family's young lady are you, all 4 women at the table wore peculiar expressions. Heh, I'm no spoiled rich girl. Su Yao was the first to recover. With a faint smile, she cast a deliberate glance at Lu Ruyan across from her and said, I'm just lucky to have found a boyfriend who cherishes me, loves me, spoils me, and isn't afraid to spend money on me. Boom! At that moment, Zhao Shimian and Lu Li felt as if they'd heard a thunderclap. The battle had begun. The war had finally begun. Su Yao, Jiang Chen's current girlfriend, had just dropped a bomb on her rivals. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen's ex-girlfriend, how would she respond? Wait. Should I move my chair further away first, just in case I get caught in the crossfire later? After all, this is a terrifying catfight. When these two women go berserk, their destructive power rivals a minor earthquake. Hello? Is this the emergency center? Can I reserve an ambulance in advance? Someone's about to get seriously hurt here. Critical injuries. The kind that need immediate medical attention. Chapter 42, The First Round of Clashes. Cafe. Silence hung over the table. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yang Fan's eyes. He hadn't expected Su Yao to actually find a wealthy boyfriend. Although Lu Ruyan had mentioned this possibility to Yang Fan before, he had always remained skeptical. After all, during their university days, many wealthy young men had pursued Su Yao, yet she hadn't shown interest in a single one, rejecting them all. Yang Fan had assumed Su Yao didn't value money and was a woman of rare purity. But in the end, the university's top beauty had finally been won over by a wealthy suitor. It wasn't that Su Yao looked down on those wealthy bachelors, it was simply that their offers hadn't been high enough. As long as the price was high enough, what difference did it make if she was the campus beauty, the goddess, or the ethereal fairy? In the end, wouldn't they all kneel obediently and submit? Swish! Yang Fan's lips twitched, about to speak, but unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan beat him to it. Yao, we've been best friends for so many years. Haven't I ever wronged you? Lu Ruyan's expression remained calm and composed. Facing Su Yao's barbed remarks, she didn't show the slightest hint of anger. Ruyan, what do you mean by that? Su Yao's eyes narrowed involuntarily. As her longtime best friend, no one knew Lu Ruyan's true nature better than she did. Don't be fooled by her current serene demeanor. In truth, her inner rage was already boiling over. Simply put, the calmer Lu Ruyan appeared, the more furious she felt inside. But Lu Ruyan would never let her inner fury show on her face so easily. Yao, don't you understand what I mean? Ruyan, if you don't say it, how can I possibly understand? Yao, why are you pretending not to understand? You know exactly what I mean. Ruyan, I'm not playing dumb. I genuinely don't understand what you mean. Yao, this is getting ridiculous. Ruyan, how am I being unreasonable? You know exactly what I mean, yet you pretend not to understand. Is that amusing to you? I genuinely don't know what you mean, and I'm not pretending to be clueless. If you think I'm being unreasonable, I think the unreasonable one here is you. Charge! Tap, tap, tap. Bang, bang, bang. Fire at me. Boom. The direct confrontation between Lu Ruyan and Su Yao left Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, and Yang Fan utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? What the hell are you two doing? Are you two exchanging secret passwords? Do we need to call in a cryptographer to decipher what you're saying? The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly tense. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan both radiated an icy chill that cut through the air. Zhao Sherman and Lu Li were both too frightened to speak, keeping their heads down as they frantically stirred their coffee with spoons. Just then, Yang Fan scratched the back of his head, looked at Lu Ruyan and Su Yao with a puzzled expression, and asked, Ruyan, Yao, what are you two talking about? I can't understand a word of it. Snap. The tense atmosphere seemed to snap apart. Su Yao and Lu Ruyan simultaneously softened their expressions, each averting the gaze they had been sharing. Lu Ruyan lifted her coffee, took a small sip, and then replied dismissively to Yang Fan, this is just how we girlfriends chat. You don't need to get involved. Oh. Though Yang Fan sensed something was off, he nodded politely, trying his best to maintain his gentlemanly demeanor. However, Su Yao wasn't about to let it go so easily. She tapped her spoon heavily against the coffee cup, then turned to Yang Fan with a cold expression. Yang Fan, we're not that close. Please don't call me Yao anymore. Only my closest people get to call me that. You can just call me by my name, or... At this point, Su Yao suddenly glanced at Lu Ruyan, then said with a faint, mocking smile, or call me Mrs. Jiang. Snap. The sound of a toothpick snapping. Don't ask why there were toothpicks in the coffee shop? Plot demands it, there it was, in Lu Ruyan's hand. Swish. Lu Ruyan's eyelid twitched violently as she casually tossed the snapped toothpick into the nearby trash can. Yang Fan didn't notice Lu Ruyan's unusual reaction, for his eyes had been fixed on Su Yao the entire time as if he wanted to gouge out his eyeballs and pin them directly onto her. Miss Su, the campus beauty, I never imagined you'd be so aloof. Truly worthy of being Shilin University's queen. Since you and Ruyan are such close friends, and I'm now Ruyan's boyfriend, calling you Yao shouldn't be too much, right? Never mind. I apologize. I was too forward just now. To make it up to you, I'll treat everyone to a feast tonight. Consider it my apology to Miss Su, the campus beauty. Yang Fan chuckled awkwardly, his face plastered with a sycophantic expression, as if Su Yao's earlier cold rebuke had been nothing more than a harmless joke between friends. At that moment, Lu Ruyan abruptly turned to look at Yang Fan, a flash of astonishment crossing her beautiful eyes. She clearly hadn't anticipated Yang Fan would go out of his way to grovel at Su Yao's feet. Of course. Su Yao, Zhao Sherman, and Lu Li all wore peculiar expressions. The three women all turned to look at Lu Ruyan, whose face had turned grim. This only made the proud Lu Ruyan feel even more humiliated and furious. What was this? Your girlfriend is sitting right beside you and you're groveling at another woman's feet? Yang Fan, have you no shame? What do you take me, Lu Ruyan, for? Just as Lu Ruyan was about to explode, Lu Li, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. Ruyan, weren't we supposed to look at apartments together? How did we get so sidetracked? Lu Li meant well. Fearing the situation might spiral out of control, she quickly stepped in, hoping to smooth things over. But good intentions can backfire. Lu Li pulled a stack of documents from her briefcase and handed them directly to Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, these are all the premium properties I have available. Take a look. If you find anything you like, I can take you to see it right away. Lu Ruyan suppressed her anger, shooting Yang Fan a subtle glare before taking the documents and flipping through them casually. But the moment Lu Ruyan flipped open the first page of the documents, a look of astonishment immediately flashed across her face. Xingqing No. 1 Mansion? 120 brand new units? All 200 square meter open plan apartments? Lizzie, you've been doing pretty well lately, huh? How did you manage to get your hands on such a rare, high-end property? That's the one. Get me one. Lu Ruyan abruptly lifted her head, her face beaming with delight as she looked at Lu Li, who was sipping her coffee. Put. Lu Li nearly spit out her coffee. Only then did she realize she'd grabbed the wrong documents. She'd handed Lu Ruyan the 120 properties Su Yao had entrusted her to rent out. Awkward. Utterly embarrassing. If Lu Ruyan found out these properties actually belonged to her ex-boyfriend Jiang Chen, what kind of expression would she make? What should she do? Should she tell Lu Ruyan the truth? But given the current situation, could she possibly reveal the truth? Wouldn't that be like slapping her in the face? Not telling her feels like hurting her too. Wah! What should I do? Waiting online, this is urgent. Chapter 43, the second round. Ruyan, how about I take you to see the place first? If you like it, I'll contact the landlord and try to get you the best possible price. What do you think? Lu Li ultimately held back, not revealing the landlord's contact information to Lu Ruyan. Besides, she wanted to use the apartment viewing as an excuse to get Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan out of the cafe quickly. She didn't want Lu Ruyan and Su Yao to clash and create an irreparable situation. However, the ideal was rich, but reality was stark. Swish. Lu Ruyan set down the documents in her hand and waved dismissively. Forget about viewing the property. Just contact the landlord directly and negotiate the rent for me. Ha! Lu Li was dumbfounded. She never imagined the plot would deviate so drastically from her expectations. It had completely derailed. Perhaps noticing Lu Li's astonished expression, Lu Ruyan lifted her coffee cup, took a sip, and explained calmly, I've been looking at properties online for Xingqing No. 1 Mansion. I really like the environment there. Unfortunately, Xingqing No. 1 Mansion units are always for sale, never for rent. I never imagined you could get your hands on so many units at Xingqing No. 1 Mansion. You're really something. Lu Ruyan was a gold digger who'd long dreamed of marrying into wealth, so she naturally knew her way around Xilan City's high-end residential complexes. Xingqing No. 1 Mansion was one such high-end residential complex she particularly admired. However, before Lu Li could speak, a voice drifted across the table that sent a chill down Lu Ruyan's spine. Don't waste your time. I won't rent the apartment to you. Whoosh. Lu Ruyan abruptly lifted her head, fixing Su Yao across from her with a look of utter bewilderment. Ding ding ding. Su Yao held a spoon, seemingly stirring her coffee casually, but the faint curve at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. She seemed to be suppressing a certain amusement. Yao Yao, what do you mean by that? Exactly what it says. Yao Yao, are you saying you can decide for the landlord to reject tenants? Yeah, pretty much. Silence. The dining table fell silent once more. Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Yao once more before snorting derisively. Yao Yao, are you trying to tell me that all 120 units in Xingqing No. 1 Mansion belong to you? Ruyan, you know I couldn't possibly afford a place in Xingqing No. 1 Mansion. Su Yao smiled softly. Seeing the I knew it look on Lu Ruyan's face, she quickly added, I may not be able to afford them, but my husband can. Silence. The dining table fell silent once again. Lu Ruyan froze for several seconds before suddenly widening her eyes in shock. Are you saying all 120 units belong to Jiang Chen? That's right. Su Yao nodded. She bent down, picked up the bag from under the table, and slammed it down in front of Lu Ruyan. At that moment, Zhao Shimian covered her face with her hands. Lu Li also pretended to gaze out the window, turning her face away. How embarrassing. That little Ming Xiao is showing off again. She was clearly doing this to deliberately provoke Lu Ruyan. Right in the face. She's trying to kill her with her words. How much resentment and hatred does she harbor toward Lu Ruyan? Aren't they supposed to be besties? Why must they tear down their friendship over a man, turning against each other with no room for reconciliation? Swish, swish, swish. Ignoring Su Yao's mocking gaze, Lu Ruyan swiftly grabbed a property deed and began flipping through it meticulously. 1, 2, 3. The further she read, the darker her expression grew. The further she read, the harder she clenched her teeth until they ground together. Whoosh! Driven by curiosity, Yang Fan also reached out and picked up a property deed. When he clearly saw Jiang Chen's name written on it, his expression instantly turned grim. What did this mean? Why was Jiang Chen's name on the property deed? Wasn't Jiang Chen an orphan? He paid for his college tuition by working part-time jobs. How could a penniless kid like him possibly afford a place in Xingqing No. 1 mansion? Moreover, there are a full 120 units here, each valued at over 20 million yuan. The total value absolutely exceeds 2.4 billion yuan. How could that be possible? If Jiang Chen were truly that wealthy, how could Lu Ruyan have broken up with him? No! There must be something fishy going on here. Sue, the campus beauty, these property deeds are fake, right? Jiang Chen is just an orphan. How could he possibly afford to buy an entire building in Xingqing No. 1 mansion? Even if we assume all these properties belong to Jiang Chen, why are the deeds in your possession? Faced with Yang Fan's relentless questioning, Su Yao suddenly couldn't hold back. Covering her mouth, she burst into giggles. Watching Su Yao giggle, her ample cleavage trembling with each laugh, Yang Fan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Who wouldn't be drawn to a stunning beauty? But then, what Su Yao said next left Yang Fan frozen in place. Yang Fan, didn't Ruyan tell you? Jiang Chen is now a wealthy young heir. A mere residential building is but a drop in the bucket of his assets. And I, as Jiang Chen's fiancé, naturally have the right to dispose of his surplus properties. As Su Yao spoke, her nose practically pointed to the sky. That haughty expression was more venomous than Snow White's stepmother. Beyond that, Su Yao was desperately trying to elevate her own status. She started by calling herself Jiang Chen's official girlfriend, but now she'd suddenly transformed into his fiancé. That's quite a leap. But, upon hearing the word fiancé, Lu Ruyan finally lost her temper. Bang! Lu Ruyan slammed her hand on the table, leaping to her feet. She glared at Su Yao, radiating such icy fury it could be felt 8 blocks away. Silence! The dining table fell silent once again. Everyone except Su Yao stared at Lu Ruyan in utter shock. Especially Zhao Shimian and Lu Li, who were poised to intervene at any moment, fearing that these two best friends might come to blows over a single disagreement. Yao Yao, I need to use the restroom. Would you mind accompanying me? Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan managed to hold back her temper and even suggested accompanying Su Yao to the restroom. Sure. Su Yao stood up without a flicker of emotion. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the two walked hand in hand toward the restroom as if nothing had happened. I need to use the restroom too. Zhao Shimian seemed a bit concerned. After a moment's hesitation, she stood up and hurried after Lu Ruyan and Su Yao. Man, wait for me. I need to use the restroom too. Lu Li also hurriedly stood up and followed closely behind Zhao Shimian. Finally, Yang Fan was left alone at the table. He sat there with a dark expression, clutching a property deed bearing Jiang Chen's name so tightly his knuckles had turned white. After a long while, Yang Fan suddenly relaxed his grip. With a bitter, self-mocking smile, he murmured, so it turns out. I'm the real clown here. Chapter 44, I loved him for 7 long years. Time Imprint Cafe. Restroom. Su Yao stood before the sink, staring into the mirror. A Chanel lipstick pressed between her fingers, she dabbed it lightly on her lips while checking if her makeup had smudged. At the adjacent sink, Lu Ruyan turned on the faucet, washed her hands, and promptly turned it off. Yao Yao, have you been harboring feelings for Jiang Chen for a long time? Lu Ruyan's sudden question made Su Yao pause mid-application. Silence. Complete silence. Su Yao didn't respond immediately. She pursed her lips at her reflection, then closed the lipstick and tucked it into her $500,000 yuan Louis Vuitton bag. Yes, it's true. I fell in love with Jiang Chen a very long time ago. Su Yao's straightforward admission instantly flashed a flash of anger across Lu Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face. Su Yao, you're shameless. Lu Ruyan, how am I shameless? Jiang Chen is clearly my boyfriend. You've had your eye on him for ages, and now you have the nerve to claim you love him? How is that any different from being a mistress? Lu Ruyan, you need to understand I only started seeing Jiang Chen after you when he broke up. I've never done anything to wrong you. Silence. Lu Ruyan trembled her lips as if she wanted to retort. But Su Yao cut her off before she could retaliate. Speaking up first, Lu Ruyan, let me make this crystal clear, I fell in love with Jiang Chen before he ever confessed his feelings to you. What? Lu Ruyan froze in place. She narrowed her eyes in recollection, then asked in utter shock, you mean, you fell for Jiang Chen right at the start of freshman year? That's right. Su Yao nodded again with unabashed honesty. As if sensing Lu Ruyan had misunderstood something, she clarified, not just liked him, I fell in love with him. Love? Lu Ruyan froze again, a mocking expression immediately spreading across her face. Su Yao, don't you think I know exactly what kind of person you are? You're a pure gold digger through and through. You only love money. How dare you claim to love Jiang Chen? Besides, before college, you'd never even met Jiang Chen. It can't possibly be love at first sight, can it? Hearing Lu Ruyan's unabashedly scornful words, Su Yao didn't grow angry. Instead, she narrowed her eyes, seemingly lost in some memory. A moment of silence fell over the scene. A beautiful curve suddenly appeared at the corner of Su Yao's lips as she spoke slowly. I do love money, I admit that. But compared to money, I love Jiang Chen even more. Is that so? A trace of scorn flashed across Lu Ruyan's face, clearly unconvinced by Su Yao's words. Su Yao didn't dwell on the point, instead reminiscing as she spoke slowly. I remember the first night of freshman year. I went out alone to buy something, and on my way back to campus, I passed through a deserted alley. Suddenly, two drunks appeared out of nowhere. Seeing I was alone, they cornered me in the alley and started groping me. I was terrified. I screamed at the top of my lungs, but not a single passerby came to my aid. At this point, Lu Ruyan's mocking expression froze on her face. Though Su Yao had only shared the beginning of the story, Lu Ruyan had already begun to suspect something. Sure enough. After a pause, Su Yao continued, as the two drunks tore my clothes off, I felt utterly hopeless. I even considered ending my life. That's when Jiang Chen suddenly appeared. He was like a valiant knight, descending from the heavens at my most desperate and helpless moment. He drove away the villains and saved my life. And in that very instant, I knew without a doubt that I had fallen for this bright, handsome young man before me. As Su Yao recounted this memory, a blissful, sweet smile never left her face. Her charming almond-shaped eyes sparkled brightly. Light. In Su Yao's eyes, Lu Ruyan saw light. This sight made Lu Ruyan's expression grow even more grim. She never dreamed that Jiang Chen and Su Yao shared such a melodramatic hero rescues the damsel in distress story. After all, while hero rescues the damsel tales were cliched, their lethality to women was undeniably the most devastating. Therefore, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to believe Su Yao wasn't lying. She had fallen for Jiang Chen right at the start of freshman year. Su Yao, if you had already developed feelings for Jiang Chen back then, why didn't you confess to him? Why didn't you be with him? You watched Jiang Chen fawn over me for 4 whole years, yet you remained completely indifferent. You never even hinted at your feelings to him. What kind of love is that? Lu Ruyan grew increasingly agitated as she spoke, finding Su Yao more and more unbearable. She seemed to be on the verge of hysterics, even disregarding her composure as she roared loudly. Su Yao didn't argue with Lu Ruyan. She merely gave her a faint glance, a beautiful curve forming once more at the corner of her lips. I had planned to confess to Jiang Chen the very next day. But just as I found him and was about to speak, he turned around with a bouquet of flowers and declared his love for you. I was struck dumb, frozen in place. Ha 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 ha. Before Su Yao could finish her sentence, Lu Ruyan burst into laughter. Pointing at Su Yao, she laughed until she was breathless, tears nearly streaming down her face, and said, So you felt inferior? You got scared? You backed down? You didn't dare confess to Jiang Chen anymore? You ran away from love? Su Yao, oh Su Yao. You watched Jiang Chen get rejected by me, saw him heartbroken, yet you didn't dare comfort him with a single word, let alone reveal your own feelings. Is this what you call love? Silence. Not a word. Su Yao's expression finally shifted. She pressed her lips together, then suddenly and without warning slapped herself across the face, her expression filled with regret and guilt. I must have been out of my mind back then, actually believing that there's a kind of love called letting go, and another kind called sacrifice. Seeing how much Jiang Chen adored you, his eyes and heart held only you, leaving no room for any other woman, so I buried that love deep inside, hoping time would gradually fade it away. But turns out I was just a fool. I can't forget it. I just can't forget it. Almost every night, the image plays over and over in my mind, Jiang Chen swooping down from the sky, beating up those two drunks, and saving me from danger. The more I tried to forget this memory, the clearer it became. The clearer it became, the more it seared itself into my soul. Silence. The restroom fell silent once more. Lu Ruyan's expression underwent another dramatic shift. The word jealousy was written all over her face. She envied the story unfolding between Su Yao and Jiang Chen. She envied Su Yao for being able to spend Jiang Chen's money without restraint. And above all, she was intensely jealous that Su Yao, after harboring a secret crush on Jiang Chen for 7 years, had finally ended up with him openly, true love conquering all. Because these were things Lu Ruyan had never possessed. Lu Ruyan suddenly let out a bitter laugh, then gritted her teeth and demanded, So, after graduating from college, you insisted on moving in next door to me not because of our friendship but for Jiang Chen? Exactly. After loving Jiang Chen for 7 whole years, how could I bear to leave him? Su Yao's eyes locked onto Lu Ruyan's. A smile graced her lips, radiant and captivating, before she delivered the final blow. I should thank you. If you hadn't chosen to let go, how could I ever have ended up with Jiang Chen? Put. Lu Ruyan nearly choked on her own blood. She glared at Su Yao, her voice low and furious. Su Yao, you're turning against me today over a man? Using such vicious words to humiliate me? Have you forgotten all the years we've been best friends? Lu Ruyan, you have no idea how deeply I love Jiang Chen. Su Yao blurted out a nonsensical sentence before slowly explaining, I don't care who it is, anyone who dares to hurt Jiang Chen is my enemy. Likewise, any woman who can make Jiang Chen happy, make him smile, make him feel good, she is my sister. I don't care how many women are in Jiang Chen's life. All I care about is whether he's happy. Is he truly joyful? If he's well, it's my sunny day. Lu Ruyan. Chapter 45, 4 Golden Flowers. Shilan City. First People's Hospital. Premium Ward. Xingxin's surgery had been a complete success, though the effects of the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, leaving the little girl lying in her hospital bed in a deep sleep. Jiang Chen had spent the entire afternoon keeping vigil in the ward with Bai Qianqian. He had intended to stay until the little girl awoke before formally adopting her as his goddaughter. But by 5 p.m., the little girl still hadn't woken up. The doctor came to examine her and finally concluded the little girl seemed a bit tired and was just sleeping. This amused Jiang Chen, Bai Qianqian, and even Bai's parents. After the laughter subsided, everyone's hearts settled. Their gazes toward the little girl were filled with tender concern. Jiang Chen had intended to stay at the hospital until the little girl woke up, but Bai Qianqian insisted he return to the hotel to rest first. After all, Bai Qianqian's parents were both in the hospital room, and it would be awkward for Jiang Chen, an outsider, to stay there. Besides, whenever he faced Bai's parents, Jiang Chen couldn't shake this feeling of guilt. Forget it. He'd come back to the hospital tomorrow to visit the little girl. He'd slip away for today. Next, Jiang Chen returned alone to the hotel. Little did he know that as soon as he stepped out of the car, a woman dressed in a hotel butler's uniform approached him. She appeared younger than Bai Qianqian, around 27 or 28, with a lovely face and a slender figure, a beauty of the highest caliber. Unfortunately, her headlights were only B grade, 2 levels below Bai Qianqian's, which slightly diminished her appeal to Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, hello. I am your new butler. My name is Li Qian. I will be taking over from Butler Bai to serve you. Li Qian wore a professional smile. The moment her eyes met Jiang Chen's, a fleeting spark seemed to flash within them. Jiang Chen nearly gave a casual nod before stepping into the elevator. Li Qian hurriedly followed him inside, pressing the floor button before him. As soon as the doors closed, she began her report. Mr. Jiang, half an hour ago, your girlfriend, Miss Su, returned to your room with Miss Zhao and a Miss Lu. 20 minutes ago, a Miss Lin claiming to be your private financial secretary requested an audience and is currently waiting in your room. 10 minutes ago, a Miss Qin reserved the hotel's top-floor revolving restaurant and wishes to invite you, Mr. Jiang, to dinner. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He quickly asked, Miss Qin? Which Miss Qin? Li Qian paused slightly before instinctively replying, the only daughter of the Qin group chairman, the eldest daughter of the Qin family from Shilan City, Miss Qin Si. After speaking, Li Qian cautiously observed Jiang Chen's expression. Seeing the look of confusion on his face, she asked with a hint of surprise, Mr. Jiang, you don't know this Miss Qin? No, I don't. Jiang Chen shook his head, then asked, Mr. Li, do you know why this Miss Qin invited me to dinner? Li Qian quickly shook her head and replied, I don't know why Miss Qin wants to invite you to dinner either. I just received a call from the general manager, who asked me to pass on the message that Miss Qin would like to invite you to dinner. Alright, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 29th floor. As he stepped out, he suddenly turned back to Li Qian and asked, what time did Miss Qin schedule the dinner? 7 o'clock tonight. Alright. Please have Butler Li remind me when it's time. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. In truth, Jiang Chen had already guessed who this Miss Qin was. Recently, the only woman who had crossed paths with Jiang Chen and possessed the financial means to reserve an entire floor of the revolving restaurant. Besides that kidnapped little vixen, who else could it be? But Jiang Chen hadn't anticipated that the fiery young woman was actually the Qin family's heiress. He knew little about the Qin group or the Qin family. He only knew that the Qins were a prominent family in Shilan City, and Qin Group was a conglomerate worth over 100 billion. Come to think of it, the Qin family's eldest daughter was none other than. In such a short time, she'd managed to uncover Jiang Chen's identity and even pinpointed his stay at the Imperial International Hotel. Too bad. The young lady was far too young, likely just barely of age. She wasn't Jiang Chen's type. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind having a little romantic adventure with her. Click. With these jumbled thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Chen swiped open the door to the presidential suite and strode inside. The moment he entered the living room, he heard the sounds of playful laughter and roughhousing. Jiang Chen glanced over and saw 4 stunningly beautiful women sitting on the living room sofa. Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, Lin Xingxue. 4 golden flowers. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, slender swallows and plump swans, a gathering of blooms, each with her own unique charm. Honey, you're back? The moment they spotted Jiang Chen, the 4 beauties instantly stopped their playful banter. Su Yao hurriedly stood up, strode quickly to Jiang Chen, and wrapped her arms around him in a playful embrace. The scene perfectly mirrored a doting young wife greeting her husband home from work, offering him a loving embrace. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. Without a care for the outsiders present, he immediately pulled Su Yao into a French kiss, taking the opportunity to punch out at the end of the day on her firm, pert behind. After a long while, their lips parted. Su Yao's lovely face flushed slightly. Her alluring almond-shaped eyes were nearly drooping, ripples of desire shimmering within. Next, Jiang Chen sat down on the sofa with Su Yao in his arms, but his gaze shifted to Luli, who sat nearby, looking tense and uneasy. "Jiang Chen, it's been a while." Luli greeted Jiang Chen with a smile. He merely gave a casual nod before shifting his gaze to Lin Qingxue. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Lin Qingxue immediately retrieved an exquisite box from her handbag and presented it respectfully before him. "Young Master Jiang, this is your bank card. I've transferred all your deposits from Dragon Nation Bank into this account, a total of 575,366,849 yuan. Upon hearing the figure, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman remained relatively composed, and Lin Qingxue didn't show much surprise either. But Luli, sitting beside them, suddenly widened her eyes. The look she gave Jiang Chen was like gazing at her father, little stars, bright and sparkling, twinkling with light. Jiang Chen picked up the box and opened it. Inside lay a black bank card made of metal. The card felt cold to the touch, its texture distinctly different from ordinary bank cards. Its number and the cardholder's name and pinyin were embossed in shiny gold lettering. 4 8s at the end. Jiang Chen was thoroughly pleased with this number. "Young Master Jiang, this is the card opening gift prepared for you by our bank. It's a small token of our appreciation. We hope you like it." Lin Qingxue appeared from somewhere carrying a wooden box. Opening it revealed dozens of small gold bars neatly arranged inside. Each bar bore the China Merchants Bank logo and was marked with the weight, 100 grams. A quick count revealed nearly 30 small gold bars. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that opening an account at China Merchants Bank's private banking division would earn him a gift of 30 gold bars. Together, these bars were estimated to be worth over 2 million. However, Jiang Chen thought to himself he had deposited over 570 million yuan into China Merchants Bank. With such a massive deposit, who knew how many 2 million yuan profits the bank could generate? So, these days, as long as you have money, banks will go out of their way to court you. Chapter 46, A Marriage of Wealth? 7 p.m. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Top floor revolving restaurant. Since Qin Si had reserved the entire restaurant, when Jiang Chen arrived as scheduled, not a single other guest was in sight. Guided by a waitress, Jiang Chen approached a table already set with various tableware and a bottle of red wine that had been opened in advance. "Mr. Jiang, please wait just a moment. Miss Qin will be here shortly." The waitress tossed this remark over her shoulder, shot Jiang Chen a suggestive glance, then turned and walked away with a smile. Sitting alone in the empty restaurant, Jiang Chen felt a bit uneasy. It was too quiet. Not a soul in sight. He felt inexplicably uneasy. Ding! Ding ding ding! Suddenly, a beautiful piano melody filled the restaurant. Jiang Chen recognized the piece. It seemed to be called Wedding Dream, a rather famous piano composition. Sitting in such an upscale restaurant, overlooking the city's nightscape while listening to a world-renowned piano piece, Jiang Chen couldn't help but pull out a cigarette, place it between his lips, light it, and take a deep drag. This was what they called highbrow and lowbrow appreciation combined, one word, bliss. Tap, tap, tap. Just then, the sound of high heels walking approached, growing louder as they drew nearer. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly before turning his head. The next second, a graceful figure burst into his line of sight. Yep. It was indeed the little vixen. Tonight, Qin Si wore a more mature makeup look, making her appear like a young woman in her 20s, not at all like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. On top of that, Qin Si wore an exceptionally sexy and sizzling, black strapless bodycon maxi dress. It perfectly accentuated her S-shaped figure. Her slightly permed long hair fell casually over her shoulders. A butterfly-shaped hair clip adorned her head, crafted from black lace, adding an extra touch of sensuality. Her long, shapely legs were encased in sheer black stockings, paired with diamond-studded high heels, truly the epitome of sensuality and allure. But none of that was the main point. The real focus was that Qin Si possessed a pair of headlights that rivaled Su Yao's. When she walked, she swayed almost as much as Su Yao, like a pair of jiggling ham hocks, or wobbly jelly jiggling in a jar. "Brother Jiang Chen, we meet again." He. Qin Si seemed utterly pleased with her look, especially when she saw the sparkle in Jiang Chen's eyes. It made her heart flutter with secret delight. "You figured out my identity so quickly? The Qin family's young miss is truly formidable." Jiang Chen stood up, sizing Qin Si up from head to toe. In the end, he had to admit adorable really was worthless when faced with sexy. "Jiang Chen, let me formally introduce myself. I'm Qin Si, 18 years old, and your neighbor." Qin Si extended her hand confidently, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Hello, Qin Si." Jiang Chen casually shook Qin Si's small hand, withdrawing his own without lingering. Even though Qin Si was dressed quite seductively tonight, Jiang Chen still couldn't muster much interest in her. She was a wealthy young lady. The Qin family's little princess. If Jiang Chen played her like a fool, wouldn't he just be inviting trouble? Most importantly, compared to young girls, he preferred mature women. Startled awake in death's grip, I realize the chancellor is none other than myself. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite's dining room, Su Yao, Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue were all seated around the dining table. Though the table was laden with fine wines, delicacies, pastries, and desserts, the four women seemed distracted. Perhaps overcome by curiosity, Lu Li suddenly looked up at Su Yao and mustered her courage to ask, Yao Yao, what exactly is the relationship between Zhang Chen and this Miss Qin? I don't know. Su Yao shook her head expressionlessly, then lifted the stemmed glass before her and took a light sip of the red wine inside. Perhaps spurred by Lu Li's question, Zhao Shiman and Lin Qingxue joined the discussion. Why would Miss Qin spend a fortune to reserve the entire revolving restaurant just to have dinner with Zhang Chen? Yao Yao, could it be that this Miss Qin is pursuing Zhang Chen? I heard that the sons and daughters of wealthy families can't choose their own marriages. They usually arrange marriages with other families. Zhang Chen is considered a wealthy young master now. Could that Miss Qin be aiming for a marriage alliance with him? Now that you mention it, that does seem possible. Listening to her girlfriend's chatter, Su Yao suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over her. The words arranged marriage struck her like a bolt from the blue, crashing down on her heart. However, though Su Yao's expression shifted slightly, she quickly regained her composure. She gently set down her wineglass, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and declared with unwavering certainty, it won't happen. Zhang Chen won't marry anyone for political gain. Silence. The dining table fell silent. Though everyone fell silent, no longer discussing the topic, expressions grew somber across the table, Su Yao included, and the atmosphere grew oppressively heavy. As gold diggers who'd devoured years of romance novels and TV dramas, they'd long been poisoned by such narratives. In their eyes, arranged marriages between wealthy families had become the norm. Many affluent couples appeared deeply in love on the surface, yet secretly pursued their own affairs behind closed doors. Businesspeople pursued profit for the sake of gain, they often sacrificed their own happiness. In their eyes, marriage was nothing more than a transaction. In fact, some marriages of alliance were not chosen out of personal desire, but rather out of necessity, a desperate measure for self-preservation. Thus, everyone's mood was somewhat somber. Su Yao had been determined to marry Zhang Chen. Upon learning he was unwilling to wed, she proactively settled for the next best option, positioning herself as his sole prospective bride. Naturally, she didn't want Zhang Chen to form an alliance with another woman. As for Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue, though they had prepared themselves to be mistresses, they too did not want Zhang Chen to form an alliance with another woman. Simply put, if Su Yao became Zhang Chen's wife, as her longtime close friends, they wouldn't be deliberately tormented by her. Moreover, Su Yao would allow them to remain by Zhang Chen's side. But if Zhang Chen married the daughter of a wealthy family, their fate as mistresses would undoubtedly be utterly miserable. Because that's how it always plays out in TV dramas. The legitimate wife catches the mistress, beats her on the spot, strips her naked, and then films it all to post online. Yikes. Just thinking about it was terrifying. And so, the dinner passed in a stifling atmosphere. After dinner, butler Li Qian led several hotel staff to clear the table spotlessly. Once the staff had left, Su Yao suddenly called Li Qian over and asked, Butler Li, are Mr. Jiang and Miss Qin still dining upstairs? At the question, a peculiar expression flashed across Li Qian's face. After a moment's hesitation, she replied honestly, Miss Su, Mr. Jiang and Miss Qin left the dining room just 5 minutes ago. Hearing this, Su Yao's brows furrowed slightly. She immediately pressed, where did they go? Well. Li Qian cautiously studied Su Yao's expression, stammering for a long while without giving a clear answer. Speak up. Su Yao lost her patience, her tone turning sharp and piercing. Zhao Shiman, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue all fixed their gazes on Li Qian. The 4 golden flowers radiated a murderous aura. Li Qian instantly felt the pressure mounting. Miss Qin, she booked a room at our hotel. After dinner ended, she immediately took Mr. Jiang back to her room. The moment Li Qian spoke, a collective gasp filled the room. But there was no limit to astonishment. Biting her lip, Li Qian thought to herself, since she'd already spoken up, she might as well share more. Miss Su was Mr. Jiang's girlfriend. If she could win her favor, it could only benefit her, there was nothing to lose. Miss Su, there's one more thing. The hotel housekeeping staff informed me that Miss Qin has prepared an abundance of roses, candles, balloons, and such in her room. Beyond that, Miss Qin also prepared an exquisite gift box. It seems she intended to surprise Mr. Jiang. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck the hearts of the 4 golden flowers. Roses? Candles? Balloons? And an elegant gift box? What could be inside the box? Could it be an engagement ring? Whoa! Miss Qin had first booked the entire restaurant, then arranged a surprise in the room. Was she about to propose to Zhang Chen? No way. Absolutely not. Zhang Chen absolutely cannot marry into the Qin family. Anyone who dares to steal my man, no matter what kind of rich heiress you are, get the hell out of my way. Chapter 47, Quick Thinking in a Pinch. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite Number 2. When Zhang Chen followed Qin Si into the room, he was genuinely startled. The living room floor was carpeted with rose petals, surrounded by scattered pink and red balloons, while ribbons hung from the ceiling overhead. Moreover, candles had been arranged in a heart-shaped pattern on the floor in the center of the living room. Fortunately, a large banner stretched across the room, bearing the words, "Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen, for saving my life." Signed, Qin Si. Seeing the banner, Jiang Chen couldn't help but breathe a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't some grand confession scene that would have been awkward. "Cici, is this the surprise you prepared for me?" Jiang Chen halted his steps and turned to face Qin Si, who wore a mischievous grin. "Brother Jiang Chen, come on. Quick, follow me." Qin Si immediately grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, trying to pull him toward the living room. Jiang Chen hesitated, but half-heartedly resisting, he was still pulled along by Qin Si into the living room, where he found himself standing right in the center of a circle of heart-shaped candles. So awkward. This is so awkward. Why did they have to arrange the candles in a heart shape? Square, circle, triangle, irregular polygon, any shape would have worked. Arranging them into a heart shape makes it look like you're about to confess your feelings to me right here. Jiang Chen, close your eyes first. Qin Si gazed at Jiang Chen with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Cici, let me ask first, are you sure what you're about to give me is a surprise, not a scare?" Jiang Chen wore a helplessly amused expression. Facing Qin Si's fervent gaze, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. "Brother Jiang Chen, you can trust me. I prepared this gift especially for you. I promise it'll surprise you, it won't scare you at all. Quickly close your eyes. You can only open them after I count to 3. Under Qin Si's persistent coaxing, Jiang Chen obediently closed his eyes. He was curious to see what kind of surprise Qin Si had in store for him. 1, 2, 3. "Brother Jiang Chen, you can open your eyes now." The moment Qin Si finished speaking, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. There stood Qin Si before him, smiling warmly as she held a beautifully crafted little box in her delicate, pale hands. Swish! Before Jiang Chen could speak, Qin Si eagerly opened the box and held it out before him. "Brother Jiang Chen, this is the gift I prepared for you, a Bugatti Chiron. I hope you like it." Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the box. Inside the already opened box lay an exquisitely crafted car key. A Bugatti Chiron? Jiang Chen froze in surprise, never expecting Qin Si to gift him a luxury supercar. This was a Bugatti Chiron. Its domestic price had already been inflated to over 30 million yuan. The eldest daughter of the Qin family was indeed generous, splurging on a 30 million yuan sports car in one go. One word, extravagant. "Brother Jiang Chen, this Bugatti Chiron. I went to great lengths to have it airlifted overnight from overseas. If it weren't for preparing this gift, I could have come see you last night. Brother Jiang Chen, do you like this gift?" Looking at Qin Si's expectant expression, Jiang Chen took the car keys and nodded with a smile. "I like it. Of course." Jiang Chen was an honest kid. If he liked something, he liked it. No need to be shy about admitting it. Besides, Qin Si had given him a sports car as a thank you gift for saving her life. One was willing to give, the other willing to receive mutual consent, nothing wrong with that. But life is full of surprises. Just then, something unexpected happened. Bang! A deafening crash echoed through the room as the door was violently kicked open from the outside. Clickety-clack. Immediately after, 4 breathtakingly beautiful women burst into the room all at once. Swish! Jiang Chen and Qin Si instinctively turned their heads to look. The next second, both their faces froze in stunned silence. Silence. The room fell silent. The air seemed to freeze solid in that instant. Jiang Chen never imagined Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue would burst in at this moment. What were they doing here? Why did each of them wear such fierce expressions? Was this a major raid operation? Who are you? Who let you in? After a moment of shock, Qin Si's expression turned icy. She had gone to such great lengths to prepare a surprise for Jiang Chen, only to have it ruined by a group of intruders barging in and shattering the mood. So Qin Si was furious. The consequences would be severe. Seeing Qin Si about to explode, Jiang Chen quickly turned to Su Yao and asked, "What the hell are you guys doing?" Faced with Jiang Chen's questioning, an awkward expression immediately flashed across Su Yao's face. The situation was plain to see. Jiang Chen held an open box in his hands, containing an exquisitely crafted car key. That's right. It was a car key. Not the engagement ring Su Yao had imagined. Beyond that, a massive banner stretched across the room, bearing the words, "Thank you, Brother Jiang Chen, for saving my life." Signed, Qin Si. Su Yao wasn't blind. In that moment, she suddenly realized she had misunderstood Jiang Chen and Qin Si. At the same time, she silently regretted her own impulsiveness. But she had already barged in with her girlfriends and provoked Qin Si. Even if they wanted to back out now, the damage was done. It was too late to undo it. What should she do? Qin Si was the beloved daughter of the Qin family. If she offended her, wouldn't it bring Jiang Chen into serious trouble? What if this incident ruined Jiang Chen? Would he get so angry that he'd abandon me? They say women with big breasts have no brains. Su Yao certainly had big breasts, and she was indeed brainless. But at this critical moment, Su Yao suddenly found her wits. Swish! Suddenly, Su Yao flashed a dazzling smile, crossed her arms in front of her, and bowed respectfully to Jiang Chen and Qin Si. Good evening, sir and madam. I'm Yao Yao, technician number 36 from the foot massage parlor of this hotel. It's my pleasure to serve you. Silence. The room fell completely silent. After hearing Su Yao's words, Jiang Chen's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. But it wasn't over yet. After Su Yao finished speaking, Zhao Shimian also snapped out of it. She mimicked Su Yao's manner, wearing a slightly awkward smile as she bowed slightly to Jiang Chen and Qin Si. I'm technician number 37, Manny. It's my pleasure to serve you. I'm technician number 38, Xiaoshui. It's my pleasure to serve you. I'm technician number 39, Xiaoli. It's my pleasure to serve you. Following Su Yao and Zhao Shimian, Lin Xingshuet and Lu Li also pretended to be technicians, bowing slightly to Jiang Chen and Qin Si one after another. In the living room, the four beauties stood in a straight line, poised and elegant in their professional stance before Jiang Chen and Qin Si, each wearing a polished, professional smile. Tick-tock. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's temple. Though the four golden flowers appeared composed. Their trembling eyelashes, slightly hurried breathing, and the fleeting panic in their eyes had long since betrayed their inner tension. Technicians? How did you even come up with that? If that's how you want to play it, fine. This young master won't say another word. I'll just stand by and watch quietly. Let's see what tricks you've got left up your sleeves. Chapter 48, Only Children Make Choices. We didn't order any technicians? Did you guys get it wrong? Qin Si froze at the remark, turning to glance at Jiang Chen with a hint of suspicion on her face. Actually, they. Jiang Chen's lips trembled as he opened his mouth to explain. But before he could, Su Yao, standing across from them, spoke up first. Huh? Isn't this the presidential suite number 3? At this remark, Qin Si's face immediately fell into an expression of utter exasperation. Her face clouded with displeasure as she retorted, Please. This is suite 2. Suite 3 is downstairs. When you provide in-room service, can't you at least check the door number before coming in? So careless. You think I won't call and complain about you? Qin Si instinctively felt a twinge of hostility toward the four beauties. The four female technicians before her were all exceptionally beautiful, with stunning figures, and each was a big beauty. The moment they entered, they fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen, each pair of eyes sparkling as if they'd taken a liking to him at first sight. This made Qin Si feel extremely uncomfortable. A bunch of foot massage technicians actually daring to set their sights on my brother, Jiang Chen? Don't they know their place? Who gave you the nerve to stare at brother Jiang Chen with such lecherous eyes? Look at him again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Oomph. Sorry, we got the wrong room. We're so sorry for disturbing you, truly sorry. Seizing the moment, Su Yao apologized profusely while swiftly backing out of the room. Zhao Shimian, Lin Xingxue, and Lu Li weren't slow to react either. They mimicked Su Yao's actions, apologizing as they backed out of the room. After they all exited, Lu Li, bringing up the rear, thoughtfully closed the door behind them. Jiang Chen. The room fell silent. Qin Si dropped her icy expression and turned to flash Jiang Chen a sweet smile. Just as the young lady was about to speak, her phone rang. Ring ring. Qin Si pulled out her phone, glanced at the caller ID, and immediately furrowed her brow slightly. However, she didn't hesitate in front of Jiang Chen and answered the call directly. Mom? What's up? Oh my. I just finished dinner with friends. What time is it anyway? You're already rushing me home? Alright, I got it. I'll be right back. After hanging up, a look of helplessness flashed across Qin Si's face. She looked up at Jiang Chen and said reluctantly, Brother Jiang Chen, I'm sorry, but my mom is insisting I go home. It's fine. It's getting late, and it's only natural your family would worry about a young lady staying out this late. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, his heart already bursting with joy. You little girl, hurry home now. Stop bothering your big brother. I've got to play cards with my girlfriend tonight and won't have time for you. Brother Jiang Chen, can we exchange WeChat contacts? I'll invite you out to play another time when I'm free. Sure. Bye, Brother Jiang Chen. Bye. 10 p.m. Jiang Chen returned to the presidential suite number 1. The moment he opened the door, Jiang Chen suddenly heard the sound of mahjong tiles being shuffled. Looking up, he saw a mahjong table had appeared in the living room. Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lin Xingxue, and Lu Li, the four golden flowers, each wore only a sexy lace camisole nightgown, sitting together and laughing as they played mahjong. Honey, you're back? Su Yao's voice was unusually tender, but Jiang Chen merely nodded without a word and walked straight into the master bedroom. Damn it! That little brat's getting bolder by the day, daring to bring people into the hotel room? 3 days without a beating, and they're already climbing the roof to tear off the tiles. Back in his room, Jiang Chen took a shower, stretched out comfortably on the bed, played a song on his phone, and closed his eyes to savor the moment. Snap! Just then, the door burst open and a figure darted inside. Husband, I was wrong. Go ahead, tell me where you went wrong. Honey, I shouldn't have barged into the room with those people and interrupted you while you were flirting. Put. The moment Su Yao uttered those words, Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. Jiang Chen glared at her and snapped, flirting? That little brat Cece just turned 18 this year. I have zero interest in her. What the hell is going on in your head? Hearing Jiang Chen say he wasn't interested in Qin Si, Su Yao's eyes immediately lit up. Husband, I truly know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Chapter 49, Mom, I'm with you. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 2. As soon as Qin Si returned home, she saw her mother sitting on the sofa, holding a magazine in her hands. A cup of hot tea sat on the coffee table in front of her, as if she had been waiting specifically for her daughter to come home. Mom! Qin Si called out sweetly, then hurried over and threw herself into her mother's arms, acting all cute and cuddly. Cece, you're already 18 years old. Why do you still act like a little child, always wanting to cling to your mother? Her mother smiled with maternal warmth, setting aside the magazine and gently ruffling Qin Si's hair with affection. It must be said, Qin Si's mother looked remarkably young. Sitting together, they hardly resembled mother and daughter, more like a pair of sisters. Her skin was fair and smooth, showing no signs of age, though her demeanor carried a touch more mature grace than her daughter's. She wore loose loungewear, her long hair braided into a large, loose plait draped casually over her shoulder. A few strands of hair fell across her forehead, framing a face that was mature and dignified yet carried a hint of icy beauty. The overall effect was gentle, intelligent, noble, and alluring. If Jiang Chen had been present, he would have been utterly shocked. Because Qin Si's mother was actually his online girlfriend. That's right. It was Qin Xiaoyu, the wealthy older sister he'd been dating online for 3 years after using the online romance card. No, I just want to hold you tight, cling to your embrace. Qin Si clung to Qin Xiaoyu, indulging in a moment of childish whimsy before suddenly remembering something. She lifted her head and asked urgently, Mom, you called me home in such a hurry, what's really going on? Qin Xiaoyu, who had been smiling, flashed a look of awkwardness across her face at her daughter's question. See. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and said, there's something I've been thinking about for a long time, something I've struggled with mentally for ages. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to tell you, but please don't blame me. Mom, what are you hiding from me? Qin Si's eyes widened abruptly. Over all these years, this was the first time Qin Xiaoyu had ever spoken to her in such a serious tone. Suddenly, Qin Si felt a twinge of unease. Cece, we've relied on each other all these years. Now you're grown up, your life is on track, and I hardly need to worry about you anymore. As Qin Xiaoyu spoke, the faint sense of foreboding in Qin Si's heart grew increasingly intense. But Qin Si didn't interrupt Qin Xiaoyu's words. Instead, with a hint of unease, she listened intently. Cece, the day will come when you marry and leave your mother's side. I don't want to be a burden to you, I don't want you worrying about me, and I certainly don't want to hold you back. So, I've decided to find you a father. Mainly, after you marry, I can live with your stepfather. We can support each other into old age, so you won't need to care for me or worry about me. Cece, I hope you understand Mom's well-intentioned plan. Hearing this, Qin Si's face first flashed with surprise, then quietly relaxed. The astonishment gave way to relief. So Mom just wants to date again. That scared me to death. I thought Mom wanted to kick me out of the house. Thank goodness, it was just a false alarm. Qin Si grew up in a single-parent household without a father, so she deeply understood how difficult her mother's journey had been. Qin Xiaoyu got pregnant at 18 and gave birth to Qin Si at 19. Qin Si's biological father vanished without a trace during Qin Xiaoyu's pregnancy. He never reappeared after Qin Si's birth, not even once until she turned 18. It just goes to show how dangerous early romance can be. Qin Si knew her mother despised that man. There was absolutely no record of him in their home. Whenever Qin Si asked about her father, Qin Xiaoyu would turn cold, refuse to speak, and sometimes even scold her. Fearing she might upset her mother, Qin Si stopped asking. Over the years, Qin Xiaoyu had shouldered immense pressure to raise Qin Si, enduring untold hardship and sacrifice. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu seemed to feel she owed Qin Si something, showering him with affection and indulgence, terrified he might suffer any injustice. So, even without a father, Qin Si never voiced a single complaint. Having a mother who loved, cherished, and doted on her, that was enough. Silence. Not a word. Perhaps noticing Qin Si hadn't spoken for quite some time, Qin Xiaoyu wondered if her daughter had something on her mind. Cece, if you don't agree, then forget it. Mom will follow whatever you decide. If this makes you uncomfortable, I won't consider finding another partner. A shadow seemed to pass over Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, yet she still offered a tender, motherly smile, gazing at Qin Si with profound affection. At that moment, Qin Si's body trembled slightly. A wave of overwhelming heartache instantly flooded her heart. From childhood onward, Qin Xiaoyu had always consulted her about everything. If Qin Si disliked something, Qin Xiaoyu never forced her. Now, Qin Xiaoyu merely wished to pursue her own happiness, yet she still used this consultative tone with Qin Si. This made Qin Si feel even more ashamed and guilty. All these years, Qin Xiaoyu had remained single, never getting close to any man. Was it that she didn't want to date? No. With Qin Xiaoyu's looks and circumstances, men lining up to pursue her stretched from here all the way overseas. Among them were many high-caliber men with excellent qualifications. But Qin Xiaoyu had remained single all this time to spare Qin Si's feelings. Now that Qin Si has come of age, Qin Xiaoyu has fulfilled her duties as a mother. Qin Xiaoyu now simply wishes to pursue her own happiness, and Qin Si is genuinely delighted for her mother. When she was little, it was always Mom who considered her feelings. This time, it's her turn to consider Mom's feelings. Mom, I never said I disagreed. Qin Si blinked her big, watery eyes and smiled as she said, I support you in pursuing your own happiness. I support you in finding a partner. As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Silence. The living room suddenly fell silent. Qin Xiaoyu's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes instantly reddening as a glimmer of tears seemed to well up. Sisi, thank you, my precious daughter. Qin Xiaoyu reached out and pulled Qin Si into her arms. Qin Si opened her arms wide and hugged Qin Xiaoyu tightly, holding her close. Tears glistened in both mother and daughter's eyes. The atmosphere was warm and tender. After a while, Qin Si suddenly remembered something and lifted her head to ask, Mom, who is your other half? What's his name? How old is he? Is he handsome? Is his family wealthy? Is he a good person? Ha? Qin Xiaoyu froze at the question, then her face flushed bright red in an instant. Chapter 50, Holy crap! My stepdad is this young? Mom, when did you start dating him? A man who caught Mom's eye must be pretty exceptional, right? Qin Si grinned mischievously at Qin Xiaoyu. Having relied solely on each other all these years, Qin Si knew her mother's personality inside out. Since Qin Xiaoyu brought this up with Qin Si herself, it meant she found the right person, or even, she might already be with him. Never go into battle unprepared. That was Qin Xiaoyu's style. Sisi, seeing how supportive you are makes me feel so much better. Qin Xiaoyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Well, I met him online. We've been in a long-distance relationship for 3 years now. Ha? An online relationship? A look of shock flashed across Qin Si's face. 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, but the last thing she expected was that her own mother would be involved in an online romance. Sisi, do you have some kind of prejudice against online relationships? Qin Xiaoyu suddenly grew tense again, seemingly worried that Qin Si would oppose this match. Oh no! Worried that Qin Si would oppose this online romance. However, Qin Si was only briefly surprised before immediately breaking into a playful smile. Mom, I never expected you to be so up to date. You've even learned how to date online. Online dating isn't so bad, actually. At least it proves your stepdad is keeping up with the times too. You two both have such young hearts. Plus, online dating makes it easier to find a soulmate, not some superficial, fast food romance based solely on looks. So I think for someone your age, Mom, online dating is actually more reliable. As soon as Qin Si finished speaking, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly froze in place. After a moment, Qin Xiaoyu gently tapped Qin Si's head. Sisi, you mean online dating is more reliable for someone my age? What do you mean by that? Are you implying Mom is too old, past her prime, unwanted in real life, and can only find a partner online? Qin Xiaoyu deliberately stiffened her expression, feigning great anger. But Qin Si was her mom's little cotton jacket. Having relied on each other for so many years, how could she not see through her mother's fake anger? Oh, dearest Mom. How could I ever look down on you? You're so beautiful, you look just like a young woman in her 20s. When we walk down the street together, people who don't know us would think we're sisters. What I mean is, your stepfather met you online. He didn't know how beautiful you were, so he wasn't captivated by your looks, he was won over by your inner qualities. Mom, you wouldn't want to end up with some shallow guy who only cares about your looks, would you? Qin Si grinned, hugging Qin Xiaoyu and starting to act spoiled again. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head, torn between laughter and exasperation. She pinched Qin Si's cheek playfully, her face softening with affection. Sisi, now there's only one last question left. What question? Well, there's a bit of an age gap between us, and I'm worried you might not be able to accept it. How many years? 12 years. Qin Si suddenly froze in place. The young girl instinctively thought to herself, Mom is 37 this year, and he's 12 years younger than her. So this stepfather must be 49 already? This. The age gap really is quite significant. But a 49-year-old man could make Mom fall so deeply for him. Clearly, Mom must truly love him. Mom, I think as long as two people truly love each other, age really isn't an issue. Besides, in this day and age, older husband-younger wife couples are incredibly common. Plenty of them live happily ever after. A man is better off being mature. He knows how to cherish and care for you. As long as he's sincere, what does it matter if he's 12 years older? Tick-tock. A cold sweat trickled down Qin Xiaoyu's temple. She knew her daughter would misunderstand. Qin Xiaoyu bit her lip lightly, then grabbed Qin Si's hand and hurriedly explained, Sisi, you misunderstood what I meant. The 12-year age gap is between me and him, not that he's 12 years older than me. It's that I'm 12 years older than him. Silence. The living room fell silent. Qin Si's smile froze on her face, her eyes staring blankly. It took her a long while to snap out of it. Mom's chosen partner was 12 years younger than her? 37 minus 12. That makes him 25? Shinsi counted on her fingers in her mind, repeating the calculation 3 times until she was certain she hadn't made a mistake. Her mother had actually found a 25-year-old man. At that moment, Shinsi was utterly speechless. Compared to a 25-year-old stepfather, she still felt a 49-year-old stepfather was more reliable. After all, he was only 25. That was far too young. Asking her to call a man only 7 years older than herself stepfather? What kind of joke was this? How could she possibly say it? And then there was the matter of, if the 3 of them went shopping together someday, wouldn't that scene look a bit off? If the school calls for a parent-teacher conference and mom can't make it, so stepdad has to go. I can't even imagine that scene. Cece, I know it's hard for you to accept this suddenly. Mom understands how you feel. To be honest, I never planned to be with him at first. After all, he's so young, and I'm a full 12 years older than him. But chatting with him online made me incredibly happy. Before I knew it, I'd fallen for him completely, and I just couldn't pull myself away. He's incredibly thoughtful, gentle, and passionate about life. He's the man who's made mom's heart race the most in all these years. Even though I'm 12 years older than him, it's just like you said earlier, if we're soulmates, age really doesn't matter at all. Listening to Qin Xiaoyu's story, Qin felt her little head turn to mush. Mom kept speaking up for that man, and this obvious favoritism made Qin feel a little jealous. She had always been very supportive of her mother, encouraging her to love boldly. But she never imagined her mother would be this bold. Without a word, she'd brought home a 25-year-old man and had been in an online relationship with him for 3 whole years. In other words, that man was ruined by his mother at the age of 22. While age gap relationships are quite popular nowadays, mom's romance clearly transcends the age gap category. If he had to pin a label on it, Qin racked his brain and could only come up with one fitting description: an aunt-nephew romance. Qin felt like he was going to lose his mind. But seeing the look of longing on his mother's face and the sparkle in her eyes, Qin's heart immediately softened. Mom had the right to pursue happiness. As her daughter, she had no right to interfere. As long as her mother was happy, joyful, and content, it didn't matter if it was a 25-year-old man or even an 18-year-old puppy love as her daughter, she would support her. Mom, as long as you're happy, I'll support you. Once Qin came to this realization, she immediately made her stance clear to Qin Xiaoyu. Cece, so you agree with mom being with him? Yes. My precious daughter, mom loves you. Mom, I love you too. Chapter 51, Lottery Draw, Luck Explodes. The next morning, Jiang Chen yawned as he climbed out of bed. Lin Qingshui and Lu Li, still fast asleep in bed, had dry tear streaks at the corners of their eyes. Their slightly furrowed brows, disheveled hair, bodies covered in bruises, and occasional tremors. All of this seemed to scream to the world that they had endured an excruciating ordeal the night before. Girls, after all. How can they become women without weathering storms? Jiang Chen glanced at the 2 vivid crimson stains on the sheets, then rolled off the bed. Clumping in his slippers, he walked out of the bedroom and into the spacious living room. At this moment, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman were still asleep. Jiang Chen first poured himself a glass of water to rehydrate, then flopped onto the sofa and opened the system's main interface. A new day dawned, and it was time for the much-anticipated lottery draw. Lucky spin wheel. Draws remaining, 3. Inventory, black card donation funds. Though it wasn't his first time spinning, Jiang Chen still couldn't help feeling a surge of excitement and nervousness. It was just like going for a foot massage. He booked a technician, then waited in his room for the service to arrive. Even though he knew it would be the same old foot massage routine, he couldn't help but fantasize, would the technician be pretty? What about her figure? How skilled were her techniques? It's all about letting your imagination run wild. Swish! Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began spinning. The red pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed, finally slowing to a crawl after about 3 seconds. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the pointer slid past the Yi gold coins section and began crawling toward one of the remaining 4 areas. In other words, this round was a win. At the very least, the pointer wouldn't stop at the gold coins section. Was this an auspicious start? Under Jiang Chen's tense yet hopeful gaze, the pointer slowly glided past the Yi card section before clicking into place with a satisfying clack, settling firmly on the bottle section. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of enhancement potion. The system notification chimed in his ears. On the lucky wheel in his field of vision, a golden potion suddenly appeared before being automatically added to his inventory. Swish! Jiang Chen immediately opened his system inventory and quickly spotted the golden potion in the second slot of his backpack. Enhancement potion, upon consumption, strengthens both kidneys to grant infinite stamina, infinite firepower, infinite endurance, and other effects, transforming the user into a legendary perpetual motion machine. Holy crap! Jiang Chen's eyes widened instantly. Clearly, he was stunned by the effects of this enhancement potion. Enhance both kidneys? Infinite stamina, infinite firepower, infinite endurance? The legendary perpetual motion machine? Tonesy, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately pulled out the bottle of potion, popped the cap, and downed it in one gulp without a word. Gulp, gulp, gulp. To avoid any mishaps, Jiang Chen practically held his breath as he downed the entire bottle in one go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a powerful wave of warmth surged up from the small of Jiang Chen's back. The sensation was indescribably peculiar. Warm, soft, gentle, and slightly ticklish. It was all very mild, not the slightest bit harsh. How could he possibly describe this sensation? It was like last night, when Lin Qingxue and Lu Li embraced Jiang Chen from either side, then gently kissed both his kidneys. That's exactly it. A surge of tingling excitement. This sensation came on fast and faded just as quickly. Within about 10 seconds, Jiang Chen's 2 fiery kidneys gradually cooled down. But Jiang Chen could distinctly sense that his previously weary body was instantly brimming with vitality. His previously aching waist was now brimming with strength. He'd been drifting into a state of zen-like calm, but now he felt possessed by some demonic obsession. Holy! The legendary perpetual motion machine, it really is awesome. Ha! Jiang Chen sprang up from the sofa like a carp leaping, then swiftly performed a set of boxing moves across the living room. Feeling the boundless warmth radiating from his kidneys, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled upward like an AK-47. He couldn't hold it back. Real men never drink kidney tonics. I've got 2 kidneys facing the sea, spring blossoms in full bloom. Another spin. After a moment of excitement, Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button again. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began spinning once more. The red pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed. After about 3 seconds, its pace gradually slowed. To Jiang Chen's utter astonishment, the pointer swept decisively over the gold coins section and charged fiercely toward the remaining areas. Damn it! Another win? Could it be that luck had struck twice today? Under Jiang Chen's stunned gaze, the pointer swept past the cards section, then the bottles section, and finally, inch by inch, across the books section. Finally, as the pointer crawled toward the question mark section, it seemed to suddenly lose all momentum, then clicked to a stop with a clack. Silence. Jiang Chen's mind went completely blank. He never imagined that his casual draw, made without much hope, would land him the grand prize. When you try too hard, things don't work out, but when you least expect it, they fall into place. Indeed, the heavens show special favor to exceptionally handsome men. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the divine artifact Eye of the Mind. The system notification chimed in his ear. On the lucky wheel before his eyes, a crystal eyeball suddenly appeared before being automatically added to his inventory. What the heck is this? A support cheat? The Eye of the Mind? Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang Chen swiftly opened his system inventory. He soon discovered the crystal eyeball nestled in the second slot of his backpack. Mind's Eye divine artifact, confused with the user's own eye. After fusion, it allows the user to perceive the fundamental information of all members of the opposite sex. Note, this artifact has 7 layers of seals currently, only the first layer has been unlocked. Jiang Chen felt a bit dazed. He took out the Eye of the Mind, held it in his hand for a moment, then muttered to himself, how exactly do I fuse this eyeball with my own eye? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Host, do you wish to fuse with the artifact the Eye of Mind? Startled, Jiang Chen paused before cautiously asking, Bro system, if I fuse with this artifact, will it cause any side effects to my body? Also, after merging with the Eye of Mind, will my eyes still function normally? Could I suddenly go blind? The system responded immediately to Jiang Chen's inquiries. Ding! Host, merging with the Eye of Mind divine artifact will cause no side effects whatsoever and will not adversely affect your eyes in any way. After hearing Brother Tonzi's explanation, Jiang Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Alright then, I choose to fuse with the divine artifact the Eye of Mind. Swish! The moment Jiang Chen made his choice, the crystal orb in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of light. With lightning speed, it shot into Jiang Chen's left eye. In an instant, a warm current spread throughout the socket of his left eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully fusing with the divine artifact the Eye of Mind. Ding! This system has transmitted the artifact's instruction manual into the host's mind. Chapter 52, The Eye of Mind. Presidential Suite. In the living room, Jiang Chen sat quietly on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the floor before him. His gaze seemed unfocused, as if he were lost in thought. In reality, Jiang Chen was digesting the divine artifact's instruction manual provided by the system. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen suddenly drew a deep breath, and his unfocused eyes instantly regained their clarity. Snap! Just then, the door to the master bedroom on the left side of the living room swung open. Su Yao emerged wearing a black lace camisole nightgown, slipping on a pair of hotel slippers. Her hair was still tousled, and she kept yawning as she stepped out of the room. Swish! Jiang Chen quickly shifted his gaze to Su Yao. The next second, a line of information popped up in his left eye's field of vision. Name, Su Yao. Age, 25. Appearance, 96. Figure, 96. Bust 3060 plus. Driver 1. Attraction level 100. At that moment, a look of astonishment suddenly flashed across Jiang Chen's face. Name, age, looks, figure, bust size, these details require no further explanation. Driver, no further explanation needed. The final category, affinity level, requires a brief explanation. According to the instruction manual for the artifact provided by Brother Tonzi, this affinity value represents the target's level of goodwill toward the host. Below 20 points indicates a stranger. 20-50 points signifies ordinary friends. 50-80 points signifies close friends. Affection above 80 points signifies romantic interest. Affection above 90 points signifies passionate love. As for 100 points of affection, it signifies undying love, a bond that will never betray, one that stands by through life and death, never to be forsaken. So, Jiang Chen was shocked. He never expected Su Yao to have 100 points of affection for him. Didn't Little Splash only love money? Wasn't she a pure 24K gold digger? Why abandon being a gold digger to play at love? Has she lost her mind? Ding! Detected Su Yao's affection for the host has reached 100 points. Specially rewarding the host with one unsealing talisman. Ding! Unsealing charms can be used to break seals on divine artifacts. Each charm removes one layer of sealing. Ding! The unsealing talisman will be issued to the host at midnight tonight. At that moment, a series of system notifications rang in his ears, leaving Jiang Chen frozen in place. Damn it! Is this how it works? When girlfriend affection hits 100 points, the system rewards one seal removal talisman to break the seals on divine artifacts? Are they trying to force me to grind my girlfriend's affection points? But I've already sealed off my heart and locked away my love. Why bother grinding affection points? Just coasting through life, giving up on everything, enjoying the ride, isn't that sweet enough? Whether their affection levels rise or not, I couldn't care less. As for breaking the seal on the artifact, I've got money and women now, I'm as carefree as can be. Why bother lifting the seal on that artifact? Got nothing better to do than twiddle my thumbs? I'd rather spend that time eating, drinking, partying, chasing girls, flirting with women, and teasing respectable ladies. That's way more fun. In short, the seal-breaking talisman held little appeal for Jiang Chen. He wouldn't go out of his way to grind girlfriend affection just for a measly talisman. He was the epitome of a laid-back player, desireless, carefree, and couldn't care less. One word, giving up. Ha! Honey, why'd you get up so early today? Su Yao spotted Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa and immediately hurried over. She plopped down beside him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him close. Jiang Chen once again used his mind's eye to carefully examine Su Yao. Confirming her affection level was indeed 100 points, not a trick of his eyes, he covered his forehead, sighing with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Brother, I've already sealed my heart and locked away love. Why are you suddenly popping up with 100 points of affection? What's the deal? Out of nowhere, you're playing this true love game? This is giving me a headache. Honey, what's wrong? Does your head hurt? Noticing Jiang Chen's unusual state, Su Yao immediately stood up. She moved around to the back of the sofa, cradled his head, and pressed her thumbs against his temples, gently massaging them. Yao. What is it? Nothing. You're massaging so well, you've got a knack for this. Honey, since I'm being so good and obedient, when will you transfer that 20 million to me? I'll transfer it to you shortly. Thanks, honey. You're the best. Su Yao was still the same Su Yao. She remained the same 24K gold digger she always was, not a bit changed. But considering her 100% affection rating, Jiang Chen decided to be more generous with her from now on. As long as she behaved herself, why not buy her an entire street? Tap. At that moment, another stunning woman emerged from the presidential bedroom. Zhao Sherman. She too wore only a lace spaghetti strap nightgown. Her full, toned thighs and slender calves peeked out from beneath the hem, instantly capturing Jiang Chen's gaze. Jiang Chen's mind flickered, and Zhao Sherman's profile instantly appeared in his field of vision. Name, Zhao Sherman. Age, 25. Appearance, 95. Figure, 96. Cup size, 36D. Driver, 1. Affinity, 90. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He hadn't expected Zhao Sherman's favorability rating to reach 90 points. What the hell? A gold digger should stick to digging for gold, not suddenly playing with real feelings. If she plays with fire, she'll only get burned herself. Oh, you too, showing off your love this early in the morning? I haven't even had breakfast yet, and I'm already getting fed a whole load of dog food. Zhao Sherman giggled as she walked over, plopping down beside Jiang Chen. She wrapped her arm around his and casually rested her head on his shoulder. Man, you're a martial artist stronger than me. Why don't you give your husband a head massage? Su Yao seemed a bit jealous, actually directing Zhao Sherman to massage Jiang Chen. She walked back to Jiang Chen's side, mimicking Zhao Sherman's actions by wrapping her arm around his and resting her head on his shoulder. Yao, you're exploiting my labor. Zhao Shimian shot Su Yao a disapproving look but still stood up, walked around to the back of the sofa, and dutifully began massaging Jiang Chen's head. And so it went. After a brief moment of intimacy with Su Yao and Zhao Shimian, Jiang Chen announced he wanted to catch a few more hours of sleep. Yawning, he walked into the bedroom shared by Su Yao and Zhao Shimian. The presidential suite contained 3 bedrooms, the master bedroom, the ladies' bedroom, and the maid's bedroom. At that very moment, Lin Qingxue and Lu Li were still fast asleep in the mistress's bedroom. Jiang Chen didn't want to disturb them, nor did he want to sleep in the maid's room. Fortunately, Su Yao and Zhao Shimian, who were sleeping in the presidential bedroom, had both woken up. So Jiang Chen simply went to their room. However, before catching some more sleep, Jiang Chen opened the system's main interface once more, intending to use his final lottery chance for the day. Lucky spin wheel. Draws remaining, 1. Inventory, black card donation gold. Divine artifact, eye of the mind. Swish. Jiang Chen tapped the spin button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. The crimson pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed, gradually slowing after roughly 3 seconds. Ha! To Jiang Chen's great surprise, he had already won 2 grand prizes today. Logically speaking, his luck should have run out by now. Yet, life is full of surprises. To his astonishment, on this third draw, the pointer once again swept past the gold coins section and headed straight for the remaining 4 areas. Hey! Another one! Jiang Chen stared intently at the pointer, silently praying to himself. Heaven above, earth below, may the divine Emperor Ruyan grant his divine favor, bless your ex-boyfriend with another grand prize. Click! The moment Jiang Chen finished his incantation, the pointer swept past the card and bottle sections before settling firmly on the e-book zone. Whoa! Not bad. Second tier. This prize suits Lu Ruyan's personality perfectly, truly second rate. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill book. At that moment, a book appeared on the lucky wheel, somewhat resembling a martial arts manual from wuxia films. Several characters seemed to be written on its cover. However, before Jiang Chen could make out the characters on the cover, the skill book was automatically stored in the system inventory. Open the system inventory. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened the inventory and soon spotted the mysterious skill book in the second slot of his backpack. Instrument Mastery Skill Book. Upon using this skill book, the host automatically masters every category of musical instrument in their world, instantly becoming a master-level performer. Holy crap! Master every single instrument? Master-level performer? This is incredible. No need to say more, gotta give Brother Tong a 5-star review and go wild with the likes. From now on, I can charm girls not just with cash, but with talent too. Hee hee. Chapter 53, The Rich Lady's Invitation. 10 a.m. Jiang Chen awoke from his slumber. After getting up, he slipped into a hotel bathrobe and made his way to the living room. Suddenly, he realized the entire suite was deserted. Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lin Qingxue, and Lu Li were nowhere to be found. However, 4 neatly arranged notes lay on the living room coffee table. Swish! Jiang Chen plopped down on the sofa and reached out to grab the 4 notes. The first note was from Su Yao. Dear husband, I'm out shopping with Manny and took your Bugatti for a spin. But I left the Ferrari keys for you. Honey, don't be mad. When I get back, I promise to give you a huge surprise. Signed, your loving wife, Yao Yao. Damn it! Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Su Yao would take his Bugatti Chiron for a spin. After all, Jin Si had only gifted this car to Jiang Chen last night. Jiang Chen hadn't even driven the Bugatti Chiron himself yet, he hadn't even touched the steering wheel. And now Su Yao had driven it away? His first time was gone like that? But Jiang Chen wasn't the stingy type to begin with. Especially after learning Su Yao's affection for him had reached 100 points, his attitude toward her had shifted considerably. Since Su Yao would never betray him, would never abandon him, and would remain devoted until death, then he'd spoil her rotten. As he always said, as long as she behaves, Daddy will buy her an entire street. Swish! Jiang Chen set down Su Yao's note and picked up the one written by Zhao Shimian. Husband, Yao Yao and I went shopping. We'll be back tonight with a big surprise for you. Signed, Manny. Jiang Chen's face twisted into an expression of helpless amusement. For the same event, Su Yao and Zhao Shimian each wrote a note, repeating the same information. This is a waste of paper, a waste of ink, a waste of social resources. Those 2 little rascals deserve a spanking. Swish! Jiang Chen set down Zhao Shimian's note and picked up the one written by Lin Qingxue. Jiang Chen, I need to go to the bank today to handle some matters. If you need anything, feel free to call me anytime. Sincerely, Qingxue. Lin Qingxue's note was very formal. Even the opening salutation used Jiang Chen's full name, without any intimate nicknames. The content of the note was equally formal, no suggestive language, no playful remarks. It was strictly business. But through this small note, Jiang Chen could confirm that Lin Qingxue was a woman who appeared proper on the outside but was secretly itching to express herself. Because last night, Lin Qingxue had called him brother 98 times, husband 136 times, and dad 248 times. Not just Jiang Chen, even Luli, who was sleeping right beside them, was stunned into silence. Swish. Setting aside Lin Qingxue's note, Jiang Chen opened his palm to examine the message Luli had written. Daddy, I quit my job today. You promised to take care of me, right? From now on, I'll be in charge of looking gorgeous, and you'll be in charge of spoiling me rotten. Hee hee. Signed, your favorite big pear. Put. Jiang Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That little green tea was indeed provocative. A tiny note, just a few dozen words, yet every line oozed with a thick, provocative vibe. If not for Jiang Chen personally experiencing it firsthand, proving through practice that Luli was still a novice, he'd have suspected how many men this little green tea had seduced to cultivate such a potent aura of mischief. But the more provocative little green tea was, the more Jiang Chen liked it. Young people, after all, are bold and daring, always craving challenges. Nothing wrong with that. Beep. Just as Jiang Chen finished placing the note, his phone suddenly vibrated. A WeChat message had arrived. Swipe. Jiang Chen pulled out his phone to find a message from his wealthy older sister, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu, honey, I've got great news. My daughter has agreed to let us be together. Happy emoji. For some reason, Jiang Chen couldn't shake a feeling of unease. Perhaps it was because this wealthy older sister, whom he'd been in an online relationship with for 3 years, hadn't been won over through his own efforts. He'd obtained her directly using a card. Skipping the process and jumping straight to the result. It felt like the peach meticulously cultivated by the Queen Mother of the West, only to be plucked by a monkey the moment it ripened. Qin Xiaoyu, honey, nothing can stop us now. Are you free tonight? I'd like to meet up with you. Emoji, shy. Jiang Chen was still lost in thought when Qin Xiaoyu's second WeChat message arrived. At that moment, even separated by 2 phones, Jiang Chen could vividly imagine Qin Xiaoyu on the other end, her face surely brimming with anticipation. Forget it, forget it. So what if it's just meeting an online female friend? Fine, let's meet. It's just a meeting. As for taking things further, that's still a long way off. What's there to fear? Jiang Chen, tonight works for me. You pick the time and place. Qin Xiaoyu, okay, I'll send you the location after I book the restaurant. About 5 minutes later. Qin Xiaoyu sent Jiang Chen a location share and arranged to meet him directly at this restaurant at 6:30 p.m. Jiang Chen opened the map and saw that this Western restaurant, named Wells, wasn't too far from the Imperial International Hotel. Next, Jiang Chen sat on the sofa and began to think quietly. Should he prepare a gift for his first meeting with Qin Xiaoyu? After all, she was his girlfriend of 3 years from an online relationship, and she called him husband with such sweet affection. As her husband, going to meet his wife for the first time without a proper gift seemed a bit unacceptable. But what kind of gift should he get for Qin Xiaoyu? If it's too cheap, it might not match her status as a bossy female CEO. If it's too expensive, it might seem a bit inappropriate. Oh my. Dating is such a hassle. So damn much to deal with. Jiang Chen scratched his head, then suddenly remembered Suya used to work at a luxury boutique where she dealt with wealthy ladies, spoiled heiresses, socialites, mistresses, and the like on a daily basis. Why not ask her for gift ideas? No sooner thought than done, Jiang Chen immediately dialed Suyao's number. Ring ring ring. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Suyao's slightly seductive, mature voice came through. Honey, are you awake? Jiang Chen cut straight to the point. Yao, I have a task for you. Help me pick out a suitable gift. I need to give it to someone. Ha? Honey, who are you giving it to? A female friend. She's the president of a publicly listed company, 37 years old. She's decisive and efficient, with a slightly domineering personality, yet she carries herself with a gentle, intellectual grace. Her family is extremely wealthy. Since today is our first meeting, I want to give her an appropriate introductory gift. After Jiang Chen finished his explanation in one breath, Suyao paused briefly on the other end of the line before asking, Honey, what's your budget? Well. Jiang Chen paused slightly at the question, then replied after a moment's thought, over 1 million, under 5 million. Just pick any gift you like. Got it. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Alright, thanks. Honey, payment first, then service, hee hee. You little money grubber, just wait, I'll transfer it right now. Chapter 54, The Fake Female Streamer. Click. Jiang Chen lay on the living room sofa, lighting a cigarette for himself. He picked up his phone, about to play a game, when he suddenly remembered there was a black card sitting in his system inventory. Black Card Donation Funds. This is a virtual electronic bank card containing 100 million Dragon Nation currency. Funds can only be used for online live stream donations. Note, hosts using donation funds receive double the real-world monetary return. Since this black card offered double cashback and he happened to have free time today, he might as well cash in on it first. Swipe. Jiang Chen opened his phone and logged into a live streaming platform called Douya. He used to frequent this platform, watching various girls sing and dance. He was a complete free rider, never tipping streamers, so his account remained a level 0 newbie. Welcome, my tiger brother. Tiger brother, good morning, duck. Did you dream about your little sister last night? The moment Jiang Chen entered the first livestream room, a sugary sweet female voice sent shivers down his spine. He looked closer and saw a woman dressed in revealing attire appear in the livestream. The streamer had the classic internet celebrity look, a white sports tank top, gray yoga pants, and her hair pulled into a high bun. But that wasn't the main point. The point was, the streamer's cleavage was incredibly generous at first glance. It seemed even more impressive than Su Yao's. Swish! Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and he immediately activated his mind's eye. The next second, a line of information appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Name, Chen Tingting. Age, 24. Appearance, 80. Figure, 85. Breasts, B. Driver, 18. Affinity, 0. After reviewing this information, a peculiar expression immediately flashed across Jiang Chen's face. What's going on? This female streamer named Chen Tingting clearly looked quite large, even more imposing than Su Yao, so why did the Eye of the Soul's data list her as AB? Wait a minute. Brother Tonzi wouldn't deceive me, and the mind's eye never makes mistakes. So the only one lying must be this streamer? Damn it. So it was fake after all. No wonder Jiang Chen always felt something was off. It was so big yet remained so perky, completely defying physics. On top of that, this female streamer had a whopping 18 drivers. There sure are a lot of like-minded people out there. Ah. Thank you, my tiger brother. Love you. Mwah. Just then, 2 confession fireworks suddenly appeared in the livestream. On Do Ya Live, 1 confession firework equals 520 yuan, so 2 are worth 1040 yuan. The streamer just called him Tiger Brother twice and received over 1,000 yuan in gifts. What an easy way to make money. Tiger Brother, to show my gratitude, I'll dance for you. Love you, kisses. The sexy streamer first gave a slight bow to the camera, then started dancing to the pulsing music, performing a lively social shake. You gotta hand it to her, she fakes it so convincingly. After the social shake routine, many viewers in the livestream chat were feeling a bit dizzy. Oh no. Motion sickness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the streamer finished her dance, the viewer with the username Tonight's Tiger Hunter immediately sent 3 fireworks as a declaration of love. In just a few minutes, Tingting had received gifts worth 2,600 yuan. The livestream instantly erupted with excitement. Bro, you're out of your mind. With that kind of money, wouldn't a foot massage be more enjoyable? What do you know, upstairs? The big spender is a duke, how could he possibly care about such a small sum? With a streamer this hot, if I had the cash, I'd be throwing it at her too. Her chest is huge, almost as big as 2 bulls. Are they real or fake? Real or fake? You'd better ask the top spender, heh. Jiang Chen watched the flood of comments in the livestream chat and couldn't bear to see his brothers getting scammed. His fingers itched and he ended up typing a comment. Fake. Everyone, don't fall for it. Little did he know. The moment Jiang Chen sent the comment, his account was muted by the streamer. He wasn't the only one silenced in the chat. All the viewers who had just joined the discussion about the streamer's authenticity were muted too. You have been muted by the streamer for 3 months. Staring at the notification on his phone screen, Jiang Chen didn't get angry, he actually started laughing. The streamer was panicking. She was feeling guilty. By muting Jiang Chen's account, she had just proven her own deception. But, just as Jiang Chen was about to leave the livestream, the female host Tingting angrily declared, "You haters dare question my authenticity? Let me tell you, this is all natural, not a drop of fake stuff. Tiger brother, ignore them. These haters just crave attention. I've muted them all." After the streamer finished speaking, Tonight's Tiger Hunt also sent a comment. Our Tingting's figure isn't something you broke-ass losers get to critique. If you've got money, go ahead and gift her. If you don't, shut the hell up. Since Tonight's Tiger Hunt held Duke-level status, his special bullet comments stood out prominently in the chat. Bro Tiger, you're so manly. I love it. Female streamer Tingting made no effort to hide her fawning over the big brother, her face plastered with a sycophantic grin. Anyone who disagrees? Just drop some gifts and make it to the top of the list. Let's see who's got the balls to face me head on. Not spending a dime yet, talking so much crap? You're nothing. Tonight's Tiger Hunt fired off 2 more bullet comments in quick succession. Tingting's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she grinned, seemingly emboldened by her big brother's backing. Big brother Tiger, don't be angry. Do you still want to watch me dance? Forget dancing. I topped up 50,000 today, let's go PK. I'll win for sure. Tiger brother is awesome. Seeing this, Jiang Chen suddenly stayed put instead of leaving the livestream. This idiot named Tonight's Tiger Hunt was just too arrogant. Just look at the things he was saying. What nonsense about poor bastards not being fit to critique female streamers, or telling those without money to shut up. And he even had the nerve to boast about guaranteed wins in PK battles? He's just a duke, where does he get the nerve? On Douyu's streaming platform, unlocking a Duke Noble title only costs 20,000 yuan. While a Duke's spending power far exceeds 20k, it's unlikely to surpass 1 million. Users who spend over $1 million would have already unlocked higher noble titles like Prince, King, or Emperor. Holy crap! You think spending 50 grand guarantees you'll win? I'll guarantee you a damn thing. I've got 100 million in tip funds sitting right here. If I let you win, how the hell am I supposed to keep my reputation on the streets? At that moment, a mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chen's face. He decided to teach tonight's tiger hunter a lesson. Arrogance invites lightning strikes. Swish. Female streamer Tingting clicked the random PK button and was quickly matched with another streamer. The live stream screen instantly split into two halves. On the left was female streamer Tingting, while on the right appeared a stunning beauty. However, this stunning beauty's eyes were slightly red, and a hint of sadness lingered on her face as if she'd just cried. She looked utterly pitiful. Jiang Chen had been calm until then. But upon clearly recognizing the stunning beauty's face, his eyes widened abruptly, and a look of astonishment flashed across his features. Holy crap! Running into someone you know while watching a live stream? Could this be what they call divine intervention? Forget it. Since I've run into her, I'll just take advantage of this. Chapter 55, Wind Tickling Dancer, You Lily. Hey, what are we gonna do? Tingting's eyes immediately shot out two beams of jealousy when she saw the live stream host connected a stunningly gorgeous beauty. She didn't know if the other girl's big breasts were real or fake, but she knew all too well that her own curves were the real deal. So, she envied every busty beauty. No worries, make yourself at home. There aren't many people here anyway. Though the beautiful hostess forced a smile, her expression still carried a hint of melancholy. Yet her stunning looks and voluptuous figure instantly outshone Tingting. She wore a black, form-fitting tank top. Her slender waist was so delicate it seemed like a willow swaying in a gentle breeze, truly breathtaking. Now look at her makeup. Her thick, glossy black hair was styled into large waves, one side casually draped over her shoulder while the other was pinned back with a clip, revealing delicate diamond studs in her ears. Her delicate eyebrows appeared meticulously shaped, framing a pair of alluring almond-shaped eyes. Unfortunately, the absence of a tear tattoo diminished the soft, seductive aura compared to Su Yao. Her small, straight nose paired with thin, red lips, the corners of which curved upward ever so slightly, gave the impression of a seductive smile. Name, You Lily. Age, 25. Appearance, 94. Figure, 97. Driver, 0. Affinity, 0. That's right. This stunning hostess is none other than You Lily, one of the 7 fairies of Xilan University and the wind-teasing dancer Jiang Chen spoke of. Jiang Chen acknowledged You Lily's 94-point looks and 97-point figure. After all, she was campus-level beauty material. But Jiang Chen never imagined that You Lily's driver count would be 0. What's going on? Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lin Xingxue, and Lu Li, all of them were still virgins. Now, You Lily was too. Could it be? Could it be that all 6 of the 7 fairies of Xilan University, except for Lu Ruyan, were pure and chaste young women? 4 whole years of youth spent in university. What the hell did I miss out on? I picked up a second-hand piece of trash, treated her like a treasure, and in the end, she still ran off with someone else. What a huge loss. Holy crap. That streamer across the way, her looks, her figure, her aura, she's absolutely stunning. How did I never notice Dia had such sexy, gorgeous streamers before? Ah. Such a sexy and gorgeous beauty, I'm in love. Guys, I'm heading over to the other streamer's room. That gorgeous girl over there could totally outshine Tingting. The chat suddenly flooded with comments, and at the same time, a bunch of Tingting's viewers swarmed into You Lily's stream. Jiang Chen followed the crowd into You Lily's stream. He'd assumed that with You Lily's looks and figure, her stream would be packed. But when he entered, there were only a dozen or so viewers online. Seriously, host? Your stream is totally dead. That doesn't make sense. You're so sexy and beautiful, how could your stream possibly be empty? What's going on? How come Sister's viewership is so low? Could she be a brand new streamer just starting out? Holy crap. She really is a new streamer, her account was just created this morning. Ha. We've discovered a new continent. Staring at the dense stream of comments flooding the chat, Jiang Chan's eyelid twitched involuntarily and a peculiar expression flickered across his face. Others might not know the situation, but Jiang Chen did. You Lily had thrown herself into the live streaming industry immediately after graduating from university. 3 years had passed since then. How could she possibly be a brand new streamer just starting out? Could this be her secondary account? But Jiang Chen had no time to ponder these questions now. The PK battle had begun, and topping up his account was the only way to win. Fortunately, the black card provided by the system had already automatically linked to Jiang Chen's Douya account. Jiang Chen simply entered a string of numbers, tapped confirm, and instantly topped up his Douya account with 100 million. However, recharging didn't equate to tipping, so the system hadn't yet granted Jiang Chen his double rebate. Jiang Chen had to tip every single cent of that 100 million to the streamer before the double rebate could be credited to his bank card. Dinosaur carrying a wolf. Explosive music blasted through the livestream. Jiang Chen glanced up to see the previously evenly split PK health bars undergo a dramatic reversal in an instant. 1040-0. In Tingting's opposite livestream, the viewer, tonight's Tiger Hunter, sent 2 confession fireworks, instantly wiping out Yu Lily's health bar. Thanks to Tiger Brother for the 2 confession fireworks. Tingting loves you. Pencil heart. Tingting stood up with a coy smile, placing her hands over her chest and playfully forming a heart shape, her signature gesture. Tingting, I said we'd win, so we'll win. I won't let you lose. Tiger sent a special bullet comment in the opposite stream, which stood out prominently. All the viewers in Yu Lily's stream could see it clearly. Coke with Ice sent 5 little hearts. Cat Loving Fish sent 10 little hearts. Neighbor Wang sent 15 little hearts. Grandpa Ali sent 20 little hearts. Though Yu Lily's stream wasn't exactly bustling, quite a few viewers still sent gifts. However, these gifts were all the cheapest little hearts, costing just 1 dime each, barely restoring Yu Lily's health bar by about 1 centimeter. Streamer sis, this is all I can do for you. Host sister, did you just start streaming? Host sister, the firepower from the other side is too intense, call your big brother quickly. Staring at the flood of comments and the small heart gifts pouring in from viewers, Yu Lily froze for a moment before her face softened into a grateful smile. Thank you for the gifts, Cola with Ice, Cat Loving Fish, Old Wang Next Door, and Grandpa Lee. You've been so generous. Yu Lily stood up, gave a slight bow toward the screen, then said sheepishly, sorry to disappoint you all, but I don't have a big brother. I'm definitely going to lose this round. The moment Yu Lily spoke, another wave of bullet comments flooded the chat. No way. Such a sexy and beautiful streamer doesn't have a big brother? Sis, are you kidding us? She's a new streamer, just started today. No big brother is totally normal. That explains it. No wonder such a gorgeous streamer has so few viewers. Come on, big brothers. Save our streamer sister. Time ticked by second. Yu Lily's PK health bar remained completely unchanged. On Tingting's side, aside from 2 confetti fireworks, no further gifts were sent. Despite this, Tingting maintained her overwhelming dominance, crushing Yu Lily until she could barely breathe. Tingting seemed convinced victory was hers for the taking, prematurely celebrating and even discussing with tonight's Tiger Hunt what punishment Yu Lily should face. In contrast, Yu Lily's livestream was eerily quiet. Viewers seemed resigned to Yu Lily's inevitable defeat, collectively falling silent and ceasing their chat activity. But then, at that very moment, a cascade of gift effects erupted in Yu Lily's stream, instantly dazzling every viewer. Starlit Sky sent 10 confession fireworks. Full Sky of Stars sent confession fireworks x10. Full Sky of Stars sent confession fireworks x10. 1 confession firework equals 520 yuan, 10 equal 5,200 yuan, 30 equal 15,600 yuan. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had showered Yu Lily with 15,600 yuan, instantly boosting her PK health bar and even overtaking Tingting on the opposing side. Holy! The big boss has arrived. Damn, that's insane. Star-Lord is 666. The tables have turned. It's actually turned around. I knew it. A sexy, gorgeous streamer like this? No way she wouldn't get support. Check out the other streamer, her jaws practically hitting the floor. This is hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 56, flooding her with a million gifts. Tiger brother, the other side is actually fighting back. Hurry up and help your little sister. I don't want to lose this PK. Tiger brother, go for it. Kisses. Tingting was panicking. Seeing the PK health bar in the opposing stream had overtaken hers, Tingting immediately turned to her top supporter, pouting and acting cute as she pleaded in a sweet, high-pitched voice. But the very next second, Tingting realized that the big brother showering gifts on Yu Lily was none other than the white hat account she just muted, Full Sky of Stars. Her anxious expression vanished instantly, replaced by a silent sigh of relief. So it was just that newbie account I muted earlier. Damn it, I thought it was the big shot from the other streamer's side. Just some noob account probably got so pissed off after I muted him that he went on a gift spamming spree for that female streamer across the way, trying to make me regret it. Put. He's just trying to get attention. Once Tingting figured out what was really going on, she calmed down. She sweetly whined in the livestream, Tiger Daddy, help me. The other side is out to get me, wah. You know who's climbing the ranks on the other side? It's that noob account I just muted. He clearly can't stand you and wants to go head to head with you. It must be said, Tingting's Green Tea Act had perfected the art of manipulation to its highest level. These provocative words instantly got tonight's Tiger Hunt fired up. Some noob account thinks it can challenge my pocket money with its entire fortune? I'll teach him a lesson today. After firing off 2 bullet comments, Tiger Brother immediately started showering Tingting with gifts. Tonight's Tiger Hunt sent 10 confession fireworks. Tonight's Tiger Hunt sent 10 confession fireworks. Tonight's Tiger Hunter sent confession fireworks x10. Seeing the fireworks effects filling the chat, Tingting jumped to her feet in excitement, waving her hands in the air and shouting, "Thank you, Tiger Daddy. Tiger Daddy is awesome." However, Tingting's joy lasted only a few seconds. She suddenly realized her PK health bar hadn't increased at all, it was still being completely dominated by Lily's PK health bar. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized that the user, Starlit Sky, had just sent another 30 confession fireworks to Lily. On Tingting's side, tonight's battle against the tiger had earned her 30 confession fireworks. On Lily's side, Jiang Chen had also earned 30 confession fireworks. This meant both PK health bars had surged by an equally massive amount. But Jiang Chen had already sent Lily 30 confession fireworks earlier. Therefore, Tingting's PK health bar still couldn't catch up to Lily's. Damn it! Some noob account actually dares to show off like this in front of me? Tonight's tiger also noticed the situation on the other side. He quickly sent a bullet chat message, then immediately started showering Tingting with gifts. Tonight's tiger hunter sent 10 confession fireworks. Tonight's tiger hunter sent 10 confession fireworks. Tonight's tiger hunt sent confession fireworks x 10. Due to Douyu's platform restrictions, users could only send a maximum of 10 gifts per type during live streams, though there was no limit on the number of times they could send them. So, Jiang Chen and tonight's tiger hunt sent gifts to the streamer in sets of 10, repeatedly sending batch after batch. After sending another 15,600 worth of gifts, tonight's tiger hunt assumed he had the upper hand, a smug grin spreading across his face. After all, this was just a minor PK battle. He'd already invested over 30,000 Dragon Nation coins, and the big spender on the other side was just a newbie account. But before tonight's tiger could even finish his smug grin, the female streamer's health bar surged back up, overtaking Tingting's PK health bar once more. Damn it! Still challenging me? I topped up 50 grand today, enough to cover half a year's salary for an average person. Just you wait till I crush you. Swish swish swish. Without a moment's hesitation, tonight's tiger hunt went on another gift spamming frenzy for Tingting. 1, 2, 3. Until the platform displayed a notification, your balance is insufficient to send this gift. Only then did tonight's tiger hunter realize his entire 50,000 yuan was gone. But that wasn't the point. The real problem was that the opposing streamer kept racking up points without slowing down, and their PK health bar had already far surpassed his. Tonight, Tiger was stunned. Tingting was dumbfounded too. Tingting's fans in her livestream were collectively stunned too. Meanwhile, Lily's livestream. The screen was filled with exploding fireworks effects. Lily stood up, her face radiant with excitement, her eyes sparkling. She bowed repeatedly to the camera and exclaimed, "Thank you, Brother Xingchen, for the confession fireworks. You're amazing. Love you." Instead of making a heart shape with her fingers, Lily formed a simple heart with her thumb and index finger, sending it to Jiang Chen, who was showering her with gifts. Of course, Lily had no idea that this Starlit Sky account belonged to none other than her university classmate Jiang Chen. Lily affection plus 10. Lily affection plus 10. Lily affection plus 10. Jiang Chen was busy sending gifts when he glanced up and suddenly noticed Lily's affection points skyrocketing. In just a short while, Lily's affection level shot straight from 0 to 50 points. Holy crap! The 7 fairies of Xilan University, they really are all gold diggers. Just a few gifts, and her affection skyrockets that fast? If you love money so much, why not go after a rich guy? The driver's still at 0, are you playing hard to get? At this very moment, Tingting's score had plateaued, while Yuli's had surpassed 100,000 and was still climbing rapidly. Starlit Sky sent Carnival x10. Full Sky of Stars sent Carnival x10. Full Sky of Stars sent Carnival x10. Jiang Chen gave up on sending confession fireworks altogether and switched to sending carnival tickets instead. 1 carnival ticket equaled 3,000 yuan. 10 tickets meant 30,000 yuan. 30 tickets amounted to 90,000 yuan. 1 set, 2 sets, 3 sets. Jiang Chen spent 1,000,000 yuan on gifts for Lily in one go. Suddenly feeling a twinge in his fingers, he paused. Holy crap! This guy is seriously awesome. Big shot Xingchen, 666,666. Spending 1,000,000 in gifts in one go? This guy's a true god tier spender. The Duke account on the other side is stunned, never expected a newbie account to crush him so thoroughly. What a thrill! Lily's livestream flooded with new viewers, most jumping over from Tingting's stream. Everyone witnessed the screen exploding with gift effects, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Just then, the countdown finally hit 0, ending the PK. Tingting's score froze at 51,268 points, while Lily's score froze at 1,275 points. No contest. Tingting even lost to bitter tea seeds. Seeing the result, Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly as he immediately sent several comments on the public chat. Starlit Sky, a tiger hunter tonight, didn't you say you guarantee to win? You've got the nerve to show off with this measly amount? And you call yourself a freaking duke? All show and no substance. Starlit Sky, a tiger hunter tonight, if you're broke, don't come out here showing off. Showing off will get you struck by lightning. Starlit Sky, a Tingting, you're no saint either. I just told the truth, and you ban me? Starlit Sky, a Tingting, I'm telling everyone right now your boobs are fake. 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 Important things deserve repeating 3 times. Ha 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 ha. Star-Lord is awesome. Saying it 3 times for emphasis? That cracked me up. Star Master is hilarious. Star's got sharp eyes spotted Tingting's fakes instantly. Damn awesome. Star Master, I don't even care about the Great Wall anymore, I'm just here for you. Chapter 57, The Grand Duke Escaped. Tingting's live stream room. Many viewers couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of tonight's tiger hunt, especially after Jiang Chen flooded the chat with 1,000,000 points, thoroughly humiliating him. This emboldened the viewers. They flooded the chat with barbs aimed at tonight's tiger hunt. Can't even beat a newbie account? Your Duke account is useless. Little tiger, you're hopeless. Don't come out pretending to be a big shot with such a measly amount. You're embarrassing yourself. Little tiger, are you mad? Wanna kick me? Mute me? You can't even outspend them, all you know how to do is kick people and mute them, that's all you're good for. Put. You've got the nerve to look down on others? You're nothing special. The chat was flooded with messages, all uniformly berating tonight's tiger hunt. Tonight's tiger hunt, known for his hot temper, immediately fired back with his own stream of insults. Damn it all. You bunch of broke assholes think you can talk back to me? Even if I lost a single duel, I'm still a Duke tier account. Who the hell gave you the guts? Prove yourselves by upgrading to Duke status and challenge me then. Tonight Tiger Hunt was clearly brain dead. He'd ignited public outrage but remained oblivious, still spewing venom at the chat room viewers. Remember, the power of the masses is formidable. Tonight Tiger Hunt Shoal VE kept quiet. The moment he fired that comment, he got bombarded by even more viewers. F. This moron actually bragging about being a Duke account? That's hilarious. The first Duke in history to lose to a newbie account. Ha, not even as good as a dog. Holy, what a huge Duke account scared the crap out of me. Damn, today I finally learned something: anyone without a Duke account is just a poor bastard in his eyes. But brother Xingchen doesn't have a Duke account either, does that make him a poor bastard too? Little tiger, by your logic, you lost to a poor schmuck. Doesn't that make you worse than a poor schmuck? Facing a screen flooded with bullet comments cursing tonight's tiger hunt, Tingting's expression darkened to the extreme as she sat before the camera. She never dreamed that simply muting a level 0 newbie account would escalate to this point. And she finally groveled her way to a Duke big brother, dreaming of him carrying her to victory. But before she could even take off, she crashed and burned. Could the Duke really be outmatched by a noob account? How could that be? When did noob accounts become this powerful? Tiger Daddy, can you help me fight back? Tingting, unwilling to accept defeat, mustered her courage. With a pitiful expression and a tone dripping with grievance, she pleaded for her tiger brother to fight back for her. But tonight's tiger fight remained silent. Fight back? He wanted to fight back too. But with what? His own bitter tea seeds? Tonight's Tiger Hunt's true identity was a construction site foreman. The 50,000 yuan he just topped up today was actually the project payment he'd just received. He hadn't even paid his workers yet, and he'd already loaded the money onto his Douyin account. He'd hoped to make a name for himself on the live streaming platform, but instead, he'd hit a brick wall. At that moment, tonight's Tiger Hunt felt like he'd been slapped hard across the face. His cheeks burned fiercely, and a lump of pent-up anger choked his throat. He nearly spat blood. Staring at the flood of hateful comments on his screen, tonight's Tiger Hunt gritted his teeth before logging off immediately. Holy! The Grand Duke logged off. Holy! He really logged off? The Grand Duke couldn't face staying in this stream and just ran away. Ha 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 ha. The Grand Duke's running away with his tail between his legs. What a piece of Grand Duke, nothing but a coward. Brother Xingchen is awesome. Glancing at the latest comments flooding the chat, Tingting hurriedly clicked on Tiger Brother's profile page, only to sadly discover he had indeed logged off. In that moment, Tingting felt like an abandoned little wife. No one loved her, no one protected her, no one stood up for her anymore. But then, when the viewers realized tonight's Tiger Hunt had fled, they immediately turned their attention to the female streamer Tingting. I've seen plenty of streamers groveling at big shots, but you're the first one I've ever seen bragging about it. Don't streamers love muting people? Fine, I'll come clean, I'm a troll. Go ahead and mute me. I agree with brother Xingchen, you're a total fake. You're absolutely right that streamers' balls are so fake, they're obviously inflatable. The streamer is a fake. Please mute her. Female streamers are fakes. Ban request +1. The female streamer is a fake, request ban +2. The female streamer is a fake, request to mute her +10,086. Faced with a screen flooded with identical ban her requests, every comment berating her as a fake, Tingting instantly burst into tears. Wah. This stream has ended. Amidst the stunned stares of the crowd, Tingting, overcome with anger, abruptly ended the stream and swiftly logged off. Lily's live stream room. The screen was flooded with comments fawning over Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen had just showered the stream with 1 million yuan worth of gifts during a single battle. Such a generous big brother was a rare sight across the entire Douyin platform. Suddenly, a viewer sent a comment. Sis, you're being so unreasonable. Brother Xingchen just showered you with 1 million in gifts, why aren't you thanking him? Yu Lily seemed distracted. She sat blankly before the camera, a sorrowful expression gathering between her brows. Her beautiful eyes had lost their sparkle, giving her a deeply troubled look. Perhaps she had seen that comment. Yu Lily snapped back to reality, instantly composing her expression. She forced a faint smile and said, "Thank you for your support, Brother Xingchen. Not only did you send me so many gifts, but you also brought me so much popularity. To show my gratitude, how about I dance for Brother Xingchen?" After saying this, Yu Lily abruptly stood up, seemingly preparing to perform a dance for Jiang Chen right then and there. However, Jiang Chen swiftly sent a bullet comment. "Full sky of stars, I want to see the train shake." Yeah. Streamer sis, hurry up and do the train dance for Big Brother Xingchen. Get that train swaying. Train dance +1. Train dance +2. Train shake +10,086. Faced with a screen flooded with nothing but train shaking comments, Yu Lily's pretty face flushed red. Though a bit shy, this was after all Star Lord's suggestion. Plus, Star Lord had just gifted her 1 million in virtual presents. Both in reason and courtesy, she had to grant his wish. Soon, a high-energy song blasted through the livestream. Yu Lily danced energetically to the beat, performing the train shake with all her might. It had to be said the nickname Jiang Chen had given her, wind-teasing dancer, couldn't have been more fitting. Throughout her dance, Yu Lily's dreamy gaze, seductive expressions, occasional finger-biting, and lip-licking. She truly had mastered the art of seduction to perfection. Holy! This streamer's train dance moves are seriously something else. You're not kidding. Damn it, where's my paper? I'm dizzy. Guys, I'm dizzy as hell, help me. Wow. With a body like that, even if she had 10 or 8 big, fat kids, she'd never let them go hungry. I'm so worried the streamer will fall off and shatter into pieces. Chapter 58, Call Me Daddy, Guaranteed Win. Douya live streaming platform. Yu Lily's fiery, seductive dance instantly had every guy in the livestream room on their feet, blood boiling. The chat exploded with comments, scrolling thick and fast like a tidal wave. The atmosphere reached its peak. However, happy times always fly by. Within minutes, Yu Lily finished her train shake dance. Star brother, how did I do? Are you satisfied? Yu Lily panted, a faint blush staining across her pretty face. She adjusted the camera before settling back in front of the lens. It must be said, Yu Lily's figure was truly commanding. Her ample curves, tightly hugged by her undershirt, traced 2 perfectly rounded arcs. Combined with the explosive visual impact of the train sway dance. This explosive visual impact would leave even the most proper gentleman unable to remain composed. Starlit Sky, great dance, well deserved. Starlit Sky send Carnival X10. Starlit Sky send Carnival X10. Starlit Sky send Carnival X10. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen showered Yu Lily with 100 carnival gifts. Explosive effects instantly filled the livestream. Yu Lily, who had just sat back down in her chair, jolted upright, her face once again lighting up with shock and excitement. That's a whopping 300,000 dragon coins. Star brother is just too generous. Thank you, Brother Xingchen. Seemingly startled by Jiang Chen's extravagance, Yu Lily's speech stumbled slightly. Yu Lily affection +5. Yu Lily affection +5. Yu Lily affection +5. Jiang Chen clearly saw Yu Lily's affection rating skyrocket once more, finally settling at 65 points. However, Jiang Chen's focus wasn't on Yu Lily's affection level. He swiftly typed out a comment and sent it directly. Starlit Sky, call me daddy, and I'll give you a surprise later. Seeing Jiang Chen's comment, Yu Lily paused slightly, a charming blush spreading across her lovely face. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her lip lightly and said, "Thank you, Starry Sky." Daddy! In that instant, the livestream chat erupted once more. Ah! The streamer's been won over by Starry Sky. That daddy call just broke my heart. Totally fair. If someone brushed me 1.3 million, I'd gladly call them dad too. If the streamer would just call me daddy, I'd trade 3 years of my life for it. Hey, not to burst your bubble, but even if you spent 3 years working your ass off, you still couldn't scrape together 1.3 million. That stings, bro. As Yu Lily gazed at the screen filled with teasing comments, a faint blush lingered on her pretty face. She bit her lip and asked playfully, Daddy Xingchen, where's this surprise you mentioned? Starlit Sky, what's the rush? We've known each other for 7 years, you don't think I'd renege on a promise, do you? The moment Jiang Chen's comment appeared, Yu Lily froze in place. The chat room fell silent. No one had expected Starry Sky and the streamer to be old acquaintances. But, judging by the streamer's demeanor, speech, and expressions, it appeared she hadn't recognized Starry Sky as her old friend. Or perhaps Star Lord had deliberately concealed his identity, quietly slipping into the stream to secretly shower gifts on his old acquaintance. Star Daddy, who are you? Do we know each other in real life? Yu Lily's heartbeat suddenly quickened. For some reason, a handsome figure instantly flashed through her mind. Stellar Sky, check WeChat. I sent you a message. Swish. Though Lily was still live streaming, she swiftly grabbed her other phone. Moments later, Lily saw the WeChat message Jiang Chen had just sent her. Jiang Chen, my dear daughter, surprised? Unexpected? Lily, Jiang Chen, did you just send me over 1 million in gifts with the Starry Sky feature? Was that you? Jiang Chen, of course. Who else would spoil you like this besides daddy? Lily. Jiang Chen, hee hee. Are you satisfied with this surprise? Lily, satisfied, very satisfied. Emoticon, grinning. Lily never imagined that the mysterious Star Lord who suddenly appeared in her livestream was actually Jiang Chen, the guy she'd secretly been thinking about for the past 2 days. Why had she been secretly pining for him for 2 days? Just the day before yesterday, Suyao had announced in front of a group of girlfriends that she'd give 5 million yuan to anyone willing to be Jiang Chen's concubine. If Lily said she wasn't tempted, she'd be lying. But over the past 2 days, Lily's live streaming career had hit a rough patch. A string of troubles had piled up, leaving her utterly frustrated. So she simply hadn't had time to seek out Jiang Chen. Unexpectedly, before she could seek out Jiang Chen, he sought her out first. Lily affection +5. Lily affection +5. Lily affection +5. Through the livestream, Jiang Chen could see clearly. After learning his true identity, Lily's affection rating skyrocketed once more, hitting 80 points. Damn it! Is this gold digger Lily not only materialistic but also playing favorites? If I weren't the super duper handsome Jiang Chen, her affection wouldn't have hit 80 points? Materialistic plus looks obsessed. Is this really Lily's character tag? Lily, Daddy Jiang Chen, please take care of me, sniff. I'm at my wit's end. Seeing Lily's latest WeChat message, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly replied. Jiang Chen, I saw you looking so gloomy in the livestream earlier. I knew you must be facing some trouble. Lily, yep, I'm definitely in trouble. Jiang Chen, since you called me dad, go ahead. How can I help? Lily, Daddy, could you lend me 5 million? Emoji, sad. Jiang Chen, if I sent you 10 million in gifts, how much would you actually get? Lily, 5 million. Jiang Chen, let's go battle it out. Lily? After sending his final WeChat message, Jiang Chen immediately switched screens and re-entered Lily's livestream. However, Lily seemed oblivious, still messaging Jiang Chen. Lily, Daddy, you mean you're going to send me gifts worth 10 million? Lily, Daddy, you're not joking, right? Lily, Daddy, are you still there? Perhaps because she kept getting no response from Jiang Chen on WeChat, Lily quickly put down her phone. She sat up straight in front of the livestream camera, her eyes darting to the screen filled with bullet comments. Just then, a comment flashed across her screen. Starry Sky, let's go PK, guaranteed win. Lily's eyes lit up the moment she saw this comment, and she immediately shouted with excitement. Starry Sky Daddy, I love you to bits. Mwah. Let's go, let's go. Let's go PK. Chapter 59, The Emperor's Arrival. Lily's live stream room. Jiang Chen was ready to go on a gift-spending spree. After all, he had 100 million in tip credits, and this money could only be used to tip streamers. He couldn't spend it on himself. Better to benefit Lily than let someone else profit. After all, Lily was Suyao's best friend and Jiang Chen's designated little sweetheart. He might as well give her a little something in advance. Swish. Just then, a golden flash erupted in the live stream room, illuminating a dazzling character, Emperor. Prosperity Qiansai has entered the livestream. Who would have thought that a big shot with an Emperor Noble title would enter Lily's livestream? Lily, it's pretty lively in here. The moment this big shot entered the stream, he immediately sent a bullet comment. Bullets from an Emperor Noble title shimmered with golden light, incredibly eye-catching, impossible to ignore. The chat fell silent. The viewers seemed stunned by the sheer presence of this VIP. To put it simply, just unlocking the Emperor Noble title alone cost a staggering 200,000 Dragon Nation coins. Across the entire Douya streaming platform, including the big spenders and guilds, the number of emperors could be counted on one hand. It's safe to say every emperor account belongs to a tycoon listed on the top spenders rankings. But that wasn't the main point. The real shocker is that even in the rooms of second-tier top streamers, emperor accounts are a rare sight. Yet Lily is just a new streamer whose account was only activated this morning. Why would an emperor suddenly descend upon her stream? Holy crap! This streamer is about to take off. If she can latch onto Emperor's coattails, she's bound for stardom. Just when everyone expected Lily to enthusiastically welcome the Emperor, she unexpectedly furrowed her brow, her expression instantly turning icy cold. Silence. The live stream fell completely silent. The atmosphere felt distinctly off. Just then, the Emperor sent another comment. Lily, why aren't you welcoming your old friend? After this comment appeared, the viewers in the livestream were almost unanimously stunned. Holy crap! Who would have thought this Emperor Big Shot and the streamer were old acquaintances? Earlier, there was the extravagant Star Lord who showered the streamer with gifts worth millions. Now, here comes the Emperor Lord with his unmatched prestige. Both Big Shots were old acquaintances of the streamer. Just who is this streamer? Could this account be her secondary profile while her main account belongs to some top-tier internet celebrity? Sorry, I don't know you, and you're not welcome in my livestream. To everyone's shock, Lily immediately tried to kick the Emperor-level Big Shot out, her tone as cold as ice. Holy crap! This is Emperor Big Shot we're talking about. As a streamer, don't you rely on these Big Shot's donations to make a living? Now you're kicking out the Emperor Big Shot? Don't you want to keep your job? Swish. Swish. Just then, Emperor-level Big Shot fired off 2 consecutive bullet comments. Everyone, take a look. This streamer doesn't even welcome her former top donor anymore. She's nothing but an ungrateful bastard. I advise everyone to leave immediately. This streamer isn't worth your support. Be careful, one day she might devour you down to the last bone. Silence. The live stream room fell silent. All the viewers stopped sending comments. Everyone seemed to sense a major scandal brewing and watched quietly for the next move. Lily's pretty face suddenly paled. She bit her lip tightly, a look of disgust creeping onto her features. Mr. Qian, your sources are truly well connected. I just launched this new account this morning, and the live stream was just starting to gain some traction when you showed up. Are you trying to wipe me out completely, leaving me no way out? As soon as Lily spoke, golden bullet comments began flooding the chat again. You're a streamer now, and you still try to act pure in front of me? I treated you so well back then, showering you with nearly 2 million in gifts and using massive guild resources to propel you into a second-tier streamer. I sacrificed so much for you, and this is how you repay me? I'm giving you one last chance. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll lift your ban, waive your contract penalty fees to the guild, and even promote you to a top-tier streamer. Holy! What a bombshell! This is truly earth-shattering news. At this very moment, the livestream chat was completely silent, not a single comment from the viewers. Only Emperor's messages kept flooding the screen. The viewers were all engrossed in the drama, quietly watching the messy situation unfold between Emperor and the streamer. From their conversation, it was clear Emperor had set his sights on the streamer, wanting to get intimate with her. But she was clearly unwilling, leading to their falling out. But isn't that just how the streaming industry works? Countless streamers have ambiguous relationships with their top donors. After all, that top spender's money didn't just blow in on the wind. He spent his money but got nothing in return. No one would be happy about that. Mr. Qian, I admit you've showered me with gifts, and I'm deeply grateful and respectful of you. But I truly cannot agree to your demands. I've already promised to return every single cent of the gifts you sent me. I'll also compensate you in full for the breach of contract penalty from terminating my guild contract. What more do you want from me? The moment Lily uttered these words, the Emperor Lord was instantly enraged. A barrage of golden bullet comments flooded the screen, each one dripping with fury. You damn! Do I need your measly money? I can make you soar to the top, and I can crush you completely. You! Why are you being so stubborn? What good does this do you? I'm giving you one final, absolute last chance. If you still refuse me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Staring at the bullet comments from Shengshi Qiansai, Lily's expression hardened. Her tone grew cold as she replied, Mr. Qian, you're a married man with a son already in high school. And you expect me to be your mistress? Forget about the 2 million in gifts you sent me. Even if you sent 20 million, I'd never agree to this. Clatter. At that moment, the long quiet livestream room finally erupted with activity. The spectators who had been quietly watching the drama unfold suddenly couldn't contain themselves. What the hell? Asking the streamer to be your mistress? Holy crap. Are big spenders getting this wild these days? Even if the top donor wants to sleep with the streamer, it should be consensual, right? Forcing someone to be a mistress? That's just shameless. Her son's already in high school. This Emperor must be at least in his 40s. No wonder the streamer refused. Jiang Chen finally pieced together the whole story. No wonder Lily seemed so preoccupied at first. Once she learned Jiang Chen's identity, she immediately asked to borrow 5 million. Turns out it was all thanks to this jerk. Damn it! You think spending a measly 2 million on gifts gives you the right to claim Lily as your own? You think you can lay a finger on a woman I've already claimed as mine? Starlit Sky at Shengshi Qiansai, what the hell are you? Get the hell out of here, stop barking like a dog and ruining everyone's mood. After Jiang Chen posted this comment, the livestream instantly fell silent. Lily also saw the comment. Her eyes suddenly lit up, the gloom on her face vanishing instantly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, her breathing grew uneven, her heartbeat quickened, and a beautiful curve lifted the corners of her mouth. Her expression was like that of a long-lost daughter suddenly reunited with her biological father. Overjoyed, excited, nervous, hesitant to step forward and claim kinship, yet desperately wanting daddy's kisses, hugs, and to be lifted high. This was the feeling of having a powerful protector. A child without a father is like a blade of grass, but a child with a father is like a treasure. Chapter 60, Shut Up or Fight. You little brat, you dare talk to me like that? You think beating up some lowly duke gives you the right to strut around in front of me? Let me tell you, I could crush you with just one finger. Shangshur Master Qian only knew Jiang Chen had driven off a duke, unaware he'd just splashed out $1 million in gifts. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just a low-level account without even a noble title unlocked. How much of a big shot could he really be? But he ignored Jiang Chen, never expecting the latter to step forward and publicly berate him, pointing right at his nose. Already at his wit's end, Qian Sai instantly exploded. Damn it all. You think you're some big shot just because you beat up a duke? Go ask Lily yourself. How many dukes have I sent packing? How many princes? How many kings? If you're not satisfied, fine. I'll give you a chance. Let's settle this once and for all. You got the guts? Prosperity-era Master Qian fired off several bullet comments in rapid succession. But before Jiang Chen could retort, Yu Lily spoke up first. Mr. Qian, are you sure you want to go head-to-head with my starry sky daddy? Silence. The livestream fell silent. Qian Sai remained silent for a long while, seemingly stunned by Yu Lily's use of starry sky daddy. Star. Daddy? Holy. How could she? How could she call someone else dad? I've showered her with nearly 2 million in gifts and never received such treatment. How the hell does that punk deserve it? Splatter. Whore. Slut. You. Yu Lily's single phrase, starry sky daddy, felt like a sharp dagger plunging straight into Qian Sai's heart. Jealousy instantly robbed Qian Siggy of his reason. It felt like he'd been handed a giant green hat. Qian Sai was nearly driven mad with rage. You filthy. You dare call someone else daddy? Fine. Fine. Just you wait and see how I'll destroy you, you worthless piece of trash. Watching the streamer comments Qian Sai sent, Yu Lily sneered disdainfully before deliberately adopting a coquettish tone. Daddy Xingchen, someone's bullying me. I'm so scared, ducky. Yu Lily's sweet, soft voice, her seductive expression, and her sultry gaze instantly flooded the chat with comments. Holy. That voice, it's got me standing at attention. That voice, those eyes, that expression. Holy. Where's my tissue? Is the streamer a fox spirit reincarnated? This is way too seductive. I can't take it anymore, my heart's about to melt. Ah. Don't worry, streamer. Big Shot Xingchen will protect you. Not just the viewers in the livestream chat, even Jiang Chen was startled. Though Yu Lily wasn't as alluring as Su Yao, as spirited as Zhao Shimian, as aloof as Lin Qingxue, or as. But she blended the best traits of all four golden flowers: a touch of allure, a dash of boldness, a hint of aloofness, and a sprinkle of sass. Damn. She's worth all four of them combined. This woman, I'm taking her. Starlit Sky at Prosperity Qian Fourth Master, what the hell are you barking about? Didn't you want to go head-to-head with me? Fine. I'm in a good mood today, so let this broke asshole see what a real gift shower looks like. Shangshur Qian Sai at Full Sky Stars, you little brat, you actually dare to act like a big shot in front of me? Just wait till I teach you a lesson. Full Sky of Stars, stop barking like a dog. Got the guts? Come at me. Shangshur Qian Sai, fine, fine. You just wait. After sending his final comment, Master Qian immediately left the livestream. Yu Lily let out a slight sigh of relief, a flicker of joy crossing her eyes. But the next second, a look of concern appeared on her face. Starry Sky Daddy, this Qian Sai is the vice president of the Shangshur Guild. He can mobilize the entire guild's funds. If you go head-to-head with him later, you'd better be careful. Hearing Yu Lily's worried words, Jiang Chen scoffed dismissively. Not only did he have 100 million in donation funds, but his Bank of Communications black card held over 550 million. Even after exhausting the 100 million donation funds, he would receive 200 million in cashback. All told, Jiang Chen had over 850 million yuan at his disposal. Holy. Across the entire Douya streaming platform, even the top-ranked big spender on the VIP list hadn't surpassed 50 million in cumulative rewards. If he could lose this, Jiang Chen might as well kick his own head around like a soccer ball. Starlit Sky, relax. Even if 10 more emperors showed up, I'd wipe them out effortlessly. Clatter. The moment Jiang Chen's comment hit the chat, the entire livestream erupted. Star-Lord, are you really going head-to-head with that Emperor guy? Star-Lord, I did the math for you. Going head-to-head with Emperor Lord will cost at least 2 or 3 million. As the streamer mentioned earlier, that Emperor is the vice president of Shangshur Guild. He can mobilize the entire guild's funds. I doubt 2 or 3 million would even cover it. In my opinion, you'd need at least 5 million yuan or more. I just glanced at the top spenders list. Mr. Qian ranks 27th with over 8 million in cumulative donations. He's definitely a super rich spender. As he watched the screen fill with flying bullet comments, Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly. He was actually speechless. What? The 27th ranked big spender only spent over 8 million? That's it? That's nothing. Starlit Sky, thanks for the concern, brothers. Just over 8 million? That's peanuts, not even enough for a sports car. Bottom line, life and death are trivial. Got a problem? Bring it on. Ha? Over 8 million, is all? So over 8 million is just pocket change to you? Not even enough to buy a sports car? Dude, are you even aware of what you're saying? Just who exactly are you, some spoiled rich kid from a mega wealthy family? The moment Jiang Chen's comment appeared, the livestream fell dead silent. Even Yu Lily's face betrayed a look of utter shock. But Yu Lily reconsidered. Jiang Chen's ride was a Ferrari LaFerrari valued at 22.5 million yuan, and on the black market, it was being hyped up to over 30 million. Over 8 million? That really wouldn't be enough to buy this luxury supercar. Swish. Just then, Yu Lily received a connection request from a streamer. Streamer Little Wildcat requests a PK match with you. Glancing at the familiar ID, a flicker of disgust crossed Yu Lily's eyes, but she still accepted the connection. Soon, the live stream screen split into two. On the left was Yu Lily's stream, while the right side displayed a strikingly alluring female streamer. Well, isn't this our guild's Lily? You've got some nerve, daring to challenge Fourth Master's authority? Heard you got a big shot in your family now? He even helped you chase away a duke? Pretty impressive. You don't seriously think he can protect you, do you? Oh my god. That's hilarious. This streamer, whose ID was Little Wildcat, had a sharp, angular face and wore heavy makeup, looking just like the snake demon from the animated series The Little Water Spirits. The moment she went live, she launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks at Yu Lily, covering her mouth with her hand as she giggled. For words were practically carved across her face. I'm here to troll. Lily, I actually have to thank you. If you hadn't fallen out with Fourth Master, I'd never have gotten the chance to become his goddaughter. Honestly, you should just give in to Fourth Master. As long as you serve him well, why worry about not rising to the top? So, care to consider my suggestion? If you agree, I'll definitely plead your case to Fourth Master. Chapter 61, Madness. The Emperor gets overpowered. Yu Lily's livestream. A barrage of comments flooded the screen. Holy. What the hell is that thing over there? Scared the crap out of me. What the hell is that makeup? Looks like a ghost. So Fourth Master has such a dark taste. You just don't get it, man. Once the lights go out, women all look the same. As long as she satisfies your cravings, that's all that matters. My guess is the streamer on the other side must be good in bed that wins half the battle. Ha ha. You upstairs, you know your stuff? Amidst the chaotic stream of comments from viewers, the PK officially kicked off. The moment the battle theme roared, Jiang Chen slammed his fingers onto the phone screen, launching into a frenzied barrage of taps. Starlit Sky send Carnival X10. Full Sky of Stars send Carnival X10. Starlit Sky send Carnival X10. While spamming gifts, Jiang Chen couldn't help but mentally rant. What kind of ridiculous restriction did Duyaliv come up with? Only 10 gifts at a time? How many times do I have to click to finish sending this 100 million reward? Can't they just make a one-click gifting feature? Where you just enter a number for however much you want to spend? This crappy platform is going to go under sooner or later. The PK had barely begun when Jiang Chen suddenly showered her with hundreds of thousands in gifts. Yu Lily immediately jumped to her feet in excitement. Thank you for your support, Star Daddy. Star Daddy, Lily loves you. Pencil heart. This time, Yu Lily boldly flashed a heart-shaped hand gesture. Her alluring gaze, her slightly flushed cheeks, the way she gently bit her lip, and the seductive smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Even through the phone screen, Jiang Chen could practically smell the sultry vibe. Damn it! Marrying a woman like this would surely drain his energy dry. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had consumed the enhancement potion, granting him infinite stamina, infinite firepower, and infinite endurance, turning him into a legendary perpetual motion machine. This little vixen? Easy pickings. I'll take on 100 of them. Gak. Meanwhile, Little Wildcat's live stream room. Watching her health bar vanish instantly, Little Kitten showed no sign of panic. A hint of disdain even flickered across her face. Because not only was the wealthy Fourth Master watching her stream, but he had also mobilized the entire guild's liquid funds, explicitly vowing to support her victory in this PK battle. Fourth Master, look. The other side actually fired first without knowing their place. They clearly don't hold you in any regard. As soon as Little Kitten spoke, a golden bullet screen flashed across the livestream. Oomph. Some overconfident little brat thinks he can show off in front of me? Just watch me crush him. The next second, Xiao Yamao's livestream lit up with dazzling special effects. Shengshi Qiansai sends Super Carnival X10. Shengshi Qiansai sends Super Carnival X10. Shengshi Qiansai sends Super Carnival X10. Seeing Master Chen make his move and drop 30 carnivals at once, Little Wildcat instantly shouted with excitement, Master Chen is mighty. Everyone, follow Master Chen's lead charge. Big shot Master Chen, tough as nails, no nonsense. Fourth Master is the best. Fourth Master is the absolute legend. Crush those noobs on the other side. In that instant, Little Wildcat's livestream exploded with fervor. As the screen filled with carnival gift effects, one thought echoed in everyone's mind. With Fourth Master pulling out such a massive move, crushing the opposing noobs would be as easy as killing chickens. This PK match was completely one-sided. A breeze. However, At that very moment, little Wildcat's eyes suddenly widened, her mouth gaped open, and her face contorted into an expression of utter shock. Because despite Fourth Master's relentless barrage, her health bar hadn't risen at all. The opponent's health bar continued to crush hers. What the hell? Fourth Master had just spent over 100,000 on gifts. Why hadn't the health bar caught up? Could it be that the opponent also dumped over 100,000 in gifts at once? Damn it! What's going on? Fourth Master went all out with his firepower, plus all those small gifts boosting him, and he's still getting pushed around by the other side? Holy crap! What kind of god-tier player is on the other team? This is insane. The enemy Star Lord keeps spamming carnival gifts in just a few moments, he's already sent over 100 carnivals. Holy crap! Star Lord is that intense? Sha Nama's livestream was filled with gasps of astonishment. Many viewers, discovering this shocking revelation, couldn't contain their curiosity. They flooded over to the opposing stream, eager to uncover the truth. However, the moment everyone entered Lily's stream, they witnessed carnival special effects exploding one after another, relentlessly bombarding the chat. Starlit Sky, send Carnival X10. Starlit Sky, send Carnival X10. Starlit Sky, send Carnival X10. The Star Lord was showering the chat like water, relentlessly spamming Carnival at breakneck speed with no sign of stopping. 100 shots, 200 shots, 300 shots. As the live stream filled with exploding carnival effects, everyone's minds were buzzing. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? A newbie account, is this insane? A newbie taking on the Emperor and actually dominating him? Guys, am I seeing things? Star Lord, you're out of your mind. You gotta unlock Emperor Noble first to get gift rebates. Dude, you're thinking too small. Star Lord's already dropped 1 million, does he even care about a measly rebate? Star Lord, you're a badass. Star Lord, you've redefined my concept of a true high roller. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave, leaving onlookers boiling with excitement and passion. The livestream atmosphere exploded to its peak. At that very moment, Lily's eyes widened in disbelief. Covering her mouth, she stared blankly at the carnival effects filling the screen, frozen in place. Ah! So many carnivals. Daddy Jiang Chen is truly extravagant. If I'd known Jiang Chen was this rich back in college, I should have snatched him away from Lu Ruyan no matter what. But it's not too late now. Since you've already accepted Jiang Chen as your father. Once a father, always a father. Whoa! Lily took a deep breath, then shouted into the livestream with a voice trembling with excitement, Starry Sky Daddy, I love you to bits. Mwah! In just a short while, Lily's score underwent a dramatic transformation. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. Jiang Chen's carnival of donations never stopped. Every viewer in the live stream room couldn't help but widen their eyes, gaping in astonishment. They held their breath, eyes glued to their phone screens, hearts pounding like drums. So intense. So impressive. Damn, that's so damn generous. While Chen Sai had just reached 2 million in donations, Star Lord had already hit 4 million, a full 2 times his rival's total. The Emperor being thoroughly humiliated by a newbie account? This scene is beyond belief. ING hell. Chen Sai stared fixedly at the health bar in the livestream, veins bulging prominently on his forehead. But no matter how many gifts he sent, he couldn't catch up to the opponent's score. The opponent seemed like they were on drugs, their score shooting up relentlessly without a hint of slowing down. At that moment, Master Qian felt the pressure mounting like a mountain. How could this be? The guy on the other side was just a newbie account. How could he possibly afford to send so many gifts? Was he playing dumb to catch the strong? Damn it! His score was approaching 5 million and still climbing? This is bad, really bad. At this rate, I'm gonna bite the dust today. Chapter 62, Frenzy to hit 10 million. It was nearing noon. Douya Live suddenly erupted in commotion. Platform-wide broadcasts and a steady stream of carnival announcements sent viewers across all live stream rooms into a frenzy. One carnival notification equaled 3,000 Dragon Nation coins. That's equivalent to over half a month's salary for an average white-collar worker. Yet carnival announcements kept popping up on the platform-wide broadcast like waves from a water truck. What was going on? No events, no competitions, not even prime streaming hours. Why are so many carnival announcements popping up? Damn it! This must be the big shots fighting it out. What are we waiting for? Let's rush over and watch the show. Swish swish swish. In an instant, countless curious onlookers rushed headlong into the 2 live streams where the showdown was unfolding. Little Wildcat's livestream. Seeing her side score break through 4 million, Little Wildcat's face was filled with excitement and thrill. 4 million. Although she was signed to Shengshire Guild, these gifts would be subject to platform and guild commissions, not to mention taxes. But even so, she'd still walk away with over 1.5 million. Fourth Master is awesome. Fourth Master is so badass. Love you to death. Don't stop. Keep voting. Crush the competition. Little Wildcat, eyes gleaming, had already leaped from her chair, her legs trembling with excitement. But the rising score suddenly froze. The carnival effects that had filled the screen moments ago abruptly ceased. Fourth Master, why did it stop? Come on. Fourth Master, don't back down, just take them down. Fourth Master, don't even think about tower diving. Their firepower is too intense, we don't stand a chance. Fourth Master, hurry up and fight back. This is killing me. Everyone, stop shouting. They've already surpassed 6 million. How are we supposed to catch up? Silence. Xiao Namao's livestream suddenly fell silent. Xiansai stared at the scrolling comments on his screen, grinding his teeth so hard they nearly shattered. Fight back? How could he possibly fight back? He'd already emptied the guild's entire revolving fund, spending every last penny on little Wildcat. Yet there was no sign of victory in sight. How could this be? How could some noob account afford to send so many gifts? As the 27th ranked big spender on the VIP list, he was actually losing? And to a low-level newbie, no less? Disgraceful. Absolute disgrace. Trying to pull that play dumb to catch the wise bull on me? You. I'll smash your damn board to pieces. You Lily's livestream. The screen was flooded with carnival effects, still raining down like a deluge. Every viewer in the chat room stared wide-eyed, not blinking once as they watched both streamers' health bars. Ha! The enemy score isn't moving. Oh my. The other side must be out of ammo, they can't keep spamming anymore. The Emperor over there is seriously impressive, dropping 4 million at once. But our Star Lord is even more legendary, he's already broken 6 million. Big shot Emperor? That's it? Ha 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 ha. Emperor got knocked down. That was satisfying to watch. Even though the opposing team's score had stalled, Jiang Chen kept grinding away at the carnival. 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. At that moment, every viewer in the livestream went wild. Star Lord, the enemy has surrendered. Why aren't you stopping? Yeah. They only have 4 million points, while we've already broken 8 million. There's no way they can steal our tower. No way, Star Lord is still grinding? Is he aiming for 9 million? Holy crap. Star Lord is brutal, utterly ruthless. Master, please accept my kneel. Master, please accept my kneel. +1 inch. Master, please accept my kneel. +2 inch. After what felt like an eternity, amidst a sea of master, please accept my kneel comments, Lily's health bar score finally stopped climbing. Everyone stared at Star Lord's contribution value on the leaderboard, eyes wide, mouths agape, their minds buzzing. 10 million. Star Lord had just donated a full 10 million. 10 million. An amount most people couldn't earn in several lifetimes, yet Star Lord had casually spent it. Did Star Lord come from a mining family? This is outrageous. Now look at the other livestream, old man Xian only dropped 4 million. He's been crushed into dust. No comparison, no pain. Compared to Star Lord, old Master Qian really is a nobody. You Lily affection +5. You Lily affection +5. You Lily affection reaches 90. Just then, Jiang Chen noticed Yu Lily's affection rating had surged again, reaching a full 90 points. In other words, Yu Lily had progressed from admiration to passionate love, unlocking every possible position. Thank you for your deep affection, Starry Daddy. Star Daddy is the best. Lily loves you to bits. Mwah. With tears welling in her eyes, Yu Lily covered her face with her hands, obviously the car's headlights, and bowed deeply toward the camera. Seeing this, Jiang Chen flexed his slightly numb fingers and swiftly typed out a comment. Starlit Sky, as long as you're good, Daddy can shower you with gifts galore. At that very moment, the PK officially concluded. To Jiang Chen's surprise, a flash of golden light suddenly filled the livestream. Xiansai had teleported from the opposing stream into Yu Lily's broadcast. At Starlit Sky, you actually tried to play dumb and outsmart me? Do you think winning like this is honorable? Seeing this golden comment, Jiang Chen froze in place. This guy got thoroughly crushed by me, lost so badly he couldn't lose any worse, and now he has the nerve to come over here and insult me? Was he out of his mind? However, before Jiang Chen could retaliate, the viewers in the livestream chat erupted, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Xiansai. What the hell kind of person is this? A so-called emperor who can't even take a loss? Big shot Xingchen crushed you with a 10 million yuan spree, he beat you fair and square. How is that not honorable? Damn it! The 27th ranked big shot on the VIP list refuses to admit defeat? Mr. Qian, where's your dignity? Have you no shame? Is that it? Ranked 27th on the big spender list? He seems dumber than our village idiot Air Xiao. Xiansai stared at the screen filled with scathing comments directed at him, rage boiling over. His aged face flushed crimson with fury. He was the vice president of the Shangshi Guild, a big shot ranked 27th on the divine rich list. When had he ever been berated like this by a bunch of punks? Damn it all to hell. How dare you little brats talk to your fourth master like that? However, just as Qiansai finished sending that comment and was about to type another, a notification suddenly popped up on his phone screen. You have been muted by the streamer for 1 year. F. Who the hell are you calling a little SHT? Xianxi, I think you're the little bastard, your whole family are little bastards. The big shot ranked 27th on the top spenders list? That's it? Why does he seem like a brain-dead moron to me? He's got money to splurge on gifts here, but can't afford to fix his own brain damage? Poor guy. Ha 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 ha. Spot on. Xianxi, grab your cash and go fix your brain damage. Faced with a screen flooded with abusive comments, Xianxi was boiling with rage. But Yu Lily had muted him, leaving him unable to type a single word in retaliation. Damn it all to hell. Bunch of uncultured little brats. I'll tear you all apart. And, Lily, you damn, how dare you mute me? This is infuriating. I'll tear you apart. Chapter 63, The Fifth Golden Flower. Yu Lily's live stream room. After getting thoroughly roasted by the viewers, old Master Qian slunk away in defeat. Once he was gone, the chat exploded with rapid-fire comments, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. A mighty emperor figure like him, publicly berated by everyone right to his face, and to make matters worse, he was muted and couldn't even fight back. When did viewers ever get such an opportunity? Today, they finally stumbled upon this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Of course they'd flip through the dictionary and hurl every curse word they could find. In a word, absolutely exhilarating. Before long, noon arrived. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Just then, Hotel butler Li Qian entered the presidential suite with two waitresses, pushing a food cart. So, Jiang Chen gave Yu Lily a quick wave before exiting the livestream. Only after exiting did he notice that his Douyin account had an astonishing 99 plus unread messages. All sorts of messages were there. Some were groveling for attention, others begging to be adopted as godchildren, some pleading for follows, others hoping for favors. Jiang Chen casually skimmed through a few messages, finding them all filled with insinuating and suggestive language, quickly losing interest. However, the moment Jiang Chen logged out of the Douyin app, he received a WeChat message from Yu Lily. Yu Lily, Daddy, once I wrap up things here, I'll come run to you. When I do, you better not kick me out. Emoticon, blushing. Ha! Another admirer conquered. Now only one more flower left to conquer piggy hero Tang Ro. He'd find time to invite Tang Ro out and win her over in one go, finally achieving that little goal he'd set earlier. Jiang Chen chuckled softly, replying to Yu Lily with an OK emoji before tossing his phone aside and striding toward the dining hall. 2 p.m. Shilan City First People's Hospital. Jiang Chen arrived at the door of a premium private room in the inpatient ward, carrying a fruit basket in his left hand and a small briefcase in his right. Through the glass window in the door, Jiang Chen saw Xinqing lying in the hospital bed, her eyes fixed on the cartoon playing on the TV, a sweet smile on her face. Wow! Not bad. The little girl's spirits and complexion looked much better. Besides the little girl, a mature, curvaceous woman sat beside the bed. She wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and white canvas sneakers. Her long hair was casually pulled into a side ponytail, clean, simple, and unassuming. It must be said, the woman's figure was truly voluptuous. The white t-shirt originally featured a cute little cat print, but stretched taut by her ample 30-60 bust, it instantly transformed into a fierce, claw-bearing tiger. Her light blue jeans hugged her large, round hips, the taut curves giving the impression they might burst at any moment. They were definitely a size larger than Peaches. Only the Queen Mother's Peaches could describe such irresistibly luscious curves. Swish! Jiang Chen blinked, instantly activating his mind's eye on the woman. The next second, a line of data information appeared in his vision. Name, Bai Qianqian. Age, 30. Appearance, 93. Figure, 96. Bust, 36D. Driver, 1. Attraction level, 80. Click. Jiang Chen gently pushed open the door and stepped inside, but this action immediately caught the attention of Bai Qianqian and Xinxuan. Young Master Jiang? Uncle Jiang. Hearing Xinqing's cheerful voice, Jiang Chan's lips immediately curved into a slight smile. Xinxin, Uncle came to see you. I even brought your favorite strawberries. Jiang Chen walked over to the hospital bed with a smile, then gently placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. Wow! That's great! I want strawberries. The little girl's eyes lit up at the mention of strawberries, and she tried to struggle up from the bed. Whoosh! Bai Qianqian jumped in fright and reached out to steady her daughter. But Jiang Chen moved faster than her, reaching out first to steady the little girl, afraid she might accidentally roll right off the hospital bed. Sis Qianqian, did the doctor say Xinqing can eat fruit? Jiang Chen turned his head as if he'd done nothing out of the ordinary, asking Bai Qianqian with a natural ease. Yes, she can, but not too much. Bai Qianqian nodded, her eyes darting toward Jiang Chen. As if something had suddenly occurred to her, her lovely face flushed slightly. Xinxin, stay lying down. Uncle will go wash some strawberries for you to eat, okay? Jiang Chen coaxed Xinxian with a gentle voice, simultaneously raising his other hand to softly stroke her little head. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Xinxin obediently thanked him before settling back onto the hospital bed. Yet her adorable big eyes couldn't help but drift toward the strawberries in the fruit basket. Young Master Jiang, let me wash the fruit. Please sit down for a moment. Bai Qianqian walked over to Jiang Chen, snatched the fruit basket from his hands, and hurried toward the washroom. Jiang Chen smiled, choosing not to argue with Bai Qianqian over washing the fruit. Instead, he sat beside the hospital bed and watched cartoons with Xinxin. A few minutes later, Bai Qianqian returned to the hospital room carrying a box of freshly washed strawberries. Wow! Strawberries are here. Mom, want to try one too? Uncle Jiang, come join us. The little girl's cheerful laughter filled the room. Xinxin first picked up a strawberry with her little hand and personally held it to Bai Qianqian's lips, insisting on feeding her mother one. Next, the little girl picked up another strawberry and fed it to Jiang Chen in the same way. Throughout the whole process, a joyful smile lit up the little girl's face. Sister Qianqian, why are you the only one here in the ward today? Where are your parents? I sent them home to rest. I can handle things here by myself. Can you really handle everything by yourself? Xinxin's surgery was a success, and she's recovering quickly. I can take care of her just fine on my own. I'm still a bit worried. Why don't I help you hire a nurse? Mr. Jiang, there's no need for a nurse, really. Jiang Chen chatted with Bai Qianqian for a while before joining Xinxin to watch cartoons. After the cartoons ended, he picked up a storybook from the bedside table and read several fairy tales to the little girl. Time ticked by second. After spending the afternoon together, the little girl grew increasingly close to Jiang Chen. Finally, she burrowed into his arms, wanting him to hold her while he told stories. Bai Qianqian sat quietly nearby. Seeing how harmoniously Jiang Chen and Xinxuan interacted, her gaze grew increasingly tender. The moment felt ripe. After finishing a fairy tale, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled warmly at Xinxing and asked, Xinxing, the moment Uncle saw you, he fell for you. Uncle wants to adopt you as my goddaughter. Would you be willing? If you become my goddaughter, I'll buy you strawberries every day. After you leave the hospital, I'll take you to the amusement park, buy you new clothes, and get you new toys. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qianqian, who had been quietly peeling fruit, abruptly lifted her head to look at her daughter. Her face flashed a hint of both anticipation and nervousness. Silence. Several seconds passed. Xinxin blinked her big, watery eyes, her face full of curiosity as she looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Uncle Jiang, what's a goddaughter? Jiang Chen. Chapter 64, The Mother of the Child, Follow Me. Inside the hospital room. Jiang Chen leaned back against the hospital bed, holding Xinxin in his arms, a helpless expression on his face. He gazed into Xinxian's wide, watery eyes and the innocent expression on her face. Jiang Chen thought carefully for a moment, then explained softly, a goddaughter is just like a daughter. As long as you agree, I'll be your dad from now on. Daddy will take care of you, protect you, cherish you, and love you. And Dad will also take care of your mom, protect your mom, and never let anyone bully you too. As Xinxinyi listened, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Uncle Jiang, will you really be my daddy? Yes. That's wonderful. Xinxinyi finally has a dad. Jiang Chen hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. Perhaps the little girl had always craved a father figure since childhood, and Jiang Chen had just happened to enter their lives, leaving a favorable impression on her. That was why the little girl had accepted Jiang Chen with such joy. Xinxin, do you want to start calling me dad now? Jiang Chen ruffled Xinxinyu's hair, his face softening into an indulgent smile. Daddy! The little girl called out without hesitation, then opened her arms wide and hugged Jiang Chen tightly, burying her little head into his chest. My sweet daughter, Daddy loves you. Jiang Chen grinned as he held Xinxing, glancing over at Bai Qianqian beside him. Unexpectedly. At that very moment, Bai Qianqian's eyes had already turned red, glistening with a hint of crystalline tears. Yet, her affection rating suddenly surged upward. Bai Qianqian affection +5. Bai Qianqian affection +5. Bai Qianqian's affection reaches 90. Swish. Jiang Chen abruptly reached out, snatched a tissue from the box on the nightstand, and swiftly handed it to Bai Qianqian. Hey, Mom, wipe those tears. Today's a big happy day, no crying allowed. At Jiang Chen's words, Bai Qianqian paused in surprise before bursting into laughter. The mother of my child? A joyous occasion? These two ambiguous and sensitive phrases made Bai Qianqian laugh, yet simultaneously sent a wave of blushing and heart-pounding excitement through her. Stealing a glance at Jiang Chen's profile, Bai Qianqian quickly grabbed a tissue, turned her body away, and swiftly wiped her tears. When she turned back around, though the tears had vanished from her eyes, her lovely face was flushed all the way down to her neck. As always, she thought, even as a mother, she was still so shy, blushing at the slightest thing. How adorable. Time passed unnoticed. Xinxin slept peacefully in Jiang Chen's arms. After all, the little girl had just undergone surgery. Drowsiness was only natural. Jiang Chen carefully placed her on the hospital bed, tucked the blanket around her, then leaned down to kiss her little cheek. The room fell silent. This spacious private room featured Xinxin's hospital bed in the center, Bai Qianqian's companion bed beside it, a small sofa beneath the window, and a coffee table placed in front. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, walked over to the window to glance at the view outside, then plopped down onto the soft sofa. Swish! Bai Qianqian followed him over, plopping down beside Jiang Chen. She picked up an apple from the coffee table and began peeling it. Sis Qianqian, is Xinxuan's hospital fee still sufficient? It's enough. There's still a significant balance left from the deposit you made last time. Once Xinchuan is discharged from the hospital, we'll bring the child to live at Phoenix Villa. Well, isn't that a bit awkward? I'm Xinchuan's father now. What's inappropriate about her living with me? Besides, you'll be managing my household. I can't very well have you and your daughter separated, can I? Well, fine. Bai Qianqian kept her head down, peeling an apple. From the side, her lovely face was flushed bright red, even her ears tinged with a charming blush. Moments later, Bai Qianqian handed the peeled apple to Jiang Chen, her voice soft as she said, "Young Master Jiang, here, have an apple." Jiang Chen accepted it without hesitation, taking a bite. Delicious. An apple peeled by the mother of my child is sweeter than any other. Jiang Chen's words made Bai Qianqian giggle again. She covered her mouth shyly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. The blush on her lovely face grew more pronounced, yet the tension she'd felt moments before vanished instantly. Swish! Suddenly, Jiang Chen reached out and pulled Bai Qianqian into his embrace. Bai Qianqian quickly dropped the fruit knife and wiped her hands with a tissue, yet she dared not touch Jiang Chen, seemingly afraid of staining his clothes. Jiang Chen reached out a hand, gently cupping Bai Qianqian's chin. He looked at her up close, his intense gaze seeming to devour the single mother right then and there. Eek! Bai Qianqian instantly understood the meaning behind Jiang Chen's gaze. Her expression flushed with panic as she turned her head away, unable to meet Jiang Chen's gaze. Her pretty face flushed crimson once more. Swish! Jiang Chen pinched Bai Qianqian's chin again, forcefully turning her head back. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. At first, Bai Qianqian remained reserved, seemingly unable to fully let go. But soon, she found her rhythm. After a while longer, Bai Qianqian wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen of her own accord, opening her heart completely. They embraced and kissed. Xinxin still lay asleep in the hospital bed, while her mother and father were right beside her, lost in their own world of affection. This scene perfectly mirrored the life of a married family of three. After a long while, their lips parted. Jiang Chen, panting slightly, cradled Bai Qianqian's flushed cheeks and gazed into her eyes as he whispered, "Mom, this isn't the best place. Would you mind joining me in the bathroom?" Bai Qianqian shyly lowered her head, biting her lip lightly, her long eyelashes trembling constantly. Swish! Jiang Chen suddenly scooped Bai Qianqian up in a princess carry and strode purposefully toward the washroom. Bai Qianqian didn't utter a word, only wrapping her arms around Jiang Chen's neck and burying her face deep into his chest, as if too embarrassed to lift her head. Of course. Once inside the bathroom, Bai Qianqian crouched before Jiang Chen, still too embarrassed to lift her head. Bai Qianqian affection +5. Bai Qianqian's affection reaches 95. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen emerged from the bathroom first. He glanced at Xinchuan on the hospital bed. The little girl was still fast asleep, though one tiny foot had slipped out from under the covers. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. He walked over, gently tucked her little foot back under the covers, and then carefully recovered her with the blanket. As for Bai Qianqian, she was still brushing her teeth in the bathroom. After finishing, she touched up her makeup in the mirror, reapplying a layer of lipstick before stepping out of the bathroom. Seeing Jiang Chen sitting on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, playing with his phone, Bai Qianqian's pretty face flushed slightly once more. Swish! Bai Qianqian walked over and plopped down beside Jiang Chen, her eyes gentle as water as she gazed at his profile. Jiang Chen's eyes remained glued to his phone, yet he reached out and gently took hold of Bai Qianqian's small hand. Soon, their fingers intertwined. Bai Qianqian rested her head against Jiang Chen's shoulder, a beautiful curve forming at the corners of her lips. Moments later, Bai Qianqian suddenly asked, "Young Master Jiang, would you like another apple? I can peel one for you. Sister Qianqian, when no one's around, just call me husband. Ha? Or, call me daddy? Husband." Chapter 65, The Date. The Super Hot Beauty. 5 p.m. Jiang Chen received a WeChat message from Su Yao. Su Yao mentioned in the message that she had prepared a gift for Jiang Chen and asked when he would return to the hotel. Jiang Chen glanced at Bai Qianqian nestled in his arms, then at Xinxin sleeping in the hospital bed. He picked up the small briefcase tossed aside. "Sister Qianqian, since Xinchuan has already accepted me as her godfather, I have a meet and greet gift to give her." As he spoke, he opened the briefcase. Whoosh! As a dazzling golden light radiated from within the case, Bai Qianqian immediately covered her mouth, her face etched with utter astonishment. Indeed. Inside the briefcase lay 30 neatly arranged gold bars. Each bar bore the logo of China Merchants Bank and was marked with its exact weight. With just a quick glance, Bai Qianqian swiftly calculated the value of this batch in her mind. 30 bars, each weighing 100 grams that totaled 30,000 grams. At the current market price of over 600 yuan per gram of gold, this batch was worth nearly 2 million Longhua currency. "Young Master Jiang, this gift is far too valuable. I can't accept it." Bai Qianqian hurriedly waved her hands, but before she could finish, Jiang Chen cut her off decisively. "Sister Qianqian, this is my gift to Xinqing, not for you. You can't refuse my gift on her behalf. I'm Xinchuan's mother. Why can't I decide for her? I'm Xinshuan's father too. I'm accepting it on her behalf. After a heated exchange, Jiang Chen forcefully shoved the briefcase into Bai Qianshan's arms. Immediately after, Jiang Chen deliberately stiffened his expression, feigning displeasure as he said, Sister Qianshan, what did I just tell you? Why did you call me young Master Jiang again? Silence. The hospital room fell silent. Bai Qianshan awkwardly clutched the briefcase, a flushed blush spreading across her lovely face. A hint of bashfulness flickered in her beautiful eyes. A moment later, Bai Qianshan gently bit her lip, then lowered her head to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Her face flushed bright red as she murmured softly, Thank you, husband. That's my good girl. Jiang Chen was amused by Bai Qianshan's flushed, bashful expression. He couldn't resist pulling her close and kissing her cheek. Bai Qianshan's lovely face flushed even deeper. That coy, bashful look of a young wife he had her completely wrapped around his finger. Sister Qianshan, I have something to attend to tonight and won't be able to stay at the hospital with you and Xinshuan. It's fine. Go ahead and take care of your business. I can handle Xinshuan on my own. Alright, I'll be going then. Let me walk you out. Even though Jiang Chen had explicitly said it wasn't necessary. Bai Qianshan still walked Jiang Chen to the ward entrance and even helped him adjust his clothes, looking just like a young wife seeing her husband off. Sister, you're so kind. Sister is so gentle, kind, and thoughtful. She's so knowledgeable too. Pat her head and she crouches down, pat her hip and she turns sideways. Give her an encouraging look and she instantly knows exactly what you want. 5:40 p.m. Jiang Chen returned to the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Su Yao and Zhao Shimian had been waiting for him at the hotel entrance for quite some time. Honey, this is a gift I carefully picked out for you. Would you like to open it? Su Yao handed Jiang Chen a small gift bag, her face brimming with anticipation as she waited for his praise. Jiang Chen opened the gift bag to find an exquisitely crafted watch box inside, bearing the Jaeger LeCoultre logo. Beneath the box lay a receipt. Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel A2760000G9852. 18K white gold, 308 diamonds, sapphire crystal glass, Mississippi alligator leather strap, priced at 3.07 million. Not bad. This gift is quite fitting. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then addressed Su Yao and Zhao Shimian. I won't be joining you for dinner tonight. Whatever you'd like to eat, just instruct Butler Lee to arrange it. I'll be heading out now. Honey, remember to come back early tonight. Yao and I have a big surprise waiting for you. Su Yao quickly reminded him, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Alright, I'll be waiting for your surprise. Jiang Chen chuckled, rolled up the car window, and stepped on the gas pedal, driving his Ferrari LaFerrari away with a roar. 6:20 p.m. Jiang Chen entered Wells Western Restaurant carrying the small gift bag. His eyes darted around the room, and he quickly spotted a mature, stunningly beautiful woman seated at a window table to his left. Swish! Jiang Chen walked straight over and sat down across from her, quickly sizing her up. She appeared to be only 27 or 28 years old, yet her eyes held a world weariness that seemed incongruous with her age. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, coldly elegant yet hinting at gentleness, and within that gentleness lay an air of sophistication. Her figure was mature and voluptuous, with a slender waist and curvaceous hips. A deep blue evening gown paired with a white waistcoat accentuated her irresistibly voluptuous curves to perfection. None of that was the point. The point was, her figure was absolutely stunning. Those exceptionally eye-catching, supersized headlights could easily pin Su Yao to the ground and grind her into the dirt. Visually, they were at least a 38F, right? She sat there quietly, yet with every breath she took, those headlights trembled violently. This commanding, majestic supersized Auntie radiated an irresistible aura of temptation at every moment, making every man who laid eyes on her unable to stop his imagination from running wild. She's a walking hormone bomb. A natural-born seductress. A nation-ruining, people-plaguing demoness. The root cause of every flag-raising ceremony worldwide. Name, Qin Xiaoyu. Age, 37. Looks, 97. Figure, 99. Bust, 38F+. Driver, 1. Affinity, 80. As Jiang Chen sized up Qin Xiaoyu, she was doing the same to him. To Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen appeared to be around 25 years old. With sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, he was handsome and dashing, exuding an aristocratic charm that put Korean drama oppas to shame. Standing at 183 centimeters tall, Jiang Chen possessed the physique of a male model. He wore a British dandy-style suit over a black dress shirt, deliberately leaving the top 3 buttons undone to reveal a white gold necklace resting on his collarbone. Beyond that, his breathtakingly handsome face bore a perpetually mischievous smile at the corners of his lips. In that instant, a wave of irresistible charm swept over her, making Qin Xiaoyu's heart skip a beat. But that wasn't the main point. The point was, the moment Jiang Chen sat down, he promptly shed his suit jacket, revealing the ultra-stretchy black shirt beneath. Broad chest, solid pectorals, a defined waist, and the faint outline of 8-pack abs beneath the shirt. He was pure walking testosterone. A natural clothes hanger. The male deity driving countless women mad with infatuation. The ideal male lead in every woman's erotic fantasy worldwide. Swish. When Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu sat down together, every diner in the restaurant and even the waitstaff couldn't help but turn their gaze toward their table. Almost everyone's mind unconsciously formed the same thought. What a handsome man. What a beautiful woman. They were the perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl, a man of talent and a woman of beauty, a pair made for each other. Chapter 66, A Meeting of Minds? Wells Western Restaurant. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu gazed at each other silently for a moment. Neither spoke. But both Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu saw in each other's eyes a sense of satisfaction and admiration. Simply put, they hit it off. Ha! Jiang Chen suddenly wore a bewildered expression, his gaze cautious and guarded as he looked at Qin Xiaoyu. Then, in a tentative tone, he timidly asked, "Honey? Is that you?" Put. Qin Xiaoyu nearly burst out laughing. She was absolutely certain that the moment Jiang Chen walked into the restaurant and saw her, he recognized her instantly. Otherwise, how could he have walked straight over and sat down so casually across from her? But instead of following convention with a greeting or going through the motions of self-introduction, instead, he put on an extremely exaggerated performance, complete with over-the-top expressions, gestures, demeanor, and tone, timidly and weakly asking, "Honey, is that you?" It was as if this husband had been abandoned by his wife, Qin Xiaoyu, for years. That air of resentment and grievance was perfectly captured by Jiang Chen. After all, Qin Xiaoyu was already 37 years old. Her thoughts and emotions were deeply mature. Over the years, countless men had pursued her. What kind of man hadn't she seen? But this was the first time she'd ever met a young man as charmingly quirky as Jiang Chen. Plus, she'd been in an online relationship with Jiang Chen for 3 whole years. Truly, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. His impression points shot straight through the roof. Qin Xiaoyu's affection +5. Qin Xiaoyu's affection reaches 85. "Honey, it's me." Qin Xiaoyu blinked her eyes. After uttering those words, a faint blush crept across her lovely face. She didn't even know why she'd gone along with Jiang Chen's lead and uttered such a cheesy line. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's playful humor that had infected her, sparking her own playful spirit and leading her to play along with this little scene. Phew! That scared me. I thought I'd mistaken someone else for you. Didn't we video chat before? Already forgotten what I look like? Oh my! You're even prettier in person than on video. It's only natural I didn't recognize you at first. Smooth talker. The previously awkward, intense atmosphere instantly lightened and became cheerful thanks to Jiang Chen's antics. Though it was their first in-person meeting, their 3-year online relationship served as a solid foundation. Once they started talking, they immediately hit it off and chatted away happily. Swish! Jiang Chen took out the prepared gift and slid it directly toward Qin Xiaoyu. As a token of our first meeting, I've prepared this gift for you. I hope you like it. Qin Xiaoyu paused slightly, a charming curve immediately forming at the corners of her mouth. Instead of reaching for the gift immediately, she picked up a small gift bag from the chair beside her and, mimicking Jiang Chen's gesture, slid it toward him. What a coincidence, I also prepared a gift for you. Qin Xiaoyu's smile was captivating, radiating a warmth like spring breeze. She resembled a blooming flower, constantly exuding an alluring fragrance. Is that so? Then I must see what this beautiful, fierce, and domineering CEO has prepared for me. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together like a curious child, immediately snatching the gift bag Qin Xiaoyu offered. He fished out an exquisite watch box. Ha! A watch box? Qin Xiaoyu had also prepared a watch as a gift? Jiang Chen stared blankly at the box, a strange expression flickering in his eyes. Across from him, Qin Xiaoyu opened the gift bag he'd given her. Soon, both of them now held an exquisite watch box. The room suddenly fell silent. Looks like we really are on the same wavelength. We both thought of the same gift. Qin Xiaoyu held the watch box, paused for a moment, then her smile grew even brighter. She opened the box, and instantly, a lady's wristwatch adorned with 308 diamonds caught her eye. Vacheron Constantin? A Tradition Collection ladies' watch? This watch isn't cheap. As the head of the Qin family and chairwoman of the Qin group, how could Qin Xiaoyu not recognize a Vacheron Constantin watch? What astonished her was that this watch was worth no less than 3 million yuan. How could Jiang Chen, a mere 25-year-old young man, afford such an extravagant timepiece? Could Jiang Chen be some wealthy playboy? But Qin Xiaoyu had never heard of any wealthy Jiang family in Xilan City. Not even among the second or third tier families did any bear the surname Jiang. Swish! At that moment, Jiang Chen opened the watch box. Instantly, a men's mechanical watch adorned with a square diamond caught his eye. Holy crap! Is this a Patek Philippe? Qin Xiaoyu sure knows how to splurge. Jiang Chen had seen this watch online before. The Patek Philippe Starry Sky Square Diamond 6104 or 001, priced at 4.06 million yuan on the official website. Crafted from 18K rose gold with sapphire crystal glass, it featured 22 step-cut diamonds. The dial displayed a starry sky backdrop, celestial map, Milky Way, moon phases, and more, while the strap was made of rectangular scale crocodile leather. Holy crap! Jiang Chen gifted Qin Xiaoyu a watch worth 3.07 million yuan, yet she surprised him with one valued at 4.06 million yuan. The domineering female CEO truly lives up to her reputation. Swish! Jiang Chen didn't hesitate for a second, slipping the watch onto his wrist right then and there. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up slightly. The corners of her lips curled upward like an AK-47, completely unable to suppress her excitement. Swish! She too retrieved her watch and fastened it around her own wrist. It must be said, this lady's watch, encrusted with 308 diamonds, perfectly complemented Qin Xiaoyu's aura. Noble, elegant, fashionable, luxurious. Xiaoyu? What are you doing here? Just then, a surprised voice suddenly echoed over. Jiang Chen instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a suit walking briskly toward them. The man appeared to be in his 40s. Though sporting a youthful Hong Kong-style side-parted hairstyle, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were particularly noticeable. Beyond that, his figure was slightly overweight, likely the result of middle-aged spread that had slipped beyond his control. He strode up to their table, a delighted expression on his face, his eyes fixed intently on Qin Xiaoyu, completely ignoring Jiang Chen seated beside her. Mr. Sun, dining here as well? A fleeting hint of subtle disgust flashed in Qin Xiaoyu's eyes, but she maintained her polite demeanor, offering a slight nod to this Mr. Sun. Xiaoyu, I've reserved a private room upstairs. Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Mr. Sun completely ignored Jiang Chen's presence, getting straight to the point with his invitation to Qin Xiaoyu. I'm afraid I can't accept your invitation. I'm on a date with my boyfriend. Qin Xiaoyu frowned, her face clearly showing a hint of displeasure as she immediately declined Mr. Sun's invitation. No problem, you can bring your friend along too. Ha? Wait. Xiaoyu, what did you just say? You said, he's your boyfriend? You two are dating? Mr. Sun seemed a bit slow on the uptake. Even though Qin Xiaoyu had made herself perfectly clear, he still doubted he'd heard correctly. Probably couldn't fathom that Qin Xiaoyu, the stunningly beautiful CEO who'd been single for years, suddenly had a boyfriend? Mr. Sun, allow me to introduce you. The gentleman sitting across from me is my boyfriend, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, this is Mr. Sun Haidao, the CEO of Tianhong Group. Mr. Sunday. Chapter 67, You Brat, and Xiao. Wells Western Restaurant. Jiang Chen stood up gracefully and extended his hand toward Sun Haidao. So it's you, Mr. Sun. Long admired, long admired. Meeting you today, Mr. Sun, you truly are extraordinary. Jiang Chen's tone was decidedly flippant, his expression as insincere as could be. No kidding. Any discerning person could see this old man had his sights set on Qin Xiaoyu. Since he's a romantic rival, why give him any face? One word, take him down. Who are you? Sun Haitao didn't shake Jiang Chen's hand. Instead, he glared at him with eyes wide, looking like a cuckold with a green hat on his head. Facing Sun Haidao's furious interrogation, Jiang Chen calmly withdrew his hand and replied with deadpan seriousness, I'm your dad. You little bastard, you're asking for it. Sun Haidao erupted in fury, but before he could finish, Jiang Chen cut him off decisively. Oh my goodness. Mr. Sun, your ears are working again? Well, you'd better thank me for that. At Jiang Chen's words, Sun Haitao froze in place. He stared blankly at Jiang Chen and demanded, What do you mean by that, you little brat? Mr. Sun, weren't your ears deaf? My girlfriend just introduced me clearly on Jiang Chen, her boyfriend. But you're deaf, couldn't hear a thing, and still asked who I was? Now that I fixed your hearing and you're no longer deaf, don't you owe me a debt of gratitude? Silence. The entire scene fell silent. But after a brief pause, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's laughter, Sun Haidao finally snapped out of it. He'd been played like a monkey by Jiang Chen. You. Just as Sun Haitao was about to explode in anger, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly snapped coldly, Sun Haitao, interrupting someone's meal is extremely rude. I advise you to stop now, don't push me to my limit. Xiaoyu. Sun Haitao immediately turned his head, staring at Qin Xiaoyu in utter shock. He never would have dreamed she would take Jiang Chen's side like this. But there was no limit to the heartbreak. Qin Xiaoyu's eyebrows shot up, her tone growing even colder. Sun Haidao, our relationship is strictly platonic. You have no right to call me Xiaoyu. Please address me by my full name from now on, or call me Miss Qin. I don't want my boyfriend to get the wrong idea. Silence. The room fell silent once more. Sun Haitao's face flushed red, then drained pale, turning purple, then black, dark as coal, and finally green as grass. In short, this old man had been publicly humiliated by Qin Xiaoyu, and his face was as ugly as could be. Seeing Sun Haitao still standing there, looking utterly unwilling to accept this, Qin Xiaoyu lost patience and issued a direct order to leave. Mr. Sun, do I need to repeat myself? I'm having dinner with my boyfriend. Please don't disturb us here. Hearing this, Sun Haitao's expression darkened further. He gritted his teeth, shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare, then turned and strode away without another word. After Sun Haitao departed, Jiang Chen suddenly turned to her, curiosity written all over his face. Sis, was that clumsy old guy your suitor? MHM. Qin Xiaoyu nodded casually, then added, I don't feel anything for him, but he's like a pesky fly. No matter how much I try to shoo him away, he just won't leave. It's so annoying. Ha! So this is the caliber of man who pursues you? You little brat, what do you mean by that? What I mean is, your charm is just too overwhelming. From 80-year-olds down to 8-year-olds, you've got them all hooked. Even the most unattractive ones can't escape your pull. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Heh, of course it's a compliment. Time ticked by, second by second. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu grew more and more animated in their conversation. Perhaps because Qin Xiaoyu had called Jiang Chen a brat, he immediately retaliated with a mischievous grin, addressing her as Auntie Qiao. This embarrassed Qin Xiaoyu so much that she promptly speared a piece of steak with her fork and shoved it into Jiang Chen's mouth, demanding he shut up. And so it went. The dinner passed in a cheerful atmosphere. When Qin Xiaoyu linked her arm through Jiang Chen's as they stepped out of the restaurant, both their faces were flushed, seemingly reaching a state of mild intoxication. Swish! Jiang Chen pulled out his car keys, his mind racing with thoughts. Should he take Qin Xiaoyu home? Or take her straight to a hotel? But then, Qin Xiaoyu snatched the keys from him, shoved them back into his pocket, and said with a smile, don't drink and drive. Don't drive after drinking. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then asked instinctively, should I call a designated driver? After saying this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. He was driving a Ferrari LaFerrari today, and it only had 2 seats. If he called a designated driver to take the wheel, the remaining seat wouldn't be enough for both him and Qin Xiaoyu. Let's just walk around nearby. Think of it as a stroll. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head. After our walk, we'll be sober enough to drive back. All right. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation. It was still early, and a stroll would help with digestion anyway. Next, Qin Xiaoyu linked her arm through Jiang Chen's as they strolled leisurely down the street. As they walked, they passed by an arcade. Through the arcade's entrance, they could see all sorts of simulators inside: crane games, dance machines, jukeboxes, video games, boxing simulators, basketball shooters, and more. Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. He pulled Qin Xiaoyu into the arcade. Clink, clink, clink. Jiang Chen scanned a QR code at the coin vending machine to purchase 200 yuan worth of tokens. Then, he pulled Qin Xiaoyu toward the claw machine section. Aunt Xiao, let's see who can grab more stuffed animals tonight. He divided the tokens into 2 small plastic bags, handing the larger portion to Qin Xiaoyu. You little brat, don't call me auntie. Qin Xiaoyu shot him a disapproving look before happily accepting the tokens he offered. However, both Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were complete novices. They spent a whopping 200 yuan worth of tokens and didn't manage to grab a single stuffed animal. Damn it! This damn claw machine must be rigged by the owner. Jiang Chen angrily pumped his fist before pulling out his phone and rushing over to buy another batch of tokens. Just as Jiang Chen was ready to battle the claw machine to the bitter end, Qin Xiaoyu spoke up to stop him. Jiang Chen, these dolls are so hard to grab. Why don't we try something else instead? Play something else? At those words, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He shot forward like an arrow, landing right in front of Qin Xiaoyu. With a wall dunk move, he pinned her against the claw machine, a mischievous grin spreading across his lips. Aunt Xiao, what would you like to play then? Staring at Jiang Chen up close, that face so handsome it took every woman's breath away. Breathing in the testosterone-laced aura radiating from him. In that moment, Qin Xiaoyu's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. You brat! I told you not to call me auntie. You have no shame, but I still have my dignity. Qin Xiaoyu forced herself to stay calm, using scolding Jiang Chen as a cover for her inner panic and nervousness. Aunt Xiao, how about we play a more exciting game, one for adults? Jiang Chen suddenly wrapped his arms around Qin Xiaoyu's slender waist and pulled her forcefully into his embrace, instantly closing the distance between them to 0. You little brat, what do you want to play? Qin Xiaoyu could no longer hide her inner turmoil and tension. Her fair face flushed crimson in an instant. Holding his aunt in his arms, he instantly got aroused. Overwhelmed by Qin Xiaoyu's commanding figure, Jiang Chen felt an intense spark ignite within him. Without hesitation, he issued his invitation. Aunt Xiao, how about we grab a hotel room? We can sit down and discuss what games to play, shall we? Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 68, You want to sleep with me? You little brat, you want to sleep with me? To Jiang Chen's utter surprise, the Qin Xiaoyu from just a second ago blushing shyly, her eyes darting nervously, appearing flustered and tense. But the very next second, her expression returned to normal, her eyes calm as still water. Holy crap! In the blink of an eye, she could snap out of panic and return to being as calm as still water. Is this the mental fortitude of a domineering female CEO? She really is impressive. You're my girlfriend. We've been together for 3 years, and our relationship has reached this point. Shouldn't things just flow naturally? Jiang Chen admitted it openly, he just wanted to sleep with Qin Xiaoyu. Silence. A sudden quiet descended between them. Qin Xiaoyu stared straight into Jiang Chen's eyes for a full half-minute before a faint, ambiguous smile curved her lips. You're right. We've been together for 3 whole years. Logically speaking, given how far our relationship has come, it really should be the natural progression. At those words, a flicker of excitement shot through Jiang Chen's eyes. Super Thunder, the stunning auntie. And the domineering CEO of a publicly traded company. To pin such a perfect woman down on the bed, dominate her at will, and then hear her soft, pleading whimpers, it would be pure conquest. However, the next word Qin Xiaoyu uttered made Jiang Chen's eyelids twitch, and his surging blood instantly turned cold. But? That's right. Qin Xiaoyu said but. As everyone knows, whenever the word but appears, it signals a plot twist. Just as expected. Qin Xiaoyu gave Jiang Chen a half smile, half sneer and said, "We're an online couple after all. Even if I really like you, I can't just blindly follow you to a hotel on our very first meeting, can I?" Jiang Chen didn't feel disappointed, depressed, annoyed, or angry at Qin Xiaoyu's refusal. He nodded helplessly, a mix of laughter and tears on his face, and said, "Alright, since you don't agree, I won't force you." After all, Jiang Chen had no shortage of beauties around him. Even if he couldn't play games with Qin Xiaoyu, he could always turn to Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lin Qingxue, and Lu Li. Even if it meant taking on 4 at once, so be it. Compared to just Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen was actually more curious about what it felt like to take on 4 at once. However, the next word Qin Xiaoyu uttered made Jiang Chen's eyelid twitch slightly, and a peculiar expression flashed across his face. But? Exactly. Another bloody but. Every time that word but appeared, it signaled a plot twist. Had Qin Xiaoyu just rejected Jiang Chen, only to change her mind now? Swish. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's neck, pressed her lips close to his ear, and whispered in a voice laced with seduction. "You little rascal, you've made your big sister very happy today. Since you've been so good, I might just consider giving you a chance." "Is that so?" Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, asking calmly, "And what kind of chance are you thinking of giving me?" He. Qin Xiaoyu chuckled softly before whispering into Jiang Chen's ear, "Here's the deal, I'll give you a test. If you pass it, Big Sis will go with you tonight." "What kind of test?" Jiang Chen's interest was instantly piqued. Men are forever young at heart, who doesn't love a game? And this game's prize? A stunningly gorgeous auntie, just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly let go of Jiang Chen, her eyes darting around the arcade. Before long, her eyes lit up slightly. She pointed at a large claw machine and said to Jiang Chen, "See that biggest stuffed animal hanging at the very top of that claw machine?" "Yeah, I see it." Jiang Chen nodded, a sense of foreboding immediately rising in his heart. "My test for you is this: no spending money, no colluding with the arcade owner, no tampering with the machine. You must rely solely on your own skill to grab that stuffed animal. If you get it, you pass." Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. He was a complete novice at this game. He'd already blown 200 yuan and hadn't even managed to grab a single small doll. How on earth was he supposed to snag the biggest one? Qin Xiaoyu was clearly toying with him, not giving him the slightest chance. But Jiang Chen still clung to a sliver of hope as he walked over and began examining this super-sized claw machine intently. But what he saw stunned him. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This wasn't an ordinary claw machine, it was an instrument simulator. Connected to the machine's sides were 3 distinct instruments: a drum set, a keyboard, and an electric guitar. Simply put, players first select an instrument, then insert coins to choose a song compatible with that instrument. Next, they play the instrument along with the song and aim to achieve a specified score. Finally, based on their score, they'd receive plushies with varying rewards. It's somewhat similar to a dance machine. Except this machine swaps dancing for playing instruments. Ha! Isn't this a claw machine? Just then, Qin Xiaoyu walked over. When she realized the machine before her wasn't an ordinary claw machine but an instrument simulator, a flicker of embarrassment crossed her face. "Jiang Chen, I didn't notice earlier this is an instrument simulator. How about we switch to a regular claw machine instead?" The moment Qin Xiaoyu spoke, Jiang Chen immediately jumped up and down to stop her. "No need to switch. This is the machine we're using." "Of course not." Jiang Chen was a complete novice when it came to grabbing dolls. No matter which machine they switched to, his chances were slim. But look at this musical instrument simulator. It was practically tailor-made for him. Earlier that morning, Jiang Chen had just drawn a Mastery of Instruments skill book, elevating him to a master-level performer. This was the perfect chance to put it to use. "Jiang Chen, are you sure you don't want to switch machines?" A peculiar expression suddenly flashed across Qin Xiaoyu's face. "No need." Jiang Chen pointed at the largest doll hanging inside the machine cabinet, his tone unwavering. "Since you like that doll, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or plunging into cauldrons of boiling oil, I'll get it down and give it to you." Flirting with girls. It's just about saying sweet nothings, right? Who doesn't know how? True to form, even though Qin Xiaoyu was a very mature woman, she still felt a little touched by Jiang Chen's words. Swish. Under Qin Xiaoyu's curious gaze, Jiang Chen strode straight to the drum set and sat down with fierce determination. "Insert coins, select a song, press start." The name of the song quickly appeared on the simulator's screen. Super. Star. One of the signature hits by the Mandarin girl group SHE, renowned for its intense rhythm and intricate drum patterns, it's considered one of the most challenging Chinese songs to drum. Swish. Jiang Chen picked up the drumsticks resting on the rack. In that instant, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, his eyes flashing with two piercing beams of sharp intensity. With drumsticks in hand, the world is mine. Xin Xiaoyu, today daddy's gonna show you what a master drummer looks like. Chapter 69, The Genius Drummer. Dong dong dong. First came the sound of an arrow, followed by a powerful drumbeat. Jiang Chen swiftly wielded his drumsticks, his sleeves rolled up to reveal the hard, defined muscles on his arms. A smile sings praise, a frown pierces the heart. I have no time for myself, only to feel what you feel. Wherever you go, take my soul with you, it's bewitched by you, what use is it to keep it here? Jiang Chen drummed in sync with the music, his movements passionate and powerful. Each strike seemed to pour his entire being into propelling the music toward its climax. As the music softened, his movements grew gentle, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. In an instant, all eyes in the vicinity were drawn to him. The drum set was already loud, and few people played drums in the arcade. Coupled with the audience's natural curiosity, in the blink of an eye, a crowd gathered around, eager to see who was playing the drums. But what they saw left them speechless. Wow, wow, wow. What a handsome guy. Check out those biceps, so manly. I love it. Such a handsome guy, with muscles and drumming skills, I'm totally smitten. Forget it, after he finishes this round, I'm going up to ask for his WeChat. Ah. He smiled. That smile is so gorgeous. My heart's trembling. His eyes are shooting sparks. Mom, I'm in love. Before she knew it, a crowd of female college students had gathered around Xin Xiaoyu. Each of them stared at Jiang Chen with eyes aglow, screaming and clapping, their faces practically screaming 4 words, I'm a total fangirl. Xin Xiaoyu was also taken aback by Jiang Chen's drumming. But the moment she heard the female college students nearby chattering excitedly about Jiang Chen, even clamoring to get his WeChat, it was obvious they'd taken a shine to him. In that instant, a wave of sourness washed over Xin Xiaoyu's heart. Jiang Chen was simply too dazzling. At just 25 years old, he was young, handsome, and brimming with energy, radiating youth and sunshine from every pore. To those young girls, he was absolutely irresistible. Xin Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was 37, with a daughter already grown. If she were to be with Jiang Chen, how could she possibly keep this young man's heart firmly tied to her? In an instant, Xin Xiaoyu felt a sudden wave of panic. After much deliberation, she came to a startling realization: she simply had no way to keep Jiang Chen completely by her side. Though Xin Xiaoyu possessed beauty and a great figure, she was, after all, 37 years old. Younger women outnumbered her like grains of sand. As the saying goes online, no girl can stay 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-old girls waiting for you. Therefore, in terms of age, looks, and figure, Xin Xiaoyu didn't hold the upper hand. Beyond that, Xin Xiaoyu was extremely wealthy. But Jiang Chen isn't short on money either. The gift he prepared for Xin Xiaoyu was a women's watch worth 3 million yuan. This single gesture alone demonstrates that Jiang Chen's financial resources are no small matter. So, what other qualities does Xin Xiaoyu possess that could captivate Jiang Chen and keep him utterly devoted to her? Nothing. Truly none. Her pride, her looks and figure would only become less valuable and less attractive as she aged. Her wealth, it seems, holds little sway over Jiang Chen either. Once she passed 40 and began to show her age, would Jiang Chen still love her then? The thought sent Xin Xiaoyu into a growing panic, her heart filled with a sense of uncertainty and fear of loss. But she couldn't control herself. Her affection for Jiang Chen only deepened. Xin Xiaoyu affection +2. Xin Xiaoyu affection level reaches 87 points. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend. I only love you, you are my super star. You rule, I worship, there's no better way. I can only love you, you are my super star. The song reached its climax. Under a spotlight, Jiang Chen drummed with complete focus. His movements were graceful and perfectly in sync with the music, each beat landing precisely on the mark. This flawless harmony allowed the audience to feel the deep connection between the music and the drummer. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's wrists flickered with lightning speed. The drumsticks danced across the heads, unleashing a heart-pounding rhythm. The intense drumming reverberated through the air, shaking the audience's auditory nerves. Just then, Jiang Chen abruptly shifted the rhythm. The drumming alternated between light and fierce, surging like waves crashing against the shore. But that wasn't the main point. The real point was how incredibly cool Jiang Chen looked while drumming. Each time he raised his drumsticks, his arms tense like an archer's bowstring, poised and ready to unleash captivating music. Each strike of the drumhead saw his nimble hands leap and dance, performing a passionate, electrifying dance. The surrounding audience watched, utterly entranced. Xin Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire inwardly. My little husband, you're so handsome. The group of female college students transformed into adoring fangirls, screaming, clapping, and cheering wildly, desperate to rush forward and pin Jiang Chen to the ground for a fierce kiss. However, a song only lasts so long. Jiang Chen struck the final drumbeat of the coda, officially signaling the song's conclusion. Silence. The venue fell completely silent. Almost everyone lifted their heads, eyes wide, holding their breath as they stared intently at the large screen of the instrument simulator. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a giant fireworks display erupted on the screen. Immediately after, a score that stunned everyone appeared in bold letters. 100 points. Jiang Chen had achieved a perfect score. What did this signify? It meant that in the song he just played, not a single mistake occurred on his drum set. Even the rhythm was executed with pinpoint precision, no premature beats, no missed beats. He was a genius-level drummer. No doubt about it. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the simulator played a celebratory melody. The hook holding the oversized stuffed animal at the very top of the cabinet popped loose, and the plushie plummeted downward. Whoosh! Jiang Chen jumped to his feet, hurried to the glass display case, crouched down, and pulled the giant stuffed doll out. Hey, you were so cool just now. Hey, can I add you on WeChat? Hey, do you have a girlfriend? Brother. The group of starstruck female college students who had been gushing moments ago now swarmed toward him, crowding around Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen paid them no mind. Instead, he stood in the middle of the crowd of female students, hugging the enormous stuffed animal, looking around as if searching for something. Soon, Jiang Chen spotted Qin Xiaoyu at the back of the crowd. A mischievous grin spread across his lips. He forcefully pushed aside the two female students blocking his path and strode quickly toward Qin Xiaoyu. Honey, this is for you. Do you like it? The moment Jiang Chen uttered honey, the noisy scene fell silent. Click, click, click. Qin Xiaoyu felt as though she heard the sound of hearts shattering all around her, while simultaneously sensing the envious, jealous, and resentful stares directed at her from every direction. But who was Qin Xiaoyu? She was the aloof and domineering female CEO. Swish! She lifted her chin haughtily, her piercing gaze darting swiftly around the room. Then, when she turned to look at Jiang Chen, her expression instantly softened into one of gentle tenderness and affection. Honey, thank you. I love it. Qin Xiaoyu gracefully accepted the stuffed doll, then tiptoed to plant a kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek. In that moment, the surrounding air was filled with the sound of hearts shattering as countless envious, jealous, and resentful gazes once again fixated on Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu affection +2. Qin Xiaoyu affection level reaches 89 points. Chapter 70, Blocked? The city night, lights dim and scattered. Jiang Chen emerged from the arcade carrying a giant brown bear plushie and holding Qin Xiaoyu's hand. This stuffed animal was truly enormous, bigger than both Xiong De and Xiong Air combined. Carrying it on his back, Jiang Chen looked like he was lugging a small mountain, drawing nearly 100% of the stairs on the street. Qin Xiaoyu seemed in an exceptionally good mood, playfully giving the stuffed bear a catchy nickname Chen Chen. Though Jiang Chen protested vehemently, his objections were overruled by the domineering female CEO. As they neared where Jiang Chen had parked, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent. Her palms seemed to sweat, and her pace unconsciously slowed considerably. Jiang Chen's lips suddenly curved upward in a grin. Aunt Xiao, he teased, I've passed your test. Tonight, you have to come with me. No backing out. Swish. A faint blush flashed across Qin Xiaoyu's face. She bit her lip, shot Jiang Chen a withering glare, then sighed resignedly. Fine. I'll go with you. Tonight, consider yourself lucky, kid. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. He wrapped his arms around Qin Xiaoyu's slender waist and pressed his lips firmly against her sensual red mouth. Eek! Qin Xiaoyu let out a soft gasp, her cheeks quickly flushing crimson. They were still out on the street. There were so many passers-by around, all staring at the two of them. Forget it. Jiang Chen's kiss was so fiery, so sweet, so utterly heart-fluttering. Kiss first, ask questions later. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu kissed with such intensity that they completely lost track of time, forgot where they were, and ignored everything around them. Tap, tap, tap. At that very moment, a series of rapid yet steady footsteps suddenly echoed from afar, drawing nearer. As a martial artist, Jiang Chen instantly discerned from the sound alone that these footsteps were heading straight for him and Qin Xiaoyu. Simultaneously, his fighter's keen sixth sense warned him that a dangerous presence was rapidly closing in. Swish! Without hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately released Qin Xiaoyu. Before Qin Xiaoyu could react, he yanked her behind him, snatched the large bear plushie, and shoved it into her arms. Honey, what's wrong? Confused, Qin Xiaoyu instinctively hugged the large bear plushie. However, when she followed Jiang Chen's gaze, she suddenly noticed a group of burly men had appeared around them. These unfamiliar men all had faces twisted with brutality, radiating pure menace. Many sported colorful tattoos on their arms and necks. Clearly, they were not to be trifled with. Honey, stay right where you are and don't move. I'll protect you. Jiang Chen lowered his voice, quickly instructing Qin Xiaoyu. Though he had no idea what was happening, why these thugs had targeted him and Qin Xiaoyu, or what their intentions were. But judging by their aggressive stance, one word summed it up: they meant trouble. And yet, instead of feeling nervous or scared, Jiang Chen actually felt a surge of excitement. Because he could fight again. He had only two passions in life: fighting and chasing girls. If he had to add one more, it would be fighting with girls. In short, fighting girls. Who are you? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze darting over the group of burly men. In his mind, he debated, should he end this quickly? Or play a game of cat and mouse, thoroughly toying with them? Forget it. Let's get this over with quickly. That lovely auntie is waiting for me to honor her with my presence. No time to waste on a bunch of punks. Kid, you don't need to know who we are. All you need to know is you crossed the wrong people. Now they want us to teach you a lesson. Don't worry, we stick to our word in this line of work. We'll make sure to take only one arm and one leg, no extra parts will be removed. A man who seemed to be their leader suddenly stepped forward, his smile unusually warm. Taking an arm, taking a leg from his mouth, it sounded like nothing more than a trifling matter. Are you sure I'm the one who crossed someone? A strange flicker crossed Jiang Chen's eyes as his mind raced. He hadn't crossed many people recently. One was when he saved Qin Si from a group of robbers the day before yesterday. The other was Sun Haitao, whom he had just offended at the Wells Western restaurant. If it was the robbers seeking revenge? That didn't add up. How could robbers possibly just take one arm and one leg? Jiang Chen had disrupted the robbers' plans. If they truly wanted revenge, they would have killed him outright. Therefore, these punks could only be people Sun Haitao called in. After all, only Sun Haitao knew that Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were dining here tonight. Moreover, after their meal, their car remained parked near the restaurant. It hadn't been driven away. They would inevitably return to retrieve it. All they needed to do was lie in wait like rabbits in a trap, waiting for Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu to return for their car, and they could block them right here. Damn it all to hell. When the tiger doesn't roar, you really think I'm a sickly cat? Sun Haitao, you're dead meat. Guys, let's go. At that moment, the leader bellowed the command, and over a dozen burly men surged forward like a swarm. Honey, watch out. Qin Xiaoyu gasped, reaching out a hand as if to pull Jiang Chen back. But Jiang Chen moved swiftly. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. In the blink of an eye, he darted into the crowd of thugs. Thud. 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 Ouch. Ah. Ow, man. Clang. 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 Under Qin Xiaoyu's stunned yet delighted gaze, Jiang Chen charged like a human tank, crushing through the crowd with overwhelming force. One punch took down a small thug, one kick sent another flying. He casually tossed burly men averaging 200 pounds each by the neck, sending them flying from one end of the street to the other. Of course, this was an exaggerated figure of speech. In reality, they didn't fly that far, just 5 or 6 meters at most. But Jiang Chen tossed these burly men one after another like they were little chicks, creating a visual impact no less intense than a minor earthquake. In less than a minute, the thugs who had moments ago been bristling with aggression, snarling like demons, and loudly demanding to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, now lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, wailing and screaming in agony. Thud. Jiang Chen walked up to the leader of the thugs. His 45-yard-long boot sole came down without mercy, crushing directly onto the man's chest. Spill it. How much did Sun Haitao pay you? You bunch of stupid fools, daring to ambush me? Didn't Sun Haitao tell you I'm the world free fighting champion? Jiang Chen's words were clearly a bluff aimed at these thugs. Not only did he mention Sun Haitao's name, but he also fabricated an identity for himself as the world free fighting champion. His goal was to sow discord, making these thugs resent their employer, Sun Haitao. Just as expected. The moment the gang leader heard Jiang Chen was the world free fighting champion, shock flashed in his eyes only to be instantly replaced by rage. Damn it all to hell. That bastard Sun Haitao actually sent me and my crew to mess with the world free fighting champion? And from Jiang Chen's tone, it was clear Sun Haitao knew he was the world champion. Yet he still sent me to ambush Jiang Chen? That's clearly setting me up. Damn it. If he won't play fair, then I won't hold back either. Big brother, spare my life. It was Sun Haitao. He paid us 20 grand to break one of your arms and one of your legs. I had no idea you were this strong. He never told me any of this. If I'd known who you were, I'd never have dared mess with you. Big brother, I was wrong. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it and offended you. Chapter 71, The Surprise? Wow, not bad. Honey, are you hurt? Qin Xiaoyu hurried over to Jiang Chen, grabbed his hand, and examined him from head to toe. Only after confirming there wasn't a single scratch on him did Qin Xiaoyu breathe a slight sigh of relief. But Qin Xiaoyu flew into a rage, learning from the gang leader that the mastermind behind it all was Sun Haitao. Qin Xiaoyu's expression instantly turned icy, her eyes flashing with 2 terrifying cold glints. Swish! Qin Xiaoyu pulled out her phone, dialed a number, and gave a few quick instructions before pulling Jiang Chen aside. Honey, what should we do with these guys? Jiang Chen glanced at the thugs sprawled on the ground, but his mind was elsewhere. Should he find an opportunity to eliminate Sun Haitao once and for all? To prevent that old bastard from causing him trouble in the future. Honey, don't worry about these punks. I've already called for backup to handle them. As for Sun Haitao. As Qin Xiaoyu spoke, a flash of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Yes. It was murderous intent. The real deal. As a master-level martial artist, Jiang Chen was highly sensitive to such a presence. But he never imagined he'd sense even a trace of it emanating from Qin Xiaoyu, this glamorous female CEO. Honey, don't worry. Since Sun Haitao doesn't know when to quit, I'll make sure he vanishes from this world completely. As Qin Xiaoyu spoke, her eyes secretly studied Jiang Chen, seemingly trying to read his inner thoughts through his reaction. Silence. The room fell silent. Jiang Chen's face remained utterly expressionless, his eyes serene and calm, revealing nothing of his thoughts. For some reason, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly felt a pang of unease, mixed with a hint of regret. Having climbed step by step to become the absolute ruler of the Qin family, she naturally possessed methods that couldn't see the light of day. But she truly cared for Jiang Chen. She longed to be with him and hoped he would accept her completely. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her ruthless tactics. The result? Jiang Chen fell silent. Could he possibly accept her like this? With Jiang Chen's attitude unclear, Qin Xiaoyu's heart began to race. However, just then, Jiang Chen's words, spoken with the lightness of a passing breeze, drifted into Qin Xiaoyu's ears. If you don't uproot the weeds, the spring breeze will make them grow again. In that instant, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. No wonder they'd come together and fallen in love for 3 years. It turned out Jiang Chen was cut from the same cloth as her. Qin Xiaoyu affection +1. Qin Xiaoyu affection level reaches 90. Husband. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen, her gaze growing dreamy. She stood on tiptoe, lifted her chin, and offered him a kiss. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, a deep rumble of engines suddenly echoed from the direction of the street. Before long, over a dozen black Mercedes-Benz vehicles pulled up in front of Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu. Click, click, click. One by one, the doors swung open, and a group of bodyguards dressed in sharp suits leaped out of the vehicles. They quickly assembled into a square formation before bowing slightly toward Qin Xiaoyu in unison, calling out, "President Qin." Qin Xiaoyu reluctantly released Jiang Chen, her voice soft as she said, "Husband, I truly wanted to go with you tonight. But with this situation, I must take action against Sun Haitao immediately." It's fine. Go handle your business first. We'll have plenty of time together later. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, showing no trace of disappointment. After all, Jiang Chen was now a man who had his fill. Whether he ate one more meal or one less, it made no difference to him. Besides, Qin Xiaoyu's affection level had already reached 90 points, unlocking every possible position. A day earlier or later made little difference. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Xiaoyu helped Jiang Chen adjust his clothes before asking softly, "Would you like me to send someone to take you home?" "No need. I'm a grown man, the world champion in free fighting. Are you worried some bad guys might kidnap me? With your skills, I'm not worried about you encountering bad guys. I'm worried about you running into those love-struck young girls." Are you jealous? Do you think I'm still some 17 or 18-year-old girl who gets jealous over nothing? In my eyes, you're far more adorable than any 17 or 18-year-old girl. Smooth talker. In front of a group of bodyguards, Qin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chen flirted openly, flaunting their affection and showering everyone with lovey-dovey moments, completely oblivious to the feelings of the single folks around them. Moments later, Qin Xiaoyu cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Chen before hugging the enormous brown bear plushie and climbing into a Rolls-Royce. Whoosh! After watching Qin Xiaoyu's convoy depart, Jiang Chen pulled out his phone to check the time before climbing into his Ferrari LaFerrari and speeding toward the Imperial International Hotel. It was still early. Su Yao had mentioned earlier that she had prepared a surprise. Rushing back now would be perfect to see what this surprise actually was. About half an hour later, Jiang Chen returned to the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Su Yao, who had received his call earlier, had already filled the bathtub with water, waiting for Jiang Chen to return so he could enjoy a relaxing soak. When Jiang Chen emerged from his bath, however, Su Yao was nowhere to be found in the bedroom. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a surprise? Where is she? Was she playing hide and seek with this young master? Swish! Jiang Chen flopped onto the bed, just about to pull out his phone to call Su Yao. Just then, the main light in the bedroom suddenly went out, but a ring of pink mood lighting illuminated the surrounding walls. Click! Still dazed, Jiang Chen watched as the bedroom door swung open from the outside. Instantly, two graceful figures came into view. "Honey, the doctor said you have a fever today. It's almost 104F. You need an injection to bring it down." Su Yao's voice suddenly drifted over, still carrying that seductive, mature tone. Jiang Chen stared intently, his blood instantly boiling. To his surprise, Su Yao had changed into a sexy nurse outfit, cradling a giant syringe doll in her arms. She leaned against the doorframe, striking a seductive pose. Her long legs, encased in white stockings, stretched out in an alluring display, one leg straight, the other bent and raised. Honey, the doctor said you have to take your medicine on time. Zhao Shimon's voice drifted over. She too wore a matching nurse outfit, but instead held a giant capsule-shaped doll. She leaned against the opposite side of the doorframe, a hint of bashfulness on her face, yet her beautiful eyes sparkled with a seductive glint. Wow! One was in charge of giving injections, the other of administering medicine. The nurses at this hospital are truly, oh no, they're genuinely thoughtful. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen collapsed onto the bed, his voice urgent as he cried out, "Quick! Quick, save me! I'm about to pass out. I need CPR." Silence. The room fell completely silent. But after a brief pause, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman couldn't help but burst out laughing. Tap tap tap. Next, Su Yao and Zhao Sherman hurried to the bedside and immediately began administering first aid to Jiang Chen. Honey, where does it hurt? It hurts here, it hurts there, and it hurts everywhere, my whole body hurts. Should I give you a shot first? No shots. No medicine either. The doctor said I'm malnourished and need to drink more milk to recover. Honey, your acting is way too over the top. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 72, the stepdad is actually him? Late at night, all was quiet. Phoenix Villa, Villa number 2. Qin Xiaoyu had barely returned home when she made several urgent calls and dispatched all of the Qin family's elite bodyguards. Auntie was furious, the consequences would be severe. In Shilan City's elite social circles, everyone knew the Qin family as a wealthy dynasty, a billionaire dynasty, rich beyond measure. But few knew that before their rise, the Qins had been involved in organized crime. Qin Xiaoyu's grandfather was once a formidable underworld boss who ruled Shilan City with an iron fist. However, Qin Xiaoyu's father refused to follow in his footsteps and sought every means to clean up the family's business. In the end, he succeeded in pulling the Qin family out of the underworld, propelling them into Shilan City's business circles. Beyond that, Qin Xiaoyu's father was also a business prodigy. Under his leadership, the Qin family grew steadily in size and strength, eventually reaching a scale of hundreds of billions. Sadly, Qin Xiaoyu's father pushed himself too hard, his health failing until he passed away prematurely. However, heavens seemed to favor the Qin family. Qin Xiaoyu not only inherited her father's business acumen but also her grandfather's ruthless nature. Though a woman, she managed the Qin group with extraordinary business acumen and an unyielding, ruthless temperament, running it with impeccable order and even steering it toward further expansion and strength. Many knew Qin Xiaoyu as a business prodigy, but few realized she wielded significant influence in the underworld. Because Qin Xiaoyu's grandfather is still alive. Ha! Mom, weren't you supposed to be on a date with your stepdad tonight? Why are you back so early? At that moment, Qin Si, clad in a pink pajama set and yawning, suddenly descended the stairs. Seeing Qin Xiaoyu sitting alone on the sofa, clutching a phone and seemingly lost in thought, Qin Si immediately skipped over, wrapped her arms around Qin Xiaoyu, and burrowed into her embrace. Sisi, why aren't you asleep yet? Qin Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, gently stroking Qin Si's little head with a tender smile. Mom, I can't sleep alone tonight without you here. Qin Si burrowed her little head deeper into Qin Xiaoyu's embrace, insisting on resting it between the two headlights before finally closing her eyes comfortably. Sisi, you're an adult now. Why do you still act like a little kid, insisting on having mom stay with you before you'll sleep? Qin Xiaoyu's face twisted into an expression of helpless amusement, but instead of pushing her daughter away, she gently embraced her. Oh, Mom. Stop nagging me. Hurry up and tell me about your date with my stepdad tonight. Before speaking, Qin Si hesitated slightly. Her mom had found a partner through online dating, and as her daughter, how exactly should she address this man? If he was around her mother's age, Qin Si could simply call him uncle. But this man was only 25, just 7 years older than Qin Si. That was a bit awkward. She couldn't exactly ask, Mom, how far have you gotten with that young guy? Or, how are things going with that young hunk? Asking that would make it sound like her mom was keeping a young lover on the side, wouldn't it? After much deliberation, Qin Si decided calling him stepdad was the best option. Judging by her mom's attitude, she seemed completely smitten with this guy. And Qin Si knew her mom's stubborn streak well. Once she set her mind on something, nothing could change it. Heh, he's handsome, manly, and witty. His family's pretty well off too. He's very popular with the ladies. Whenever Qin Xiaoyu mentioned Jiang Chen, an irresistible smile would curve her lips. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mom, look how you're blowing him up. He's practically flying to the moon. Is this what they call beauty in the eye of the beholder? Qin Si didn't buy a word of her mother's praise. Handsome, rich, manly, funny, and popular with girls? That's practically a god-tier guy. After all, Mom had just randomly picked an online dating partner. The odds of finding a godlike guy were practically lower than winning the lottery jackpot. How could that be possible? Sisi, I'm not lying to you. Honestly, I never expected him to be this amazing either. Seeing her mom still defending that guy, Qin Si's jealousy boiled over instantly. Her eyes darted around as she blurted out, Mom, show me his picture. I want to see this godlike guy who's got you so head over heels you've lost your mind. What do you mean lost her soul? I'm not love-struck. How could I lose myself over a man? I simply admire him. I don't buy it. Hey! You little brat, are you asking for a beating? Oh, Mom. Stop interrupting. Just show me the stepdad's photo already so I can get a good look. Under Qin Xiaoyu's persistent nagging, she finally opened her phone gallery and began scrolling through Jiang Chen's photos. In her view, since she was already with Jiang Chen, he would inevitably meet Qin Si sooner or later. Therefore, letting Qin Si see Jiang Chen's photos would also give the little girl a chance to get acquainted with her young stepfather ahead of time. Swipe. Qin Xiaoyu quickly found a photo of Jiang Chen, one she'd secretly snapped just tonight. In the photo, Jiang Chen sat poised behind a drum set, his hands wielding drumsticks. His breathtakingly handsome face, his carefree and wild aura, the alluring muscle definition on his arms, and that mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It had to be said, Qin Xiaoyu really knew how to take candid shots. A single photo captured every single one of Jiang Chen's best features. Here, this is the stepfather your mom found for you. Qin Xiaoyu handed the phone to Qin Si, her face glowing with confidence. However, the very next second, Qin Si let out a shriek. The young girl's eyes widened, her mouth gaped open, and her face was frozen in utter shock as if she'd seen a ghost. Qin Xiaoyu, clueless about what was happening, assumed Qin Si had been stunned by Jiang Chen's otherworldly good looks. After all, a young heartthrob like Jiang Chen was undeniably popular with young girls. But, before Qin Xiaoyu could speak, Qin Si's urgent, anxious voice drifted into her ears. Mom, how could your online boyfriend be him? No. You can't be with him. I won't approve of you two being together. I oppose this match. Qin Si's words left Qin Xiaoyu frozen in place. What was going on? Why did her daughter react so strongly after seeing Jiang Chen's photo? Could it be her daughter knew Jiang Chen? Hiss. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly took a deep breath, forcing down her unease, then asked in as calm a tone as she could manage, Sisi, why did you oppose Mom being with him? Mom, he's butcher brother. He's the butcher brother who saved me from those robbers the day before yesterday, the one who didn't ask for anything in return and just walked away. Jiang Chen. Mom, how could you be dating brother Jiang Chen? Are you sure you didn't mix up the photos? Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 73, CEO Qin loses his temper. Midnight. Caesar Palace KTV Club. Private room 8888. The air thick with smoke and alcohol, deafening music blaring, a group of women dressed provocatively swayed their hips and buttocks wildly. Sun Haitao sat sprawled on the sofa. Just as he lifted his glass, a woman in a revealing outfit sat down beside him with a seductive smile. She teased him with flirtatious words and seductive gestures. Swish. Sun Haitao couldn't control himself, pulling her into his arms and giving her buttocks a firm squeeze. Brother Tao, you sent someone to teach the pretty boy of Mr. Qin a lesson. Aren't you afraid Mr. Qin will get angry? Just then, a young man suddenly approached Sun Haitao. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be the spoiled son of some wealthy family. He's just a pretty boy. So what if he gets taught a lesson? A flash of contempt crossed Sun Haitao's face before he declared with absolute certainty, I've been working with Miss Qin for years. Do you really think she'd turn on me over some pretty boy? The young playboy nodded. You're right. How could Miss Qin possibly turn on our brother Tao over some pretty boy? Qin Xiaoyu has gone too far this time. I've chased her for years without even touching her hand, and now she's gone and taken a pretty boy as her lover. Sun Haitao's expression suddenly darkened. A flash of rage flickered in his eyes as he clenched his teeth so hard they ground together. Brother Tao, women are all trash. If you treat her with genuine kindness, she'll never appreciate you. But if you're rough with her, forceful, she'll fall right to your feet. That's why you can't coddle women. You have to use force to possess her, and only then will she submit obediently. The young playboy's words struck Sun Haitao like a bolt from the blue, abruptly opening the door to a whole new world for him. Sun Haitao stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, suddenly beginning to question whether he had been too much of a pushover with Qin Xiaoyu. Was that why she looked down on him? Could it be? Did he really need to force himself on Qin Xiaoyu for her to fall head over heels in love with him? They say no matter how tough a woman appears on the outside, her heart is soft within. Perhaps Qin Xiaoyu was one of those women, cold on the outside, warm on the inside? Should he test it? If it worked, he wouldn't just win the beauty's heart, he'd also secure the Qin group. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Bro, I hear you've got some pretty sweet stuff on hand. Could you lend some to your big bro? Brother Tao, what good stuff are you referring to? That stuff you make those respectable women drink every time you play with them. I hear even the most chaste and virtuous maidens turn into obedient little wives after that. Ha! Tao, you finally caught on? Don't worry, you can pick any treasure you want from my stash. Sun Haitao and the young playboy whispered together for a moment before bursting into sinister laughter, their faces twisted with wicked expressions. The young playboy slipped a small vial into Sun Haitao's hand. Without a flicker of emotion, Sun swiftly tucked it into his pocket. About half an hour later. Sun Haitao was utterly driven wild by the woman in his arms. He thought to himself, this would be the perfect opportunity to test the potion on her and see how it worked. So, Sun Haitao bid farewell to the young playboy, then swept the alluring woman into his arms and left the KTV. However, just as Sun Haitao and the seductive woman reached the parking lot, a group of masked thugs suddenly burst out from all sides. Without a word, they knocked both of them unconscious. Next, the seductive woman was tossed aside, while Sun Haitao was stuffed into a large burlap sack. Two masked men hoisted the sack containing Sun Haitao into an unlicensed van. 1 hour later, the van pulled up beside a large reservoir on the outskirts of town. A masked man stuffed several heavy stones into the sack, sealed it shut, and tossed it directly into the reservoir. But it wasn't over yet. Several vicious masked men lurked by the reservoir for a full hour, ensuring nothing unexpected happened before climbing back into the van and driving off. Sun Haitao never dreamed that his jealous rage, which led him to send men to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, would cost him his own life. How to put it? If blame must be assigned, it lies squarely with Sun Haitao for failing to grasp his own standing. He believed that after pursuing Qin Xiaoyu for so many years, he must hold some weight in her heart, right? He thought that after all these years of working together, even if they couldn't be lovers, they must at least be good friends? But, after knowing Qin Xiaoyu for so many years, he still didn't understand what kind of person she was. How dare he provoke her? If that isn't courting death, what is? As a woman, Qin Xiaoyu had risen to become the head of the Qin family and managed the Qin group to ever greater prosperity. A woman like that couldn't possibly be a pushover. So Sun Haitao deserved every bit of his fate. Meanwhile, Phoenix Villa, Villa number 2. Qin Si declared, I oppose this marriage, then stormed back to her bedroom with reddened eyes, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Qin Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Whether as someone had been through it herself or as Qin Si's mother, Qin Xiaoyu instantly saw the crux of the matter. That little girl, Qin Si, had fallen for Jiang Chen. After all, Qin Si had just turned 18 this year, the age when young girls first experience budding romance. When Qin Si was kidnapped, Jiang Chen had appeared like a hero from nowhere, driving off the kidnappers and rescuing her. While the hero rescues the damsel trope was cliché, its impact on women was undeniably potent, especially for a young girl like Qin Si, whose budding romance was utterly captivated. It was perfectly natural for Qin Si to develop feelings for Jiang Chen. But Qin Xiaoyu had been with Jiang Chen for 3 years. Though they had only recently made their relationship public, those 3 years of affection were undeniable. Qin Si had developed feelings for her stepfather? How could this be? Was this going to turn into a mother-daughter rivalry over the same man? As Qin Si's mother, she knew her daughter's temperament all too well. It could be said her daughter had perfectly inherited her personality and temper. Once she set her mind on something, not even 9 oxen could pull her back. Ugh! The thought alone made Qin Xiaoyu's head spin with frustration. How had things come to this? Why did the man she'd been in an online relationship with for 3 years turn out to be the very same person who had saved Qin Si, the rainy night butcher? That's too much of a coincidence. Silence. Not a word. Qin Xiaoyu's expression suddenly darkened as if something had crossed her mind. Under the lamplight, her eyes grew murky and inscrutable. Swish! Moments later, Qin Xiaoyu abruptly picked up her phone and dialed a number. Hello? I want you to drop everything and focus entirely on investigating this person. And while you're at it, dig up everything on his family 3 generations back. I want this report in my inbox before dawn. Chapter 74, Unsealed. The Watchful Eye. Late at night. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite. Jiang Chen removed the lace lingerie draped over his head, gently pried apart the delicate hands clasped around his neck, and carefully slid away from the other pair of slender arms wrapped around his waist. He slipped out from between the 2 graceful bodies. Su Yao and Zhao Shimian had both fallen into a deep sleep. Tears glistened in the corners of both women's eyes, yet their lips curved into faint smiles. Their fair faces still bore traces of flushed color, their expressions a blend of pain and pleasure. Swish! Jiang Chen didn't disturb the 2 little darlings. Instead, he quietly slipped out of bed, threw on a robe, and made his way to the living room. The enhancement potion was seriously awesome. Jiang Chen had become a legendary perpetual motion machine, his combat power off the charts. After fighting non-stop for hours, he felt not the slightest bit tired. His mind and body remained at peak condition, with almost no energy depletion whatsoever. This left Su Yao and Zhao Shimian suffering. Both little troublemakers were begging for mercy, but even calling him daddy all night long didn't help. Once you climb into Jiang Chen's bed, you better be ready to take a beating. If you can't take a beating, who's to blame? Clack! Jiang Chen plopped down on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and lit a cigarette. As smoke curled upward, Jiang Chen opened the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Spins remaining, 3. Inventory, black card donation gold, unsealing talisman. Divine artifact, Eye of the Mind. At exactly midnight, Jiang Chen obtained an unsealing talisman. However, at that moment, he was busy lecturing Su Yao and Zhao Shimian and had no time to bother with such trivial matters, so he didn't check the seal-breaking talisman. Now that the battle had ended and the two little troublemakers had fallen asleep, Jiang Chen finally had time to open his system inventory. Seal Removal Talisman, a special talisman capable of breaking divine artifact seals. Note, each talisman can only remove one layer of sealing. Swish! Jiang Chen retrieved the unsealing talisman. After a moment's hesitation, he silently murmured in his mind, "Tongzi brother, I wish to use this unsealing talisman." Ding! Host currently possesses only one divine artifact. Do you wish to remove the second layer of seal from the Eye of the Soul? Yes. Swish! The seal-breaking talisman in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of light, darting into Jiang Chen's eye faster than lightning. The next second, Jiang Chen felt a warm sensation surge from his eye. It wasn't hot, not even slightly burning, just a gentle, comforting warmth. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the second seal of the Eye of Insight. You have obtained the permanent ability Peering Eye. The system's notification sounded in his ears, followed by a flood of information on how to use the Eye of Insight being forcibly implanted into Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. Though the system had delivered surprise after surprise, this one left him utterly stunned. What was the Eye of Insight? Simply put, once this ability was activated, he could peer into a target's private thoughts and current intentions. It was practically equivalent to mind reading. Holy! With this ability, Jiang Chen now held the power to uncover any secret, no matter who stood before him. This is downright terrifying. Mind's Eye 1, Probe 2. Peak 3. Sealed 4. Sealed 5. Sealed 6. Sealed 7. Sealed. Whoosh! Jiang Chen abruptly stood up and slipped silently into the presidential bedroom. At that very moment, two breathtakingly beautiful women lay lazily sprawled across the luxurious bed. Though the quilt covered most of their bodies, their shoulders, arms, and legs were exposed. Swish! Jiang Chen's mind flickered and he activated his peeping eye directly on Su Yao. The next second, two lines of information appeared before his eyes. Personal privacy, rescued by Jiang Chen from two drunken men 7 years ago. Has secretly loved him ever since. Severely love-struck, terminal case, beyond hope. Current intent, exhausted, just wants to sleep soundly. Silence. The bedroom fell completely silent. Upon reading Su Yao's personal privacy details, Jiang Chen froze in place, a peculiar expression spreading across his face. Holy crap! No wonder Su Yao's affection rating hit 100 points. So she was the girl I saved all those years ago, and she'd secretly harbored feelings for me for 7 whole years? It all made sense now. But why didn't she tell me any of this? Why play the silent crush game? She really is hopelessly love-struck, in the final stages beyond saving. Ha! Jiang Chen exhaled softly, his gaze toward Su Yao softening. But, though his gaze softened slightly, his heart remained as hard as iron. Swish! Moments later, Jiang Chen fixed his gaze on Zhao Shimian. The next second, two more lines of information appeared before his eyes. Personal privacy, obsessed with martial arts since childhood, deeply yearns to be conquered by a man of exceptional martial prowess. Current intention, my husband is too amazing, he's exhausted me. All I want to do is sleep. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. No wonder Zhao Shimian had initially harbored a hint of hostility toward me. After I defeated her, her attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. Turns out, she was beaten into submission by me. Thankfully, over the years, no man had been able to defeat Zhao Shimian. If some powerful guy had shown up before this young master and beaten Zhao Shimian, that woman would have run off with him ages ago. Then this young master wouldn't have gotten to pick up the scraps. Swish! Just then, Su Yao suddenly rolled over, sending the quilt covering both her and Zhao Shimian sliding to the side. In an instant, two perfect S-curves, snow-white, delicate skin, and long legs clad in torn black stockings, were laid bare before Jiang Chen's eyes. Whoosh! Jiang Chen shook his head, torn between laughter and exasperation. He promptly tucked the blanket back over the two little troublemakers, then tiptoed out of the room and returned to the living room. It was already past midnight, and the 3 daily lottery chances for the new day had been credited. It was time to start the lucky draw. Who knew what rewards today might bring? Heaven above, earth below, I offer sacrifice to the great emperor of Smo, please grant me a grand prize. As was his custom, Jiang Chen offered a solemn prayer before the draw. It wasn't that he was superstitious. But when Brother Tonzi himself appeared, who the hell still believed in science? Swish! After finishing his prayer, Jiang Chen immediately tapped the lottery button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began spinning. The red pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed. After about 3 seconds, its pace gradually slowed. Click! To Jiang Chen's slightly disappointed gaze, the pointer came to a steady halt within a designated section, where a cartoon gold coin was depicted. Swish! Immediately, a black bank card popped out from the wheel and was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 million consumption credits. The system notification chimed in his ear. Jiang Chen opened the inventory with practiced ease and quickly spotted the black card in his backpack. Black card consumption credit. This card contains 100 million Dragon Nation currency, usable exclusively for purchases made for members of the opposite sex. Note, upon spending this consumption credit, the host will receive double the amount back in real-world currency. Alright. Bro system is handing out cash again. Thanks, boss. The boss is so generous. But speaking of which, the rewards from the gold coin zone all seem to be related to money or property. Meanwhile, the rewards from the card, bottle, book, and question mark zones are far richer and more exciting than those from gold. So, Jiang Chen really hopes to draw one of the latter 4 types of rewards. Enough said. He still had 2 draws left today. He hoped for a big win. Swish! Jiang Chen mentally tapped the draw button once more. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began spinning. The red pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed. After about 3 seconds, its pace gradually slowed. Finally, to Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, the pointer slowly glided over the gold coins section before crawling toward the card section. Hey! Not bad. This time, I've got it. Chapter 75, Truly a God tier spender? Click. After crawling forward a short distance, the pointer on the lucky wheel came to a steady stop in the card section. Swish! A gleaming card popped up from the wheel, adorned with a golden eye that looked eerily unsettling. However, before Jiang Chen could get a clear look at the card's full design, it was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an investigation card. The system notification sounded in his ear. Jiang Chen immediately opened his inventory and quickly spotted the card in his backpack. Investigation card, upon use, allows you to designate a target individual for investigation, revealing detailed information on their 3 generations of ancestors. Note, this card can only be used once. Upon seeing the card, Jiang Chen was utterly baffled. An investigation card? Wasn't this essentially the same as his own mind's eye? The only difference was that his mind's eye could only reveal basic information about the opposite sex, while this investigation card could uncover detailed information about 3 generations of a person's ancestors. Upon closer thought, this investigation card might prove unexpectedly useful in critical moments. Never mind. Since it's a reward from the system, it must have its uses. What was it again? I've got one last chance to draw today. Come on, give this guy a big win already. Swish! Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together fiercely, then tapped the lottery button for the 3rd time with his mind. The pointer on the wheel immediately began spinning. The red pointer whirled clockwise at breakneck speed. After about 3 seconds, it gradually slowed down. Damn it! To Jiang Chen's stunned gaze, the pointer swept past the gold coins section, then slowly glided over the card, bottle, and book sections. By the looks of it, it seemed poised to stop at the final question mark section. Was he about to win the jackpot? Or even the top prize? This jackpot came so suddenly, I wasn't even mentally prepared for it. But Jiang Chen got excited too soon. Although the needle had passed the book zone and entered the question mark zone, its forward momentum was slowing down. But the pointer was still moving forward. Moving at a snail's pace. No! Stop moving. Just stop already. Jiang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes, gaping with his mouth open, clenching his fists as he screamed inwardly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to drag on, yet it felt like an instant. Amidst Jiang Chen's intensely conflicted gaze, the pointer actually overshot, crossing beyond the question mark zone and returning to the gold coin zone. Click. After a faint click, the pointer finally came to rest in the gold coin zone, barely 1 millimeter beyond the question mark zone. Damn it! Damn it, couldn't you be a little gentler? Why so damn forceful? You went too far. You ruined my excitement for nothing, you bastard. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. He'd already rehearsed his acceptance speech, but now all his fantasies had gone down the drain. So, how could he not be furious? However, the moment his anger flared, the system notification tone rang in his ears. He froze instantly, his rage instantly transforming into pure joy. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100% ownership of Imperial Dynasty Group. Swish! In an instant, a thick stack of documents appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. On the cover, several large characters were printed: share transfer agreement. Silence. The living room fell completely silent. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Jiang Chen immediately opened the share transfer agreement in his hands and began examining it carefully. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen slowly closed the contract, a look of both shock and delight spreading across his face. Holy crap! Whoa, I've accidentally become a god-tier rich guy. From now on, even if I just lie in bed all day, eat, drink, and party, chase girls, and keep mistresses, I won't have to worry about money ever again. Because Jiang Chen had acquired wealth he could never spend in a lifetime. The Imperial Dynasty Group, a conglomerate with a market value exceeding 100 billion, possessed strength and financial resources that were in no way inferior to the Qin Group. The Imperial International Hotel where Jiang Chen was staying was merely a subsidiary under the Imperial Group. However, Qin Group was a family enterprise, with all power firmly in the hands of the Qin family. The equity structure of the Imperial Dynasty Group, on the other hand, is extremely complex. Shareholders include 2 overseas super conglomerates, 3 domestically powerful investment firms, and a multitude of smaller, diverse shareholders. But, with a single lottery draw, Jiang Chen managed to consolidate all the equity of the Imperial Dynasty Group into his own hands. In other words, from this moment onward, the entire Imperial Dynasty Group has but one shareholder, Jiang Chen, holding 100% of the shares. The Imperial Dynasty Group has now become Jiang Chen's private enterprise. Jiang Chen has also become the sole chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group. Brother Tongzi, you're like a little cow going down the stairs, a cow beer here, a cow beer there, cow beers coming one after another. No need to say more, this deserves a 5-star review, and I'm giving it a huge thumbs up. The city night, lights twinkling. Though it was well past midnight, Jiang Chen found himself unable to sleep. He walked over to the liquor cabinet, took down a bottle of red wine, grabbed a stemmed glass, and strolled leisurely out onto the balcony. Swish! Sinking into the lounge chair, Jiang Chen uncorked the wine, poured himself a glass, and sipped it while gazing up at the star-filled sky. The night breeze swept through, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Unfazed, his eyes remained fixed on the constellations overhead, as if searching for the brightest star in the night sky. Tap tap tap. At that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the living room. Jiang Chen paid no attention, still gazing up at the stars. Soon, the footsteps halted. The owner of the footsteps seemed to have spotted Jiang Chen sitting on the balcony. Tap tap tap. The footsteps grew lighter and quicker, moving directly from the living room onto the balcony. Ha! Honey, why are you drinking alone out here? First came a slightly flustered female voice drifting over. The next second, a wave of fragrance swept over him as a pair of soft, white hands gently wrapped around his neck from behind. He, not calling me daddy anymore? Now it's husband? Without turning around, Jiang Chen instantly recognized the soft sensation against his back as the little green tea Luli. Oh, I think husband feels more intimate. If you prefer me calling you daddy, I can do that too. As she spoke, Luli circled around to face Jiang Chen, then plopped herself right into his lap. It's the middle of the night. Why aren't you asleep yet? Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Luli's slender waist, taking the opportunity to check if she was hiding any dangerous weapons beneath her lace nightgown. I just can't sleep alone. Luli hummed softly, her eyes suddenly glazing over as a faint blush spread across her pretty face. Alone? Isn't Qingxue sleeping with you? Jiang Chen froze slightly at her words, a peculiar expression flickering across his face. Husband, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone it came from me, okay? What secret? Qingxue's a lesbian. She and Tang Rou have been together for nearly 5 years. Right now, she's probably sleeping at Tang Rou's place. Ha! Chapter 76, are Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou a couple? Name, Luli. Age, 25. Looks, 95. Figure, 95. Bust, 36D. Driver, 1. Affinity, 80. Jiang Chen blinked, activating the mind's eye scanning function. A line of data instantly appeared in his vision. Jiang Chen had no objections to Luli's looks and figure. But that 80-point affection rating from the little green tea girl, Jiang Chen couldn't shake the feeling it was watered down. An 80-point affinity rating signified admiration. He'd merely slept with Luli once, and that was after pairing her with Lin Qingxue. Could that really boost her affection to 80 points? Could Luli possibly have some hidden attributes? Swish! Jiang Chen's thoughts stirred, and he instantly activated the peeping function of his mind's eye. The next second, 2 lines of information appeared in his vision. Personal privacy, deeply influenced by adult films, has fantasized countless times about serving the master alongside other women, yet dares not breach her moral boundaries. Current intention, my husband is so handsome, I really want to feed him some duck neck. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. He knew Luli was flirtatious, but he never imagined this little green tea would be this twisted. But Jiang Chen loved it. Honey, back in my junior year, one day after evening study hall, I saw Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou holding hands as they walked into the little grove behind campus. I was curious, so I secretly followed them. Hey! Guess what I saw? Luli sat in Jiang Chen's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck as she wriggled her body, sending waves of heat coursing through him. What did you see? Jiang Chen grabbed Luli's slender waist, forcing her to stop wriggling. Only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. I saw Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou hugging each other, kissing shamelessly. Holy crap! My whole worldview just shattered. I never dreamed Qingxue and Ruru were lesbians, and that they were actually together. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before muttering to himself, something doesn't add up. If Qingxue really is a lesbian, why would she willingly climb into my bed? Plus, the way she acted back then, she seemed pretty passionate. Doesn't exactly scream lesbian, does it? Luli couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this. She was faking it. Luli rolled her eyes, her face brimming with disdain. Acting that passionate on the first night? Calling you brother 98 times, husband 136 times, daddy 248 times. That's way too fake. Honey, don't you know girls are usually shy, timid, nervous, and reserved during their first time? It was like a bolt of lightning striking him awake. Jiang Chen felt a sudden rush of clarity as Lu Li's words struck him. Exactly. Lin Qingxue was acting way too enthusiastic, almost to the point of being over the top. That's why it felt so fake. Damn it. She really is a scheming little minx. If Qingxue truly loves Tang Rou, and they've been together for 5 years, why would she try to climb into my bed? Jiang Chen stroked his chin, a peculiar feeling welling up inside him. It felt like having his wife stolen away already infuriating enough only to discover the thief was a stunningly beautiful woman. That just made Jiang Chen even more pissed off. Losing to a woman? What a ing disgrace to manhood. Of course it's for the money. Luli rolled her eyes again and said, I heard Ruru's been spending like crazy lately. Qingxue sacrificed herself for her, getting a huge sum from you and then giving it all to Ruru to spend. That's true love for sure. Sometimes I even envy Ruru. Having a girlfriend who dotes on and loves her like that, she's so damn lucky. Put. Jiang Chen had no idea how many mouthfuls of blood he'd coughed up tonight. In short, his worldview had shattered. He felt utterly disgusted. Whoosh. Without warning, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out and gave Luli a sharp pat on the head, glaring at her eyes with fury. You little tease, I'm boiling mad tonight. As Jiang Chen uttered these words, Luli froze for a moment before her pretty face flushed crimson. Her gaze softened, yet a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. Almost immediately, Luli crouched down with a swift whoosh. Jiang Chen sprawled casually on the lounge chair, sipping fine wine while gazing up at the starry sky overhead. The stars in the sky shimmered like pieces of jade. One word, pure bliss. The next morning. Phoenix Villa, Villa number 2. After waking up, Qin Xiaoyu went straight downstairs to the living room. At this hour, the housekeeper had already set breakfast on the table, waiting only for the mistress of the house to rise and eat. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu sat down at the head of the table and casually asked the housekeeper, where's the young miss? Hasn't she gotten up yet? Madam, the young lady rose very early this morning. She left the house half an hour ago. The housekeeper shot Qin Xiaoyu a peculiar look before truthfully relaying everything she knew. Silence. Hearing that Qin Si had left so early, Qin Xiaoyu showed no emotion on her face. Ever since Qin Si had been kidnapped, Qin Xiaoyu had secretly stationed a team of bodyguards around her, tasked with covertly protecting her. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyu held no concerns for Qin Si's safety. Her only concern now was that Qin Si might seek out Jiang Chen, potentially leading to something uncontrollable between them. Sigh. This is giving me a headache. Qin Xiaoyu massaged her temples, then picked up a glass of milk from the table and began sipping it slowly. Ding. Just then, Qin Xiaoyu's phone buzzed the notification sound for an incoming email. Swish. Qin Xiaoyu immediately set down the milk, grabbed her phone from the nearby table, and swiftly opened her email. The next second, a detailed dossier on Jiang Chen appeared before her eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Qin Xiaoyu read intently. As if scrutinizing a multi-billion-dollar contract, she didn't overlook a single sentence, word, or even punctuation mark in the document. Smack! After an unknown amount of time, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly slammed her palm onto the dining table, her expression darkening instantly. That jerk. He just broke up with his girlfriend of 3 years, and now he's already hooking up with her best friend. And one best friend wasn't enough, you've already bagged 4 of them? At this rate, are you trying to sweep up all 7s at Xilan University, all 6 except your ex-girlfriend in one fell swoop? And worst of all, you were cheating on your ex, Lu Ruyan, with me online while you were still with her? You piece of trash. Why don't you just die? After reading through the dossier, Qin Xiaoyu was so furious she could spit nails. Her imposing headlights trembled fiercely with each ragged breath. Qin Xiaoyu hadn't previously investigated Jiang Chen's background. Having been in an online relationship with him for 3 years, she had long considered him her soulmate. Naturally, she didn't care about his real-life identity and saw no need to investigate his background. However, reality slapped Qin Xiaoyu hard across the face. She never dreamed that the man she'd chosen as her partner was actually a scumbag. What should she do now? Break up? But Qin Xiaoyu couldn't bring herself to let go. Recalling the past 3 years, every little moment she'd shared with Jiang Chen. And last night, when Jiang Chen took her to the claw machine arcade and, through sheer effort, won her the largest stuffed animal in the entire arcade, making her the envy of everyone there. And when they encountered those thugs, Jiang Chen had resolutely stepped in front of her, desperately trying to protect her. The more she thought about it, the harder it became for Qin Xiaoyu to let go. No wonder so many girls prefer bad boys over nice guys? It turns out, bad boys really are addictive. Ding! Just then, Qin Xiaoyu's email inbox received another message. She clicked it open, only to find yet another detailed dossier on Jiang Chen. However, Qin Xiaoyu stared at the file for only a moment before her eyes widened abruptly, a look of utter shock spreading across her face. Jiang Chen is actually the illegitimate son of the current head of the Zhou family, one of Xilan City's oldest and most prominent aristocratic clans? How could this be possible? Wait. Could it be that the Zhou family started plotting 3 years ago, secretly arranging for this illegitimate son, Jiang Chen, to deliberately get close to me? Qin Xiaoyu's expression grew increasingly grave. She frowned in thought before picking up her phone and dialing a special number. Chapter 77, Summoning the Six Golden Flowers. Today was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and blue. Surprisingly, Jiang Chen didn't sleep in. He climbed out of bed bright and early. After stretching his limbs on the balcony, he immediately called his housekeeper, Li Qian, instructing her to prepare breakfast. Right after that, he sent a WeChat message to Bai Qianqian. Jiang Chen, Mom, how's Xinchuan doing today? Is she feeling okay anywhere? Truth be told, Jiang Chen genuinely liked the little girl Xinqing and was constantly concerned about her health. His own daughter, if he didn't cherish her, who else would? Ding! Bai Qianqian replied almost instantly, indicating she was awake. Bai Qianqian, hee, honey, don't worry. The doctor said Xinqing is recovering very well, all her indicators are perfectly normal. Jiang Chen, that's good. I'm free today. Should I come to the hospital to keep Xinxian company later? Bai Qianqian, honey, it's better if you don't come today. My parents are at the hospital keeping watch over Xinchuan. If you show up, I'm worried they might notice something's off. Jiang Chen, didn't you tell your parents I'm already Xinchuan's godfather? Bai Qianqian, I didn't dare. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had planned to visit Xinchuan at the hospital today, but Bai Qianqian, feeling guilty and afraid her parents might notice something, refused to let him come. What could he do? Jiang Chen had to abandon his original plan. Now he pondered, with such beautiful weather today, what should he do? Ah! The black card spending credit. Today he could take Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, and the others shopping, splurge wildly, and earn double rewards while he was at it. No sooner said than done. Jiang Chen roused the women from their sleep. After breakfast, he immediately led them on a fierce assault toward the Guojin Center Mall. On the way, Jiang Chen first called Yu Lily. Upon hearing Jiang Chen wanted to take her shopping, Yu Lily agreed without hesitation. Next, Jiang Chen called Lin Qingxue and, in a commanding tone, instructed her to bring Tang Rou along too. And so, all 6 of the 7 fairies of Xilan University except for Lu Ruyan were summoned by Jiang Chen. 9 a.m. sharp. At the main entrance of the Guojin Center Mall. The sight of one man surrounded by 6 women was enough to dazzle countless onlookers. Jiang Chen's looks and charm were beyond description. Releasing him into the city was like unleashing a plague on Xilan's young women, wives, sisters-in-law, aunts. Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, Lin Qingxue, Yu Lily, and Tang Rou, each a campus beauty in her own right. Spotting even one of them on a regular day was a rare treat. Right now, there are suddenly 6 of them. Anyone unaware of the situation might think this was some kind of idol drama being filmed. Hey! Jiang Chen, long time no see. The moment Tang Rou spotted Jiang Chen, her eyes lit up slightly. She immediately stepped forward and greeted him proactively. Jiang Chen's gaze also fell upon Tang Rou. It had to be said, Tang Rou had been dubbed the pure goddess by a bunch of geeky guys back in college, and it wasn't without reason. First, she had big, sparkling eyes that were incredibly cute. Second, standing at just 5 feet 3 inches, she often wore schoolgirl outfits and twin ponytails, giving her a petite, delicate, and innocent charm. Then, she was the epitome of a childish face with a voluptuous figure, her physique in no way inferior to Su Yao's. Lastly, her soft, sweet voice gives off an impression that she'd be easy to take advantage of. Unfortunately, cuteness pales in comparison to sensuality. Compared to a lowly type woman like Tang Rou, Jiang Chen preferred the sexy, mature beauty Su Yao. Tang Rou, long time no see. Jiang Chen winked at Tang Rou, and a line of data information instantly appeared in his line of sight. Name, Tang Rou. Age, 25. Appearance, 94. Figure, 95. Cup size, 34D. Driver, 0. Affection level, 20. Seeing that Tang Rou only had 20 points of favorability toward him, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately turned his gaze to Lin Qingxue standing behind Tang Rou. The next second, Lin Qingxue's profile information appeared before his eyes. Name, Lin Qingxue. Age, 25. Appearance, 96. Figure, 95. Cup size, 36D. Driver, 1. Affinity, 20. Jiang Chen was momentarily speechless. Tang Rou only had a 20-point affinity rating for him, which didn't surprise Jiang Chen at all. After all, he hadn't interacted with Tang Rou at all over the years. But Lin Qingxue also only had 20 points of affection for him, and that really annoyed Jiang Chen. After all, the night before last, he had painstakingly spent hours cultivating their bond with Lin Qingxue. He had sweated buckets and exhausted himself physically. And the result? Lin Qingxue only had 20 points of affection for Jiang Chen? That's just too ungrateful. No way. This guy had to figure out what the hell these 2 women were thinking. Swish. Jiang Chen's mind flickered and he instantly activated the mind's eye surveillance function on Tang Rou. Personal privacy, first love ended in betrayal by a man, leading to complete disillusionment with men. Subsequently developed feelings for women, becoming a full-fledged lesbian. Current intent, Jiang Chen invited everyone out shopping. I'm going to spend his money like crazy and fleece him for all he's worth. Reading this, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily and an expression of helpless amusement flashed across his face. Swish. Next, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze to Lin Xingxue. Personal history, previously suffered from misandry, though fully cured later. Sexual orientation remained unchanged, a standard lesbian. Current intent, I must pretend to be on equal footing with Tang Rou. Under no circumstances can Jiang Chen catch on. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. Luli was right, Lin Xingxue and Tang Rou were a couple. They were both lesbians. Damn it all to hell. What a waste of 2 prime cabbages. What a waste of resources. Honey, where should we go next? Just then, Suyao walked up to Jiang Chen, took his arm, and leaned into him like a little bird clinging to its mate. Jiang Chen didn't answer Suyao, instead quickly scanning the mall interior. Soon, he spotted a Chanel luxury boutique not far away. Everyone, follow me. Jiang Chen waved his hand and immediately led the 6 golden flowers in striding toward the Chanel boutique. I'll show you how it's done first. Later, you lot just follow my example. Suyao? The other 5 golden flowers? Chanel luxury boutique. When Jiang Chen entered with the 6 golden flowers, the eyes of several female sales associates lit up. From their perspective, Jiang Chen was decked out in designer labels, with a 4 million yuan Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, obviously a wealthy playboy. The 6 beauties trailing behind him were all dressed exquisitely, but each was clearly preening and posing, with their focus squarely on Jiang Chen. It was obvious they were his kept women. So, when Jiang Chen and his entourage entered, nearly every female salesperson eagerly approached them. This one, and that one too, none of them. Wrap up the rest, all the clothes, bags, shoes, accessories, everything. Jiang Chen acted like a nouveau riche. Oh wait. He actually was a nouveau riche. What kind of god-tier spender? Jiang Chen didn't like being a big spender. He just loved the feeling of being a nouveau riche. He swiftly scanned the store, casually pointing out a few clothes he disliked, then demanded the staff pack up the rest of the collection. This left the female staff wide-eyed, their eyes as round as copper bells, flashing with lightning-sharp shrewdness. Immediately, the staff treated him like royalty, rushing to serve him tea and water, fawning over him as if afraid this big spender might slip away. Suyao, Zhao Shireman, Luli, Yu Lili, Lin Xingxue, and Tang Rou were all stunned by Jiang Chen's move. This was a Chanel boutique. Any single item easily cost tens of thousands of yuan. And Jiang Chen wanted to buy out the entire store? He was practically a money-burning monster. Good day, sir. Your total for this purchase is 4.85 million yuan. I can waive the zero for you. Your final amount will be 4.8 million yuan. Would you like to pay by card or scan the WeChat QR code? It took nearly half an hour. The manager finished settling everything, then approached Jiang Chen with the bill in hand, a broad smile on his face. Round down? Who do you think you're looking down on? To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen snorted coldly, pulled out a black card, and told the manager, charge me 5 million yuan directly. The rest is your service fee. Silence. The entire store fell silent. In that moment, not only the store manager and staff were frozen in place, but even the 6 golden flowers busy picking out clothes froze in their tracks. Swipe. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly turned to the 6 golden flowers and said, I've shown you how it's done. Now, how to shop. I'm sure you all know what to do next, right? Silence. The scene fell silent once more. But after a brief pause, the 6 golden flowers immediately burst into cheers in unison. Ah! Daddy, you're so cool. We love you to bits, Daddy. Let's go. Daddy Jiang Chen's treating today, ladies, let's get wild. Better to overspend by 3,000 than miss out on a single item. Zhao Shimon's affection +5. Yu Lili affinity +5. Luli affinity +10. Lin Xingxue affinity +20. Tang Rou affinity +20. Chapter 78, Spending Spree. Guojin Center Mall. Chanel Luxury Boutique. The commotion caused by Jiang Chen drew a crowd. By now, employees from nearby shops had gathered at the store entrance, along with many onlookers eager for a glimpse of the spectacle. Word had spread that a wealthy patron had arrived at the mall today and had privately booked the entire Chanel boutique without hesitation. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of this extravagant spender. Wow! Is that the rich guy? He's so handsome. Love it. Young, handsome, and loaded, he's my dream guy. The way he spends money is so cool. I love it. Is this rich guy from the Middle East? Does he have oil money? Is he a royal prince? He's way too generous. If someone would spend that much on me, I'd be willing to be his mistress. The crowd grew larger and larger. Almost every luxury brand store in the entire Guojin Mall sent staff to investigate the news. Rumor had it a Middle Eastern tycoon, possibly even a royal prince, had arrived at Chanel, spending with astonishing generosity. Who wouldn't want a piece of that staggering fortune? Soon. A curvaceous young woman in a tailored blazer, pencil skirt, and black stockings swayed her hips, her face plastered with an ingratiating smile, plucking up the courage to approach Jiang Chen. Good day, sir. I'm the manager of the Gucci boutique upstairs. Our store carries the world's finest luxury goods, clothing, handbags, perfumes, jewelry, and more. Would you be so kind as to come take a look? The shop manager's voice carried a hint of huskiness, yet instead of sounding grating, it exuded an intensely seductive quality. As if she'd been beaten all night last night, leaving her voice hoarse. Yes. That mature, slightly husky voice. It was impossible not to let one's imagination run wild. Swish. Jiang Chen glanced up at the female shop manager. Though her looks were only above average, her mature, curvaceous figure was quite pleasing to the eye. Name, Su Yen. Age, 28. Looks, 85. Figure, 93. Cup size, 36C. Driving skills, 9. Attraction level, 30. Jiang Chen had initially held a favorable impression of this young married woman, but upon learning she had 9 drivers, his interest vanished instantly. No need for all that fuss. Just pack up everything in the store, I'll take it all. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually, his expression calm and composed throughout. Ha! Su Yen froze in place. But after a moment of shock, her face lit up with wild excitement. Another buyout. This time, I really bet right. This young man truly is a Middle Eastern tycoon, a royal prince. His generosity is nothing short of extravagant. Seeing Su Yen still frozen in place, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown and urge her, please hurry up, I'm in a rush. Yes, just a moment. Su Yen bowed and scraped, then scampered back into the store with a radiant smile. Under her direction, the Gucci boutique staff scrambled about in a flurry of activity. After an unknown amount of time, the Gucci store was cleared out. Su Yen led a group of female staff members, carrying large and small bags, back to Jiang Chen. Sir, your total purchase comes to 2.93 million yuan. Just charge me 3 million. The rest is a service fee for you all. What? Thank you, boss. You're so generous. My surname is Jiang. Just call me Young Master Jiang. Yes, Young Master Jiang. Seeing the Gucci boutique manager personally come to serve Jiang Chen and sell off the entire store's inventory, the entire Guojin Center Mall erupted in excitement. Managers from nearly every other luxury boutique in the mall rushed over, gathering at the entrance of the Chanel boutique, scrambling to offer their services to Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, I'm the manager of the Hermes boutique. I sincerely invite you to visit us. Young Master Jiang, I'm from the Dior boutique. Young Master Jiang, I'm from the Louis Vuitton boutique. Mr. Jiang, come see our store, we guarantee your girlfriend will love it. In an instant, Jiang Chen found himself surrounded by young, attractive sales associates and store managers. They went out of their way to flatter him, aggressively promoting their luxury goods, hoping he'd make a purchase at their store. Jiang Chen merely raised his arm, instantly feeling something soft against his skin. Whoever's headlights were that close, were they deliberately trying to seduce me? Quiet, all of you. One at a time. Jiang Chen frowned and waved his hand dismissively. The room instantly fell silent, everyone staring at him with eager expressions. You, and you. Jiang Chen swiftly pointed at several female sales assistants in the crowd, then declared with great flourish, I'll take everything in your store. Of course. Jiang Chen didn't just pick randomly. Every luxury boutique he selected was an internationally renowned top-tier brand, where the sole focus was on one word, price. At that moment, every saleswoman Jiang Chen singled out felt like she'd won the lottery jackpot, their faces flushed crimson with excitement. Meanwhile, the sales assistants who hadn't been chosen wore expressions of disappointment, their eyes filled with resentment as they watched Jiang Chen. Damn it! This isn't some emperor picking his concubines. Resentment my ass. If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourselves for making your luxury goods too cheap. This young master isn't impressed. And just like that, Jiang Chen selected 12 luxury stores in one go, buying up every single item in their shops. The scene left the onlookers utterly stunned. Whether it was rich second-generation kids shopping with their girlfriends, elegantly dressed socialites, or gold-digging socialites hunting for prey in the mall. At that moment, everyone was left speechless by Jiang Chen's extravagant display. This wasn't shopping at all. He was clearly here to stock up. The rich guy was here to clear out the entire mall. Today I've finally seen it. This is what true wealth looks like. Young Master Jiang is so bold, truly the Middle Eastern prince. These days, having a family mind is so last season, it's all about having oil reserves now. Young Master Jiang, are you looking for a girlfriend? What do you think? Young Master Jiang, I'm 18, as beautiful as a flower, great in bed without being clingy, and absolutely obedient. Jiang Chen's standards were sky high now. After all, every woman by his side was a campus beauty-level goddess. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered with these common, ordinary women. Seeing Jiang Chen show zero interest, nearly every gold digger in the room who'd hoped to latch onto him or claim him as their sugar daddy wore expressions of disappointment. However, the staff of all 12 top-tier luxury boutiques selected by Jiang Chen sprang into action. The entrance of the Chanel boutique was swarming with female sales associates, each clutching various luxury handbags. The visual impact of this scene was absolutely blinding. Nearly every female customer present was nearly driven mad with envy. Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of the Hermes boutique. Here is your purchase summary totaling 5.88 million. Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of the Dior boutique. Here's your purchase list totaling 4.9 million. Mr. Jiang, I'm the store manager of the Louis Vuitton boutique. Here is your purchase list totaling 5.46 million. One store manager after another approached Jiang Chen with reverent expressions, cautiously inquiring about his purchases. Outside the store, over 100 female sales associates stood with their arms laden with luxury shopping bags, nearly filling the entire corridor. Swipe. Jiang Chen pulled out his black card and swiped it through each store manager's POS machine, his expression remaining as calm as still water. Ding. Your transaction of 6 million yuan has been successfully processed. Ding. You have successfully swiped 5 million. Ding. You have successfully swiped 5.5 million. With each beep from the POS machines, the onlookers couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Who would have thought Jiang Chen would round up the amount? A 5.88 million yuan bill, swiped as 6 million yuan. A 4.9 million yuan bill, swiped as 5 million yuan. A 5.46 million bill, swiped as 5.5 million. After this series of extravagant moves, who knows how much extra Jiang Chen ended up spending? But Jiang Chen couldn't care less. After all, this black card consumption credit could only be used for spending on the opposite sex. Only after exhausting the entire 100 million Longwood currency would he receive double rebates credited back to his bank account. Only that double refunded money would truly be his own. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. In fact, he felt he hadn't spent enough. At this snail's pace, who knows if he'll even manage to blow through the entire 100 million spending credit today. Damn it! Who knew spending money could be such a headache? 6 golden flowers, could you guys hurry up a bit? If you don't spend all 100 million today, you'll be kneeling on the washboard when you get home. Chapter 79, Only Daddy's the Best. Huajin Center Mall. Chanel Luxury Boutique. A young, attractive female store manager approached Jiang Chen with a notepad and pen. Mr. Jiang, could you please provide your address? We'll arrange for these items to be personally delivered to your doorstep shortly. Managers from other boutiques followed suit. Everyone stared intently at Jiang Chen, waiting for him to provide his address so they could arrange for delivery. Swish. At that moment, the 6 golden flowers who had just entered the fitting room emerged giggling, having changed into their new outfits. Then, Jiang Chen casually pointed at the 6 women and addressed all the store managers, the items are for them. You'll have to ask them for their addresses. Silence. The entire scene fell silent. At that moment, every person present fixed their gaze on the 6 golden flowers. What a stunning group of women. Sexy older women, innocent young girls, aloof goddesses, glasses-wearing beauties, and curvy ladies with hips wider than shoulders, a lineup of stunningly gorgeous women. No wonder young Master Jiang was so recklessly generous with his money. Red-haired temptresses. Clatter. In an instant, all the store managers swarmed over, demanding the addresses of the 6 golden flowers. At that moment, the 6 beauties were all dumbfounded. They had merely gone into the fitting room to change outfits. How could so many luxury store managers have gathered outside the moment they emerged? What was going on? A few minutes later, after the store managers explained the situation, the 6 golden flowers finally understood what had happened. Their gazes toward Jiang Chen grew intensely heated. Wow! Jiang Chen's dad is so outrageously generous. While they were changing clothes, he'd actually emptied out 12 luxury boutiques. A rough count revealed over 1,000 sets of cosmetics, more than 2,000 pieces of the latest fashion collections, and over 2,000 styles of luxury handbags. He was just ridiculously generous. Tap tap tap. Suyao suddenly pushed her way through the crowd and hurried over to Jiang Chen. Wrapping her arm around his, she said, "Honey, you bought us so much stuff at once, there's no way it'll all fit in our hotel room." Jiang Chen thought for a moment. With all these things, the presidential suite really was getting crowded. Clap clap clap. Jiang Chen suddenly clapped his hands and called out to the Chanel store manager, "Hey, you there, bring me some paper and a pen. I'll give you an address." Hearing Jiang Chen speak, the Chanel store manager immediately scurried over, respectfully handing him the paper and pen. Scribble scribble scribble. Jiang Chen gripped the pen and swiftly scribbled an address on the paper. Suyao, seated beside him, craned her neck curiously to see the address he was writing. Whoa! Suyao couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Phoenix Villa? Villa number 1? Honey, is this the villa you bought? After writing down the address, Jiang Chen handed the paper and pen back to the Chanel store manager. He then glanced at Suyao and said, "Yeah, it's the villa I just bought a few days ago." No way! Without another word, Suyao planted a firm kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek, her face beaming with excitement. "Honey, you're so amazing. This is villa number 1 at Phoenix Manor, the crown jewel. You couldn't even buy it with money. Ignoring Suyao's excited chatter, Jiang Chen pulled out his black card and checked the balance. To his surprise, his recent spree of reckless spending had only deducted over 60 million Longwa currency. Holy crap! 13 entire luxury boutiques, completely cleared out and packed up, and it only cost over 60 million? Still nearly 40 million short of maxing out this black card? What the hell was going on? Jiang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, then beckoned to the 6 golden flowers. This place isn't fun. Let's skip the shopping and head straight to the dealership to buy a car. Ha! The 6 golden flowers froze in place, clearly struggling to keep up with Jiang Chen's sudden shift in logic. What ah? Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Daddy's in a good mood today and plans to gift each of you a luxury car. So, are you coming with Daddy or not? Yes, yes, yes. Wherever Daddy goes, I'll go. Daddy's so awesome and badass, we love you to bits. Daddy's the best in the world, kids with dads are like treasures. You bunch of little minxes, what are you getting so excited about? Wipe that drool off your mouths and mind your ladylike manners. Giggle giggle giggle. Shilan City, International Auto City. A major auto show was underway here. When Jiang Chen arrived with the 6 golden flowers, the event had been underway for some time. The area was packed with people, bustling even more than a bustling market. Hey! Did you guys see the news? Just moments ago, a Middle Eastern prince arrived at the GFC mall and literally cleaned out 13 luxury boutiques. Talk about extravagant. I saw that news too. The Middle Eastern prince splurged 60 million yuan, clearing out 13 luxury boutiques just to win a smile from his beloved. While others buy luxury goods one item at a time, he sweeps entire stores clean like shopping for groceries at the market. With oil in his family, this Middle Eastern prince is naturally beyond extravagant. Damn it! If I had oil money, I'd be even more extravagant than him. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Jiang Chen entered the auto show venue accompanied by his 6 golden ladies. Someone gasped in surprise. Look! Isn't that the Middle Eastern prince from the news? Swish! In an instant, the gazes of countless onlookers converged on Jiang Chen and the 6 golden flowers. Just then, Jiang Chen turned to face the 6 golden flowers. His tone remained calm as he said, "You lot go pick out your cars yourselves. Once you've chosen, just sign the contract and bring the bill to me." Ah! The 6 golden flowers cheered in unison, then took turns hugging Jiang Chen's arm and offering him kisses. Even Lin Qingshui and Tang Rou, the lesbian couple, were no exception. Though they disliked men, they loved money. Under the lure of money, they wouldn't complain even if Jiang Chen gave them a good beating, let alone just a kiss. As the 6 golden flowers dashed off excitedly to pick out cars, Jiang Chen stood rooted to the spot, his face now adorned with 6 vivid red lip marks. What could he do? Jiang Chen hurried into the restroom, scrubbing his face thoroughly until every trace of lipstick vanished. But then, before he could finish cleaning his face, a woman suddenly burst into the restroom. She wore a standard office lady uniform, was reasonably pretty, and had a curvaceous figure, a beauty of above-average looks. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm Li Na, the main organizer of this auto show. You may call me Manager Li. It's a pleasure to have you grace this auto show with your presence. It's my honor to serve you. Jiang Chen abruptly lifted his head, glanced at the men's restroom sign hanging above the door, and his face immediately twisted into a look of utter astonishment. Manager Li, this is the men's restroom. No problem. As long as I can serve you, it doesn't matter if it's a men's restroom or even a men's bathhouse, I'd gladly stand by and serve you tea and water. Young Master Jiang, allow me to wipe your hands. Shall I show you the cars afterward? Chapter 80, Insanely Rich, Viral Sensation. Noon. A trending topic suddenly exploded across the internet. Mysterious rich playboy empties 13 luxury stores in one go. A series of photos went viral online. In the photos, Jiang Chen stood calmly swiping his card. Surrounded by over a dozen luxury store managers, he stood amidst a sea of female staff carrying large and small bags. This outrageously extravagant act instantly ignited the entire internet. Middle Eastern oil prince, accompanied by 6 princesses, makes a surprise appearance at Shilan City's International Finance Center Mall. Mysterious heir splashes out millions just to win a smile from a beauty. Breaking news. GFC Mall plundered, and it was all his doing. 60 million yuan emptied from 13 luxury boutiques, utterly outrageous. Witnessing Jiang Chen's extravagant spending firsthand, onlookers snapped photos and posted them on Weibo, while others filmed videos and uploaded them to Douyin. Add to that the on-site revelations from the 13 luxury boutiques. The internet was flooded with news about Jiang Chen, gossip flying everywhere. Netizens marveled at his outrageous wealth while speculating about his background. Jiang Chen was trending. Already blessed with godlike looks, coupled with his rich playboy status and his willingness to spend lavishly just to win a smile from a beauty. Instantly, he captured the hearts of women nationwide, becoming the new national husband. Rumors even claim that if the nation's sweetheart takes a liking to you, he'll send you a truckload of designer bags, watches, clothes, cosmetics, jewelry, and more. One word, insanely generous. Shilan City. Old Town, a dilapidated courtyard. Lu Rian dragged a large suitcase back to this courtyard where she had lived for 3 years. She scanned the surroundings, noticing dust settled in many corners. It seemed the original occupants hadn't returned for several days. Swish! Lu Ruyan walked to the door of the east room, moved a potted plant from the windowsill, and retrieved a spare key from beneath it. She promptly used the key to unlock the door. Humph, the room's still such a mess. She surveyed the familiar furnishings along with Jiang Chen's dirty shorts and smelly socks strewn across the bed. A faint smile touched Lu Ruyan's lips. She set down her suitcase and walked over to tidy up the slightly disheveled bed. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the once chaotic room had been meticulously organized by Lu Ruyan. Perhaps feeling a touch of fatigue, Lu Ruyan flopped onto the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling. Buzz! Suddenly, her phone vibrated softly. Lu Ruyan perked up, quickly pulled out her phone, and opened WeChat. But the next second, her pupils dilated sharply, her face turned pale, and her heart sank to the bottom. The message was from a colleague, containing a link to a trending topic. Lu Ruyan clicked on it and discovered the internet was flooded with news about Jiang Chen splurging lavishly at the Guojin Center Mall. Jiang Chen was spending money on another woman. He was spending lavishly. And the women being lavishly pampered by Jiang Chen were none other than her own close girlfriends. In that moment, Lu Ruyan felt her entire body go limp, drained of every last ounce of strength. How could this be? Does Jiang Chen truly no longer love me? I only made one mistake, a mistake any woman in the world could make. Why won't he forgive me? 3 whole years of love, could he truly have let it all go? Tick-tock. A single tear slid down Lu Ruyan's cheek. Then a second, a third, a fourth, they flowed uncontrollably. Before long, Lu Ruyan was weeping uncontrollably. But Lu Ruyan quickly wiped away her tears. Clutching Jiang Chen's dirty shorts and smelly socks, she stumbled out into the courtyard. Splash! She tossed the filthy shorts and stinky socks into the basin. After filling it with water, Lu Ruyan promptly rolled up her sleeves and began scrubbing them meticulously. Qin Group. Chairman's office. After a busy morning, Qin Xiaoyu set down her documents and prepared to head out for lunch. But as soon as she reached the lobby, she spotted several female employees gathered together, chattering excitedly, each one beaming with excitement. Oh my god! Young Master Jiang is so handsome. His looks completely outshine those entertainment industry heartthrobs. To win a smile from the beauty, young Master Jiang emptied 13 luxury boutiques. How extravagant is that? If I could be young Master Zhang's girlfriend, I'd be so incredibly lucky. Wen, you've got neither looks nor figure. What on earth would Mr. Jiang possibly see in you? I may not be pretty, and my figure isn't great either, but I'm ticklish. Giggle giggle giggle. Qin Xiaoyu walked over curiously, glancing at the screens of several female employees' phones before being instantly drawn to one photo. Swish! Unnoticed, Qin Xiaoyu slipped out the company entrance, found a deserted corner, and immediately pulled out her phone. The next second, Qin Xiaoyu's expression turned icy. Jiang Chen. He was actually taking a group of women shopping, splurging lavishly and emptying 13 luxury boutiques for them. The Middle Eastern prince? Shopping with 6 princesses? The nation's golden boy? You little jerk, you sure are having a blast. We dated for 3 years, and all you ever gave me was a watch. Not a single bag, piece of clothing, pair of shoes, or cosmetic item. You never gave me any of that. Does that mean I'm not even worth as much as a bunch of gold diggers in your eyes? This is infuriating. No way. I absolutely cannot tolerate this. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The more I back down, the more I feel like I'm losing out. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and immediately dialed Jiang Chen's number. Beep beep. After 2 rings, the call was answered immediately. Perhaps because Jiang Chen answered so quickly, Qin Xiaoyu's anger subsided slightly. But the voice on the other end of the line sent her newly cooled fury shooting back up like a rocket. Hello, who's this? The background noise on Jiang Chen's end was loud, punctuated by several women's giggles. Qin Xiaoyu instantly pictured the scene, Jiang Chen surrounded by women, embracing them on both sides, clearly enjoying himself immensely. Jiang Chen, you didn't save my number? Qin Xiaoyu forced her anger down, her teeth grinding audibly as her expression turned icy cold in an instant. Honey, it's you? I was busy earlier and didn't notice the screen. I just answered this call by reflex. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Qin Xiaoyu cut him off with a sharp command. Who's your wife? Who were you just calling wife? Ha? What ha? Your wife, isn't she out shopping with you? 6 wives at once? You're quite the ladies' man, aren't you? Aunt Xiao, you know about this? Are you jealous? Who's jealous of you? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to make me jealous? How come I never noticed before just how thick-skinned you really are? Silence. Jiang Chen on the other end wisely kept his mouth shut, choosing not to argue with Qin Xiaoyu at that moment. A full 10 minutes passed. Qin Xiaoyu had scolded herself into exhaustion and her emotions gradually calmed. Only then did Jiang Chen cautiously ask, Aunt Xiao, you called me to break up with me? Who said I wanted to break up with you? Qin Xiaoyu practically shouted the words instinctively, but the moment she did, she immediately regretted it. After all, Jiang Chen already had a girlfriend. Clearly, Jiang Chen had more than one woman in his life. He was clearly a deadbeat jerk. Not content with 2 women, he was juggling 7. But the moment Qin Xiaoyu heard the word breakup, a sharp pang of pain shot through her heart. The thought of parting ways with Jiang Chen, becoming strangers from now on, filled Qin Xiaoyu with overwhelming reluctance. It felt like she was about to lose the most important thing in her life. Only now did Qin Xiaoyu dare to confront her true feelings. She had fallen completely in love with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Qin Xiaoyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and suddenly spoke in a gentle tone. Let's have dinner together tonight. There's something very important. I want to talk to you properly about it. Aunt Xiao, I might not be free tonight. The moment Jiang Chen uttered those words, Qin Xiaoyu, who had just calmed down, was instantly set off again. What? I'm inviting you to dinner, and you tell me you're busy? Do you have any idea how many men are lining up to ask me out to dinner? The queue stretches all the way overseas, and you dare refuse me? You brat! I'm giving you one chance to take back what you just said. Reword your answer and respond to me. Jiang Chen, alright, let's grab dinner tonight. Qin Xiaoyu, there's a good boy. Jiang Chen. Chapter 81, Moving into the Mansion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 100 million consumption credits. You have earned double rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving 200 million Dragon Nation currency. Ding. Rewards are being dispersed. Please wait. A series of system notifications rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Immediately afterward, his phone vibrated slightly as he received a bank transfer notification. Dragon Nation Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account ending in 8888 completed a transfer transaction of 200 million.00 Xia Nation currency at 12:12 on June 10. Current balance, 752,967,804.48. Heh, 2 small goals easily achieved. Gazing at the long string of numbers in his bank account, Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Just days ago, he was still a nobody struggling at the bottom of society, toiling endlessly for a few pieces of silver with no hope in sight. Who would have thought? A few days later, he had acquired more money than he could ever spend in a lifetime. It felt like a dream. Honey, where should we go next? Just then, Su Yao, clutching a set of Rolls-Royce keys, bounded over to Jiang Chen, her excitement palpable as she hooked her arm through his. Immediately after, Zhao Sherman, Lu Li, Lin Xingxue, Tang Rou, and Yu Lily all gathered around. Each of them clutched a set of brand new luxury car keys. Zhao Sherman chose a Lamborghini, priced at over 8 million yuan. Lu Li chose an Aston Martin, priced at over 6 million yuan. Yu Lily chose a McLaren, priced at over 6 million yuan. Lin Xingxue chose a Maserati, priced at over 5 million yuan. Tang Rou chose a Porsche, with a final price tag of over 5 million yuan. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, Su Yao didn't choose a sports car but instead picked a classic car, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with a final price tag exceeding 10 million yuan. 1 luxury SUV and 5 luxury supercars, their combined value already exceeded 40 million yuan. Not only did Jiang Chen max out his black card spending credit, but he also withdrew several million more from his personal bank account. But compared to the 200 million yuan in double rebates, the extra millions he spent were practically nothing. Let's grab a bite first, then head straight to Phoenix Manor this afternoon. Glancing at the 6 stunning beauties vying for attention, Jiang Chen thought to himself, it was time to bring these ladies home. What was that idiom again? Hiding a mistress in a golden house. Exactly. To hide a mistress, you must first have a golden house. It's like, a rooster must build his nest before the hen has a place to lay her eggs. In short, the Jiang family's expansion is just around the corner. 2 p.m. A convoy of 7 brand new sports cars raced swiftly down the highway. Leading the pack is a Bugatti Chiron. Following closely behind was a Ferrari LaFerrari. Then came Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, McLarens, Maseratis, and Porsches. Wherever the convoy passed, it drew gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Holy crap! So many luxury supercars? Are all the rich kids of Xilan City out on a group outing? Wow! A Ferrari LaFerrari so sleek. What's so special about the Ferrari LaFerrari? Look at that Bugatti Chiron leading the pack. There are only 3 of those in our country right now. Who knew? Xilan City actually has a Bugatti Chiron. Holy crap! This is the first time in my life I've seen so many luxury supercars. Quick, snap a pic and post it on WeChat Moments. Instead of driving her newly purchased Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Su Yao got behind the wheel of the Ferrari LaFerrari Jiang Chen had gifted her. As for the Cullinan, she had already handed it over to the auto show's coordinator, who would arrange for staff to deliver it directly to Phoenix Villa. About half an hour later, the convoy arrived smoothly at Villa number 1 in Phoenix Villa. After parking the 6 golden flowers, they immediately got out and began curiously surveying the grand villa. First to catch their eyes was a vast, magnificent garden. The garden was filled with various rare flowers and plants, crisscrossed by over a dozen paths paved with pebbles. At the very center of the garden stood a small fountain plaza. Whenever music played, the fountain danced to the rhythm, shooting water into all sorts of shapes. Behind the garden stood a massive mansion resembling a Western-style palace. Majestic, luxurious, and breathtakingly beautiful. To the left of the villa lies a tennis court, while to the right stands a detached garage and a helicopter landing pad. Honey, is this really the villa you bought? Honey, can we really live here someday? A mansion this big is almost like a small estate. How much did it cost to buy? Lily, pinch me. I need to make sure I'm not dreaming. Ouch. Why did you pinch me so hard? That hurt like hell. Ha 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 ha. All along the way, the 6 golden flowers' faces showed nothing but shock and wild excitement. Upon entering the grand villa, they were stunned once more by its opulent interior. Soon, the 6 golden flowers began touring the mansion, casually selecting bedrooms they liked. Jiang Chen had already toured the villa and didn't feel like accompanying the 6 beauties on another round. So he simply flopped onto the sofa, pulled out his phone, and started playing a game. Ring ring. Just then, an unfamiliar number called in. Jiang Chen was engrossed in his game, thoroughly enjoying himself. He intended to hang up immediately, but his hand slipped and accidentally pressed the answer button. The next second, a gentle, mature voice came through the phone. Hello? May I ask who's calling? May I speak with Jiang Chen, Chairman Jian? Jiang Chen paused for a moment before realizing his new identity: Chairman of Imperial Dynasty Group. This is Jiang Chen. Who is this? Jiang Chen lifted the phone to his ear, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Chairman, hello. My name is Xiao Wanqing. I currently serve as Deputy General Manager at Imperial Dynasty Group. I apologize for the sudden call, but I wanted to report on our work progress and inquire if you have any new instructions? Xiao Wanqing spoke with great caution. After all, this was her first interaction with the new chairman, and she hadn't yet gauged his temperament or personality, so it was only natural for her to be cautious. You're the Deputy General Manager? Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. It wasn't that he looked down on Xiao Wanqing as a Deputy General Manager, nor was he deliberately putting on airs. Jiang Chen had acquired all shares of Imperial Dynasty Group, making him its sole chairman. Logically, the General Manager should have called him. Why was it the Deputy General Manager instead? Xiao Wanqing seemed to anticipate Jiang Chen's thoughts and immediately explained over the phone, Chairman, it's like this. After you acquired 100% of the shares in Imperial Dynasty Group, the former General Manager voluntarily resigned. Currently, the position of General Manager at our Imperial Dynasty Group is temporarily vacant, so I took the liberty of contacting you, Chairman. After hearing Xiao Wanqing's explanation, Jiang Chen didn't dwell on it. So the General Manager resigned? These days, talent was the last thing in short supply. Did capitalists really fear a shortage of people willing to work themselves to the bone for them? At worst, he could simply promote the former Deputy General Manager to take over. The entire group would keep running smoothly. Besides, Jiang Chen didn't know how to manage a company anyway. It would be far easier to just sit back and let others handle it. Since the former General Manager has resigned and the position can't remain vacant, why not just have you take over as General Manager? Jiang Chen made the decision as casually as playing house, promoting Xiao Wanqing to General Manager of the Imperial Dynasty Group on a whim. This left Xiao Wanqing frozen in place on the other end of the phone. Ha? Chairman, are you saying you want to promote me to become the new General Manager of Dynasty Group? Hearing Xiao Wanqing's utterly astonished voice, Jiang Chen replied with a hint of impatience, yes, I'm promoting you to be the new General Manager. What? Don't you want this position? No. Chairman, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, I am willing to be the General Manager. I also believe I have the capability to handle this position. Chairman, I am deeply grateful for your promotion and recognition. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and contribute all my strength to our group. Chapter 82, 1 Group, 3 Vice Presidents. Phoenix Villa. Villa number 1. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen had barely started playing a mobile game when he received an email from Xiao Wanqing. The email contained an appointment letter. It formally announced the appointment of Xiao Wanqing, formerly the group's Deputy General Manager, as the new General Manager. Jiang Chen skimmed through the letter and couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Xiao Wanqing really was a woman of decisive action. How long had it even been? She had already prepared the appointment letter, and now it only needed the Chairman Jiang Chen's signature for approval. Swish, swish, swish. Without further ado, Jiang Chen completed the electronic signature on the appointment letter. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to send the signed appointment letter to Xiao Wanqing, he unexpectedly received a call from an unknown number. Ring ring ring. The ringtone was urgent, causing Jiang Chen to frown slightly before answering the call. Hello? May I ask who's calling? May I speak with Jiang Chen, Chairman Jian? A slightly seductive, mature female voice came through the line. But what surprised Jiang Chen was that these two lines she spoke were identical to Xiao Wanqing's opening lines. What was going on? Another call for Chairman Jiang? When did Chairman Jiang become so sought after? This is Jiang Chen. Who's this? Jiang Chen raised the phone to his ear, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Chairman, hello. My name is Shin Kiching. I currently serve as Deputy General Manager at Imperial Dynasty Group. I'm calling to report on our work progress and also to ask if you have any new instructions? Shin Kiching spoke with great caution. However, after hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened, his mouth fell open, and his expression looked like he'd seen a ghost. What the hell? Shin Kiching said she was the Deputy General Manager? Then that Xiao Wanqing who just called me, was she a fake? Chairman? Chairman? The questioning voice on the other end of the line quickly snapped Jiang Chen back to reality. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice, his tone slightly off as he asked, your name is Shin Kiching, right? Yes, Chairman, my name is Shin Kiching. You said, you're the Deputy General Manager of Imperial Dynasty Group? Yes, I've been with our group for 6 years and currently hold the position of Vice President. How many Deputy General Managers does our group have in total? Jiang Chen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Though he had already guessed something, he dared not jump to conclusions before fully understanding the situation. Chairman, our group has 1 General Manager and 3 Deputy General Manager positions. I am the Vice President in charge of auditing and legal affairs. The other 2 Deputy General Managers oversee finance and operations, and administration and human resources, respectively. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen quickly asked, what are the names of the other 2 Deputy General Managers? Shin Kiching paused briefly on the other end of the line. She seemed somewhat surprised that Chairman Jiang Chen didn't know the names of his own company's Deputy General Managers. However, Shin Kiching still answered Jiang Chen promptly, Chairman, the other 2 Deputy General Managers are Xiao Wanqing and Zhou Ruoshi. Oh. A peculiar expression flashed across Jiang Chen's face once more. Judging by the names of these 3 Deputy General Managers, they were all women. Wasn't there a hint of female dominance at this Imperial Dynasty Group? Never mind. A great leader once said, women hold up half the sky. Therefore, one must never underestimate women. Chairman, the former Group General Manager has voluntarily resigned, leaving the position vacant. I'd like to ask the Chairman, what are your plans for the temporarily vacant position of General Manager? Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face instantly twisted into an expression of helpless amusement. Just as expected. Shin Kiching had set her sights on the General Manager position. Oh no. Perhaps all 3 Deputy General Managers have their eyes on the General Manager's seat. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice, then paused thoughtfully before saying, I have already appointed Xiao Wanqing as the new General Manager of the group. The appointment letter will be issued to the Imperial Dynasty Group shortly. I hope you will cooperate with General Manager Zhao's work going forward. Ha! Before Jiang Chen could finish his sentence, a startled gasp erupted from the other end of the line. Shin Kiching's breathing visibly quickened, clearly caught off guard by Jiang Chen's appointment. Deputy General Manager Shin, do you have any questions? Jiang Chen frowned, seemingly displeased that Shin Kiching had abruptly interrupted him. Chairman, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Well, I believe I am more qualified than Vice President Xiao to take on the role of General Manager. I can assure you that if given the position, I will undoubtedly lead Imperial Group to new heights. Chairman, I hope you'll give me a chance to prove myself. Silence. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a headache coming on. He had assumed Dynasty Group had only 1 Deputy General Manager, so when Xiao Wanqing called, he readily promised to promote her to General Manager. However, Shin Kiching's call had made Jiang Chen hesitate once more. Xiao Wanqing's first impression on Jiang Chen was one of steadiness. Shin Kiching's first impression on Jiang Chen was that she was aggressive. Ironically, Jiang Chen favored aggressive types precisely because he himself was aggressive. Without knowing the specific capabilities of the 2 vice presidents, if he absolutely had to choose one to be the general manager, Jiang Chen leaned more toward Shin Kiching. But the problem was, Jiang Chen had already personally promised to promote Xiao Wanqing to general manager. As chairman, he couldn't very well go back on his word and break his promise, could he? Ha! Jiang Chen exhaled a long breath before speaking calmly, Deputy General Manager Shin, though this is our first interaction, I truly appreciate your straightforward nature. Young people should be full of energy, daring to fight and strive. If you want something, go out and fight for it. In any case, I will seriously consider you for the position of Group General Manager. Jiang Chen didn't commit outright, merely stating he would consider it. Yet on the other end of the line, Shin Kiching glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Simultaneously, she felt a growing fondness for this chairman who had shown such recognition of her abilities. Especially Jiang Chen's words, go after what you want, struck a chord deep within Shin Kiching's heart. A heart-wrenching melody wherein this vast world can one find a kindred spirit? Though not quite that dramatic, Shin Kiching felt Jiang Chen's character must be quite similar to her own. Huff. After hanging up, Jiang Chen flopped onto the sofa, pressed his forehead, and let out a long sigh. Damn it. Being chairman really sucks. He hadn't even stepped foot in the company yet, and 2 phone calls had already given him a splitting headache. What other shenanigans would he encounter next? Ring ring. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang again. The caller ID displayed yet another unfamiliar number. In that instant, Jiang Chen sat bolt upright, his expression as peculiar as could be. He had a strong premonition. The caller had to be the third vice president of the Imperial Dynasty Group, Zhou Ruoxi. No need to think about it, it had to be her. If it wasn't, I swear, I'd eat this phone. Chapter 83, Everyone Wants to be General Manager. Hello? Jiang Chen answered the call. To uphold the chairman's illustrious image, he pronounced the simple hello with resounding force and soaring grandeur. The sound was like a summer's fervent call, melting the ice and snow of winter, yet also like a storm approaching, instantly taking one's breath away. Okay, fine. Not that dramatic, it was simply that Jiang Chen's voice was deep, resonant, and magnetic, making it incredibly pleasant to hear. However, there was a moment of silence on the other end before faint sobs broke through, as if a young woman was weeping. Jiang Chen, you finally picked up my call. When Lu Ruyan's voice came through the phone, Jiang Chen swore he felt like he was splitting apart. Confusion, shock, numbness, anger. In the blink of an eye, four distinct expressions flashed across Jiang Chen's face. Hell. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Chen suddenly sprang up from the sofa. A surge of rage shot straight to his scalp, forcing him to send Lu Ruyan his warmest regards. Lu Ruyan, are you out of your mind? Who the hell told you to call at this hour? Don't you have any sense of public decency? You're killing me. I'm warning you, if you dare call me again, I swear I'll sell you to the Red Romance Leisure Club and make you peddle clams for the rest of your life. Get the hell out of my face. After unleashing this tirade, Jiang Chen hung up without another word. Silence. The living room was dead silent. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the phone in his hand, his expression as grim as could be. At the same time, he was contemplating whether to go live and eat the phone in front of everyone. After all, he had just made a bold promise: if the caller wasn't Zhou Ruoxi, the deputy general manager of Imperial Dynasty Group, he would eat the phone. A real man keeps his word, right? Damn it. It was all Lu Ruyan's fault. Of all times, she had to call right then. The biggest mistake of my life was getting involved with a trashy woman like Lu Ruyan. Damn it, she curses her husbands, she even cursed her ex-boyfriend. She ruined my entire reputation. Fine. I'll make a statement. I'll definitely eat that phone. I'll owe it for now and pay it back later. Trust me, I'm not a man who breaks his word. Ring. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang yet again. The caller ID displayed yet another unfamiliar number. At that moment, the look on Jiang Chen's face was as peculiar as could be. He had a strong premonition. The caller had to be the third vice president of the Imperial Dynasty Group, Zhou Ruoxi. No need to guess, it had to be her. If it wasn't, I swear, I'd eat both my phones. Huff. Jiang Chen didn't rush to answer the call. Instead, he exhaled deeply to steady his nerves before nervously swiping the answer button with trembling fingers. No kidding. This concerns the life and death of two phones. How could he not be nervous? Hello? May I help you? May I speak with Jiang Chen, Chairman Jian? A crisp, melodious voice came through the phone. That voice, smooth and melodious, flowing like water, clear and enchanting, soft and whispering, crisp and resonant, dreamlike and ethereal, blending strength and gentleness, like orchids in a secluded valley, melting hearts, sweet as honey-soaked. 10,000 words omitted. In short, Jiang Chen shuddered. His deep eyes instantly lit up. Mom, you'll never have to worry about me eating two phones again. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice, then replied in a deep, resonant voice full of magnetic charm, "This is Jiang Chen. May I ask who you are?" "Chairman, hello. My name is Zhou Ruoxi, currently serving as Deputy General Manager at Imperial Dynasty Group. I'm calling to report on our work progress and also to ask if you have any new instructions." Zhou Ruoxi phrased her words with great care. But Jiang Chen was numb. Speechless. His ears were practically calloused from hearing it. He'd heard that line a full 3 times already. Damn it all to hell. Could it be that Xiao Wanqing, Shen Qiqing, and Zhou Ruoxi were all taught by the same master? Only those from the same school could pull off the same tricks. Therefore, Jiang Chen now seriously suspected that the 3 of them must be students taught by the same husband. Oh no. The same teacher. Vice President Zhou. Jiang Chen paused to gather his thoughts before speaking earnestly. "Before you, both Vice Presidents Xiao and Shen called me. Regarding the temporary vacancy of the Group General Manager position, I've actually given it serious thought. I decided to promote a capable and intelligent executive directly from within our group to fill the position of General Manager." The moment Jiang Chen uttered these words, the breathing on the other end of the line became noticeably more hurried. No need to guess. This woman has her sights set on the General Manager position too. How does that saying go? A soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general isn't a good soldier. Jiang Napoleon brawler scumbag Chen wholeheartedly agreed with this saying. He was delighted to see every soldier under his command brimming with fighting spirit, each harboring ambition, each aspiring to be a general. The more capable his troops were, the more at ease he felt as a hands-off manager. "Chairman, I'm actually quite capable, you know." Zhou Ruoxi's sudden tease nearly made Jiang Chen's waist snap. Not only did she emphasize the word capable with deliberate emphasis, but she also ended the sentence with a soul-stirring, teasing inflection. Jiang Chen had intended to sternly reprimand Zhou Ruoxi. How dare she speak to the chairman in such a tone? But the words on the tip of his tongue transformed into an unexpected question. Just how capable are you? Chairman, may I invite you to my home for dinner tonight? I'll personally cook a lavish dinner for you tonight. How about you come taste my culinary skills? Of course, I absolutely have no ulterior motives. This dinner serves two purposes. First, to celebrate your appointment as chairman of Imperial Dynasty Group. Second, to take this opportunity to give you a thorough and detailed work report, proving just how capable I am, you know. Jiang Chen felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Zhou Ruoxi's voice, especially that teasing inflection at the end, was far too skilled at provoking men. This woman was definitely no saint. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and asked in a low voice, Deputy Director Zhou, I'd like to ask, how many years have you been working at the group? Have you always held the position of Deputy General Manager? There was a slight pause on the other end of the line. Then, Zhou Ruoxi's teasing voice came through, Chairman, I've been with the Dynasty Group for 7 years. I started as the department manager in the PR department before being promoted to Deputy General Manager of the group. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly and a look of realization spread across his face. So she was from the PR department. No wonder she's so bold. And she's got a certain flair. This woman is a pro. I need to be on high alert. Chairman, about that matter I mentioned earlier. I'm busy tonight. Let's reschedule. It's a bit disappointing, but no worries. Whenever you're free, Chairman, you're always welcome to visit my place. Chapter 84, 6 Well-Behaved Daughters? Phoenix Manor. In the living room of Villa Number 1. Jiang Chen had just hung up the phone when a flurry of high-heeled footsteps echoed near his ears, punctuated by the chattering laughter of a group of women. The 6 golden flowers had finally deigned to come downstairs. Could choosing a room really take this long? Jiang Chen had assumed they were holding a meeting upstairs discussing a plan, meticulously refining it, then finally putting it into action. Women, they really are all so slow. Clickety-clack. Suya walked in a pair of 10-centimeter heels, swaying her slender waist, jiggling her pert behind, and gliding with an S-shaped figure. She moved with a natural catwalk, her footsteps carrying a breeze and a trail of fragrance. Swish. She glided to Jiang Chen's side, elegantly adjusting her skirt before planting her bottom down with a slight tilt of her hips. She casually crossed one leg over the other. Swish. Zhao Sherman moved swiftly. After Suya took her seat, she immediately sauntered over to Jiang Chen's other side and plopped down with a casual ease. The other 4 beauties, seeing no empty seats beside Jiang Chen, all wore expressions of disappointment. No choice. They could only find random seats and then fix their gazes on Jiang Chen. Honey, what are you doing? Suya noticed Jiang Chen holding his phone, seemingly signing an electronic contract, and immediately leaned in curiously. Nothing much. Just acquired a company and signing an appointment letter. At his words, the eyes of all 6 women including Suya lit up. Honey, you acquired a company? What kind of company is it? What's its main line of business? How big is it? Honey, does that mean you're now a tycoon? Suya's rapid-fire questions voiced not only her own thoughts but also the collective curiosity of the other 5 golden flowers. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment. Since all 6 golden flowers were gold diggers, it was absolutely necessary to show them his true strength. What if some rich heir suddenly appeared, took a fancy to these little sprites, and tried to buy them off with money? Given these girls' temperament, Jiang Chen couldn't guarantee he wouldn't end up wearing a big hat. Beyond that, Jiang Chen felt that his appointment as chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group would inevitably be exposed sooner or later. And since it wasn't some shady business, there was no point in hiding it. Therefore, Jiang Chen blurted out, this company is called Imperial Dynasty Group, and I'm not some CEO. I'm the sole shareholder. They all call me chairman. Whoa! A collective gasp echoed through the living room. Jiang Chen merely raised an eyebrow, only to see 6 jaws drop simultaneously. Of course, it wasn't quite that dramatic. The 6 golden flowers merely stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces frozen in utter shock. They all stared dumbly at Jiang Chen, speechless for a long moment. The living room fell silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. After about a minute, Suya finally asked in a trembling voice, her words cautious, Husband, did you just say, the Imperial Dynasty Group? MHM. You mean the Imperial Dynasty Group here in Shilan City? The one with a market value of hundreds of billions, involved in real estate, hotels, theme parks, shopping malls, cinemas, media, entertainment, construction, IT, manufacturing, sales, foreign trade, financial investment, and more, the absolute behemoth of Shilan City? Upon receiving Jiang Chen's affirmative response, Suya suddenly froze. But, after a brief silence, the living room erupted in shrieks. Ah! Honey, you're so amazing. This is the Imperial Dynasty Group. A colossal conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, and you just acquired it? Honey, how much money do you actually have? Daddy, are you now the richest man in Shilan City? Have you already made it into the top 10 on the Dragon Nation's wealth list? Daddy Jiang Chen, I'm your good girl. Forever and ever. Daddy, I'm your good girl too. Are your shoulders sore? Let me give you a shoulder massage. Daddy, let me pound your legs. Daddy, what fruit would you like? I'll wash it for you right away. Upon learning that Jiang Chen had acquired the Imperial Dynasty Group and become its sole shareholder, all 6 golden flowers went wild with excitement. Including Su Yao, all 6 golden flowers were now calling Jiang Chen dad. This emotional high was off the charts. However, Jiang Chen frowned, his eyes fixed on his phone screen. He remained silent for a long while, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. Su Yao quickly noticed Jiang Chen's unusual state. She wrapped her arms around his, planted a firm kiss on his cheek, and asked, "Honey, you just acquired the Imperial Dynasty Group. Shouldn't you be overjoyed? Why the long face?" "Ha!" Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly, then proceeded to recount the entire incident to the 6 golden flowers. Truthfully, he was genuinely torn, uncertain whom to promote from among the 3 deputy general managers to take the helm as the group's CEO. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers make a zhuge liang. Here, Jiang Chen had 6 ordinary craftsmen, enough to rival 2 zhuge liangs. Therefore, he wanted to hear the 6 golden flowers' opinions. Soon, the living room fell silent. All 6 golden flowers were deep in thought, each adopting an air of offering advice and solving problems for Jiang Chen. "Honey, I think since you've already promised Deputy General Manager Xiao, you should appoint her as General Manager. A man of his word must keep his promises, don't you agree?" Su Yao voiced her opinion first. But her words caused Jiang Chen's expression to grow peculiar. "Little Splash, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to hint at something indirectly? That a man should keep his word? So, the promise Dad made to you back then that if he ever married, it would only be you must be kept? But Dad's a scumbag. Can you trust a scumbag's words?" "Husband, I think Sister Yao is right. You're now the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group. Your word is law. If you go back on your promise, it will only damage your credibility." Zhao Shimian also spoke up, clearly siding with Su Yao. It seemed the sisters' bond was truly unbreakable. After all, Su Yao and Zhao Shimian once played nurse sisters together, one giving injections, the other administering medicine. Their coordination was seamless, truly in perfect harmony. Best friends forever. Together we advance, together we retreat, together we forge ahead, together we soar. That's great. However, just as Jiang Chen assumed the other 4 golden flowers would all agree with Su Yao, someone suddenly switched sides. A sharp, cutting voice instantly shattered the calm. "I think Vice President Shen is bold and determined, with a straightforward personality. She goes after what she wants. That kind of talent is more suited to be the general manager. Besides, my husband also thinks highly of this Vice President Shen. If he believes in her, why not appoint her as general manager? After all, the entire group belongs to my husband. He can appoint whoever he wants as general manager without having to look at anyone else's face, right?" Silence. The living room fell silent. Everyone, including Jiang Chen, fixed their gaze on Lu Li. Exactly. Those words just now came straight from that little green tea, Lu Li. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Lu Li to dare step forward and contradict Su Yao. Was she relying on her sharp tongue in Jiang Chen's favor to challenge Su Yao's position as the main wife? She's got some nerve. Chapter 85, 6 Golden Flowers, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms? In the living room, the atmosphere seemed to shift ever so slightly. Su Yao reclined lazily on the sofa, arms crossed over her chest, one leg still casually crossed over the other. Though the corners of her mouth curved upward in a faint smile, giving her a cheerful appearance, her alluring almond-shaped eyes were half closed, their depths shrouded in an enigmatic haze. Lu Li sat on the opposite sofa, legs together, leaning slightly to one side. She appeared to be idly fiddling with her nails, yet the corners of her eyes kept drifting towards Su Yao with deliberate, casual glances. "I agree with Pear's perspective." Just then, Yu Lily, seated beside Lu Li, suddenly spoke up. "I also believe that Vice President Shen is more suited for the position of general manager." Yu Lily cautiously glanced at Su Yao before pursing her lips. The general manager of Imperial Dynasty Group holds immense power, second only to the chairman, yet above thousands. This is no trivial matter. Therefore, appointing the general manager absolutely cannot be taken lightly. We certainly can't just slap someone into the position. If we choose the wrong general manager and it ends up causing losses for the group, it'll be Jiang Chen's money that's lost in the end. This is a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. Even a 1% loss would amount to over $1 billion long nation currency. After voicing her opinion, Yu Lily's gaze instinctively fell upon Jiang Chen's face. Seeing that he showed no signs of anger or displeasure, Yu Lily instantly relaxed. She then settled quietly beside Lu Li, keeping her eyes on her nose and her nose on her heart. Silence. The room fell silent once more. Su Yao narrowed her eyes, first scanning Lu Li and Yu Lily, then turning to glance at Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou seated on the opposite sofa. Seeing no one else raising objections, Su Yao turned back, fixing her gaze directly on Lu Li. "Li Zi, why do you think an aggressive talent would be more suitable for the role of general manager than a steady one?" Luli immediately sat up straight. Meeting Su Yao's piercing gaze without flinching, she declared, the Dynasty Group is a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. While its scale is immense, its development has reached a bottleneck. To break through this bottleneck and continue growing the group stronger and larger, we need an aggressive general manager, not a steady one. Sis Yao, do you agree with me? Su Yao immediately crossed her legs. Taking a deep breath, she replied calmly, you're right. Imperial Group has indeed hit a developmental bottleneck. But precisely because it grew too rapidly, many of its foundations remain unstable. That's why the group has hit this bottleneck. At this stage, Dynasty Group absolutely cannot blindly pursue breakthroughs. Instead, it needs to consolidate for a period. Only by solidifying its foundations can pursuing breakthroughs later yield twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, I believe what Dynasty Group needs most right now is a stable general manager. Holy crap! Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined a bunch of money-grubbing little punks could sit together, pontificating and spouting grand theories. The business theories he'd learned in college hadn't faded from memory. They were even applying those concepts directly to Dynasty Group. They all seemed pretty impressive. Yao, you said it yourself, this is just the current stage. Can't you think a little more long-term? What if we get past this stage? How will the group develop in the future? We can't just replace this general manager with someone else when the time comes, can we? Opposing team debater number 1, Luli, once again delivered a sharp rebuttal. Pro-debater Su Yao countered with a soul-searching question, if the group can't even get through this phase, what future are we talking about? As soon as Su Yao finished, Luli interjected, Sis Yao, it's not as dire as you make it sound, is it? Deputy General Managers Shen and Xiao can easily divide responsibilities. One focuses on external expansion while the other maintains internal stability. That way, the issues you fear won't even arise. However, I believe expansion should be the primary focus, with stability as a secondary consideration. Look at those Western powers, didn't they all expand their nations by invading other countries to amass wealth? As soon as Luli finished, Su Yao countered, Western powers did indeed grow by invading others, but our dragon nation is different. Our dragon nation has grown through self-development, step by step, steadily accumulating strength until we became a powerful nation. Isn't that a living example? So why should we emulate the methods of those Western powers? As soon as Su Yao finished, Luli chimed in, Sis Yao, you just said our dragon nation became powerful through gradual development and steady accumulation. But life is only a few decades long. Can we really afford to wait that long? Following your logic, even if we wait until our hair turns white, we'll probably never see the Huachao Group's market value break through the trillion mark. If we want to build the Dynasty Group into a powerful force within our lifetimes, we have to learn from the Western powers. The debate reached a fever pitch. Su Yao and Luli engaged in a fierce debate, neither side yielding an inch, neither able to persuade the other. Suddenly, someone proposed the idea of a vote. But Jiang Chen never imagined the situation would take another dramatic turn. Zhao Sherman supported Su Yao, while Yu Lili backed Luli. The sides were tied at 2-2. Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou had unexpectedly chosen to abstain. As all eyes turned toward Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou, Lin Qingxue suddenly cleared her throat twice and said apologetically, actually, I don't think Vice Presidents Xiao and Xin are suitable candidates. On the contrary, I believe Vice President Zhou might be a better fit for the position of General Manager. Reason? Su Yao and Luli asked almost simultaneously. Lin Qingxue sat up straight, adjusted her glasses, and her demeanor underwent a dramatic shift in that instant. She replied calmly and deliberately, Deputy General Manager Zhou comes from the group's PR department. She's dealt with all kinds of shady characters. When it comes to judging people, I believe she's more capable than the other two Deputy General Managers. Beyond that, Vice President Zhou is bold and aggressive yet meticulously cautious, perfectly synthesizing the strengths of Vice Presidents Xiao and Shen. Her caution is evident because she was the last person to call Jiang Chen. The final player to enter the field is often the one most thoroughly prepared. Her boldness is evident in how she assessed Jiang Chen's character in just a few words during their first call, then decisively initiated a seduction tactic revealing both immense ambition and daring. Isn't such talent perfectly suited for the role of general manager? As soon as Lin Qingxue finished speaking, Tang Rou immediately raised her hand and declared, I agree with Qingxue's viewpoint. I'm casting my vote for her elect Vice President Zhou as general manager. Silence. The living room fell silent once more. Su Yao and Zhao Sherman, Luli and Yu Lili, Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou, they had unexpectedly split into three distinct factions. What was going on here? A three-way standoff? A Three Kingdoms saga? 3 monks, no water to drink? 3 lives, 3 worlds, 10 miles of peach blossoms? Jiang Chen suddenly found himself believing that saying he'd seen online, a female host with only 4 people has at least 7 or 8 groups. Whoa! Upon closer reflection, women really are terrifying. Chapter 86, Jiang Chen makes his stand. Jiang Chen knew he needed to speak up. If he let things continue to unfold unchecked, these 6 little troublemakers would surely stage a palace intrigue right here. As the saying goes, every country has its laws, and every family has its rules. Jiang Chen had no desire to see his own backyard go up in flames, so he had to establish some order. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice, instantly capturing the full attention of the 6 golden flowers. Yao Yao, Li Zi, Xing Shui, you've truly surprised me. I never imagined you'd be so sharp in judging people and analyzing psychology, and even have your own unique insights into the future direction of the Imperial Dynasty Group. After hearing your remarks just now, I can't help but feel an urge to give each of you your own company. You'd serve as general managers, and we'll see who ultimately builds the strongest enterprise. Jiang Chen first offered a small compliment to Su Yao, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue before shifting gears and stating his position directly. Regarding the appointment of the general manager for the Imperial Dynasty Group, I have already made my decision. At this point, Jiang Chen wore a faint, ambiguous smile as his gaze swept over the 6 golden flowers. After a brief pause, Jiang Chen continued, just as Yao Yao and Man said, one must never break their word. As the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group, if I were to abandon integrity, it would not only damage my own reputation and character, but also cause the employees under me to lose trust and respect in me. Therefore, I have decided to appoint Xiao Wanqing as the group's general manager. As for whether she can lead the Imperial Dynasty Group to greater heights, I don't care. I also don't need to devote all my energy to a small company. Because the Imperial Dynasty Group is merely a fraction of my holdings. It's like having $10,000 in your pocket and handing 100 of it to someone else to manage. Would you really care about the returns from that $100? Jiang Chen's words were somewhat exaggerated, but upon reflection, they held a certain logic. After all, Jiang Chen's greatest asset was the system. Everything he currently possessed had been bestowed upon him by it. As long as the system remained, Jiang Chen was certain to acquire even greater wealth in the future. Take the Gene Enhancement Potion and Strengthening Potion, he consumed. These were priceless treasures money couldn't buy. Then there were the Martial Arts Mastery and Musical Instrument Mastery he'd won through lottery draws, truly priceless treasures. And then there's the Mind's Eye. Could the value of such a thing even be measured in money? In short, on the lucky wheel, aside from the rewards in the gold coin section, which of the other 4 reward categories didn't contain treasures that money simply couldn't buy? Even selling the entire Imperial Dynasty Group wouldn't cover the cost of these rewards. Looking back now, isn't the Imperial Dynasty Group utterly insignificant compared to the system? Forget the system. If Jiang Chen were to produce just 1 bottle of enhancement potion, countless tycoons would likely offer their entire fortunes in exchange. The legendary perpetual motion machine. What man could resist such temptation? Now that company matters are settled, shall we discuss family affairs? After making his stance clear, Jiang Chen swiftly scanned Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, Yu Lili, and Lin Qingxue, finally settling his gaze on Tang Rou. Tang Rou, would you be willing to join our family? Think carefully before answering, because I'm only giving you this one chance. If you refuse now, there will never be another opportunity. At Jiang Chen's words, the 6 women all flashed different expressions. Su Yao remained as composed as ever. She couldn't care less how many women Jiang Chen had. She knew only this: as long as I live, you'll always be my consorts. Zhao Shiman's face softened into a faint smile. Her gaze toward Tang Rou brimmed with kindness, her eyes even flickering with a hint of anticipation. It seemed she welcomed Tang Rou joining this extended family. After all, they were all close friends. Dragging one down was one thing, but dragging several down meant everyone was happy. Lu Li sat quietly on the sofa, her head slightly bowed, appearing distracted. Clearly, Jiang Chen's explicit support for Su Yao had dealt a crushing blow to the little troublemaker. This made Lu Li realize that within this household, Su Yao was the unshakable empress. Even if she gained Jiang Chen's affection, she had to know her place. She couldn't harbor any ill intentions, much less dare to covet the position of the main wife. Yu Lili, however, was not consumed by such thoughts. From start to finish, her gaze remained fixed on Jiang Chen. But when Jiang Chen glanced her way, Yu Lili would swiftly avert her gaze, her fair face flushing involuntarily. Clearly, this woman was imagining some scenes unsuitable for minors. Stupid woman. Finally, there was Lin Qingxue. The moment she heard Jiang Chen extend an invitation to Tang Rou, her entire demeanor instantly grew tense. But she dared not show it too obviously, only frantically signaling to Tang Rou from the shadows, as if warning her not to accept Jiang Chen's invitation. Tang Rou seemed a bit nervous too. After all, her girlfriend Lin Qingxue was sitting right beside her. If she accepted Jiang Chen's invitation right in front of Lin Qingxue, wouldn't that break her heart? But Jiang Chen had made it crystal clear this was his one and only chance. Miss this chance, and there would never be another. Tang Rou cared deeply for Lin Qingxue, yet she couldn't bear to turn down this staggering fortune. After just one day together, Jiang Chen's extravagant generosity had completely shattered Tang Rou's worldview, values, and outlook on life. She knew full well that with Jiang Chen's extravagant and generous nature, if she agreed, she could enjoy endless luxury and wealth for the rest of her life. But what about Lin Qingxue? She had already given herself to Jiang Chen for my sake. She made such a tremendous sacrifice. Could I really turn a blind eye? Could I risk damaging our bond over mere money? At this thought, Tang Ro's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Just as she trembled her lips, about to speak, Jiang Chen beat her to it. Oh, and one more thing. If you refuse me, we'll be strangers from now on. I won't let you see Yao Yao, Man, Li Zi, Li or Qing Xue again. And if any of them dares sneak off to see you, I'll break their legs. Beyond that, you must delete and block all contact information linking you to them. If anyone dares secretly keep your contact details, I won't just break their legs, I'll send them abroad and never bring them back. The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the temperature in the entire living room seemed to drop several degrees. Tick-tock. A cold sweat trickled down Tang Ro's temple. She never imagined Jiang Chen could be so ruthless, so utterly heartless. If she refused him, wouldn't she never see Qing Xue again for the rest of her life? No. I can't be separated from Qing Xue. I can't live without Qing Xue. At that moment, Tang Ro's face darkened, her teeth clenched so hard they ground together. After a brief silence, Tang Ro finally made her decision. Ignoring Lin Qingxue's anxious gaze, she glared at Jiang Chen, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Fine, she said. I agree. Chapter 87, That's How Best Friends Roll. 4 p.m. Jiang Chen sent the signed appointment letter directly to Xiao Wanqing. As for what Xin Keqing and Zhou Ruoxi might think? What changes might occur within the Imperial Dynasty group? Whether Xiao Wanqing could handle the role of general manager? None of that was within Jiang Chen's considerations. Don't forget, Jiang Chen's motto was, lie low completely, coast through life, enjoy every moment, and never go to work. Swish. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Chen suddenly reached out and pulled Su Yao into his arms before announcing another matter to everyone. Since we're about to live together, as the head of this household, I must establish some ground rules for you all. First, when I'm not home, you all must listen to Yao Yao. She's your big sister, and her authority is unshakable. Second, I'll give each of you an allowance every month. But I'll transfer the money to Yao Yao, and she'll distribute it to you all. Third, I detest betrayal above all else. Should any of you ever betray me, I will give you no mercy, I will kill you with my own hands. Of course, as long as you behave yourselves, I guarantee you'll enjoy endless wealth and luxury for the rest of your lives. You won't be shortchanged in the slightest. I've said my piece. Any objections? Jiang Chen wrapped his right arm around Su Yao while his left hand fumbled over his own body, finally pulling out a cigarette and slipping it between his lips. Click. Seeing this, Su Yao swiftly pulled a lighter from Jiang Chen's pocket and lit his cigarette with practiced ease. Jiang Chen took a deep drag, then smiled and gave Su Yao a playful pat on the backside. Su Yao understood instantly, reaching for an ashtray on the coffee table. She held it out with both hands, presenting it before Jiang Chen so he could flick ash into it at any moment. Such an obedient and attentive woman naturally earned Jiang Chen's deep affection. The living room fell silent for a moment. The other 5 golden flowers exchanged glances. Each wore an expression of resignation and submission. There was nothing more to say. Jiang Chen was Su Yao's boyfriend to begin with. They were the ones who had rushed to become mistresses. Being able to cling to Jiang Chen's coattails was already incredibly fortunate. Did they really think they could challenge Su Yao's position? Hadn't they seen Lu Li fail miserably at it already? Are we really going to go and humiliate ourselves? If they angered Jiang Chen, they'd be the ones suffering the consequences. Sister Yao, about what happened earlier, it was my fault. I apologize and hope you can forgive me this once. Lu Li, a woman who knew when to bend and when to stand firm, immediately stood up and bowed to Su Yao in apology, her attitude sincere and earnest. Su Yao felt vindicated. The curve that formed at the corner of her lips was like an AK-47 on full auto, there was no stopping it. Originally, Su Yao had intended to give Lu Li a thorough dressing down. This little minx, whom she had personally brought into the fold, now dared to step out and vie for favor? Even worse, she dared to challenge Su Yao's status as the main wife? Given Su Yao's usual temper, not skewering this little minx alive was already incredibly merciful. But, to uphold the dignity and grace befitting the main consort, for the sake of family harmony, and to spare Jiang Chen any trouble, she chose to forgive Lu Li. Lu Li proved remarkably sensible. She actually went to pour a cup of tea herself, then presented it to Su Yao with a sweet sister. Su Yao chuckled. The slight unease she'd felt moments ago vanished like smoke. Next, Zhao Sherman, Yu Lili, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Ro followed Lu Li's example, each offering tea to Su Yao and addressing her as sister. The atmosphere instantly became cheerful. The living room echoed with the giggles and laughter of the 6 golden flowers. That's how true girlfriends should be. Together we stand, together we fall, together we conquer, together we soar. Share the blessings, weather the storms together. 5 p.m. 13 luxury boutiques at the International Finance Center Mall finally dispatched personnel to transport all the items Jiang Chen purchased that morning to Villa No. 1 at Phoenix Manor. Staff from the auto dealership also delivered the Rolls-Royce Cullinan purchased by Su Yao via a large truck. The 6 golden flowers were instantly overcome with excitement. So many luxury items. Clothes, handbags, shoes, cosmetics, jewelry. All top-tier luxury brands, and all bought for them by Jiang Chen. No need to say more. First, take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments. From now on, I'm living the life of a wealthy socialite in silk robes and fine food. Must take a photo to commemorate this. Brother Jiang Chen? Are you moving? As the staff busily carried each luxury item into the villa with utmost care, a graceful figure suddenly burst through the front gate. Qin Si. Jiang Chen, who was directing the movers, looked up and immediately curved his lips into a slight smile. Cece, don't you have school today? Today, Qin Si wore a black JK uniform. The small blouse barely contained her ample 36D bust, creating an almost bursting sensation. Beneath the pleated skirt, a pair of long, bare legs stretched out like autumn lotus roots, smooth, even, youthful, and utterly beautiful. Though Qin Si wasn't sporting her signature twin ponytails, she had pulled her hair into a simple yet adorable bun, radiating a youthful, lively energy that greeted him. Brother Jiang Chen. Qin Si skipped over to Jiang Chen and explained, I just finished my college entrance exams. I'm on break now, why would I still be going to school? Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. He knew Qin Si was young, but he never imagined this little girl was actually a high school student. Ha! Brother Jiang Chen, why are all the things they're moving women's clothes, bags, shoes, cosmetics? Qin Si suddenly noticed something amiss and immediately asked Jiang Chen curiously. Hee, these are all things I bought for my girlfriend. Jiang Chen chuckled, but before he could finish, Qin Si's gasp cut him off. What? Brother Jiang Chen, you already have a girlfriend? Qin Si's eyes widened, her mouth fell open, and she stared at Jiang Chen in utter shock, seemingly unable to accept the fact that he already had a girlfriend. Yeah, come to think of it, you've actually met her once. Jiang Chen said, turning his head toward the villa. Just then, Su Yao emerged from the villa leading the 5 golden flowers. Each of them held a phone, snapping photos of their surroundings. Yao, come here for a sec. Jiang Chen immediately waved at Su Yao. Hearing his call, she quickly put down her phone and walked over. The other 5 girls also turned their curious gazes this way. When they saw the beautiful young girl in a school uniform suddenly beside Jiang Chen, the 5 girls exchanged glances and quickly followed Su Yao over. Ha! You, who are you? Qin Si had been too far away earlier to get a clear look at Su Yao and the others. But as Su Yao led the 5 golden flowers closer, the young girl instantly recognized 4 of them. I remember now. Aren't you the therapists from the foot massage parlor at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel? I remember your number 36, she's 37, and there's also 38 and 39. What are you doing at Brother Jiang Chen's place? Silence. The room fell completely silent. Seeing Qin Si's utterly shocked expression, Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, and Lin Qingxue all wore awkward looks. They didn't want to pretend to be technicians either. But, given the circumstances at the time, they were stuck between a rock and a hard place, with no other choice. Sigh. Enough said. Talking about it just brings tears to my eyes. Chapter 88, The Charming Ant, the Black Widow. Phoenix Manor. The entrance to Villa Number 1. Jiang Chen suddenly pulled Su Yao over and introduced her to Qin Si with great confidence. Cece, this is my girlfriend, Su Yao. These ladies are all Su Yao's close girlfriends. What happened at the Imperial Hotel last time was actually a misunderstanding. They weren't technicians. Jiang Chen held nothing back, explaining the events of that night in detail, and Qin Si's doubts gradually dissolved. However, Qin Si's expression darkened considerably. Especially when she saw Jiang Chen and Su Yao hugging and acting so intimate, the young lady's expression darkened even further. Brother Jiang Chen, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to at home. I'll have to leave now. I'll come find you to hang out next time. With a look of disappointment, Qin Si tossed out these words before turning and walking away, seemingly unwilling to linger a single second longer. Jiang Chen had intended to politely try to keep her, but the moment he opened his mouth, he immediately shut it again. Name, Qin Si. Age, 18. Looks, 95. Figure, 96. Cup size, 35D. Driver, 0. Affection level, 85. Qin Si's basic profile appeared in his field of vision. Jiang Chen saw her affection rating soaring at 85 points and instantly understood the young lady's intentions. But Jiang Chen dared not respond in any way. Because the last shred of his conscience hadn't been extinguished. He could be sentimental, promiscuous, a scumbag, wicked, irresponsible, and utterly immoral, but he truly didn't want to hurt an innocent young girl. Qin Si was different from the 6 golden flowers. The 6 golden flowers wanted money, and Jiang Chen could provide it. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement, a fair transaction where both parties got what they wanted. Qin Si, however, was a wealthy heiress. She had no need for money, and at just 18, she was at the age when the door to love first opened. Girls at this age harbor boundless fantasies about love, craving genuine affection and sincerity. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen possessed neither of those things. Since he couldn't fulfill Qin Si's need for love, he shouldn't tangle himself in such a karmic entanglement. The last shred of conscience he possessed wouldn't allow it. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided it was best to dispel Qin Si's hopes early on, sparing this innocent young girl from hurt. Honey, this little girl seems to have a crush on you. Su Yao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze fixed on Jiang Chen with a hint of amusement. A charming curve played at the corners of her lips. She's too young. I wouldn't dare corrupt the future blossoms of our nation. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, about to turn back into the house, when the roar of an approaching car suddenly filled his ears. A black Maybach approached steadily from the distance, seemingly heading toward Villa Number 1. However, just as the Maybach reached the entrance of Jiang Chen's home, it slammed on the brakes, coming to a screeching halt directly in front of Jiang Chen and the 6 golden flowers. Whoosh! As Jiang Chen froze in surprise, the rear window of the Maybach rolled down, revealing a face of mature, stunning beauty, a face of unparalleled grace and charm. Seeing that familiar face, Jiang Chen was genuinely startled. However, before Jiang Chen could utter a word, the other party took the initiative to greet him. Well, isn't this the Middle Eastern oil prince young Master Jiang who took 6 princesses shopping, emptied 13 luxury boutiques in one go, and spent like there's no tomorrow? Jiang Chen. Had never imagined I'd have the honor of becoming neighbors with the legendary Mr. Jiang? Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, care to drop by my place? I'll personally whip up a feast to celebrate your housewarming today and our good fortune in becoming neighbors. Jiang Chen, sure, I'll be right over. That's right. This stunning beauty was none other than Qin Xiaoyu, the domineering CEO who'd been in an online romance with Jiang Chen for 3 years and had recently been clamoring to meet him in person. Jiang Chen wasn't a naive fool. In just a split second, he figured out Qin Xiaoyu's true identity. Qin Si bore the surname Qin, and so did Qin Xiaoyu. Moreover, the two shared a certain resemblance. Qin Xiaoyu had once mentioned having an 18-year-old daughter who resembled her greatly. Qin Si fit these descriptions perfectly. Who among the residents of Phoenix Manor wasn't a prominent figure in Shilan City? There was only one wealthy family bearing the Qin surname in all of Shilan City. The answer was now crystal clear. Qin Xiaoyu is the current head of the Qin family and the controlling figure of the Qin group. And Qin Si is her daughter, the Qin family's beloved young miss. They reside in Villa Number 2, right next door to Jiang Chen. What a small world. The room. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the Maybach drove off and turned into the courtyard of Villa Number 2 beside him. For some reason, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness it didn't go to harm Qin Si. Otherwise, this bowl of rice topped with meat might have poisoned Jiang Chen to death. The Qin family of Shilan isn't someone to mess with. Qin Xiaoyu is no pushover either. If Jiang Chen had merely gone to torment Qin Xiaoyu, he could have played the sympathy card and still had room to maneuver. But if he harms Qin Si, Jiang Chen couldn't guarantee Qin Xiaoyu wouldn't go berserk, nor could he guarantee he could withstand her wrath. When a woman goes berserk, even immortals would retreat 3 steps. And Qin Xiaoyu? She's a woman with connections reaching the heavens and a heart as cold as ice. Whoa! Just thinking about it was terrifying. Honey, who was that woman just now? Suyao cast a curious glance at Villa Number 2 next door before instinctively linking her arm through Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen lowered his head in thought before lifting his chin and addressing the 6 golden flowers in a stern tone. All of you listen carefully. That woman just now, you must never provoke her, and above all, never cross her. Why? Not just Suyao, but all 5 golden flowers wore expressions of curiosity. Her name is Qin Xiaoyu. She's the current head of the Qin family, one of Shilan City's most powerful clans, and the person who holds the reins of the Qin group. Don't be fooled by her usual smiling demeanor. In reality, she's a ruthless and extremely vicious woman. If you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and try. See for yourselves what happens when you cross her. At Jiang Chen's words, all 6 golden flowers sucked in a collective gasp. The Qin family's reputation was legendary throughout Shilan City. The current head, Qin Xiaoyu, wielded immense power in the business world, capable of causing a minor earthquake in Shilan City with a single stump. Behind closed doors, many whispered her nickname, the Black Widow. Her reputation was fearsome. Only someone as utterly brain-dead as Sun Haitao would be so reckless as to provoke Qin Xiaoyu. Had Jiang Chen known Qin Xiaoyu's true identity earlier, he'd never dream of pursuing her in real life, let alone try to take advantage of her. And certainly not consider taking her to a hotel room. Black Widow. Only when her husband dies can she truly earn the title of widow. Jiang Chen was still so young, with a bright future ahead. He certainly didn't want to meet an untimely end. But it was all too late. Jiang Chen had already dumped Qin Xiaoyu. This situation is beyond redemption now. Therefore, we'll just have to bite the bullet. You can't catch fish without getting your feet wet. The wind howls cold over the E River. The warrior departs, never to return. Venturing into the tiger's lair, entering the dragon's palace, he raised his voice to the heavens, his breath forming a white rainbow. I'll fight to the death. Chapter 89, The Gentle Side. Jiang Chen always claimed he had severe mental purity issues. It wasn't that he despised worn-out shoes. Rather, he despised women who betrayed him. Jiang Chen was a normal man. He liked young girls, young wives, younger sisters-in-law, younger aunts, young widows, single mothers. As the saying goes online, I don't care what was in the bowl I'm eating from before. I only care if someone else sticks their chopsticks into my bowl while I'm eating. That's Jiang Chen's mental purity complex. Why would Jiang Chen spare no expense to acquire the 6 golden flowers? And why did he bring all 6 of them back to Villa number 1 at Phoenix Manor, granting them a life of luxury and fine dining? First, to spite Lu Ruyan. Second, because all 6 golden flowers were pure and untainted. Third, Jiang Chen deliberately inflated the prices. Jiang Chen started with a 10 million yuan bid. Even after Su Yao pocketed 5 million in kickbacks, the remaining 5 million was still an astronomical sum. If one day someone offers $1 million to lure away the 6 golden flowers, the 6 golden flowers would naturally look down on him with utter contempt. A measly $1 million? You think that'll make us follow you? You broke-ass loser, you must be dreaming. A woman once protected by a wolf would never set her sights on a stray dog. A woman who's seen an eagle, how could she ever fancy a crow? A woman who has smelled roses, how could she ever stoop to wildflowers? 6 p.m. Jiang Chen held 2 elegant gift bags in his hands as he pressed the doorbell of Villa number 2 at Phoenix Mountain Villa. He waited at the door for several minutes. To his surprise, Qin Xiaoyu herself came out to open the door for Jiang Chen. Hey! You little rascal! I only invited you over for a simple meal, yet you show up with gifts? Qin Xiaoyu spoke politely, but her hands moved swiftly, snatching the gift bags from Jiang Chen's grasp. It's my first time visiting your home, I can't show up empty-handed, can I? Jiang Chen smiled, then followed Qin Xiaoyu into their courtyard. Qin Xiaoyu led the way, with Jiang Chen following behind. Though the Qin family villa was lavishly decorated, Jiang Chen had no heart to admire it. Instead, his gaze was drawn to Qin Xiaoyu's silhouette. Women of Qin Xiaoyu's age, having given birth, typically possessed very voluptuous figures. Much like Bai Chanxian, Qin Xiaoyu's thick, curvaceous hips were accentuated by her skirt, giving off a plump and luscious vibe that was utterly alluring. Today, Qin Xiaoyu wore a sky blue knit top. Though the garment was loose-fitting, her commanding 38F figure strained it to the point of seeming ready to burst. Her lower half was draped in a white, form-fitting maxi skirt that fell to her ankles. A slit at the back revealed her slender calves, encased in flesh-colored stockings. Her feet were adorned with beige high heels, producing a crisp click-clack sound with each step. Beyond that, Qin Xiaoyu appeared to have gone to great lengths with her appearance. Not only did she wear meticulously applied makeup, but she also pulled her hair up into an elegant updo, even securing it with a lace hairclip. She radiated femininity. She radiated charm. When Jiang Chen followed Qin Xiaoyu into the villa, he realized that despite its vast size, not a single servant was in sight. Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sis, where are your servants?" He. Qin Xiaoyu gave a soft chuckle and casually replied, "I gave all the servants 3 days off. They're all home right now. What about Cece? She's having dinner with classmates tonight and won't be eating at home." "Huh? So you're the only one at home?" "Yes." Seeing Qin Xiaoyu's ambiguous smile, for some reason, Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and a tinge of unease crept into his heart. Alone with a woman like this? What if Qin Xiaoyu suddenly pounced? As a weak man, how could I possibly protect myself? Life, it's like being forced into something. If you can't resist, you might as well learn to enjoy it. Jiang Chen, are you hungry? Sister will cook dinner for you right now. Qin Xiaoyu's voice was gentle, like a newlywed wife not only fussing over her husband but also worried he might be hungry, rushing to prepare dinner for him. Sis, you're really going to cook yourself? Jiang Chen had thought Qin Xiaoyu was joking earlier, but upon arriving at her home and seeing not a single servant in the entire villa, he realized she was serious. What? Don't you trust your sister's cooking? Qin Xiaoyu shot Jiang Chen a disapproving look before striding straight toward the kitchen. Jiang Chen sat on the living room sofa, feeling a bit uneasy. Although he was a guest in Qin Xiaoyu's home, sitting idly like a grandpa while she bustled about in the kitchen, waiting for her to serve the dishes. He felt a bit awkward. So, Jiang Chen shot to his feet with a whoosh and strode toward the kitchen, seemingly ready to lend Qin Xiaoyu a hand, help out with the prep work, or something like that. However, just as Jiang Chen reached the kitchen doorway, he suddenly saw Qin Xiaoyu with her back to him, bent over, searching for something beneath the cabinets. Keep in mind, Qin Xiaoyu was wearing a bodycon skirt. Bending over so low, her skirt clung to her curves like an explosion and it was facing Jiang Chen. How could this be? This was way too much. The sheer visual impact nearly made Jiang Chen rush over and slap her twice. What a sin! Swish! As if sensing Jiang Chen's approach, Qin Xiaoyu straightened her waist, turned her head to glance at him, and asked, Jiang Chen, why did you come in too? Jiang Chen quickly averted his gaze and smiled, replying, I'm here to lend a hand. No need. I can manage on my own. Qin Xiaoyu gave a gentle smile, walked over, grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, and tugged him toward the door. I'm the hostess, you're the guest. How could I possibly ask a guest to help with the cooking? It must be said, Qin Xiaoyu's hands were soft and warm. These delicate jade-like hands clearly showed she paid great attention to their care, having likely never done much housework. And yet, despite her noble bearing, Qin Xiaoyu was willing to set aside her status and personally cook for Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen were as dense as a log, he couldn't help but sense the affection Qin Xiaoyu held for him. Let me wash the vegetables for you. No need, I can manage alone. Cooking together saves a lot of time. Jiang Chen, I really don't need your help. You should go rest in the living room. They argued back and forth several times. Jiang Chen suddenly fixed Qin Xiaoyu with a gaze full of affection, his voice tinged with a hint of petulance. Honey, I want to cook with you. Silence. The kitchen fell suddenly silent. Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have a chord struck deep within her heart by Jiang Chen's use of honey. A faint blush instantly spread across her fair cheeks. Well, fine. A beautiful curve lifted at the corners of Qin Xiaoyu's lips. She turned on her heel, strode over, and began chopping vegetables with a steady rhythm of thump thump thump. Jiang Chen followed her over and stood beside Qin Xiaoyu. He selected some vegetables from the basket, turned on the faucet at the sink, and began washing them with meticulous care. However, before long, Jiang Chen's attention was drawn back to Qin Xiaoyu. The steady rhythm of her knife work seemed to create a resonance with each downward stroke. Her taut sky blue knit top would tremble in sync. Trembling and unstable. It was as if Jiang Chen were playing a drum set, perfectly rhythmic. Wave upon wave of motion rippled across the sky blue knit top, forming concentric circles. So big. Jiang Chen felt a bit dizzy. Motion sickness. Chapter 90. Jiang Chen gets drunk. In the kitchen. The sound of vegetables being chopped echoed through the air. Jiang Chen pretended to wash vegetables, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qin Xiaoyu. Even his breathing matched the rhythm of the waves on her clothes. Thump thump thump. You are electricity, you are light, you are the only legend. I only love you, you are my super star. Jiang Chen's mind couldn't help but flash back to last night, to the scene of him playing the drum set at the arcade. That's right. That's the rhythm. Nice. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head, her face full of suspicion as she asked, Jiang Chen, what are you looking at? Huh? Oh, that. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen felt a flicker of panic. But, after a split second, Jiang Chen immediately shifted his gaze to the kitchen knife in Qin Xiaoyu's hand and said without batting an eyelid, I was watching you chop vegetables. Watching you chop vegetables? Qin Xiaoyu narrowed her eyes, a faint, ambiguous smile playing on her lips. It seemed she had seen through Jiang Chen's little scheme, yet chose not to call him out on it. Yes. Jiang Chen turned off the faucet and blurted out with deadpan sincerity, honey, your knife skills are absolutely stunning, lightning fast, rock solid steady, and downright magical. Truly breathtaking. Ha! Qin Xiaoyu burst out laughing at Jiang Chen's antics. She'd seen countless sycophants over the years, but never had she heard anyone lay it on as thick as Jiang Chen was doing right now. To cover up his earlier awkwardness, Jiang Chen not only showered Qin Xiaoyu with flattery but then proceeded to self-deprecate. My knife skills are nowhere near yours. Don't think I'm just buttering you up seriously, my knife skills are as pathetic as they come. That's why I was so engrossed watching you chop vegetables earlier. Jiang Chen finally managed to smooth things over, crafting a flawless excuse that neatly covered up his earlier awkwardness of peeking at Qin Xiaoyu. However, Qin Xiaoyu wasn't some naive young girl. How could she possibly be fooled by Jiang Chen's few words? She suddenly set down the knife, gave him a half smile, and said, Jiang Chen, since you claim your knife skills are so terrible, why don't you give it a try? I'll stand by and guide you. Sure thing. Jiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, walked straight over to grab the cleaver, then turned to Qin Xiaoyu with a wink. Honey, tell me how to cut it? Qin Xiaoyu stared into Jiang Chen's eyes for a full 10 seconds. For a moment, she couldn't tell if he genuinely didn't know how to chop vegetables or if he was deliberately pretending. Why don't you cut one for me first? Qin Xiaoyu stepped back, making room for Jiang Chen at the cutting station. Swish! Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen grabbed a cucumber from nearby and began slicing it with meticulous care. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices. After just 3 cuts, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak up, your grip on the knife is wrong, and your pressure is off. Try placing your thumb on the back of the blade and sliding it down as you cut. Like this? No, you can't grip the handle so tightly. Like this? No, you need to glide the blade downward, not cut straight up and down. Despite Qin Xiaoyu's patient instruction, Jiang Chen seemed utterly baffled. Was he genuinely confused? Or was he just pretending? Whoosh! Perhaps exasperated by Jiang Chen's clumsiness? Qin Xiaoyu suddenly leaned in, reaching a hand around from behind Jiang Chen to grasp the one holding the knife. She then guided him to make a downward cut. That's how you cut it. Got it? Qin Xiaoyu's warm, fragrant breath brushed against Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen instantly felt his ears flush. His back flushed too. It felt like a little kitten had crawled into his heart, scratching away incessantly. Have you learned it? Qin Xiaoyu's gentle voice drifted into Jiang Chen's ear once more. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted out, not yet. Then I'll teach you again. Pay close attention to the sensation. Qin Xiaoyu stood behind him, her embrace nearly enveloping his entire body. One arm gently cradled his waist while the other hand lightly guided his knife-wielding hand, leading him through the slicing motions. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Time seemed to drag on. An ambiguous atmosphere filled the kitchen. Jiang Chen felt dizzy again. Who could resist? Standing behind him was a mature, beautiful auntie, half hugging him, speaking softly, moving gently, patiently teaching him how to chop vegetables? Turns out, aunts are even gentler than sisters. I'm drunk. 1 hour later. The stir-fry was finally ready. Qin Xiaoyu had just placed the dishes on the dining table when she immediately asked Jiang Chen, "Honey, would you like some wine?" "Sure." Hearing Qin Xiaoyu finally call him husband, Jiang Chen's lips immediately curved into a slight smile. After their little adjustment session in the kitchen, the affection between Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu seemed to have returned to the passionate state of their early courtship. A good sign. As long as Qin Xiaoyu wasn't angry anymore, Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about her twisting his arm. Such joyous news deserved a toast. Soon, Qin Xiaoyu brought over a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses, even pouring Jiang Chen a glass herself. The two chatted and sipped wine together. The atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. "Honey, try this dish? Delicious. Hee, how about this dish? Let me make this clear, I'm not just buttering you up, honey. Your cooking skills are practically on par with a 5-star hotel chef. Hee, isn't that exactly what you're doing? Honey, let me toast you. You worked so hard preparing this feast tonight, I'm truly spoiled." After 3 rounds of drinks, Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu both wore a faint blush on their cheeks. They say a woman is most charming when she's slightly tipsy. At this very moment, Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks weren't the only ones flushed. A blush had crept up her neck and ears, making her look even more alluring. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jiang Chen grasped Qin Xiaoyu's hand. His eyes locked onto hers, a fiery spark igniting within his gaze. Qin Xiaoyu froze in place. After locking eyes with Jiang Chen for a moment, her gaze gradually softened, and ripples of emotion spread across her beautiful eyes. Slowly, the two drew closer and closer. Each could hear the other's heartbeat. Rying. At that critical moment, Qin Xiaoyu's phone, resting on the dining table, rang out, instantly shattering the atmosphere. Whoosh! Snapping back to reality, Qin Xiaoyu immediately pulled away from Jiang Chen. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, a bit embarrassed, I need to take this call. Jiang Chen. Chapter 91, only able to be together in secret. Hello? Mom just finished eating. Alright, then have fun with your classmates, but you're not allowed to stay out overnight, not even at a friend's house. You must be home by 10 o'clock tonight. Okay, that's all. Qin Xiaoyu answered the call in front of Jiang Chen. The call was from Qin Si. From their conversation, Jiang Chen could easily guess that Qin Si was going out for dinner with classmates tonight and might go somewhere else afterward. Qin Xiaoyu was concerned about Qin Si's safety, so she ordered her to come home early and forbade her from staying out all night. Was that Cici calling? Jiang Chen glanced at Qin Xiaoyu, who had already hung up. Even though he knew it was Qin Si calling, he still asked the question to fill the silence. Qin Xiaoyu set down her phone and sighed helplessly. Cici is having dinner with classmates tonight, and after that, she's going to a KTV to sing. She just finished her college entrance exams a few days ago and is in full self-indulgence mode right now. You just let her run wild like this? Aren't you worried about her safety at all? Jiang Chen recalled Qin Si's recent kidnapping incident and offered a warning to Qin Xiaoyu. I've already arranged for a team of highly professional bodyguards to provide 24/7 covert protection for Cici. Speaking of which, I really need to thank you. Qin Xiaoyu suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with Jiang Chen as a look of gratitude spread across her face. Jiang Chen, if you hadn't rescued Cici during that kidnapping, I can't even imagine what might have happened. Cici is my daughter, my emotional anchor, the sole reason I've kept going all these years. The thought of possibly losing her forever still sends shivers down my spine. I simply couldn't bear the consequences of losing her. As Qin Xiaoyu grew increasingly emotional, her voice trembled and tears welled up in her eyes. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen rose, stepped around the table, and sat beside Qin Xiaoyu. He gently pulled her into his embrace. Perhaps it was Jiang Chen's strong arms, broad chest, and the masculine aura radiating from him that brought a flicker of warmth to Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu nestled into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head against his chest, basking in the profound sense of security he provided. Silence fell. Jiang Chen didn't utter a word, only gently patting Qin Xiaoyu's back as if soothing a child, his movements tender to the extreme. At first, Qin Xiaoyu remained still and quiet in his embrace. Before long, she greedily inhaled the masculine scent on his body, her face softening into an expression of rapture as her eyes gradually glazed over. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Qin Xiaoyu's face suddenly flushed crimson. Pressing her sensual lips together without a word, she reached out and seized Jiang Chen's wrist. Silence. The living room fell completely silent. The scene resembled a movie being played with the volume muted, only the characters' movements and expressions were visible, while their dialogue remained entirely inaudible. Swish! Qin Xiaoyu gripped Jiang Chen's wrist, pulling his hand away from her sky-blue knit sweater. However, the moment Qin Xiaoyu released Jiang Chen's wrist, he raised his hand again the very next second. Swish! Whether it was the alcohol or not, Qin Xiaoyu's fair face grew increasingly flushed. She shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare before reaching out to seize his wrist once more. At that moment, the movie finally had sound. Like a puppy, Jiang Chen clung to Qin Xiaoyu, gently rocking her while whispering in a soft, pleading voice against her ear, "Honey, don't reject my love for you." Put. Qin Xiaoyu nearly burst out laughing. This is love? Are you sure this isn't just being a jerk? But Qin Xiaoyu had always liked Jiang Chen. At this very moment, gazing into Jiang Chen's fiery eyes and listening to his puppy-like, whiny tone, Qin Xiaoyu's heart melted. And so, Qin Xiaoyu slowly released her grip, no longer blocking Jiang Chen. It seemed as though she tacitly approved of his every move. Seeing this, a handsome curve immediately lifted the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. His heart raced. Trembling hands. I ask you, do you have it? It must be said, Qin Xiaoyu was truly not a woman any ordinary man could control. In the pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their own fingers, Jiang Chen rediscovered the joyful memories of playing basketball with his classmates back in college. Aunt Xiao, you've got an amazing figure. You brat. How many times have I told you not to call me auntie? Got it, Aunt Xiao. You. Aunt Xiao, I'd love to take a look around your room. Will you show me? Ha! You wish. No way. Qin Xiaoyu protested, but Jiang Chen picked her up forcefully in a princess carry, letting her experience what it felt like to be a little woman. The next second, Qin Xiaoyu obediently guided Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen carried Qin Xiaoyu steadily as they crossed the living room, ascended the stairs, pushed open a door, and entered a lavishly decorated master bedroom. Click. The door closed, and the atmosphere instantly turned, well, you know. Jiang Chen gently laid Qin Xiaoyu on the large bed. Gazing at her flushed cheeks, sensual lips, and eyes already completely glazed over, he couldn't resist any longer and leaned down to kiss her. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen leaned back against the headboard, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his face radiating an expression of lingering satisfaction. Qin Xiaoyu lay quietly beside him, her face flushed with an alluring blush, her gaze still unfocused. She wrapped her arms around his muscular waist, gently tracing the contours of his 8-pack abs. Her ear pressed against his chest, she listened intently to the steadied beat of his heart. Who says women aren't lustful? According to online big data, women's lust is over 6 times that of men. It's just that women tend to be more reserved, skilled at disguising and concealing their desires. Bound by morality and concerns about appearances, they rarely take the initiative under normal circumstances. As one online saying goes, women are like eggs, their shells are hard, but crack them open and you find pure white egg whites inside, while their hearts are golden yolks. Aunt Xiao, you and I, does this mean we're together now? Jiang Chen paused, then decided it was necessary to clarify things. He couldn't just follow Qin Xiaoyu without any explanation, right? You brat, Cici won't approve of us being together. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but reach out and pinch the soft flesh on Jiang Chen's waist, a helpless expression flickering across her face. Ha? Didn't you say earlier she'd already agreed to us being together? She didn't know you were my online boyfriend before. Once she found out it was you, she immediately changed her mind. Not only does she disapprove of us being together, but she's also very adamant about it. Ha? Then what about us? Since we can't be together openly, we'll just have to sneak around. As long as she doesn't find out. Jiang Chen. Chapter 92, Lu Ruyan in Peril. 9 p.m. Old Town, a dilapidated courtyard. Having just finished her bath, Lu Ruyan suddenly received a call from Yang Fan. Whatever Yang Fan said on the phone made her hesitate. She then selected a beautiful dress from her wardrobe, put it on, and applied some simple makeup. Immediately afterward, she hailed a taxi and headed to a KTV club called Wave. As soon as she stepped out of the cab, she spotted Yang Fan waiting at the entrance. Ruyan, what took you so long? Didn't I tell you to hurry? Are you trying to mess up my plans? Yang Fan approached with a cold expression, offering Lu Ruyan no sign of goodwill whatsoever. Lu Ruyan also said coldly, Yang Fan, this is the last time I'm helping you. After this, we're even. From now on, you go your way on the broad highway, and I'll cross my own narrow bridge. Got it, you nag. Yang Fan waved his hand impatiently, then grabbed Lu Ruyan's arm and turned toward the KTV club. Lu Ruyan's brows furrowed slightly. She almost jerked her arm free, but ultimately held back. The story began 2 days earlier. After learning Jiang Chen had become wealthy, Lu Ruyan felt profound regret. Adding to her distress, she'd accidentally discovered that Yang Fan wasn't some high-ranking executive at Qin Group at all. He was merely a lowly project team leader, earning far less than 100,000 yuan a month. So, Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan had a huge fight. Not only did she break up with him on the spot, but she also moved out of Yang Fan's rented apartment and secretly moved into the dilapidated courtyard house Jiang Chen had previously rented. For the past 2 days, Yang Fan had been relentlessly pursuing Lu Ruyan. But Lu Ruyan was dead set on ending things with him. Knowing Lu Ruyan wanted to reconcile with Jiang Chen and realizing he couldn't keep her, Yang Fan made a demand. If Lu Ruyan would accompany him for one night of drinking at a KTV, they would sever all ties completely and never cross paths again. Determined to sever ties with Yang Fan and focus solely on winning Jiang Chen's forgiveness, Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth and agreed to his demand. 9:10 p.m. Yang Fan led Lu Ruyan into a luxurious private room. At that moment, 2 men and 2 women, 4 people in total, were already seated inside. The 2 women, both around 27 or 28, were quite attractive, though they naturally paled in comparison to Lu Ruyan. As for the other 2 men, one appeared relatively young, roughly the same age as Yang Fan. The other man appeared to be in his 40s, with greasy hair, protruding ears, and a bulging belly. He sat right in the middle of the sofa, with the other 3 sitting flatteringly beside him, occasionally toasting him. He was likely some kind of superior at Yang Fan's company. Yang Fan, is this your girlfriend? As Yang Fan entered the private room with Lu Ruyan, the pot-bellied middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He immediately waved them over. Yang Fan promptly pulled Lu Ruyan over and began introducing them. Mr. Wang, this is my girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, this is our company's vice president, Wang Bin. The moment Lu Ruyan laid eyes on Wang Bin, an intense wave of discomfort washed over her. The way he looked at her, that blatant, unabashed possessiveness, made her feel utterly repulsed. But she was already here. As long as she got through tonight, she could finally draw a clear line with Yang Fan. Forcing down her revulsion, Lu Ruyan sat beside Wang Bin as Yang Fan had arranged. And so, the 3 men and 3 women began drinking and singing in the private room. Thanks to Yang Fan's efforts, the atmosphere remained relatively harmonious. But as time ticked by, Lu Ruyan gradually sensed something was amiss. Wang Bin was toasting her, Yang Fan was toasting her, and even the remaining 2 women and 1 man would occasionally raise their glasses to drink with her. More importantly, Lu Ruyan could hold her liquor well. She could down an entire bottle of baijiu without getting drunk. Yet tonight, she was only drinking beer. As she kept drinking, her head began to feel dizzy, her vision slowly blurred, and even her body started to feel hot. Oh no! Something was wrong with this drink. Realizing she might have been drugged, Lu Ruyan immediately stood up, pushed away Yang Fan, who was about to offer her a toast, and stumbled into the bathroom. Splash splash. Once inside the bathroom, Lu Ruyan splashed cold water on her face, then used her fingers to forcefully induce vomiting, purging the contents of her stomach. Though these measures brought her some clarity, the intense dizziness remained. This place was no longer safe. She had to leave immediately. The thought flashed through her mind, and Lu Ruyan immediately emerged from the bathroom, ready to leave the private room. However, the once bustling private room now held only Wang Bin, sitting alone on the sofa. Yang Fan and his 3 colleagues had all vanished without a trace. Only then did Lu Ruyan realize this was a setup. Yang Fan had sold her out. Ruyan, where are you going? Seeing Lu Ruyan staggering toward the exit of the private room, Wang Bin immediately sprang to his feet and grabbed her arm. Let go of me. Lu Ruyan tried to violently shake off Wang Bin's grip, but her body felt weak and limp, making it impossible to break free. Lu Ruyan, at this point, I won't beat around the bush. Wang Bin yanked her arm, forcing her back onto the sofa and making her sit beside him. Your boyfriend, Yang Fan, has already agreed to let you spend the night with me. I advise you to just give in and do as I say. What? Yang Fan, he actually. What's so surprising about that? Yang Fan wants to become the project department manager, and he needs my approval as the deputy general manager. So he traded you to me. You bastard. Hey! You filthy, you dare bite me? Lu Ruyan found a sudden surge of strength, grabbed Wang Bin's arm, and bit down hard. Then, the moment Wang Bin released his grip, Lu Ruyan mustered every ounce of strength left in her body and charged toward the private room door. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Lu Ruyan violently slammed open the private room door. Help! Her mind growing increasingly hazy, Lu Ruyan stumbled down the hallway outside, her faint cries for help barely audible. There was no other choice. Lu Ruyan had barely any strength left, and her cries grew faint and weak. Whoa! Don't you watch where you're going? Suddenly, Lu Ruyan crashed into a young girl's arms, causing the girl to gasp in surprise. Save me, someone drugged me, please. At that moment, Lu Ruyan couldn't care less about anything else. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter those broken words before collapsing limp in the girl's arms. Soon, Lu Ruyan's consciousness grew hazy, yet she faintly heard the girl's sharp rebuke. Do you know who this lady is? Daring to offend this lady? I'd say you've grown tired of living. Someone. Get them all thrown out. Chapter 93, Hide quickly. My daughter's back. 10 p.m. In Qin Xiaoyu's room. Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu were lost in their own world, completely oblivious to time and everything around them. Roar, roar, roar. Just then, the roar of car engines echoed from the courtyard below. Several beams of headlights swept in from the distance, swiftly glancing across the bedroom window. Whoosh! In that instant, Qin Xiaoyu jerked her head up, her face flushing with shock and panic. Oh no! Cece's back! At Qin Xiaoyu's startled cry, Jiang Chen froze in place. He glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table and realized it was already 10 p.m. Earlier, Qin Xiaoyu had explicitly ordered over the phone that Qin Si must be home before 10 p.m. Damn it! That little Qin Si really listens to her mom. Exactly at 10 o'clock, not a minute more, not a minute less, she came home right on time. Whoosh! Qin Xiaoyu scrambled out of bed in a panic, frantically searching for her clothes scattered across the floor. Jiang Chen wasn't far behind, jumping out of bed and scrambling to gather his own clothes scattered on the floor. But the more flustered one gets, the more likely they are to make mistakes. Jiang Chen suddenly realized he'd grabbed the wrong pair of shorts. He immediately pulled them off, tossed them to Qin Xiaoyu, and went searching for his pants. After this delay, both Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaoyu could now hear Qin Ci's footsteps coming up the stairs. Quick! Hide! After getting dressed, Qin Xiaoyu immediately shoved Jiang Chen, trying to get him to find a place to hide. But Jiang Chen scanned the entire bedroom, then dashed over and flung open the window, making a move to jump out. Don't! Qin Xiaoyu was instantly startled. Though it was only the second floor, and the soft lawn below should cushion any fall. But she simply couldn't bear the thought of Jiang Chen taking such a risk. After all, they had consummated their marriage. Qin Xiaoyu already considered Jiang Chen her husband. How could she bear to see her husband jump off a building? Whoosh! Jiang Chen wasn't one to hesitate. Without a word, he leaped down before Qin Xiaoyu's stunned and anxious gaze. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyu rushed over, pressed herself against the window, and leaned out halfway, her face filled with anxiety as she searched for her beloved. Only when she saw Jiang Chen standing up from the lawn as if nothing had happened, turning around and waving cheerfully at her. Only then did the heart that had been suspended in midair finally settle back into her chest. However, time wouldn't allow Qin Xiaoyu to respond to Jiang Chen. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock sounded on Qin Xiaoyu's bedroom door, followed by Qin Ci's voice from outside. Mom, are you asleep? Why did you lock the door from the inside? Swish. Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly closed the window and drew the curtains, then called out toward the door. Cici, wait a moment. Mom's changing clothes. After saying this, Qin Xiaoyu hurried over to quickly tidy the bed, then picked up the tissues scattered beneath it and stuffed them all into the cabinet under the nightstand. About 2 minutes later. Only after confirming no clues remained did Qin Xiaoyu take a deep breath and walk briskly to the door, nervously unlocking it. Click! As the door slowly swung open, a pretty face that bore a striking resemblance to Qin Xiaoyu though far more youthful came into view. Mom, what are you doing changing clothes in your room this late at night? The moment Qin Ci saw Qin Xiaoyu, a look of suspicion flashed across her face. Qin Xiaoyu was still wearing the same outfit from earlier that day, a sky blue knit top paired with a white pencil skirt. Naturally, Qin Ci grew suspicious. Mom bought a new nightgown today. I just tried it on, but it didn't quite fit right, so I decided to return it tomorrow. Qin Xiaoyu casually made up an excuse to brush off Qin Ci, then quickly changed the subject and asked, Cici, did you have fun playing with your classmates today? Of course I did. Mom, I have to tell you, I did something really good tonight. At the KTV, I saw a woman who'd been drugged. I played the hero, beat up the bad guys, and saved her. Qin Ci's attention was instantly diverted. Her little face lit up with excitement as she proceeded to recount every detail of their night out at the KTV to Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu's attention was clearly not on Qin Ci's heroic rescue story. Seeing that Qin Ci wasn't questioning anything further, Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This feeling of having an affair with Jiang Chen behind her daughter's back made her both nervous and exhilarated. In short, it was an experience Qin Xiaoyu had never known before. After this incident, it felt as though a door to a whole new world had opened deep within Qin Xiaoyu's heart. Mom, I want to sleep with you tonight. Qin Ci's sweet, pleading voice reached her ears. When Qin Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, she realized her daughter had already wrapped her arms around her, pressing her little head against her chest. The thought that just moments ago, Jiang Chen had held her in exactly the same way. Qin Xiaoyu's fair face flushed slightly, and she quickly pushed Qin Ci away. Cici, you're an adult now. Why would you still want to sleep with your mom? Mom, if I don't seize the chance to sleep with you now, I'll never get to sleep with you again. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean there won't be a chance? Mom, I don't care. I'm sleeping with you tonight. Faced with her daughter's persistent whining and pouting, Qin Xiaoyu sighed and finally relented. Qin Ci cheered, quickly planted a kiss on Qin Xiaoyu's cheek, then skipped off to take a shower. 1 hour later. Freshly bathed, Qin Ci had changed into a pink nightgown. She pushed open Qin Xiaoyu's bedroom door, then scurried up onto the bed like a little mouse, burrowing into Qin Xiaoyu's blankets. Mom, why do I feel like there's a weird smell on you? Qin Ci had just wrapped her arms around Qin Xiaoyu when her little nose twitched twice, and a peculiar expression flashed across her face. What strange smell? Qin Xiaoyu panicked inwardly, quickly tapping Qin Ci's little head and adopting a stern tone. It's getting late. Close your eyes and go to sleep. Mom, there really is a strange smell. Cici, do you still want to sleep with mommy tonight? Of course. But this weird smell, it kind of smells like... Like what? Qin Xiaoyu suddenly grew tense. She had overlooked a crucial detail. Even though Jiang Chen had left, the scent lingering in the bedding wouldn't dissipate anytime soon. What if her daughter figured it out? Should she come clean? Would she get angry? Just as Qin Xiaoyu's palms were sweating from nervousness, Qin Ci's voice drifted into her ears again. This scent, it's actually quite nice. It kind of smells like Dad. Mom, did you spray the wrong perfume? Did you spray men's cologne on yourself instead of perfume? Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 94, I'm actually a bastard child? Night. A bright moon hung in the sky, accompanied by sparse stars. When Jiang Chen returned home, the living room on the first floor was lit, yet eerily quiet. He saw no sign of the 6 golden flowers. However, from the second floor of the villa, faint laughter drifted up. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Chen bypassed the elevator and climbed the stairs to the second floor. Upon entering the villa's second-floor multipurpose room, Jiang Chen immediately spotted 6 stunning beauties clad only in spaghetti-strap nightgowns, their shoulders, arms, and long legs exposed. They sat in a circle on the floor, giggling and playing cards. Surrounding the 6 beauties were assorted snacks and beer. 2 trash cans overflowed with discarded snack wrappers and empty beer cans. In that moment, a popular internet song popped into Jiang Chen's mind. So high. Feels like life has hit the peak. So high. Feels like life has hit the peak. Honey, you're back? As the eldest sister, Suyao immediately dropped the cards in her hand the moment she saw Jiang Chen. She stepped forward and gave him a big hug. Playing cards? Jiang Chen smiled as he wrapped his arms around Suyao's slender waist, taking a moment to admire her silk camisole nightgown. Honey, wanna join us? Suyao playfully It must be said that while Suyao lacked Qin Xiaoyu's domineering presence, she was still a woman beyond the grasp of ordinary men. You guys play. I'm going to take a bath first. Jiang Chen glanced at the 6 women dressed in revealing attire, wondering if he should organize a tournament tonight. Take on 6? Set a new record first? Then figure out how to break it later? And so, with grand ambitions brewing, Jiang Chen stepped into the bathhouse. He filled a large tub to the brim and sank into the warm water with a sigh of contentment. Beep. After an unknown amount of time, the phone Jiang Chen had tossed beside the tub suddenly vibrated slightly, seemingly receiving a WeChat message. Lying in the tub, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. He wiped his hands with the towel hanging nearby, then picked up his phone to check. Qin Xiaoyu, honey, I sent an email to your inbox. Take a look first. After reading the message, a look of confusion flashed across Jiang Chen's face. Swish. He exited WeChat, opened his email, and quickly found the message Qin Xiaoyu had sent him. Curiosity drove Jiang Chen to open the email. However, the next second, Jiang Chen froze in place. The email contained nothing less than Jiang Chen's detailed personal information. Attached to it was a photo of Jiang Chen. Swipe. Jiang Chen carefully scanned his personal information, then swiped his finger across the phone screen. What appeared on the next page made his eyes widen in disbelief, his mouth drop open, and his face freeze in utter shock. Investigation reveals Jiang Chen's biological father is Zhou Zhengfeng, current head of the Zhou family, a long-established aristocratic clan in Xilan City. His biological mother is Jiang Xiaoxia, a former maid employed by the Zhou family in Xilan City. Investigation reveals Jiang Xiaoxia died 25 years ago. The Zhou family's official cause of death, complications during childbirth. Investigation reveals that Jiang Chen, the son of Zhou Zhengfeng and Jiang Xiaoxia, was not taken in by the Zhou family. Instead, he was abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage, ultimately becoming an orphan. Investigation reveals that Zhou Zhengfeng has recently dispatched numerous personnel to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, intending to bring this illegitimate son back into the Zhou family. Investigation revealed that Zhou Zhengfeng suffers from severe liver tumor disease. Without finding a compatible liver donor for transplantation, he has no more than 3 months to live. Investigations reveal that both Zhou Shihao, the eldest son of the Zhou family, and Zhou Renjie, the second son, have secretly deployed personnel to obstruct Zhou Jingfeng's efforts to locate Jiang Chen. After reading this investigative report, Jiang Chen froze in the bathtub, unable to recover his senses for a long while. As an orphan, Jiang Chen had longed to meet his parents since childhood. But one day, he overheard a conversation between the orphanage director and a nurse. He learned he had been abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep, left with a note bearing his name and birth details. From that day onward, Jiang Chen lost all hope in his biological parents. Because they had deliberately abandoned him. If his parents had already rejected him, what hope could he possibly cling to? So, after obtaining the system, Jiang Chen remained in constant hesitation. Hesitating whether to search for his biological parents? What if he found them? They were the ones who abandoned their son all those years ago. Could they possibly accept him back now? If they could accept the son, why hadn't they come looking for Jiang Chen in the past 25 years? This question had been gnawing at Jiang Chen's heart all along. However, after reviewing the investigation report sent by Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen learned that his mother had passed away dying during childbirth and his father was now battling cancer, with little time left. At that moment, his heart ached faintly. Beyond that, Jiang Chen also sensed a whiff of conspiracy within the investigation report. Had his biological mother truly died from childbirth complications? What had truly transpired all those years ago? Why had he been abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep? What exactly was his father, Zhou Zhengfeng, doing back then? Why couldn't he even protect his own son? Or was he actually abandoned by Zhou Zhengfeng? After all, his mother was merely a maid in the Zhou household. With such a vast disparity in status between her and Zhou Zhengfeng, she could never have married into the Zhou family. The waters run deep in wealthy families. Behind the facade of a glamorous, prominent family, who knows how many sordid secrets lurk in the shadows? Therefore, Jiang Chen strongly suspected his biological mother hadn't died from childbirth complications, but had been persecuted by certain individuals. Swish! Suddenly, Jiang Chen opened WeChat and swiftly sent a message to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, Xiaoyu, tell me everything you know. Ding! Before long, Qin Xiaoyu replied to Jiang Chen on WeChat. Qin Xiaoyu, Chen, what are you trying to do? Jiang Chen, I want to know the real cause of my mother's death. I want to know what happened to the Zhou family back then. I want to know who abandoned me at the orphanage's doorstep. I want to know everything. After sending this message, Qin Xiaoyu's screen remained stuck on typing for a long while without a reply. Taking advantage of the delay, Jiang Chen climbed out of the bathtub, quickly dried himself off, threw on a bathrobe, and stepped out of the bathroom. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen carried a bottle of red wine and a wineglass, with a pack of cigarettes and a lighter tucked into his pocket, heading straight to the terrace on the third floor of the villa. Beep! Just as he settled into a lounge chair, Qin Xiaoyu's message arrived. Qin Xiaoyu, I had someone look into what happened back then. All I know is that 25 years ago, Zhou Zhengfeng was already married and had 2 sons with his wife. As for your biological mother, she was merely a nanny hired by the Zhou family back then. My guess is she was either Zhou Zhengfeng's mistress or forced into it. Because so much time has passed, many details are unverifiable, and my people haven't been able to uncover more information for now. However, Zhou Zhengfeng developed severe liver cancer 6 months ago and urgently needs a suitable liver donor for transplantation. Liver transplants between direct blood relatives offer a higher chance of success. I have ample reason to suspect Zhou Zhengfeng intends to harm you. Therefore, I strongly advise you to conceal your whereabouts until Zhou Zhengfeng's true intentions are clear. Do not let him find you under any circumstances. I will deploy additional personnel to investigate the truth behind the events of that year and will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 95, Jiang Chen's Origins. The night was as dark as ink, the moon a sliver. Jiang Chen lay alone on the terrace, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He stared blankly at the night sky, his thoughts drifting to who knows where. Beep! After an unknown period, his phone vibrated softly. Qin Xiaoyu had sent him a photo. Swipe! Snapping back to reality, Jiang Chen immediately grabbed his phone and opened the photo. The next second, his expression turned complex. The photo showed a young, beautiful woman. She wore a maid's uniform, her hair neatly pinned up at the nape of her neck. Her delicate, exquisite features resembled a fairy stepping out of a traditional ink painting, radiating an aura of pure, unblemished innocence. Between her brows, she bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chen 7 parts alike. The moment he saw this photo, Jiang Chen knew in his heart that the woman in it was his biological mother. It was a feeling etched into his very bones, blood thicker than water. There could be no mistake. Ha! A night breeze swept through, ruffling Jiang Chen's hair at his forehead. Jiang Chen held his phone in one hand while slowly raising the other. With trembling fingers, he gently wiped the screen, as if trying to see the photo more clearly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Jiang Chen stared fixedly at the phone screen, maintaining that position without moving, his entire body seemingly frozen into a statue. Mom! After an unknown length of time, a hoarse whisper escaped Jiang Chen's lips. Yet the sound was faint, instantly swept away by the night wind and vanishing into the boundless darkness. Swish! Moments later, Jiang Chen carefully saved the photo. Perhaps feeling it wasn't secure enough, he uploaded it to cloud storage, QQ Space, email, and other platforms, even setting a separate password specifically for it. After completing all this, Jiang Chen drew a deep breath. His eyes, now slightly bloodshot, flashed with an unsettling intensity. Swish! Without hesitation, Jiang Chen opened his system inventory. Soon, he found what he was looking for in the second slot of his backpack. Investigation card, upon use, allows investigation of a designated target, revealing detailed information on their 3 generations of ancestors. Note, this card can only be used once. Tonzi, I need to use this investigation card. Jiang Chen silently recited the command in his mind. The next second, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! Please designate a target individual. Myself. Ding! Investigation card successfully activated. Target subject is the host. Investigation results are being transmitted. Please wait. After about 3 seconds, a massive wave of information flooded Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen, male, 25 years old. Abandoned at an orphanage's doorstep shortly after birth. Later, when the orphanage was forcibly demolished, he ended up on the streets, scavenging for food alongside stray dogs. Fortunately, a passerby intervened and sent him to another orphanage. Zhou Zhengfeng, male, 55 years old. Jiang Chen's biological father and current head of the wealthy Zhou family in Xilan City. In his youth, he lusted after his family's maid, got her drunk, and defiled her, resulting in her pregnancy and the birth of his illegitimate son, Jiang Chen. Jiang Xiaoxia, female, deceased, Jiang Chen's biological mother. She worked as a maid for the wealthy Zhou family in Xilan City. Due to her striking appearance, she was violated by Zhou Zhengfeng, the eldest son of the Zhou family. She subsequently became pregnant and gave birth to a baby boy, whom she named Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kept his eyes tightly shut, rapidly processing the overwhelming flood of information in his mind. As he gradually uncovered the truth about his origins, piece by piece, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Before long, Jiang Chen abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes. In that instant, a torrent of rage and resentment erupted from his being. The Zhou family. Zhou Zhengfeng. A pack of demons in human skin. The murder of my mother is an unforgivable offense. Even if you are my biological father, I will send you to hell. Learning the truth of what had transpired all those years ago, Jiang Chen's fury reached its peak. His mother hadn't died in childbirth, she'd been murdered by treacherous villains. Even the newborn Jiang Chen had nearly met his end. The story was melodramatic, nothing more than the filthy secrets of a wealthy family. Jiang Chen's mother, Jiang Xiaoxia, had worked as a maid for the Zhou family. Her striking beauty quickly caught the eye of the eldest son, Zhou Zhengfeng. Zhou Zhengfeng initially pursued her with feigned sincerity. After repeated rejections, his anger and shame boiled over. He got Jiang Xiaoxia drunk and raped her. When Jiang Xiaoxia discovered she was pregnant, she wanted to terminate the pregnancy. But as a young girl from the countryside, how could she possibly stand up to the eldest son of the powerful Zhou family? Zhou Zhengfeng confined her and threatened her parents, demanding she carry the child to term. Jiang Xiaoxia had no choice but to submit to Zhou Zhengfeng's tyranny. However, at the time, Zhou Zhengfeng was already married to Song Shanglan, the daughter of another wealthy family. The truth could not be concealed forever. When Song Shanglan learned that Zhou Zhengfeng was keeping a mistress who was about to give birth to his illegitimate child, she immediately sent people to kill Jiang Xiaoxia. Knowing her death was imminent, Jiang Xiaoxia bribed one of her guards in advance. After successfully giving birth to a baby boy, Jiang Xiaoxia named him Jiang Chen and instructed the bodyguard to send him away that very night. Later, Jiang Xiaoxia was tracked down by Song Shanglan's men. To avoid being tortured to death, she chose to jump to her death. Because the Song and Zhou families were connected by marriage, and the Song family held greater influence at the time, Zhou Zhengfeng harbored deep apprehension towards Song Shanglan. Throughout the ordeal, Zhou Zhengfeng turned a blind eye, choosing silence. He allowed Song Shanglan to drive Jiang Xiaoxia to her death and let his own son be abandoned. Later still, perhaps karma caught up with her. Song Shanglan suffered a severe car accident and died in the ambulance en route to the hospital. And then later still, Zhou Zhengfeng never sought out his illegitimate son, Jiang Chen, leaving him to fend for himself. Instead, he remarried a young, beautiful woman and lived a carefree life. Here's the crucial part. Just half a year ago, Zhou Zhengfeng was diagnosed with a severe liver tumor. Without a matching liver for transplant, he had no more than 3 months to live. Despite spending vast sums of money and effort, Zhou Zhengfeng still couldn't find a suitable liver donor. Doctors explained that liver transplants between direct relatives had a higher success rate. Zhou had both sons tested for compatibility, but neither met the requirements. Therefore, Zhou Zhengfeng turned his thoughts to his illegitimate son Jiang Chen. He dispatched numerous people to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts, ostensibly to bring his son home and restore his family ties. In reality, his true motive was to have Jiang Chen undergo compatibility testing. If the match proved successful, he intended to harvest Jiang Chen's liver without hesitation. Zhou Zhengfeng, you bastard actually wanted to rip out my liver? Ha! Well, I want yours too. Well then, we'll see who ends up taking whose liver in the end. Chapter 96, Midnight Lottery. Jiang Chen used an investigation card on himself. Not only did he discover the identities of his biological parents, but he also uncovered detailed information about his ancestors spanning 3 generations. His paternal and maternal grandparents had all passed away, and his mother had committed suicide by jumping from a building 25 years ago. Currently, only his father, Zhou Zhengfeng, and 2 half-brothers remained alive. However, Jiang Chen would never acknowledge this demonic father, nor would he recognize those 2 half-brothers. He vowed to kill his father and brothers to prove his path, avenging his mother's death. Time ticked by second. Jiang Chen lay on the lounge chair on the terrace, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Before he knew it, the ashtray was filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Finally, midnight struck and Jiang Chen eagerly tapped open the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Spins remaining, 3. Inventory, black card donation gold. Divine artifact, Eye of the Mind 2-star. Spin. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen tapped the spin button with his mind. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. Approximately 3 seconds later, Under Jiang Chen's expectant gaze, the pointer gradually slowed down, swept past the gold coin section, and came to a steady halt on the card section. Swish! A shimmering card suddenly appeared on the wheel, adorned with several curved arrows whose meaning remained unclear. However, before Jiang Chen could get a clear look at the card's full design, it was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a reset card. The system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen immediately opened his inventory and quickly spotted the card in his backpack. Reset card. Using this card resets the lucky wheel, randomly altering the size of the 5 reward sections. Note, this card can only be used once. Awesome! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and his heartbeat quickened. It could reset the size of the 5 reward areas on the lucky wheel. If luck struck, he could expand the area by 100 times. Wouldn't that guarantee a first prize every single spin? I'm using this card. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the card on the spot. With a faint swish, the reset card in his backpack instantly vanished into a streak of light. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen heard the system notification sound ring out once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using a reset card. The lucky wheel is now resetting. Please wait. Swish! Jiang Chen immediately exited the system inventory and returned to the main system interface. Within Jiang Chen's field of vision, the lucky wheel was indeed undergoing changes. First, the gold coins section, which had previously occupied nearly 50% of the space, was rapidly shrinking. Then, the card, bottle, and book sections were all gradually expanding. Finally, the question mark section appeared unchanged at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it too seemed to be gradually expanding. However, its expansion was so slow it was barely perceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Chen almost wanted to reach out and make it bigger himself. Ding! Lucky wheel reset successful. About 5 seconds later, the system notification sounded again in Jiang Chen's ears, and the lucky wheel in his field of vision stopped changing. Previously, the 5 rewards on the wheel were arranged by area size: gold coins, cards, bottles, books, question marks. Now, the 5 rewards were arranged by area as follows: cards, bottles, books, gold coins, question marks. Specifically, cards now occupied nearly 40% of the space, bottles nearly 25%, books nearly 20%, gold coins nearly 10%, and question marks nearly 5%. After reducing the gold coin area, the other 4 areas have all expanded. Nice! Let's spin the wheel again. Staring at the freshly updated lucky wheel, Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together eagerly before mentally clicking the spin button once more. Swish! The red pointer, bearing Jiang Chen's hopes, spun rapidly. About 3 seconds later, the pointer swept past the bottle section, then glided over the book, gold coin, and question mark areas before slowly returning to the card section. Click! With a soft click, the pointer finally came to a steady stop in the cards section. Jiang Chen showed no sign of disappointment. Had he not used the reset card earlier, the pointer would undoubtedly have landed on the gold coins section. One must learn to be content. Contentment brings lasting joy. Swish! A shimmering card suddenly popped up on the wheel, featuring a tiny figure in full stride, its meaning unclear. Of course, the card was promptly stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a teleportation card. The system notification sounded in his ear. Jiang Chen paused for a moment before immediately opening the system inventory. Teleportation card, upon use, instantly teleports the user to any location within a 10-meter radius. Note, this card can only be used once. Holy crap! This is basically the flash skill from games. Except in games, the skill can be used multiple times, while this card only grants Jiang Chen a single teleportation opportunity. No need to think twice. This card is for saving my life. Must keep it close at hand. Phew! Jiang Chen closed the system inventory and took a deep breath. Glancing at his final remaining draw opportunity for the day, Jiang Chen suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Damn it! I forgot to recite the incantation." With a look of utter frustration, Jiang Chen pressed his palms together and began muttering under his breath, "Heaven spirits, earth spirits, I sacrifice Lu Ruyan to beseech all divine beings to grant me a grand prize." Swish! After finishing the incantation, Jiang Chen immediately tapped the lottery button with his mind. He then stared wide-eyed, holding his breath, fixated on the rapidly spinning red pointer. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As Jiang Chen stared blankly, the red pointer swept past the card section, then glided over the bottles, books, gold coins, and question mark areas. Finally, it returned to the cards section utterly ungracious. Damn it! All that chanting for nothing. Seems sacrificing Lu Ruyan alone just isn't cutting it anymore. Maybe tomorrow I'll try tying Lu Ruyan up and offering her to Brother Tonzi? Wonder if Brother Ton's into that sort of thing? Ding! This system warns the host, refrain from indulging in wild fantasies. Lotteries rely on luck, there are no shortcuts. The sudden system alert jolted Jiang Chen, making him shudder so violently that even his toes curled in embarrassment. Forget it. If Brother Tong isn't into that sort of thing, I'll spare Lu Ruyan for now. Wait, what about my reward? Swish. Just then, a gleaming card suddenly appeared on the spinning wheel, featuring a gaping maw that looked downright creepy. Almost immediately, the card was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a glutton card. The system notification sounded again. Jiang Chen froze for a moment before quickly opening his system inventory. Foodie card, upon using this card, consuming any electronic device grants you all its functions. Note, this card can only be used once. Jiang Chen? Chapter 97, full. Just ate a phone. Midnight. On the terrace. Jiang Chen held a card in his hand, frozen in place like a statue. The meaning behind this glutton card wasn't hard to grasp. Simply put, whatever you consumed would grant you all the functions of that object. For example, eat a hairdryer and you can blow cold or hot air, even adjust the speed settings, eat an electric razor, and sharp blades would emerge, allowing you to shave yourself. However, the scope was limited to electronic devices. So the options were limited. Jiang Chen's first thought was, should I eat a computer and play around with it? But computers are too big. Even if he switched to a compact laptop, it still weighs several pounds, impossible to eat. No choice. He had to settle for the next best thing, eating a phone to play with. As it happened, Jiang Chen still owed his friends a promise to eat a phone, so this was the perfect chance to settle that debt. Brother Tonzi, I've got a question. If I use this glutton card, does it actually force me to eat? Jiang Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and cautiously asked. Ding! This system recommends the host add some salt, a splash of vinegar, and a dollop of chili sauce. Might improve the flavor. Damn it! The problem is the phone is too hard. I'm worried I can't bite through it, and I'm even more worried it'll damage my stomach and esophagus. Ding! After using the foodie card, the host's mouth, esophagus, and stomach will automatically strengthen for a short period. It won't harm your body at all. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. After hearing Brother Ding's explanation, Jiang Chen's heart settled. Next, Jiang Chen placed both the foodie card and the phone in front of him. But then he thought about it. Tongzi Gu might have a point. Adding some salt, a splash of vinegar, and a dab of chili sauce might actually improve the taste. Swish! Without hesitation, Jiang Chen got up and went downstairs, heading straight to the kitchen on the first floor to start rummaging around. Honey, what are you looking for? Suddenly, a slightly seductive voice drifted over from behind him. Turning around, he saw it was Su Yao. Without a second thought, he replied, suddenly feeling a bit hungry, so I came to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat. Jiang Chen quickly found several bottles of seasoning. Before Su Yao could speak, he hurriedly gathered the bottles and returned to the third-floor terrace. Su Yao! Next came the thrilling moment. Jiang Chen smeared his phone with various condiments, then pulled out the foodie card. Steeling himself, he silently declared, I'm activating the foodie card. Whoosh! The card in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight into Jiang Chen's mouth. Immediately afterward, he felt a warm current surge through his mouth, esophagus, and stomach. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using a foodie card. Consume an electronic device within 5 minutes to gain all its functions. Holy crap! Only 5 minutes to eat? Bro, why didn't you say so earlier? Huff. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh, then closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and shoved the phone straight into his mouth. Crunch! 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 To Jiang Chen's great surprise, his mouth felt no sharp pain whatsoever. Chewing the phone was like crunching soybeans, not only crisp and satisfying, but surprisingly pleasant. His esophagus and stomach had temporarily strengthened, so after swallowing the phone, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. It didn't even take 5 minutes. In barely 2 minutes, Jiang Chen had swallowed the entire phone whole and he was left wanting more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming a mobile phone and acquiring all its functions. A system notification suddenly rang in his ears. The next second, Jiang Chen felt himself transform into a phone. Oh no! The sensation was utterly bizarre, as if he and the phone had fused completely. Machine was man, man was machine, a perfect union, invincible under heaven. Swish! A virtual phantom of a phone appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. He tried opening the camera app and discovered that everything his eyes saw could be captured. He then tried accessing the internet with this virtual device, and various web pages instantly appeared before his eyes. After further experimentation, Jiang Chen realized he now carried an invisible phone with him at all times. Not only could he use his mind to make calls, browse the web, send WeChat messages, watch videos, listen to music, and play games, but he could also activate the camera function to secretly take photos and record audio anytime, anywhere. Nice! This was exactly as Jiang Chen had imagined. He had completely fused with the phone. One word, awesome. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps echoed from afar, drawing nearer. Jiang Chen turned his head and was surprised to see Su Yao approaching him with a steaming bowl of noodles, her face beaming with a smile. Yao Yao, what's this? Honey, you said you were hungry, right? I made you a bowl of noodles and fried 2 eggs. Eat while it's hot. Ha! Honey, what's that look on your face? Do you think my noodles aren't tasty? Looking at Suyao's expectant face, Jiang Chun instinctively rubbed his stomach, a helpless smile spreading across his lips. Yao yao. Dad just ate a whole phone. I'm stuffed. There's no way I can eat anything else right now. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen dared not voice this thought aloud, and Suyao had no idea he'd just eaten a phone. Seeing Jiang Chen's hesitant expression, Suyao simply pulled over a chair, sat beside Jiang Chen, then held the bowl of noodles. Using chopsticks, she picked up a strand and personally fed it to him. Honey, be a good boy. Open wide, AMU. Suyao coaxed him like a child at mealtime, first bringing the noodles to her own lips to blow on them gently before feeding them into Jiang Chen's mouth. Ah! Jiang Chen opened his mouth mechanically like a robot, then struggled to swallow the noodles Suyao fed him. Good boy. One more bite. You're such a good husband. Eat more so you can grow tall and strong. Eat the egg too, it's nutritious. Don't waste it. You're such a good boy when you eat, honey. Here's a reward for you. Jiang Chen was stunned. Though his stomach was already full, under Suyao's soft, gentle coaxing, he polished off an entire bowl of noodles plus 2 eggs. In that moment, Jiang Chen finally understood what it meant to be overwhelmed by a beauty's kindness. But, because he was so stuffed, Jiang Chen desperately needed some exercise to aid his digestion. Yao yao, go call Qing Shuai and Ro up here. Tell them I'm waiting for them in the master bedroom. Jiang Chen felt it was absolutely necessary to give Lin Qingshui and Tang Ro a profound lesson to unblock their Ren and Du meridians, cure their psychological ailments, and transform them into normal women. Got it, I'll go get them right now. Suyao shot Jiang Chen a suggestive glance before rising to go downstairs and fetch them. Wait. While you're at it, bring me 2 sets of ropes and a small leather whip. At Jiang Chen's words, Suyao froze instantly. The next second, Suyao whipped her head around, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Jiang Chen, her face brimming with excitement. Husband, are you planning something this big tonight? Ahem. Adults' business, little ones shouldn't pry. Honey, can I watch? Get lost. I told you, kids shouldn't pry into grown-up matters. Honey, please? I promise I'll stand quietly by, not say a word, and definitely won't disturb you. Chapter 98, You're going head-to-head with the Zhou family? The next morning. The sun shone brightly, the sky clear and cloudless. Jiang Chen didn't sleep in today. He rose early and sat down to breakfast with the 6 golden flowers. Seated at the head of the table, Jiang Chen glanced around and instantly registered the affection levels of the 6 golden flowers. Su Yao, affection level 100. Zhao Sherman, affection level 98. Lu Li, affection level 97. Yu Lily, affection level 95. Lin Qingxue, affection level 80. Tang Rou, affinity 80. Jiang Chen felt deeply gratified. Especially Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou, this lesbian couple. After a night of guidance and motivation from Jiang Chen, they seemed to have deeply recognized their mistakes. Their attitude toward correction was exceptionally earnest, transforming them from troublemakers into model students. All credit for this transformation must go to Jiang Chen's perpetual motion machine. I have something to tell everyone. Jiang Chen suddenly clapped his hands, grabbing the attention of the 6 golden flowers, then continued, I might be away for a while to handle something very important. For the time being, unless it's an emergency, don't contact me proactively. If you encounter any trouble you can't resolve on your own, go to Villa 2 next door and seek help from President Qin Xiaoyu. I've already made arrangements with her. Hearing Jiang Chen announce his departure with such solemnity, the 6 golden flowers immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Suyao suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, her face filled with concern. Husband, what are you going to do? I can't shake this feeling that whatever you're about to handle seems dangerous. Ha! Jiang Chen cracked a smile, gently patting Suyao's hand as he replied, this matter I'm handling isn't dangerous at all, just a bit troublesome. Must you go? Suyao's eyelids fluttered slightly, her eyes brimming with deep concern. Besides Suyao, the other 5 golden flowers all wore expressions of worry and confusion. It seemed everyone was convinced Jiang Chen was feigning nonchalance. Whatever he was going out to handle was most likely something dangerous. Heh, what's with all the expressions? Jiang Chen shook his head, torn between laughter and exasperation, then said in a joking tone, I'm just heading out to make a fortune. Money. Anyone interested? Silence. The restaurant fell silent. To Jiang Chen's great surprise, the 624K pure gold flowers showed little reaction when money was mentioned this time. Instead, they all fell silent in unison. Honey, do we really have to go? Suyao trembled her lips, repeating the question she'd asked earlier. Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. He never imagined that a group of gold diggers would suddenly stop being gold diggers. Were they suddenly playing for real emotions? Weren't they afraid of ending up with nothing but heartbreak? Such misguided thinking was utterly unacceptable. I have reasons I can't ignore. Jiang Chen had no time to correct their misguided thinking. He could only offer a few perfunctory words before rising to pack his bags. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen dragged a suitcase, clutching a set of car keys, and made his way to the garage, surrounded by the 6 golden flowers. Honey, we'll wait for you to come back. Su Yao, among the 6 golden flowers, understood Jiang Chen's personality and temperament best. She knew that once Jiang Chen made a decision, it was nearly impossible to change his mind, so she didn't try to persuade him further. Don't worry, I won't leave you all widowed. When I get back, all of you better be washed up, slathered in honey, and lying in bed. I'm going to take on all 6 of you. And if any of you can give me a child, boy or girl, I'll reward her with 10 million. At Jiang Chen's words, all 6 golden flowers flushed with coy embarrassment. One by one, they gazed at him with eyes full of desire, practically itching to drag him back to the bedroom right then and there for a private screening of their own journey to the West. Finally, amidst the 6 beauties' reluctant gazes, Jiang Chen climbed into the Bugatti Chiron Sheen C had gifted him. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped off. On the road, Jiang Chen gripped the steering wheel with both hands, yet in his mind, he summoned his phone and sent a WeChat message to Qin Xiaoyu. Jiang Chen, Xiaoyu, I'm sending you an address. Pass it on to Zhou Zhengfeng and tell him his illegitimate son is waiting for him here. Before long, Qin Xiaoyu replied with a message. Qin Xiaoyu, Chen, what are you up to? Jiang Chen, isn't Zhou Zhengfeng looking for me? Doesn't he want to bring me back to the Zhou family? Then I'll just give him what he wants. Qin Xiaoyu, Xiao Chen, have you lost your mind? What Zhou Zhengfeng wants to do to you is as obvious as the sun. Aren't you afraid he'll harvest your liver? Jiang Chen, who's going to kill who? That's not set in stone yet. Qin Xiaoyu, are you sure you want to go head to head with the entire Zhou family? Jiang Chen, don't you know just how tough I am? Emoji, sly grin. Qin Xiaoyu, you little brat, still got the nerve to flirt at a time like this? Looks like you've got everything planned out? Jiang Chen, life and death are trivial matters. If you're not satisfied, let's settle it. After swallowing a phone, Jiang Chen suddenly felt his hands freed up. Now he could chat on WeChat effortlessly with just a thought. One word, so convenient. 1 hour later, Jiang Chen drove his Bugatti Chiron into the old city district. Amidst the astonished and envious stares of passers-by, the supercar finally came to a stop at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. That's right. This was the very dilapidated courtyard Jiang Chen had rented for 3 years. He had returned this time to pack up his belongings and take with him the only memento his mother had left him. This keepsake wasn't anything valuable, just a red string tied around an amulet for peace and safety. But to Jiang Chen, it held immense value. Swish! Jiang Chen pushed open the gate and stepped into the courtyard. Lost in thought, he failed to notice the clothesline stretched across the yard, laden with his shirts, pants, and socks. No need to think about it. An accident happened. Snap! Jiang Chen opened the door to the east room. The moment he stepped inside, he immediately saw the S-shaped silhouette of a woman. The woman stood completely naked, her back to the door, facing a large wardrobe with both hands plunged inside. It seemed she had just woken up and was heading to the wardrobe to find something suitable to wear. Ah! A high-pitched scream suddenly shattered the courtyard's tranquility. Lu Ruyan covered herself with one hand while frantically pulling a dress out of the wardrobe with the other. She hastily held it in front of her, then turned to face the intruder with a look of alertness. But when she recognized the man who had suddenly barged into the room as Jiang Chen, the next second, her wariness melted into delight, and her beautiful almond-shaped eyes lit up instantly. Jiang Chen, you're back. Lu Ruyan's lips trembled slightly, and she instinctively took a step forward, as if wanting to throw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. But after a moment of startled shock, Jiang Chen immediately took a step back and slammed the door shut with a loud thud. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen's voice echoed from outside the door. Lu Ruyan, barging into my room in broad daylight without any clothes on? Have you no shame? I'm giving you 1 minute now, immediately, right this instant, to get dressed and get the hell out of my house. Otherwise, I'll press charges for trespassing, indecent exposure, sexual harassment, and attempted rape. Lu Ruyan. Chapter 99, The Humble Lu Ruyan. Shilan City. Old Town, a dilapidated courtyard. Jiang Chen rummaged through every drawer and cabinet for ages before finally finding the amulet his mother had left him tucked away in a hidden corner at the very bottom of the wardrobe. Phew! Exhaling a long breath, Jiang Chen stood up only to find Lu Ruyan standing uneasily at the doorway. Her hands were clasped nervously in front of her, her fingers fidgeting restlessly. Her lips trembled several times, as if she had something to say but found it difficult to voice. Lu Ruyan, you're not off living happily ever after with Yang Fan, yet you sneak into my house alone. What's the deal? Jiang Chen frowned. Though only a few days had passed, seeing Lu Ruyan again, he realized he felt no emotional stirrings whatsoever. It felt as though he were observing a mere passerby, no joy, no sorrow, no desire, no interest. She failed to capture his attention in the slightest. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Thud. To Jiang Chen's slight astonishment, the ever-proud Lu Ruyan suddenly knelt before him, repeatedly apologizing and admitting her mistakes. Jiang Chen, Yang Fan is nothing but a liar. A bastard. A scumbag. He deceived me first, then drugged me, intending to offer me to his boss. I must have been blind to believe his sweet talk. I regret it so much now. Why? Weeping uncontrollably, Lu Ruyan recounted last night's events in detail before repeatedly apologizing to Jiang Chen, desperate for his forgiveness. Oh. Jiang Chen responded indifferently, carefully stowing away the amulet before pulling out a cigarette and placing it between his lips. Silence. The room fell silent for a moment. Lu Ruyan abruptly lifted her head, her eyes red from crying, staring at Jiang Chen in utter astonishment. She seemed utterly unprepared for Jiang Chen's detached, indifferent attitude, as if he were listening to some trivial story, showing not the slightest bit of interest. How could this be? Hadn't Jiang Chen loved me for 7 whole years? How could he not care at all? We've been together for 3 years, how could he just let go like that? Jiang Chen, I truly know I was wrong. Can you forgive me just this once? I've completely cut ties with Yang Fan. I promise I'll never have anything to do with him again. If you don't believe me, I'll swear it. Jiang Chen, if you'll just forgive me, I'll do anything you ask. Please? Lu Ruyan was utterly desperate. Not only was she kneeling before Jiang Chen, but she was clinging desperately to his pant leg, tears streaming down her face. Swish. Jiang Chen kicked Lu Ruyan away with one swift motion, then walked over and sat down on the edge of the bed, casually crossing one leg over the other. But then, Lu Ruyan immediately crawled forward on her knees and clung desperately to Jiang Chen's pant leg once more. Jiang Chen felt instantly repulsed. He took a deep drag on his cigarette before speaking with an icy expression. Lu Ruyan, I've told you before I have severe mental purity issues. A woman who's been defiled, no matter how much I might have liked her, I'd never touch her again. Do you understand? Lu Ruyan froze for a moment upon hearing this, then a glimmer of hope flared in her eyes. She immediately began to explain, Jiang Chen, I haven't been defiled. I haven't let Yang Fan touch me at all during this time. Really? I swear it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Swish. Jiang Chen pulled out a new phone he'd casually bought from a nearby store earlier. He opened WeChat Moments and scrolled to the post where Lu Ruyan and Yang Fan had publicly announced their relationship. Lu Ruyan, why don't you open your eyes wide and take a look? The photos of you and Yang Fan checking into a hotel room are still hanging on your Moments right now. And you have the nerve to tell me you're innocent? That Yang Fan never touched you? Lu Ruyan, your own head is filled with don't assume everyone else is as stupid as you. Jiang Chen stared at Lu Ruyan with utter contempt, as if she were nothing more than a clown. If he hadn't sent Qin Xiaoyu the address of this rundown courtyard and was waiting for the Zhou family to come looking for him, Jiang Chen would have already left long ago. But now he had some time to kill. Bored, he might as well watch Lu Ruyan's performance. Jiang Chen, have you forgotten? My period started 2 days before I broke up with you. Put. The moment Lu Ruyan uttered those words, Jiang Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon reflection, it seemed to make sense. Lu Ruyan had indeed just started her period back then. If he calculated the timing, it should only be ending around today. But Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lu Ruyan, even if your own path is blocked, you still have 2 paths you could offer Yang Fan. Ha? What do you mean? Lu Ruyan froze slightly at his words, seemingly confused by what Jiang Chen was implying. Listen up. Jiang Chen stubbed out his cigarette butt, then locked eyes with Lu Ruyan, enunciating each word clearly. Even if your lower route is blocked, you still have the upper route and the rear route for Yang Fan to take. You two went to a hotel room. You couldn't have done nothing, right? I may not understand women, but I know men. Silence. The room fell silent. Lu Ruyan knelt dumbstruck on the floor, chewing over Jiang Chen's words. After a long while, Lu Ruyan seemed to grasp something. She was suddenly overcome with both shame and rage, trembling all over with fury. Jiang Chen. You? What do you take me for? How could you be so disgusting? I may not be a saint, Lu Ruyan, but I'm no low-life trash. And I certainly won't tolerate any perverted games. Seeing Lu Ruyan erupt in genuine fury, Jiang Chen blinked in curiosity. A line of information instantly popped into his field of vision. Name, Lu Ruyan. Age, 25. Appearance, 94. Figure, 94. Bust, 36C+. Driver, 2. Attraction level, 92. Jiang Chen had no objections to Lu Ruyan's looks and figure. As for the 2 drivers, it was obvious that one was Yang Fan and the other was Jiang Chen. In this materialistic era, it was quite rare for a gold digger of campus queen caliber to have only 2 drivers. Now, consider Lu Ruyan's 92-point affection rating. This was understandable, given they'd been together for 3 years and shared some emotional foundation. Compounded by Yang Fan's sudden betrayal, which shattered her pristine image overnight, she now cherished Jiang Chen's kindness all the more. Jiang Chen had no objections to this either. At this point, you might think Jiang Chen is about to forgive Lu Ruyan? No way. This is a male-oriented genre, not some tear-jerking, gloomy female-oriented one. What kind of man is Jiang Chen? He's the kind of man who, if he says he'll eat his phone, he'll eat his phone. Having vowed never to touch Lu Ruyan again, even if she were acquitted, Jiang Chen would never break his word. Besides, Lu Ruyan's emotional infidelity was already a done deal. She hadn't even broken up with Jiang Chen yet when she secretly hooked up with Yang Fan the night before. If that's not cheating, what is? This single act alone had sealed Lu Ruyan's fate in Jiang Chen's eyes. Chapter 100, the Zhou family arrives, only to meet with a car accident. Swish. Jiang Chen activated his peeping eye on Lu Ruyan again, and 2 lines of information instantly popped up in his field of vision. Personal privacy, extreme gold digger. Her greatest dream is to marry into wealth and become a wealthy housewife. If that fails, becoming a mistress is acceptable. Current intent, at all costs, secure Jiang Chen's forgiveness. Jiang Chen, after 3 years with you, I know you have severe OCD. Now, Yao Yao and the others have all followed you. You've already collected 6 of the 7 fairies from Xilan University. Don't you want to complete the set of 7? After grinding out these words, Lu Ruyan deliberately licked her lips and flashed Jiang Chen a seductive glance. In that moment, Jiang Chen felt a wave of intense irritation wash over him. It had to be Lu Ruyan. She'd struck right at his weak spot. However, Jiang Chen remained unflappable. Lu Ruyan, you think you know me? Sure, I have OCD, but why would I need to collect all 7 fairies? To summon a dragon and make a wish? Lu Ruyan's expression flickered slightly at this, then she persisted stubbornly, I can be your mistress. I can be your other woman. I promise to obey you completely. I promise not to compete for your affection with Yao Yao and the others. Enough. Before Lu Ruyan could finish, Jiang Chen cut her off coldly. Lu Ruyan, there's absolutely no chance between us. I will never forgive you. Give up that delusion. Jiang Chen. I've said all I need to say. May we both find peace in the rest of our lives. It's best we never cross paths again. Goodbye. After tossing out those words, Jiang Chen paid no heed to Lu Ruyan, who knelt on the floor pleading desperately. He pushed open the door and strode out. No sooner had he stepped into the courtyard than he heard the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Looking up, he saw a group of bodyguards in suits and leather jackets entering the courtyard. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly. The Zhou family had finally arrived. Tap tap tap. The lead bodyguard, clutching a photograph in his hand, strode quickly up to Jiang Chen. Excuse me, are you young Master Jiang Chen? That's correct. I am Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang Chen, the master has sent us to escort you home. Please step into the carriage with us. All right. Jiang Chen's composure and calmness momentarily startled the head bodyguard. It felt as though Jiang Chen had known his identity all along and anticipated the Zhou family sending for him, showing not a trace of surprise. The third young master seems to be quite calculating. That was the bodyguard captain's first impression of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Just then, Lu Ruyan also rushed out from the east wing. Seeing Jiang Chen surrounded by a group of bodyguards, each one showing him utmost respect, a flash of astonishment crossed Lu Ruyan's face. Young Master Jiang Chen, who is this lady? The bodyguard captain glanced at Lu Ruyan, his gaze lingering on her for only a moment before turning back to Jiang Chen. I don't know her. Jiang Chen replied indifferently before striding toward the courtyard exit. Lu Ruyan. 3 black sedans were parked outside the courtyard, 1 Maybach and 2 Mercedes-Benz S600S. The bodyguard captain stepped forward, opened the Maybach's door, and gestured invitingly toward Jiang Chen. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get in, something suddenly occurred to him. He pulled a set of keys from his pocket, handed them to the bodyguard captain, and said, I drove myself here. Could you please take my car back? Certainly, young Master Jiang Chen. The bodyguard captain paused slightly, instinctively accepting the keys Jiang Chen offered. But, when he clearly saw the prominent B engraved on the key, the bodyguard captain couldn't help but gasp in shock. Holy! Bugatti? Could that Bugatti dragon parked at the courtyard entrance be young Master Jiang Chen's personal vehicle? Wasn't young Master Jiang Chen the master's illegitimate son? All these years, he'd been living on the fringes of society, rumored to have grown up in an orphanage. How could he afford to buy a Bugatti Chiron? With his mind swirling with questions and confusion, the head bodyguard approached the Bugatti Chiron and pressed the button on his key fob. The next second, the Bugatti Chiron's lights flashed twice, and the doors automatically opened. Bodyguard captain. Half an hour later. A Maybach, 2 Mercedes-Benz S600S, and an exceptionally flashy Bugatti Chiron, all 4 vehicles merged onto the Ring Expressway. Jiang Chen sat in the rear seat of the Maybach, eyes half closed, lost in thought, appearing somewhat distracted. About 20 minutes passed. The Maybach exited the ring road onto a major highway leading to the suburbs, quickly approaching an intersection. At that very moment, disaster struck. Roar! 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 A sudden, urgent roar of engines erupted from the left side of the road. Jiang Chen instinctively turned his head to look, his gaze locking onto a speeding truck hurtling toward them. The truck was moving at breakneck speed, showing no signs of slowing down. Worse still, thick blue smoke billowed from its rear. Holy crap! Had its brakes failed? Or was this truck deliberately aiming for me? Watch out! Get out of the way! Jiang Chen's face turned pale as he shouted at the top of his lungs to the Maybach driver. At the same time, Jiang Chen wasn't just sitting there waiting for disaster. With a flick of his thoughts, he swiftly opened the system inventory and instantly locked onto a card in his backpack. Teleportation card. although Jiang Chen was highly confident that his physical body alone could withstand the impact of a large truck. But he hated pain too. Whenever he got sick and went to the hospital, he'd refuse injections if medication was an option. Even when forced to get a shot, he'd make excuses and drag his feet, wailing like a banshee the moment the needle went in. How could someone this afraid of pain possibly be foolish enough to use his own body to withstand the impact of a massive truck? But in the blink of an eye, the instant the truck slammed into the Maybach, Jiang Chen activated his teleportation card without hesitation. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the truck nearly flattened the Maybach into a pancake. But it wasn't over yet. The completely out-of-control truck, dragging the flattened Maybach in its wake, spewed sparks and lightning as it careened forward another dozen meters. Finally, the truck slammed into the roadside guardrail, grinding to a halt. Silence. The scene fell silent. No one present could have imagined such a horrific crash unfolding right before their eyes. The people inside the Maybach must have been crushed into mincemeat, right? Ah! Car crash. Someone got killed. What a horrific crash. Everyone in that Maybach must be dead as a doornail. Damn it! That big truck killed someone. Chapter 101, Zhou Zhangfeng, I'm your father. Shilan City. Suburbs. After the crash, several concerned drivers opened their doors and rushed toward the big truck and the Maybach. Everyone seemed clinging to a last shred of hope, desperate to rescue one or two survivors from the wreckage. Squeal! The bodyguard captain pulled his Bugatti Chiron to the side of the road, then hurriedly jumped out and sprinted toward the crushed Maybach. But when he reached the scene, staring at the mangled Maybach and the bloody mess in the driver's seat, at that moment, the bodyguard captain's face turned grim. Young Master Jiang Chen. Thud. The bodyguard captain murmured, his eyes fixed on the mangled Maybach. Suddenly, his entire body collapsed to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. A profoundly sorrowful atmosphere permeated the scene. The bodyguard captain stared blankly at the Maybach, his eyes slightly reddened, his expression filled with profound grief and anger. However, he completely failed to notice a young, handsome man slowly approaching from a short distance away, finally stopping beside him. Hey! I'm not dead yet. Are you mourning me already? Startled by Jiang Chen's sudden voice, the bodyguard captain froze momentarily before jerking his head up. Young Master Jiang Chen? You're okay? The bodyguard captain looked as if he'd seen a ghost. He sprang to his feet with a whoosh, staring at the unscathed Jiang Chen in utter astonishment. I reacted quickly and jumped out of the car just in time, so I wasn't hit. Jiang Chen offered a casual excuse to brush off the question before asking, by the way, what's your name? I'm Wang Gang, the family head's personal bodyguard. Wang Gang answered Jiang Chen's question dumbly before immediately stepping forward. He grabbed Jiang Chen and thoroughly checked him from head to toe. Only after confirming Jiang Chen was completely unharmed did Wang Gang exhale a long sigh of relief. Young Master Jiang Chen, I apologize. This was my failure. I never imagined such an incident could occur on the Zhou family's territory. A look of guilt flashed across Wang Gang's face. He didn't shirk his responsibility but instead apologized to Jiang Chen with genuine sincerity. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately activated his inside eye on Wang Gang. Personal privacy. After the elder brother's passing, he has quietly cared for the elder sister-in-law. Over the years of living together, he developed feelings for her. However, constrained by moral ethics, he has never dared to confess his feelings to her. Current intent, to do everything in my power to bring young Master Jiang Chen back to the Zhou family safely. Holy crap! Who'd have thought that burly Wang Gang had such a melodramatic love story hidden away? He's got a crush on his own sister-in-law? Now that's quite the twist. It's fine. Jiang Chen waved his hand dismissively, then narrowed his eyes at Wang Gang and asked, Captain Wang, guess who arranged this car accident, my eldest brother or my second brother? Huh? Wang Gang froze slightly at the question, a peculiar expression flitting across his face. Yeah, looks like someone in the Zhou family isn't exactly thrilled to have me back home. Jiang Chen shot Wang Gang a half-smile, then turned and strode toward his Bugatti Chiron. Wang Gang. As Zhou Jingfeng's personal bodyguard, Wang Gang naturally knew some of the Zhou family's internal affairs. The family patriarch, Zhou Zhengfeng, had developed a severe liver tumor and urgently needed a liver transplant. Yet at this critical moment, the eldest and second sons of the Zhou family had begun a bitter power struggle. Both young masters seemed convinced the patriarch's days were numbered, thus launching their civil war over the family fortune prematurely. However, at this critical juncture, the patriarch Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly announced to everyone that he had an illegitimate son living elsewhere. He then dispatched a large number of people to search far and wide for this son's whereabouts. Thus, the eldest and second sons halted their infighting, uniting their efforts against this illegitimate son. They even secretly dispatched agents to obstruct the patriarch's efforts to bring the child back. First, neither the eldest nor second son wanted an additional illegitimate son competing for the Zhou family fortune. Second, perhaps one of the two eldest sons harbored a desire for Zhou Zhengfeng not to survive. Half an hour later, A Mercedes-Benz S600 and a Bugatti Chiron arrived at an exclusive villa district, smoothly entering the Zhou family estate. The moment the vehicles came to a stop, Jiang Chen saw a large group of black-stockinged maids emerge from the villa, swiftly forming two lines at the main entrance. "Welcome home, third young master." The moment all the maids spotted Jiang Chen, they bowed in unison, each face beaming with radiant smiles. Jiang Chen nodded expressionlessly, then gave Wang Gang a subtle nod. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly led Jiang Chen into the villa. "Wow! Third young master is so handsome. I never imagined third young master was this handsome. He completely outshines all those young heartthrobs in the entertainment industry today. Third young master just glanced at me. I think he likes me. Get lost. He was clearly looking at me. Hey! You bunch of little floozies, getting frisky in broad daylight? Who does third young master think he is? How could he possibly fancy any of you?" Jiang Chen possessed exceptional hearing. Though the maids' whispers were faint, he caught every word of their conversation. Indeed. It wasn't just men who were lustful, women were just as bad. In the villa's living room, a small, elderly man with graying hair sat quietly on the sofa. He held a newspaper in his hands, a cup of hot tea sat on the coffee table before him, and several bodyguards in suits stood behind him. From afar, he exuded an aura of command without needing to raise his voice. "Master, Wang Gang has fulfilled his mission and brought back the third young master." Wang Gang strode quickly to the old man's side and reported in a low voice. Swish! Jiang Chen also fixed his gaze on the little old man, his mind beginning to murmur. "Is this my beastly father, Zhou Zhengfeng? Judging by his complexion, he doesn't look like he's gravely ill. Could it be a deathbed recovery, about to kick the bucket any moment? What a fitting retribution." Whoosh! Zhou Zhengfeng set down the newspaper in his hand, looked up at Jiang Chen standing in the living room, and even waved him over. Jiang Chen fought back the urge to vomit, walking over expressionless and plopping down on the sofa opposite Zhou Zhengfeng. Seeing this, Zhou Zhengfeng paused for a moment before breaking into a kindly smile. "Jiang Chen," he said, "I'm your father." Put! Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. He was about to explode with rage, but then he thought, "Holy hell! The guy was right, he really was my dad. I know." Jiang Chen waved his hand expressionlessly, then activated his scrutiny eye on Zhou Zhengfeng. He'd see what Zhou Zhengfeng was scheming right now. Personal privacy. He was a notorious womanizer in his youth, completely draining his vitality. By middle age, he suffered from erectile dysfunction and could no longer engage in sexual relations. Current intent: rush Jiang Chen to the hospital for compatibility testing. If a match is found, immediately arrange for someone to harvest his liver. Chapter 102: The Mature Charm of a Stepmother. "Old man, cut the crap. I know you have liver cancer and urgently need a transplant to save your life. Give me 10% of Zhou Group's shares and I'll go with you for the match. Otherwise, forget it." The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the entire living room fell silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes widened in utter shock as he stared at Jiang Chen. He never imagined this rebellious son not only knew his intentions but was now making an outrageous demand to extort him. Just for going to the hospital for a compatibility test, he wanted to walk away with 10% of Zhou Group's shares for free? Damn it! You must be out of your mind. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Zhengfeng burst into laughter, his anger turning to derision. He glared at Jiang Chen and sneered, "You ungrateful son. You really don't know your place, do you? Demanding 10% of Zhou Group just like that? Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a bastard I fathered on a whim with a maid. You have absolutely no right to take a single penny from me." Zhou Zhengfeng tore off all pretense right then and there, openly calling Jiang Chen a bastard child. He seemed utterly convinced Jiang Chen was nothing more than a lamb led to slaughter, incapable of stirring up any real trouble. Swish! Jiang Chen rose calmly, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and placed it between his lips. He looked at Zhou Zhengfeng and said, "Since there's nothing to discuss, let's not discuss it." Crash! Without warning, Jiang Chen suddenly thrust out a hand, flipping over the coffee table that stood between him and Zhou Zhengfeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Clang! Thud! The marble coffee table weighed at least several thousand pounds. Yet with a single flick of Jiang Chen's wrist, it spun 720 degrees midair before crashing violently into the adjacent wall. The table embedded itself deep into the wall, which then cracked like a spider web, fissures spreading across its surface. Silence. The living room fell completely silent. Jiang Chen's display not only terrified Zhou Zhengfeng but also left the bodyguards standing behind him frozen in place. "Old man, if I refuse to go to the hospital for the match, the people behind you won't be able to do a thing to me." Jiang Chen spoke as he pulled out his lighter, calmly lighting his cigarette before taking a leisurely drag. Silence. The living room remained utterly silent. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, his face frozen in a look of utter shock. His gaze darted from Jiang Chen to the marble coffee table embedded in the wall, his body trembling uncontrollably. As for Zhou Jingfeng's bodyguards, including their captain Wang Gang, they all looked as if facing a formidable enemy. Not only had they surrounded Jiang Chen completely, but each of them had adopted an offensive stance, their faces etched with caution. Ha! Jiang Chen shot a contemptuous glance at the bodyguards before speaking calmly. Old man, if I'd smashed that coffee table into you just now, do you think you'd have ended up as a meat patty? You ungrateful brat, you. Zhou Zhengfeng was both shocked and furious. He never imagined Jiang Chen's combat prowess could be so terrifying. To hurl a marble coffee table weighing thousands of pounds with one hand, even today's boxing champion couldn't achieve that. And to think he did it with such effortless ease, clearly, he hadn't even exerted his full strength. Holy crap! He'd thought he'd brought home a lamb to be slaughtered, but it turned out to be a ferocious wolf. He'd invited a wolf into his home. What to do? This kid has such a volatile temper, he flips tables over the slightest disagreement. And his combat prowess is terrifying. One wrong move, and my life could be in danger. Honey, did you bring Xiao Chen home? Just then, a mature, magnetic female voice suddenly drifted down from the villa's second floor. Clickety-clack. Immediately, the sound of high heels walking echoed through the room, instantly capturing everyone's attention in the living room. Swish! Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and instinctively looked toward the sound. A mature, curvaceous beauty descended the stairs step by step. She appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in a dark green halter neck qipao dress. Her chestnut brown hair was elegantly pinned up at the nape of her neck, revealing a delicate oval face. Her skin was soft, fair, and radiant with a captivating glow. Her delicate eyebrows appeared meticulously shaped, framing a pair of alluring yet coolly composed almond-shaped eyes that held a mature, seductive charm. Her petite, straight nose, rose-petal lips, and slender, pointed chin framed a flawless, jade-like neck. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her figure was also incredibly voluptuous. The cheongsam dress clung tightly to her form, perfectly outlining her curvaceous, voluptuous figure full in all the right places. Her waist, slender enough to be grasped in one hand, swayed like a willow in a gentle breeze, leaving onlookers in awe. Her exaggeratedly wide hips clearly outstretched beyond her shoulders. Beneath the skirt's hem, a pair of beautiful legs emerged, draped in sheer stockings that glistened alluringly. Standing at about 5 feet 7 inches, she appeared gracefully poised, yet her voluptuous figure radiated an exceptionally alluring, mature charm. Jiang Chen couldn't help but blink, and a line of information immediately appeared in his vision. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33. Appearance, 93. Figure, 97. Favorite fruit, coconut. Driver, 1. Affinity, 50. A peculiar expression suddenly flashed across Jiang Chen's face. He hadn't expected that on their very first meeting, Zhou Jingfeng's wife, his stepmother, would already have a whopping 50 points of favor toward him? What can you do? Being handsome has its perks. No matter where you go, you effortlessly win the admiration of the opposite sex. Tap tap tap. Chen Yun glided over with a natural catwalk, swaying her ample hips and undulating her figure step by step until she finally came to a stop behind Zhou Zhengfeng. Throughout the entire process, Chen Yun didn't glance at Jiang Chen. Only after she came to a stop did she turn her head, her face brimming with curiosity as she scrutinized Jiang Chen from head to toe. Of course. Jiang Chen wasn't idle either. The moment Chen Yun approached, he immediately activated his peeping eye ability. Personal privacy, married Zhou Zhengfeng for his family's fortune, dreaming of securing shares in the Zhou Group. But with Zhou Jingfeng's failing health, she's endured years of loneliness in an empty bed, eventually succumbing to the temptation of infidelity. Current intent: Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjia have recently joined forces to oust me from the core leadership of Zhou Group. I can't take them on alone. I must find an ally quickly, and Jiang Chen, this illegitimate son, seems like a suitable candidate. Jiang Chen, hello. Chen Yun smiled warmly at Jiang Chen, her tone gentle. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chen Yun, your stepmother. You can call me Aunt Yun. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his gaze darting back and forth between Zhou Zhengfeng and Chen Yun several times. Swish! Jiang Chen chuckled, then pointed at Zhou Jingfeng's nose and declared to Chen Yun, Aunt Yun, rest assured this old man is about to kick the bucket. Once he's gone, I'll take good care of you. Silence. The entire room fell silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Zhou Jingfeng's eyes bulged, his mouth gaped open, his aged face flushed crimson, his body shaking violently. He looked as if he might be struck dead by rage at any moment. Chen Yun froze in place. Then, a faint blush spread across her lovely face. The look in her eyes toward Jiang Chen changed, her phoenix-like gaze now holding a hint of inexplicable emotion. As for the Zhou family bodyguards, they all stared at Jiang Chen in utter disbelief, their minds screaming, "Third young master, you're seriously awesome." Not only did he dare curse his own father to death, but he also had the audacity to openly flirt with his stepmother in front of everyone? Such an act of utter disrespect and utter depravity was simply too thrilling. Chapter 103: Gambling for a Chance to Survive. Rebellious son. You unfilial bastard. Guards. Throw this traitorous son out. Zhou Zhengfeng was furious beyond measure. He clutched his chest, his face contorted with agony. His aged features flushed crimson, veins bulging prominently on his forehead. Third young master, forgive us. The Zhou family's bodyguards all feared Jiang Chen, but under the master's orders, they steeled themselves and closed in as one. Whoosh! Without further ado, Jiang Chen unleashed 10% of his power and immediately clashed with the Zhou family bodyguards. Thud! 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 Amidst the stunned gazes of onlookers, Jiang Chen darted through the guards with blinding agility. He weaved in and out 7 times, leaving them scattered and retreating in disarray. Not a single bodyguard could withstand a single punch from Jiang Chen, not even Wang Gang, the former Special Forces soldier, was an exception. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, every single bodyguard lay beaten on the ground. Zhou Zhengfeng was dumbfounded. Chen Yun was stunned into silence. Even Uncle Zhang, the butler standing nearby, was left with his jaw hanging open. Watching Zhou Zhengfeng still clutching his chest, Jiang Chen couldn't help but snort derisively. Old man, cut the act. Your acting is way too over the top. You have liver cancer, not a heart attack. Why are you clutching your chest? Who are you trying to fool? Silence. The living room fell silent once more. Zhou Jingfeng's face alternated between crimson and pallor, his entire demeanor darkening to the extreme, his eyes clouded with impenetrable gloom. Old man, I advise you not to waste your time here. You've got only 3 months left to live. If you don't want to die, you'll have to negotiate terms with me. I've laid out my terms, it's up to you whether you accept them or not. Jiang Chen settled back into the sofa, casually crossing one leg over the other. He puffed leisurely on his cigarette, radiating an air of I'm in no hurry whatsoever. Silence hung heavy in the air. Zhou Zhengfeng glared at Jiang Chen with icy fury, his teeth grinding audibly. He wanted nothing more than to tear this rebellious son to pieces right then and there. But, after witnessing Jiang Chen's terrifying combat prowess, Zhou Zhengfeng immediately abandoned any thoughts of using force against him. Of course. Not only could Jiang Chen hurl a marble coffee table weighing thousands of pounds with one hand, but he'd also effortlessly taken down every single one of the Zhou family's most elite bodyguards. Such terrifying prowess left Zhou Zhengfeng with nothing but deep apprehension. If he continued provoking this rebellious son, who knew if he might fly into a rage and smack his cheap old dad right to death. Zhou Zhengfeng valued his life too much to gamble his existence on Jiang Chen's temper. Since force was out of the question, negotiation was the only option. Rebellious son, if you're willing to accompany me to the hospital for a compatibility test, I'll give you 10 million Dragon Nation currency. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Zhengfeng offered a sum no ordinary person could refuse. However, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Old man, are you trying to bribe a beggar? 10 million Longwei currency? Hell no. I give my girlfriend more than that for pocket money. You're the head of the prestigious Zhou family, chairman of the Zhou group, and yet you're a broke ass? How about this? If you voluntarily give up treatment, I'll give you 100 million Longwei currency. I can transfer it right now. What do you say? Care to consider my offer? The moment Jiang Chen spoke, Zhou Zhengfeng froze in place. Although he had dispatched numerous men to search for Jiang Chen's whereabouts and obtain first-hand intelligence on him. But, just days ago, Jiang Chen had acquired the lottery system, becoming overnight wealthy. Yesterday, he had even ascended to become the chairman of the dynasty group. This information hadn't been updated in time. Naturally, Zhou Zhengfeng remained unaware that the rebel son he spoke of now held a net worth surpassing his own. Whoosh! Zhou Zhengfeng opened his mouth, seemingly about to speak. Just then, the limping head bodyguard, Wang Gang, approached and leaned in to whisper something into Zhou Zhengfeng's ear. The next second, Zhou Zhengfeng's expression turned peculiar. Rebellious son, is that 30 million yuan Bugatti Veyron at the gate yours? Where did you get all that money? Old man, mind your own business about where I got the money. It's none of your concern since it didn't come from the Zhou family. You ungrateful son. Since you're so wealthy, this measly stake in the Zhou group is surely beneath your notice. You're wrong. I'm precisely here for the Zhou group shares. Otherwise, do you think I'd bother coming all this way to see you? Silence. The living room fell silent once more. Zhou Jingfeng's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to see straight into his soul. However, ever since stepping through the Zhou family's gates, Jiang Chen had maintained a carefree demeanor, refusing to play by the rules and leaving his intentions utterly inscrutable. At that moment, Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly grew serious. A shrewdness and cunning unique to businessmen erupted from him in an instant. I merely asked you to undergo a compatibility test at the hospital, yet you demand an exorbitant price 10% of Zhou Group's shares. Don't you think this request is utterly unreasonable? Oh my. Sky-high demands, then haggling down. You could try countering the offer. I'll give you 10 million. You won't accept that either? How about this? You give me 10% of Zhou Group and I'll go with you to the hospital for the match. If it's a match, I'll cooperate with you immediately for the liver transplant surgery. What do you say? At Jiang Chen's words, Zhou Jingfeng's eyes lit up slightly, but he quickly fell into deep thought. Clearly, Jiang Chen's proposal was a gamble. Zhou Zhengfeng was betting 10% of Zhou Group for a chance at survival. If Jiang Chen proved compatible, Zhou Zhengfeng would survive and that 10% stake would be money well spent. But, if the match failed, Zhou Zhengfeng would essentially be handing over 10% of the shares to Jiang Chen for nothing. To gamble or not? After all, he only had 3 months left to live. No matter how many shares he held, he couldn't take them to the grave. Even if we take a step back, 10% of the shares isn't that much. Even if he gave these shares to Jiang Chen, he couldn't stir up any real trouble within the Zhou group. At that moment, Zhou Zhangfeng didn't even realize he'd been led by Jiang Chen's rhythm. After a moment of deep thought, he nodded in agreement. Fine, I'll accept your terms. But we must sign a contract first to prevent you from reneging later. Why didn't you just agree to this sooner? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, leaning lazily back on the sofa as he leisurely blew a smoke ring. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelid twitched violently as he suppressed his inner rage, then waved for the butler to come over and prepare a contract immediately. About half an hour later, Zhou Jingfeng signed the share transfer agreement, while Jiang Chen signed the liver transplant contract. Both parties achieved their objectives. Next, Zhou Jingfeng eagerly pulled Jiang Chen to the hospital for compatibility testing. Jiang Chen cooperated fully. To be honest, Jiang Chen desperately hoped he would be a match for Zhou Zhangfeng. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If Jiang Chen really could be a match for Zhou Zhangfeng, given Jiang Chen's temperament, there was no way he'd donate his liver to Zhou Zhangfeng. He'd make Zhou Zhangfeng furious. He'd make Zhou Zhangfeng watch helplessly as the chance to live dangled right before his eyes, yet remained forever out of reach. Killing someone? Torturing someone's soul is where the real fun lies. As for that liver transplant contract, just renege on it. A contract dispute lawsuit would drag on for at least half a year. Jiang Chen had all the time in the world to wait it out, but Zhou Zhangfeng couldn't afford to wait that long. If Zhou Zhangfeng knew what Jiang Chen was thinking right now, he'd probably spit blood on the spot. In short, ever since stepping through the Zhou family's gates, Jiang Chen never intended to reason with them. Scams, swindles, extortion, robbery, murder. Whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Chapter 104, just to contradict you. Huakong Hospital, Xilan City. This was a private hospital built at great expense by Zhou Zhangfeng. Under the guidance of a team of specialist doctors, Jiang Chen first had blood drawn, then underwent a physical examination, followed by HLA typing. It took a full 2 hours to complete this series of tedious matching procedures. Now, all that remained was to wait for the matching results. The president's office. Zhou Zhangfeng sat quietly on the sofa, leaning on a dragon-head cane. Though his face betrayed no emotion, his tightly clenched fists, slightly trembling fingers, and the fleeting anxiety in his eyes betrayed his inner tension and unease. Xiaoyun, my shoulder feels a bit stiff. Zhou Zhangfeng suddenly shrugged his shoulders, seemingly feeling a bit uncomfortable, and then said to Chen Yun sitting beside him, could you give me a massage? Sure. Chen Yun nodded, immediately stood up, and walked behind Zhou Zhangfeng. She then extended her delicate hands and gently placed them on his shoulders. Apply some pressure. Oh. Did you even eat today? What about now? Hey. Why so hard? Trying to strangle me? When Jiang Chen pushed open the door and walked in, he caught Zhou Zhangfeng in the middle of an angry tirade at Chen Yun. Though Chen Yun remained silent, meekly enduring Zhou Jingfeng's wrath, her hands never stopped moving. She continued massaging his shoulders. But Jiang Chen clearly saw a fleeting glimpse of subtle disgust and contempt flash through Chen Yun's phoenix-like eyes. In that instant, Jiang Chen couldn't help but recall Chen Yun's background information. Chen Yun was a top graduate from Qingbei University. Fresh out of school, she joined the Zhou group. Later, she caught the eye of Zhou Zhangfeng, that creep who transferred her to work as his personal secretary. Subsequently, Zhou Zhangfeng employed a series of tactics to coerce Chen Yun into becoming his secret mistress. Chen Yun herself was a calculating woman. After Zhou Jingfeng's wife passed away, she managed to ascend to the coveted position of Mrs. Zhou through her status as the mistress. However, Chen Yun never truly felt much affection for Zhou Zhangfeng. After all, she had been coerced into the relationship, and there was a 23-year age gap between them. How could the young and beautiful Chen Yun possibly fall for Zhou Zhangfeng, this greasy old man? Moreover, Chen Yun was in the prime of her sexual vitality, while Zhou Jingfeng's body had long since failed him, leaving her alone in bed night after night. Therefore, unfulfilled and frustrated, Chen Yun had long harbored resentment toward Zhou Zhangfeng. If it weren't for the Zhou family fortune, she'd never have bothered pretending to please him. Swish! Jiang Chen walked straight over and plopped down beside Zhou Zhangfeng. Zhou Jingfeng's eyelid twitched slightly as he instinctively shifted aside, seemingly unwilling to sit so close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. He turned to Chen Yun and said, Dear Aunt Yun, my shoulders are a bit stiff too. Would you be so kind as to give me a massage as well? Silence. The office fell completely silent. But after a brief pause, Zhou Jingfeng's roar erupted. You ungrateful son! What nonsense are you spouting? She's your stepmother, your elder. How dare you ask your stepmother to massage your shoulders? How did I end up with such an ill-mannered child? Seeing Zhou Zhangfeng furious beyond control, Chen Yun's hands froze awkwardly on his shoulders, looking utterly at a loss. Zhou Jingfeng's personal bodyguard, Wang Gang, and the butler, Uncle Zhang, both turned their heads away, pretending not to hear a thing. However, Jiang Chen grinned cheekily, waving his hand dismissively. Old man. You gave birth to me, then abandoned me for a full 25 years without a single word, leaving me to fend for myself. You never fulfilled a shred of your duty as a father, yet now you dare accuse me of lacking manners? Whether I have manners or not, it's all your choice. What right do you have to criticize me now? At these words, Zhou Zhangfeng nearly choked on his own blood. Within the Zhou household, he, as the patriarch, ruled with absolute authority. No one dared defy his will, and certainly no one had ever spoken to him with such insolence. Yet here stood this lowly bastard child, audacious enough not only to publicly humiliate him but to point a finger in his face and hurl insults. Damn it all to hell. Fine, I'll swallow my pride for now, all because you're willing to donate your liver. As soon as the compatibility results come out. If it's a match, I'll rip that liver right out of you. If it doesn't match, you'll be utterly useless. Then I'll find a way to kick you out of the Zhou family. Aunt Yun, what are you standing there for? Can't you see he's already tacitly agreed? Hurry over and massage my shoulders. Just then, Jiang Chen's voice drifted over again. Zhou Jingfeng's face darkened. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he chose silence, even closing his eyes out of sight, out of mind. Chen Yun felt awkward. She first studied Zhou Jingfeng's expression, then glanced at the young, handsome Jiang Chen. She hesitated for about 3 seconds. Chen Yun leaned close to Zhou Jingfeng's ear and whispered softly, "Husband, Xiao Chen is your son, which means he's my son too. He spent the entire morning running around the hospital trying to match livers with you. He's completely exhausted now. As his stepmother, I naturally feel deeply for this child. Since Xiao Chen asked me to massage his shoulders, how could I possibly refuse as his stepmother?" Chen Yun used the phrase as his stepmother twice in succession and even changed her reference to Jiang Chen to the child. She was telling Zhou Zhangfeng that her relationship with Jiang Chen was purely that of mother and son, nothing more. Zhou Jingfeng's expression seemed to soften slightly. Chen Yun breathed a slight sigh of relief before walking behind Jiang Chen and gently placing her hands on his shoulders. "Aunt Yun, your technique is quite impressive. The pressure is just right, and your technique is quite skilled, comparable to a professional masseuse. Who was it just now saying you weren't good enough? Either they're blind or they're nitpicking, deliberately looking for faults." While enjoying Chen Yun's massage, Jiang Chen launched into a verbal tirade, masterfully demonstrating the idiom beating around the bush to criticize someone else. Chen Yun couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Chen's antics. Hearing Jiang Chen's generous praise and his complete endorsement of her massage skills, a warm wave suddenly surged through Chen Yun's heart. It felt sweet, tinged with a touch of self-satisfaction. But then she thought back to Zhou Jingfeng's attitude, and suddenly it felt like she'd swallowed a dead fly, utterly disgusting. "I'm giving you a massage out of the goodness of my heart, and instead of being grateful, you look at me with utter disgust? You think I was born to be your servant? Do you think I was born to be your servant? If you can't appreciate me, it's your lack of discernment. Those with discernment will naturally appreciate me." As Chen Yun pondered this, a beautiful curve unconsciously formed at the corner of her lips. At the same time, she massaged Jiang Chen's shoulders with even greater zeal, eager to showcase every skill she possessed for his benefit. A woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. Chen Yun's massage skills were reserved solely for those who truly appreciated her. Chapter 105, The Zhou Family Reunion. A house full of silly women. Dean's office. Jiang Chen leaned lazily against the sofa. Chen Yun's 18 massage techniques lulled him into such blissful relaxation that he closed his eyes, nearly drifting off to sleep. Zhou Jingfeng's face had turned completely dark. He wasn't some little darling. When Chen Yun massaged him, her pressure was either too light or too heavy, and her attitude was downright perfunctory. But when it came to Jiang Chen, Chen Yun's attitude did a complete 180-degree turnaround. This woman was incredibly attentive to Jiang Chen. Not only did she pull out all the stops, massaging him with utmost dedication, but many of the techniques were ones Zhou Zhangfeng had never seen before. What's more, Chen Yun seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself, beaming with delight. "Damn it all to hell. I'm not dead yet. You're already so damn eager to run off with another man? Just as I thought. You can trust a woman about as much as you can trust a sow to climb a tree. I'd rather believe in ghosts than trust a woman's words." Squeak. Just then, the office door suddenly swung open from the outside. Jiang Chen, Chen Yun, Zhou Zhengfeng, Wang Gang, and the butler Uncle Zhang all turned their heads almost simultaneously to look at the person who had pushed his way in. "Dad, are the matching results in yet?" A man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, strode in. Following closely behind him was a mature, graceful woman. Zhou Shihao. A name instantly flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. The man was none other than Zhou Jingfeng's eldest son Zhou Shihao, and the woman following him was Zhou Shihao's wife Suya. Swish. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, inwardly exclaiming, "This is perfect," and immediately activated his eye of insight on Zhou Shihao. Personal privacy, naturally infertile, unable to conceive with his wife. To inherit the Zhou family fortune, deliberately concealed his inability to have children and conceived the idea of artificial insemination. Current intent: I must persuade father to draft a will ensuring the majority of Zhou Group shares are inherited by me, the eldest son. Upon reading this, a peculiar expression flickered across Jiang Chen's face. Who would have thought the eldest son of the Zhou family was born infertile? And he'd actually considered borrowing sperm? Damn it all. Why seek help from outsiders for this? We're family here, you could have come straight to me. A warm-hearted young man like me? How could I possibly refuse to help? Swish. Jiang Chen instinctively turned his gaze towards Suya. It must be said, this sister-in-law of Jiang Chen's radiated an aura uniquely possessed by a sister-in-law. Her beautiful eyes were as deep and mysterious as the ocean, while her full, luscious red lips evoked images of the most tempting, juicy fruit. Her mature, curvaceous figure was perfectly proportioned, not an ounce too much, not an ounce too little. And that faint smile playing on her lips felt like the warm caress of a spring breeze. What a gentle, dignified, serene, and intelligent beauty. She looks like she'd be easy to push around. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Appearance, 92. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver, 1. Affection level, 10. Swish. Jiang Chen activated his peeping eye on Suya once more, and 2 lines of information instantly appeared in his vision. Personal privacy, yearns to be a mother, has always wanted a child. To this end, she relentlessly pressures her husband during her monthly ovulation period. Current intent, help her husband secure more Zhou family assets to solidify her position as the eldest mistress. After reading Suya's private thoughts, Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and his expression grew increasingly peculiar. He desperately wanted to tell Suya, sis, you're wasting your breath. Even if you tied Zhou Shihao up and punished him nonstop for a month, you still wouldn't conceive. Squeak. At that very moment, the office door swung open again from the outside, followed by a man and a woman rushing in. Dad, I heard you brought that bastard back and even came to the hospital with him for a paternity test. Are the results in yet? Zhou Renjie. Zhou Jingfeng's second son. The moment Jiang Chen laid eyes on this guy, he felt an intense wave of disgust wash over him. Swish. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen activated his scrutiny eye on Zhou Renjie. Personal privacy, due to his wife's overbearing nature and constant micromanagement, he began an affair with his female secretary 6 months ago. He secretly transferred marital assets during the marriage, intending to divorce his wife while minimizing her financial settlement. Current intent, since he couldn't run Jiang Chen over, he'd find a way to expel this bastard from the Zhou family. Under no circumstances would he let him take a single penny from the Zhou estate. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed instantly. Found it. This morning's car accident was orchestrated by the second young master of the Zhou family. Zhou Renjie, you bastard. Since you're so reckless as to provoke me, don't blame me for making you my first target. Swish. Jiang Chen merely glanced casually at Zhou Renjie before fixing his gaze on his wife. He'd assumed Zhou Renjie's wife would be plain and unremarkable, otherwise why would Zhou even consider divorce? But the reality was quite the opposite. Zhou Renjie's wife, Jiang Chen's second sister-in-law, was a stunning beauty who rivaled Suya. Her exquisitely beautiful oval face, willow-like eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, and sensual red lips as vibrant and luscious as a rose. She wore a light green dress that perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. Looking down, you couldn't see her toes from the neck down, it was all legs. Name, Li Yu. Age, 26. Appearance, 92. Figure, 95. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver, 1. Affection level, 10. Swish. Jiang Chen blinked, then activated his peeping eye on Li Yu. 2 lines of information instantly appeared in his vision. Personal privacy, secretly embezzled a sum of corporate funds for financial turnover. Current intent, help her husband ascend to the position of group chairman to conceal her embezzlement. Reading this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but snort derisively inside. Second sister-in-law. You really are a brainless fool. Your husband is secretly transferring marital assets to strip you of everything, yet you're still scheming to help him become chairman? He's selling you out, and you're happily counting his money for him? Absolutely speechless. Now it seems both the eldest and second sons of the Zhou family have ulterior motives, while the eldest and second sisters-in-law are the real brainless fools. Oh, and add Chen Yun, the stepmother, to the list. She's another brainless fool. After all these years married to Zhou Zhengfeng, she hasn't managed to get even a single share of the Zhou group. Doesn't that mean she married him for nothing? Even if we give him the benefit of the doubt, if Zhou Zhengfeng truly intended to give Chen Yun shares in the group, would he have waited until now? Clearly, Zhou Zhengfeng never intended to give Chen Yun any shares in the group from the very beginning. Chen Yun is nothing but a free nanny he keeps around. Poor fool, she's still foolishly trying to fight the 2 young masters of the Zhou family, thinking she can use her own abilities to stay in the inner circle of the Zhou group. How could she possibly stay without holding any shares in the Zhou group? In the end, wouldn't it all come down to the chairman's word, deciding your fate at his whim? If it were me, I'd find a way to kill Zhou Zhengfeng before he could even draft a will. Once Zhou Zhengfeng is dead, Chen Yun, as his lawful wife, can openly claim her share of his inheritance. Then, Chen Yun held shares in the Zhou group, wielding both wealth and power. With her husband dead, she had become a highly sought-after widow. Wasn't a carefree life just around the corner? Therefore, in Jiang Chen's eyes, Chen Yun was nothing more than a brainless, foolish woman. Chapter 106, Match Failed, Zhou Zhengfeng Makes a Will. The Dean's Office. The entire Zhou family had gathered here. The patriarch, Zhou Zhengfeng the matriarch, Chen Yun the eldest son, Zhou Shihao the eldest daughter-in-law, Suya the second son, Zhou Renjie the second daughter-in-law, Li Yu. Plus Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son. It was practically a family reunion. At this very moment, Jiang Chen felt an overwhelming urge he couldn't suppress. He desperately wanted to drop a bomb right then and there, sending this entire family straight to the afterlife. But reason told Jiang Chen he couldn't act on impulse. Murder was illegal. It would cost him his life. If he must kill, he must prepare meticulously, leaving absolutely no clues or evidence behind to avoid drawing the attention of the authorities. Swish! Just as Jiang Chen had suppressed his murderous intent, a figure suddenly swayed into view before him. Hey! You're the bastard my dad had with some maid, right? Jiang Chen? You look like a decent human being, so your mom must have been pretty attractive. No wonder my dad hooked up with her back then. Zhou Renjie was the quintessential spoiled rich kid, arrogant, overbearing, condescending, and utterly clueless about his own limitations. Not only did he repeatedly call Jiang Chen a bastard, but he also insulted Jiang Chen's mother in the process. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen sprang to his feet, his hand flashing like lightning. With a thunderous crack, he slammed his open palm across Zhou Renjie's face. Ow! Thud! Zhou Renjie was sent spinning 720 degrees on the spot by the blow, crashing flat on his backside. You little bastard! How dare you, dare to hit me! Sitting sprawled on the ground, Zhou Renjie clutched his swollen cheek, abruptly lifting his head to stare at Jiang Chen in utter disbelief. He never imagined that Jiang Chen, that illegitimate son, would dare lay a hand on him, the second young master of the Zhou family. This was turning the world upside down. Husband, are you okay? Li Yu rushed over upon seeing her husband struck, reaching out to steady Zhou Renjie as she anxiously examined his injuries. However, Zhou Renjie abruptly pushed Li Yu away. Struggling to his feet, he clenched his fists and charged toward Jiang Chen, seemingly intent on beating him senseless. Swish! Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his right leg slightly bent, ready to strike at any moment. If Zhou Renjie dared to approach again, he could guarantee that one kick would send Zhou Renjie flying, pinning him directly to the opposite wall. Stop! At the critical moment, a furious shout cut through the air. Zhou Zhengfeng finally spoke up. Hearing his father's voice, Zhou Renjie flinched almost instinctively and halted his actions. Dad, did you see that? That bastard actually dared to hit me. And right in front of you, he slapped me hard across the face. Shut up! Zhou Renjie's words were cut short by Zhou Zhengfeng's cold, sharp command. Zhou Zhengfeng tapped his dragon head cane on the ground, glaring at Zhou Renjie as he roared, Zhou Renjie! Who gave you permission to speak to your younger brother like that? Calling him a bastard, daring to insult Xiao Chen's mother. How did I raise such a good-for-nothing brat? Xiao Chen slapped you right. You deserved it. Zhou Zhengfeng's words left Zhou Renjie utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined his father would not only refuse to defend him but actually side with Jiang Chen. What was going on? Jiang Chen was just an illegitimate child. If you truly cared about him, how could you have let him drift alone for 25 years, ignoring him completely and leaving him to fend for himself? Where exactly did things go wrong? That's it. It must be Jiang Chen's liver. His liver is highly likely to be a suitable transplant for father. That's why father sided with him, the sole purpose being to placate Jiang Chen's emotions. At this thought, Zhou Renjie's expression darkened. If Jiang Chen's liver could truly save his father's life, then how long would he have to wait before inheriting the Zhou family's fortune? And if father survived, he'd surely oppose my divorce from Li Yu. Then wouldn't I be doomed to live under Li Yu's tyranny forever having to walk on eggshells around that hag? No! I absolutely cannot let Jiang Chen save my father. I must think of a way to stop this liver transplant surgery immediately. Squeak! Just then, the office door swung open for the third time from the outside. Immediately, a doctor clad in a white coat rushed in, clutching a thick stack of lab reports. Director Liu. What are the results? Zhou Zhengfeng's expression suddenly grew tense. He stared intently into Director Liu's eyes, seemingly trying to read the match results from his facial expression. At that moment, it wasn't just Zhou Zhengfeng. Everyone in the room, including Jiang Chen, fixed their gaze on Director Liu's face. However, the next move from Director Liu instantly poured a bucket of cold water over Zhou Zhengfeng, sending a chill from his head straight to his toes. Swish! Dean Liu shook his head, sighed, and said, Chairman, the match failed. Your youngest son's liver is incompatible for transplantation into your body. Silence. The office fell silent. Everyone present remained silent, not a single soul daring to speak or even breathe at that moment. Zhou Zhengfeng's face darkened. He had pinned all his hopes on Jiang Chen, yet still faced the outcome of a failed match. Why was this happening? Why, in a country as vast as China, among its billions of citizens, could he not find a single suitable liver donor? Could it be that heaven truly intended to take my life? I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Zhou Zhengfeng closed his eyes, his hands clenched tightly around the dragon-headed walking stick. His expression flickered between light and shadow, his thoughts hidden within. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why didn't the match succeed? I had already planned out the next steps. I could have driven Zhou Zhengfeng absolutely mad. But damn it, the heavens wouldn't give me that chance. Since Plan A was out, it was time to execute Plan B. As for the crux of Plan B, the crux had already been made clear, no further explanation needed. Swish! At that very moment, Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly opened his eyes. With a complex look in his eyes, he scanned everyone in the room, deliberately lingering on Jiang Chen for a few seconds. Finally, Zhou Zhengfeng spoke in a low voice, "Let's go home. I need to make a will." Boom! The moment Zhou Zhengfeng uttered those words, it felt like a bolt of lightning striking every member of the Zhou family. A look of wild joy suddenly flashed across Zhou Shihao's face, while Suya's expression also betrayed a hint of excitement. As for Zhou Renjie, though a flicker of joy crossed his face, it was quickly replaced by a look of worry. After all, he was only Zhou Zhengfeng's second son. According to the Zhou family rules, the inheritance for the second son was far less than that of the eldest son. Li Yu's expression mirrored theirs. To conceal her embezzlement, she must propel Zhou Renjie into power, ensuring her husband ascended to the position of chairman of Zhou Group. If Zhou Shihao became chairman, even as his sister-in-law, she would still face the risk of imprisonment should he turn against her. Therefore, while Zhou Shihao and Suya were elated, Zhou Renjie and Li Yu were filled with anxiety. As for Jiang Chen, he was busy formulating his Plan B and had no time to bother with these trivial matters. Damn it all. Plan B was indeed awesome, but it was a bit of a tough choice. Should he take down that old bastard Zhou Zhengfeng first? Or should he start with his two sons? They say it's more tragic when the white-haired send off the black-haired. Or, play around? Ha ha ha. Chapter 107, 3 Distinct Inheritances. Night fell. In the dining room of the Zhou family villa. The table was laden with fine wines and delicacies, yet none of the gathered guests seemed to have much appetite for dinner. Except for Jiang Chen. He'd been busy all day today, even going to the hospital for a compatibility test and having several vials of blood drawn. Now he was definitely going to eat his fill to make up for it. And so, amidst the stunned gazes of the Zhou family, Jiang Chen grabbed a large lobster with his left hand, pinched a king crab with his right, and cradled a roasted suckling pig in his arms. He was practically sweeping every plate on the table toward himself. Oomph. A bastard is a bastard good for nothing. He's probably never tasted anything this good in his life, so he's acting like a starving ghost reincarnated. Dining at the same table as this lowly scum is nothing short of dragging down this young master's status. Perhaps the resentment from being slapped by Jiang Chen had festered within him. Zhou Renjie suddenly slammed his chopsticks down on the table, glaring over with undisguised contempt for Jiang Chen. Little did he know. The moment Zhou Renjie finished speaking, a king crab suddenly flew through the air, landing squarely on his face. Thud. Ouch. The king crab's shell was incredibly hard. The impact sent blood gushing from Zhou Renjie's nose. Zhou Renjie flung the crab off his face, wiped the blood from his nose, and suddenly widened his eyes, his expression turning grim. Hell. You bastard. How dare you throw a king crab at this young master? Someone. Tie this bastard up and lock him in the warehouse. I'll personally torture him. Zhou Renjie was furious. Jiang Chen had first slapped him in the hospital, and now he'd hurled a king crab at him. Twice in a row, the second young master's authority had been challenged. This was simply too much to bear. What's more, Zhou Renjie was the one who bullied others. No one ever dared bully him. If he let Jiang Chen off today, how could he ever hold his head high in this household again? Silence. The dining room fell silent. The atmosphere was downright eerie. After Zhou Renjie spoke, not a single one of the Zhou family's bodyguards obeyed his command. They all chose to stand where they were, silent and motionless. It was as if they hadn't heard a word he said. Wang Gang, the head of security, kept shooting meaningful glances at Zhou Renjie. Unfortunately, Zhou Renjie, the fool, was so consumed by rage that he couldn't comprehend the meaning behind Wang Gang's signals. Damn it! Are your ears deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to tie up this bastard? What? Have you all gone and quit? If you don't want the job, pack your bags and get the hell out. Just as Zhou Renjie was about to lose it completely, Zhou Zhengfeng, who had been sitting silently at the head of the table, suddenly spoke up. Shut up. Zhou Renjie, did you think the words I spoke to you at the hospital this afternoon were all bull? Jiang Chen is your younger brother. As his elder sibling, not only do you fail to care for him, but you constantly humiliate him with your words. What? Now that you know this old man is dying, you don't respect me anymore? You don't even listen to what I say? Zhou Zhengfeng seemed genuinely furious, instantly silencing Zhou Renjie. But Zhou Renjie clearly refused to back down. He shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare, as if warning him, don't think just because the old man's backing you up, this young master won't dare do anything to you. Jiang Chen stared back fearlessly, even raising the lobster and suddenly making a throwing motion. Seeing this, Zhou Renjie immediately ducked aside in fright, colliding right into Li Yu. Zhou Renjie, what the hell are you doing? Li Yu, known for her fiery temper, roared at Zhou Renjie. Honey, I'm sorry, it wasn't me, it was him. Zhou Renjie was fiercely defiant in front of Jiang Chen, but before Li Yu, he turned into a scaredy cat, like a mouse encountering a cat. Enough! Shut up, both of you! Zhou Jingfeng's face darkened to the extreme. He never imagined he'd fathered such an idiotic son as Zhou Renjie. Who was Jiang Chen? He was the kind of man who could flip a 1,000-pound coffee table with one hand, effortlessly take on 10 opponents, and knock out the Zhou family's most elite bodyguards. Even I hold him in fear. How dare you provoke him? I'm doing this to protect you, do you understand? Zhou Zhengfeng shot Zhou Renjie a fierce glare, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chen for a few seconds before finally settling on him with a dark expression. Since none of us seem to have an appetite for dinner, let's cut to the chase. I'll announce the will now. The moment the word will was uttered, everyone including Jiang Chen perked up, their eyes fixating on Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish! Zhou Zhengfeng raised a hand, signaling to the butler, Uncle Zhang. The latter immediately pulled out a thick stack of documents from a briefcase, clearly prepared in advance. The butler then distributed the documents one by one to everyone present, including Jiang Chen. I have decided to divide the original shares of Zhou Group into 3 unequal portions and transfer them to my 3 sons. The first portion comprises 60% of the shares, the second 30%, and the third 10%. Of these, my youngest son, Jiang Chen, has already received the third portion of 10%. As for the remaining 2 portions, they shall be transferred to my eldest son, Zhou Shihao, and my second son, Zhou Renjie. The moment Zhou Zhengfeng uttered these words, the entire restaurant fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie both frowned. The 2 brothers seemed extremely displeased that Jiang Chen, this illegitimate son, could receive 10% of the group's shares out of nowhere. However, before the brothers could voice their objections, Zhou Jingfeng's next words left them stunned into silence. As for you 2 brothers, whoever fulfills one condition I set will receive 60% of the shares. The other will only get 30%. Having spoken so much in one breath, Zhou Zhengfeng seemed slightly parched. He lifted the teacup before him and took a gentle sip. Dad, what's the condition? Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie exchanged glances, each seemingly reading the word greed in the other's eyes. Zhou Zhengfeng set down his teacup and said with a stern expression, Shihao, Renjie, both of you have started your own families now, yet to this day, I haven't seen either of my daughters-in-law with a baby bump. Of the 3 forms of filial disobedience, failing to produce an heir is the gravest. Therefore, I have decided, whichever of you 2 brothers gets his wife pregnant first, ensuring the Zhou family line continues, shall receive 60% of the shares in the Zhou group. Boom! Zhou Jingfeng's words struck Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie like a bolt from the blue. Almost simultaneously, the expressions on both brothers' faces darkened. The reason was simple. The eldest, Zhou Shihao, was naturally infertile. How could he conceive? The second brother, Zhou Renjie, was secretly transferring marital assets and preparing to divorce his wife. How could he possibly have children with her? Therefore, Zhou Jingfeng's seemingly simple request felt like an impossible mountain to climb for brothers Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Chapter 108, Chen Yun gets kicked out. Dad, I have a question. Zhou Renjie couldn't sit still any longer. He shot a quick glance at his wife, Li Yu, then clenched his teeth and asked, does she have to get pregnant for me to get 60% of the group's shares? That's correct. Zhou Zhengfeng sighed and said, within these 3 months, whichever of you 2 brothers gets his wife pregnant first will receive 60% of the group's shares. Dad, what if? What if? What if I secretly impregnate another woman outside the marriage? Would that count? The moment Zhou Renjie uttered those words, Li Yu's expression abruptly changed. She immediately whipped her head around, staring at Zhou Renjie with eyes wide with disbelief, as if unable to fathom that such words had just come from her husband's mouth. Everyone else, except Li Yu, fixed their gaze on Zhou Renjie, their faces etched with expressions of bewilderment and astonishment. Ahem! Sensing the murderous intent radiating from his wife, Zhou Renjie cleared his throat twice and explained, what I meant was, Big Brother is such a ladies' man. He has so many female friends outside. Who knows if any of those mistresses bore him a son or daughter? If illegitimate children count, then I'm no match for Big Brother at all. Zhou Renjie's tactic of shifting blame and deflecting the blame actually eased Li Yu's expression slightly. But Zhou Shihao, the one being smeared, suddenly couldn't sit still. Second brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Where would I have mistresses? Don't go making baseless accusations here. After uttering this, Zhou Shihao first shot Zhou Renjie a fierce glare, then glanced guiltily at his wife, Suya. Perhaps seeing that Suya's expression remained relatively normal, showing no signs of anger, Zhou Shihao couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. Big brother, stop being so coy. I know you. Shut up. Before Zhou Renjie could finish, Zhou Jingfeng's sharp rebuke cut him off. Zhou Zhengfeng frowned, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. After a moment's pause, he declared, illegitimate children count too. As long as it's blood of the Zhou family, as long as the child carries our Zhou blood, I will acknowledge its status. In short, whichever of you two brothers gives the Zhou family an heir first will receive 60% of the shares in the Zhou group. Silence. The restaurant fell silent. First sister-in-law Suya and second sister-in-law Liu seemed utterly dumbfounded. The eldest brother, Zhou Shihao, wore an odd expression. But a flicker of delight crossed the eyes of the second brother, Zhou Renjie. As for stepmother Chen Yun, she remained silent throughout, her expression serene, her thoughts unknown. Besides shares in the Zhou group, I also own properties, cars, a private jet, a winery, stocks, securities, antiques, and more. I have divided this portion of my assets equally into 2 shares, to be inherited by my eldest son, Zhou Shihao, and my second son, Zhou Renjie. My will has been read in full. Are there any questions? After delivering these words, Zhou Jingfeng's gaze swept over Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie before finally settling on Jiang Chen, seemingly eager to observe the illegitimate son's reaction. However, before Jiang Chen could speak, a familiar voice drifted into Zhou Jingfeng's ears. Zhengfeng, you've left all the assets to Shihao and Renjie. What about me, your wife? Don't you intend to leave me a single penny? Chen Yun, who had remained silent throughout, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. Zhou Zhangfeng had rattled off a long speech earlier, yet he hadn't mentioned Chen Yun's name once. Had Zhou Zhangfeng forgotten? No. Zhou Zhangfeng gave Chen Yun a faint glance and said calmly, Chen Yun, you are my wife. You've been with me all these years. How could I possibly forget you? I had originally intended to leave you some money, but Xiao Chen said that after I pass away, he will take good care of you. I see you're quite fond of Xiao Chen too. Since you two share such a deep mother-son bond. After I pass away, you should move in with Xiao Chen. I trust this child will fulfill his filial duty, take care of you in your old age, and see you through to the end. He will never let you down. Silence. The dining room fell silent. Chen Yun's eyes suddenly widened, her mouth agape. She stared fixedly at Zhou Zhangfeng as if seeing him for the first time, her face frozen in shock and utter disbelief. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie exchanged a glance. A hint of amusement and mockery flickered in both brothers' eyes. Suya and Liu paused in surprise before turning to look at Chen Yun simultaneously, their eyes brimming with sympathy for this stepmother. Was Chen Yun just kicked out like that? After all these years with Zhou Zhangfeng, even if she hadn't earned any credit, surely she deserved recognition for her sacrifices? How could Zhou Zhangfeng show no regard for their decade-long marital bond? Not only did he leave her penniless, but he also abandoned her to his illegitimate son, Jiang Chen? How utterly ruthless. But that's just how wealthy families operate. With a single word from the family head, you could live in luxury, feasting on fine foods and wearing the finest clothes, even possessing more money than you could ever spend in a lifetime. But just as easily, with a single word from the head of the family, he could take back everything he ever gave you. At this moment, Zhou Zhangfeng laid bare the cold-blooded ruthlessness of wealthy families in all its stark reality. Swish! Without warning, Chen Yun abruptly stood up. Her gaze flickered with complexity as she looked at Zhou Zhangfeng, then swept over every member of the Zhou family present. Without another word, she turned and left the dining room, striding purposefully toward the villa's exit. Perhaps it was only at this moment that she finally realized. From the very beginning, she had never truly belonged in the Zhou family, this wealthy, powerful clan. What was this matriarch? It was nothing but a title. Yet this very title, as insubstantial as it was, had chained her to the Zhou family, chained her to Zhou Jingfeng's side. It had made her toil like a beast of burden for the Zhou family for 10 years, enduring every hardship without complaint. In the end, not only did she gain nothing, but Zhou Zhangfeng casually found an excuse to cast her aside. How utterly laughable. How pitiful. Clickety-clack. Chen Yun walked away from the Zhou family villa, her heart as cold as ashes, her high heels clicking on the pavement. Swish. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Chen slowly rose to his feet. He fixed Zhou Zhangfeng with a mocking stare and said, "Old man, you really are a cold-blooded bastard." Without giving Zhou Zhangfeng a chance to respond, Jiang Chen turned to Suya and Liu and said, "First sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, as the saying goes, like father, like son. Perhaps one day, your fate will mirror that of your stepmother exactly. I'm grateful I didn't grow up in the Zhou family. A clan this cold-blooded and ruthless can only raise children worse than beasts. Watch out, one day you might get sold off and still be counting the money for the Zhou family." Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh, paying no heed to the expressions on Zhou Zhangfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Renjie's faces. He turned and strode out of the Zhou family villa. Zhou Zhangfeng, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Suya and Liu. Chapter 109, Nightfall Bar. Zhou family villa. After Jiang Chen and Chen Yun had both left, Zhou Renjie, who had been seething with anger, finally couldn't hold back any longer. "Dad, why are you being so kind to a bastard son? What right does he have to claim our family's assets? His liver wasn't even a match for yours. Why did you still give him 10% of the Zhou group?" Zhou Zhangfeng remained expressionless, uttering not a word. He merely gestured to the butler, Uncle Zhang. The butler nodded and promptly retrieved the agreement signed between Jiang Chen and Zhou Zhengfeng, placing it before Zhou Renjie. Zhou Renjie picked up the agreement and skimmed through it quickly before passing it to Zhou Shihao. Once Zhou Shihao had seen the document, he handed it to Suya and Liu. By the time everyone had finished reading the agreement, each wore a peculiar expression. Bang! Suddenly, Zhou Renjie slammed his fist on the table, fuming, "That little bastard is taking advantage of the situation." Zhou Shihao chimed in immediately, "Dad, this kid is clearly extorting you. And you agreed to it?" Faced with his son's accusations, Zhou Zhengfeng remained silent, gesturing once more to the butler, Uncle Zhang. Next, the butler, Uncle Zhang, turned on the projector and played the surveillance footage from the living room earlier that day. At first, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie paid it no mind. But when they saw Jiang Chen flip a coffee table with one hand, sending the heavy marble slab crashing into the living room wall. At that moment, whether it was Zhou Shihao, Zhou Renjie, or Suya and Liu, all four of them nearly dropped their jaws in shock. And it wasn't over yet. Next, Jiang Chen took on 10 opponents single-handedly, effortlessly knocking down every elite bodyguard of the Zhou family, including Wang Gang. This spectacle nearly made Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's eyes pop out of their sockets. Damn it! This little bastard, he's actually this strong? Damn it! What the hell did this kid eat growing up? How did he get so strong? No wonder he's so arrogant. Damn it all. These days, even the best kung fu fears a kitchen knife. Should I hire some assassins to take him out without a trace? Second brother, don't be impulsive. Wait, I remember now, isn't third brother that Jiang young master trending online? The Middle Eastern oil prince who emptied 13 luxury stores in one go with his 6 concubines? That mysterious tycoon? Damn it! Isn't he a bastard? Where did he get all that money? That Jiang Chen kid isn't just incredibly skilled, he's also filthy rich. Until we figure out his background, I'm warning you all, don't mess with him. Meanwhile, after leaving the Zhou family villa, Chen Yun immediately slid into a Panamera and sped toward the city center like a bullet. Jiang Chen climbed into his Bugatti Chiron, tailing Chen Yun's Panamera all the way until they arrived at a bar called Nightfall. Watching Chen Yun casually park her car and stride straight into the bar, Jiang Chen hesitated briefly before following her inside. The interior was dimly lit, and instead of thumping rock music, the speakers played a soothing piano melody. Clearly, this was a quiet bar. Each table was spaced at least 3 or 4 meters apart, with a small spotlight suspended above every one. The ambience was perfect. Swish! Jiang Chen, who had just stepped into the quiet bar, instinctively scanned the surroundings. He noticed there weren't many patrons, only about a dozen or so. But there were more women than men. There were about 7 or 8 female patrons, while the male patrons numbered only 4 or 5. Swish, swish, swish. The moment Jiang Chen walked in, nearly every pair of eyes in the place turned to stare at him. Especially those 7 or 8 female patrons. After getting a clear look at Jiang Chen's looks and physique, every single one of them lit up with excitement, as if they'd spotted prey. Holy crap! Could this be one of those places where rich women hunt for young men? Why would Chen Yun come to a place like this? Was she seeking some kind of thrill? Whoosh! Jiang Chen had intended to go straight to Chen Yun, but the moment he stepped into this lounge bar, he suddenly changed his mind. He lowered his head, casually picked a table in the corner, and quickly sat down. The next second, a young male waiter hurried over to him. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The waiter handed Jiang Chen a menu, simultaneously sizing him up from head to toe. "This one." Jiang Chen flipped open the menu, gave it a cursory glance, then pointed to a cocktail listed in the first row before handing the menu back to the waiter. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment." The waiter departed with the menu, and Jiang Chen turned his gaze toward Chen Yun, who was seated nearby. Chen Yun was bent over her phone. He couldn't tell if she was sending a WeChat message or doing something else. In any case, she kept her head down and hadn't noticed Jiang Chen had followed her into this quiet bar. Soon, a waiter approached Chen Yun's table and placed a pitcher of beer directly in front of her. Chen Yun put down her phone and began drinking on her own. In the dim lighting, a strand of her beautiful hair fell diagonally across her forehead, framing her cheek and adding a touch of allure and softness to her appearance. After a few beers, a hint of alluring flush began to spread across her mature, beautiful face. You had to admit, old man Zhou Zhangfeng had excellent taste. A woman of Chen Yun's caliber, in her youth, would have easily rivaled any campus beauty queen. "Sir, here's the cocktail you ordered. Enjoy." Just then, the waiter brought Jiang Chen's drink over. Jiang Chen pulled out his phone to pay, only to discover that this small glass of liquor was priced at a staggering 1,888 yuan. But as a nouveau riche, Jiang Chen didn't bat an eye at such a small sum, so he paid without hesitation. Swipe. Just as Jiang Chen lifted the glass and took a sip, he suddenly noticed a stunning woman sitting to his left, staring straight at him. Holy crap! Who the hell is that? Trying to hit on this young master? Jiang Chen immediately turned his gaze toward her, locking eyes with her mid-air. She was a short-haired woman in a black dress, wearing light makeup. Though not exactly breathtakingly beautiful, she was certainly stunning enough to make fish sink, geese fall, and the moon hide its face. Beyond that, the black-dressed woman had an incredible figure, at least on par with Su Yao's. Perhaps noticing Jiang Chen looking her way, the woman in black immediately flashed him a smile and raised her wineglass in a distant toast. However, Jiang Chen paid her no mind whatsoever, promptly averting his gaze. No way. Who knows if she's a bar promoter? When you're out in the world, young man, you've got to learn to protect yourself. But, despite Jiang Chen's clear refusal, the woman in black didn't back down. After a moment's hesitation, she actually approached Jiang Chen, wineglass in hand. Hello. Her voice was gentle and soft. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that this voice sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, before Jiang Chen could speak, the woman in black continued, "May I sit here?" Jiang Chen's lips twitched. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a middle-aged man carrying a wineglass, striding confidently toward Chen Yun's table. Therefore, Jiang Chen immediately shook his head and said to the woman in black, "I'm sorry, I already have plans." The woman in black paused slightly at his words, but she didn't press the matter. Instead, she smiled politely and said, "Oh, I'm sorry to have disturbed you." With that, the woman in black turned gracefully and returned to her seat. However, despite the rejection, the woman in black kept glancing at Jiang Chen from time to time, seemingly very interested in him. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's attention was entirely focused on Chen Yun, so he naturally failed to notice the strongly suggestive glances from the woman in black. How does that saying go? The fallen flower longs to follow the flowing stream, but the stream has no heart to linger for the fallen flower. Chapter 110, I'll try striking up a conversation. Nightfall Bar. Chen Yun wore a dark green cheongsam dress that perfectly accentuated her mature, curvaceous figure. She sat alone at a table, pouring and drinking by herself, a hint of sorrow on her face, her phoenix-like eyes glistening with tears. Bathed in the dim lighting, she radiated a delicate, fragile beauty. Jiang Chen keenly noticed several men in the lounge, their gazes fixed on Chen Yun. Just then, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a white shirt and black dress pants, approached Chen Yun with a glass of wine in hand. The man greeted her politely before whispering something to her. However, Chen Yun waved him off impatiently, not even glancing at the man as she continued drinking alone. The man offered an awkward yet courteous smile. He did not persist in engaging Chen Yun. Instead, a faint trace of disappointment flitted across his face before he turned and walked away with a flourish. Next, before Jiang Chen could finish his drink, 4 or 5 men approached Chen Yun's table one after another, attempting to strike up conversations with this mature, curvaceous beauty. But Chen Yun was clearly in a foul mood, brushing off every suitor who approached her. As another young, handsome guy bravely approached her, he too was met with Chen Yun's cold rejection. Jiang Chen lost interest in watching the spectacle. He picked up his glass and walked straight over to Chen Yun's table. The young man who had just failed to chat her up saw Jiang Chen heading toward their table and immediately tried to dissuade him. "Bro, don't waste your breath. That beauty clearly isn't in the mood. She's here tonight to drown her sorrows, not to have fun. Take my advice, don't go chasing after a cold shoulder. The night's long, better find another target." Jiang Chen studied the young man with interest. He had a refined, scholarly appearance, likely still a college student. A college student coming to a place like this and actively hitting on a mature beauty like Chen Yun? It was obvious. This guy was here to fish for rich women, hoping to live off someone else's money. After all, as the matriarch of the Zhou family, every piece of clothing and accessory Chen Yun wore was from the world's top luxury brands. Even the handbag she casually carried was a brand new Hermes worth millions. A woman like this, rich, beautiful, and with a killer figure, was bound to be every man's dream catch. Bro, that's not how you pick up chicks. Jiang Chen gave the young man a half smile, half sneer. With rich women like this, you gotta be strong and domineering to catch her attention. Watch closely, kid. Let me show you how to pick up rich women. Without giving the young man a chance to respond, Jiang Chen immediately strode toward Chen Yun's table. Swish! Amidst the stunned stares of the crowd, Jiang Chen plopped down beside Chen Yun without so much as a greeting. Next, without uttering a word, Jiang Chen snatched the beer glass from Chen Yun's hand, raised it to his lips, and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Witnessing this, the young man whose attempted flirting had just failed couldn't help but widen his eyes, gaping with his mouth open, his face frozen in utter shock. He thought to himself, a move like that was bound to earn Jiang Chen a sharp slap from the beautiful woman. Even if she was too refined to resort to physical violence, she'd surely give him a thorough scolding, right? You were told to chat her up, not to snatch someone else's drink. Any normal woman would be disgusted by such shameless behavior. However, the reality turned out to be the complete opposite of what the young man had imagined. Chen Yun had been drinking alone when she suddenly realized her glass had been snatched away. She nearly exploded on the spot. But when she turned around and saw that the person who had snatched her glass was Jiang Chen, a look of astonishment immediately flashed across her face. What are you doing here? Chen Yun blinked, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, then poured herself another glass of wine as if nothing had happened. I didn't feel comfortable leaving you alone, so I followed you. At Jiang Chen's words, Chen Yun's hand holding the glass paused slightly, and her long eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Heh, you really intend to look after me for the rest of your life, huh? Chen Yun gave a soft laugh, raised her glass to her lips, and slowly drained the beer. The old man has already cast you aside. Both the boss and the second in command see you as an enemy. Besides me, who else could you possibly turn to? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression a mix of amusement and calculation as he studied Chen Yun. At those words, Chen Yun's smile vanished instantly. She asked a very serious question, then what can you give me? What do you want? I want shares in the Zhou group. Can you give them to me? Yes. I knew it. Everyone in the Zhou family is. Wait. What did you just say? Chen Yun's eyes suddenly widened. She whipped her head around and stared intently at Jiang Chen, as if doubting she'd heard correctly. Ha! Jiang Chen leaned close to Chen Yun's ear, his voice laced with temptation. Dear stepmom, you want shares in the Zhou group, don't you? I can give them to you. Feeling Jiang Chen's warm breath wash over her ear, Chen Yun's lovely face flushed crimson in an instant. However, her attention was completely captured by Jiang Chen's words. Really? You're truly willing to give me shares in the Zhou group? My word is as good as gold. What do I need to give in return? Heh, talking to a smart person saves time. Jiang Chen spoke while beckoning Chen Yun closer with a finger, as if he had something private to share. Chen Yun hesitated for a moment, but curiosity drew her closer. Jiang Chen raised a hand to his lips, then slowly leaned toward Chen Yun's ear. If you help me deal with the boss and his second in command, regardless of success or failure, I'll transfer 10% of my shares in Zhou group to you. Chen Yun's eyes lit up instantly, her breathing quickening slightly. How can I trust you? Simple. We can sign an agreement. Whoever breaks it pays double compensation. At Jiang Chen's words, Chen Yun fell silent. After a moment, Chen Yun looked at Jiang Chen with a complex expression. You saw it today, I hold no sway within the Zhou family. Now, Zhou Zhangfeng has kicked me out with a single word. Why are you still approaching me? Because I really admire you. Jiang Chen suddenly dropped his smile and said with utmost sincerity, actually, the moment I first saw you, you gave me this incredibly familiar feeling, as if we'd known each other in a past life. That's as fake as it gets. That line only works on love-struck little girls, it won't fool me. Chen Yun shot Jiang Chen a disbelieving glare before instinctively pinching his arm. However, she seemed to realize that such an intimate gesture resembled the playful teasing between lovers. Her face, which had just regained its composure, flushed crimson once more. Clang! This scene unfolded before the eyes of onlookers, leaving countless jaws dropped and shattering countless hearts. Chen Yun, the most dazzling and aloof woman in the room, the one who had already turned down 7 or 8 men trying to chat her up, regarded by all as the ultimate rich, beautiful, and privileged woman. Now, not only did she display the coy shyness of a young woman, but she actively engaged in intimate interactions with Jiang Chen, even playfully teasing and flirting with him. Could it be? Do wealthy women nowadays prefer men who are more assertive and domineering? Is this the right way to approach a rich, beautiful woman? Got it. If I ever meet another rich beauty like Chen Yun, I'll definitely try out Jiang Chen's move. Once you master this technique, marrying a rich beauty, becoming a CEO, and reaching the pinnacle of life, none of it will be a dream anymore. Today, I've finally learned something new. Chapter 111, Stepmom, it's time for you to go home. Jiang Chen, are you the Middle Eastern oil prince who was all over the internet a couple days ago? Chen Yun suddenly changed the subject, her eyes gleaming with particular interest as she looked at Jiang Chen. Heh, I'm no Middle Eastern oil prince. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly before candidly admitting, though I did take a few friends shopping at the International Finance Center Mall and bought a few luxury items. You call that buying a little bit? Chen Yun couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Chen. First, you cleared out 13 luxury boutiques in one go, then rushed straight to the auto mall and bought 6 top-tier luxury cars in a single purchase. This incident even trended on social media, and countless female netizens affectionately dubbed you the new national husband. Hearing this, Jiang Chen blurted out without thinking, ugh. Chen Yun froze slightly at his words. After processing it, she suddenly shouted, flushed with embarrassment and annoyance, you little rascal. I'm your stepmom, and you dare take advantage of me? With that, she immediately executed her signature soul-snatching pinch, pinching Jiang Chen's ear with pinpoint accuracy. Just as she was about to twist his ear clockwise with all her might. At that critical moment, Jiang Chen unleashed a mad scratch move, lightning fast tickling Chen Yun's waist. In that instant, Chen Yun's body tensed abruptly. The hand pinching Jiang Chen's ear swiftly retracted, and she couldn't help but let out a soft giggle. Perhaps it was the alcohol talking, but both Chen Yun and Jiang Chen had become unusually bold and uninhibited. The two began to playfully wrestle without restraint, completely oblivious to the envious stares around them. A little while later, perhaps growing weary, Chen Yun ceased the playfulness and poured a glass of wine for herself and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, are you rich? Chen Yun raised her glass, narrowing her eyes as she looked through the crystal stem at Jiang Chen seated beside her. I do have a little bit of money, more than enough to take care of you in your old age. A mischievous, devilishly handsome smile played at the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth. Bathed in the dim light, he radiated an alluring aura that was utterly captivating. Is that so? Shen Yun took a sip of her drink, her expression a mix of amusement and teasing. Well then, stepmom's golden years will be entirely dependent on you. Of course. No matter what happens in the future, your stepmom will stand firmly by your side. Beyond that, I'll do everything in my power to help you deal with Zhou Shihao and Zhou Rengjie, even Zhou Zhenfeng. At these words, Jiang Chen immediately broke into a wide grin. No problem. Jiang Chen lifted his glass, gently clinked it against Chen Yun's, and said, happy cooperation. Here's to a successful partnership. Chen Yun clinked glasses with Jiang Chen, then downed her drink in one gulp. Immediately afterward, she fixed him with an intense, lingering gaze, staring straight at him from close range. Jiang Chen, let's go. To Jiang Chen's astonished gaze, Chen Yun abruptly set down her glass and made to rise and leave. Ha? Where to? Jiang Chen froze, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. Heh, what kind of place is this? You're not seriously telling me you came here just to drink, are you? Chen Yun flicked her hair seductively, shooting Jiang Chen a suggestive glance. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat as movie scenes flashed through his mind, but he dared not let his thoughts wander further. Aunt Yun, you should go home and rest. Jiang Chen nonchalantly set down his glass, then looked at Chen Yun with an innocent expression, his eyes as harmless as a lamb, his gaze pure and guileless. You? Chen Yun's delicate brows furrowed. She couldn't help but glare at Jiang Chen and asked, are you implying I'm past my prime, no match for those young, pretty girls? Aunt Yun, the old man only has 3 months left to live. Whether he lives or dies is none of my damn business. But I still hold 10% of Zhou Group's shares I extorted from the old man himself. Jiang Chen, what are you implying? Jiang Chen lit a cigarette with deliberate calm. Given the old man's temperament, do you really think he'd let his illegitimate son hold 10% of Zhou Group shares without a fight? Even if we assume the old man stays quiet and doesn't stir trouble, what about the eldest and second sons? Would they let some sudden bastard like me snatch food from their hands? Silence fell. Chen Yun's expression darkened instantly, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. After a moment, she pressed her lips together and asked cautiously, Jiang Chen, what do you want me to do? Aunt Yun, I think you should return to Zhou Jingfeng's side now. Play the role of Mrs. Zhou properly and accompany him through the final chapter of his life. Undercover? Aunt Yun, you really are a smart and capable woman you catch on so quickly. Even without proof, I still suspect you were driving. Half an hour later. Chen Yun grabbed her bag, cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Chen, then hurriedly left the bar. Before leaving, she slid both Suya and Li Yu's WeChat contacts to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat alone in the bar, lost in thought for a moment. Finally, he mentally summoned the phone stored within his body and attempted to add Suya and Li Yu on WeChat. Unexpectedly, the first to accept his friend request was the dignified, graceful, and gentle older sister-in-law Suya. The moment the friend request was accepted, Suya proactively sent a greeting. Suya, Chen? Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, it's so late. Aren't you asleep yet? Suya, Xiao Chen, is there something you need? Jiang Chen, hee, can't I just chat with you without any reason? Suya, if you have something to say it. If not, I should be heading to bed. Reading the WeChat message from his sister-in-law Suya, she seemed indifferent, deliberately keeping her distance from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with small talk. He mentally drafted an explosive message and sent it to Suya. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, I regret to inform you of a secret. My brother is naturally infertile. You will never be able to conceive his child. Suya, Jiang Chen, what do you mean? Jiang Chen, if you don't believe me, go to my brother's study and look behind the bookshelf for a hidden safe. His medical reports are inside. After reading them, you'll know whether I'm lying to you. Suya, fine. I'll go look right now. If you're lying to me, I won't let you off the hook. Beep. Just as Jiang Chen had settled things with his eldest sister-in-law, Suya, his second sister-in-law, Li Yu, had also accepted his friend request. Li Yu, Jiang Chen? How did you get my WeChat ID? Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law, never mind how I got your WeChat ID. I have a shocking secret about you and second brother. Do you want to hear it? Li Yu, spit it out already. Jiang Chen, second sister-in-law, sure has a temper. Hit menopause already? Take this little brother's advice, women who get angry often age faster. Li Yu, if you're not going to say it, get lost. Don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Chen, sleep my ass. You brainless bear of a woman. Jiang Chen, your husband is secretly transferring marital assets, planning to divorce you and even wants to leave you penniless. And you still have the nerve to sleep? Jiang Chen, when you suddenly find yourself abandoned and penniless, I bet you won't be able to sleep then. Chapter 112, The Sister-in-Law Goes Mad. Late at night. Zhou Shihao's villa. Suya took a distracted shower and returned to the bedroom to find her husband, Zhou Shihao, already asleep. Swish. Suya climbed into bed and lay down gently beside Zhou Shihao. But she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her mind kept replaying the messages Jiang Chen had just sent her. At that moment, Suya felt utterly distraught. Honey. After a while, Suya tentatively nudged Zhou Shihao. Yet. Zhou Shihao showed no sign of waking, still snoring loudly like thunder. Swish. Suya bit her lip, then quietly slipped out of bed and slipped silently out of the bedroom. A few minutes later, Suya entered Zhou Shihao's study. She instinctively held her breath, moving swiftly to the bookshelf. After a thorough search, she actually found a hidden compartment. Click. Opening the compartment revealed a safe inside. Suya stared blankly at the safe, her expression complex. After all these years of marriage to Zhou Shihao, she had never known her husband's study concealed a hidden safe. What could the password be? Suya took a deep breath and tried entering a combination on the safe, but the electronic display flashed an error message. Suya frowned and tried several more combinations: her birthday, Zhou Shihao's birthday, their wedding anniversary, but none of them worked. At that moment, Suya's expression grew increasingly grim. That faint sense of foreboding in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, Suya remembered that Zhou Shihao had a first love, and that first love's birthday was only one day apart from her own as his wife. So, Suya tried entering a password using the birthday of Zhou Shihao's first love. To her astonishment, the safe clicked open. Zhou Shihao. You bastard. You still haven't forgotten your first love. Suya was instantly furious, nearly leaping out of bed to drag Zhou Shihao up and demand an explanation for the password. However, overwhelming curiosity quickly calmed Suya. She was determined to see if this hidden safe truly contained the proof of Zhou Shihao's infertility, just as Jiang Chen had claimed. Whoosh! Suya pulled open the safe, only to find a photograph staring back at her. In the photo, a man and a woman were nestled together, both wearing blissful, sweet smiles. But the moment Suya saw this photo, the anger she had just suppressed flared up again with a sudden surge. No mistake! The man in the photo was none other than her husband, Zhou Shihao. And the woman in the photo was Zhou Shihao's first love. Swish! Suya snatched the photo from the safe, about to tear it to shreds on the spot, when the corner of her eye suddenly caught sight of what appeared to be a document inside. Huff! 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 Suya forced herself to calm down again, taking several deep breaths before barely suppressing her raging heart. Next, Suya returned the photo to its place and reached into the safe to retrieve the document. Moments later, Suya froze in place as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Jiang Chen hadn't lied to me. Zhou Shihao really does have infertility. It's over. Completely ruined. If the old man finds out about this, Zhou Shihao will lose all eligibility to inherit the family fortune. What should I do? Ding ding. Just then, Suya's phone vibrated slightly, signaling a new WeChat message. Suya, still reeling from shock, jumped in fright. Her hand trembled, and Zhou Shihao's medical report fell to the floor. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, have you found my brother's medical report yet? How did Jiang Chen know about this report? That was all thanks to Zhou Zhengfeng. The moment Zhou Zhengfeng announced that whoever first produced an heir for the Zhou family would receive 60% of the Zhou group shares, Jiang Chen immediately activated his peeping eye on Zhou Shihao. That's why. That's how Jiang Chen learned Zhou Shihao had locked the medical report in a hidden safe in his study. Suya, Jiang Chen, how dare you lie to me? There's nothing in your brother's safe. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, children who like get their noses stretched long. Suya, I'm not lying. You're the one talking nonsense. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, I never expected my good intentions to be met with such harsh words. Since that's the case, you're on your own. When your brother sells you out, don't come crying to me. Silence. The study fell silent. Suya ignored Jiang Chen, picking up the medical report from the floor and quickly stowing it back into the safe. She slammed the safe shut, restored the hidden compartment in the bookcase, and hurriedly left the study. Suya didn't return to her bedroom after leaving the study. Distracted, she walked downstairs, took a bottle of red wine from the liquor cabinet, and sat down on the living room sofa, pouring herself a glass and drinking alone. Suya, Jiang Chen, what exactly are you playing at? Jiang Chen, oh. I thought my sister-in-law was beyond hope, refusing to heed good advice and insisting on hanging herself on that crooked tree named Zhou Shihao. Suya, Jiang Chen, cut the sarcasm. What else do you know? Tell me everything. Jiang Chen, sister-in-law, is this how you beg for help? Suya, Jiang Chen, what exactly do you want? Jiang Chen, if you call me Master Chen, I'll tell you everything. Suya, dream on. Jiang Chen, I won't tease you anymore. Go check Zhou Shihao's phone, especially his WeChat. See who he's been in contact with lately? After sending that final WeChat message, Jiang Chen vanished as if he'd never existed. No matter how persistently Suya pressed him, Jiang Chen remained completely silent. Suya's anger had reached its boiling point. She set down her wineglass and stormed back to the bedroom without another word. At that very moment, Zhou Shihao lay sound asleep on the bed, completely unaware that his secret had already been uncovered by his wife. Swish! Suya tiptoed to the bedside, picked up Zhou Shihao's phone from the nightstand, and unlocked it by holding it up to his face. Immediately afterward, Suya clutched Zhou Shihao's phone and hurried into the bathroom. Thanks to Jiang Chen's advice, Suya unlocked Zhou Shihao's phone and immediately began inspecting his WeChat. Swish, swish, swish. Before long, a contact named Brother Fa on Zhou Shihao's WeChat caught Suya's attention. Suya tapped open the chat between Zhou Shihao and Brother Fa. But, after reading through their chat history, her eyes widened abruptly, and her face betrayed an expression of utter shock. How could this be? That bastard Zhou Shihao. I'm his wife. How could he come up with such a disgusting scheme? Because he's physically incapable and can't have children, he wants another man to take his place and sleep with me? Disgusting. Bastard. Damn it. How could I have been so blind to marry a bastard like Zhou Shihao? Why is my life so miserable? Chapter 113, Second sister-in-law has gone mad too. Meanwhile, Zhou Renjie's villa. After returning home, Liu intended to drag Zhou Renjie straight to the bedroom, determined to fulfill the old man's will and secure the 60% stake in Zhou Group as soon as possible. But then, Zhou Renjie suddenly received a call. It was about a problem with one of the company's projects, urgently requiring him, the vice president, to handle it personally. Without a word, Zhou Renjie left Liu behind and hurriedly departed the house. Liu was furious. Zhou Renjie had been so absorbed in his career lately that he hadn't touched her in over 2 months. She needed love too. On this lonely, empty, and cold night, Liu lay alone in bed. She turned on the projector, sipping alcohol while watching a movie. Perhaps moved by the romantic scenes in the film, Liu felt that drinking alone seemed to lack something. So, she rummaged through the kitchen again, easily finding an ear of corn, and grilled it for herself. Back in bed, Liu munched on the delicious roasted corn while watching the movie. Beep. Suddenly, her phone vibrated softly, accompanied by the crisp sound of a WeChat notification. Lost in romantic reverie, Liu jumped in fright, nearly dropping her corn on the floor. She picked up her phone to find that Zhang Chen had sent her a WeChat friend request. So, that's why Liu's tone was so harsh. Anyone interrupted during a romantic moment would be furious. But, there's no limit to how irritable one can get. Staring at the last 3 WeChat messages Zhang Chen sent, Liu felt as if struck by lightning. Her heart plummeted to the depths, and flames seemed to shoot from her beautiful eyes. What? That bastard Zhou Renjie actually wants to divorce me? He's secretly siphoning off marital assets? What the hell is he playing at? Does he want me to walk away with nothing? Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu grabbed her phone and dialed a number. Though it was late at night, the phone was answered after only 2 rings. Manager Wu, it's Liu. Right now immediately check how much money is left in the joint account between Zhou Renjie and me. What? Only 10 million left? I distinctly remember that Zhou Renjie and I deposited 200 million Manhwa currency into this account initially. We've been adding to it steadily over the years. How could it possibly be down to 10 million now? Are you certain Zhou Renjie transferred all that money? Got it. After hanging up, Liu's expression darkened to the extreme. Just then, Zhang Chen sent another WeChat message. Zhang Chen, second sister-in-law, surprised? Unexpected? Liu, Zhang Chen, why are you telling me this? What exactly are you after? Zhang Chen, simple. I want you on my side to help me take down the boss and his second in command. Once it's done, I'll give you a generous reward. Liu, even if Zhou Renjie is secretly transferring marital assets, that's between us as husband and wife. You want me to help an outsider like you take down my own husband? Dream on. Zhang Chen, oh my. You may see him as your husband, but he might not see you as his wife. Liu, Zhang Chen, what do you mean by that? Zhang Chen, second sister-in-law, when another woman takes your place, spends your money, and enjoys your husband's affection while you're left with nothing, I hope you won't feel jealous or regretful. Liu, Zhang Chen, what exactly are you implying? Explain yourself clearly. After Liu sent this WeChat message, Zhang Chen didn't say a word. He just sent her an address. Guangzhou International Hotel, room 1314. Seeing the address, Liu's heart skipped a beat. An ominous foreboding instantly washed over her. Liu, Zhang Chen, what do you mean? Why send me a hotel address? Zhang Chen, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Second sister-in-law, just go to this address and see for yourself. Then you'll know everything. Zhang Chen found it somewhat amusing. Just as Zhou Zhangfeng announced the will, he not only activated his peeping eye on Zhou Shihao but also casually checked Zhou Renjie's current intentions. To his utter surprise, Zhou Renjie planned to take his female secretary to a hotel room tonight, aiming to fulfill the old man's request as soon as possible and secure 60% of Zhou Group's shares. And he'd even chosen the Imperial International Hotel as the location. After all, Zhang Chen was the chairman of Dynasty Group. Why did Zhou Renjie choose to fool around at the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel of all places? Wasn't this like walking straight into the line of fire? With such a golden opportunity, how could Zhang Chen let it slip away? Back to the main story. Liu received the address from Zhang Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, she changed into a different outfit and hurriedly left home. Half an hour later, Liu arrived at the Imperial International Hotel in a sports car, driving like a bat out of hell. Little did she know, the moment she stepped out of the car, a woman in an office lady uniform approached her proactively. Hello? May I ask if you are Ms. Liu? I am Liu. And you are? Esteemed Ms. Li Yu, hello? I am Shirt Suilan, General Manager of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. I just received a call from the chairman. Whatever you intend to do at our hotel next, I will fully cooperate with you. May I ask who your chairman is? I'm afraid I can't disclose that information. Despite having a mind full of questions, Li Yu did not forget the purpose of her visit. Since the general manager of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel was willing to cooperate fully, it saved her a great deal of trouble. Next, Li Yu immediately instructed Shirt Suilan to lead the way, heading straight for room 1314 at the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Along the way, Shirt Suilan thoughtfully called for 2 security guards to prevent any potential uncontrollable situations. About 5 minutes later, Li Yu stormed up to the door of room 1314. Shirt Suilan promptly summoned a housekeeping attendant to open the door on the spot. In that instant, a series of blush-inducing, heart-racing sounds erupted from inside the room. Zhou Renjie. You bastard. How dare you cheat on me behind my back? Li Yu, having held back her rage all night, finally erupted upon hearing those intimate sounds. With a swift dash, she burst into the room. The room soon echoed with the startled cries of a man and a woman, followed by a chaotic clamor of commotion. Honey, you, what are you doing here? Secretary Wu and I were just discussing work, honey. You've got the wrong idea. Ouch. Honey, how could you hit someone? Honey, calm down. Calm down. Impulse is the devil. Damn it all to hell. Li Yu, did I give you too much leeway? Try causing trouble again? You better believe I'll divorce you on the spot. Chapter 114, time for the lottery again. Nightfall Bar. Jiang Chen sat quietly in a corner. On the surface, he appeared to be drinking alone. In reality, he was using the phone embedded within his body to video chat with manager Shirt Suilan of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, relishing the live broadcast of his second sister-in-law, Li Yu, conducting a large-scale crackdown. TSK. Who'd have thought the imposing second brother would turn out to be so compact and efficient? Oh my! Second brother's secretary has a pretty face and a great figure, no wonder he's so smitten. Whoa! Second sister-in-law is brutal. That claw swipe left the secretary's pretty face all messed up. Go, second sister-in-law. Give second brother a good beating too. Exactly. Don't let them get dressed. Take pictures of them too. This is evidence for court. Holy crap! Second sister-in-law's rage has left bodies everywhere. Jiang Chen finally understood what it felt like to be a bystander. One word, exhilarating. And this was a live broadcast of a major adultery bust. Chaos erupted everywhere, dogs barking, chickens flying, everything in disarray. The screen was filled with mosaics. Jiang Chen felt his blood boil, his heart swell with fervor, tears welling up in his eyes. He was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, itching to jump in himself, take his sister-in-law's place, and give that adulterous pair a proper thrashing. Oh my goodness. Getting a bit carried away here. Better have a drink to cool down. Swish. Just then, a fragrant breeze swept by. Jiang Chen barely had time to lift his eyelids before noticing a beauty had already taken a seat beside him. That's right. The woman in black, whom Jiang Chen had rejected once before, now had the audacity to approach him again. Sir, drinking alone like this, don't you find it rather dull? The woman in black possessed a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes, shaped like willow leaves, slightly narrower and flatter than almond-shaped eyes. Their elongated contours lent them an air of profound depth. Willow leaf eyes, also known as seductive thread eyes, carried the connotation of eyes as alluring as silk threads. Those blessed with this eye shape are naturally intelligent, quick-witted, gentle-natured, and empathetic. They navigate social situations with grace, possess a strong sense of propriety, and radiate an emotional sensitivity as soothing as spring breezes. In short, such women place great importance on matters of the heart, embodying consistency in word and deed. They are highly favored by the opposite sex and often enjoy a life filled with peace and happiness. Of course. All this information came from what Jiang Chen looked up online. He had a phone inside his body, allowing him to access the internet and search for information anytime, anywhere, with just a thought. Sorry, it's getting late. I should head home. Jiang Chen suddenly realized it was already past 11 p.m., with less than half an hour left until midnight. The daily 3 lottery chances were about to refresh, and Jiang Chen couldn't wait to find a quiet spot to focus solely on the draw. The woman in the black dress froze slightly at his words, a flicker of embarrassment and awkwardness clearly crossing her face. She never imagined that after twice plucking up the courage to approach Jiang Chen, she'd be rejected both times. How could this be? Was it because she was getting older, past her prime, no longer possessing the charm of her youth, rendering her utterly unattractive to Jiang Chen? But the elegant woman in the cheongsam he had just approached looked at least in her 30s, and might even be a mother of 2. Could it be that Jiang Chen preferred mature women? Swish. At that moment, Jiang Chen stood up, seemingly ready to leave the lounge bar. A flicker of disappointment crossed the face of the woman in the black dress. She pressed her lips tightly together, lowering her head slightly, her pride seemingly dealt a devastating blow. However, Jiang Chen's next words froze the woman in black to the spot. Would you like to come with me? Ha! The dark-clad beauty abruptly lifted her head, her gaze meeting Jiang Chen's mid-air in an unexpected encounter. In that instant, she understood the meaning behind his gaze, and her lovely face flushed crimson. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Though the woman in black didn't utter a word, nor did she nod or shake her head, Jiang Chen seized her hand and pulled her toward the bar's exit. Swish! Her cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her neck. She knew all too well that stepping outside meant getting beaten up badly. Perhaps even worse than a beating? Yet. She hesitated only briefly before biting her lip and obediently following behind Jiang Chen. 2 hours later. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, Presidential Suite. The room was in disarray. Jiang Chen, clad in a hotel bathrobe, stepped directly onto the balcony. Ugh. I clearly decided to start the lottery draw at exactly midnight. Who knew this delay would drag things out until past 2 a.m.? I admit it's all the moon's fault. Tonight's moonlight was too beautiful and hazy, causing me to make a mistake in that fleeting moment. Jiang Chen sighed, then mentally activated the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Draws remaining 3. Inventory, black card donation gold. Divine artifact, Eye of the Mind 2-star. Spin. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and mentally clicked the spin button. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer spun rapidly clockwise, gradually slowing down after about 3 seconds. Soon after, a soft click sounded as the pointer came to a steady halt within the card zone. Swish! A gleaming card suddenly sprang from the wheel, depicting a flaming cartoon figure whose meaning remained unclear. The very next second. Before Jiang Chen could get a clear look at the card's full design, it was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a rage card. The system notification sounded in his ear. Jiang Chen froze for a moment before quickly opening his system inventory. He soon spotted the card in his backpack. Rage card, upon use, targets a designated individual, instantly driving them to extreme fury. The target loses all reason and commits highly reckless acts. Note, this card can only be used once. Holy crap! System, are you sure this is called a rage card and not a curse card? Directly igniting someone's rage, driving them to the brink of fury, causing them to lose all reason on the spot, and even forcing them to commit extreme acts. Manipulating others' emotions like this, playing them like a puppet, is this a moral collapse or a distortion of humanity? But I love it. Yeah. That's the vibe. A sly, devilish grin spread across Jiang Chen's lips. Who'd have thought his luck would be this good today? What a great start. What treasures would the next 2 draws bring? One more time. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button again. The red pointer spun rapidly once more. Heaven's spirits, earth's spirits, if my stepmother won't grant it, may my eldest sister-in-law grant it. If she won't, may my second sister-in-law grant it. Anyway, you better bless me with a big prize. I'll treat you to the finest feasts and drinks, ensuring you live in comfort and happiness for the rest of your days. Ha ha ha. Chapter 115, Winning a Skill Book. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer spun rapidly clockwise. After about 3 seconds, its speed gradually slowed. Before long, a soft click sounded as the pointer came to a steady halt within the card section. Swish! A shimmering card popped up on the wheel, featuring what looked like a cartoonish little devil, its meaning unclear. The next second. Before Jiang Chen could get a clear look at the card's full design, it was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a demon card. The system notification chimed in his ear. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly opened the system inventory, where he soon spotted the card in his backpack. Demon card, upon use, target a specific individual. This card amplifies their inner evil infinitely, causing their body to be controlled by desire and driving them to commit irrational, frenzied acts. Note, this card can only be used once. Damn it! Not this again? This demon card was strikingly similar to the rage card he'd drawn before, like 2 peas in a pod, almost identical twins. Wait a minute. These 2 cards were practically tailor-made for the boss in number 2. One gets enraged, the other goes berserk. When they clash, it's like a meteor hitting Earth. Could it kill one of them outright? Damn it all to hell. Our teacher taught us, practice makes perfect. No more talk. I'm trying this out tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Phew. Gazing at his final remaining lottery chance for the day, Jiang Chen suddenly exhaled a long breath, calming his nerves. Then, with a fierce mental command, he clicked the lottery button. Swish, swish, swish. The pointer spun rapidly clockwise. Jiang Chen's eyes were glued to the wheel, his mind filled with constant prayers, hoping this time he'd win a big prize. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As the pointer speed slowed, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up slightly, his breathing and heartbeat quickening. Because, after completing a full circle, the pointer had left the gold coins and cards sections, slowly crawling toward the remaining few areas. In other words, Jiang Chen was guaranteed at least a bottle reward this time and might even have a shot at the prize in the question mark zone. Click. Just as Jiang Chen's mind filled with boundless fantasies about the future, the slowly crawling pointer suddenly lost momentum and came to an abrupt halt. Books. The pointer finally came to rest in the ye-book zone. Swish. At that moment, a book sprang from the Wheel of Fortune, resembling a martial arts manual from a wuxia film. Its cover seemed to bear several characters. However, before Jiang Chen could make out the characters on the cover, the skill book was automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill book. The system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen hurriedly opened his inventory and soon spotted the mysterious skill book in the fourth slot of his backpack. Hacker Mastery Skill Book. Upon using this skill book, you will automatically master various advanced hacking techniques, instantly transforming you into a world-class hacker master. Holy crap! Did he really hit the jackpot? Instantly become a world-class hacker? This is insane. Tongzi, I'm using this skill book. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen activated the skill book immediately. Whoosh! The skill book instantly transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Immediately afterward, a massive wave of unfamiliar memories surged into Jiang Chen's mind. Hacking, simply put, is the discovery of flaws and vulnerabilities in computer systems and networks, along with the techniques used to exploit these weaknesses. Hackers fall into two categories, ethical and malicious. Ethical hackers use their knowledge to help system administrators identify vulnerabilities and improve security. Evil hackers, however, use various hacking skills to attack systems, infiltrate networks, or engage in other harmful activities. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to drag on, yet it felt like an instant had passed. By the time Jiang Chen had fully processed this memory, his gaze had undergone a dramatic transformation. It grew exceptionally sharp. It seemed as if two tangible beams of icy glare shot forth from his eyes. It felt like those peerless masters in movies. A single glance was enough to send enemies trembling in terror, their souls shattered. Alright. It wasn't quite that dramatic, really. Jiang Chen's demeanor had merely grown a touch more ruthless. After all, he'd now become a world-class hacker god. When he was in a good mood, putting on a bit of an act wasn't too much to ask, right? Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen mentally activated the phone embedded within his body and swiftly downloaded several software applications. Next, he swiftly coded several programs, adding multiple layers of security to the device. Additionally, he crafted several offensive programs and stored them on the device for future use. In short, using his newly acquired hacking skills, Jiang Chen transformed the phone within his body into a super weapon capable of both offense and defense. Should the need for hacking skills ever arise, Jiang Chen could use this phone anytime to infiltrate others' network systems. Awesome! After finishing all this, Jiang Chen stretched his arms wide and glanced at the time, only to find it was already past 3 in the morning. So, Jiang Chen returned to his bedroom, dove straight into bed, and fell fast asleep. Oh, right. What was the name of the woman in the black dress? How old was she? How many drivers did she have? What was her level of affection for Jiang Chen? These things, Jiang Chen couldn't care less. We're all adults here, no need to get hung up on details. In the future, they'd each go their separate ways. If fate brought them together again in the world, wouldn't that be just fine? Why bother caring about each other's identities? This is what they call not caring about forever, only caring about the moment. Seems pretty romantic. Gak gak gak. The next morning, when Jiang Chen woke up, she was indeed nowhere to be found. Only a faint scent of jasmine lingered. Quite pleasant. Whoosh. Jiang Chen scrambled out of bed and grabbed his phone from the nightstand. He was startled by what he saw. Dozens of unread messages had piled up in his WeChat. He tapped to open them. Jiang Chen discovered most of these messages were from the 6 golden flowers, and their content was largely similar. They were all asking him, "What are you doing? Have you eaten? Do you miss me? I miss you. Want kisses, hugs, and piggyback rides? Nothing but fluff." Besides the 6 golden flowers, Bai Chanshan, Qin Xiaoyu, and Qin Si had each sent him several WeChat messages. Also, Lu Ruyan had somehow found a fake account and was frantically adding Jiang Chen as a WeChat friend, but he promptly blocked her. None of that was the main point. The real point was that late last night, Shen Yun, Suya, and Li Yuich sent Jiang Chen a WeChat message too. Shen Yun, Jiang Chen, I've prepared the contract. When can you come sign it? Suya, Jiang Chen, are you free tomorrow morning? I'd like to discuss the matter concerning Zhou Shihao with you in person. Li Yu, Jiang Chen, I've agreed to collaborate with you. When are you available? Let's schedule a meeting to discuss this face to face. Chapter 116, Zhou Zhangfeng wants to arrange Jiang Chen's engagement? Jiang Chen now had 2 phones. The first phone belongs to him. The second phone is one he bought for appearances. After Jiang Chen achieved perfect fusion with the phone, he was the machine and the machine was him. There was no need to worry about his computational capabilities whatsoever. Having consumed both the gene enhancement serum and strength enhancement serum, the computational power of this human-machine hybrid was unmatched anywhere in the world. Now, Jiang Chen has also mastered hacking expertise. It could be said that Jiang Chen was not only a top-tier hacker but also a superphone. Morning. Zhou Group headquarters. Jiang Chen pulled up in his sleek Bugatti Chiron. As soon as he arrived at the company entrance, he spotted Chen Yun, who had been waiting at the door. She walked briskly toward him. Today, Chen Yun wore a black mid-sleeve blazer paired with black cropped pants. The click-clack of her high heels against the pavement sounded crisp and pleasant. She glided with a natural catwalk stride, her entire aura elevated several levels. Her flawless face, complemented by meticulous makeup, made her appear like a young woman in her late 20s. A limited edition LV handbag dangled from her slender, pale arm. One word, breathtaking. "Aunt Yun, you look absolutely stunning today." Jiang Chen approached with a cheerful grin, taking her in from head to toe with unabashed admiration in his eyes. "Oomph, as if I'm only beautiful today?" Though smiling, Chen Yun shot Jiang Chen a withering glare. Recalling last night's scene at the bar, she instantly felt depressed. She had hinted so directly, yet Jiang Chen had heartlessly sent her home. Sometimes, Chen Yun couldn't help but wonder if she really was getting old? Had she lost the charm of her youth? Otherwise, how could Jiang Chen have refused her so decisively? So, Chen Yun had gone out of her way to dress up today, just to see how Jiang Chen would react. So far, the results seemed promising. Jiang Chen's gaze held a hint of warmth, and his generous compliments made Chen Yun feel a little thrill of delight. "Aunt Yun looks beautiful every single day. There's no one more beautiful than you in this world." Jiang Chen's offhand, insincere words immediately earned him another rolling of the eyes from Chen Yun. Moments later, Chen Yun pulled an employee badge from her bag and handed it directly to Jiang Chen. "Wear this around your neck, and you'll have unrestricted access to the Zhou Group headquarters. Come on, I'll take you to my office." And so, Chen Yun led Jiang Chen right into the Zhou Group headquarters. Jiang Chen quickly glanced at the ID card Chen Yun had given him. To his surprise, it bore the title Special Assistant to the Vice President. In other words, Chen Yun had leveraged her authority within the company to directly appoint Jiang Chen as her special assistant. That's right. Chen Yun currently held the position of Vice President at Zhou Group. Besides her, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were also vice presidents of the company. Is this the third young master of the Zhou family? He's so handsome. Which one is the third young master? There. That handsome guy following behind President Chun. He's the chairman's youngest son, recently brought home from outside. Do you know the third young master's name? I think it's Jiang Chen. Why does the third young master have the surname Jiang instead of Zhou? I heard he takes his mother's surname. All along the way, Jiang Chen overheard the employees whispering among themselves. He hadn't expected that just a day after returning to the Zhou family, these employees had already gotten wind of it and recognized him. Clearly, someone had directly publicized his identity information throughout the company. At first, Jiang Chen suspected Chen Yun had revealed his identity. But, when he arrived at Chen Yun's office, Chen Yun informed him that the person who had revealed his identity was none other than Zhou Zhangfeng. "Jiang Chen, your father not only announced your identity at Zhou Group, but he's also planning a grand family reunion banquet tomorrow night. He's invited prominent figures from all walks of life in Xilan City." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. What was going on? Could Zhou Zhangfeng really be that kind-hearted? What possible motive could he have for doing this? Jiang Chen was merely an unwelcome illegitimate son, and his liver had failed to match Zhou Zhangfeng's. By all logic, Jiang Chen held no remaining value whatsoever in Zhou Zhangfeng's eyes. But why would Zhou Zhangfeng go to such great lengths to host a recognition banquet, using it to announce his identity to the entire city of Xilan? Chen Yun noticed Jiang Chen's confusion and immediately explained, "Jiang Chen, your father plans to arrange a marriage for you at this reunion banquet." What? An engagement? Jiang Chen was startled. The first thought that flashed through his mind was that Zhou Zhangfeng, that old fox, was trying to squeeze every last drop of value out of him. An engagement? In wealthy families, there is no love, only arranged marriages. Zhou Zhangfeng intends to use Jiang Chen for this marriage alliance, seeking to secure benefits for the Zhou family. That's why he's making such a grand spectacle of this recognition banquet, publicly acknowledging Jiang Chen's status as the third young master of the Zhou family. Who does the old man want me to marry? Jiang Chen's expression darkened. He hadn't even activated his revenge mode yet, he'd merely caused a minor disturbance at the Zhou residence. Little did he expect that Zhou Zhangfeng, that old fox, would strike first. The eldest daughter of the young family, Yang Meixia. Chen Yun's lips trembled slightly as she looked at Jiang Chen with a complex expression, her words caught in her throat. Meixia? That name, why does it make me think of an older woman? A sense of foreboding instantly surfaced in Jiang Chen's heart. Chen Yun's lips trembled again, but no words came out. Swish. She picked up a file from her desk and handed it directly to Jiang Chen. This is Miss Yang's personal information. You, take a look yourself. After speaking, Chen Yun cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Chen, a clear flicker of pity flashing in her phoenix-like eyes. Jiang Chen quickly took the file. What he saw shocked him. Yang Meixia, female, 40 years old, eldest daughter of the Yang family in Shilan City, current CEO of Yang Group. Married 3 times, widowed 3 times. A life filled with constant scandals, frequently frequenting Shilan City's nightlife venues, with a preference for male models. Zhou Zhengfeng, you old bastard. Damn it all to hell. I'll F you to hell. Jiang Chen couldn't take it anymore. He unleashed every classic Chinese curse at Zhou Zhengfeng, finally calming himself down. While Jiang Chen was cursing, Chen Yun stood silently by. Only after Jiang Chen had calmed down did she speak up. The Yang Group and the Zhou Group have deep cooperative ties. The old man even planned to have you marry into the Yang family as a son-in-law, in exchange for greater assistance and support from the Yang Group. Had Chen Yun not explained, things might have been better. But the moment she spoke, the angered Jiang Chen had just managed to quell flared up again with a hiss. Damn old bastard. If you won't show mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to make an example of me, then I'll make an example of your 2 sons first. Swish. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen pulled out his new phone. His fingers flew across the screen as he rapidly typed, seemingly composing a text message. Swish. Chen Yun walked over curiously, leaning in to peek at who Jiang Chen was messaging. Jiang Chen made no effort to hide it from her. Right in front of her, he sent the finished text to Zhou Renjie. Immediately after, he composed another message and sent it to Zhou Shihao. Ha! Chen Yun gasped upon reading the messages, quickly covering her mouth with her hand as shock spread across her face. Ha! Jiang Chen shot Chen Yun a cold, mocking glance and asked, "And Yun, care to guess whether the boss or the second in command might meet their end today?" Chen Yun. Chapter 117, 2 text messages. Zhou Group. Zhou Renjie's office. Zhou Renjie, his face plastered with 2 adhesive strips and bruises on his forehead and the corner of his mouth, had arrived at the company today with a gloomy expression that hadn't lifted once. He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. The hotel was booked on short notice. The female secretary was also a last-minute arrangement. His phone hadn't been rigged with any surveillance software either. Why did that Hagley you not only know everything clearly, but also bring people to catch him red-handed? Originally, Zhou Renjie had been calculating his next move, waiting until he transferred all the marital assets before proposing divorce to Li Yu. But now Li Yu held the video of his marital infidelity, catching him red-handed. This put him in a very disadvantageous position. Beep. Just then, the phone Zhou Renjie had tossed on his desk suddenly vibrated, signaling an incoming text message. Leaning back in his office chair, Zhou Renjie first rubbed his temples before picking up the phone to check. The next second, his expression turned grave. Zhou Renjie, your older brother Zhou Shihao is naturally infertile. If you can obtain his medical examination report and show it to the old man, he will permanently lose his inheritance rights to the Zhou family. Just a friendly reminder, Zhou Shihao had his physical at Huakan Hospital. The doctor's computer still has his medical records and files. Before Zhou Shihao catches on, get your hands on that medical report. Then you'll become the sole heir to the Zhou family. Whoosh! Zhou Renjie's eyes widened abruptly, his face betraying a look of stunned disbelief. My brother is naturally infertile? Is this real? Could this be some kind of prank text? Zhou Renjie had no idea who sent him this message. He tried dialing the number that sent the text, but all he heard was a busy signal. But Zhou Renjie carefully recalled the situation. His older brother and sister-in-law had been married for so many years without conceiving a child. This situation was indeed a bit unusual. Could it be? Could the person who sent this text be telling the truth? Never mind. He'd just go to Huakan Hospital and see for himself, then he'd know whether it was true or not. If it turned out to be false, he'd merely have made a wasted trip, no real loss at all. If it's true, then my older brother will lose his inheritance rights completely, and all of the Zhou family's assets will rightfully pass to me. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Renjie grabbed his car keys and phone, then hurriedly left the office. Meanwhile, Zhou Shihao's office. He had just finished processing a stack of documents when his phone buzzed with a WeChat message from brother Fa. Fa cut straight to the chase, asking Zhou Shihao when they would implement the sperm donation plan. Zhou Shihao hesitated, then clenched his teeth and replied with 2 words, tonight. After discussing the specifics to ensure no flaws in the plan, Zhou Shihao sank back in his office chair and fell into a deep, silent reverie. So what if he sacrificed his wife? Women are like clothes, they can be replaced anytime. Money and power are what truly matter to a man. As long as he could secure 60% of Zhou Group's shares and become its future chairman, even greater sacrifices would be worth it. Beep. Just then, Zhou Shihao's phone buzzed with a text message. His train of thought abruptly interrupted. Zhou Shihao frowned in annoyance before picking up his phone. However, the next second, Zhou Shihao's eyes widened in shock, his face contorting with a mix of horror and fury. Zhou Shihao, your second brother, Zhou Renjie, has learned about your congenital infertility. Right now, Zhou Renjie is rushing to Huakan Hospital to retrieve your medical records from the doctor's computer and show them to the old man. If you don't want to lose your inheritance rights to the Zhou family, you must stop Zhou Renjie immediately. Find a way to destroy your medical records and archives. Do whatever it takes to prevent him from holding this over you. Otherwise, you will lose everything. Thud. Zhou Shihao slammed his hand down on the desk in fury, his face contorting into a hideous grimace. He never imagined his infertility would be exposed to outsiders. More importantly, Zhou Renjie is already on his way to Huakang Hospital to obtain his medical report, intending to report him to the old man and thereby strip him of his inheritance rights. How could this happen? Who could it be? Who leaked this young master's secret? Swish. Zhou Shihao had no time to ponder these questions. Grabbing his car keys and phone, he rushed out of the office in a panic. The urgent priority was to stop Zhou Renjie from going to the hospital to retrieve the medical report. Everything else could wait. Zhou Group. Underground parking garage. Jiang Chen sat quietly in Chen Yun's car, his gaze fixed on the elevator. Ding! Before long, the elevator doors suddenly opened. Zhou Renjie, his face beaming with excitement, strode out briskly. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen immediately opened his system inventory and selected a card from his backpack. System, I wish to use the demon card. As Jiang Chen silently uttered the command in his mind, the system's prompt sounded in his ears the very next second. Ding! Please designate a target individual. Got it. Him Zhou Renjie. Swish! The demon card in his backpack instantly transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Another system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the devil card. The card is now in effect. Please wait. After using the demon card, Jiang Chen felt nothing unusual. But Zhou Renjie, who had just climbed into the car, inexplicably shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Yet he didn't think much of it, assuming the car's air conditioning was set too low. He adjusted the temperature slightly higher. Roar! Immediately after, Zhou Renjie slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped out of the underground parking garage like lightning. Ha 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 ha! Big bro, big bro! Who knew you were such a useless piece of trash? Just wait till I get your medical report, then we'll see how you fight me for the inheritance. Poor sister-in-law too, married to Big Bro all these years and still can't get pregnant. If it comes down to it, I'll gladly step in and do the job for Big Bro. And that yellow-faced Hagley, you wait. One day, I'll make you beg me on your knees. Oh, and that bastard Jiang Chen. Once I get my hands on the Zhou family fortune, I'll find a way to kill you. Unconsciously, Zhou Renjie's mood grew increasingly frenzied. All manner of wicked thoughts sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain within his mind. However, he had no idea that all this was because Jiang Chen had played a demon card on him. If Zhou Renjie didn't rein in his emotions, his desires would only grow stronger and more uncontrollable, driving him deeper into madness. There was one word that perfectly described this state. Going off the rails. Exactly. Zhou Renjie was already showing signs of losing control. Chapter 118, 1 Deception, 3 Victims. Zhou Group. Underground parking garage. Less than a minute after Zhou Renjie left, Zhou Shihao emerged from the elevator in a flustered rush. Swish! Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen immediately opened the system inventory and directly selected the last card remaining in his backpack. System, activate the rage card. As Jiang Chen silently uttered the command in his mind, the system's prompt sounded in his ears the very next second. Ding! Please designate a target. Got it. Him Zhou Shihao. Swish! The rage card in his backpack instantly vanished in a streak of light, and the system prompt sounded again in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using the rage card. The card is taking effect. Please wait. After using the rage card, Jiang Chen still felt nothing unusual. But Zhou Shihao, who had just climbed into the car, inexplicably felt a wave of heat wash over him, as if a flame were burning within his chest. Yet he didn't think much of it, assuming the car's air conditioning was set too high. He adjusted the temperature down a notch. Roar! Immediately after, Zhou Shihao slammed his foot on the accelerator and sped out of the underground parking garage like a bullet. Damn it! You bastard, second brother. All these years, as your older brother, what have I ever held back from you? And now you ungrateful bastard, fighting over the family fortune, you don't give a damn about our brotherhood? You even want to kick me out? You just wait, you bastard. If you dare touch that medical report, I'll kill you myself. The chairman of Zhou Group will be me, and only me. Anyone who dares oppose me, I'll slaughter gods who stand in my way, slay demons who block my path. Even if you're my own flesh and blood brother, there'll be no negotiation. Unconsciously, Zhou Shihao's emotions grew increasingly frenzied. The rage pent up inside him erupted like a lit bomb. However, he had no idea that all of this was because Jiang Chen had played a rage card on him. If Zhou Shihao didn't rein in his emotions, his rage would only grow more intense, gradually consuming his rationality. There was one phrase that perfectly described this state. Losing control. Exactly. Zhou Shihao was now showing signs of losing control. Zhou Group. Shen Yun's office. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other. He held an agreement in his hands, carefully reading through the various clauses before picking up a pen and signing his name with decisive ease. The agreement is signed. You can rest easy now, right? Jiang Chen casually handed the signed agreement to Chen Yun, who was seated beside him. The next second, a line of text appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Shen Yun's affection plus 10. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then quickly blinked at Chen Yun and activated his scrutiny eye. Name, Chen Yun. Age, 33. Appearance, 93. Figure, 97. Favorite fruit, coconut. Driver, 1. Likability, 80. You wouldn't believe it until you see it. Who knew Chen Yun's affection for him had quietly reached 80 points? How long have they even known each other? This woman, her affections shift a bit too quickly, don't you think? But then again, Chen Yun had been with Zhou Zhangfeng for all these years. Even if she hadn't contributed much, she'd certainly put in the hard work, right? Yet the old man didn't leave her a single penny, clearly using her up and then kicking her to the curb. In contrast, Jiang Chen, that illegitimate son, handed over 10% of Zhou Group's shares without hesitation, effectively giving them away to Chen Yun. These were shares Jiang Chen had gambled for with his own liver. Chen Yun wasn't just changing her mind if asked to follow Jiang Chen now, she wouldn't hesitate for a second. The slightest hesitation would be disrespectful to those 10% shares. Swish. Chen Yun carefully tucked away the agreement, then offered Jiang Chen a faint smile. Xiao Chun, I still have some paperwork to handle. Wait for me a moment. We'll grab lunch together, just the two of us. Jiang Chen. As the vice president of Zhou Group, Chen Yun naturally had a mountain of work awaiting her. Jiang Chen wasn't about to sit dumbly in her office, waiting obediently for her to finish work. Soon after, Jiang Chen made up an excuse and left Chen Yun's office. He strolled over to the company's HR department and knocked on the HR director's office door. Come in. A pleasant, authoritative voice called out from inside. Jiang Chen immediately pushed the door open and stepped in, casually locking it behind him. Jiang Chen? What brings you here? The woman seated behind the desk wore a look of surprise when she saw him enter. Second sister-in-law, didn't you send me a WeChat saying you wanted to talk to me? Jiang Chen walked over with a grin, plopping down in the chair opposite Li Yu and casually pulling out a cigarette to hold between his lips. Today, Li Yu wore a white chiffon blouse paired with a light beige pencil skirt. Her snow-white, perfectly straight legs were encased in sheer stockings. Her lightly made-up face was flawlessly exquisite. Her sexy, fiery figure was a sight to behold. The moment Jiang Chen sat down, he caught a faint, delicate fragrance, not perfume, but Li Yu's natural scent. The scent was perfectly balanced, refreshing, and uplifting. I do want to talk to you, but this is the office. What if Zhou Renjie catches us? Before Li Yu could finish, Jiang Chen waved her off. Second sister-in-law, don't worry. Second brother just left the company. I saw him drive away myself. Is that so? Li Yu paused slightly, but she didn't dwell on it. Instead, she cut straight to the point. Jiang Chen, about that matter we discussed on WeChat last night, does it still stand? Absolutely. Jiang Chen nodded, speaking calmly and deliberately, as long as you stand by my side and help me deal with the boss and the second brother, regardless of success or failure, I'll give you 10% of the shares in Zhou Group. How can I trust you? Li Yu stared intently into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to see through them whether he was lying. Swish. Instead of answering Li Yu's question, Jiang Chen pulled out a prepared agreement and tossed it directly in front of her. What's this? Li Yu reached out, picked up the agreement, and casually flipped through it. The next second, her eyes lit up, and a flash of delight and excitement crossed her face. That's right. This agreement was the very one Jiang Chen had just signed in Chen Yun's office. The only difference was that Jiang Chen had replaced Chen Yun's name with Li Yu's. The agreement's terms were straightforward. As long as Li Yu fully assisted Jiang Chen in his bid for the Zhou family's assets, regardless of the outcome, Jiang Chen would transfer his existing 10% stake in the group to Li Yu without compensation. Moreover, Jiang Chen had already signed his name on this agreement in advance. Swish, swish, swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yu picked up the pen and signed her name at the bottom of the agreement. 2 copies of the agreement were made, one for Jiang Chen and one for Li Yu. Their partnership was officially sealed. Li Yu affection plus 10. Li Yu affinity plus 10. Li Yu affinity plus 10. At that moment, a series of text notifications drifted into Jiang Chen's field of vision. Seeing this, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and immediately activated his scrutiny eye on Li Yu. Name, Li Yu. Age, 26. Appearance, 92. Figure, 95. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver, 1. Affection level, 70. Jiang Chen hadn't expected that in such a short time, Li Yu's favorability toward him would skyrocket to 70 points. Was the allure of a 10% stake in the Zhou Group really that powerful? First it was stepmother Chen Yun, now it's second sister-in-law Li Yu. Wonder if eldest sister-in-law Suya's favorability would skyrocket after seeing this agreement? Exactly. Jiang Chen planned to use his 10% stake to lure his stepmother, eldest sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law into his camp, turning them into his allies. One contract, 3 women deceived. Trick them first, then worry about the rest. As for the rest, we'll deal with it later. Ha ha. Chapter 119, Second Sister-in-Law's Fierce Spirit, First Sister-in-Law's Gentle Nature. Li Yu was a woman of formidable character. When she discovered her husband had been cheating with his female secretary, secretly transferring their marital assets, preparing to divorce her, and even attempting to strip her of everything, Li Yu didn't try to hold on to her husband. She didn't grovel or beg him to change his mind. Instead, she decisively abandoned the marriage. If this place won't keep me, freedom will. It could be said that Li Yu's character closely resembled Jiang Chen's. She dares to love and hate, knows when to hold on and when to let go, acts with conviction, and embodies strength, confidence, freedom, and courage. Alright. Jiang Chen wasn't indirectly praising himself, he simply admired Li Yu's character. Jiang Chen, last night was it you who specifically called Manager Shi from the Imperial Dynasty Hotel to come assist me? Li Yu tucked away the agreement, then fixed her beautiful almond-shaped eyes on Jiang Chen, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. MHM. Jiang Chen nodded openly and said, you went in alone. If I didn't call people to protect you, what if you got bullied? Are you concerned about me? Li Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, her long lashes fluttering ever so slightly. A strange light seemed to flicker in her beautiful eyes. You're my second sister-in-law. Isn't it only natural that I care about you? Zhou Renjie is your second brother too. Why don't you care about him? He's not my blood brother. Why should I care about him? Then I'm not your biological second sister-in-law either. Why do you care so much about me? Faced with Li Yu's relentless questioning, Jiang Chen merely smiled faintly. He suddenly stood up, braced his hands on the desk, leaned forward swiftly, and brought his face right up to Li Yu's. Since you're not my biological sister-in-law, doesn't that make it even better? Jiang Chen stared intently at Li Yu's beautiful almond-shaped eyes from close range. A devilishly handsome grin curved his lips, and his face so strikingly handsome it could take any woman's breath away now radiated an otherworldly charm. Thump! 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 Li Yu's heartbeat and breathing quickened. Though she forced herself to remain composed, the flicker of panic in her beautiful eyes was not lost on Jiang Chen. I still have some documents to handle. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Li Yu, usually fiercely assertive, now bore a faint blush across her lovely cheeks. Moreover, Li Yu resorted to a rather lame excuse, quickly averting her gaze from Jiang Chen before lowering her head to pretend to sort through the papers on her desk. Li Yu affection +5. Seeing the text notification float into his line of sight, Jiang Chen nearly burst out laughing. Alright, then. Second sister-in-law, I won't disturb you at work. You go ahead. Jiang Chen was a man of grace. After tossing out those words, he turned and walked away without a single trace of lingering. Wait. Li Yu suddenly called out to Jiang Chen as he was about to leave. She pressed her lips together and quickly said, once I'm done with work, let's grab lunch together. We can talk about how to deal with the Zhou family. Don't refuse me, this is the first time I've ever invited a man to lunch. Jiang Chen. 10 minutes later. Jiang Chen left Li Yu's office and strolled leisurely to the door of the company's CFO's office. Knock knock knock. Jiang Chen first adjusted his attire, then knocked politely on the door. Come in. A mature, gentle female voice came from inside the room. Just hearing it gave the impression of someone delicate and easy to take advantage of. Click. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and immediately saw Suya seated behind the desk. Indeed. His stepmother Chen Yun was the vice president, his second sister-in-law Li Yu was the HR director, and his eldest sister-in-law Suya was the CFO. That's how family businesses operate. Every key position in the company was held by family members. Jiang Chen? What brings you to the company all of a sudden? The moment Suya saw Jiang Chen, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Immediately, that surprise gave way to tension. Whoosh! Suya immediately stood up, circled around her desk, and hurried over to Jiang Chen's side. Under Jiang Chen's stunned yet amused gaze, Suya first pulled open the office door, then leaned halfway out, scanning the hallway left and right. Only after confirming no one had seen Jiang Chen enter her office did she abruptly slam the door shut and quickly lock it from the inside. Holy crap! This feels like some underground operative meeting. What, is this a spy movie or something? Jiang Chen stifled a chuckle as he scrutinized Suya from head to toe at close range. You gotta admit, sister-in-law Suya really had that distinct aura of a proper sister-in-law. Her jet-black, lustrous hair was casually pinned up at the nape of her neck with a single hairpin. A few strands of hair fell loosely across her forehead and cheeks, giving her an air of lazy, effortless grace and gentle charm. She wore a black sleeveless chiffon top, with a long ribbon draped over her right shoulder, cascading all the way to her waist. A large pearl necklace hung around her neck, complemented by a pair of sparkling pearl earrings adorning her ears. Her lower body was clad in a white bodycon skirt that not only accentuated her slender waist but also perfectly outlined her dramatically exaggerated hip curves. Her voluptuous yet slender legs were draped in sheer stockings, topped off with a pair of stiletto heels. In short, today, Suya radiated an overwhelmingly feminine aura from head to toe. She was the dream goddess of countless otaku. Click. Once Suya locked the door, an awkward silence filled the room. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, gestured toward the guest sofa in the office, then beckoned to Jiang Chen. Come sit down. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, striding over and plopping down on the sofa with a casual ease. Suya, however, was more reserved. She walked to the sofa beside Jiang Chen, first smoothing her pencil skirt with both hands before sitting down with great elegance. Once seated, Suya pressed her legs together, leaning slightly to one side while resting her hands on her knees. This series of movements clearly revealed Suya as a lady of refinement, her demeanor dignified and proper. Jiang Chen, I'd like to discuss something regarding your older brother, Zhou Shihao. Suya trembled her lips, a trace of worry etched between her brows, her beautiful eyes gathering a faint thread of sorrow. Sister-in-law, what do you plan to do now? Jiang Chen didn't rush to appease Suya. Instead, he casually asked a question while simultaneously activating his inside eye on her. Personal privacy, yearning to be a mother, she has always wanted a child. To this end, during her fertile window each month, she relentlessly pressured her husband. Current intent, after learning her husband's secrets and plans, she's utterly disillusioned with him. She wants a divorce but fears his retaliation and dreads bringing shame upon her family. The eldest sister-in-law, Suya, and the second sister-in-law, Liu, possess diametrically opposed personalities. Liu was fiercely independent, while Suya was timid and fragile. Suya knows Zhou Shihao has ulterior motives toward her, yet she dares not resist, terrified of retaliation from the Zhou family that could drag her parents and clan into ruin. That said, Suya's family was merely a minor clan. Compared to a super-wealthy dynasty like the Zhous, they were utterly powerless. Thus, Suya naturally trembled before Zhou Shihao. Chapter 120, Don't worry, I'll protect you. Jiang Chen, will you tell the old master about Zhou Shihao's inability to have children? Suya didn't answer Jiang Chen. Instead, she turned the question back on him. Jiang Chen, possessing the eye of insight, clearly understood Suya's thoughts at that moment. So he cut straight to the point. I've already told second brother about this. He's on his way to Huakong Hospital right now, trying to get hold of first brother's medical report. At the same time, I've also informed the eldest brother. He's heading to Huakong Hospital right now to stop the second brother. Big sister-in-law, you shouldn't cling to any illusions. This matter concerning the eldest brother cannot be concealed. He is destined to lose his status as the Zhou family's heir. Silence. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, Suya's face showed no disappointment or surprise. Instead, she wore an expression of relief. If Zhou Shihao's infertility were exposed, Suya would have grounds to divorce him. She believed the Zhou family wouldn't deliberately make things difficult for her then. Moreover, once Zhou Shihao was stripped of his heir status and power, Suya would no longer have to fear his retaliation. The only regret was that she could never become the eldest mistress of the Zhou family, let alone the future matriarch. But the thought of being betrayed by her husband arranged to share a bed with a stranger, even forced to bear another man's child, filled Suya with overwhelming revulsion. She was not a commodity to be traded at will. Nor was she Zhou Shihao's tool. She was a living, breathing human being with flesh, blood, and emotions. Since Zhou Shihao didn't treat her as a wife but merely as a tool, she saw no reason to cling to his side any longer. Though Suya possessed a gentle disposition, it didn't mean she was foolish. Even if Suya sacrificed herself, got pregnant, and helped Zhou Shihao secure 60% of the shares in the Zhou group, then, what about afterward? Would Zhou Shihao tolerate the bastard child growing inside her? Would he tolerate her defiled body? No man in this world would tolerate his wife being defiled, let alone carrying another man's bastard child. In the end, Suya's fate would be sealed, ruthlessly discarded by Zhou Shihao. Since abandonment was inevitable, Suya naturally had to make plans for herself early on. Therefore, she arranged to meet Jiang Chen, hoping to glean useful information from him and find herself a new patron. Why did Suya seek out Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son, instead of Zhou Renjie? First, Jiang Chen possessed formidable martial prowess, a fact Suya had witnessed firsthand through surveillance footage at the Zhou family villa. Second, the fact that Jiang Chen uncovered Zhou Shihao's infertility secret proved his extraordinary connections and the backing of a powerful force. Third, Jiang Chen was incredibly handsome, especially his face, which had completely stolen Suya's heart. What can you do? That's just how handsome guys are. Wherever he goes, he easily wins women's favor. Swish. Suddenly, Jiang Chen drew a 40-meter-long broadsword. Oh no! He pulled out a contract and casually handed it to Suya. What's this? Suya froze for a moment, instinctively catching Jiang Chen's 40-meter-long broadsword. Oh no! She caught the agreement Jiang Chen handed her. Big sis, take a look first. We'll talk after you've read it. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. While Suya was reading the contents of the agreement, he casually pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Suya read it carefully and slowly, seemingly savoring every word and sentence. When she finally set the agreement down, the look in her eyes toward Jiang Chen grew complex, and a hint of "I knew it" flashed across her face. Jiang Chen, I knew you weren't a man content with mediocrity. At Suya's words, Jiang Chen suddenly couldn't help but chuckle softly. I'd love to be mediocre, damn it. I'd love to just lie back, coast through life, and enjoy being a happy slacker. But my abilities won't let me. With my looks, my aura, my charm wherever I go, I automatically steal women's hearts, drawing the mad jealousy of my fellow men. There's no way to stay low-key. Sigh. Enough said. Talking about it just makes me tear up. Sister-in-law, about this agreement. Jiang Chen stubbed out his cigarette and smoothed his clothes, seemingly preparing to shake Suya's hand to seal the deal. But Suya smiled faintly and said, Jiang Chen, I'd like to add one more clause to this agreement. Add a clause? What do you want to add? Jiang Chen froze slightly at her words, sensing Suya was hinting at something suggestive, yet finding no concrete evidence. Swish. Suya tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, then pursed her lips, her voice tinged with slight embarrassment. Jiang Chen, during our collaboration, I hope you can ensure my safety especially. Especially what? Jiang Chen feigned ignorance, his eyes fixed intently on Suya's slightly flushed cheeks, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Suya lifted her eyelids and shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare. Because Suya was naturally gentle and delicate, with a soft, fragile appearance, even when she showed a fierce expression, it only gave off a playful, harmless vibe, not the slightest bit threatening. Like a punk's excited fist. That was pretty much the vibe. Especially, don't let Zhou Shihao's plan succeed. I refuse to be defiled by some stranger and lose my virtue for no reason. Suya practically gritted her teeth as she blurted out the sentence in one breath. After speaking, a tempting blush quickly spread across her gentle, delicate face. Alright, I promise you. Jiang Chen nodded without hesitation, then added, Big sister-in-law, rest assured. I'll protect you. Suya froze at his words. The casual words that rolled off Jiang Chen's tongue struck Suya like a bolt from the blue, crashing directly into her heart. Because those simple words protect you were something Zhou Shihao had never once uttered to Suya. This was the first time Suya had ever heard someone say they would protect her. It was also the first time she felt valued, cared for, cherished, and held in the palm of someone's hand. It was that dramatic. Because Suya craved affection, even the slightest warmth moved her deeply. Suya affection plus 10. Suya affection plus 10. Suya affection plus 10. Staring at the text prompt that suddenly floated into his vision, Jiang Chen was utterly speechless. I haven't even started putting in effort yet. Your damn affinity is skyrocketing already? No skill involved, no challenge whatsoever, no difficulty at all. This is utterly pointless. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Looks, 92. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver, 1. Affection level, 80. Personal secret, she yearns to be a mother and has always wanted a child. To that end, she relentlessly pressures her husband during her fertile window each month. Current intent, Jiang Chen is so handsome and intelligent, his genes must be exceptional. If only I hadn't married the eldest brother but the third instead. Oh no. Jiang Chen is my brother-in-law. How could I even think that? How embarrassing. Jiang Chen. Chapter 121, Brothers Turn on Each Other, Zhou Zhengfeng rages. Noon. Near Zhou Group headquarters. An elegantly appointed Chinese restaurant. Jiang Chen sat at the east seat, Chen Yin at the west seat, Suya at the south seat, and Li Yu at the north seat. 1 man and 3 women, just enough for a mahjong game. However, Jiang Chen and the others weren't there to play mahjong, they were there for lunch. There was no other choice. His stepmother, eldest sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law had all extended invitations to Jiang Chen, insisting on sharing lunch with him. Unable to refuse, Jiang Chen simply invited all 3 of them over. However, they were only halfway through lunch. Suya, Li Yu, and Chen Yun's phones all rang almost simultaneously. What? Zhou Shihao got into a fight, got his skull cracked open, and is now getting stitches at the hospital? Zhou Renjie got his head split open too? The boss and his second-in-command beat each other up, and both ended up in the hospital? Got it. I'll swing by the hospital later. He's not dead yet? Don't call me until he's dead. I'm handling some very important matters right now. I'll go see them at the hospital after I finish up. Suya, Li Yu, and Chen Yun hung up one after another. The 3 women exchanged a glance before lowering their heads to continue eating lunch, as if nothing had happened, as if they just received an ordinary phone call. Seeing this, Jiang Chan's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Aunt Yun, sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, aren't you going to the hospital to see the boss and the second boss? Why are you still eating lunch here? At this, Chen Yun immediately shot back with a cold expression, I'm not a doctor. I can't diagnose illnesses, and I can't save lives. Going there would just mean standing by helplessly. Li Yu snorted derisively. Poof. I'd be delighted if Zhou Renjie kicked the bucket sooner rather than later. Widowed on the household register sounds far better than divorced. Suya glanced at Chen Yun, then at Li Yu, biting her lip as she said, Zhou Shihao has a fiery temper. If I rush over now, I'll probably have to endure his rage. Suya, why are you so timid? If Zhou Shihao yells at you, can't you yell back? Li Yu's right. Suya, you're just too soft-hearted, that's why Zhou Shihao always pushes you around. Let me tell you, you can't coddle men. If you don't discipline them every 3 days, they'll climb onto the roof and tear off the tiles. You can't be too nice to men or always give in to them. Otherwise, they'll just think you're born to be a pushover. Seeing Chen-yun and Liu get all fired up, trying to talk some sense into Suya. Wait a minute. This wasn't persuading Suya at all. They were clearly giving her a lecture on how to control her husband, indoctrinating her with feminist ideology. Ahem. Jiang Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He cleared his throat twice to interrupt the girl's chatter. Hurry up and eat. We're heading to the hospital together after this. Why the rush to the hospital? To watch the show. 2 p.m. Jiang Chen, Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu finally arrived at the hospital at a leisurely pace. The moment they pushed open the ward door, the smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by expressions of deep concern. The room was quiet. The eldest, Zhou Shihao, lay in the bed by the window, his head wrapped in a bandage, his expression dark and sullen. Second brother Zhou Renjie lay in the bed by the door, also with a bandage wrapped around his head and a face that looked equally grim. Besides these two spoiled brats, the room also held Uncle Zhang, the butler Wang Gang, the head bodyguard in Zhou Zhengfeng, who had rushed over despite his own sickly condition. What took you lot so long to get here? Zhou Zhengfeng shot disapproving glares at Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu. His gaze lingered slightly on Jiang Chen, a fleeting, obscure shadow flickering in his cloudy eyes. Hearing the hint of displeasure in Zhou Zhengfeng's tone, Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu almost answered in unison, traffic jam. Zhou Zhengfeng. Swish. Zhou Zhengfeng's gaze swept over Chen-yun, Suya, Liu, and Jiang Chen once more, but this time, it didn't linger on Jiang Chen at all. Instead, his gaze immediately fixed on his two good-for-nothing sons. Now, you two good-for-nothings, explain yourselves. Why did you get into a fight? And why did you both end up with gashes on your heads? Zhou Zhengfeng was clearly suppressing his rage. The hand gripping his cane trembled slightly with fury. Dad, I'll tell you straight, big brother has a problem. He's infertile from birth. He can't carry on the Zhou family line. Shut up. You bastard, second son. Who told you I have a physical ailment? You're spreading lies. Big brother, dare you turn on Dr. Zheng's computer and let Dad see your medical report. What's there to be afraid of? I've got nothing to hide. If you're clean, you won't fear the shadow. Fine. You said it. Uncle Zhang, go get big brother's medical report right now. Let's see how he tries to wriggle out of this. Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry to trouble you, but please bring my medical report over here. After a heated argument, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie both turned their heads away, unable to stand the sight of each other. The housekeeper, Uncle Zhang, glanced at Zhou Zhengfeng first. Only after Zhou Zhengfeng nodded did he hurry out of the ward to retrieve Zhou Shihao's medical report. Witnessing this, Chen-yun, Suya, and Liu all exchanged skeptical glances. They knew Jiang Chen was the instigator behind this whole affair. They also knew Zhou Shihao suffered from infertility. But Zhou Shihao now appeared utterly confident, self-assured, and remarkably composed. The three women couldn't help but begin to doubt, could it be that Zhou Shihao was actually healthy? Otherwise, why would he so readily allow Uncle Zhang, the butler, to retrieve his medical records? Beep. Just then, Suya's phone buzzed with a text message. She glanced around the hospital room, then nonchalantly pulled out her phone, pretending to check the time while swiftly opening the message. Butler Uncle Zhang, real name Zhang Defu, is the brother FA in Zhou Shihao's WeChat contacts. Whoa! After reading the message, Suya couldn't help but gasp in shock. Her beautiful phoenix-like eyes widened abruptly, clearly stunned by the revelation. If Uncle Zhang was brother FA, then he was a mole planted by Zhou Shihao to infiltrate the old man's inner circle. And an absolute confidant of Zhou Shihao. Oh no! That medical report would surely be secretly swapped out by Uncle Zhang. Swish! Suya abruptly lifted her head, her anxious gaze fixed on Jiang Chen as if asking, what should we do next? However, Jiang Chen gently shook his head, signaling Suya to stay calm. At the same time, Jiang Chen mentally communicated with the system. Bro system, the two cards I drew this time, one demon card and one rage card, their effects aren't exactly ideal, are they? Did you give me two duds? Look at these two, just a gash in the head, not even close to life-threatening. Your cards, totally useless. Jiang Chen had expected that using both cards simultaneously to provoke infighting between Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie would at least kill one of them. But both of them were fine. Daddy is disappointed. Ding. The effects of the demon card and rage card are cumulative. Ding. When the target's evil thoughts or rage reach their peak, they will inevitably lose their sanity and commit acts of madness. Ding. Detection confirms the demon card and rage card effects are currently only half activated. The product has no quality issues. Please wait patiently, host. Jiang Chen. Chapter 122, The Insidious Zhou Shihao. Inside the hospital room. The atmosphere was heavy. Zhou Zhengfeng sat in his chair with a dark expression, coldly observing his two sons lying in the hospital beds. His eyes were opaque and inscrutable. Under the old man's imposing presence, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie had temporarily quieted down, ceasing their quarrel. Chen Yun, Suya, Liu, and Jiang Chen stood silently to the side. Everyone seemed to be waiting quietly as Uncle Zhang, the butler, brought over Zhou Shihao's medical report. Squeak! A few minutes later, the ward door creaked open. At that moment, every person in the room turned their heads, their gazes fixed on the butler Uncle Zhang as he entered. Master, here are the eldest young master's medical reports. Ignoring the stares directed at him, Uncle Zhang strode quickly to Zhou Jingfeng's side and handed over a folder. Swish! Zhou Zhengfeng reached out and took the folder, immediately flipping through it. At that moment, Zhou Renjie sat up in his hospital bed, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Jingfeng's weathered face. He seemed to be trying to gauge the contents of the report through the old man's facial expressions. Zhou Shihao, however, remained remarkably composed. The guy lay flat on the hospital bed with an air of supreme confidence, nearly glancing at Zhou Renjie out of the corner of his eye. A fleeting look of disdain flashed in his eyes. Silence. The hospital room fell silent. The others held their breath, all eyes fixed on Zhou Zhengfeng as he examined the report. Each face wore a solemn expression. Oligospermia? Moments later, Zhou Zhengfeng uttered a diagnosis that sent shockwaves through the room. Whoosh! Zhou Zhengfeng frowned, then turned to Zhou Shihao and asked, Shihao, why didn't you tell me about this asthenospermia earlier? Dad, how could I possibly bring myself to tell you something so embarrassing? Zhou Shihao wore a look of grievance, even deliberately adding a hint of awkwardness, but a fleeting smile flashed in his eyes. Asthenospermia, as the name suggests, refers to low sperm motility, resulting in a lower probability of successful conception compared to healthy individuals. But a lower probability doesn't equate to infertility. Moreover, patients with asthenospermia can often return to normal levels with treatment. In other words, Zhou Shihao had swapped out his own medical report and deliberately fabricated a diagnosis of asthenospermia to dispel Zhou Jingfeng's suspicions. What? Asthenospermia? Zhou Renjie suddenly let out a sharp cry, his face contorted with disbelief. I clearly saw Big Brother's medical report. It said necrospermia. How did it suddenly become asthenospermia now? Second brother, you misread it yourself. Who else can you blame? Zhou Shihao immediately turned his head, glaring angrily at Zhou Renjie and roaring, it's embarrassing enough that I have this shameful condition. Why must you rub salt in my wound? What's your real motive? Ouch. Nice move. Zhou Shihao's counterattack was executed with masterful skill. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give Zhou Shihao a mental thumbs up. First, the guy pulled a bait and switch, then turned the tables. Next, he'd surely cast himself as the victim and sling all the blame onto the second brother. No way. This medical report must be fake. Zhou Renjie isn't some innocent little lamb. This blatant frame-up is obvious to anyone with half a brain. Dad, you have to believe me. Big brother doesn't have asthenospermia, he has necrospermia. I saw the original medical report for my older brother on Dr. Zheng's computer with my own eyes. This medical report is definitely fake. My brother must have secretly had someone swap it out. Zhou Renjie tried to argue his case, but Zhou Shihao roared, cutting him off. Zhou Shihao glared at him and declared, second brother. If you don't believe me, I'll undergo a full physical examination again today, right here in front of everyone. Zhou Renjie paused slightly before retorting, fine. Go get tested right now. I'll see if you can pull any tricks under everyone's watchful eyes. Second brother, you've shown me such disrespect today, completely disregarding my position as the eldest brother. You tell me to get a checkup, and I just go? What about my dignity as the eldest brother? Big brother, are you feeling guilty? Afraid to undergo a full physical examination in front of everyone? What's there to be afraid of? Then what are you waiting for? Get moving. Watching Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie start bickering again, Zhou Zhengfeng felt a sharp pain in his chest and his face paled. However, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's argument showed no signs of stopping. Zhou Shihao glared at Zhou Renjie and roared, second brother, if I get another full checkup and the results still show asthenospermia instead of necrospermia, how will you apologize to me? If it turns out you don't have necrospermia, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you. Not enough. That's nowhere near enough. Big brother, I'm willing to kneel and kowtow to you in apology, yet you still aren't satisfied? I think you're just feeling guilty, that's why you're deliberately saying this. Zhou Shihao suddenly took a deep breath, his gaze darkening as he fixed it on Zhou Renjie. Then, enunciating each word deliberately, he declared, if I don't have necrospermia, you must relinquish your inheritance rights to the Zhou family. Conversely, if I'm diagnosed with azoospermia, I'll voluntarily relinquish my inheritance rights to the Zhou family and hand over all its assets to you. Second brother, do you dare take this bet? The moment Zhou Shihao spoke, the entire hospital room fell silent once more. No one had anticipated Zhou Shihao would suddenly confront Zhou Renjie like this and stake the Zhou family inheritance as the wager, forcing Renjie into a high-stakes gamble. Why would I risk the Zhou family inheritance on a bet with you? Zhou Renjie's momentum instantly faltered. He wasn't a pushover, but he wasn't particularly clever either. He instinctively sensed something fishy about this wager, even feeling that Zhou Shihao had dug a pit just waiting for him to fall into. That's why he subconsciously refused Zhou Shihao's wager. Since you're too scared to gamble, I see no need for a full physical examination. The medical report is right here. I have asthenospermia, but that doesn't mean I'm infertile. Zhou Shihao's confidence surged back. He shot Zhou Renjie a look of utter contempt, his expression radiating righteousness and integrity as if to say, I've done nothing wrong. I have nothing to hide. I'm not afraid of petty schemers trying to frame me. You. Zhou Renjie was overcome with fury and indignation. He had seen it with his own eyes. Dr. Zhang's computer contained a detailed medical report on his older brother. It clearly stated that his older brother suffered from necrospermia. Could Zhou Renjie possibly confuse the characters for dead and weak? But Zhou Shihao had first swapped the report like a fox swapping a kitten, and now he was confidently challenging him to a high-stakes gamble with the Zhou family inheritance at stake. If Zhou Shihao didn't have absolute certainty, how could he propose such a clearly unwinnable wager? He must have prepared thoroughly. It wouldn't be surprising if the entire Huakang hospital was now filled with his people. The thought sent a chill down Zhou Renjie's spine, while he repeatedly urged himself to stay calm. Don't act impulsively. Must stay calm. At this critical moment, he absolutely couldn't fall into Zhou Shihao's trap. Better to be a coward than lose the Zhou family inheritance. Besides, even if Zhou Shihao controlled Huakang Hospital, could he really cover the sky with one hand and manipulate every hospital in Xilan City? Damn it all to hell. Boss, just you wait. I refuse to believe you can hide your fox tail forever without ever slipping up. If I get my hands on proof of your infertility, you're finished. Chapter 123. The mother of his child is about to get beaten. In the hospital room. The farce ended in an unpleasant mess. Zhou Renjie angrily yanked out his foreign needle and demanded to go home, refusing to stay hospitalized under any circumstances. Zhou Shihao also found the hospital unlucky, so he had Suya handle the discharge paperwork and they boarded the ride home. In the end. Ironically, Zhou Zhengfeng was so enraged his chest ached, so he decided to stay in the hospital for observation. As Zhou Jingfeng's wife, Qinyun had no choice but to stay behind at the hospital to help care for the old man who was practically on his last legs. And so it was, the eldest son left with Suya, the second son left with Liu, and Qinyun stayed behind to care for Zhou Zhengfeng. As for Jiang Chen, he wasn't about to stay at the hospital to look after Zhou Zhengfeng. He'd much rather go home and have a good fight with the 6 golden flowers. However, before leaving the hospital, Jiang Chen sent a piece of software to Qinyun, Suya, and Liu respectively. He instructed them to find a way to install this software on the phones of Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Renjie. This software was a custom-made Trojan program Jiang Chen had developed. Once implanted into a phone, it could not only monitor the device 24/7 but also enable direct remote control when necessary. Ha! The Zhou family trio probably never imagined that within just 2 days, Jiang Chen had successfully turned their wives against them. Now, these women were even helping Jiang Chen take on the Zhou family. What can you do? Who could resist Jiang Chen's good looks? Not using his good looks would be a waste of his natural gift. Roar, roar, roar. A blue Bugatti Chiron raced down the highway at breakneck speed. Jiang Chen steered with one hand while lowering the window with the other, ready to light up a cigarette. But then, he glanced out the window by chance. He suddenly noticed a building not far ahead on the left bearing the sign for Xilan City First People's Hospital. Right. My goddaughter is still hospitalized there. I wonder if her mother is thinking about me, her father? Swish. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then used the phone embedded in his body to send a WeChat message to Bai Qianqian. Jiang Chen, Mom, are you at the hospital right now? After sending the message, Bai Qianqian replied almost instantly. Bai Qianqian, huh? I just left the hospital and am waiting for the bus at the stop near the hospital. Jiang Chen, why did you leave the hospital to take care of Xinqing? What are you doing out here? By Qianqian, my parents insisted on staying at the hospital tonight to take care of Xinqing, and they want me to go home and get a good night's rest. Jiang Chen, send me your location. I'll come pick you up right away. By Qianqian, no need to trouble yourself. Driving all the way over to pick me up would be too inconvenient. Jiang Chen, no trouble at all, I'm right near the hospital. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen pulled up at a bus stop near the hospital. Amidst the envious stares of passers-by, Bai Qianqian opened the passenger door and climbed in with a delighted smile. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing near the hospital? After closing the door, Bai Qianqian buckled her seatbelt and asked Jiang Chen. Today, Bai Qianqian wore an inkwash mesh off-the-shoulder maxi dress that perfectly accentuated her mature, curvaceous pear-shaped figure. Her long hair was casually pulled back and secured with a shark clip. A white gold diamond necklace hung around her neck, and 2 sparkling diamond studs adorned her ears. Though her makeup was light, her exquisitely delicate features and gentle, captivating aura required no embellishment. She radiated a natural, unadorned beauty like a lotus blossoming from clear water. I've told you before, when we're alone and no outsiders are around, don't call me young Master Jiang. Why can't you remember that? Jiang Chen deliberately stiffened his expression, adopting a look of profound displeasure. Bai Qianqian's lovely face flushed slightly. She pressed her lips together, hesitated briefly, then softly murmured, "Husband." "Ah. Now that's more like it." A mischievous grin curved Jiang Chen's lips as he immediately switched to steering with one hand. Silence. Bai Qianqian bit her lip tightly, her cheeks flushed crimson. Her long eyelashes trembled constantly as her head tilted slightly to one side, as if admiring the scenery outside the window. But her body involuntarily leaned toward the driver's seat, as if to make it easier for Jiang Chen to steer with one hand. "Oh right. Sister Qianqian, how's Xinqing's recovery going?" "Ha? Oh. The doctor said Xinxian is recovering very well. She just needs to stay in the hospital for a few more days of observation before she can be discharged." "Oh, do you have enough for the hospital fees? If not, I can transfer some more to you." It's fine. The money you prepaid at the hospital last time hasn't even been used up yet." "Sister Qianqian, have you missed me these past couple of days?" Half an hour later. Bai Qianqian suddenly seemed to notice something and exclaimed in surprise, "Honey, why did you bring me to the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel? You used to work at this hotel, always serving guests. Today, I wanted you to experience what it feels like to be a guest, so..." The moment Jiang Chen said this, Bai Qianqian instantly understood his intentions. After all, during his stay at the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, Jiang Chen had enjoyed the company of a different beautiful woman every night. What a delightful time he had. The thought of becoming his companion tonight made her cheeks flush bright red all the way to her neck. Though they'd engaged in some fairly normal couple activities, they hadn't yet crossed that final boundary. "Hey, honey, how about we have dinner at the Imperial Hotel tonight?" Jiang Chen parked the car in the underground garage, then pulled Bai Qianqian into the elevator. Whatever you say." Bai Qianqian seemed a bit distracted, following Jiang Chen dumbly as if she were sleepwalking. Seeing this, Jiang Chen blinked at Bai Qianqian curiously. The next second, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Name, Bai Qianqian. Age, 30. Appearance, 93. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, honeydew melon. Driver, 1. Affection level, 95. Personal privacy, deeply influenced by romance novels, particularly obsessed with domineering CEOs. Constantly fantasizes about being cornered against a wall by one someday. Current thoughts: if I'd known Jiang Chen would bring me to the Imperial Dynasty Hotel, I should have worn something nicer today. Or, maybe I'll ask my former co-workers at the hotel to run out and buy me a few pairs of black stockings? Put. Reading this, Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. They say a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Jiang Chen had assumed Bai Qianqian was nervous, shy, and at a loss. Turns out, that saying was spot on. Women are like eggs, their shells are hard, but once cracked open, their insides are soft and vulnerable. Chapter 124, Sister-in-Law's Distress Call. Night. Zhou Shihao's villa. Suya stepped out of the shower and immediately noticed the bedroom floor covered in a carpet of bright red rose petals. Beyond that, the main bedroom light was turned off, replaced by a ring of soft pink mood lighting illuminating the space. Moments later, Zhou Shihao, dressed in a bespoke suit and holding 2 glasses of red wine, approached Suya with a broad smile. "Honey, what's this all about?" Seeing this scene, Suya didn't feel the slightest bit romantic. Instead, a hint of wariness crept into her heart. "Honey, today is our wedding anniversary. I arranged all this carefully just to spend a romantic evening with you." Zhou Shihao handed 1 glass of red wine directly to Suya, simultaneously conveying his affection to her in a blatant manner. In the past, Suya would have been thrilled to spend a romantic evening with Zhou Shihao. But ever since she learned Zhou Shihao's secret and discovered his recent scheme, the sight of his smug face now made her feel sick to her stomach. "Honey, shall we start with a toast?" Seeing Suya hesitating to take the glass, Zhou Shihao couldn't help but prompt her, his tone tinged with a hint of urgency. At that moment, a flicker of panic crossed Suya's eyes. A woman's intuition warned her this wine was definitely tainted. She absolutely must not drink it. But if she refused, Zhou Shihao would surely grow suspicious. If she angered Zhou Shihao, he might resort to force in his rage, and as a frail woman, she stood no chance against him. What should she do? Suya felt a surge of panic, yet she slowly raised one hand, as if to accept the glass Zhou Shihao was offering. But just as her longest finger, the middle one, was about to touch the rim of the glass, she suddenly withdrew her hand, pinched her nose, and said, "Honey, what's that smell on you?" "It stinks." "Really?" Zhou Shihao, confused, lifted his arm and brought it close to his nose, sniffing it hard twice. "Oh my. You should go take a shower first. You reek of sweat, it's disgusting." Suya promptly nudged Zhou Shihao with her hand, persistently urging him to take a shower. "All right. Wait for me, honey. I'll be right back." Zhou Shihao reluctantly set down his wine glass, grabbed a set of pajamas, and hurried into the bathroom. Splash splash. Hearing the shower head spray water from the bathroom, Suya hurriedly sat down on the bedside and picked up Zhou Shihao's phone. Unlock. Opened WeChat. Find FAGE's profile picture. Opened the chat window. Suya glanced at it and immediately trembled so violently her hands nearly dropped the phone onto the floor. She never expected Zhou Shihao would attempt to carry out his plan tonight. Moreover, the husband stand-in brother Fa had arranged for Zhou Shihao was already on his way. He'd arrive at the villa within 20 minutes. What should I do? Was she going to lose her innocence tonight? No. I can't just sit here and wait for disaster. Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Suya quickly grabbed her phone and sent Jiang Chen a desperate WeChat message. To her surprise, Jiang Chen replied instantly. Jiang Chen, sis-in-law, did you install that app one sent you earlier today on Zhou Shihao's phone? Suya, I couldn't find a chance earlier, but I just installed it now. Jiang Chen, good. I'm heading over to rescue you right now. I'll be at your place in 15 minutes max. Try to stall Zhou Shihao as much as possible until then. Suya, got it. I'll be waiting. Meanwhile, after receiving Suya's distress text, Jiang Chen immediately rolled out of bed and quickly dressed. Honey, where are you going? Though Bai Chanqian was still half asleep, Jiang Chen's movements woke her up. Sister Chanqian, go back to sleep. I need to handle an urgent matter. Will you be back tonight? I don't know. We'll see how things go. Oh, then please drive safely on your way. Amidst Bai Chanqian's anxious reminders, Jiang Chen grabbed his car keys and rushed out the door. Vroom vroom vroom. The Bugatti Chiron sped off like lightning, shooting toward Zhou Shihao's house at breakneck speed. On the road, Jiang Chen used the superphone within his body to attempt direct control over Zhou Shihao's phone. Since Suya had already installed the malware, Jiang Chen effortlessly gained remote control over Zhou Shihao's device. Soon, through Zhou Shihao's WeChat, Jiang Chen learned the plan Zhou intended to execute tonight. The plan was simple. Zhou Shihao would slip some powdered drugs into the red wine. Once Suya drank it, she would immediately feel her whole body heat up and her head grow dizzy. At that point, Zhou Shihao would blindfold Suya and have the stand-in arranged by brother Fa enter the bedroom to spend a romantic night with Suya in his place as her husband. If Suya refused to cooperate, Zhou Shihao had a backup plan. That was to resort to force, tie her up, blindfold her, and ensure she witnessed nothing, leaving no evidence to incriminate Zhou Shihao. Damn it! Zhou Shihao is truly a beastly bastard. Poor sister-in-law. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was a fiery young man with a strong sense of justice. As the saying goes, rescuing women in distress from dire straits is our unshirkable duty. This heist, let's do it. Squeak. 15 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived punctually near Zhou Shihao's villa. But, instead of charging straight into the villa to rescue his sister-in-law, he parked his car in a concealed corner and hid himself in a nearby flower bed. Jiang Chen waited. He was waiting for the stand-in arranged by brother Fa to arrive. By monitoring Zhou Shihao's phone, Jiang Chen knew the decoy was on his way. Moreover, Zhou Shihao had kept this operation secret, allowing only the decoy to come alone and even instructing him to wear a mask. This gave Jiang Chen ample room to maneuver. A decoy, after all. As long as he's wearing that mask, who knows if he's really the stand-in brother Fa arranged. Vroom vroom vroom. A few minutes later, the roar of an engine grew louder as it approached. Hidden in the flower bed, Jiang Chen parted the leaves blocking his view and peered toward the speeding sedan. A black Passat, license plate ending in 178. The driver wore a mask. That's it. This was the car. The stand-in had arrived. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen suddenly darted out from the flower bed, blocking the sedan's path. Squeal. The driver slammed on the brakes upon seeing someone burst out of the flower bed, bringing the car to a screeching halt just inches away from Jiang Chen. Damn it! Don't you have eyes in your head? Trying to get yourself killed? The masked stand-in, seemingly a hothead, rolled down the window and unleashed a torrent of curses at Jiang Chen. Whoosh. Without giving the other man a chance to react, Jiang Chen lunged forward, grabbed the stand-in by the hair, and yanked his head out of the car. Thud. Without another word, Jiang Chen slashed the stand-in's neck with a backfist, knocking him unconscious instantly. He then dragged the bodyguard from the driver's seat and shoved him into the trunk of the Passat. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen removed the mask from the decoy's face and placed it over his own. Ha! Surprisingly, this mask fits perfectly as if it were tailor-made for this young master. Brother, oh brother, if you knew the person beneath this mask was me, what expression would you wear then? Ha ha ha. Chapter 125. This is what you call swapping the prince for a cat. A moonless, windy night. Outside the gates of Zhou Shihao's villa. Jiang Chen touched the silver mask on his face, then adjusted his clothes and hat. He pulled out his phone and sent Zhou Shihao a WeChat message. The phone had been confiscated from the body double. Jiang Chen had conveniently planted a Trojan horse program inside, gaining complete control over the device. Golden Duck Club 88 Xiaobai, boss, I'm at your front gate. That's right. This body double was a pretty boy fatty found at the club. Though he wasn't as handsome as Jiang Chen, nor as well built, and his stamina was less than 1/10,000th of Jiang Chen's. But he was a professional in this line of work, highly skilled and experienced. As the top-ranked male escort at Golden Duck Club, that's precisely why brother Fa chose him. Big boss, hold on, I'll open the door right away. A reply quickly popped up on his phone. This WeChat contact labeled Big Boss was none other than Zhou Shihao, the eldest son of the Zhou family. About 2 minutes later, the villa's front door clicked open with a clack, then slowly slid aside. Immediately, a middle-aged man wearing pajamas and a black mask came into Jiang Chen's view. "Come in." Zhou Shihao deliberately lowered his voice, a fleeting, unnatural expression crossing his eyes before beckoning Jiang Chen inside. "Yes, boss." Jiang Chen deliberately altered his tone, shedding his usual arrogant demeanor to feign the mannerisms of a timid, submissive pretty boy. Click. The moment Jiang Chen stepped inside, Zhou Shihao slammed the villa's front door shut. "Follow me." Zhou Shihao beckoned to Jiang Chen, then led the way ahead. Jiang Chen followed silently behind him. Tap tap tap. Not a single servant was in sight within the vast villa. Only the echoing footsteps of Zhou Shihao and Jiang Chen reverberated through the empty halls. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. As they reached the second floor, Zhou Shihao abruptly halted his steps. He spun around, his gaze locking onto the pair of eyes beneath Jiang Chen's mask. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, thinking Zhou Shihao had discovered something, his heart suddenly leaping into his throat. No way? Could my identity have been exposed? But I'm wearing a damn mask, changed into a cheap suit, and even deliberately altered my voice. And you still recognized me? Are you a dog or something? Just as Jiang Chen felt a twinge of unease, Zhou Shihao suddenly spoke up. Did you remember everything I told you earlier? Huh? Yeah, I remember it all. Jiang Chen nearly gave himself away, but thankfully he reacted quickly. He immediately nodded along with Zhou Shihao's words and put on a very obedient and compliant expression. However, Zhou Shihao frowned, looking unconvinced. He pressed on, "Let me make this clear again. If you break these agreements and screw up my business, I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Jiang Chen remained silent, merely nodding meekly. Seeing Jiang Chen's obsequious demeanor, a flash of contempt flickered in Zhou Shihao's eyes. He immediately continued, "First, once you're inside, you absolutely cannot remove that woman's blindfold or untie her. She must never see your face. Second, remain silent throughout. Pretend you're mute. No matter what that woman says or asks, you must not speak a word. Third, you must leave that room before 5 a.m. tomorrow. If you fail to follow any one of these 3 rules, I'll have your kidneys ripped out and sell you to a primitive tribe in Africa." Zhou Shihao's voice was deep and resonant, yet it carried a sinister edge. Any ordinary person facing him would likely have been scared out of their wits. However, Jiang Chen wasn't someone who grew up scared. Why would he be afraid of some useless rich kid? "Alright, boss, I'll remember everything." To play his current role convincingly, Jiang Chen could only nod meekly, deliberately putting on a frightened expression. Zhou Shihao nodded with satisfaction, then turned on his heel and resumed leading the way ahead. Before long, Zhou Shihao led Jiang Chen to the door of a bedroom. He hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth, slowly reaching out a hand to grip the doorknob firmly. Click! As the bedroom door creaked open a crack, a soft pink glow spilled out through the gap. "You can go in now." After opening the door, Zhou Shihao grabbed Jiang Chen by the arm and shoved him inside. After shoving Jiang Chen forcefully into the room, Zhou Shihao immediately slammed the door shut. Clenching his teeth, his face dark and grim, he strode away. Inside the room, Jiang Chen stood behind the door, pricking up his ears to listen to the sounds outside. Only after confirming Zhou Shihao had departed did Jiang Chen breathe a slight sigh of relief before turning to survey the room. It was a spacious bedroom. The floor was strewn with red rose petals, bathed in the glow of pink mood lighting that cast an intensely romantic atmosphere. Over the luxurious bed, several pink curtains hung down. Through the pink curtains, Jiang Chen could vaguely make out a woman lying on the bed. She wore a burgundy lace halter nightgown. Her voluptuous, rounded legs were encased in black stockings with red lace tops. But her hands were bound behind her back, a large blindfold covered her eyes, and even her mouth was sealed with duct tape. That's right. This woman was Suya. At this moment, she looked as if she were drunk, her face flushed crimson, lying dazed and disoriented on the bed, utterly limp and helpless. Tap tap tap. Perhaps sensing Jiang Chen's approaching footsteps, Suya suddenly became aware of the danger closing in and began struggling violently. Whoosh! Jiang Chen walked straight over, untied the ropes binding Suya's hands, removed her blindfold, and ripped off the duct tape sealing her mouth. "Don't come near me. Get away. Don't touch me." Suya's mind seemed to retain a sliver of clarity. The moment the blindfold was removed and she saw the masked man before her, she trembled violently with fear. "Big sister-in-law, it's me. It's Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen lowered his voice as he swiftly removed his own mask, revealing a face so strikingly handsome it could take any woman's breath away. Jiang Chen? Suya narrowed her eyes slightly, staring intently at Jiang Chen for several seconds. Then, she threw herself into his arms and began sobbing softly, clinging to him. "Why did you take so long to come? Why? I was scared to death. Why? That bastard Zhou Shihao, he saw I wouldn't drink, so he forced it down my throat and tied me up. Jiang Chen, take me away." I don't want to stay here another second. Wah? Please. Take me away now. Chapter 126, Lottery. Lottery. Late at night. Lights were out in every household. In the master bedroom of Zhou Shihao's home, Jiang Chen had spent nearly half the night comforting Suya before her emotions finally began to settle. But Suya, forced to drink a glass of wine by Zhou Shihao, felt dizzy and her face grew increasingly flushed. She looked terribly unwell. Though Jiang Chen knew nothing of medicine, seeing Suya's condition deteriorate, he understood that delaying any further would surely lead to trouble. Sister-in-law, let me take you to the hospital. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen reached out and lifted Suya into his arms, preparing to leave the room and rush her to the hospital for treatment. Whether his identity would be exposed or if it might provoke retaliation from Zhou Shihao, these concerns were no longer within Jiang Chen's realm of consideration. But then, Suya gasped, her face flushing crimson as she cried out, "No, don't take me to the hospital." Startled by her words, Jiang Chen glared at her angrily. Sister-in-law, look at the state you're in. If you don't go to the hospital, are you just going to wait to die? Jiang Chen, I refuse to go to the hospital. In my current state, if I go to the hospital, how will I ever show my face in public again? Sister-in-law, at a time like this, you're still worrying about saving face? Then let me ask you, what's more important, your pride or your life? If you take me to the hospital and let everyone see me like this, I'd rather just die. You. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Suya to be so stubborn, valuing her reputation above even her own life. There was nothing he could do. Jiang Chen could only lay Suya back on the bed. Stroking his chin, he began to seriously ponder how to resolve this dilemma. A moment later, Jiang Chen sighed and said, Sister-in-law, since you refuse to go to the hospital, there's only one way left to save you now. What is it? Ice. Lots and lots of ice. It'll lower your temperature and keep you conscious. But we don't have any ice at home. Would popsicles work? That'll work too. Late at night. After struggling for ages, Jiang Chen finally managed to use ice to detoxify Suya, averting the crisis. After Suya fell asleep, Jiang Chen walked alone to the window and silently lit a cigarette. As smoke curled upward, Jiang Chen mentally activated the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Draw count 3. Inventory, black card reward gold. Artifact, Eye of the Mind 2-star. As midnight struck 12, Jiang Chen gained 3 more lottery chances. Swish. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer spun rapidly around several times before gradually slowing down. Jiang Chen stared intently at the pointer, watching helplessly as it swept past the gold coins section, past the cards section, and past the bottles section. Finally, the pointer moved at an agonizingly slow pace, gliding over the question mark section. Immediately afterward, a soft click sounded as the pointer unexpectedly returned to the gold coin section and came to a steady halt. Damn it! Damn it, I pushed too hard again. Tonzi, are you deliberately messing with me? The gold coin area was already shrunk to just 10% of the total space, and I still managed to hit it? Swish! At that moment, a bank card appeared on the lucky wheel before being automatically stored in the system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 billion auction gold. The system notification chimed in his ears. Jiang Chen froze for a moment before hastily opening his inventory. He soon spotted a black card in the second slot of his backpack. Black card auction credits. This card contains 10 billion Dragon Nation currency, usable exclusively for bidding and spending at auctions. Note, upon exhausting these auction credits, the host will receive double the amount in real-world currency as rebate. Holy crap! 100 billion Dragon Nation currency? Are you kidding me? Jiang Chen shuddered, nearly dropping the cigarette in his hand. He never imagined Brother Tonzi would be so generous this time, handing him 10 billion in auction funds outright. And after spending this auction credit, he'd even get double the rebate. In other words, Jiang Chen had just secured 30 billion Longwa currency, though 10 billion of it could only be spent at the auction. Holy crap! Jiang Chen pulled out the black card and planted a firm kiss on it, his face beaming with joy. Money! Who doesn't love it? Those who treat money like dirt are just little cuties. Phew! After calming his excitement, Jiang Chen returned the black card to his system inventory and proceeded with his second lottery draw of the day. Swish! Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button, and the next second, the pointer on the wheel began spinning again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer spun rapidly around several times before gradually slowing down. Jiang Chen watched the pointer nervously, seeing it pass through the gold coins section, then the cards section, and finally the bottles section. Finally, the pointer moved at an agonizingly slow pace, gliding over the question mark section and the gold coins section before finally coming to a halt on the cards section. Swish! Immediately, a shimmering card appeared on the Wheel of Fortune, featuring an illustration of a face mask. As for the specific brand of the mask, Jiang Chen wasn't entirely sure. The next second, the card was automatically stored in the system inventory, and a system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a disguise card. Startled by the announcement, Jiang Chen hurriedly opened his inventory. He quickly spotted the freshly acquired card in the third slot of his backpack. Disguise card, upon use, allows the user to replicate a designated target's appearance 1-to-1, instantly transforming into their likeness. Duration, 2 hours. Note, this card can only be used once. Holy crap! It can make me instantly look like someone else? And a perfect replica at that? This isn't a disguise card. This is clearly a Barala little fairy transformation. I'm going to clone you in the name of the Moon Super Ultimate Clone card. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance back at Suya, who was sound asleep on the bed. He thought to himself, both amused and exasperated, "Sis, don't turn around, I'm your big brother." No. You can turn around now, this time I really am the big brother. Gak. Ha? Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Jiang Chen's mind. Instantly, a wickedly devious plan formed in his heart. Why should I pretend to be the boss? Whether I act like the boss or not makes no difference to him. Besides, the boss's wife knows I'm not the boss, so there's absolutely no need to keep pretending. What if I pretended to be the second in command instead? Get Suya to play along, keep her face visible throughout, then send the video to the boss. Would the boss go ballistic on the spot? Oh right. The boss still has that rage card buff active. If he saw this spectacular video, would he lose his mind completely and kill the second brother? Ha. I think this could be pretty interesting. Why not give it a shot? Chapter 127, Another Potion of Enhancement. One more chance left, go for it. Heaven's spirits, earth's spirits, if the first doesn't work, the second will. If the second fails, the old man will. Stepmom, eldest sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law, lend me all your luck. Tonight, I must win a grand prize. Jiang Chen tapped the draw button with all his mental focus. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began spinning again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The red pointer spun rapidly several times before gradually slowing down. Jiang Chen stared intently at the pointer on the wheel as it swept past the gold coins section, past the cards section, and past the bottles section. Oh no! It didn't stop in the bottle section. The pointer crawled slowly within the bottle section for a moment before, running out of steam, came to a halt with a click. Got it! Third prize. Not bad. Swish! A golden potion suddenly appeared on the lucky wheel before being automatically stored in the system inventory. Simultaneously, a system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a bottle of enhancement potion. Jiang Chen froze for a moment upon hearing this. What? Another enhancement potion? This young master is already a perpetual motion machine, can I really keep enhancing? Swish! Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang Chen hurriedly opened his inventory. He soon spotted the freshly minted potion in the fourth slot of his backpack. Enhancement potion, upon consumption, strengthens the liver to grant infinite detoxification capabilities, granting immunity to all toxins invading the body and transforming one into the legendary poison-resistant physique. Holy! This serum not only strengthens the liver but also grants immunity to all toxins? This damn thing is practically a life-saving elixir tailor-made for Zhou Zhengfeng. No! This potion absolutely must never see the light of day. And we certainly can't let that old bastard Zhou Zhengfeng find out about it. Drink it now! Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen snatched the vial and began chugging it down his throat. Gulp! 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 To avoid any mishaps, Jiang Chen practically held his breath as he downed the entire bottle in one go. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a powerful wave of warmth surged up from Jiang Chen's stomach. The sensation was indescribably peculiar. Warm, soft, gentle, it was all very mild, not the slightest bit harsh. It was even somewhat refreshing. But this sensation came swiftly and faded just as quickly. Within about 10 seconds, Jiang Chen felt his slightly warm liver gradually cool down. Jiang Chen could clearly sense that his body, already brimming with vitality, now seemed even more robust and powerful. Was this the legendary poison-resistant physique? Capable of immunizing against all toxins? Damn it! Bring me 2 pounds of Crane's Red. I'll use it as a side dish with my liquor. For in the morning, Jiang Chen suddenly shook Shui awake from her deep sleep. He leaned close to her ear and whispered something. Suya had been drifting in and out of sleep. After hearing Jiang Chen's plan, she jolted awake, her drowsy eyes instantly widening in shock. Silence. Suya's long eyelashes trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes flickering with layers of complex emotions. But the thought of what Zhou Shihao had done to her made her shudder. If Jiang Chen hadn't arrived in time today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Since he showed no mercy, she wouldn't be held accountable for her lack of righteousness. With Suya's cooperation, Jiang Chen restored her to her previous state. He not only blindfolded her eyes but also sealed her mouth with tape, leaving absolutely no room for error. Additionally, Jiang Chen positioned his new phone nearby, carefully adjusting the angle and lighting to ensure it was ready to record at any moment. After completing all this, Jiang Chen immediately silently chanted in his mind, "Tongzi brother, I'm using the disguise card." Swish! The next second, the disguise card, lying in his system inventory, instantly transformed into a streak of light that shot directly into Jiang Chen's body. Ding! Please select a target character to replicate. Number 2, Zhou Renjie. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using one disguise card. Duration remaining, 1 hour 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Through the bedroom's vanity mirror, Jiang Chen clearly saw his body and appearance undergo a complete transformation in an instant. That's right. He had transformed. He had instantly transformed from Jiang Chen into Zhou Renjie. Not only were their height, weight, and features identical, but even his voice and mannerisms matched Zhou Renjie's perfectly. No need to say more. The disguise card only lasts 2 hours. We have to wrap the scene quickly, don't waste such a valuable card. 4:50 a.m. Having completed his plan, Jiang Chen slipped the silver mask back over his face, pushed open the bedroom door, and stepped out with an expression of calm composure. As soon as he descended the stairs into the living room, he saw Zhou Shihao, also wearing a mask, sitting alone and quietly on the sofa. On the coffee table before him sat a bottle of red wine and a stemmed glass, alongside an ashtray filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Ha! It seemed the boss was suffering inside too. After all, Suya was his wife. Yet unable to conceive and desperate to inherit the Zhou family fortune, he had no choice but to let someone else take his place as her husband. Who wouldn't feel torn in that situation? You're surprisingly punctual, not a minute late. Zhou Shihao lifted his head, fixing a piercing stare on Jiang Chen. The face concealed beneath the mask seemed dark and menacing. Boss, rest assured I'm absolutely professional in this line of work. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of him and gave Zhou Shihao a slight bow, fully expressing his gratitude. You can go. Zhou Shihao raised one hand weakly, waving it impatiently at Jiang Chen as if shooing away a fly. All right, boss. Goodbye. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to walk toward the villa's entrance. Wait a moment. Zhou Shihao suddenly called out to Jiang Chen again. This made Jiang Chen tense up, fearing Zhou Shihao had caught on to something. His heart leapt into his throat. However, Zhou Shihao's next words made Jiang Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Tomorrow night, same time, same place. Make sure to send me a WeChat message before you come. Got it, boss. And this must remain absolutely confidential. No one else, not even Fago, can know about this. It must stay between us three. Got it, boss. Alright, you can get out now. Got it, boss. Chapter 128, Deliberately Leaving Evidence. 5:15 a.m. The sky was already turning light. Jiang Chen emerged from Zhou Shihao's residence, slipped into the undercover pretty boy's Passat, and floored the accelerator, vanishing into the distance. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen pulled the car over onto a deserted, secluded road. He first surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no surveillance cameras nearby, before quickly exiting the vehicle. He then roused the doppelganger locked in the trunk. Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? The pretty boy's face was frozen in terror, convinced he'd encountered a desperate criminal. He was scared out of his wits. Swish! Jiang Chen casually removed his mask, revealing a face identical to Zhou Renjie's. The transformation card lasted for 2 hours. Jiang Chen had activated it at 4 a.m., meaning it wouldn't wear off until at least 6 a.m. Therefore, Jiang Chen intended to use the remaining time of the disguise card to accomplish something else, striving to maximize the card's effectiveness. Do you recognize me? Jiang Chen deliberately imitated Zhou Renjie's voice. Though it wasn't perfect, that didn't matter. What mattered was that Jiang Chen knew this Passat had a dashcam installed, along with a hidden camera inside the vehicle. He intended for this hidden camera to capture Zhou Renjie's face clearly, providing his boss with ample evidence. Boss. I don't even know you. I'm just an ordinary male escort with barely any money on me. Kidnapping me won't net you much at all. How about this? You can take this car, and all the money on me is yours too. Listening to the pretty boy's endless babbling, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He waved his hand, cutting him off. I didn't kidnap you for the money. Ha? Then why did you kidnap me, big brother? Women. Ha? Jiang Chen pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. He then pointed to the mask he'd tossed aside and said, See this mask? Didn't you get a job last night? Going to some rich guy's house to help his wife get pregnant and have his child? Sorry, but I already took care of that job for you. At Jiang Chen's words, the pretty boy froze in place. After a moment, the pretty boy suddenly gasped, staring at Jiang Chen in utter shock. Brother, you mean, you took a liking to the boss's wife and wanted to sleep with her instead of me? Heh, you're not entirely stupid after all. Jiang Chen gave a cold laugh before continuing, no matter how much this boss paid you, I can give you double. You don't need to come anymore. I'll handle this deal for you. And this must remain absolutely confidential. If I find out you've leaked a word about this, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Since it was all an act, he had to play the part to the fullest. Jiang Chen played the villain to perfection, threatening the pretty boy one moment, offering him benefits the next, leaving the young man completely oblivious to any flaws in the act. The pretty boy had witnessed Jiang Chen's combat prowess firsthand and knew he stood no chance against him. Plus, Jiang Chen was offering him a hefty sum. So, without a moment's hesitation, the pretty boy nodded his agreement. Passing up easy money? That'd be stupid. Next, Jiang Chen remotely accessed Zhou Renjie's phone through the super phone embedded within his own body and transferred 200,000 yuan to the pretty boy's WeChat account. Of course, Jiang Chen also personally topped up Zhou Renjie's WeChat balance with another 200,000 yuan and erased all transfer records. This was merely to ensure Zhou Renjie wouldn't notice his WeChat balance mysteriously dropping by 200,000 yuan. However, the pretty boy's phone still retained the record of Zhou Renjie transferring him 200,000 yuan. This was also the evidence Jiang Chen deliberately left for Zhou Shihao. After completing all this, Jiang Chen released the pretty boy and took his mask with him. After all, he had already made arrangements with Zhou Shihao. Tomorrow night, at the same location and in the same manner, he would continue his discussion with the big sister about life and ideals. Without this mask, Zhou Shihao would definitely grow suspicious. With this mask, Jiang Chen could enter Zhou Shihao's home with complete confidence, enter Zhou Shihao's bedroom with complete confidence, enter. In short, this mask was his golden ticket. Crucial. 6 a.m. Jiang Chen's disguise card officially expired. He returned to the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, intending to catch a few more hours of sleep. After all, he'd been up all night. Though his body felt perfectly fine, his mind was slightly weary. For someone as lazy as Jiang Chen, running around all night for his sister-in-law's safety, that was really something. Honey, it's getting late. I should head to the hospital. Still half asleep, Jiang Chen felt someone gently shake his arm as an incredibly tender female voice whispered in his ear. Without opening his eyes, Jiang Chen mumbled a couple of non-committal responses before drifting back to sleep. Before leaving, Bai Qianqian leaned down and kissed Jiang Chen lightly on the forehead. But all Jiang Chen wanted right now was to sleep. His eyes remained shut as he mumbled a couple more times before falling back into silence. Finally, Bai Qianqian reluctantly left. Jiang Chen remained fast asleep. It was unclear how much time had passed when the sun rose in the east and the sky outside had already brightened considerably. Ring ring. At that moment, a frantic ringtone jolted Jiang Chen awake from his sweet dreams. Damn it! Who the hell is calling this early in the morning? Jiang Chen's eyes snapped open. With a thought, he summoned the superphone within his body. Caller ID, second sister-in-law Liu. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jiang Chen forced himself to suppress his anger. Whoosh! He climbed out of bed and leaned against the headboard. First, he lit a cigarette to calm his morning irritation before answering Liu's call. Hello? Before Jiang Chen could say another word, a series of muffled sobs filled the line. Wah? Jiang Chen, I got beaten up by that bastard Zhou Renjie. He also snatched my phone and deleted all the videos inside. Now I have no proof of his infidelity during our marriage. Hearing this, Jiang Chen paused for a moment before breaking into a helpless smile. The devil card's buff on the second brother only amplified the darkness within him over time. Now, he was becoming increasingly ruthless and heartless. It seemed he wasn't far from losing his mind completely. But this situation had left his second sister-in-law utterly devastated. Second sister-in-law, what are you planning to do now? Jiang Chen, will you help me? Of course. You're my sister-in-law, I'll definitely help you. Alright. Then come to my place immediately. We'll go to the company together and settle the score with Zhou Renjie. Second sister-in-law, what exactly are you trying to do? First, help me beat him up. Give him a good thrashing. I won't rest until I get this out of my system. This frustration is killing me. Chapter 129, The Heartbroken Second Sister-in-Law. 8 a.m. Jiang Chen rushed to Zhou Renjie's residence in a panic. The villa's front door stood ajar. Jiang Chen gave it a gentle push and it swung open with a creak. Whoa! The scene in the living room met his eyes, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Chaos. Complete chaos. The interior was a complete shambles, utterly ravaged. It looked like a battle had just raged here. The TV smashed, the coffee table overturned, shards of vases scattered everywhere, even the wedding photo torn into a pile of worthless scraps. Scattered debris littered the floor, a stark reminder of just how fierce the struggle had been. Sniffle, sniffle. Suddenly, faint sobs drifted from the northeast corner of the living room. Jiang Chen followed the sound and saw a woman in a spaghetti-strap nightgown, barefoot, crouched on the floor. She hugged her knees, her shoulders heaving as she quietly wept. Second sister-in-law, are you okay? Jiang Chen strode over and quickly crouched beside Liu. Unexpectedly, Liu suddenly turned around and threw her arms around Jiang Chen, bursting into loud sobs. Wah. That bastard Zhou Renjie. For some mistress, he actually hit me. I can't live like this anymore. Wha? Divorce. I want a divorce. Liu was visibly distraught, seemingly broken beyond repair by Zhou Renjie this time. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, soul-shaking, and utterly pitiful. Jiang Chen could only keep patting her back gently, soothing her with soft words for a long while before her emotions gradually calmed down. However, when Jiang Chen finally let go of Liu, he noticed her left cheek had swollen up, bearing a bright red handprint. Beyond that, Liu's arms, calves, back, and even the area below her neck bore numerous bright red whip marks. It looked like she'd been savagely whipped with a belt by Zhou Renjie. Whoa! Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen scooped Liu into his arms and said urgently, "Second sister-in-law, I'll take you to the hospital right away." Suddenly lifted by Jiang Chen, Liu lost her balance and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. When she realized she was already in his arms, a blush instantly spread across her pretty face. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to carry her out the door, Liu hurriedly protested, "Jiang Chen, I don't want to go to the hospital." Huh? Jiang Chen froze in surprise. His eldest sister-in-law was like this, and now his second sister-in-law was too. Why wouldn't any of them go to the hospital? Was there a tiger in the hospital that ate people? It's just a superficial wound. There's no need to go to the hospital. Besides, going to the hospital looking like this. I couldn't bear the embarrassment. We have medicated oil at home. Help me inside, and I'll just apply some. Liu's tone was urgent, clearly reluctant to let anyone see her in such a disheveled state. There was no other choice. Jiang Chen could only carry Liu into the bedroom before rushing back to find the medicated oil. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen, having found the medicated oil, returned to the bedroom, handed it to Liu, and prepared to leave the room. But unexpectedly, Liu grabbed Jiang Chen's arm. She pressed her lips together, her face flushed as she said, "Jiang Chen, I can't reach the wound on my back. How about you help me apply the ointment?" Jiang Chen looked deeply at Liu. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "All right. Turn around, and I'll apply the ointment to your back first." "Okay." Liu responded softly, then turned away as Jiang Chen stared in stunned silence, slipping out of her nightgown. Jiang Chen? 1 hour later. Jiang Chen sat quietly at the dining table, facing a breakfast Liu had personally prepared for him. The breakfast tasted quite good, perfectly suited to Jiang Chen's taste. Especially the heart-shaped fried egg exquisitely crafted like a work of art made Jiang Chen almost feel too embarrassed to eat it. Clickety-clack. Just then, the sound of high heels walking approached, growing louder as they drew nearer. Jiang Chen instinctively turned his head, his heart skipping a beat as his eyes lit up instantly. Liu, dressed in a black, form-fitting lace-trimmed gown, resembled a blooming black rose, graceful and alluring. The cinched waist perfectly accentuated her hourglass figure, revealing every curve. Perhaps to conceal the scar below her neck, Liu wore a black silk scarf draped around her shoulders, adding an air of sensual allure. She glided toward Jiang Chen with a natural catwalk stride, her dignified elegance tinged with a hint of alluring charm. That saying was spot on, a maiden captivates, but a young wife bewitches. "Chen, what's wrong? Don't I look good like this?" Perhaps noticing Jiang Chen staring intently at her, Liu's lovely face flushed slightly, and she grew visibly flustered. Ever since marrying Zhou Renjie, Liu's life had become a monotonous cycle between the office and home. She rarely made an effort to dress up. At work, she wore business attire. At home, she changed into loungewear. Liu simply had no spare time for shopping, beauty treatments, or personal grooming. This time, perhaps driven by her resolve to divorce Zhou Renjie, Liu had dressed herself up beautifully, determined to reclaim the image of the proud goddess once pursued by countless admirers. "Second sister-in-law, you look absolutely stunning in that outfit. You're even more beautiful in person, truly breathtaking, both elegant and fierce." Jiang Chen stood up, taking Liu in from head to toe, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration. "Really?" Liu's eyes lit up slightly before she covered her mouth and giggled softly. "You're such a smooth talker. It's not nearly as exaggerated as you make it sound. I'm telling the truth. Why would I lie against my conscience?" At his words, Liu couldn't help but tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, the blush on her cheeks deepening. "You rascal, you're so good with sweet talk. You must have charmed quite a few girls before, right? Second sister-in-law, you're doing me wrong. I've never deceived a girl in my life. Is that so? I'm a responsible man. I always give my heart in exchange for theirs. There's no deception involved. Like hell I believe you. You're a real scoundrel." Though Liu shot Jiang Chen a withering glare, a charming curve played at the corners of her lips. The look in her eyes softened, growing ever more tender as she gazed at him. What woman doesn't care about her appearance? Which woman doesn't enjoy being praised? Perhaps she really should start spending more time carefully grooming herself. But for whom? Certainly not for that bastard Zhou Renjie. He's a cheating, abusive bastard. What right does he have to make me dress up for him? Or maybe, for Jiang Chen? Oh my! What am I thinking? Jiang Chen is my brother-in-law. Liu couldn't help but silently curse herself. The blush on her pretty face deepened and she felt utterly ashamed. But the more she tried to suppress the thought, the more she couldn't help but dwell on it. And the thought only grew stronger. It left Liu flushed to the ears, her heart pounding wildly and her breathing growing noticeably ragged. It could only be said that Jiang Chen had caused her no end of trouble. A blue-eyed devil. Chapter 130, beat him first, ask questions later. 9:30 a.m. Zhou Group headquarters. Liu stormed into Zhou Renjie's office with Jiang Chen in tow. But they found no one there. Zhou Renjie wasn't in his office, and even his female secretary had vanished. Liu inquired with colleagues and learned that Zhou Renjie had left the company half an hour earlier with his secretary, claiming they were attending a major auction hosted by Qin's auction house. So, without a moment's hesitation, Liu immediately took Jiang Chen and left the company, heading straight for Qin's auction house. That's right. Qin's auction house was a subsidiary under the Qin Group, and its owner was none other than Jiang Chen's precious girlfriend Qin Xiaoyu. About 20 minutes later, Liu and Jiang Chen arrived at the main entrance of Qin's auction house. However, the auction hadn't officially started yet. Instead of rushing inside, Liu took the initiative to link her arm through Jiang Chen's and began strolling around the outer lobby with him. Rumor had it that this summer auction by Qin's auction house had been meticulously prepared for over half a year. Numerous rare treasures were set to be unveiled, drawing significant attention from celebrities across various fields. Even though the auction hadn't started yet, many invited VIPs had already arrived at the venue. These distinguished guests, both men and women, were dressed in dazzling finery, each radiating the opulence of high society. Many socialites and noble women, adorned in jewels and finery, gathered in small groups, their conversations creating an atmosphere of a gathering of beauties vying for attention. Zhou Renjie. At that moment, Liu spotted a man and a woman in the crowd. The man wore a bespoke suit, but paired it with a floral shirt underneath. His hair was slicked back in a pompadour, radiating the air of a spoiled playboy from head to toe. The woman nestled in his arms wore a strapless fishtail pencil skirt, her face adorned with meticulous makeup, especially those fiery red lips that radiated the aura of a mistress at every moment. That's right. This man and woman were none other than Zhou Renjie and his secretary Yami. Clang clang clang. The moment Liu spotted Zhou Renjie, rage surged through her veins. Gripping Jiang Chen's arm, she stomped over in her high heels, heading straight for the adulterous pair. Liu? What are you doing here? The moment Zhou Renjie spotted Liu, he instinctively released Yami from his embrace, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. However, in just an instant, he regained his composure. He immediately wore a look of disgust toward Liu, simultaneously pulling Yami back into his embrace. Zhou Renjie. You don't hold me in any regard at all now, do you? You dare to flirt with this vixen right in front of me? Liu blared at Zhou Renjie through gritted teeth, sparks practically flying from her eyes. Liu, I advise you not to cause a scene here. Get the hell back home. Or don't blame me for not sparing your dignity. Ever since marrying Liu, Zhou Renjie had been kept under her thumb. Now that he'd finally turned the tables and become the master, how could a few words from her intimidate him? Besides, he and Liu had already severed all ties. This morning, Zhou Renjie had even given Liu a thorough beating. He never expected Liu would dare chase him here to confront him. Did she think getting beaten wasn't painful enough? Did she want another round? But before Zhou Renjie could erupt, Liu exploded first. Swish! Liu tugged at Jiang Chen's arm, then pointed at Zhou Renjie's nose and yelled, Jiang Chen, beat him up. Beat him up badly. Beat him to death or cripple him, it's all on me. Got it, second sister-in-law. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly and immediately strode toward Zhou Renjie. Seeing this, Zhou Renjie's eyelid twitched violently. His neck jerked back in fright as he scrambled backward several steps. His face twisted with terror as he pleaded, Third brother, what are you doing? I'm your second elder brother. Smack! Before Zhou Renjie could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen's palm flew out, landing squarely on his left cheek. This slap is for my second sister-in-law. After marrying you, second sister-in-law not only devoted herself to helping the Zhou family manage the company, but she also took great care of you. Not only did you fail to appreciate her kindness, but you also cheated on her with your own secretary. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, the onlookers erupted in gasps. However, before Zhou Renjie could utter a word of rebuttal, Jiang Chen's second slap landed. Smack! Another sharp crack echoed through the air. Jiang Chen's blow was heavy, and Zhou Renjie's right cheek instantly swelled. This slap is for my second sister-in-law. Your second sister-in-law has been so good to you. She hasn't done anything to deserve this, yet you dare to raise your hand against her? Second brother, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Jiang Chen's words sent another wave of gasps through the crowd. None seemed prepared for the revelation that the Zhou family's second son had not only cheated with his secretary but also struck his own lawful wife. He was worse than a pig or a dog. Smack! 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 Jiang Chen grabbed Zhou Renjie by the collar, and slaps rained down on his face like a storm. You had the nerve to cheat. You had the nerve to abuse your wife. You pig-dog-like bastard. Since your old man failed to raise you properly, today I'll teach you a lesson. Damn it! Get down on your knees and kowtow to my sister-in-law to apologize. Thud. Jiang Chun choked Zhou Renjie by the throat, flinging him before Li Yu. Then he forced Zhou's head down, making him kneel on the ground. In that moment, Zhou Renjie was consumed by shame and rage. The elite of Xilan City witnessed it all. The second young master of the prestigious Zhou family was being forced to kneel by a bastard son and worse, compelled to kowtow to Li Yu in apology. This was more painful than death itself. Damn it! Who is this guy? How dare he assault the second young master of the Zhou family and even force him to kneel? Didn't you hear Zhou Renjie call him third young master? He must be the third son the Zhou family recently reclaimed. Holy! He's old master Zhou's illegitimate son? Jiang Chen? An illegitimate son dares to beat up a legitimate young master of the Zhou family? Does he want to turn the world upside down? I think Jiang Chen did the right thing. The second young master of the Zhou family not only cheated on his wife but also physically assaulted his lawful spouse. A man worse than a pig or a dog deserves a thorough beating. Exactly. Cheaters and abusers should be dragged out and shot. A scumbag like Zhou Renjie doesn't deserve to live in this world. Jiang Chen is no pushover. When he struck, he immediately exposed Zhou Renjie's crimes to the public. First, to justify his actions. Second, to gain public support. Judging by the crowd's reaction, every woman present sided with Jiang Chen. After all, no woman tolerates cheating men or abusers. Beyond that, most of the men present sided with Jiang Chen too. After all, he had a just cause and stood on the moral high ground. Only a minority believed Jiang Chen had overstepped his bounds or that his violence was excessive, that he shouldn't have struck someone in public. However, having secured the support of the majority present, Jiang Chen couldn't care less about this small minority of dissenters. Even if the whole world opposed him, Jiang Chen would still beat Zhou Renjie. Damn it all to hell. Remember the day Jiang Chen was first brought back to the Zhou family? On the way, they encountered a horrific car accident. And the mastermind behind that accident? None other than Zhou Renjie. So, now that he finally had a chance, how could Jiang Chen possibly let Zhou Renjie off the hook? Enough talk. First, give Zhou Renjie a thorough beating. Chapter 131, Second sister-in-law came, now she wants a divorce. Stop it. Jiang Chen's brutal beating of Zhou Renjie and forcing him to kneel quickly drew the attention of the auction house security. A large group of guards swarmed in, with one wearing a captain's armband bellowing, "Today is the Qin's auction house summer sale. Who dares cause trouble here?" However, Jiang Chen didn't even glance at the security guards. He slammed Zhou Renjie's head hard against the floor. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Zhou Renjie, who had been kneeling before Li Yu, was forced to slam his forehead hard against the floor. Silence. The entire scene fell silent. Zhou Renjie was stunned. Female secretary Yao Mi was dumbfounded. All the onlookers present were dumbfounded. Even Li Yu was a bit dazed. But, after a brief moment of daze, an overwhelming sense of bliss suddenly surged through Li Yu's entire body, from head to toe. Awesome. Awesome. That bastard Zhou Renjie, not only did he kneel before me in public, but he even banged his head hard on the ground. What could possibly feel better than this? At this moment, the gaze Li Yu cast upon Jiang Chen held not only excitement and thrill, but also 3 parts tenderness, 3 parts passion, 3 parts adoration, and 91 parts utter madness. Li Yu affection plus 10. Li Yu's affection points reached 90. As the notification text floated into his field of vision, Jiang Chen's lips curved into a faint smile, a flicker of inexplicable fire dancing in his eyes. Whoosh! Turning abruptly, Jiang Chen addressed the security guards coldly, "This is the Zhou family's internal matter. It's none of your business to interfere." His words immediately garnered the support of the large crowd of female onlookers. After all, he was incredibly handsome, stood for justice, and was speaking up for women by confronting Zhou Renjie, a cheating, abusive husband. If they didn't stand firmly behind him now, they'd be betraying their very identity as women. The third young master Zhou is right. This is the Zhou family's private matter. No one else has the right to interfere. Exactly. It's their family business, not yours to meddle in. As the saying goes, every country has its laws, every family its rules. They're enforcing their family discipline. Why are you all here stirring up trouble? Get back to your posts immediately. We don't need you causing trouble here. I'm putting this out there today, if any of you dare lay a finger on the third young master, I won't let you off lightly. Third young master, ignore these foolish security guards. Carry on. Jiang Chen listened to the various voices of support around him, all the young wives, sisters-in-law, and aunts standing up for him. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. And so, Jiang Chen grabbed Zhou Renjie by the hair and slammed his head hard against the floor once more, amidst the terrified screams of his opponent. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Zhou Renjie's forehead slammed hard against Li Yu's, this time breaking the skin and sending a trickle of blood trickling down. Good. Well done. That's how you punish cheating, abusive men. Only 2 bumps? That's nothing. I say even 100 wouldn't be too much. Old Wang, did you see that? If you ever dare to cheat or abuse your wife like him, this will be your fate. Boldly, if you ever betray me, I'll make you kneel here in public and kowtow to me just like him. Men are all scum. Ugh. The young wives, sisters-in-law, and aunts gathered around seemed to empathize deeply with Li Yu's ordeal. Their emotions ran high, each of them seething with rage, as if they wanted to tear Zhou Renjie to pieces. Zhou Renjie wiped the blood from his forehead, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Jiang Chen and Li Yu. His eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed crimson, and the veins on his neck bulged prominently. You. Thud. Before Zhou Renjie could finish his sentence, Jiang Chen slammed his head down onto the floor for the third time. Kneeling requires at least 3 bows. If you don't even understand this basic rule, how can you possibly be worthy of being the second young master of the Zhou family? At Jiang Chen's words, Zhou Renjie's entire face turned the color of liver. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Zhou Renjie let out a blood-curdling scream, his limbs flailing wildly as if struggling to rise. However, Jiang Chen gave him no chance. Stay put. Jiang Chen planted his foot squarely on Zhou Renjie's back, pinning him to the floor like a crab pinned down. Zhou Renjie bellowed frantically while flailing his limbs wildly. At first glance, he truly resembled a giant crab. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Kill me if you've got the guts. You've humiliated me today, but mark my words, I'll make you pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. And you, Li Yu, you filthy whore. You trash. You. How dare you defy heaven and earth, bringing an outsider to humiliate your own husband? This young master is divorcing you. Right now. Facing Zhou Renjie's impotent rage, Li Yu stormed over and slapped him twice across the face. Smack. Smack. After 2 sharp cracks, Zhou Renjie was once again stunned into silence. His eyes blazed crimson as he stared at Li Yu in utter shock. Divorce it is. You think I'm afraid to divorce you? A worthless man like you, all you do is eat, drink, gamble, cheat, and abuse me. Do you really think I care about you? I've wanted to divorce you for ages. Without you, I'll live even more freely than I do now. Li Yu unleashed every pent-up word in her heart in one furious tirade. After the tirade, she felt an overwhelming sense of clarity wash over her. Her mind felt unburdened, as if she'd achieved sudden enlightenment, almost ready to ascend to heaven. In a nutshell, a little cow stumbling into a herd of elephants, utterly exhilarating. Fine. Li Yu, if you've got the guts, come with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now and get divorced. Divorce it is. Whoever backs down is a coward. Jiang Chen, you damn it, let go of me. Jiang Chen, let him go first. After I divorce him, you can help me beat him up. Li Yu, you vicious old hag. You still want to beat me? Zhou Renjie, I'm your mother. The turn of events seemed to have veered far from Jiang Chen's expectations. After all the commotion, Zhou Renjie and Li Yu actually headed straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau and swiftly finalized their divorce. However, divorce comes with a 1-month cooling-off period. Zhou Renjie and Li Yu had only filed for divorce, they hadn't received the divorce certificate on the spot. Moreover, they hadn't reached an agreement on property division. Further negotiations between both parties would be required, or they might have to hire lawyers to fight this divorce case in court. After leaving the bureau, Zhou Renjie seemed terrified of getting beaten up by Jiang Chen again. He immediately grabbed his female secretary and fled the scene. Li Yu, however, chose not to dwell on it. The pent-up frustration she'd been holding inside had been completely released. Feeling much better now, she couldn't be bothered to cause trouble for Zhou Renjie. Jiang Chen, let's go. Li Yu snapped her fingers and promptly linked her arm through Jiang Chen's. Second sister-in-law, where are we going now? Home. What for? To move. Chapter 132, Helping Li Yu Move. 11 a.m. Li Yu brought Jiang Chen back home and quickly packed her belongings. At the same time, she called in a team of movers to divide everything in the villa into 2 halves. Literally split in half. The TV was sawed in half, the refrigerator was sawed in half, the air conditioner was sawed in half, every piece of furniture was sawed in half. Then, Li Yu took 1 half and left the other half. So damn cool. Snap. Once Li Yu settled into the passenger seat beside Jiang Chen, buckled her seatbelt, and waved her hand, shouting, "Let's go." A bead of cold sweat formed on Jiang Chen's temple. Rolling his eyes, he asked, "Second sister-in-law, where are we moving to now?" "To your place." Li Yu's answer nearly made Jiang Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. Is my brother-in-law bringing his wife home? Is she going to live at my brother-in-law's place from now on? What the hell is going on? Though I've never been one to hold back, I can't just throw away the last shred of decency, can I? Roar. Jiang Chen slammed his foot on the gas pedal, speeding away with Li Yu like a whirlwind. Simultaneously, he activated the superphone within his body and swiftly sent a WeChat message to Su Yao. Half an hour later, a blue Bugatti Chiron pulled into Xingqing No. 1 mansion, coming to a stop in front of a residential building. As soon as Jiang Chen and Li Yu stepped out, a stunningly beautiful woman in a professional office outfit, with a figure to die for, approached them. "Young master, here are your house keys." Lu Li approached Jiang Chen with a warm smile, extending a set of keys toward him. As Jiang Chen took the keys, Luli casually tickled the palm of his hand with her index finger. Little splashy one, what brings you here? Husband, I missed you. Where did you miss me? Everywhere. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. I'll be waiting for you then. Watching Jiang Chen and Luli embrace unabashedly, whispering sweet nothings and rubbing against each other, Li Yu's eyes nearly popped out of her head. You too. Li Yu was about to throw a fit of jealousy, but then she thought she was only Jiang Chen's sister-in-law. What right did she have to be jealous? Lizzie, come here. Let me introduce you. This is my second sister-in-law, Li Yu. Second sister-in-law, this is my little sidekick, Luli. Jiang Chen pulled Luli over to stand before Li Yu and made the introductions. At the mention of little sidekick, Li Yu flashed a knowing look before shooting Jiang Chen a sharp glare. Next. Jiang Chen promptly dismissed Luli, then told Li Yu to pick any apartment in the building as her new home. After all, the entire building belonged to Jiang Chen. She could live in any unit she wanted. Even if he gifted her an apartment, it wouldn't cost him a thing. Li Yu didn't hesitate, immediately selecting a unit on the top floor. The movers worked swiftly, hauling all of Li Yu's belongings upstairs in no time. Swish, swish, swish. After the movers departed, Li Yu immediately began unpacking her belongings, while Jiang Chen sat on the living room sofa playing with his phone. Jiang Chen, could you move those 2 suitcases from the living room into the bedroom for me? At that moment, Li Yu's call echoed from the bedroom. Jiang Chen reluctantly shut off his phone, dragged the 2 suitcases, and slowly made his way into the bedroom. The moment he entered, he saw Li Yu crouched in front of the wardrobe. Behind her lay an open suitcase filled entirely with her clothes. She was methodically hanging each garment from the suitcase onto the wardrobe's hangers. Swish. Jiang Chen pushed both suitcases behind Li Yu, plopped down on the bed, and simply watched as Li Yu continued organizing her belongings alone. What could he do? Jiang Chen was a lazy person. If he could lie down, he wouldn't sit. If he could sit, he wouldn't stand. He certainly wasn't going to help Li Yu organize the wardrobe. Of course. After Li Yu had Jiang Chen bring in the suitcase, she didn't ask him to help organize her things or assign him any other tasks. Swish. Li Yu hung every single item of clothing from the first suitcase into the wardrobe. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she immediately opened the second suitcase. But then, in that instant, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Because Li Yu's second suitcase was packed full of all sorts of colorful, flashy outfits. Spaghetti strap tops and short skirts were one thing, but the rest, well, that was a bit provocative. Jiang Chen watched as Li Yu pulled out a black lace set from the suitcase and hung it in the wardrobe. Next came a bright red set, followed by a deep green one, and then a set her sister described as quite alluring. Plus all kinds of stockings. Li Yu remained completely composed, showing not a hint of embarrassment as she pulled each garment out right in front of Jiang Chen and hung them one by one in the wardrobe. Swish. Once all the clothes were organized, Li Yu's expression suddenly shifted slightly before she hurried into the bathroom. 2 minutes later. First came the sound of the toilet flushing from the bathroom, followed by the tap being turned on at the sink and the sound of Li Yu washing her hands. Finally, the sound of high heels echoed through the hallway. Jiang Chen looked up just as his gaze met Li Yu's. Jiang Chen, what are you doing sitting here? Li Yu paused, clearly surprised to find Jiang Chen in the bedroom. Second sister-in-law, didn't you ask me to bring in the suitcase? I brought it in and just sat down on the bed. You've been sitting behind me this whole time? Yeah, didn't you notice? I thought you brought the suitcase in and then went back to the living room to play with your phone. Li Yu seemed to recall something, and her pretty face flushed crimson in an instant. Just moments ago, she assumed Jiang Chen had left, so she unpacked the entire suitcase of clothes and hung each item in the closet. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that she hadn't closed the bathroom door when she went in earlier. And the spot where Jiang Chen was sitting now seemed to be, probably, directly facing the bathroom door. This was a bit awkward. Are you hungry? I'll make you lunch. Li Yu quickly changed the subject, seemingly trying to brush off the awkwardness. Second sister-in-law, we don't have any rice or vegetables at home. What kind of meal are you going to cook? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes, giving Li Yu a half smile that held a hint of teasing. Then, shall we go out to eat? Li Yu's pretty face flushed slightly, her eyes darting around evasively as if she'd done something wrong, her whole demeanor flustered. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. No need. While you were in the bathroom, I already ordered takeout. Li Yu. Chapter 133, Zhou Renjie's provocation, Li Yu's raging fury. Noon. Jiang Chen ordered takeout and ate it at home with Li Yu. After lunch, the two sat on the living room sofa, chatting idly. Swish. While chatting with Li Yu, Jiang Chen mentally activated the superphone within his body and searched online. He learned that Qin's auction house had divided their summer auction into morning and afternoon sessions. Although he had missed the morning session, he could still attend the afternoon session to join in the excitement. After all, he still had a black card auction gold loaded with 10 billion credits. It would be a waste not to use it. Ring. Just then, Li Yu's phone suddenly rang. Jiang Chen merely glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and saw the caller ID displayed as Zhou Renjie's name. Hello? Li Yu seemed in a remarkably good mood. Leaning back on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, she answered the call with casual ease. Almost immediately, Zhou Renjie's furious shouts erupted from the other end of the line. He seemed to be accusing Li Yu of sawing everything in the house in half, repeatedly calling her a shrew. How could Li Yu possibly tolerate this? Zhou Renjie. You said it yourself, after the divorce, the assets would be split evenly. I've already divided everything in our home exactly as you requested. I took my half, and the other half naturally belongs to you. Rest assured, I won't take a single penny more than what's rightfully yours. Zhou Renjie. Try cursing me one more time. You think I won't have Jiang Chen beat the crap out of you again? I'm a shrew? I'm vicious? I'm not the slightest bit gentle? Isn't all this because you pushed me to it? Where I am? None of your damn business. We've already signed the divorce papers anyway. We'll get the divorce certificate in a month. Go find whoever you want. What the hell do I care? Slam. Li Yu hurled a string of curses at the phone before slamming it down in a rage. 3 seconds later, Zhou Renjie's call came through again. Ring ring. Click. This time, Li Yu didn't answer Zhou Renjie's call. She hung up immediately, muttering a few choice words under her breath. But 3 seconds later, Zhou Renjie's call came through again, only to be hung up on by Li Yu once more. Just like that, Zhou Renjie called several times in a row, only to be hung up on each time by Li Yu. Seeing Zhou Renjie persistently calling again, Li Yu was utterly annoyed. She decided to block his number outright. But then, Zhou Renjie still wouldn't give up. He actually sent Li Yu a video call via WeChat. Beep. This time, for reasons unknown, Li Yu angrily accepted the video call. Swish. Zhou Renjie's swollen face, clearly the result of a slap, instantly filled the phone screen. Judging by the background, he must have been in his own messy home. Li Yu, you filthy. How dare you block me? Zhou Renjie opened his mouth spewing profanities. He sat on a sofa that had been sawed in half, his face twisted with rage, still gasping for breath. Zhou Renjie, try cursing me one more time? Just as Li Yu was about to explode, the camera on Zhou Renjie's end suddenly shook, revealing a woman's head. In that instant, Li Yu froze in place. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened, a flash of shock darting through her gaze. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, Li Yu clearly saw that little vixen Yami was crouched in front of Zhou Renjie, sharpening a pencil. Beside her lay a sketchbook containing a portrait of a man who bore a striking resemblance to Zhou Renjie. Yami was sketching Zhou Renjie's portrait. Zhou Renjie, you bastard. Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? We just signed the divorce papers, and you can't wait to bring Yami home? Doing this disgusting thing in the living room. You two really are a perfect match, and a dog, forever and ever. After unleashing a torrent of abuse into the phone, Li Yu was about to end the video call when Zhou Renjie burst into laughter on the other end. Li Yu, what right do you have to accuse me of cheating? When we sleep together, you always stick to the same damn position. You don't know a thing. Look at Yami, how sweet, obedient, gentle, and considerate she is. Honestly, you're not even 1/10,000th as good as Yami. Zhou Renjie, severely affected by the demon card, seemed on the verge of losing his mind. After spewing this tirade, he suddenly adjusted his phone camera, pointing it directly at Yami. Li Yu was utterly speechless. She never imagined Zhou Renjie could be so shameless. Li Yu, as a woman, you lack even a shred of the tenderness and grace a woman should possess. As a wife, you don't know how to please your husband. Tell me yourself, what use is a woman like you to me? Am I supposed to worship you like an ancestor, burning 3 sticks of incense for you every day? Now look at Yami, in what way is she not superior to you? A woman as clueless as you will be discarded no matter who she marries. Because no man can endure such a dull, cold woman. Zhou Renjie raged at Li Yu with his scolding. During this, he deliberately zoomed the camera closer, capturing the eagerness and flattery on Yami's face, along with the tenderness in her eyes. You bastard. You're saying I'm not as good as a mistress? Zhou Renjie, you just wait. I'm going all out today. You better open your damn eyes and see clearly whether I know how to behave or not. Li Yu, provoked by Zhou Renjie's words, erupted in fury, seemingly losing all rationality on the spot. Whoosh! She slammed her phone onto the coffee table, quickly adjusted the angle, and aimed the front-facing camera at the sofa. Next, Li Yu yanked Jiang Chen over and made him sit directly in front of the lens. Startled, Jiang Chen immediately glanced at Li Yu's phone screen. Thank goodness. Although Jiang Chen appeared in the frame, his face wasn't visible, only the part below his neck was captured. However, before Jiang Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, Li Yu carried an easel straight to his front, then swiftly picked up a pencil and began sharpening it. Zhou Renjie, you think only Yami can draw? I've been secretly studying art all these years. When it comes to drawing skills, I'm a million times better than that little mistress. Today, you'll open your dog eyes wide and see for yourself whether I can actually draw. Whether I know how to behave. Li Yu's words left Jiang Chen utterly stunned. On the other end of the line, Yami was painting live for Zhou Renjie. He never expected Liu to take the bait and insist on painting live for Jiang Chen right there on the phone. This was way too thrilling. Liu, you damn. How dare you draw for someone else? Zhou Renjie, we're divorced. We have absolutely nothing to do with each other anymore. I'll paint whoever I want, damn it. It's none of your business. Damn it. Who is this man? Is it the third brother? None of your damn business. Zhou Renjie had lost his mind, and Jiang Chen could understand that after all, Jiang Chen had used a demon card on him, and the effect seemed pretty damn effective. But Jiang Chen never imagined Liu would lose her mind too. Probably driven mad by Zhou Renjie's provocation, a fit of rage that completely shattered her sanity? Liu, shut the hell up. Try drawing another one, will you? Zhou Renjie, are you furious right now? Because I've never drawn a single picture for you. It's not that I can't, it's that you're utterly unworthy. ING hell. You filthy. You piece of trash. I'll FING kill you. Zhou Renjie, the way you're raging like this, you look like a complete clown. Chapter 134, Attending the Auction. In the living room. The atmosphere was awkward. Liu dashed to the bathroom to brush her teeth. Returning with flushed cheeks, she sat silently on the sofa. Jiang Chen didn't know what to say either, so he lit a cigarette and began leisurely puffing away. Time ticked by. After finishing his cigarette, Jiang Chen suddenly glanced at his wristwatch and asked, "Second sister-in-law, do you have plans this afternoon?" "Huh? Oh, no. Nothing really." Liu seemed a bit distracted. Spring had clearly passed, and it was now the sweltering summer. Why was she still daydreaming? "I plan to go to Qin's auction house this afternoon for their summer auction. Would you like to come along for fun?" Faced with Jiang Chen's invitation, Liu was about to nod in agreement when something suddenly occurred to her. An expression of regret immediately flashed across her face. "Jiang Chen, sorry, I just remembered. I have an appointment with a lawyer this afternoon to discuss how to proceed with this divorce case." Jiang Chen paused slightly at the news, then replied with a smile, "No problem. You go ahead and take care of your business. It's getting late and I should be heading to the Qin auction house. Let me walk you out." "No need. Drive safely." "All right." Despite Jiang Chen's repeated insistence that Liu didn't need to see him off, she stubbornly accompanied him all the way to his doorstep. Before Jiang Chen left, Liu thoughtfully straightened his collar and repeatedly reminded him to drive safely. Her manner, her expression, her actions. It was just like a newlywed wife bidding farewell to her husband as he left home. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen drove his sleek Bugatti Chiron back to the Qin auction house. Little did he know that the moment he stepped out of the car, he bumped into two familiar faces. "Hey! Isn't this number 2? Look at your face, it's all swollen. Why aren't you rushing to see a doctor? Instead, you're here attending this auction. Are you trying to ruin your face?" Jiang Chen's gaze swiftly swept over Zhou Renjie before settling on his female secretary, Yao Mi. Name, Yao Mi. Age, 22. Appearance, 90. Figure, 94. Favorite fruit, cantaloupe. Driver, 24. Affection level, 30. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. He'd thought Zhou Renjie had found some kind of exceptional woman? Turns out. This? Yao Mi's looks and figure couldn't hold a candle to Liu's. She was just a few years younger. But she had 24 drivers. That's practically a bus, isn't it? Then again, to each their own. Maybe Zhou Renjie just doesn't care for private cars and prefers the lively crowd of public transit. Swish. Jiang Chen activated his peeping eye on Yao Mi. The next second, 2 lines of text appeared before his eyes. Personal privacy. During college, her private life was extremely chaotic. She had 8 abortions in total and is now unable to conceive. Current objective, cling tightly to Zhou Renjie's coattails, oust the original wife, seize the position, and become the second madam of the Zhou family. Reading this, a peculiar expression crept onto Jiang Chen's face. Did Zhou Renjie really hire Yao Mi as his secretary and then turn her into his mistress without ever checking her background? Why drive a beat-up old bus when there's a perfectly good private car at home? And now he wants the scrap heap to bear him children, securing greater inheritance rights within the Zhou group? Zhou Renjie's intelligence was truly beyond words. Third brother, don't get too cocky. I've already told the old man everything that happened today. The old man is furious and says he'll revoke every share of the group you hold. Just wait until you're penniless and kicked out of the Zhou family. Ha 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 ha. Staring at Zhou Renjie's arrogantly foolish expression, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for him. Did I do something wrong? How could I use the demon card on such a moron? This is just a waste of my card. Second brother, sigh. Forget it. Talking to you is a complete waste of my time and breath. You, take care. Jiang Chen patted Zhou Renjie's shoulder and sighed deeply, his eyes flashing with profound sympathy. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Zhou Renjie frowned, brushing Jiang Chen's hand away with a sharp flick. He stared at him warily. I think the old man treated you pretty well. Jiang Chen stared expressionlessly at Zhou Renjie, his voice utterly calm. He specifically left you 30% of the group's shares, enough to squander for the rest of your life. Third brother, what exactly are you implying? Are you so certain I won't get the 60% shares? So sure I can't outmaneuver the eldest brother? Zhou Renjie's frown deepened, but the moment he recalled Zhou Shihao's lifelong infertility, his brow instantly smoothed out, replaced by an expression of absolute confidence. What do you think? Jiang Chen didn't answer Zhou Renjie, but countered with a question of his own. Third brother, I'm laying down the gauntlet today. Once I secure 60% of the group's shares and become the new chairman, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Zhou Renjie spat out these words, his teeth practically grinding together. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Jiang Chen, his expression screaming a desire to tear Jiang Chen limb from limb. Though he had no proof, Zhou Renjie was utterly convinced that the man Liu had just drawn was undoubtedly Jiang Chen. As the saying goes, the betrayal of a wife is an unforgivable offense. With such a massive accusation hanging over his head, if Zhou Renjie didn't seek revenge, wouldn't he be turning into a ninja turtle? Second brother, I'm looking forward to your performance. Don't let me down. Jiang Chen seemed to recall something amusing, a mischievous grin suddenly curling the corners of his mouth. Zhou Renjie's expression darkened, his gaze toward Jiang Chen clouded with an impenetrable glint. Finally, the two parted on bad terms. Zhou Renjie swept Yao into his arms and strode confidently into the Qin auction house venue. Jiang Chen also intended to follow them inside. But at the entrance, he was stopped by two security guards. Excuse me, sir, could we see your invitation? Hearing this, Jiang Chen froze in place. Typically, auctions only required a financial verification upon entry meeting the requirements granted access. He never imagined that Qin's auction house required an invitation letter for entry. Swish. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then pulled out his new phone, intending to call Qin Xiaoyu. However, just then, a crisp female voice drifted over. Brother Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? Could it be you're here for the auction too? Swish. Jiang Chen whipped his head around, his gaze immediately locking onto two stunningly beautiful women, each possessing a distinct charm. The girl on the left radiated youthful beauty, blending innocence with a hint of sensuality. She was the epitome of pure desire. The woman on the right, cold and haughty, possessed a pair of icy eyes that, upon seeing Jiang Chen, unexpectedly flashed with a hint of delight. Damn it! Qin Si and Lu Ruyan? How did these two end up together? Chapter 135, The Upgraded Lu Ruyan. Brother Jiang Chen, let me introduce you. This stunning beauty is my new friend, Lu Ruyan. Sister Ruyan, this handsome guy is my neighbor and also my savior, Jiang Chen. Qin Si seemed unaware of Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan's past relationship, even going so far as to introduce them to each other. Jiang Chen had intended to tell Qin Si outright that Lu Ruyan was actually his ex-girlfriend. Who would have known? Lu Ruyan beat him to it, extending her hand toward Jiang Chen and saying, Mr. Jiang, hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Chen froze slightly at her words, instinctively lifting his gaze to meet hers. Today, Lu Ruyan wore a purple deep V-slit pencil skirt that perfectly accentuated her S-shaped curves. A faint smile graced her exquisite features, striking the perfect balance, neither overly warm nor coldly distant. Poof. Was she trying a new approach? Planning to get to know me all over again and start fresh? Like hell she is. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. With an extremely perfunctory nod, he replied, Hello, Miss Lu. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention of shaking her hand, Lu Ruyan showed no sign of annoyance. She merely smiled politely and withdrew her hand. This scene only solidified Jiang Chen's suspicions. This woman had ulterior motives. Brother Jiang Chen, are you here for the auction too? Qin Si suddenly appeared beside Jiang Chen, wrapping her arm around his as she stared intently at him with her beautiful, white eyes. Her gaze was completely fixed on Jiang Chen, as if he were the only person in the room. I was planning to attend this auction, but I don't have an invitation. Security won't let me in. Jiang Chen shrugged, looking at Qin Si with a helpless expression. Today, Qin Si wore a pure white lace maxi dress, dressed like a little fairy. She had pulled her long hair back into an updo, adding a touch of mature allure. Combined with her dress a strapless, open-back design that perfectly accentuated her sultry figure, she radiated an undeniable sensuality. So, at this very moment, Qin Si embodied both innocence and allure, utterly captivating the attention of every man around her. Brother Jiang Chen, I can take you inside. Really? This auction house is now under my name. I can bring in whoever I want. You've only just started college and you're already taking over the Qin family's businesses? Impressive, truly a prodigy. What can I say? The capable bear more responsibility. Hey! A few compliments and you're already floating on air? Jiang Chen and Qin Si were playfully bickering, while Lu Ruyan stood quietly by the side. She neither joined in the commotion nor made a fuss, her gaze fixed solely on Jiang Chen, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Jiang Chen couldn't shake the feeling that today's Lu Ruyan seemed like a different person. Gone was her usual haughtiness, replaced instead by a serene and intellectual air. Damn it! A man's intuition was telling Jiang Chen. This version of Lu Ruyan seemed to have become even more troublesome. Brother Jiang Chen, it's almost time. Shouldn't we hurry inside? Alright. If you see anything you like later, I'll bid on it and give it to you. No way. I'm a grown man, how could I possibly spend money from a little girl like you? Just hand me a bidding pad. With Miss Qin Si leading the way, Jiang Chen sailed through without a hitch. Not only did he arrive smoothly at the auction venue, but he also secured the front row VIP seat, number 1. Of course. The arrival of Jiang Chen, Qin Si, and Lu Ruyan sparked considerable buzz among the attendees. Everyone speculated about Jiang Chen's identity and the nature of his relationship with Qin Si. Why would the Qin family's young miss show such warmth toward him? Several guests in attendance recognized Jiang Chen. After all, that very morning at the entrance of Qin Auction House, he had publicly beaten up Zhou Renjie, the second young master of the Zhou family, in front of all the guests. Many had learned then that Jiang Chen was the third young master recently reclaimed by the Zhou family. However, seeing Jiang Chen and Qin Si walking so closely together now, many wore expressions of surprise. Exactly 2 p.m. The auction officially commenced. The lights dimmed throughout the hall, and spotlights instantly focused on the stage. Immediately after, 2 stunningly beautiful women, dressed in elegant gowns and radiating grace, walked hand in hand onto the stage. Jiang Chen felt a faint sense of recognition toward the 2 female hosts. The one on the left, in a blue gown, was the leading star of Shilan television. The one on the right, in a red gown, was a top-tier domestic actress. Having them host the event clearly demonstrated how seriously the organizers took this auction. Swish! To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, the large screen on stage began playing a documentary. The footage depicted left-behind children in impoverished mountain villages and elderly individuals living alone, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Only then did Jiang Chen learn from Qin Si that Qin's auction house would donate half of all proceeds from this auction to these children and elders in the mountainous regions. In other words, this was a charity auction. As the saying goes, when one is poor, one cultivates oneself. When one is wealthy, one benefits the world. First, we extend our gratitude to Ms. Qin Si, the young president of Qin Group, for organizing this charity auction to support impoverished mountainous regions. Next, I extend my gratitude to all the guests present for your enthusiastic participation in this charitable endeavor and your outstanding contributions to societal development. After the host finished this lengthy speech, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Suddenly, the spotlight fell on seat number 1. Qin Si rose with impeccable courtesy and bowed slightly to all the guests. Wow! Jiang Chen couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young lady, Qin Si, truly lived up to her pedigree as the daughter of a wealthy family. She possessed an innate, powerful presence. Despite her youth, she commanded the room with authority. She certainly didn't bring shame upon Qin Xiaoyu. However, the moment Qin Si sat down, she immediately leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, "Brother Jiang Chen, did I do okay just now?" You were awesome." Jiang Chen nodded with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Qin Si was still that same mischievous little minx. Her earlier composure and poise had all been an act. Oh my goodness. That scared me to death just now. I was so nervous. It was my first time making such a dazzling entrance with so many eyes on me. Jiang Chen. On stage, the 2 hosts took turns introducing the rules of the auction. After a lengthy formal introduction, the 2 beautiful hosts stepped backstage, making way for a professional auctioneer to take center stage. This was a small, elderly man with salt and pepper hair, a stern expression, and dressed in traditional Chinese attire. He would now preside over the auction. Now, please welcome this afternoon's first item up for auction. The little old man loudly declared the auction officially open. Immediately, the large screen on stage projected the first item up for bid. Simultaneously, a young woman in a qipao emerged from behind the stage, carrying a tray with a scroll painting. She walked directly to the center of the stage. This painting is by the Tang Dynasty landscape artist, Mr. Li Zhishuan, titled 10,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains. Authenticated by multiple authoritative sources, this painting is a genuine masterpiece. I hereby announce the opening bid for this painting is 5 million yuan, with each increment not less than 500,000 yuan. Chapter 136, Stunning the Entire Audience. Qin's Auction House. Inside the auction hall. As the auctioneer loudly declared the bidding open, hands immediately shot up holding bid paddles. I bid 5 million. I bid 6 million. I bid 8 million. Numerous wealthy collectors of antique calligraphy and paintings in attendance eagerly raised their paddles to bid. Before long, the price of this 10,000 Miles of Rivers and Mountains painting had been driven up to over 10 million. Jiang Chen didn't rush to bid. Instead, he began to ponder. His black card held 10 billion yuan. If he bid normally, who knew how long it would take to spend that fortune? It seemed he had to splurge. Fortunately, this auction was organized by Qin Si and was a charity event. Half of all proceeds would be donated to children and the elderly in impoverished mountainous regions. Since it's a good deed, there's no need to dwell on the gains and losses. Just then, the bidding for this 10,000 li landscape reached 18 million yuan, and the auction hall fell into a lull. It seemed no one was willing to raise the price further. Whoosh! Jiang Chen decisively raised his bidding paddle. His voice was not loud, but it rang out with unwavering resolve. I bid 100 million. Silence. The entire hall fell silent. But after a brief pause, a storm erupted. Nearly every guest in attendance turned their gaze toward Jiang Chen simultaneously, each face frozen in utter shock. Holy! Who is this guy? Has he lost his mind? This 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting is worth no more than 18 million, and he just bid 100 million? Is the third young master of the Zhou family that wealthy? Even if he is rich, he shouldn't be spending it like this. It's pure squandering. Spending 100 million on a painting worth 18 million? Has the third young master of the Zhou family had his head kicked by a donkey or something? The room erupted in a buzz of whispers and murmurs. Qin Si and Lu Ruyan stared at Jiang Chen in utter astonishment, clearly unprepared for him to suddenly bid a staggering 100 million. Brother Jiang Chen, did you misquote the price? This painting isn't worth 100 million. Qin Si hurriedly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, as if trying to shake him awake and stop him from making a fool of himself. However, Jiang Chen remained calm as he replied, Sisi, this is the auction you're organizing. As your brother, I have to show my full support. Besides, you're doing charity work, I have to support you even more. Honestly, 100 million is still too little in my opinion. Since it's for donating to children and the elderly in impoverished mountainous areas, shouldn't we at least donate 10 billion? At Jiang Chen's words, Qin Si's eyes instantly lit up. This was the first major auction Qin Si had organized since taking over Qin's auction house. To build her reputation and prestige, Qin Si decided to donate half of all proceeds from the auction to children and the elderly in impoverished mountainous regions. Though this would mean a significant financial loss. Qin Xiaoyu didn't care about such a small amount of money. Her main goal was to pave the way for Qin Si to take over the Qin group in the future. Qin Si hadn't expected Jiang Chen to support her so wholeheartedly. The more charitable funds raised at this auction, the greater the prestige it would bring Qin Si and the more it would prove her exceptional capabilities. So, how could Qin Si not be thrilled? Jiang Chen's backing was the greatest affirmation she could receive. 100 million, going once. 100 million, going once. 100 million, going once. 100 million, going twice. 100 million, going 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer brought down the gavel, declaring Jiang Chen the successful bidder for the first lot. However, at that very moment, a discordant voice suddenly drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. Third brother, have you lost your mind? You actually spent 100 million Dragon Nation currency on this piece of junk? You must have water in your brain. And you're just a bastard son of the Zhou family. Where did you even get 100 million in cash to buy this painting? Third brother, are you deliberately disrupting the auction? As Zhou Renjie shouted these words, the once quiet auction hall instantly erupted with commotion. Jiang Chen remained unresponsive, but Qin Si, that little minx, couldn't sit still. She seemed ready to stand up and retort at Zhou Renjie. But Jiang Chen swiftly grabbed her arm and shot her a look that said, calm down. Then, Jiang Chen slowly rose to his feet. Facing Zhou Renjie, he declared in a clear voice, whether I have the money to buy this painting is none of your damn business. The organizers haven't said a word, yet here you are barking like a dog. Isn't this what they call, the emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is? The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the noisy venue fell silent once more. But after a brief pause, the entire room erupted in uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is? Is this third young master of the Zhou family indirectly calling the second young master a eunuch? This third young master of the Zhou family is quite amusing. I hear the old patriarch of the Zhou family is growing increasingly frail. With 3 young masters in the Zhou household now, who do you think will become the future head of the family? No idea, but I'm pretty sure it won't be the second young master. Why? Because the second young master of the Zhou family looks a bit dim-witted. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the surrounding whispers and mocking laughter, Zhou Renjie's face instantly turned as dark as liver, looking utterly dreadful. Just as he was about to explode in rage, the young lady in the chipa who had been standing on the stage now approached Jiang Chen, holding the calligraphy scroll. Following closely behind her were 2 auction house staff members. One held a POS machine, while the other carried a combination lockbox. Seeing this, Zhou Renjie immediately forced his anger back down. Because the rule of this auction was clear, transactions must be completed on the spot, in cash, with no credit extended whatsoever. Anyone who casually bid to disrupt the auction would not only face consequences from Qin's auction house but also be permanently blacklisted by the Qin group. Damn it! Let you gloat for a moment. I'll see if you can actually produce 100 million in cash right now to buy this worthless painting. Zhou Renjie held his tongue, but his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen's every move. Not only had Zhou Zhengfeng investigated Jiang Chen, but Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie had also sent people to look into him. According to the intelligence, Jiang Chen was merely an orphan who had worked part-time jobs to pay for his university tuition. How could he possibly produce 100 million in cash? Even if Jiang Chen relied on his good looks to be a kept man for some rich woman, he couldn't possibly have that kind of money. Even if Jiang Chen had a stroke of luck and won the lottery jackpot, it was impossible to win 100 million Dragon Nation currency in one go. Furthermore, although Jiang Chen had acquired a 10% stake in the Zhou Group, he hadn't sold these shares to anyone. They were still firmly in his own hands. In other words, he hadn't liquidated them for cash. No matter how much Zhou Renjie racked his brain, he couldn't fathom how Jiang Chen could possibly have the money. That's why he was so certain Jiang Chen couldn't afford to buy this painting. However, reality slapped Zhou Renjie hard across the face. Jiang Chen casually produced a black card and handed it to the auction house staff. The staff swiped Jiang Chen's black card. The POS machine emitted a soft beep, not only displaying a successful transaction but also announcing it audibly. Payment successful, 100 million Longwei currency. At that moment, Zhou Renjie's eyes widened, his mouth fell open, and his face was frozen in shock and disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Chen was just a bastard child. Where could he possibly have gotten that much money? This was 100 million in cash. He didn't even blink an eye before using it to buy a worthless piece of calligraphy? I couldn't even come up with that much cash. How could a bastard be richer than me? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Anyway, I refuse to believe Jiang Chen is this rich. Everything happening before my eyes is an illusion. Chapter 137, Jiang Chen's back in the spotlight. Sheen's auction house. Inside the auction hall. The second item up for auction was being displayed. A young lady in a cheongsam stepped onto the stage, holding a tray that displayed a dazzling necklace. Simultaneously, the necklace was projected onto the large screen, accompanied by detailed information about the piece. The necklace is named Heart of the Ocean, with a starting bid of 10 million Longwei currency. The entire piece is crafted from 108 natural diamonds, crowned by a flawless blue diamond larger than a pigeon's egg at its center, instantly captivating every woman in attendance. However, before the auctioneer could speak, Jiang Chen raised his paddle and shouted, 100 million. Holy! Damn it! Not this again? The auctioneer hadn't even announced the starting bid, and UING jumped straight to 100 million? This isn't participating in an auction, it's pure wealth flaunting. In an instant, the entire hall erupted in murmurs of discontent, many casting disdainful glances at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't care less. He was in a hurry. He needed to blow through 10 billion fast to get that 20 billion cashback. I bid 110 million. Just then, a gritted teeth voice suddenly rang out in the hall. Zhou Renjie. Jiang Chen hadn't expected Zhou Renjie to dare challenge him like this. Glancing indifferently at Yami seated beside Zhou Renjie, Jiang Chen seemed to grasp the second in command's motive. Flirting with girls, huh? Zhou Renjie must be planning to buy this necklace and give it to Yami, that bus. Second brother, this necklace, you're not worthy of it. I'll pay 500 million. The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the once bustling venue fell instantly silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Nearly everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces frozen in shock as they turned toward Jiang Chen. Especially Zhou Renjie, the guy's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, his eyes bulging out of their sockets. He never imagined Jiang Chen would blurt out a 500 million bid on a whim. Who played like that? Was he just eager to hand over money to the auction house? 500 million yuan. In cash. That bastard Jiang Chen, just how much money did he have? Mr. Jiang has bid 500 million. Does anyone else wish to bid? The auctioneer snapped out of his daze and bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice cracking with excitement. Yet, the hall remained deathly quiet, so still you could hear a pin drop. Not a single person was willing to bid further. Spend 500 million on a diamond necklace? They wouldn't commit such sheer extravagance. 500 million, going once. 500 million, going once. 500 million, going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Sold. The auctioneer's hammer fell, and he immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Congratulations to Mr. Jiang on successfully winning the Heart of the Ocean diamond necklace." Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, nearly every pair of eyes in the hall turned to the young lady in the qipao. Everyone watched as she cradled the Heart of the Ocean, leading 2 staff members to Jiang Chen's side. Swish. Jiang Chen repeated his earlier routine, smoothly pulling out a black card and casually handing it to the staff member. Beep. Payment successful, 500 million Dragon Nation currency. As the POS machine's voice announcement rang out, the entire venue erupted once more. Holy! He really paid 500 million? Spending 500 million to buy a necklace worth tens of millions? Has Jiang Chen lost his mind? What do you know? Didn't Mr. Jiang make it perfectly clear just now? He's doing charity work supporting Miss Qin's cause. What's the deal with this Jiang Chen? Isn't he just an illegitimate son of the Zhou family? How can he be so outrageously generous? This guy is no ordinary bastard child. I suspect he might be some big shot deliberately hiding his true power. Hey! Now that you mention it, I remember something. This Jiang Chen, isn't he the guy who went viral online a couple days ago, the Middle Eastern oil prince? The new national heartthrob, young Master Jiang. Holy crap! It really is him. So the legendary oil prince is actually the Zhou family's third young master, Jiang Chen. Listening to the buzzing whispers around him, Zhou Renjie suddenly realized he might have made a colossal mistake. This Jiang Chen was no ordinary man. He had rashly antagonized Jiang Chen without thoroughly investigating his background, a cardinal sin in warfare. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Renjie immediately pulled out his phone and dialed a number at lightning speed. Zhou Renjie was terrified. A sense of foreboding had already begun to take root in his heart. This feeling was overwhelmingly intense. Without clarifying Jiang Chen's true identity and background, he wouldn't sleep peacefully tonight. Meanwhile, after swiping his card, Jiang Chen didn't have the staff lock the necklace in the safe deposit box. Instead, he picked up the necklace right then and there and casually handed it to Qin Si beside him. "Cici, I think this necklace suits you perfectly. It's yours." Jiang Chen didn't harbor any romantic feelings toward Qin Si. He had slept with her mother and accidentally become her father, and he couldn't shake the feeling of guilt. This necklace could serve as a gift to the child, right? "Brother Jiang Chen, thank you for the gift. I love it." Qin Si paused for a moment, then her beautiful big eyes crinkled into two crescent moons. But Qin Si didn't reach out to take the necklace. Instead, she hugged Jiang Chen's arm and gave it a gentle shake before pouting. "Jiang Chen, will you put this necklace on for me? Please?" Jiang Chen looked at Qin Si with a fatherly gaze, a tender smile spreading across his face. "Alright, turn around and I'll put it on for you." And so it happened. Under the gaze of all present, Jiang Chen personally fastened the ocean heart necklace around Qin Si's neck. A faint blush spread across her lovely face. This scene inevitably sparked speculation among all the guests present. What exactly was the relationship between Jiang Chen and Qin Si? The way Qin Si looked at Jiang Chen, it was practically dripping with chemistry. Could they be a couple? No way. Would Black Widow Qin Xiaoyu ever approve of her daughter dating a bastard child? No. Jiang Chen's background is shrouded in mystery. He couldn't possibly be just a bastard child. Could it be? Could it be that Black Widow Qin Xiaoyu knows Jiang Chen's true identity, which is why she agreed to let her daughter be with him? Holy crap! Just how powerful is Jiang Chen's background? Is this supposed to be terrifying? The third lot up for auction is a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period enameled endless blessings and longevity double-eared vase. Starting bid, 8 million yuan. Minimum bid increment, 500,000 yuan. The auction continued. The young lady in the cheaphouse stepped onto the stage holding an antique vase, and the auctioneer immediately began describing the item. 100 million. Before the auctioneer could finish speaking, Jiang Chen raised his bidding paddle once more, announcing a price familiar to all ears. 100 million. A modest goal. Damn it, is this ever going to end? If you keep this up, how are the others supposed to play? At that moment, nearly every wealthy individual present wore a grim expression, their gazes toward Jiang Chen tinged with a hint of anger. Simultaneously, numerous wealthy tycoons were discreetly making calls, urgently dispatching people to investigate Jiang Chen's background and identity. How could the sudden emergence of such an arrogant and powerful figure in Xilan City not arouse everyone's vigilance and curiosity? However, as these tycoons made call after call, news of Jiang Chen's extravagant spending spree at the auction instantly spread throughout Xilan City's elite social circles. Jiang Chen was famous again. Chapter 138, Qin Xiaoyu sends an urgent message. Is this idiot out of his mind? Got so much money he doesn't know what to do with it, so he comes here just to show off? He's clearly here just to cause trouble. Damn it! Let him keep filming. I refuse to believe his money just fell from the sky. Exactly. If he wants to show off, let's just sit back and watch his performance. The auction hall erupted in commotion, with most guests whispering and murmuring among themselves. Jiang Chen's malicious price inflating and flaunting of wealth earned him the collective scorn of nearly everyone present. Someone suggested, let's see how long Jiang Chen can keep this up. And so, the noisy auction hall gradually fell silent. All eyes turned to Jiang Chen, and almost every face wore an expression of watching a show. However, what unfolded next defied everyone's expectations. The fourth item up for auction. The fifth item. The sixth item. 10 consecutive items were brought to the stage. Each time, before the auctioneer could finish their introduction, Jiang Chen swiftly raised his paddle to bid. Moreover, the starting bid he called out each time was a staggering 100 million Longhua currency. Zhou Renjie was dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. The entire audience was stunned. What truly left everyone jaw-dropped was that whenever anyone dared to raise the bid, Jiang Chen would immediately counter with a staggering 500 million. That's right. To Jiang Chen, 500 million yuan was like having 5 yuan in his pocket. His casual attitude toward spending money was as if he didn't even see it as money. How incredibly wealthy must one be to be so outrageously extravagant? Time ticked by second. As Jiang Chen successfully secured one auction item after another, the crowd did a rough calculation and suddenly realized he had already spent 8 billion Longhua currency. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The initial spectators' thrill gradually transformed into shock, petrification, disbelief, and utter stupor. Some even felt an urge to kneel before Jiang Chen and worship him. 80 billion Dragon Nation currency. In cash. What did that even mean? To put it simply, even a billionaire worth hundreds of billions couldn't possibly produce 8 billion in cash. Anyone who could produce that much cash would be worth at least 100 billion yuan. Is Jiang Chen a super wealthy tycoon worth hundreds of billions? When did Xilan City produce such a terrifying powerhouse? Wait a minute. Why has Jiang Chen's name never surfaced before? Could it be? Is he an heir to some wealthy family from the imperial capital or the magic capital? But that doesn't make sense either. The Zhou family, an old established aristocratic clan in Xilan City, had clearly spread the rumor that Jiang Chen was the long-lost illegitimate son of their patriarch, Zhou Zhengfeng. And tonight, the Zhou family is hosting a grand reunion banquet for Jiang Chen. So how could Jiang Chen possibly be an heir to a wealthy family from the imperial capital or the magic capital? Who is he? What kind of mysterious figure is he? What kind of powerful connections does he have? At that moment, a barrage of questions flooded the minds of nearly every guest present. Everyone was utterly stunned by Jiang Chen's unimaginable wealth. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was enjoying the exclusive use of the venue. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the notification sound from the superphone inside his body rang out. Someone had sent him several WeChat messages in quick succession. Swish. Jiang Chen casually crossed his legs, then mentally activated the superphone within his body. He didn't know until he looked, and when he did, he was shocked. Xin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen, are you at the Qin auction house event? Xin Xiaoyu, are you splurging at the auction? Bidding 100 million as the starting price for everything you set your sights on? Xin Xiaoyu, stop right now. Xin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen, I'm begging you stop right now. Don't bid anymore. Otherwise, you'll ruin me. Reading these WeChat messages sent by Qin Xiaoyu, Jiang Chen was genuinely startled. Though Qin Xiaoyu's messages were brief, he could clearly sense her panic and distress between the lines. What was going on? He'd merely been a bit reckless at the auction. Why was Qin Xiaoyu so terrified? Wasn't Qin's auction house owned by the Qin family? Wasn't Qin Si, that little brat, the one in charge of this auction? This young master is bringing money to your Qin family, helping Qin Si raise funds for charity. How could that possibly be wrong? Jiang Chen, Aunt Xiao, you better explain yourself clearly. Why can't I bid? Why did you tell me to stop? Xin Xiaoyu, there's no time for explanations. Just tell me how much have you spent so far? Jiang Chen, not much, just 8 billion. Xin Xiaoyu, what? 8 billion? Are you certain you've already spent 8 billion at this auction? Jiang Chen, absolutely. Xin Xiaoyu, oh no. Oh no. I never imagined that I, Xin Xiaoyu, who's been so brilliant all my life, would end up tripping over a gutter. Is this really my fate? Jiang Chen was starting to panic. Ever since he obtained the system, he'd never felt this panicked. But at this very moment, a sudden, ominous foreboding surfaced in Jiang Chen's heart. And it was intensely strong. It felt as though something unprecedented was about to happen, an overwhelming sense of impending doom, like the end of the world was approaching. Beyond that, Jiang Chen was filled with questions. He had merely spent a bit more at the auction to buy a pile of items. Why was Qin Xiaoyu reacting so violently? Damn it! Aunt Xiao, just explain yourself clearly. You're freaking me out so much, my heart's racing. Are you trying to scare me to death so you can steal the 6 golden flowers I've hidden at home? Jiang Chen, Aunt Xiao, what's really going on? Can you please explain clearly? Stop scaring me. Xin Xiaoyu, from now on, you can't call me auntie anymore. Jiang Chen, why can't I call you auntie? Am I supposed to call you baby? Honey? Wife? Xin Xiaoyu, you must call me mom. Jiang Chen, huh? Xin Xiaoyu, I'd love to drag you over right now and beat the crap out of you, spanking your butt to a pulp. That's all I'm saying. You've got me so mad I could burst. After sending that final WeChat message, no matter how Jiang Chen questioned her or bombarded her with messages, she stubbornly refused to reply with a single word. Jiang Chen was getting annoyed too. Getting yelled at out of the blue by Qin Xiaoyu, without even knowing why that would make anyone feel uncomfortable. However, when Jiang Chen casually glanced up, he noticed Qin Si, sitting beside him, seemed to be smirking. Ever since Jiang Chen had won the first auction item, her beautiful big eyes had been crinkled into 2 crescent moons, and they still hadn't returned to normal. Beyond that, her pretty face was flushed, tinged with an alluring blush that seemed born of excitement and thrill. But Jiang Chen sensed that amidst her excitement and thrill, there was also a hint of a young woman's coy shyness. Especially whenever she stole glances at him, the look in her eyes practically formed threads. Her beautiful eyes rippled with waves of emotion. Something's up. This little minx definitely had something up her sleeve. Swish. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately activated his scrutiny eye and peering eye on Qin Si. However, the very next second, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock, his mouth gaped open, and his face froze in utter disbelief. Inside, 10,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. How could this be? This is ridiculous. How could that brainless, dim-witted woman Qin Xiaoyu do something so absurd? My entire worldview just shattered. Chapter 139, Successfully Cashing Out 20 Billion. Happy times always fly by. Before we know it, this auction is drawing to a close. Now, please welcome the final, grand finale item of this auction. It is none other than 100% ownership of Dingsheng Real Estate Company, Limited. As the auctioneer proclaimed these words, the stage's large screen displayed detailed information about this real estate company. Dingsheng Real Estate had once been a major corporation with a market value nearing 10 billion. Its former owner had gambled everything, pledging all available funds and taking out massive bank loans to acquire a prime piece of land. However, the plot turned out to be problematic, utterly devoid of any development value. This decision directly led to the company's cash flow collapse, leaving it insolvent and ultimately forcing bankruptcy liquidation. Simply put, the company itself was fundamentally sound. It was solely due to a single misguided decision by its leadership that the company ended up in bankruptcy liquidation. If only a capital injection could be made into this company, it would revive instantly. I declare the starting bid for this lot is 100 million yuan, with increments of no less than 10 million yuan. As the auctioneer announced the opening bid, the hall fell silent. Every guest present seemed numb, not a single bid was placed. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Just as expected, Jiang Chen raised his bidding paddle without haste, then declared a price that made the entire room gasp. I bid 2 billion. Crash. The once quiet auction hall erupted in an instant. What a spendthrift. Ha! A complete spendthrift. 20 billion? Holy moly. I've never seen 20 billion in cash in my entire life. What does that even look like? Ah! If I had that money, I could start at least 3 real estate companies that would rival the biggest players. The title Middle Eastern Oil Prince truly lives up to its reputation. Young Master John's extravagant spending has truly broadened my horizons today. In the end, there was no suspense whatsoever. Dingsheng Real Estate Company, Limited was successfully auctioned off to Jiang Chen for a staggering 2 billion yuan. Payment confirmed, 2 billion yuan. Under the watchful eyes of all the guests, Jiang Chen produced that black card once more, swiping it to clear the entire 2 billion yuan in one transaction. And so it was. Jiang Chen had spent a total of 10 billion Manhwa currency at this auction. He had done it. When he secured the first lot, he had remarked to Qin Si, since this is for donating to children in mountainous areas and elderly orphans, shouldn't we at least donate 10 billion? Initially, everyone thought it was just a joke. No one took it seriously, and no one paid it much mind. However, when Jiang Chen actually pulled it off, the guests present suddenly snapped to attention. Jiang Chen wasn't joking, he was serious. He really spent 10 billion. He was a man of his word, trustworthy, whose promises carried weight, a true man of action. In that instant, Jiang Chen's stature soared to unimaginable heights in everyone's eyes. Bathed in golden radiance, blessed by divine light, he radiated an aura of sacred inviolability. The nation's husband truly lived up to his reputation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully spending 10 billion auction gold and receiving 20 billion cashback. Suddenly, a pleasant system notification sounded in Jiang Chen's ear. Immediately afterward, the superphone within Jiang Chen's body received a bank transfer notification. Dragon Nation Industrial and Commercial Bank, your account ending in 8888 completed a transfer transaction of 200 billion.00 Dragon Nation currency at 1638 on June 15. Current balance, 207,529,678,044.48. 200 billion in cash rebates had arrived in an instant. No need to say more. Give Brother Tonzi a 5-star review and go wild with the likes. After the auction concluded, Zhou Renjie stormed back home, fuming. Surveying the utter chaos, every piece of furniture and appliance sawed clean in half, Zhou Renjie couldn't hold back any longer. Boom! 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 Anything within Zhou Renjie's line of sight was smashed to smithereens. Yummy, standing nearby, dared not breathe a word, terrified of provoking Zhou Renjie's wrath at that moment. Damn it all! Jiang Chen is just a bastard born to a maid. How the hell does he have so much money? Where did he get all this cash? If he's already so rich, why come back to the Zhou family? Why fight me for the Zhou family's fortune? Just as Zhou Renjie was raging, a man in a suit suddenly entered the villa, hurrying in with a stack of documents in his hands. Young master, we found it. The information you requested on Jiang Chen, I've gathered it for you. Hearing the suited man shout, Zhou Renjie, who had been seething with rage just a moment before, suddenly lit up. He immediately demanded, speak. What kind of background does that bastard Jiang Chen have? Ahem. The man in the suit cleared his throat twice, quickly flipped through the documents in his hand, and began reading solemnly. Jiang Chen, male, 25 years old, height 183 centimeters, weight 75 kilograms, native of Shilan City. According to our investigation, Jiang Chen grew up in an orphanage. He later gained admission to Shilan University and completed his studies through part-time work and frugality. After graduation, Jiang Chen worked as a delivery driver. He had a girlfriend for 3 years, but she dumped him because she looked down on his poverty. Later, the patriarch of the Zhou family sent people to find Jiang Chen. It turned out he was the old man's long-lost illegitimate son. Hearing this, Zhou Renjie couldn't help but frown, his entire face falling. Hold on. Zhou Renjie abruptly waved his hand to cut off the man in the suit. With a murderous glare, he stared straight at him and demanded, "Is this all the information you managed to uncover?" Second young master, this. The man in the suit felt Zhou Renjie's killing intent and shuddered violently, his speech becoming stuttered and disjointed. Damn it! I told you to dig up Jiang Chen's background, and this is what you give me? Starting today, you're ing fired. Get the hell out. Pack your and get the hell out of here. Clatter. Zhou Renjie slammed the file into the man's face, his face flushed crimson with rage, his neck bulging as he huffed and puffed. The man in the suit looked ashamed but dared not retort. In the end, he could only slink away from the villa. Young Master Zhou, please calm down. Perhaps the problem isn't with Jiang Chen, but with the eldest Miss Qin. Just then, Yami swayed her hips over to Zhou Renjie and cooed these words in a sweet, flirty tone. Whoosh. Zhou Renjie whipped his head around, his eyes flashing like lightning as he glared at Yami. What do you mean? Spit it out clearly. Yami bit her lip before speaking. Second young master, Jiang Chen and the eldest Miss Qin are so close. They're so intimate. Anyone with eyes can see they must be a couple. Maybe all of Jiang Chen's money comes from the Qin family's eldest daughter. After all, this auction was originally a charity event hosted by the Qins. Who knows if they're just putting on a show to earn themselves a good reputation? At Yami's words, Zhou Renjie's eyes lit up instantly. Smack! Zhou Renjie delivered a resounding slap to Yami's backside, his face breaking into a look of sudden realization. Damn it! That's the only logical explanation. You little, why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? Now I'd been fretting over nothing for half the day. That bastard Jiang Chen, daring to put on airs in front of this young master? Good. Very good. Since he wants to die, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Chapter 140, The Grand Family Reunion Banquet. Night fell. The Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Luxury cars streamed in from all directions. Virtually every prominent figure in Shilan City had gathered at this 5-star hotel tonight. Because the Zhou family, one of Shilan City's oldest and most prestigious clans, was hosting a grand recognition banquet here tonight. Family patriarch Zhou Zhengfeng intended to publicly announce Jiang Chen's identity. By all accounts, Jiang Chen was merely an illegitimate child. To a wealthy family, an illegitimate child was utterly insignificant. Many prestigious families even regarded such offspring as a disgrace. Given this, why would Zhou Zhengfeng go to such great lengths to host this recognition banquet? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Unwarranted kindness usually hides ulterior motives. Vroom vroom vroom. Just then, a flashy Lamborghini roared up from the distance, screeching to a halt right before the hotel entrance. Click. As the driver's door swung open, Zhou Renjie emerged, dressed in a blue suit paired with a plaid shirt. Immediately after, the passenger door opened. Yami, dressed in a bright red haute couture gown, stepped out, lifting her skirt as she did so, then took Zhou Renjie's arm. Look! It's the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Renjie. Ha! The lady beside Zhou Renjie doesn't seem to be the second young mistress of the Zhou family. She's Zhou Renjie's female secretary. Rumor has it Zhou Renjie and his wife Liu are at odds and going through a divorce. Wonder if that's true? Let's hurry over and interview them. Mr. Zhou, could we have a few minutes of your time? A large group of reporters who had been waiting nearby immediately swarmed around them. Flashbulbs flickered everywhere as every reporter with a camera snapped away at Zhou Renjie and Yami. Vroom vroom vroom. Just then, another luxury car approached from the distance. It was a black Maybach. As soon as it pulled up at the hotel entrance, several bodyguards in sharp suits rushed forward. As one bodyguard opened the door, Zhou Shihao emerged from the vehicle. He wore a dark gray suit, a cigar dangling from his mouth, and his hair slicked back in a pompadour. Simultaneously, another door opened on the opposite side. Suya, dressed in a blue haute couture gown, then appeared before the crowd with grace and elegance. Look! It's the Zhou family's eldest son and his wife. Rumor has it that old Master Zhou always groomed Zhou Shihao as his heir, yet the woolly left didn't directly hand over the Zhou group to Zhou Shihao. What hidden details are we missing here? Let's hurry over and interview him. Mr. Zhou, could we have a few minutes of your time? The reporters who had been swarming around Zhou Renjie and Yami suddenly scattered like a whirlwind the moment Zhou Shihao made his dazzling entrance, all rushing over to Zhou Shihao and Suya. This infuriated Zhou Renjie. He muttered a few curses under his breath, shot Zhou Shihao and Suya a fierce glare, then pulled Yami along as they strode into the hotel. Vroom vroom vroom. At that moment, a sleek Bugatti Chiron roared toward them from the distance. Squeal. The sound of screeching brakes filled the air as the Bugatti Chiron came to a smooth halt at the hotel entrance. The door slowly slid open. Jiang Chen, dressed in a black haute couture suit, emerged from the vehicle. Swish. Without so much as a glance at the crowd of reporters, Jiang Chen tossed the car keys to the doorman and strode purposefully toward the hotel entrance. It's Jiang Chen, the third young master of the Zhou family, Jiang Chen. Rumor has it this third young master of the Zhou family has an extraordinary background. First, he splurged lavishly at the GFC mall, clearing out 13 luxury boutiques in one go. Then, at Sheen's auction house's summer sale, he went on a spending spree, dropping a staggering 10 billion Longwei currency. The legendary Middle Eastern oil prince, the nation's new heartthrob, who would have thought it was the third young master of the Zhou family. Young Master Jiang, please wait. Could we have just 2 minutes of your time? We only wish to conduct a brief interview. The reporters who had been swarming around Zhou Shihao and Suya immediately scattered like a flood when Jiang Chen appeared, rushing over to him in a flurry. Zhou Shihao was utterly mortified. He had already prepared his speech, intending to boast about his contributions to the Zhou group in front of the media. He also planned to leverage the media to create a buzz and boost his image. But now, all the spotlight had been stolen by Jiang Chen. Oomph. Zhou Shihao let out a cold snort, shot Jiang Chen a fierce glare, then strode purposefully into the hotel. As for Suya, the moment she saw Jiang Chen step out of the car, her eyes couldn't help but sparkle slightly, a ripple of emotion immediately glistening in her beautiful gaze. Recalling last night, when Jiang Chen had leaned close to her ear and whispered with a mischievous grin, "Big sister-in-law, don't look back, I'm the big brother." Suya couldn't help but blush, her heart racing. She even instinctively pressed her legs together, her breathing growing slightly more hurried. Swish! Suya rubbed her slightly aching waist, shot Jiang Chen a complex look, and silently cursed him as a little rascal before quickening her pace to follow behind Zhou Shihao. However, after entering the hotel, Suya seemed to recall something joyful, and a charming smile quickly curved her lips. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen declined all reporters' interviews, leaving them only with his aloof silhouette before striding into the hotel. But Jiang Chen didn't head straight to the banquet hall. Instead, guided by a young hotel attendant, he made his way to a lounge adjacent to the banquet hall. Swish! Jiang Chen plopped down on the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, and placed it between his lips. Then, using the superphone within his body, he swiftly sent a text message. About 2 minutes later, the sound of high heels echoed outside the lounge door. Knock knock. Immediately after, the door to the lounge was knocked upon. Jiang Chen casually stubbed out his cigarette, sat up straight, and said indifferently toward the door, "Come in." Squeak! As the door swung open, a mature and stunningly beautiful woman came into Jiang Chen's view. "Good afternoon, Chairman." The woman stepped inside briskly, closed the door behind her, and gave Jiang Chen a slight bow, her face adorned with a faint, ambiguous smile. Why are you here?" Upon recognizing her face, Jiang Chen nearly leapt from the sofa, his expression frozen in shock and awkwardness. "Chairman, we meet again. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Xiao Wanqing, the current general manager of Imperial Dynasty Group, the very position you personally promoted me to. As for the incident the night before last, Chairman, please don't misunderstand. I had no ulterior motives toward you. I simply ran into you at the bar and followed you to the hotel. That I was willing. You bear no responsibility whatsoever." Xiao Wanqing shouldn't have brought this up. The moment she did, Jiang Chen felt even more awkward. That's right. The Xiao Wanqing standing before him was the very same woman in the black dress who had approached him at the bar the night before last. Jiang Chen never imagined that the woman he casually brought back to the hotel would turn out to be one of his subordinates. No wonder Xiao Wanqing's voice had sounded vaguely familiar back then. What the hell? This world is way too small. Even rabbits don't eat the grass right by their burrows. What the hell have I gotten myself into? This is giving me a headache. Chapter 141, The Non-Marriage Advocate, Xiao Wanqing. Name, Xiao Wanqing. Age, 29. Looks, 95. Figure, 97. Favorite fruit, honeydew melon. Driver, 1. Affinity, 82. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly, seemingly surprised that Xiao Wanqing had only one driver so far. Wait a minute. Xiao Wanqing had been quite proactive that night. How could this be her first time? Swish! Jiang Chen lifted his gaze to Xiao Wanqing, scrutinizing her from head to toe with intense focus. The mature, stunning woman before him seemed to have a particular fondness for black. Today she wore a black haute couture evening gown, featuring a deep V-neck and a slit all about sensuality. Her short, ear-length hair gave her a sharp, capable look. A sparkling diamond necklace hung around her neck, and a pair of diamond earrings adorned her ears. A delicate oval face, almond-shaped eyes, a swan-like neck, a butterfly-shaped back, a tiny waist, peach-shaped hips, and long legs. Her entire appearance was flawless. A standard-issue goddess. Swish! Jiang Chen gave Xiao Wanqing a wink, and 2 lines of text immediately popped up in his vision. Personal privacy. As a child, she witnessed her mother being beaten to death by her drunken father, leaving her with deep psychological trauma. She developed an intense fear of love and marriage, becoming a staunch advocate against marriage. Current intent, Chairman, considering our brief fling, you wouldn't fire me from my position as general manager, would you? Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood reading this. Xiao Wanqing claimed she didn't need responsibility, but her heart didn't think so. At the very least, she hadn't purely arranged a poker game with Jiang Chen. She had some ulterior motives and was playing her own little games when she spent that romantic night with him. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice before stating flatly, Manager Xiao, as long as you don't make any fundamental mistakes, the position of General Manager at Dynasty Group will be yours permanently. At these words, Xiao Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up. Thank you for your recognition, Chairman. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and spare no effort to manage the Imperial Group for you. Xiao Wanqing offered her gratitude, but Jiang Chen could clearly see that her thoughts were elsewhere. Current intent, Feeling guilty now? This beauty tactic of mine really worked. The general manager position is mine for sure. Too bad I had to sacrifice my 29 years of purity for him. But he's so handsome, with those 8-pack abs I didn't exactly lose out. Put. Jiang Chen nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. He rubbed his temples in exasperation, then quickly shut off the peeping eye. Though the peeping eye was incredibly useful, Jiang Chen didn't want to overuse this superpower. If this world held no secrets before him, would he still find it interesting? Just the thought of it felt utterly dull and tedious. Chairman, the matter you instructed me to handle earlier is now complete. I've redeployed every single bodyguard from the Imperial Security Company. At your command, they can take control of the entire hotel at any moment. When Xiao Wanqing turned to business, her expression instantly hardened, her entire demeanor undergoing a dramatic shift. Cold and sharp. She exuded an aura of strength and decisive action. Well done. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. As if suddenly remembering something, he immediately added, if the eldest Miss Qin suddenly storms in with her people during the banquet, you need not stop her. Just let her in. Understood, Chairman. Xiao Wanqing shot Jiang Chen a peculiar look, her lips twitching slightly as if she wanted to say something. But the words formed on her lips only to be swallowed back down. All right, you may go now. It's time for me to attend this reunion banquet. Jiang Chen glanced at his wristwatch and prepared to rise and head toward the banquet hall. Xiao Wanqing nodded silently, saying nothing. Only after Jiang Chen had left the lounge did Xiao Wanqing pull out her phone and swiftly relay several new orders to the person on the other end. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Banquet Hall Number 1. At this very moment, nearly all of Shilan City's elite socialites had gathered here. Jiang Chen hadn't anticipated that Zhou Zhengfeng would choose this very hotel to host a grand reunion banquet for him. After all, the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel was Jiang Chen's territory. If Jiang Chen decided to cause trouble here, who could possibly stop him? Tap tap tap. At that moment, Zhou Zhengfeng, dressed in a traditional Chinese suit, stepped onto the stage with Chen Yun's support. Zhou Jingfeng's face looked pale, and he appeared generally unwell, as if he truly was on his last legs. In stark contrast, Chen Yun standing beside him was adorned in jewels and finery, her complexion rosy and radiant, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips as if something delightful had occurred. Today, Chen Yun wore a cheongsam dress with a dark red base overlaid with black lace. The halter neckline and openwork design, combined with the cinched waist, showcased her mature, curvaceous figure to perfection. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up at the nape, with a single strand of bangs softly framing her forehead. Her face bore exquisitely applied makeup, complemented by a set of ruby jewelry. She resembled a noblewoman from the Republican era. Every inch of her radiated the rich allure of a mature woman. Ahem. Chen Yun handed a microphone to Zhou Zhengfeng. Taking it, he cleared his throat twice before diving straight into the main event. First, I'd like to thank all the industry professionals for attending this reunion banquet hosted by the Zhou family. I trust everyone here is aware that I had a son who was separated from us. Only recently did I find him and bring him back to the Zhou family. Now, I'd like to introduce him to all of you. This is my youngest son, Jiang Chen. After delivering these words, Zhou Zhengfeng immediately turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen, who stood amidst the crowd. Simultaneously, the guest standing beside Jiang Chen automatically parted to make way, all eyes now fixed on him. Tap, tap, tap. Jiang Chen adjusted his attire slightly, then strode onto the stage with confident, purposeful steps. Wow! The third young master of the Zhou family is so handsome. I've seen his videos online before, but I never imagined he'd be even more handsome in person. The new national heartthrob truly lives up to the hype. I heard the third young master of the Zhou family is still single. Ladies, any thoughts? If I could become the third young mistress of the Zhou family, I'd be smiling in my sleep. The third young master of the Zhou family is truly a man of exceptional looks. Listening to the buzz of conversation drifting from the banquet hall, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. He was well accustomed to such scenes. But Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's expressions darkened simultaneously. The reason was simple. Neither Zhou Shihao nor Zhou Renjie could be described as handsome in the slightest. Wasn't this indirectly proving that Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie's birth mother was nowhere near as beautiful as Jiang Chen's birth mother? Click. Jiang Chen stepped onto the stage, just about to reach for the microphone. But Zhou Zhangfeng beat him to it, grabbing the mic and declaring, "Today isn't just a reunion banquet for my youngest son, Jiang Chen, it's also his engagement banquet. My poor little son has drifted alone for 25 years, enduring untold hardships. As his father, my heart truly aches. To make amends for Jiang Chen, I brought him home and immediately arranged a marriage for him." Chapter 142, Jiang Chen is my boyfriend. Squeak! The side door of the banquet hall creaked open slowly. An older woman, dressed in a purple haute couture gown, her figure somewhat plump and complexion waxy yellow, appearing at least in her 40s, shuffled in with small, hurried steps. At that moment, every person in the room, including Jiang Chen, fixed their gaze on this woman. That's right. She is Yang Meixia, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. Today marks the auspicious day of the Zhou and Yang families uniting through marriage. As Zhou Zhangfeng bellowed these words, the banquet hall fell into a brief silence before erupting into an uproar. Whoosh! The eldest daughter of the Yang family, Yang Meixia? No way! Is old Master Zhou really planning to betroth Jiang Chen to Yang Meixia? While the Zhou and Yang families are long-standing allies with a history of good relations, Madame Yang is already 40 this year, and she's outlived 3 husbands. This isn't making amends for Jiang Chen. Old Master Zhou is clearly pushing him into a pit of fire. I knew it. How could old Master Zhou possibly throw a grand recognition banquet just for a bastard son? Bastard child truly unvalued. Listening to the murmurs of gossip drifting from the banquet hall, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie both suppressed their amusement, their gazes toward Jiang Chen brimming with pity. Zhou Zhengfeng, that old fox, wore a faint smile, seemingly quite pleased with the scheme he'd orchestrated. In contrast, Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yual wore anxious expressions, frantically signaling to Jiang Chen. As for Jiang Chen, he appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of urgency whatsoever. He even had the leisure to activate his scrutiny eye on Yang Meixia. Name, Yang Meixia. Age, 40. Appearance, 70. Figure, 70. Favorite fruit, dragon fruit. Driver, 48. Likability, 60. Ugh. Jiang Chen couldn't resist the urge to check Yang Meixia's profile. The result? He nearly threw up. Damn it, she had 48 drivers, even more impressive than the second-in-command's female secretary. Turns out, the rumors about Yang Meixia's romantic escapades weren't just hot air after all. Tap tap tap. Yang Meixia took tiny steps, one by one, onto the stage. From start to finish, her eyes never left Jiang Chen, her expression practically drooling. This must be the first time in her life she'd seen a man as handsome as Jiang Chen. Husband. To Jiang Chen's stunned gaze, Yang Meixia actually called out husband to him, then made a move to throw herself into his arms and act coy. Damn it! Startled, Jiang Chen instantly raised his foot and delivered a hard kick to Yang Meixia's stomach. Ow! Yang Meixia let out a piercing scream as her entire body flew backward, landing awkwardly below the stage. Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Every single guest present seemed utterly unprepared for Jiang Chen to kick Yang Meixia flying with a single blow. That was way too intense. Jiang Chen! What are you doing? Suddenly, Zhou Jingfeng's furious roar echoed throughout the banquet hall. He slammed his dragon head cane onto the floor, then glared at Jiang Chen with such fury it looked like he wanted to tear him limb from limb. Old man, what right do you have to arrange my marriage? The moment Jiang Chen spoke, every guest in the room couldn't help but gasp in shock. You, ungrateful son. I am your father. How dare you speak to me this way? Guards! Seize this ungrateful son. Not even the heavens themselves could stop this marriage today. As Zhou Zhengfeng waved his hand, a swarm of bodyguards suddenly surged from all corners of the banquet hall. Each carried an electric baton, and several even aimed tranquilizer guns directly at Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't flinch. Instead, a mocking smile spread across his face. A few stun batons and tranquilizer guns? You think that's enough to take down this young master? Zhou Zhengfeng, you're being far too naive. However, before Jiang Chen could erupt, the banquet hall doors were violently pushed open. Immediately after, a crisp female voice echoed throughout the entire banquet hall. Everyone, stop right now. I dare anyone to lay a finger on Jiang Chen. Amidst the stunned stares of the crowd, Qin Si, dressed in a white haute couture evening gown, stormed into the banquet hall. Following closely behind her was a large contingent of Qin family bodyguards. The moment they entered, the bodyguards swiftly fanned out, encircling the Zhou family's security detail. Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Clickety-clack. Qin Si strode onto the stage, grabbing Jiang Chen's arm and saying, "Brother Jiang Chen, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." "Cici, why are you here?" Jiang Chen wore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. He was a grown man, after all, did he really need this little girl to protect him? If I hadn't come, they would have bullied you to death. After saying this, Qin Si immediately turned her head, glaring at Zhou Zhengfeng with a feisty expression. The Qin family's little brat? What do you think you're doing barging in here with your people? Zhou Zhengfeng narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he fixed it on Qin Si. However, Qin Si's next words left everyone present wide-eyed, gaping in shock, their jaws dropping to the floor. Jiang Chen is my boyfriend. How dare you let him get engaged to another woman? The Zhou family clearly holds no regard for the Qin family. Qin Si's words were like a ladle of water dumped into a boiling pot, instantly setting the entire banquet hall ablaze. What? Did I hear that correctly? The eldest Miss Qin just declared Jiang Chen her boyfriend? When did they get together? How come I haven't heard a single whisper about it? Looks like the rumors were true after all. Jiang Chen is dating the Qin family's eldest daughter. Plenty of people saw it with their own eyes. Wow! The eldest daughter of the Qin family snatched the groom. This news is guaranteed to be tomorrow's front page headline. The eldest daughter of the Qin family is seriously bold. Listening to the buzz of gossip echoing through the banquet hall, Zhou Jingfeng's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined that Jiang Chen, that illegitimate son, would become entangled with the Qins. And now, the eldest daughter of the Qin family had even taken the initiative to storm in and demand marriage for him. So the Qin family was the powerful backer behind Jiang Chen? No wonder this brat was so arrogant. It turned out the Qins were backing him up all along. But so what? Although the Qin family is a super powerful clan in Xilan City, the Zhou family isn't weak either. Moreover, the Zhou family has the Yang family as an ally. With two powerful clans joining forces, would they truly fear a single family like the Qins? Yang Meixia, someone is trying to steal your fiancé right now. Are you just going to stand by and watch? Zhou Zhengfeng suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Yang Meixia, who was adjusting her skirt by the stage. Oomph. Yang Meixia let out a cold snort, shot a resentful glance at Jiang Chen on stage, then fixed her gaze squarely on Qin Si. Qin Si! You little brat! What else could you learn but to copy those shameless, rotten women and try to steal this woman's man? Do you really think the Yang family is easy to bully? Yang Meixia first pointed her finger at Qin Si's nose and hurled insults at her, then pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Before long, the banquet hall doors were violently pushed open once more. Immediately, a large group of Yang family bodyguards stormed inside. Freeze! Let's see who dares to bully the Yang family's young miss. The situation instantly shifted. The Zhou and Yang family bodyguards joined forces, surrounding the Qin family bodyguards in a tight circle. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt no tension. Instead, a flicker of excitement and thrill danced in his eyes. Damn it! Is this some kind of numbers game? Perfect. This young master loves a good brawl. Since you all came out to play, you'll all be carried out on stretchers tonight. Ha ha! Chapter 143, Close the door, beat the dogs. Banquet hall. The atmosphere grew tense. The Zhou and Yang family's bodyguards, vastly outnumbering the others, instantly surrounded Qin Si's group. Guards! Escort the Qin family's young miss to the side. Make her sit quietly in her seat and watch me walk through this engagement ceremony with Jiang Chen. Believing she controlled the entire situation, Yang Meixia strode onto the stage with an arrogant air. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked down at Qin Si with utter disdain. Qin Si felt a sudden wave of panic wash over her. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl who had grown up sheltered under her mother's protection, having never weathered any real storms. Now, seeing that the bodyguards she had brought were outnumbered, Qin Si instantly lost her nerve. Yang Meixia, I'm warning you. If you dare lay a finger on me, the Qin family will never let you off the hook. Though panicked, Qin Si was still the daughter of Qin Xiaoyu. That innate ruthlessness in her mother's blood ran deep within her. Even now, facing imminent danger, she refused to let her aura falter. Oomph. Yang Meixia suddenly sneered coldly. If your mother, Qin Xiaoyu, were here in person, this young lady might show her some respect. But you're just a little brat who hasn't even grown any hair yet, and you dare to spout such nonsense in front of this young lady? Since your mother failed to raise you properly, I'll take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. As soon as Yang Meixia finished speaking, she made a gesture. In the next instant, two young family bodyguards charged onto the stage. What are you doing? Qin Si was startled, but instead of retreating or dodging, she yanked Jiang Chen behind her, as if afraid the other party would snatch him away. Miss Qin, our apologies. The two young family bodyguards apologized to Qin Si before simultaneously reaching out to grab her shoulders. Stop. Miss, be careful. I'll see who dares touch our young miss. Damn it. Touch our young miss and I'll chop your hands off. Protect the young miss. Let's fight them. Seeing Qin Si's safety threatened, the Qin family bodyguards erupted like barrels of gunpowder ignited, exploding into action instantly. Below the stage, a chaotic melee erupted. Though outnumbered, the Qin family bodyguards unleashed formidable combat prowess. They even adopted a scorched earth tactic, charging recklessly at the Zhou and Yang family bodyguards, willing to inflict heavy casualties on themselves to cripple their enemies. On stage, two young family bodyguards swiftly closed in on Qin Si. However, the very next second, two muffled thuds echoed as the two young family bodyguards were sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the floor below the stage. Jiang Chen had struck. With lightning speed, he kicked both young family bodyguards away, then pulled Qin Si behind him. Someone, help! Close the doors, beat the dogs. Without my orders, not even a fly shall be let out tonight. Bang! 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 As Jiang Chen bellowed these words, the banquet hall doors slammed shut. Immediately afterward, over a dozen surrounding windows were closed one after another. The next second, a cacophony of footsteps echoed throughout the hall, the entire building trembling with the impact. Simultaneously, dozens of ropes suddenly descended from the ceiling. To the stunned gazes of everyone present, a group of fully armed bodyguards each wearing Imperial Dynasty security armbands slid down the ropes one after another. But it wasn't over yet. The second floor of the banquet hall featured a circular corridor, from which a group of camouflage-clad bodyguards suddenly emerged. Each of them held tranquilizer guns, all aimed at the banquet hall below. Meanwhile, the first floor of the banquet hall was completely surrounded by another wave of bodyguards who had suddenly surged in from all directions. In short, at this very moment, both the first and second floors of the banquet hall were packed with personnel from the Imperial Dynasty Security Company. The scene resembled an army suddenly descending to seize control of the entire banquet hall. At that moment, Zhou Zhengfeng was dumbfounded. Yang Meixiao was also dumbfounded. Qin Si was a bit dazed. Nearly every guest present was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. What do you mean by this? Have the Zhou and Yang families done anything to offend your Imperial Dynasty group? Moreover, I paid to reserve the banquet hall at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel tonight. Doesn't that make us your honored guests? Is this how you treat your guests? As the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Zhengfeng had weathered many storms. Facing the unfolding chaos, he remained unflappable. He slammed his dragon-headed cane to the ground with force, radiating an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Swish! At that moment, the Imperial Dynasty's security detail abruptly parted to the sides. Immediately, a woman dressed in a black haute couture gown emerged from the rear, striding forward with effortless catwalk poise under the spotlight of countless eyes. Who is that woman? You don't even recognize President Xiao? She's the newly appointed CEO of Imperial Group Xiao Wanqing, CEO Xiao. What is President Xiao up to? Why did she bring the entire Imperial security team with her? Could it be that this Miss Xiao has some kind of feud with the Zhou family or the Yang family? In the banquet hall, the bodyguards of the Qin, Zhou, and Yang families had ceased their brawl. All eyes turned to Xiao Wanqing. Meanwhile, many were murmuring among themselves, wondering what possible reason Xiao Wanqing could have for making such a grand display. However, the next second everyone knew the answer. Click clack click. Xiao Wanqing strode swiftly to the edge of the stage in her stiletto heels. She addressed Jiang Chen with utmost respect, reporting to the chairman, all security personnel of the Imperial Security Company are assembled. 300 personnel are accounted for, 300 personnel present. Awaiting your instructions. Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, mouths agape, faces frozen in utter disbelief, all eyes fixed on Jiang Chen standing on the stage. Did I hear that correctly? Just now, did President Xiao call Jiang Chen the chairman? Jiang Chen is that elusive chairman who acquired 100% of Imperial Group? Holy! Is this a movie? Why does it feel like I'm watching a grand spectacle? Good heavens! If Jiang Chen really is the chairman of Imperial Dynasty Group, then haven't the Zhou and Yang families just gone and stirred up a huge mess for themselves? Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Why do I suddenly feel my blood boiling? I just want to let out a huge roar. Amidst the buzzing whispers around them, Xiao Wanqing's deference toward Jiang Chen and his unwavering composure throughout. At that moment, Zhou Jingfeng's expression darkened. Yang Meixiao was so stunned by the scene before her that she couldn't utter a word. The brothers Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie gaped in astonishment, their mouths wide enough to fit two large apples. Shen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu all stared at Jiang Chen in utter shock, though their beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration and wonder. Qin Si was also startled by Jiang Chen's identity. The young girl covered her mouth, staring at Jiang Chen in utter disbelief. The shock in her eyes was quickly replaced by a fervent admiration. So brother Jiang Chen was the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group? That was his true identity? Woo woo woo. How could he be so handsome? I adore him. I want to marry him right now and be his little wife forever. Brother Jiang Chen is mine, and no one is allowed to take him away. Oomph. Chapter 144. Kneel, bow, and apologize. Attention, everyone. Under the gaze of everyone present, Jiang Chen suddenly declared in a loud voice, "Seize every member of the Zhou and Yang families. If anyone dares resist, break their legs." Silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent. But after a brief pause, the room erupted with screams, wails, roars, and furious shouts. The Imperial Dynasty Security Company recruited only ex-military personnel as bodyguards. For a team of 300 ex-military personnel, subduing the Zhou and Yang families was a piece of cake. You ungrateful son! How dare you! Zhou Zhengfeng finally snapped out of his shock, but in the blink of an eye, the Zhou family's bodyguards had all been subdued by Jiang Chen's men. Old man, you're on your last legs, about to hit the hay. Why all the fuss before you kick the bucket? Jiang Chen glared at Zhou Zhengfeng, his words nearly killing the old man with rage on the spot. You ungrateful son. How could I have given birth to such a disobedient child? Zhou Zhengfeng clutched his chest in agony. No sooner had he uttered those words than a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. Immediately, darkness engulfed his vision, and his body began to sway unsteadily. Whoosh! Realizing he might collapse, Zhou Zhengfeng instinctively reached out a hand toward Chen Yun beside him, as if seeking her support. However, Chen Yun's reaction caught everyone off guard. Swish! Chen Yun quickly stepped back, dodging Zhou Zhengfeng's outstretched hand, her face contorting with disgust. You! Zhou Zhengfeng froze, a look of shock crossing his face. The next second, he crashed heavily to the ground. Dad! Witnessing this, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie nearly simultaneously rushed onto the stage. The brothers immediately crouched beside Zhou Zhengfeng, anxiously checking on his condition. Chen Yun! What the hell are you doing? Are you blind? Why didn't you help my dad up just now? If anything happens to my dad, I'll make you pay. Seeing Zhou Zhengfeng take a nasty fall, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie wasted no time, immediately unleashing a torrent of abuse at Chen Yun. However, Chen Yun let out a cold laugh, walked straight over to Jiang Chen, then turned back to stare at the Zhou family trio with an icy glare. You two devoted sons putting on a show for others is one thing, but don't try that with me. At her words, Zhou Shihao leapt to his feet, fury etched across his face. Chen Yun! What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Chen Yun sneered disdainfully. You two heartless bastards, weren't you both hoping this old man would kick the bucket sooner rather than later? When the old man wanted to bring Jiang Chen home to use his liver to save himself, weren't you both desperately trying to stop him? What? Now you're suddenly putting on this act of deep father-son affection? Who are you putting on this show for? Chen Yun's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. She had completely severed ties with the Zhou family, ruthlessly tearing away the fig leaf of decency from Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. No more pretense, the cards were on the table. You! Zhou Shihao was so enraged he couldn't speak. Zhou Renjie's face darkened with fury. The brothers' ugly true colors had been exposed right there, leaving them both seething with rage and shame. But Chen Yun now had Jiang Chen backing her up, leaving Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie utterly powerless against her. Zhou Zhengfeng, I suggest you hand over all the Zhou family's assets to Jiang Chen. If you leave it to these two ungrateful bastards, you'd better be careful, you might not even get a proper burial plot after you die. After all, your two loving sons are practically praying for your early demise. Truth be told, Chen Yun had a real knack for playing the wicked stepmother. Her words not only infuriated Zhou Zhengfeng to no end but also drove Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie nearly mad with rage. However, before Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie could utter a word, several security guards from the Imperial Dynasty Security Company rushed forward and immediately restrained all three members of the Zhou family. At the same time, Yang Meixia, the eldest daughter of the Yang family, was escorted onto the stage by two bodyguards. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie whipped their heads around to see that every single one of their family's bodyguards and the Yang family's bodyguards had been beaten to the ground. The vast banquet hall, now filled exclusively with Imperial Dynasty security personnel, while the banquet guests were herded to the sides. Jiang Chen, what do you think you're doing? Zhou Shihao roared furiously, veins bulging on his forehead like a raging lion. There was no other way. Jiang Chen had used a rage card on Zhou Shihao, which was why his temper had become so volatile lately, utterly beyond control. Slam! Slam! Jiang Chen clapped his hands, and in the next instant, the side door of the banquet hall swung open. Immediately after, a hotel staff member, cradling a portrait, entered the banquet hall escorted by several bodyguards. At that moment, every person present turned their gaze toward the portrait. Almost every face wore an expression of utter bewilderment. However, one person's expression suddenly changed dramatically. That person was Zhou Zhengfeng. Upon seeing the portrait, Zhou Zhengfeng's eyes widened, his mouth fell open, and his face contorted with a mix of shock and fury. Ha! Xinxi stared at the portrait for a moment before suddenly noticing that the woman in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chen, at least 70% similar. She couldn't help but tug at Jiang Chen's arm and whisper, "Brother Jiang Chen, who is the woman in this photo? Why does she look so much like you?" Ha! Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then turned to Xinxi with a serious expression. "Xixi, the woman in this photo is my biological mother Jiang Xiaoxia." What? Xinxi froze in place. Not only Xinxi, but Chen Yun, Suya, Liu, Zhou Shihao, Zhou Renjie, and the others all froze in place upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice drifted into everyone's ears once more. Zhou Zhengfeng, back then you forcibly detained my mother, subjected her to every form of humiliation, and then watched helplessly as she was driven to jump to her death by your first wife. All these years, haven't you had a single nightmare? Doesn't your conscience ever ache? As Jiang Chen loudly recounted the events of that year, a collective gasp of horror filled the banquet hall. But before Zhou Zhengfeng could utter a word of denial, Jiang Chen lunged forward in a single stride. He seized Zhou by the throat and dragged him forcefully before his mother's memorial portrait. Kneel. Bow your head. Confess your guilt. Jiang Chen delivered a kick to Zhou Zhengfeng's knee, forcing him to kneel before the portrait. Then, gripping his head, he slammed it hard against the floor. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Zhou Zhengfeng's forehead instantly split open, spurting a gush of blood. But Jiang Chen didn't stop. He continued to yank Zhou Zhengfeng's hair, slamming his head onto the floor 8 times in succession. Zhou Zhengfeng's body was already on the brink of collapse. Now forced to slam his head 9 times, this brutal assault left him gasping for air, unable to draw in a single breath. Yet, Jiang Chen suddenly leaned close to his ear, his voice dark and menacing. Old man, I've already called emergency services. I won't let you die so easily. Ha ha! Look over there. See your 2 beloved sons? Even though you've only got 3 months left to live, I still want you to fully experience what it feels like to watch your own sons die with your own eyes. Old man, you'd better hang on, don't let this anger kill you. If you kick the bucket now, you'll miss the best part of the show. Ha ha ha! Chapter 145, Putting the Mask Back On. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Banquet Hall Number 1. Zhou Zhengfeng fainted from anger and was later hauled away by an ambulance. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie were first beaten severely, then thrown out of the hotel by Jiang Chen's men. Yang Meixia also received a stern warning from Jiang Chen before slinking away with her people. In short, despite orchestrating such a massive show of force, Jiang Chen ultimately spared every single person's life. He merely taught the Zhou and Yang families a lesson before generously letting them go, appearing surprisingly merciful. But what could he do? This is a society governed by law. Jiang Chen wasn't some outlaw above the law. He dared not openly defy the law, nor did he think he could take on the entire Dragon Nation government. The real show is yet to come. Don't rush. 10 p.m. The unexpected turn of events at this banquet spread like wildfire, instantly sweeping through the entire upper echelons of Shilan City's elite social circles. Jiang Chen's name once again echoed throughout all of Shilan City. The mysterious chairman of Imperial Dynasty Group, the outrageously wealthy young Master Jiang, the Middle Eastern oil prince, the nation's new golden boy, the fiancé of the Qin family's eldest daughter, the third young master of the Zhou family returning with vengeance. All sorts of titles have converged on Jiang Chen alone. If this were the entertainment industry, he'd have blown up big time by now. However, given Jiang Chen's position as chairman of the Jiangchen Dynasty Group, major news outlets dare not freely report on his exploits. Therefore, Jiang Chen's name resonated only within elite social circles, while the general public remained utterly unaware of him. Squeak! A sleek Bugatti Chiron pulled into Phoenix Villa, coming to a stop at the entrance of Villa Number 2. The moment the car came to a stop, Qin Si's voice drifted over from the passenger seat. Brother Jiang Chen, would you like to come inside for a bit? My mom just called and said she wants to discuss something important with you. Jiang Chen glanced at Qin Si, then pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. He replied calmly, I'm busy tonight. Another time. Ha? Qin Si froze slightly at the response, a peculiar expression flickering across her face before she cautiously asked, Brother Jiang Chen, are you upset? Yes, I'm angry. Tell your mom exactly that. Jiang Chen lit the cigarette in his mouth, glared at Qin Si impatiently, and said, Get out of the car now. Don't waste my time. Okay. Qin Si looked a bit aggrieved, her little mouth turning down as if she might cry. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to indulge her. The moment Qin Si stepped out, Jiang Chen slammed his foot on the gas pedal and sped away from Phoenix Villa like a bullet. Stupid brother Jiang Chen. Dead brother Jiang Chen. Why are you being so mean? I like you so much, yet you want to be my dad? What exactly am I lacking compared to my mom? Getting mad won't help. Mom already bet you to me anyway. You can't escape this lady's 5-finger mountain. Oomph. Qin Si flipped the Bugatti Chiron's taillights a defiant middle finger. As if recalling something delightful, the little minx's previously puffed-up expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen sped along relentlessly, finally arriving near Zhou Shihao's residence half an hour later. He parked in a secluded corner, slipped on a silver mask, and approached the front gate of Zhou Shihao's residence. As usual, Jiang Chen didn't ring the doorbell. Instead, he sent Zhou Shihao a text message. Click. Before long, the villa's gate swung open. Zhou Shihao, his face similarly masked, instantly came into Jiang Chen's view. Why are you 10 minutes late tonight? Zhou Shihao's voice was slightly hoarse. Though he concealed it well, Jiang Chen still detected a hint of suppressed anger in his tone. Sorry, I hit traffic on the way. Jiang Chen offered a meek explanation, deliberately lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Zhou Shihao's eyes and risking exposure. Come in. Zhou Shihao, unaware of any irregularities, beckoned Jiang Chen with a wave before stepping aside. What followed was identical to the previous night. Zhou Shihao led the way, while Jiang Chen followed silently behind. When they reached the door of the master bedroom on the second floor, Zhou Shihao reiterated his warning with lingering concern, Remember, you must leave this room before 5 a.m. tomorrow. Got it, boss. Jiang Chen nodded before being pushed into the bedroom by Zhou Shihao. The bedroom's layout remained unchanged from the night before: pink curtains, pink bedding, pink mood lighting, and the floor still strewn with red rose petals. Suya, clad in a black lace nightgown, lay still on the bed. Her hands were still bound behind her back, a large blindfold covered her eyes, and her mouth was sealed with duct tape. Her mature, voluptuous figure, a waist slender enough to encircle with one hand, an S-shaped silhouette, and shapely legs encased in black stockings. Bathed in the soft glow of the mood lighting, Suya radiated the unique allure of a mature woman at that very moment. Perhaps sensing someone approaching, Suya immediately let out a muffled whimper and began struggling desperately. Rip! Jiang Chen didn't untie the ropes binding Suya or remove her blindfold. Instead, he ripped off the duct tape sealing her mouth. Huff! Huff! Suya took 2 sharp breaths before asking anxiously in a trembling voice, Jiang Chen? Is that you? Shoo! Jiang Chen suddenly leaned down close to Suya's ear and whispered, Big sister, don't make a sound. It's big brother. Ha! Suya froze momentarily at his words, then her face flushed crimson all the way to her neck in an instant. Jiang Chen, wait a moment. What's wrong? Listen to me. Zhou Shihao plans to poison the wine and trick you into drinking this poison cup. Oh, I see. So how do you plan to handle it? I'll help you counteract the poison first. As for the rest, we'll deal with it later. Suya affection +1. Suya affection +1. Suya affinity +1. As a series of text prompts suddenly appeared in his field of vision, Jiang Chen couldn't help but wink at Suya before activating his scrutiny eye. Name, Suya. Age, 28. Appearance, 92. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver, 2. Affinity, 95. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised that Suya had added another driver. Instead, her staggering 95 affinity rating made him inwardly marvel, so this really is the fastest shortcut to a woman's heart. Swish! Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen couldn't resist activating his peeping eye on Suya once more. Personal privacy, yearning to be a mother, always wanting to have a child. Current intention, Jiang Chen is so handsome, so outstanding, so perfect. My child with him would surely inherit all his best qualities. Jiang Chen. Chapter 146, the show begins. The next morning. 4:59 a.m. Jiang Chen pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out. As soon as he reached the living room on the first floor, he spotted Zhou Shihao, wearing a mask, sitting silently on the sofa like a ghost. On the coffee table in front of the sofa sat a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Swish! Zhou Shihao suddenly beckoned to Jiang Chen with a slightly hoarse voice, Come over. Have a drink with me. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Suya had already tipped off Jiang Chen. Zhou Shihao planned to poison the wine, a slow-acting poison that wouldn't kill instantly, but would cause the victim's organs to gradually fail over the next month until death. Jiang Chen understood Zhou Shihao's motives perfectly. After all, what man could tolerate his wife sharing a bed with another man, only to end up carrying that bastard's child? Replace the father, keep the child. That was Zhou Shihao's plan. Whoosh! Jiang Chen walked over without a word and sat down beside Zhou Shihao with complete composure. Zhou Shihao shot Jiang Chen a surprised glance before picking up the wine bottle and pouring a full glass of red wine into each of the 2 stemmed glasses on the table. He then picked up both glasses and handed one to Jiang Chen. You're so generous, boss. This is the first time I've ever tasted such expensive wine. Jiang Chen deliberately feigned flattery, hastily accepting the poison wine with both hands. Brother, you've worked hard. It's only right I treat you to a drink. Zhou Shihao suppressed the murderous intent surging within him, patting Jiang Chen's shoulder in a show of genuine camaraderie before gently clinking glasses with him. Jiang Chen nearly burst out laughing. Hard work? Yeah. This young master worked his ass off for you all night. Talk about hard work. Oh. Sorry, boss. Jiang Chen abruptly set down his glass, his face filled with regret. I forgot I drove here. Don't drink and drive, and definitely don't drive after drinking. If the traffic police catch me drunk driving, I'm done for. Under Zhou Shihao's stunned gaze, Jiang Chen placed his glass back on the coffee table. Then he stood up and addressed Zhou Shihao, Boss, it's getting late. I should be heading out. Silence. The living room fell silent. Zhou Shihao's eyelid twitched violently. He hadn't anticipated that his carefully prepared poison drink would be so easily avoided. However, Zhou Shihao didn't press Jiang Chen to drink again. Instead, he steadied his emotions, forcing himself to appear perfectly natural as he said, Since you're driving, for safety's sake, it's best not to drink. Thanks for your consideration, boss. I'll be heading out then? Jiang Chen shot Zhou Shihao a half-smile, half-sneer glance. Inside, he was thinking, even if I had a poison-resistant constitution, I wouldn't be dumb enough to drink your poison wine. I'm just going to make you watch helplessly. I'll make you miserable. What the hell can you do to me? Ha 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 ha. Go ahead. Zhou Shihao waved his hand dismissively, looking somewhat disinterested. Jiang Chen said nothing, only a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He then lowered his head and hurriedly left the villa. Clang! After Jiang Chen departed, Zhou Shihao suddenly reached for the bottle of poison wine and slammed it hard onto the floor. Damn it! You're one lucky bastard. But it's fine. If I fail tonight, I'll prepare another cup of poison wine for you tonight. If you still refuse to drink it, don't blame me for forcing it down your throat. 1 hour later. Jiang Chen arrived at the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. The moment he entered the presidential suite, Jiang Chen flopped onto the bed and activated the superphone embedded within his body. Damn it! Zhou Renjie is on the verge of losing his mind. I bet Zhou Shihao's rage meter is about to hit its peak too, right? Well then, let me add fuel to the fire. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chen's lips as he immediately drafted an email and sent it directly to Zhou Shihao's inbox. Yawn. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen suddenly yawned widely, muttering under his breath, damn it. Who'd have thought that Suya, who looks so delicate and fragile, could take such a beating? Whatever. Time for a nap first. As for those brothers, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie, let them fight it out. Even if the sky falls, it's none of my damn business. Jiang Chen slept soundly in the hotel. Little did he know that the email he sent to Zhou Shihao had sent the Zhou family's eldest son into a rage, causing him to lose his mind on the spot. Zhou Shihao had already arrived at the company and was preparing to convene a high-level executive meeting. But the moment he stepped into his office and turned on his computer, he was confronted by an anonymous email. Curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked to open it. But the contents of the email caused Zhou Shihao's expression to darken instantly. The email contained a 2-hour-long video that began playing automatically the moment he clicked it. In the video, a pink bed, pink curtains, pink mood lighting, and the floor was strewn with red rose petals. A mature, voluptuous beauty lay on the bed. She wore only a burgundy lace nightgown, her hands bound behind her back. A large blindfold covered her eyes, and even her mouth was sealed shut with duct tape. The familiar room, the familiar scene, and that strikingly recognizable woman instantly made Zhou Shihao's eyes widen, his mouth drop open, and a look of utter shock spread across his face. This. Isn't this my bedroom? The woman lying on the bed, isn't that Suya? Who filmed this video? Why would someone send this video to me? What exactly is their motive? Zhou Shihao was still reeling in shock and anger, but the video kept playing. Swish! A man wearing a silver mask slowly approached the bedside, then without hesitation unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, viciously beating the woman. None of that was the point. The crucial part was that during the beating, the mask slipped from the man's face, revealing a face Zhou Shihao recognized all too well. Holy! Old number 2? How could it be him? What the hell is going on here? Zhou Shihao jolted awake, staring intently at the man in the video. He replayed the footage over and over, scrutinizing every detail. Silence. The office fell silent. But after a moment of silence, Zhou Shihao's roar erupted. ING hell. Number 2. You son of a. Who gave you the guts to do this? You ING nerve to impersonate my stunt double? And pull this stunt right under my nose? Good. Very good. Excellent. Since you don't want to live anymore, I'll grant you your wish. Chapter 147, Wake Up at Noon, First Draw a Prize. Zhou Group. Vice President's Office. Zhou Shihao was so furious he smashed the computer right there. The mere thought of that video made Zhou Shihao's expression turn savagely distorted. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging prominently on his forehead, his entire face contorted to the extreme. He let out a series of low growls, appearing on the verge of losing his mind. Swish! Moments later, Zhou Shihao, his face dark and stormy, swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After hanging up, Zhou Shihao sat silently in his office, waiting for a response. About 2 hours later, a series of notification chimes rang out from Zhou Shihao's phone. Whoosh! He hurriedly grabbed his phone and swiftly opened the messages. However, the next second, Zhou Shihao's face darkened once more, turning green from head to toe. Number 2, it really was you. You bastard actually pulled off such a clever switcheroo right under my nose? I was holding back out of respect for our brotherhood, but now, you've forced my hand. Noon. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. When Jiang Chen woke up from his slumber, the sun was already blazing outside. He stretched lazily, rolled off the bed, and made his way to the living room clad only in a hotel bathrobe. Swish! Plopping down on the sofa, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette. As smoke curled upward, he mentally activated the system's main interface. A new day had dawned, bringing 3 fresh lottery chances, and Jiang Chen was feeling pretty damn good. Before the draws, how about singing a song first? Knife, 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 what kind of knife is that? Knife, 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 a butcher's knife. Little sister-in-law's cheongsam slid high, big sister-in-law's stockings top-notch, second sister-in-law's painting skills unmatched, time as a slaughter knife. Swish! While singing, Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button. The next second, the pointer on the wheel began to spin. After about 3 seconds, the pointer clicked softly and came to a steady stop in the key card section. Swish! At that moment, a card suddenly popped out from the lucky wheel. Jiang Chen caught only a quick glimpse. The card depicted two cartoon figures bound together by a chain. However, before Jiang Chen could examine it further, the card was automatically stored in his system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a shared fate card. The system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen froze for a moment before immediately opening the system inventory with his thoughts. Soon, he spotted the mysterious card in the second slot of his backpack. Fate binding card, upon activation, designate two distinct targets. Their destinies become inextricably linked, sharing both glory and ruin, life and death. Duration, 1 month. Holy crap! Such an incredible card? Shared glory and shared ruin, life and death bound together? Double kill? Why does this card feel like it was tailor-made for the boss and his second in command? Never mind, let's just try it out. Brother Tongzi, I'm using this card. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen was ready to activate the twin fate card. Ding! Please designate two different target individuals. Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Jiang Chen pursed his lips and replied with a mischievous grin, Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. Swish! The fate card instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from Jiang Chen's sight. Immediately afterward, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully using one fate card. Ding! The destinies of target subjects Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie have been firmly bound together. Ding! The card's duration is 1 month. Upon expiration, the binding relationship will automatically dissolve. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chen's lips. Although the fate card only lasted 1 month, Jiang Chen was utterly certain it wouldn't take that long. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie would inevitably fight to the death. Don't forget. Before this, Jiang Chen had already gifted them each a demon card and a rage card. By now, the effects of both cards had reached their peak. The volcano was about to erupt. Once you catch nail fungus, it spreads to 2 others. Use the shared fate card, and if one dies, both die. How delightful. Ha! Jiang Chen, cigar clenched between his teeth, rubbed his hands together excitedly before initiating today's second draw. Swish! As Jiang Chen mentally clicked the lottery button, the pointer on the wheel spun rapidly before finally landing on the gold coins section. Damn it! Gold coins again? Bro, I'm not short on cash now. Money doesn't interest me anymore. What I'm trying to say is, what the heck is this thing? Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, a shimmering object suddenly leapt off the lucky wheel. It resembled a puzzle piece, adorned with a hexagram pattern whose meaning remained unclear. Swish! Before Jiang Chen could ponder further, the fragment was automatically stored in his system inventory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained item fragment X1. The system notification sounded in his ears. Jiang Chen froze for a moment before quickly opening the system inventory with his mind. Soon, he spotted the mysterious fragment in the second slot of his backpack. Item fragment high-grade material, collect 100 fragments to randomly exchange for 1 permanent item. Note, every item produced by the system possesses power no weaker than that of a divine artifact. Holy crap! You can do that? Collect a full 100 fragments just to exchange for 1 item? If not for the note stating every item would be no weaker than a divine artifact, Jiang Chen almost thought this was a scam. Phew! Jiang Chen let out a long sigh before closing the system inventory and returning to the lucky draw page. With only one final draw remaining today, he decided to play it safe and recite a charm first. Heaven's spirits, earth's spirits, if my stepmother won't help, my eldest sister-in-law will. If she won't, my second sister-in-law will. If none of you work, I'll take you all on myself and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Swish! Jiang Chen mentally slammed the draw button and the pointer spun rapidly once more. This time, under Jiang Chen's intensely hopeful gaze. The pointer slowly glided over the gold coins, cards, and bottles sections before finally settling on the book section. Holy! It actually worked! Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a loud, excited shout, clenching his fists and pumping them in the air twice. However, the next second, what appeared on the spinning wheel left Jiang Chen dumbfounded. Whoosh! A pile of glittering fragments appeared on the wheel. A quick count revealed there were as many as 4 pieces. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained item fragments X4. The system notification chimed in his ears. Jiang Chen froze for a moment before quickly opening his inventory with a thought. Soon, he spotted a stack of gleaming item fragments in the first slot of his backpack. Item fragments X5. Jiang Chen. Chapter 148, Qin Xiaoyu's explanation. Tongzi, explain this to me. I clearly drew a skill book, so why did I receive item fragments instead? Ding! Starting today, the host has a 50% chance to obtain various fragments with each draw. Then why didn't you tell me beforehand? Ding! The final interpretation of the lucky draw lies solely with this system. Jiang Chen was speechless. He could glare at 1,000 pointing fingers, confront anyone he wanted, and turn his back on whoever he pleased. But he dared not cross Brother Tongzi. What if Brother Tong got angry and just walked away? Then Jiang Chen would be the one left holding the bag. Forget it, forget it. Since Brother Tonzi wanted to change the rules of the game, he'd just go along with it. After all, Jiang Chen wouldn't be at a disadvantage in the end. Besides, Brother Tonzi had already propelled him to the pinnacle of life. What more could he possibly want? Contentment brings happiness. No greed, no complaints, life naturally becomes sweet. Brother Tonzi, can I save up my daily refreshed lottery chances? Ding. Yes. Great. I plan to save up 100 chances for a 100 pull streak. What do you think? Ding. Suit yourself. Noon. Jiang Chen enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at the hotel. In the afternoon, just as Jiang Chen was about to play some mobile games, he suddenly received a call from Qin Xiaoyu. You little brat, you haven't reached out to me since last night. Are you really mad? Qin Xiaoyu sounded slightly nervous on the other end, her voice trembling ever so slightly, yet tinged with resignation. Miss Qin, regarding what happened yesterday, don't you intend to give me an explanation? Jiang Chen's tone was casual, as if speaking to an ordinary friend, even addressing Qin Xiaoyu with the respectful title Miss Qin. What did you just call me? Miss Qin? Qin Xiaoyu gasped sharply on the other end, her voice trembling even more. If I don't call you Miss Qin, should I address you as mother-in-law? Or just call you mom? Jiang Chen, this can't be explained over the phone. Where are you now? I need to see you. The Imperial International Hotel, Suite 1. Alright, wait for me. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Jiang Chen lay on the living room sofa and played mobile games for a while. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell chimed. Jiang Chen walked over and opened the door. Instantly, a mature and alluring woman came into view. Today, Qin Xiaoyu wore a white sleeveless chiffon blouse. Though loose-fitting, her commanding figure made the top look absolutely stunning. Her lower half was draped in a light blue satin fishtail dress that hugged her hips, accentuating her voluptuous curves and hinting at the contours of her shapely legs. Her face was a masterpiece of beauty, a blend of icy elegance tempered by gentle grace, and that grace infused with an air of sophistication. Her mature, curvaceous figure was the absolute pinnacle of the plus-size spectrum. Even when she stood still, doing nothing, she radiated an undeniable feminine allure. She was pure walking hormones. A natural-born head-turner. A nation-devouring siren. The root cause of every flag-raising ceremony worldwide. And yet, this super-duper, top-tier beauty. The moment she saw Jiang Chen open the door, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Then, without a second thought, she threw herself forward and wrapped her arms around him. Silence. Utter silence. Qin Xiaoyu held Jiang Chen so tightly he could barely breathe, as if terrified he might fly away. Click. Jiang Chen could only hook his foot to shut the door. Then, he cupped Qin Xiaoyu's face and pressed his lips firmly against hers. An hour later. Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. Qin Xiaoyu lay quietly beside him, her lovely face still flushed with a faint blush, her beautiful eyes glistening with a hint of moisture. Aunt Xiao, now you can give me an explanation, right? Jiang Chen took a drag, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, then fixed his gaze on Qin Xiaoyu's face. Jiang Chen, this whole thing was just a coincidence. Qin Xiaoyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, sighed helplessly, and began, you know how Cece was kidnapped not long ago? You happened to be passing by that day and saved her life. Ever since then, that girl's had her heart set on you. She won't marry anyone else. Later, when she found out my online love interest was you, she immediately voiced her opposition. She flat out refuses to approve of us. I thought she was just too embarrassed to admit you as her stepfather. After all, you're only 7 years older than her. But who knew that little brat would try to steal my man? Put. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. Look at Qin Xiaoyu's final remark, then observe her demeanor, gestures, expression, and tone. Where was the dignity of a mother? She was clearly a woman bitter over losing her man to another. And then? Jiang Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he felt an urge to hear the rest of the story. Qin Xiaoyu shot Jiang Chen a withering glance. Though her face remained expressionless, her voice dripped with bitterness as she continued, Cece came right out and told me she wanted to be your girlfriend. Of course I refused. So we made a bet. I put her in charge of Qin's auction house's summer auction and set her an impossible target, raising at least 1 billion yuan in charitable funds. You have to understand, the total value of the auction items I arranged wouldn't even reach 500 million at best. Even if Cece invited every wealthy person in the city to the auction, she couldn't possibly raise 1 billion yuan. Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Only now did he realize he might have made a colossal mistake. Sure enough. Qin Xiaoyu's next words left Jiang Chen speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Jiang Chen, do you have so much money you don't know what to do with it? Every single item brought up for auction, you start bidding at 100 million. The moment someone counters, you immediately jack it up to 500 million. I just have to ask, have you lost your mind? Across the entire Dragon Nation, is there anyone else who squanders money like you? If I hadn't had someone watching Cece every minute, I'd suspect you two colluded beforehand or that you've been secretly together all along. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately protested his innocence. How could he possibly know about the bizarre bet Qin Xiaoyu and Qin Si had made? How could he possibly know that Qin Si was bold enough to compete with her own mother for a man? He never imagined that just by attending an auction, Qin Xiaoyu would bet him away to Qin Si. This was utterly absurd. Aunt Xiao, why didn't you call to stop me back then? I was busy with other matters and didn't have my phone with me. By the time I got the news, you'd already spent 8 billion at the auction. Just thinking about it makes me so angry it hurts. Both sides hurt. Chapter 149, Keep the Wealth Within the Family? Zhou Group. Zhou Renjie's office. Today, Yami wore an ultra-short pencil skirt paired with black stockings from Parisian house, swaying with each step. She strode into Zhou Renjie's office clutching a stack of documents, then casually locked the door behind her. Renjie, I've found what you were looking for. A hint of excitement flashed across Yami's face as she walked straight up to Zhou Renjie and handed him the documents. Swish! Zhou Renjie's eyes lit up instantly. He snatched the documents and began flipping through them rapidly. Renjie, while our people were investigating Chairman Di Zhou, they unexpectedly uncovered one of his secrets. Yami walked up behind Zhou Renjie, placed both hands on his shoulders, and began massaging them with tender care. Secret? What secret? Zhou Renjie paused slightly at the question, simultaneously speeding up his review of the documents. You'll find out once you finish reading this. Yami deliberately teased him, her face wearing a mysterious expression. Ha! Zhou Renjie took a deep breath, refocusing his attention on the documents in his hands, a hint of anticipation now visible on his face. The first page of the documents was a medical examination report from Huakong Hospital. It clearly stated that Zhou Shihao had undergone a comprehensive full-body examination at Huakong Hospital, where he was diagnosed with necrospermia, a condition rendering him permanently infertile. The second page contained a forged medical report. The third page contained evidence of the butler, Uncle Zhang, bribing the doctor. The fourth page contained proof of Zhou Shihao and Zhang Shu colluding in their scheme. Zhou Renjie grew increasingly excited and agitated with each page he read. This is perfect. Yami, you've done a brilliant job this time. With this evidence in our hands, Zhou Shihao will never recover. As Zhou Renjie spoke, he grabbed Yami's hand and pulled her forcefully from behind to stand before him. Renjie. Meeting Zhou Renjie's intense gaze, Yami instantly understood his thoughts. We have to celebrate such good news. Quick! Draw me a picture right now. Zhou Renjie tossed the documents onto the desk, then eagerly reached out and placed both hands on Yami's shoulders. Renjie, wait a moment. Finish reading these documents first, there's an even bigger surprise coming later. A flicker of disdain crossed Yami's eyes, but she concealed it well, preventing Zhou Renjie from noticing her unease. After all, Yami was ambitious. She yearned to be an eagle soaring through the skies. How could she truly love a mere sparrow? What she coveted was Zhou Renjie's wealth, the status of being the second young mistress of the Zhou family, even the ambition to become the matriarch of the Zhou household one day. As for Zhou Renjie, he had no looks, no physique, and his abilities were lacking. If not for his status as the second young master of the Zhou family, Yami would find even glancing at him repulsive. I can't wait any longer. You draw for me while I review the materials, no time wasted. Under Zhou Renjie's forceful command, Yami could only put on a flattering expression and pull out her sketchpad. Huff! Zhou Renjie exhaled a long breath, his frown slightly easing. He reached for the documents on his desk and resumed flipping through them. But what he saw left him speechless. When Zhou Renjie turned to the sixth page, his eyes instantly widened, his mouth fell open, and his face froze in utter shock and bewilderment. Holy! The boss actually found some pretty boy on the side, trying to sneakily get the boss's wife pregnant? Ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. Boss, you'd stoop to such absurd lengths just to fight over the family fortune? They say you can't catch a wolf without baiting it with a lamb. But you're so desperate for your wife you're willing to risk everything just to get your hands on the inheritance? But let's be honest, the boss's wife, that face, that figure, and that unique mature charm, Suddenly, a wicked thought surfaced in Zhou Renjie's mind. The moment it appeared, it sprouted like a seed, rapidly growing until it became a towering tree. Damn it all to hell. Why should that pretty boy get to enjoy such pleasures? Why did the boss go looking for an outsider instead of asking his own brother for help? As the saying goes, keep the good stuff in the family. Why would the boss give such a great opportunity to an outsider instead of thinking about his own flesh and blood? The bloodline of the Zhou family must flow only through our own kin. We absolutely cannot let outsiders' blood taint the legacy of the Zhou family. The thought sparked a bold idea within Zhou Renjie. Yes. Swapping the prince for a cat. Or rather, a grand deception. Since that pretty boy wore a mask every night, the boss didn't know what he truly looked like. Therefore, whoever donned that mask could enter the boss's home with complete legitimacy. Therefore, this whole thing could be orchestrated behind the scenes, then pass off the fake as the real deal, taking over the pretty boy's duties. Whoa! Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. I'm a genius. Whoosh! Zhou Renjie immediately pulled out his phone, dialed a number swiftly, and meticulously laid out his plan in detail. Meanwhile, The superphone inside Jiang Chen's body was constantly monitoring Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie. The moment Zhou Renjie made his move, Jiang Chen knew his plan. Simultaneously, every move Zhou Shihao made was laid bare before Jiang Chen. Seeing events unfolding exactly as he'd anticipated, a mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chen's lips. Perhaps tonight would be the final curtain for the Zhou family. Cackle 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 cackle. 9:50 p.m. Zhou Renjie first had his men kidnap Xiao Bai from the Golden Duck Club. Then, disguised and wearing a silver mask, he went straight to Zhou Shihao's doorstep. Though nervous, the thought of the mature, voluptuous Suya instantly clouded his judgment. Following the information Bai Xiao had provided, Zhou Renjie didn't knock on the door. Instead, he used Bai Xiao's phone to send Zhou Shihao a WeChat message. Sure enough. Before long, Zhou Shihao, also wearing a mask, opened the villa's front door. Come in. Zhou Shihao merely gave Zhou Renjie a fleeting glance before ushering him inside the villa. However, this time, Zhou Shihao didn't take Xiao Bai straight to the master bedroom upstairs. Instead, he led him to the living room and invited him to sit on the sofa. Zhou Renjie instantly grew tense, instinctively touching the mask on his face, afraid Zhou Shihao might notice something amiss. Ding! Zhou Shihao picked up a bottle of red wine that had been prepared earlier. He opened the cork in front of Zhou Renjie, then calmly poured a glass for himself and one for Zhou Renjie. Brother, you've worked hard. Let me toast to you. Zhou Shihao handed one glass to Zhou Renjie. His tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of resignation. Zhou Renjie paused slightly at the words, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed the boss hadn't caught on to anything. This tactic had worked. With this mask on, he could pull off a grand deception right under the boss's nose. One word, awesome. Chapter 150, True Brothers Die Together. Whoosh! Without a second thought, Zhou Renjie reached out and took the wine cup Zhou Shihao offered, even gently clinking it against his own. Gulp! 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 Then, the two brothers, each harboring their own ulterior motives, stared intently at one another as they slowly drained the red wine in their glasses. Fine wine. Zhou Renjie set down his empty wine glass, then looked at Zhou Shihao with an eager expression and said, Boss, it's getting late. I should get back to my real business. You see. Your damn important business. To Zhou Renjie's utter surprise, Zhou Shihao abruptly ripped off his mask and fixed him with a gaze brimming with fury. Boss, what's this? Zhou Renjie jolted in shock, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Number 2, you still think you can keep up this charade? You really believe I don't know anything? Zhou Shihao's sudden, thunderous shout made Zhou Renjie's body tremble violently, nearly causing him to wet himself. You. Zhou Renjie stood up, his face twisted with terror, only to be struck by a sudden, excruciating pain in his abdomen. It felt like a knife twisting inside him, forcing him back down onto the sofa in agony. His face drained of color in an instant. Filled with both shock and rage, he abruptly lifted his head and glared at Zhou Shihao, demanding, Did you poison the wine? That's right. I poisoned it. Zhou Shihao suddenly stepped forward, yanked the mask off Zhou Renjie's face, and slammed it hard onto the floor. Number 2, it was you all along. No, it's not like that. Big brother, let me explain. Second brother, what's there to explain now? Big brother. Don't call me big brother. Zhou Shihao suddenly roared, pointing his finger at Zhou Renjie's nose and cursing, You son of a bastard. You mother. I treated you like my own brother, and you betrayed me with such despicable tricks, deceiving me and swapping things under my nose. Did you think I was stupid? Did you think I was easy to deceive? Did you think I was nothing but a worthless piece of trash? Hearing this, Zhou Renjie felt panic rising within him. Compounding his distress, the excruciating pain in his abdomen intensified. Zhou Renjie suddenly realized that if this continued, his life might well end here tonight. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Renjie suddenly dropped to his knees on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Zhou Shihao an apology, Big brother, I was wrong. Please, give me the antidote now. Had. A maniacal expression spread across Zhou Shihao's face. His eyes, bloodshot and wild, glared at Zhou Renjie as he snarled, When you were my wife, why didn't you realize you were wrong then? When you were fighting me over the family fortune, why didn't you realize you were wrong? When you were secretly investigating me, trying to get my medical records, didn't you know you were wrong then? Let me tell you, it's all too late now. Just go die. In that moment, Zhou Shihao had completely lost his mind. He poured another cup of poison wine, then crouched before Zhou Renjie. Gripping his chin forcefully, he tried to pour the poison down his throat. Unexpectedly, disaster struck. Crack! Zhou Renjie somehow grabbed an ashtray and smashed it hard against Zhou Shihao's head. Ah! Zhou Shihao let out a piercing scream as blood gushed from his head. His entire body swayed unsteadily before collapsing backward. Damn it! Zhou Shihao, hand over the antidote now. Or don't blame me for getting rough. Zhou Renjie found an unexpected surge of strength, suddenly lunging forward to pin Zhou Shihao down. He landed squarely on top of him, his hands clamped tightly around Zhou Shihao's throat. You bastard! How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Though Zhou Shihao had been knocked down and temporarily incapacitated, he immediately launched a fierce counterattack once he regained his footing. Thud. Furious and startled, Zhou Renjie grabbed the ashtray again and smashed it hard against Zhou Shihao's head once more. A dull thud echoed as Zhou Shihao's skull split open again, spilling even more blood. Damn it! Since you refuse to give me the antidote, I'll make you taste the poison yourself. Drink it! Though Zhou Renjie had already lost his mind in this life or death moment, he still grasped at a way to save himself. That was, to make Zhou Shihao drink the poison wine too. Once Zhou Shihao was poisoned too, he would surely go find the antidote. Then, once he sees the antidote, wouldn't his own poison be neutralized? Gulp! 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 Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his abdomen, Zhou Renjie forced the entire cup of poison wine down Zhou Shihao's throat. After doing this, Zhou Renjie immediately released Zhou Shihao and shouted loudly, "Boss, you're poisoned now too. Hurry up and find the antidote. Otherwise, you'll be poisoned to death right here." Silence. The living room fell silent. Unseen by anyone, a chain of fate had already bound Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie together. This was the effect of the shared fate card. Shared glory, shared ruin. We may not have been born on the same day, but we shall die on the same day. However you die, I shall die the same way. True brothers die together. Hey! What the hell are you spacing out for? To Zhou Renjie's utter surprise, after Zhou Shihao was forced to down that cup of poison wine, he just stood there like a dummy, not reacting for ages. I told you to go find the antidote immediately. Are you deaf? Furious and impatient, Zhou Renjie immediately grabbed Zhou Shihao by the throat and shook him violently several times. Only then did Zhou Shihao snap out of it. Second brother, are you heaven's punishment sent to torment me? Zhou Shihao stared at Zhou Renjie with utter despair. What terrible karma did I accumulate in my past life? Why did I have to be reborn into the Zhou family and become brothers with a fool like you? Big brother, what do you mean? Zhou Renjie flinched at the words, the ominous foreboding in his heart suddenly thickening. Do you know what poison I put in the wine? Zhou Shihao wiped the blood from his face, then cracked a mouth into a wretched smile. What poison? Paraquat. An entire bottle of paraquat. What? Ha 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 ha. There's no antidote for paraquat. Tonight, not only will you die here, but I'll die here too. Zhou Shihao had gone mad. He truly had lost his mind. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's email and watching that video, Zhou Shihao's rage had reached its peak, completely shattering his sanity. Tonight, he had intended to poison Zhou Renjie to vent his fury. But he never expected to fall into a trap. Was this fate? Was it destined that he would never inherit the Zhou family's fortune, never become the head of the Zhou household? He refused to accept it. He truly couldn't accept it. It was all Zhou Renjie's fault, that fool. If he hadn't done such a despicable thing, how could I have lost my temper and reason? But it's too late for regrets now. No one can counteract the toxicity of paraquat. Meanwhile, Zhou Renjie sat dumbstruck on the ground, waves of excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen, his face growing paler by the second. How could this happen? Paraquat? Why paraquat? Zhou Shihao, you heartless bastard. I'm your own brother, for God's sake. How could you poison me with paraquat? Damn it all to hell. I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Chapter 151, Lying Side by Side. Midnight. Huangqiao International Hotel. After Jiang Chen's relentless coaxing, Qin Xiaoyu finally relented and agreed to stay at the hotel tonight. The result? Qin Xiaoyu quickly realized she'd boarded Jiang Chen's sinking ship. Before midnight even struck 12, he had beaten her to tears. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was a master at soothing women. Amidst his soft whispers, sweet nothings, and tender words, Qin Xiaoyu completely lost herself. Even with tears streaming down her face, she was determined to finish singing this love song. 1 hour later. Just as Jiang Chen was heading to the balcony for a smoke, he unexpectedly received calls one after another from Suya, Liu, and Chen Yun. Breaking news! Zhou Shihao was dead, and Zhou Renjie was dead too. The brothers drank poison wine laced with paraquat and died in the ambulance before even reaching the hospital. But it didn't end there. Upon seeing his two sons' bodies, Zhou Zhengfeng was so enraged he coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood before collapsing dead on the spot. That's right. Zhou Zhengfeng was literally driven to his death by grief. Upon suddenly hearing the shocking news, Jiang Chen's face showed no trace of joy. Swish. He pulled out his phone, opened the photo album, and found the picture of his mother before she passed away. Then, with trembling fingers, he gently traced the phone screen, his gaze fixed on the woman in the photo with a look of profound complexity. Mom, I've avenged you. Rest in peace now. Jiang Chen wasn't one for sentimentality. He merely allowed himself a moment of solitary sorrow before leaving the hotel and rushing to the hospital. Overnight. The events at the Zhou residence spread like wildfire through the upper echelons of Xilan City's elite social circles. Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie both died from poisoning. Shortly after, Zhou Zhengfeng, already gravely ill, succumbed to his grief and passed away. The entire Zhou family now had only one male heir left, Jiang Chen. This couldn't help but raise suspicions. Fortunately, the police moved swiftly. That very night, they uncovered the full story and issued an official statement. The truth of the matter left everyone utterly astonished. With old Master Zhou's days numbered, brothers Zhou Shihao and Zhou Renjie had been locked in open and covert battles over the family inheritance. The root cause was Zhou Renjie uncovering evidence of Zhou Shihao's infertility, driving Zhou Shihao to a desperate attempt to poison his brother. The outcome. After being poisoned, Zhou Renjie fought back furiously, forcing Zhou Shihao to drink the poison wine as well. Ultimately, both brothers died from poisoning. As for Zhou Zhangfeng, he was already suffering from severe liver cancer, with only 3 months to live, leaving his body extremely weakened. Upon witnessing the corpses of his 2 sons, Zhou Zhangfeng could not bear the shock. He immediately coughed up blood and died on the spot. Upon learning the truth, nearly every member of Xilan City's elite social circle marveled at Jiang Chen's incredible luck. As Zhou Zhengfeng's illegitimate son, Jiang Chen had no legitimate claim to the Zhou family inheritance. Yet, with both the eldest and second sons of the Zhou family dead, and the patriarch Zhou Zhengfeng also deceased, Jiang Chen, the illegitimate son, was now the sole surviving member of the Zhou lineage. It was only natural and perfectly logical. Jiang Chen naturally became the Zhou family's primary heir. The next day, south suburbs of Xilan City, Peach Blossom Mountain. The surroundings were picturesque, filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, yet the area had been transformed into a cemetery. At this moment, Jiang Chen, dressed in a black suit with a black silk ribbon tied around his arm, stood quietly before 3 brand new tombstones. Before each tombstone, 3 burning incense sticks stood, and the area was filled with various offerings specifically used for memorial rituals. The black and white photograph on the central tombstone was of Zhou Zhengfeng. The black and white photograph on the left tombstone was of Zhou Shihao. The black and white photograph on the right tombstone was of Zhou Renjie. The 3 members of the Zhou family now lay here side by side. How truly heartbreaking. 1 old bastard, 2 young bastards, rest easy now. As for your stepmother, eldest sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law, rest assured, I will take good care of them. Jiang Chen's face was etched with profound sorrow. With so many guests attending the funeral today and even a number of media reporters present, Jiang Chen had to put on a show to avoid gossip behind his back. Wah, wah. Just then, a sudden sob drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. Swish. Jian Chen turned his head and immediately saw Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu standing behind him. Each of them wore a black, sheer, long dress today, their eyes red and swollen, their expressions utterly heartbroken. However, the moment Jiang Chen turned to look at them, Chen Yun gave Jiang Chen an awkward smile before immediately bursting into sniffle sobs. Suya fluttered her eyelashes at Jiang Chen, a blush flitting across her pretty face before she joined Chen Yun in sniffling sobs. Li Yu was the boldest of them all. While sniffling and sobbing, she tossed Jiang Chen a flirtatious glance. Alright. Everyone was faking it. When the hell is this funeral gonna end? This is exhausting. Xiao Chen, are you okay? Perhaps noticing Jiang Chen's restless and irritable demeanor, Chen Yun suddenly walked over to him and gently patted his shoulder. Aunt Yun, I'm fine. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head, his face once again contorting into an expression of profound grief, as if he were still drowning in the pain of losing his father and brother. But then, Chen Yun pulled Jiang Chen into her arms. As she wept, she murmured softly, Xiao Chen, don't be too sad. Though your father and 2 brothers are gone, you still have me, your stepmother. From now on, we'll rely on each other for support. I will take care of you as your father and brothers would have. You will never suffer the slightest injustice. Put. Jiang Chen nearly choked on his own blood. Damn it, that's my line. Aunt Yun, you stole my lines, what am I supposed to say now? Xiao Chen, I'm here too. I've decided never to remarry. I'll stay with the Zhou family for the rest of my life. As the saying goes, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. As your eldest sister-in-law, I will take good care of you and never let you suffer the slightest injustice. Just as Jiang Chen stood there momentarily stunned, Suya walked over and declared these bold words in front of everyone. Then, under Jiang Chen's stunned gaze, Suya suddenly spread her arms wide and embraced both him and Chen Yun. From now on, the 3 of us will rely on each other for support. Wah? Put. Jiang Chen nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. Chen Yun coming to cause trouble is one thing, but who would have thought the gentle and virtuous Suya would also come out to stir up trouble at this moment? Can't you guys focus? Don't overact so much. If you keep this up, you'll blow your cover. Xiao Chen, I'm here too. What sent Jiang Chen into a panic was that Li Yu was now crying as she approached. I've decided I'll never remarry either. As your second sister-in-law, I'll cherish you like your stepmother and eldest sister-in-law did, cradling you in my hands, caring for you deeply, and never letting you suffer the slightest injustice. From now on, the 4 of us will rely on each other for the rest of our lives. Put. 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 Jiang Chen felt like spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood right then and there. Too over the top. So fake. My whole body is covered in goosebumps. And, don't you guys know how big you are? Can you guys show a little restraint? hugging each other so tight I can barely breathe. Chapter 152, Singing, Drinking, and 3 Against 1. Night. Huanchao KTV Music Lounge. Supreme VIP Room 8888. Jiang Chen sat on the sofa, a glass of liquor in his hand, a hint of devilishly handsome smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps feeling a bit warm, he casually undid the top 3 buttons of his shirt, revealing glimpses of his chest muscles. Bathed in the dim lighting, he radiated an alluringly sinister aura that was utterly captivating. I once loved a man who told me I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept my innocence for him, closing the door to loving anyone else. Tonight, Liu wore a purple, low-cut, hip-hugging dress. The strapless, cinched waist and form-fitting design perfectly accentuated her figure. Her long hair was swept up in a sleek bun at the nape of her neck, with 2 strands cascading softly near her cheeks. Her face was adorned with meticulous makeup. The most striking feature was her fiery red lips, radiating an irresistible aura of seduction at every moment. My demands aren't high, just treat me as kindly as before. Yet one day, you said the same words while embracing someone else. Liu held a golden microphone in both hands, singing Perfume is Poison in a voice that was both deeply emotional and crystal clear. Her nightingale-like voice carried a hint of sorrow and melancholy, sparking endless imagination and making listeners willingly linger and lose themselves in her melody. Pa. As the song ended, applause filled the private room. Liu blushed as she set down the microphone, turned to the crowd with a shy smile, then settled quietly back onto the sofa. Swish! Just then, a beam of colored light swept down from above, swiftly glancing across Liu's face. Though it lasted only a moment, everyone clearly saw a glimmer of tears welling up in her eyes. Swish! The big screen quickly switched to the next song. Suya, sitting beside Liu, reached out and picked up the microphone. Who directed this play? In this lonely role, the lines are always spoken to oneself, with memories as the only co-stars. The ending remains unclear. Tonight, Suya wore a rose-pink French strapless fishtail dress. The cinched waist perfectly accentuated her slender waist and full curves. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, and her face bore exquisitely applied makeup. Though lacking Liu's dramatic fiery red lips, Suya wore a layer of sensual lip gloss that shimmered alluringly under the stage lights. On nights without stars, I leave the past to you. If this is all just a play, watch it while the heartbreak is mine alone. Suya gripped the microphone tightly with both hands, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of soft allure as she slowly sang a monologue. Her voice, like a kingfisher skimming water or a nightingale's song, pierced the heart of every listener present, deeply moving them all. Pa. As the song ended, applause erupted once more within the private room. After setting down the microphone, Suya shyly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and stole a glance at Jiang Chen. At that very moment, Jiang Chen also lifted his eyes to meet hers. Big sister-in-law, I'll raise a toast to you. Jiang Chen suddenly picked up his glass, walked straight over, and sat down beside Suya. Ha? Oh, sure. Suya picked up her glass with a touch of nervousness, a faint blush spreading across her pretty face. Xiaochun, why are you only toasting my sister-in-law? Aren't you going to have a drink with me, your second sister-in-law? Just then, Liu stepped forward, deliberately feigning a pout on her face. Hee, that I'll toast both my eldest sister-in-law and second sister-in-law at the same time. Wishing you both endless joy and success in everything. Jiang Chen smiled broadly as he raised his glass, clinking it against both Suya and Liu's glasses. But then, Suya and Liu exchanged a glance, then spoke in unison, no way. You have to drink 2 glasses. Damn it. A drinking marathon? Are you two trying to get me drunk? Hee, you're a big, strong man, are you afraid of us 2 little women? Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? True friendship means downing it in one gulp, no holding water in your cup. Jiang Chen, Suya, and Liu huddled together, clinking glasses and toasting each other, their laughter filling the air. Swish. Just then, Chen Yun, seated nearby, reached out and grabbed the microphone. Words speak of heartlessness, yet writing makes it crueler still. If we're both heartless, why bother with letters? Since the heart is gone, why bother to care? One letter easily turns the past into a phantom. Tonight, Chen Yun wasn't wearing her favorite cheongsam. Instead, she had changed into a European-style, elegant pencil skirt. The dress featured a deep V-neck, a cinched waist, and a side slit, hugging her figure perfectly. As if they had planned it beforehand, Chen Yun also pinned her long hair up at the back, instantly radiating the allure of a mature beauty. Her delicate oval face and soft, fair skin shimmered with captivating radiance under the lights. Her delicate eyebrows appeared meticulously shaped, framing almond-shaped eyes that were both alluring and cool, their depths holding a mature, seductive charm. Her rose-like lips parted, and the moment she sang, her voice became a heavenly melody. I stand upon the rooftop, tears and neon blurring my eyes. Vows deceived, trust shattered by pain. To whom can I confide my broken heart? Chen Yun's uniquely mature voice, tinged with a hint of sensual huskiness, created an indescribably exquisite sensation. My beloved, dearest, cherished, forever without regret. The fault of not loving, the pain of loving wrongly, the wound of loving once, love forever cold. I wasted my whole life for you, yet you gave me only a few careless words. This ruthless love letter, when reaching its climax, was sung by Chen Yun with a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing intensity on the verge of breaking, yet holding back, as if she were about to become a demon. Jiang Chen felt as though his internal organs had been ironed flat, every inch perfectly pressed. Every pore in his body felt as though it had consumed a ginseng fruit, utterly refreshed and invigorated. Just then, Chen Yun suddenly pitched her voice to a piercing high note, like a steel wire hurled into the heavens. Jiang Chen couldn't help but silently applaud, nearly crushing the wine glass in his hand. Pa. When Chen Yun finished her song, Jiang Chen, Suya, and Li Yu rewarded her with the most enthusiastic applause. Swish! In that moment, Chen Yun stood like a proud peacock. Setting down the microphone, she picked up a glass of wine and walked straight up to Jiang Chen. Xiao Chun, you're busy drinking with Suya and Li Yu, aren't you going to have a drink with your stepmom? Seeing the playful glint in Chen Yun's eyes, Jiang Chen suddenly snapped out of it. Damn it! These three must have planned this together, they're trying to get me wasted tonight. Come on! Who's afraid of who? The word fear doesn't even exist in my dictionary. Even if it's 3 against 1, I'll still wipe you out with ease. Aunt Yun, I'll drink to you. 1 glass won't do. Good things come in pairs, at least 2 glasses, right? Fine, you're the boss. Cheers. Tonight, us unlucky souls won't leave until we're drunk. Chapter 153, Zhang Group. The next morning. Emperor International Hotel, Presidential Suite. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the luxurious bed in golden light. Jiang Chen, still asleep, suddenly furrowed his brow before slowly opening his eyes. After a moment's pause, he struggled to rise from the bed. He rolled off the bed, slipped into a hotel bathrobe, and stumbled sleepily into the bathroom. Brushing his teeth, washing his face, combing his hair. After finishing his routine, Jiang Chen yawned as he made his way to the living room. He flopped onto the sofa and mentally activated the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Spins remaining, 6. Inventory, black card donation funds, item fragments x5. Divine artifact, Eye of the Mind 2-star. Should I spin the wheel for fun? No way. I must resist the temptation. At least I need to save up 10 draws so I can do a 10 in 1 pull later. Since I'm not pulling for now, what else can I play? Oh right. Black cards tip credits. Jiang Chen had originally topped up the Duya platform with 100 million Longwa currency, but only tipped Yu Lily over 10 million. That left him with a balance of over 80 million. If he didn't spend it all, the system wouldn't offer double rewards, and this black card tip money would just keep taking up space in his inventory. As it happens, Jiang Chen has a slight touch of OCD. Enough said. Let's spend it. Swish. Jiang Chen closed the system's main interface, then with a thought, activated the superphone embedded within his body and swiftly logged into the Duya live streaming platform. On the surface, Jiang Chen appeared to be lying on the sofa, lost in thought. In reality, he was watching a young lady dance on the Duya live platform. This won't do, she's too short. Nice figure, but her looks are lacking. Holy crap. Such a gorgeous girl, yet her looks are only rated 60 points? What kind of heavy filter in beauty mode is she using? Holy crap. 1.8 meter long legs? That super long leg effect is insane. A yoga instructor? Now that's my type. Time ticked by second. Just as Jiang Chen was engrossed in the show, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. One after another, Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu emerged, already fully dressed. However, each of them wore an awkward expression, their eyes darting around nervously. What could they do? Last night, the 3 of them had tried to outdrink Jiang Chen, only for him to turn the tables on them. How embarrassing. Swish. Jiang Chen glanced over, and rows of information immediately popped into his field of vision. Chen Yun affection level, 98. Suya affinity, 98. Li Yu affection level, 98. Seeing that Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu's affection ratings had all risen to 98 points, a song spontaneously came to Jiang Chen's mind. Open your heart, shed spring's shyness. Spin your dance steps, shatter winter's silence. Come, let's meet at 98. Meet beneath the silver moonlight, meet in the warmth of affection. Before Jiang Chen could finish humming the tune, Chen Yun strode over. She plopped down beside him, casually crossing one leg over the other, then said calmly. Xiao Chen, hurry and change your clothes. You still have to attend the Zhou group board meeting later. Don't be late. Oh, okay. Jiang Chen nodded cheerfully, stood up, and headed toward the bedroom. But before entering the bedroom, Jiang Chen broke into a mischievous grin and began singing, You got me drunk, I made you cry. You took all the blame, while I laughed without a care. Silence. The living room fell completely silent. Jiang Chen, what kind of nonsense are you singing? You're getting cocky now? We were just being considerate of you, that's why we let you have your way. If you're so tough, keep drinking tonight. When the tiger doesn't roar, you really think we're sickly kittens? Amidst the flurry of embarrassed and annoyed shouts, Jiang Chen swiftly slipped into the bedroom and slammed the door shut with a loud thud. Left behind in the living room were Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu, their faces flushed. They stared at each other, wide-eyed, their gazes piercing like arrows, yearning for their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. Morning. Zhou Group Headquarters Tower. Executive Boardroom. Jiang Chen, impeccably dressed in a suit and looking exceptionally sharp, sat upright in the chairman's seat, exuding an air of command without needing to raise his voice. At that moment, the conference room was filled with Zhou Group's senior management. But Jiang Chen remained silent. A complete stillness hung over the room. No one dared utter a single sound. Swish. Suddenly, Chen Yun stood up and addressed the assembly. Let us welcome Chairman Jiang with the warmest applause as he assumes the role of chairman of Zhou Group and takes the helm of our organization. Clap clap clap. After delivering these words, Chen Yun was the first to begin clapping. Immediately, the entire conference hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Swish. Moments later, Jiang Chen raised his arm and made a downward gesture. The applause in the conference hall instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned to Jiang Chen seated at the chairman's position. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice before announcing in a resonant voice, I now declare several important resolutions. First, effective immediately, Zhou Group shall be renamed Jiang Group. I trust there are no objections to this point? Silence. The conference room fell silent. Everyone present, including Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu, remained silent. After all, Jiang Chen was merely changing the group's name. It didn't harm the group's interests. And since Jiang Chen now held 100% of the group's shares, wasn't it entirely up to him? Alright, since there are no objections, I hereby announce that the Zhou Group is officially renamed the Jiang Group effective immediately. Clap clap clap. The conference hall erupted once more in enthusiastic applause. Jiang Chen raised his hand, waiting until the room quieted before continuing. Second, I will promote former Deputy General Manager Chen Yun to General Manager of Jiang Group, granting her full authority to oversee all operations of the group. Additionally, Chen Yun's annual salary will be increased to 15 million. Simultaneously, I will transfer 15% of the group's shares to Chen Yun personally, granting her dividend rights. At these words, Chen Yun's eyes widened, her mouth fell open, and she leapt to her feet, her face radiant with ecstatic joy. Thank you, Chairman. I will not disappoint your expectations. Clap clap clap. A wave of enthusiastic applause filled the conference room once more, as all the group's senior executives turned their envious gazes toward Chen Yun. At the same moment, a line of text appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Chen Yun affection +1. Chen Yun's affection points have accumulated to 99. Chapter 154, The Chairman Who Slacks Off at Work. Jiang Group. Executive Boardroom. As soon as Chen Yun sat down, Jiang Chen immediately announced the third resolution. Third, I will promote former CFO Suya to Deputy General Manager of Jiang Group, responsible for assisting General Manager Chen Yun in managing the group. Additionally, Suya's annual salary will be increased to 10 million yuan. I will also transfer 15% of the group's shares to Suya personally, granting her dividend rights. Upon hearing this, Suya, like Chen Yun, instantly flushed with excitement and emotion. Thank you, Chairman. Clap clap clap. Another round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the conference hall. This time, Suya became the object of everyone's envy. At the same time, a line of text appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Suya affection +1. Suya's affection points have accumulated to 99. Once the conference hall settled back into silence, Jiang Chen announced the fourth resolution. Fourth, I will promote the former HR Director, Li Yu, to Deputy General Manager of Jiang Group. She will also assist General Manager Chen Yun in managing the group. Additionally, Li Yu's annual salary will be increased to 10 million. I will also transfer 15% of the group's shares to Li Yu personally, granting her dividend rights. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's previously anxious heart finally settled. A beautiful curve lifted the corners of her lips as she stood up, subtly giving Jiang Chen a flirtatious glance. Thank you, Chairman. Clap clap clap. Another round of enthusiastic applause filled the conference hall, making Li Yu the envy of everyone present. At the same time, a line of text appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Li Yu affection +1. Li Yu's affinity points have accumulated to 99. With this, the equity distribution of Jiang Group was officially finalized. Jiang Chen held 55% of the group's shares, firmly retaining his position as chairman. Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu each held 15% of the group's shares, jointly becoming the second largest shareholders. However, Chen Yun was promoted by Jiang Chen to general manager, granting her slightly greater authority than Suya and Li Yu. Neither Suya nor Li Yu objected to this arrangement. Their greater concern was the group's shares. After all, holding shares in the Jiang Group was like owning a gold mine, providing a steady stream of wealth. Beyond that, Jiang Chen had originally only promised Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu 10% of the group's shares. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen now generously granted each of them 15% of the group's shares. Don't underestimate the significance of this extra 5%. Remember, the Jiang Group is a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions. A 5% stake equates to 5 billion long nation currency. Money. Who wouldn't love that? Who wouldn't adore Jiang Chen for being so generous? Compared to the stingy and selfish Zhou Zhengfeng, Zhou Shihao, and Zhou Renjie, Jiang Chen is practically a god in the eyes of Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu. After the meeting concluded, Chen Yun, Suya, and Li Yu were all busy handling affairs for the Jiang Group. That despicable capitalist Jiang Chen strolled into the chairman's office, shut the door, and pulled out his phone to scroll through short videos. Retiring on the spot, enjoying life, coasting along, and lying flat, the good life of doing nothing could finally continue. One word, bliss. Ha! Where's that yoga practicing lady I saw this morning? Damn it! I forgot to follow her. Where's my browsing history? Holy crap! It's been wiped clean? Ah! My yoga girl, was it just meant to be? Did we miss our chance like this? Life is full of regrets. A life without regrets isn't a complete life. Jiang Chen wasn't one to dwell on things. Since he'd missed out on that yoga instructor, so be it. Swish, swish, swish. Jiang Chen swiftly typed yoga practicing girl into the search bar and hit enter. The next second, Douyin Live recommended a whole bunch of female yoga streamers to Jiang Chen. Wow. Nice figure, but her looks aren't great. This one's pretty cute, but she's a bit short. Holy crap. Black leopard print spandex yoga shorts? How did they get approved wearing something this revealing? What a killer back view. Suggestion, the streamer should turn around and avoid showing her face. That's how Jiang Chen browsed through a dozen live stream rooms in one go, never encountering a beauty whose looks and figure both scored above 90 points. What a letdown. Maybe he should just head back to Villa Number 1 at Phoenix Mountain Resort and discuss the true meaning of life with the 6 golden flowers? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Jiang Chen swiped his finger across the phone screen. Unexpectedly, that casual swipe made Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly light up. Holy! Twin sisters? Jiang Chen never imagined that the new livestream he'd entered would feature 2 stunningly identical beauties. Swipe! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen activated his scrutiny eye, fixing his gaze on the twin sisters. Name: Lu Chanqian. Age: 22. Appearance: 94. Figure: 94. Favorite fruit: cantaloupe. Driver: 0. Affection level: 0. Name: Lu Yingying. Age: 22. Looks: 94. Body: 94. Favorite fruit: cantaloupe. Driver: 0. Affinity: 0. Staring at the identical data in his field of vision, yet the targets were 2 women, this made Jiang Chen's blood boil. Holy crap! True twin sisters. Their faces were identical, their figures identical. Turn off the lights at night, and you couldn't tell them apart. Oh no! Even with the lights on, you couldn't tell them apart. At this very moment, the twin sisters Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying sat on 2 separate yoga mats. Lu Chanqian on the left wore a light pink sports tank top paired with matching yoga leggings. On the right, Lu Yingying wore a light purple sports tank top paired with matching yoga pants. Pink and purple, like 2 beautiful snakes, complementing each other perfectly. Welcome to our sisters livestream. I'm the older sister, Chanqian, and this is my younger sister, Yingying. Any big brothers out there willing to support us? Help us sisters out, we don't want to lose. Lu Chanqian's voice suddenly echoed through the livestream. Only then did Jiang Chen realize the twin sisters were currently battling another female streamer in a PK match. What surprised Jiang Chen was that the sisters' stream only had over 50 viewers, most of whom were freeloaders. After begging for gifts for ages, they'd only managed to collect gifts worth over 30 yuan. Meanwhile, the rival streamer's screen was flooded with gifts, her health bar rapidly climbing. In the blink of an eye, the twins' health bar was nearly depleted. At that moment, the devastated Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying seemed to have lost all hope. But then, the very next second, a cascade of carnival effects suddenly filled the livestream. Full sky stars send carnival x10. Full sky of stars send carnival x10. Full sky stars send carnival x10. In just an instant, the twins' health bars surged dramatically. Not only did they turn the tables and suppress their opponents' health bars, but they nearly wiped them out entirely. Silence. The livestream fell instantly silent. Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying were instantly stunned, their mouths forming perfect O's as their hearts began racing wildly. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the livestream was immediately filled with the sisters' shrieks. Ah! It's carnival! A full 30 shots of carnival. Thank you, Starlit Sky Big Brother, for the carnival. Love you. Mwah. Thanks for your support, Brother Starry. Love you. Big Brother Starry Sky, kisses. Chapter 155, must hold on to Big Shot Star. Imo Ranchung Sha Guild. Guild Leader's Office. A mature, stunningly beautiful woman sat at her desk, flipping through documents. Suddenly, the phone resting nearby began to vibrate incessantly. Swish. She set down the documents, rubbed her slightly throbbing temples, and picked up her phone. The next second, her eyes widened in disbelief, and a look of shock spread across her face. What? The legendary Star Lord had actually entered Chanqian and Yingying's livestream? Could it be real? This woman was Kai Jie, the guild leader of Mo Ranqing Sha. Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying were contracted streamers under the guild. Hearing the sudden news of Star Lord's arrival, Kai Jie was genuinely startled. Who is Star Lord? He's the legendary big spender who once dropped 10 million Dragon Nation coins in a single PK battle. His name had already echoed throughout the entire Douya platform. So, the first thought that popped into Kai Jia's mind was, she hit the jackpot. This was her big break. Her third-rate little guild finally had a chance to rise from obscurity to greatness. Swish! Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Jia logged onto the Douya live streaming platform at lightning speed and entered Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's live stream room. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival X10. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival X10. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival X10. The moment she entered the stream, Kai Jia was greeted by a screen filled with Carnival special effects. A torrent of bullet comments scrolled rapidly across the chat, the atmosphere practically exploding with excitement. Anyone unaware might have thought this was the live stream of some top-tier streamer. However, Kai Jia knew full well that Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were just stepping into this industry pure greenhorn streamers. Whoosh! Kai Jia glanced at the live stream's online viewers and was stunned to see that in just a short while, the number had already surpassed 100,000. Witnessing such an explosive scene, even Kai Jia, the guild leader herself, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. The appeal and influence of a super-rich patron were truly terrifying. We've hit the jackpot. This time we've truly hit the jackpot. Kai Jia murmured to herself, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes suddenly lighting up like a light bulb. The guild she founded, Ink-Stained Veil, had been grinding away at the bottom for 3 years, yet it still hadn't managed to gain any real fame. Even their star streamer, Little Chili Pepper, had only barely scraped into the ranks of second-tier streamers. Now, the Ink-Stained Veil Guild faced constant bankruptcy due to years of losses and insufficient income. But an opportunity had arrived. If they could just keep the super spender Star Lord around, not only would the twin sisters Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying rise to stardom, but the entire Ink-Stained Veil Guild would ascend to glory. Thank you for the carnival, Brother Xingqian. Love you. Mwah. To show our gratitude, we sisters will dance for Brother Star. After thanking Star Lord, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying in the livestream immediately began dancing. These identical twin sisters swayed their fiery figures to a sultry Korean dance, instantly dazzling countless perverts in the chat. Perhaps it was because there were too many viewers in the livestream. Perhaps it was their first time dancing in front of such a large crowd. Perhaps they were a bit reserved. Throughout their performance, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying maintained a hint of reserve, their pretty faces flushed with a faint blush, radiating nervous shyness. Far from detracting from their performance, this effect only amplified their allure, a perfect blend of innocence and sensuality. Not bad. Witnessing this scene, Kai Jia couldn't help but nod approvingly. These two girls showed real talent, mastering Korean dance so well in just half a month proved they'd put in serious effort. Her focus on nurturing them hadn't been wasted. Beyond that, the twin sisters' luck was off the charts, attracting a super-rich patron just half a month after going live. They were born for this line of work. Swish! Kai Jia couldn't help but glance at the gift contribution leaderboard. Big Shot Star dominated the rankings, his total gift donations already approaching 5 million. At that moment, Kai Jia's eyes crinkled into 2 crescent moons. Qianqian, Yingying, remember to follow Star Lord and most importantly, add him as a friend. No matter what, you absolutely must add Star Lord as a friend. Seeming a bit uneasy, Kai Jia immediately typed out this message and sent it directly to the twins' WeChat. As if worried they might miss the message, Kai Jia rushed out of the office in a flurry and headed straight for the sisters' livestream room. But the twin sisters were dancing, and Kai Jia didn't want to interrupt them. So she could only wait anxiously outside the door. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she missed it now, she might never encounter such a favorable chance again in her entire life. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Kai Jia felt like she'd been waiting an entire century. Finally, the sisters finished their dance. Kai Jia hurriedly knocked on the door, then anxiously held up her phone, signaling them to check their WeChat messages immediately. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying had just finished their dance routine. Both sisters wore faint flushes on their cheeks, and beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads. Seeing Kai Jia gesturing outside the door, the sisters immediately sat down and picked up their phones. They seemed a bit dazed and adorable as they stared at their screens, engrossed in whatever they were viewing. Just then, the PK ended. Jiang Chen had single-handedly showered the female streamer with 5 million in gifts, leaving her utterly overwhelmed and unable to retaliate. Beep beep beep. At that very moment, the superphone inside Jiang Chen's body suddenly emitted a series of WeChat notification sounds. His fingers were starting to ache, and he felt a bit mentally drained. He typed in the public chat, "That's all for today. I've got things to take care of. We'll play again next time." He casually followed the 2 exceptional sisters before preparing to leave the stream when Lu Qianqian's voice cut through the chat. "Ha? Brother Xingqian, are you leaving? Can you wait a moment?" Lu Qianqian first clicked to follow Jiang Chen's account, then began rapidly tapping away on her phone. "What's up?" Jiang Chen sent a message on the public chat while his eyes scanned Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying once more. "Brother Xingqian, you must remember to check your private messages." Lu Qianqian remained silent, still fiddling with her phone. Instead, Lu Yingying beside her playfully winked at the camera. In that instant, the livestream exploded with excitement. Holy crap! You two are actually dmang the big boss right in front of us? Hey, you two streamers, you're not trying to hook up with Big Brother Xingqian, are you? I protest. I just sent the streamer a 50 yuan gift. I want a DM too. Yeah. I want a DM too. Me too, add me to the private chat +1. Me too, private chat +2. I want private chat 2 plus 10,086. Seeing the screen flooded with comments, all the viewers were clamoring for private chats with the streamer, teasing the sisters. At that moment, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying couldn't help but blush. Lu Qianqian affection +10, +10, +10. Lu Qianqian's affection points total 60. Lu Yingying affection +10, +10, +10. Lu Yingying's affection level reaches 60. Chapter 156, Want to turn a country bumpkin into a phoenix? Jiang Group. Chairman's office. Jiang Chen exited the sisters' livestream and immediately spotted 2 private messages in his backend. That's right. Private contact details sent by Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying. A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chen's lips as he casually added the twin sisters as WeChat contacts. After all, Jiang Chen's principle was to fight gambling and drugs with unwavering resolve, and he took particular pleasure in rescuing women in distress from dire situations. Take Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, for instance. At the start, their livestream had barely 50 viewers, and it took the sisters ages to scrape together a few dozen votes. How pitiful. So, Jiang Chen's compassion moved him to step in and give them his full support. As for whether Jiang Chen will continue to support them in the future, that depends entirely on how the sisters perform. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's livestream. After Jiang Chen left, most of the viewers in the livestream room had already slipped away. After all, most had tuned in to watch the super rich spender splurge. Now that the main attraction had signed off, most viewers saw no reason to stick around and naturally drifted away. However, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's follower count skyrocketed by over 20,000, and they received gifts worth more than 5 million. It all felt like a dream. The sisters exchanged glances, seeing shock, awe, excitement, and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Over 5 million in gifts. Did this mean they were about to strike it rich? Now that Star Lord had left, what should they do next? Looking at the now quiet livestream room, neither Lu Qianqian nor Lu Yingying felt like continuing the broadcast. So, the sisters hurriedly bid farewell to the remaining viewers and signed off immediately. Beep. At that very moment, both sisters' phones buzzed with WeChat notifications. Star Lord had sent friend requests. They quickly accepted the request, pondering whether to greet Star Lord when Kai Jie suddenly pushed open the door and walked in. Qianqian, Yingying, have you added Star Lord as a WeChat friend? Kai Jie, usually quite stern, now wore a radiant smile across her pretty face, as warm and welcoming as an old mother greeting her own daughter. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying nodded blankly, looking as if they were still half asleep, their minds not quite back in the present. Well done. Ha ha ha. If you can keep Big Shot Xingqian around, you'll be rolling in money. Qianqian, Yingying, you two are about to strike it rich. Kai Jie was so excited she could barely contain herself, practically wanting to hug Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying right then and there and give them both a big kiss. Lu Qianqian finally seemed to snap back to reality. She let out a long breath, still visibly shaken, and said, "That was terrifying." The livestream suddenly flooded with 100,000 viewers. Big Shot Xingqian showered us with so many carnival gifts. The screen was flooded with gift effects, it made my eyes hurt. Sis Kai, if we could keep Star Lord around, wouldn't that mean we'd hit the jackpot? Kai Jie smiled faintly at her words, unable to resist extending a finger to gently tap Lu Qianqian's forehead. Your thinking is too small. Retaining Star Lord? That's not just grabbing onto a big shot. If Star God takes a liking to you two, sisters, you'll be transformed into phoenixes perched on branches from now on. As she spoke, Kai Jie took Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's hands. Gazing at the stunningly beautiful twin sisters before her, both possessing breathtaking looks and figures that were practically identical, Kai Jie grew more and more excited, more and more satisfied, and increasingly impressed with her own discerning eye. Don't think I'm just talking nonsense. Big Shot Xingqian is a mega spender. Do you know how much he blew in that 1PK match? A full 10 million. Such extravagant spending is rare even across the entire Douya platform. Today you've received 5 million in gifts. This is your chance to turn things around. You'd better seize it. Whether you can turn from a peacock into a phoenix depends entirely on whether you can keep Star Lord around. Kai Jie grew more and more excited as she spoke, her eyes shining brighter and brighter. By the end, she was practically itching to jump into the fray herself, ready to pull out all the stops to keep Star Lord from leaving. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying listened with their mouths agape. Both sisters' mouths formed perfect O's, utterly stunned by the staggering sums of millions and tens of millions. They had only just entered the live streaming industry and knew nothing about it. They'd only planned to follow the routine, work diligently, and aim to earn their 5,000 yuan base salary. But then, suddenly, the super-rich Star Lord descended, and a flood of unimaginable wealth was laid bare before their eyes. From rags to riches? Just recalling what Kai Jie had said earlier made both sisters' hearts race wildly. Oh, and tomorrow I'll draft a new contract for you both. This time, we'll treat you as top-tier streamers. You two have to give it your all. As the head of the company, Kai Jia understood the importance of investing early. If these twin sisters really hit it big, trying to curry favor with them then would be too little, too late. Ha! Hearing this, the sisters froze in unison, their eyes widening in disbelief. This is ridiculous. Just because Star-Lord dropped by their livestream once, the guild leader upgraded their contract by several tiers? This feels like a dream. Squeak! Just as the sisters were still reeling in shock, the door burst open and a slender figure rushed in. Shanshan, Ying, congratulations. The woman giggled sweetly, immediately approaching and embracing Lu Shanshan and Lu Ying with a face full of excitement. If Jiang Chen had been present, he would have recognized this woman. She was the streamer who had just battled Lu Shanshan and Lu Ying in a PK match style Ojio, the star player of the Mo Ran Qing Sha Guild. Xiao Lajiao had never shown such warmth toward the sisters before. In fact, she'd always been rather aloof, never even acknowledging them with a proper glance. But now, Xiao Laojiao's current demeanor was as if she'd found long-lost sisters, her enthusiasm bordering on excessive. You two sisters are amazing. You actually drew the attention of the legendary Star-Lord? One word, awesome. From now on, Big Sis is sticking with you too. No more talk tonight, I'm treating you to a feast. Though Pepper had suffered a crushing defeat in the earlier PK match, she'd received a generous 10,000 yuan medical expense donation from Jiang Chen. Naturally, she was overjoyed. At the same time, she knew that with her looks alone, it would be nearly impossible to win Star-Lord's favor. But the twin sisters before her were a different story. The fact that Star-Lord was willing to lavish them with gifts worth 5 million alone proved these twin sisters had every chance of rising from humble beginnings to become princesses. If they could truly keep Star-Lord by their side. Little Chile just needed to build a good relationship with them. By riding their coattails, she'd never go hungry for the rest of her life. Little Pepper, you're treating us to this meal, right? Shanshan and Ying have been with us for so long I've been meaning to treat them to a meal. Why wait? Let's celebrate tonight, I'll host. What left Pepper speechless was Kai Jia suddenly jumping in and hijacking her plan. Just then, several more female streamers from the guild swarmed into Lu Shanshan and Lu Ying's live stream room. In an instant, the room was filled with a flurry of chatter and laughter. All the female streamers gathered around Lu Shanshan and Lu Ying. Their eyes, their gestures, their tone, it was as if they had found their own sisters. In that moment, the twin sisters Lu Shanshan and Lu Ying experienced the exhilarating feeling of finally being recognized for the first time. At the same time, their vanity was immensely satisfied. Lu Shanshan affection plus 10. Lu Shanshan's affection level reaches 70. Lu Ying affection plus 10. Lu Ying's affection level reaches 70. Chapter 157, High School Classmates Group Chat. Jiang Group. Chairman's Office. Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself, then with a flick of his thoughts, accessed the superphone embedded within his body. What he saw surprised him. The long-dormant high school alumni group chat had suddenly erupted with activity today. In just a moment, the group notifications hit 99+. The commotion began when Yiting, the class beauty, posted a message in the group chat. Yiting, hey everyone, I've been promoted to sales manager at the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Shilin City. If any of you are thinking about buying a car soon, feel free to reach out to me. I promise you the best deal possible. The class beauty's announcement instantly ignited the group. Especially her number one sycophant, Xiao Wenba, our high school class president, who was the first to jump in and butter her up. Xiao Wenba, congratulations. Who would have thought that just 3 years after graduation, our class beauty would already be promoted to sales manager? Thumbs up emoji. Following the class president's fawning, the vice president, academic representative, sports representative, and others all chimed in. Tang Xiao, so jealous. No wonder she was our class beauty's stunning looks and incredible skills. Yang Mingqi, class beauty rocks. Unlike us ordinary folks who work our butts off just to get by, always worrying about getting fired. Feng Tao, congrats on the promotion, class beauty. When I hit it big someday, I'll definitely buy a Mercedes from you. Scrolling through the high school class chat, Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. Lately, he'd been driving that Bugatti Chiron. While it certainly turned heads, being a supercar meant rough roads were a real pain. Most importantly, the Bugatti Chiron only had 2 seats, meaning he could only bring one girl in the passenger seat. Plus, the space was too cramped for any advanced maneuvers inside the car. He absolutely needed to buy another car with more space. Preferably an SUV. That way, if I ever take a girl out for a drive and things get passionate, I can pull over right away and really connect with her. Perfect timing. Class beauty Yiting works as a sales manager at the Mercedes dealership. Why not order a Mercedes G-Class directly from her? No time to waste. Jiang Chen didn't tag Yiting in the group chat but sent her a private message instead. Jiang Chen, Yiting, I was wondering if your dealership has any Mercedes-Benz G-Class models in stock? Shortly after sending the message, Yiting replied. Yiting, Jiang Chen, is a friend of yours looking to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Jiang Chen, not for a friend, I want to buy one myself. Meanwhile, Shilan City Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Yi Ting sat in her office, sipping coffee while staring at the message on her phone. Jiang Chen wants to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class for himself? Are you kidding me? If I recall correctly, Jiang Chen was an orphan who often had to take on part-time jobs while studying. Even if Jiang Chen eventually got into Shilan University, he's only been out of school for 3 years. How could he possibly afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 2 million yuan? Not long ago, I even heard he was delivering takeout. A delivery guy wanting to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Are you kidding me? Wait a minute. Could it be that Jiang Chen saw me promoted to sales manager and became even more accomplished than before? So he deliberately came up with this excuse to cozy up to me, or even pursue me? Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, are you regretting it? Seeing how successful I've become, you want to hit on me now? Jiang Chen? Yi Ting, we're old classmates. I know exactly what your family's situation is. How dare you pretend in front of me? Jiang Chen, what am I pretending? Yi Ting, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? The base price alone is over 2 million yuan. Can you really afford that? Yi Ting, if you'd pursued me honestly, I might have given you a chance. Yi Ting, but trying to charm me by pretending to be rich just makes me think you're fake and disgusting. Staring at the 3 consecutive WeChat messages from Yi Ting, Jiang Chen felt utterly speechless. Clearly, Yi Ting's tone was extremely hostile, as if she harbored a grudge against him, practically itching to confront him face to face and berate him. What could he do? Who could blame Yi Ting? Back in high school, Jiang Chen had publicly rejected her advances. Back then, Yi Ting and Jiang Chen were deskmates. She was the class beauty, he the class heartthrob. Together they looked like a perfect golden couple. Yi Ting had genuinely liked Jiang Chen back then and had even confessed her feelings to him publicly. But Jiang Chen, an orphan, was entirely focused on his studies. He was determined to get into a top university and had no interest in dating whatsoever. So, without hesitation, Jiang Chen rejected Yi Ting. Yi Ting was heartbroken for a long time afterward and never spoke to Jiang Chen again. Jiang Chen assumed that after all these years, Yi Ting's anger would have subsided. After all, they were both young and naive back then. How could the affection and love that blossomed then be taken seriously? But it seemed Yi Ting had been holding a grudge against him all this time. Women really are such petty and unforgiving creatures. Forget it. Since Yi Ting refuses to sell the car, Jiang Chen sees no point in chasing after her cold shoulder. It's just buying a car, right? Couldn't that be settled with just one phone call? Just as Jiang Chen was about to dial the number, a message popped up in his high school alumni group chat, instantly grabbing his attention. Xiao Wenba, our class has never had a reunion. How about I organize one in the next couple days? Let's get together and reconnect? Class monitor Xiao Wenba's suggestion immediately garnered support from most classmates. Tang Xiao, sounds good. Yang Ningqi, agree. Feng Tao, agree +1. Yi Ting, agree +2. Classmate A, agree +10,086. Jiang Chen thought for a moment. It had indeed been years since he'd seen this group of high school classmates. So he replied with a simple agree in the group chat. Little did he know, the moment someone saw Jiang Chen pop up, the teasing began. Classmate B, hey, isn't this our class heartthrob, Jiang Chen? You've been lurking in the group all this time, what made you surface today? Classmate C, where are you working now, Jiang Chen? I haven't seen you around in ages. Classmate D, handsome Jiang, are you married yet? Seeing so many classmates greet him, Jiang Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. He promptly replied with a message. Jiang Chen, currently unemployed and no plans to marry. It was meant as a half-joking remark, but someone had to jump in and take the bait. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, if you're unemployed, why did you just ask me to buy you a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Are you messing with me? The moment Yi Ting spoke, the class group chat erupted. Classmate A, no way? Jiang Chen, you're buying a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Classmate B, Jiang Chen, are you secretly a rich kid? Classmate C, holy crap. A rich kid was hiding among us this whole time and we had no clue. Classmate D, wah. Handsome Jiang, young Master Jiang, this humble maiden begs for your patronage. At first, everyone was just joking around. After all, they'd been high school classmates for 3 years. They knew each other inside out and loved to tease one another. It was just how they joked around normally. Jiang Chen wasn't the least bit annoyed. Instead, he felt a wave of warmth wash over him. However, just then, Yi Ting's #1 sycophant, Xiao Wenba, flooded the group chat with several discordant messages. Xiao Wenba, Jiang Chen, what are you trying to pull? I saw you delivering takeout not long ago. How quickly you've transformed into a rich guy. Xiao Wenba, got it. You must be jealous seeing Yi Ting's success now and regret not being with her back then. That's why you pulled this stunt to trick her into falling for you. Xiao Wenba, Jiang Chen, you're truly despicable. Chapter 158, Jiang Chen, Yi Ting's White Moonlight? The class group chat suddenly fell silent. If the classmates had been teasing Jiang Chen before, then Xiao Wenba's 3 messages were outright mocking him. As high school classmates for 3 years, everyone knew Xiao Wenba and Jiang Chen had always been arch rivals. The reason was simple. The class beauty, Yi Ting, had liked Jiang Chen. She had even publicly confessed her feelings to him, only to be rejected. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenba had always harbored feelings for Yi Ting, acting as her number one sycophant all along, yet never succeeding in winning her over. Naturally, Xiao Wenba harbored resentment toward Jiang Chen. He even believed Jiang Chen had deliberately blocked his path, preventing him from being with Yi Ting. Jiang Chen had assumed that after all these years, the youthful arrogance and naivety of the past would have faded. But damn it, Xiao Wenba still holds a grudge over that. Damn it all to hell. Some people are born to be jerks. Some people are born with a splatter in their bones that's carved into their very DNA, impossible to change for a lifetime. Click, click. Jiang Chen curled his fingers, ready to unleash a torrent of abuse on Xiao Wenba in the class group chat. But someone beat him to it. Yi Ting, Xiao Wenba, are you out of your mind? We were all chatting nicely just now, why did you suddenly go nuts? Silence. The class group chat remained dead silent. After Yi Ting's message, everyone seemed to smell the drama brewing. They all fell silent in unison, quietly watching the unfolding drama. Jiang Chen froze in place. His plan to give Xiao Wenba a piece of his mind abruptly froze. Xiao Wenba, Yi Ting, I'm sticking up for you. Why are you turning on me? Yi Ting, do I need your help speaking for me? Are we that close? What gives you the right to insult Jiang Chen? Xiao Wenba, you said Jiang Chen approached you to buy a Mercedes-Benz G-Class just to tease you. I couldn't stand by either, worried someone with ulterior motives might deceive you emotionally, so I spoke up against him. Yi Ting, Xiao Wenba, what do you mean by that? Who exactly do you think has ulterior motives? Who do you think is trying to deceive me? The turn of events caught everyone off guard. No one expected Yi Ting to suddenly step in to defend Jiang Chen, even going so far as to publicly confront Xiao Wenba. Is this plot really this melodramatic? The class beauty still can't forget her first love? The moment she saw her white moonlight being bullied, she immediately jumped in to protect him? Xiao Wenba, Yi Ting, can't you see Jiang Chen is a fraud? He's pretending to be rich and cozying up to you just to deceive your feelings. Yi Ting, even if I am deceived by him, that's between us. It's none of your business to meddle. Xiao Wenba, outsider? You dare call me an outsider? Yi Ting, after all these years, don't you understand my feelings for you? Yi Ting, sorry, but our relationship is strictly limited to being high school classmates. Silence. The class group chat remained silent. No one could have imagined things escalating to this point. As Yi Ting and Xiao Wenba's argument grew more heated, the tension in the group chat thickened. Some well-meaning classmates were about to step in and smooth things over. But then, at that very moment, a jarring message suddenly appeared in the group chat. Jiang Chen, lapdog, licking until the end, ending up with nothing. Put. Jiang Chen's sudden message made countless classmates holding their phones burst out laughing on the spot. This ing thing was pure genius. It summed things up perfectly. 10 short words captured Xiao Wenba's world weariness and summed up his utter misery. One word, genius comment. Xiao Wenba, already seething with rage, nearly spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood upon seeing Jiang Chen's message. But there's no limit to how infuriating things can get. Yi Ting, ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen, you haven't changed a bit since high school, still as sharp-tongued as ever. Jiang Chen, you haven't changed either, still just as tsundere. Yi Ting, what's the point? You don't even like tsundere women. Emoji, left snort. Jiang Chen, that's true. I like women who are gentle, virtuous, obedient, sensible, considerate, and know how to take care of and cherish a man. 10,000 words omitted here. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, you deserve to be single forever. Jiang Chen, who said I'm single? I've got over a dozen girlfriends now, all stunning beauties who hang on my every word. How about that? Got you mad? Yi Ting, ha. Keep bragging. Over 10 girlfriends? Why not just claim you're an ancient emperor with 3,000 beauties in your harem? Jiang Chen, that's an excellent suggestion. I'll consider it. Watching Jiang Chen and Yi Ting shamelessly flirting in the class group chat, Xiao Wenba's face turned bright green with rage. Yi Ting. You. Whore. Slut. I've been groveling at your feet like a dog for years, and you've ignored me completely. Yet you turn around and throw yourself at that penniless bum Jiang Chen. You and your mother. I curse you two bastards. May you get run over by a car, struck by lightning in the rain, choke on your own water, whatever it takes, just die a miserable death. Xiao Wenba clutched his chest, taking a full 10 minutes to finally suppress his raging fury. Watching Jiang Chen bragging like crazy in the class group chat, a shadow flashed across Xiao Wenba's eyes. He swiftly typed a message and sent it to the group. Xiao Wenba, Jiang Chen, since you claim to have over 10 girlfriends, why not bring them out for us old classmates to see? You wouldn't be bragging again, would you? He expected Jiang Chen to come up with some flimsy excuse to back out. After all, he'd blown his own horn so loudly that no normal person could possibly back it up. But the next message Jiang Chen posted in the group chat left all his classmates utterly speechless. Jiang Chen, while I do have over 10 girlfriends, I can only bring 6 of them out right now. The identities of the others are a bit sensitive, so it's not convenient to bring them out in public. The moment Jiang Chen said this, the entire class group erupted. Classmate A, holy crap. Jiang Chen, are you messing with us old classmates? Classmate B, no way. Jiang Chen, you really have that many girlfriends? And you can bring 6 of them out at once? Classmate C, handsome Jiang, you're really stretching it with this story. Classmate D, I don't believe it. Jiang Chen, if you're so sure, bring your 6 girlfriends out for us to see. Yi Ting, I don't believe it either. Tang Xiao, I don't believe it either +1. Yang Ningqi, I don't believe it either +2. Feng Tao, I don't believe it either +10,086. Seeing his classmates egging him on, Xiao Wenba knew his chance for revenge had arrived. Why did Jiang Chen have to go and brag about such a huge lie? This time, if you don't die, who will? Xiao Wenba, I've reserved a private room at the Chinese restaurant in the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. all classmates are welcome to join. Xiao Wenba, perfect timing. Our class heartthrob, Jiang Chen, says he'll bring his 6 girlfriends. Xiao Wenba, I'm sure everyone wants to see what Jiang Chen's 6 stunning girlfriends actually look like, right? Chapter 159, Home Run, 1 against 6. Bragging is a common flaw among men. A man who doesn't brag isn't really a man, is he? Jiang Chen was only 25 this year, still a young man full of vigor. It was only natural that he couldn't resist shooting his mouth off for a moment. Besides, this wasn't bragging, he was stating facts. At most, it was showing off. After all, everyone has a sense of vanity, to some degree. Jiang Chen wasn't some immortal being, he was just a regular guy. And as long as you're human, you've got desires and passions. Jiang Chen, alright, tomorrow at 8 p.m. sharp, I'll bring my girlfriends to the class reunion. Seeing that Xiao Wenba had booked the reunion at the Imperial International Hotel, a peculiar expression flashed across Jiang Chen's face. That deadbeat suck-up Xiao Wenba actually wants to force me to show off? Well, what can you do? Guys, I'll just have to up the ante on this show-off act. After Jiang Chen sent this message, the class group chat erupted again, with nearly everyone chiming in enthusiastically. Classmate A, screenshot as proof. 8 p.m. tomorrow night, waiting for Jiang Chen and his 6 girlfriends to make their grand entrance. Classmate B, Jiang Chen, I swear on this post if you actually bring 6 girlfriends to the banquet, I'll swear allegiance to you as my godfather. Classmate C, same here. Classmate D, me 2 + 1. Classmate E, me 2 + 2. Classmate 6, me 2 + 10,086. Seeing the flood of I swear on this post messages in the class group chat, Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched involuntarily and his expression grew increasingly bizarre. Holy crap! How many adopted sons is dad gonna have to take in now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Students spread far and wide, spring sunshine shines everywhere? No, no, no. It should be called a house full of children and grandchildren, a thriving family. Jiang Chen didn't continue chatting in the group. Instead, he silently took a screenshot as evidence before exiting the group chat page. Next, Jiang Chen stormed out of the Jiang Group headquarters, firing up his Bugatti Chiron and speeding straight toward Phoenix Manor. On the road, Jiang Chen gripped the steering wheel with both hands. With a thought, he dialed Lin Xingshua's number using the superphone embedded within his body. Ring. The phone rang only twice before being answered. Hello? Lin Xingxue sounded slightly surprised on the other end. Perhaps she hadn't expected Jiang Chen to call her out of the blue? Xingxue, I need you to handle something for me right now. What is it? Order a Mercedes-Benz G-Class for me, black, top-of-the-line spec. Then order a stretched Maybach. Finally, order 2 Mercedes-Benz S600s to serve as chauffeur vehicles. Got it. Anything else? I'll transfer you 20 million later. Whatever's left after buying the cars is your spending money. Thanks, honey. Love you, kisses. After discussing the car purchases, Jiang Chen intended to hang up and focus on driving. But suddenly, static crackled over the line, followed by a seductive, enchanting female voice. Honey, why haven't you called me? When will you be done with work? When can you come home? Yao Yao? What's up? Missing me? I miss you. Hee, should I come home now? The moment Jiang Chen said this, Su Yao on the other end visibly perked up. She quickly asked, really? Honey, you're not just teasing me, are you? Instead of answering, Jiang Chen countered, Yao, are all of you at home? Yes. We've been staying home these past few days, haven't gone out at all. We've all been waiting for you to come back. Hearing Su Yao's reply, Jiang Chen's face twisted into an expression of helpless amusement. His eyes twinkled mischievously as he said with a sly grin, I'll be home soon. You all better wash up, slather on some honey, and wait for daddy to spoil you rotten. Stop it. Su Yao's playful scolding echoed from the other end of the line. At the same time, the other 5 girls seemed to be gathered around Su Yao, and Jiang Chen clearly heard their giggles. After a brief exchange, Jiang Chen hung up and focused intently on driving. Little did he know. Before long, Su Yao sent him several WeChat messages. With the superphone inside him, Jiang Chen could chat freely on WeChat even while driving. Swipe. He opened the app and instantly widened his eyes in shock. Su Yao had sent him several photos, each featuring her in a different set of sexy, sizzling outfits. Nurse, flight attendant, secretary, maid, schoolgirl, Cheongsam, bunny girl. Su Yao, honey, which battle outfit do you want to see us wear? Jiang Chen, pointy-fingered soldier, whoever I point at becomes the soldier. Su Yao, which one did you pick? Jiang Chen, maid. Su Yao, okay, I'll surprise you later. Jiang Chen, emoji, excited. Jiang Chen once gave Su Yao a nickname Scratchfox. This wasn't just some random nickname he made up. It was backed by science. Almond-shaped eyes, a tear mole, and innate allure. Just judging by her features alone, Su Yao was a woman whose allure ran deep. And yet, Jiang Chen had actually guessed right. Just look at Su Yao now. Ever since she started following Jiang Chen, what on earth has been occupying her mind every single day? Laughing all day, then, well, you know. A textbook Aries girl. She's beyond saving. An hour later, Jiang Chen smoothly returned home. As soon as he pushed open the villa's front door, he saw 6 stunningly beautiful women standing in 2 rows at the entrance, all bowing to him in unison. Welcome home, young master. Their perfectly synchronized movements, melodious voices, enchanting demeanor, and sparkling eyes made Jiang Chen wonder if the 6 golden flowers had secretly undergone some training at home these past few days. They were truly exceptional. Then he noticed their attire. Uniformly clad in strappy, lace-up maid outfits, paired with 15D black stockings and stiletto heels, each adorned with a maid-specific hairband. One word, a feast for the eyes. Young master, let me take your bag. Master, you must be exhausted. Come over here, let me massage your shoulders. Master, let me knead your legs. Master, would you prefer tea, coffee, or perhaps some red wine? Young master, shall I feed you some fruit? Before Jiang Chen could react, 6 young maids had already pulled him toward the sofa. No sooner had he sat down than Lu Li slipped behind him, her face brimming with attentive care as she began massaging his shoulders. Lin Qingshui and Tang Rou knelt on either side of him, dutifully massaging his legs. Su Yao and Zhao Shimian sat on either side of him, each holding a fruit platter, smiling as they fed him pieces of fruit. As for Yu Lily, she first ran off to brew Jiang Chen a cup of tea. Upon returning to the living room, she discovered there was no longer any extra space beside him. So, Yu Lily steeled her resolve, plopped down right in front of Jiang Chen holding an ashtray so he could spit his fruit seeds into it. No words needed. For service like this alone, she deserves a 5-star review. And, considering how well behaved they've been, tonight, it's 1 against 6, not a single one of you will get away. Chapter 160, Holy crap. You're really a rich kid? The setting sun casts its glow upon the evening clouds, painting the sky with breathtaking beauty. Phoenix Villa, Villa number 1. The projector in the master bedroom broadcasts an exciting World Cup soccer match. Samba team versus Tang team. The current score was 1-6. The Samba boys were getting slaughtered by the Panzer Division. Beep. The whistle blew, signaling the end of the first half. Jiang Chen scrambled out of bed, catching his breath. He immediately swung his legs over the edge and prepared to head downstairs for a glass of water to replenish his fluids. Honey, where are you going? It's halftime now. I'm going to get a drink of water, then come back to watch the second half. Huh? There's a second half? Of course. The war chariots are firing on all cylinders today, charging full steam ahead. They're going to wipe the Samba squad off the field. That brutal? No way. Ha 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 ha. You Samba fans better get ready to cry. After tossing out that threat, Jiang Chen quickly made his way downstairs to the cafeteria and poured himself a glass of water. As he drank, he mentally reviewed the match. The war chariots had taken 14 shots on goal, with 8 going wide. 2 shots hit the goalposts, and 2 were saved by the goalkeeper. In the end, the war chariots scored a total of 6 goals in the first half. Now, the Samba team. Facing such a crushing deficit, the players were utterly demoralized, their spirits crushed, and their fighting spirit completely gone. Throughout the entire first half, the Samba team players lost track of 6 pairs of high heels. During the confrontation, 6 pairs of black stockings were torn to shreds. Enraged, 6 key players from the Samba squad ripped off their jerseys and flung them onto the green turf before launching a fierce counterattack against the tank squad. However, charging, foul. All 6 Samba team starters were shown red cards. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the war chariot team bombarded their goal, scoring 6 goals in a row. A crushing defeat. This was the darkest moment in Samba's history. They wanted to leave the field early to end the match quickly, but the war chariot team flatly refused, even threatening to score more goals in the second half. The entire Samba squad broke down in tears. Ring ring. Just as Jiang Chen took a break at halftime, Lin Qingshui's phone suddenly rang. She answered the call, exchanged a few hurried words, then scrambled off the bed in a fluster. By the time Jiang Chen returned to the 3rd floor of the villa, all 6 golden flowers were fully dressed and poured out of the master bedroom in a flurry. Hey, hey, hey! Didn't we agree to watch the second half together? Why did you all come out? Jiang Chen instantly flew into a rage, spreading his arms wide to block the 6 golden flowers path. Husband. Su Yao approached him, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on her face. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen and explained, the cars Qing Shui ordered for you have arrived. The dealership staff are waiting outside the villa right now. Huh? They delivered the cars this fast? A hint of displeasure flashed across Jiang Chen's face. He'd finally managed to catch a game, and someone had to come and ruin it. One word, annoying. Noticing his expression, Su Yao hugged him gently and swayed him back and forth. Honey, how about we go pick up the cars first? We can watch the game together tonight? Later, I'll have the Samba team players change into several more sets of jerseys. I promise you'll be satisfied. Please? Faced with Su Yao's sweet talk and the pitiful looks from the other 5 girls, Jiang Chen could only sigh and nod gently. Cars require meticulous maintenance. Especially after rough driving, it absolutely must rest for a while to prevent the engine from blowing up. 10 minutes later. Jiang Chen led the 6 golden flowers to the front yard and opened the villa's gates. Parked outside were several large semi-trailer trucks loaded with exactly what Jiang Chen needed, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, a stretched Maybach, and 4 Mercedes-Benz S-Class limousines. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class had a base price of around 3.5 million yuan. The extended wheelbase Maybach had a final price tag of roughly 7.5 million yuan. The Mercedes-Benz S600 had a total cost of around 2 million yuan. 5 vehicles totaled over 15 million yuan. Jiang Chen transferred 20 million yuan to Lin Qingxue, effectively letting her pocket nearly 5 million yuan in profit. So, Lin Qingxue had been exceptionally enthusiastic earlier. While watching the game, she even pulled Tang Rou over to share some grilled corn. When you're in a good mood, your appetite naturally improves. You're happy, I'm happy, everyone's happy. Absolutely delightful. Click clack click. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed closer and closer. Jiang Chen glanced up, his expression immediately turning peculiar. A tall woman emerged from behind the semi-trailer, striding directly toward Jiang Chen. She appeared to be around 25 years old, dressed in a tailored office skirt suit that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her beautiful face bore light makeup neither overly glamorous nor plain. She radiated an aura like a solitary orchid in a secluded valley, quietly exuding a fragrance uniquely her own. That's right. This woman was none other than Yiting, the class beauty from Jiang Chen's high school days. May I ask which one of you is Miss Lin? The car you ordered. Ha? You're Jiang Chen. At first glance, Yiting hadn't recognized Jiang Chen's features. Only when she drew closer did she realize the handsome guy standing at the villa gate, surrounded by 6 beauties, was none other than her high school crush Jiang Chen. Wow. What a small world. Class beauty, never thought we'd meet again so soon. Jiang Chen greeted her with a cheerful smile, simultaneously activating his scrutiny eye on Yiting. Name, Yiting. Age, 25. Appearance, 92. Figure, 94. Favorite fruit, honeydew melon. Driver, 0. Affection level, 50. Staring at Yiting's a whopping 50 points of favorability, Jiang Chen's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Is that it? Only 50 points of affection? Am I still your white moonlight? You ungrateful woman. Good thing I turned you down back then. Otherwise, you'd have definitely tricked me into giving you my body. Honey, do you know this lady? Just then, Su Yao wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's arm and gave it a gentle shake, shooting Yiting a sharp glance. Heh, let me introduce you. This lady is my high school classmate and our class beauty Yiting. Yiting, these ladies are all my college classmates and they're all my girlfriends. Su Yao, Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, Yu Lili, Lin Qingxue, Tang Rou. As Jiang Chen introduced everyone, Yiting's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth forming an O shape as if she couldn't fathom what she was seeing. The villa before her eyes was none other than Building 1, the crown jewel of Phoenix Villa. Its value was definitely over 1 billion. And Jiang Chen actually lived in this mansion? And the 6 stunning beauties by his side, each a goddess of unparalleled beauty. Were they all really his girlfriends? When Jiang Chen introduced them, none of the 6 women denied it. And the way they looked at him, it was unmistakably the gaze of women deeply in love, gazing at their beloved. And then, the 4 luxury cars ordered by Miss Lin, totaling 15 million yuan. Did Jiang Chen really pay for all of them? How could this be? Was I dreaming? Is Jiang Chen really a hidden super rich heir? Oh my god. What have I been missing all these years? No wonder the fortune teller said I was blind. I wasn't destined to be a wealthy wife, only a mistress at best. A fortune beyond imagination is right before my eyes, and I was too dumb to see it? If this isn't the fate of a mistress, what else could it be? That fortune teller really hit the nail on the head. Wah! Chapter 161, The Class Beauty Becomes an Online Lapdog. Night fell. Villa number 1, Phoenix Manor. Tennis court. Click. As the court lights came on, 6 stunning women in sexy tennis outfits, rackets in hand, made their dazzling entrance. After a brief discussion, they decided to play a women's doubles match. Suyao and Zhao Sherman formed one team, Lu Li and Yu Lili another, while Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou made up the third pair. Jiang Chen served as the referee. After drawing lots, the first match pitted Team 2 against Team 3. Lu Li and Yu Lili versus Lin Qingxue and Tang Rou. Beep. As referee Jiang Chen blew the whistle to start the match, both teams immediately launched into an intense battle, trading shots back and forth with great enthusiasm. Court sidelines. Referee Jiang Chen paid no attention to the match itself, his gaze fixed instead on the 4 golden flowers in action. At that very moment, the most dazzling figure on the entire tennis court was undoubtedly the wind-twirling dancer Yu Lili. Name, Yu Lili. Age, 25. Appearance, 94. Figure, 97. Favorite fruit, honeydew melon. Driver, 1. Affinity, 96. She stood with her legs apart, upper body leaning forward slightly, gripping her tennis racket tightly as her eyes locked onto Lin Qingxue serving across the net. What can you do? Her favorite fruit is cantaloupe. The biggest in the entire court. It was impossible not to catch Jiang Chen's attention. Thud. As Lin Qingxue fired a straight ball, Yu Lili immediately planted her feet and darted several quick sideways steps to the left. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Yu Lili swung her racket, cleanly returning the shot. However, despite Yu Lili's graceful footwork still as a maiden, swift as a hare, her entire body shook violently. Shaky yet fierce. It felt like she was fighting for her life on a battlefield, creating an incredibly powerful impression. Of course, Yu Lili wasn't the only one displaying such ferocity on the court. Lu Li, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Rou were no less formidable than Yu Lili. When these three fought with everything they had, they too were trembling yet fierce, embodying the spirit of fight hard to win. Short skirts, big waves, they looked the part when they played. A group of gorgeous women in sexy tennis outfits darted left and right across the court, relentlessly hitting and returning shots. The commotion they created was no less than an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. At that moment, Jiang Chen's gaze was glued to the ball, intently tracking its flight path to predict where it would land. His blood was boiling. It made his head spin a little. I'm getting motion sickness. Cackle cackle. Suddenly, a cheerful burst of laughter echoed across the tennis court. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, his mouth opened slightly, and an utterly priceless expression spread across his face. Turns out Yu Lili and Lu Li had accidentally collided. After a massive crash, both girls tumbled head over heels onto the ground. Holy crap! Another charge with the ball? That was absolutely a foul. Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together, contemplating whether he should step onto the court himself and spar with the 6 golden flowers over their ball skills. Beep. Just then, the superphone inside Jiang Chen's body suddenly received a WeChat message. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, what are you up to? Seeing Yi Ting's proactive message, Jiang Chen could guess her intentions even if he used his but to think about it. Spring had arrived, the weather was warming, and all things were coming back to life. It was that time of year again when little creatures started interacting with each other. Jiang Chen, watching my girlfriends play tennis. Yi Ting, that use of them is brilliant, so cocky. This lady can't help but be impressed. Jiang Chen, what do you want? Yi Ting, can't I just chat with you for no reason? Jiang Chen, sorry, my fish pond is full. No plans to expand it anytime soon. After sending this WeChat message, the chat window kept showing the other person is typing. No clue if Yi Ting was writing an essay or what, but she didn't reply for ages. About a minute passed. Yi Ting's reply finally arrived. Yi Ting, if you squeeze a little, could your pond fit one more goldfish? Jiang Chen, holy crap. Is this still the same Tsundere class beauty I know? Yi Ting, people change, you know. Emoticon, blushing. Jiang Chen, you really have grown up a lot. You used to love golden autumn pears, but now you prefer big sweet melons. Yi Ting, do you like big sweet melons? Emoji, blushing. Jiang Chen, I have my own at home. No need to freeload off others. After sending that WeChat, Jiang Chen decided to ignore Yi Ting altogether and focused his attention entirely on the tennis court. What big melons? Does this young master need your measly fruit? Not to mention my mansion has hami melons, coconuts, pomelos, cantaloupes, muskmelons. Qin Xiaoyu even saved me a huge watermelon. With all this fruit, do you really think I'd go hungry? Why would I need to freeload at your place? Who do you think you're looking down on? But Jiang Chen ignored Yi Ting. But Yi Ting, like a clingy puppy, sent him several WeChat messages in a row. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, I've noticed you're becoming more and more charming, and I'm falling for you harder every day. Yi Ting, by the way, what have you been through these past years? Why have you changed so much? I almost didn't recognize you. Yi Ting, can I take you out to dinner alone? I'd love to hear about everything you've been through these past years. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, it's just a meal. You're not going to reject me again, are you? Emoji, sad face. Jiang Chen never imagined it. The sexy class beauty had completely transformed into an online puppy love. Seeing Jiang Chen's prolonged silence, Yi Ting bombarded him with concerned inquiries, even resorting to emotional appeals. As if talking to herself, she recounted everything from his awkward freshman days to his radiant presence at graduation. Beyond that, she poured out her innermost thoughts. For instance, the excitement and joy she felt upon seeing Jiang Chen again after all these years. And the confusion, helplessness, and disappointment she felt upon learning he had a girlfriend. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Back in high school, Yi Ting's writing skills weren't nearly this polished. But now, Yi Ting could effortlessly pen a heart-wrenching emotional essay. One word, are you kidding me? Faced with Yi Ting's relentless advances, Jiang Chen's replies were always simple, never more than 3 words. Oh. Right. Yes. No way. But Yi Ting grew more and more excited as they chatted, getting more and more hooked. Because every time she sent a dozen or so WeChat messages, Jiang Chen would inevitably reply to her. In Yi Ting's eyes, given Jiang Chen's current status and standing, the fact that he would still patiently reply to her proved he held her in high regard. Therefore, she felt she had a strong chance of becoming a golden fish in Jiang Chen's pond. Whether she could rise from humble beginnings to become a phoenix depended entirely on her ability to seize this opportunity. Go for it. Yi Ting, you're the best. Even if it means risking everything, you must win Jiang Chen over. Chapter 162, Affinity stuck at 99 points. Shilan City. An ordinary residential neighborhood. Yi Ting lounged lazily on the sofa, wearing a sexy lace nightgown with a face mask on. A pair of snow-white, long legs extended from beneath the hem, casually crossed and resting together. 10 toes painted with red nail polish seemed to mirror her fluctuating mood, curling and unfurling intermittently. Yi Ting, Jiang Chen, if I kick my stubborn, prideful ways and become obedient, gentle, and considerate, would you consider me? After sending this WeChat message, Yi Ting suddenly felt nervous. She had always been quite confident in her looks and figure. But, after meeting Jiang Chen's 6 girlfriends at Phoenix Villa this afternoon, her confidence was utterly shattered. Su Yao, sexy and alluring. Zhao Shimian, bold and spirited. Lu Li, as bright as the autumn moon. Yu Lily, enchantingly alluring. Lin Qingxue, coldly beautiful beyond compare. Tang Rou, pure yet alluring. Each of them is a goddess of campus beauty, possessing flawless looks and figures that are the cream of the crop. How could Yi Ting possibly compare to them? But, Yi Ting believed she still held her greatest trump card. That is, she remains a pure, untouched maiden to this day, completely unblemished. Don't men all care deeply about a woman's first time? Jiang Chen was surely no exception. Beep. Just then, Yi Ting's phone finally buzzed with Jiang Chen's reply. Jiang Chen, I'll consider it. Ah. Jiang Chen actually replied with 4 words this time. He's willing to give me a chance, this is amazing. Yi Ting danced excitedly, nearly jumping off the sofa in joy. In that moment, her mind was filled with endless fantasies. She'd even already decided what to name her child with Jiang Chen. Yi Ting's affection +5. Yi Ting affection +5. Yi Ting affection +5. Ding. Just as Yi Ting was lost in her wild fantasies, her phone suddenly buzzed with another WeChat message. Xiao Wenba, Ting Ting, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a late-night snack. Seeing the message, the joy on Yi Ting's face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disgust. Late-night snack? You pathetic suck-up, go eat by yourself. I'm about to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. No way am I going out for late-night snacks with a broke loser like you. Yi Ting, I'm a bit tired tonight and don't feel like going out. After Yi Ting sent this message, Xiao Wenba immediately bombarded her with a barrage of concerned, fawning inquiries. If you're tired, get some rest early, don't set the AC too low, make sure to cover up with a blanket, and even drink plenty of hot water. Popped up. Yi Ting was utterly dumbfounded. I just said I'm a bit tired, not sick or on my period. Why the hell would I need to drink hot water? Why don't you drink more hot water yourself? You should wash your pig brain with hot water and scrub out all the crap in there, maybe it'll boost your IQ a tiny bit. You're a worthless piece of trash. Put. After silently cursing Xiao Wenba in her mind, Yi Ting felt a wave of relief wash over her. Swish. She blocked Xiao Wenba's messages and opened Jiang Chen's WeChat moments, eager to catch up on his recent updates. What else could she do? Yi Ting had witnessed Jiang Chen's extravagance firsthand. That afternoon, she had accompanied the staff as they delivered the 4 luxury cars Jiang Chen had ordered into his family garage. Little did she know. The moment the garage doors opened, Yi Ting was utterly dazzled. First in line was a Bugatti Chiron. Then came the Ferrari LaFerrari, Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Lamborghini, Porsche, Aston Martin, McLaren, Maserati. A lineup of nothing but luxury cars. Their combined value easily exceeded 100 million Longwei currency. Then there were Jiang Chen's 6 girlfriends. Everything they wore and carried was nothing but top-tier luxury brands. It was only then that Yi Ting suddenly realized. Wasn't Jiang Chen the man who'd gone viral online just days ago? Dubbed the Middle Eastern oil prince, he'd swept through 13 luxury boutiques with his 6 consorts, emptying them in one fell swoop. Wasn't he the new national heartthrob, the outrageously wealthy Mr. Jian? Young Master Zhang's fame was simply too overwhelming. In Yi Ting's memory, Jiang Chen was just an orphan. She simply couldn't connect him to this young Master Jiang. It wasn't until she witnessed Jiang Chan's opulent mansion, luxury cars, and 6 stunning girlfriends adorned in gold and silver that the truth dawned on her. Yi Ting suddenly realized that the national heartthrob she'd been dreaming about was none other than her white moonlight Jiang Chen. Enough said. Jiang Chen was coming to the class reunion tomorrow night. She absolutely had to get to know him better first. She had to find common ground with him to quickly close the distance between them. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen dismissed Yi Ting with a simple, "I'm going to bed. Don't bother me." Even though it was only 8 p.m., Jiang Chen said it with complete conviction. Who asked Yi Ting to turn into a suck-up? Lickers have no rights. Next, Jiang Chen personally took to the court to play tennis with the 6 golden flowers. It wasn't until 9 p.m. that the group reluctantly wrapped up their outdoor activities. Back at the villa, Jiang Chen first indulged in a relaxing bath before heading to the master bedroom. Not long after, the bedroom door slid open, and one stunning beauty after another entered, each dressed in a different uniform. Nurse, flight attendant, policewoman, cheongsam, schoolgirl uniform, bunny girl. 1,000 charms and 100 beauties. Jiang Chen was dazzled by the sight. Beep. With a whistle blowing, the second half of the Samba team versus Tang team match officially began. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. By the late hours of the night, lines of text messages began appearing in Jiang Chen's field of vision. Suyao affection level 100. Zhao Sherman affinity 99. Lu Li affection level 99. Yu Lily affection level 99. Lin Qingxue affinity 99. Tang Rou affinity 99. Swish. Jiang Chen rolled out of bed and walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he gazed out at the distant nightscape, his brow furrowing slightly. Why was everyone else's affection level stuck at 99 points except for Su Yao? Chen Yun, Su Ya, and Li Yu were like this. Zhao Shermian, Lu Li, Yu Lily, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Rou were the same. If he remembered correctly, Qin Xiaoyu's affection level had also reached 99 points. Could it be that 99 points was some kind of threshold? Did he need to trigger a special event to break through this bottleneck? Forget it. Whether their affection points go up or not is none of my business. This young master isn't after their hearts anyway, just their bodies. No need to waste time analyzing this so-called affection rating. Swoosh. Jiang Chen stubbed out his cigarette butt and immediately opened the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Spins remaining, 9. Inventory, black card donation gold, item fragments x5. Artifact, Eye of the Mind 2-star. Excellent. You've accumulated 9 spin opportunities. In just one more day, you'll have 12 chances to draw perfect for a 10-draw bundle. Hopefully this time, I'll pull some high-end, premium rewards. Like another artifact or a few more skill books. I'm not greedy, a 37% drop rate would be fine. 3 legendary items and 7 skill books, that's not asking too much, right? Gak 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 gak. Chapter 163, Duya Anniversary Event. The next day, Jiang Chen woke up early. Perhaps his energy was too abundant. He first worked out with the 6 golden flowers, then went for a 10-kilometer morning run, and finally swam laps in his own pool. That feeling of sweating it out? One word, bliss. By the time Jiang Chen finished showering and descended to the first-floor dining room, the 6 golden flowers had already prepared breakfast. After breakfast, Jiang Chen informed everyone about attending tonight's class reunion. In an instant, the 6 golden flowers sprang into action. What were they busy with? Shopping for new outfits. They were busy calling makeup artists, stylists, and fashion consultants to arrange for them to come to their home for personal service. They all wanted to look their absolute best to accompany Jiang Chen to this high school reunion. Well, women are such a hassle. Following their entire routine meant the whole day would be completely occupied. Swipe. Jiang Chen didn't want to go shopping with the 6 beauties, so he flopped onto the sofa and opened the Douyin live streaming app on his phone. But, the moment he logged into Douyin, an anniversary event page popped up on the screen. Ha! The platform was running a promotion? Was it about to swing its big scythe and ruthlessly harvest users' money? Driven by curiosity, Jiang Chen clicked into the anniversary event page to check the details. Simply put, this anniversary event was essentially a carefully organized competition for all the platform's streamers. As for the rules, they were straightforward. It was divided into 3 stages: preliminary rounds, advancement rounds, and elimination rounds. Each stage lasts only 1 day, with the final champion crowned after 3 consecutive days. Today marked the first day of the preliminary round, a selection stage, as the name implied. All participating streamers will be ranked based on the total value of gifts received from 9 a.m. until midnight. The top 50 streamers will advance to the second day's promotion round. As for the second day's advancement stage, the platform will randomly pair streamers for head-to-head battles. Each streamer starts with 100 base points. Winning a match adds 10 points, while losing deducts 10 points. Based on final point standings, the top 8 advance to the elimination round on day 3. The elimination round is the final. The format is straightforward: random pairings compete head-to-head. Winners advance, losers are eliminated, until the ultimate champion is crowned. Now that the rules are clear, let's explore the event rewards. The most enticing part of this anniversary celebration is the chance to participate in the offline gala hosted by the Imperial Dynasty Group, a seaside resort getaway. Ha? The Imperial Dynasty Group? Wait a minute. Jiang Chen, reading this, couldn't help but flicker his eyelids slightly, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Swish. With a flick of his thoughts, Jiang Chen swiftly activated the superphone within his body and conducted an online search. Finally. Jiang Chen shook his head, torn between laughter and tears. It turned out that the Douya live streaming platform was actually a subsidiary under the Imperial Dynasty Group, operated by Imperial Dynasty Network Technology Company, Limited. In other words, the entire Douya Live platform belonged to Jiang Chen. Honey, aren't you coming shopping with us? Just then, the 6 golden flowers, already ready to head out shopping, gathered around Jiang Chen. Each wore an expression of eager anticipation, their eyes fixed on him with such intensity it seemed they could pierce through him. Pierce through autumn water, pierce through thermal pants. Who taught me that phrase? Bro! You're the real deal, no one else comes close. Even if Jiang Chen used his but to think, he could guess what they wanted. These 6 gold diggers were actually hoping Jiang Chen would foot their bill. Swish. Jiang Chen wasn't stingy. He immediately used his mind to activate the superphone within his body. After all, he had more money than he could ever spend, and these 6 beauties had performed so well last night, each eager to bear his child. In a great mood, Jiang Chen decided to reward them. Beep beep beep. In an instant, all 6 golden flowers received a transfer notification on their phones. Jiang Chen had transferred 10 million Dragon Nation currency to each of them. What? 10 million? Honey, why did you suddenly transfer us so much money? What? Is this your allowance for us? Honey, I love you so much. Mwah. Wood. Jiang Chen ended up pinned to the sofa by the 6 golden flowers, who gave him a fierce kiss, leaving his face covered in lipstick marks. Damn it. This is so annoying. Now I'll have to waste my face wash again. What a bunch of spendthrift women. Lily, still doing live streams? Today's Douya's anniversary event. Want me to win you a championship? Jiang Chen remembered Douya's event and casually asked Yu Lily. Little did he know. Yu Lily suddenly sat down in Jiang Chen's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and whispered softly yet firmly into his ear. Husband, I don't want to stream anymore. From now on, my dances will be for your eyes only, okay? Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Whoosh. He wrapped his arms around Yu Lily's slender waist and said with a mischievous grin, then dance a folk dance for me tonight. Honey, which ethnic minority dance would you like to see? I want to see a dance. I can't tell which ethnic group it belongs to. Ha? Is there such a dance? Lily, think about it. How do we usually tell ethnic minorities apart? Isn't it by their clothing? If you take away the clothes, wouldn't it be impossible to tell them apart? Honey, you're so naughty. Morning. The 6 golden flowers cheerfully headed out to go shopping. Jiang Chen was feeling lazy and didn't want to go out. So he stayed home alone, sprawled lazily on the sofa, and logged back into the Douya live streaming platform. It's worth mentioning. Douya's anniversary celebration event featured several distinct categories: singing, dancing, beauty, gaming, comedy. The top 5 streamers from each category would ultimately join a seaside vacation event hosted by the Imperial Dynasty Group. Additionally, there was a special consumption ranking exclusively for top spenders. The top 30 big brothers with the highest cumulative spending during the event period will not only receive exclusive titles and rewards but also become special guests at the offline gala. Swish. Jiang Chen spotted the twin sisters Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying online in his list of followed streamers, so he immediately entered their livestream. Ah! Brother Xingchen is here. Everyone, flood the chat with welcome messages. The moment Jiang Chen entered the stream, the twin sisters Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying immediately jumped to their feet, their faces beaming with excitement. Their passionate shouts sounded like they'd found a long-lost father, startling Jiang Chen. But, seeing their sparkling eyes, rosy cheeks, and both displaying a whopping 70 points of affection. Swish! After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen activated his peeping eye on both of them. Personal privacy: first dream is to marry into a wealthy family, second dream is to become a wealthy man's mistress. Current intent: no matter what, cling tightly to brother Xingchen's coattails. Personal privacy: first dream is to marry into a wealthy family, second dream is to become a wealthy man's mistress. Current intention: no matter what, cling to brother Xingchen's coattails. Holy crap! Twin sisters indeed. Not only do they look exactly alike, but their thoughts are perfectly in sync. Well then, this young master won't hold back. Ha ha! Chapter 164, The Thrilled Twin Sisters. Live stream room. Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying had been waiting with bated breath. Finally, their long-awaited brother Xingchen had arrived. The sisters' overflowing joy and excitement were written all over their faces. Seeing him was like seeing their own father. They were so happy and thrilled they could barely contain themselves. No wonder. When Jiang Chen had visited their livestream yesterday, the scene had truly left the sisters deeply shaken. The screen filled with carnival effects, and the staggering 5 million yuan in donations felt like a thunderclap striking their hearts. Wasn't this the legendary super spender they'd been searching for? But it didn't end there. After they went offline, a series of events unfolded that shook them to their core once more. First came guild leader Kai Jie. The usually stern woman suddenly transformed into a motherly figure, not only showering the sisters with warmth and concern but also upgrading their contract here. Then came the guild's top streamer, Little Chili. This woman, who usually carried herself with an air of superiority, suddenly dropped her high and mighty attitude. Not only did she actively try to win the sisters over, but she even clamored to become their sister. The other streamers in the guild all swarmed around the sisters, fawning over them, currying favor, practically begging to lick their shoes. All of this deeply moved the hearts of the sisters, who had just entered society, felt invisible wherever they went, and had never been taken seriously before. Just one casual visit from the legendary Star Lord to their stream had completely transformed their standing within the guild. Was this really necessary? Star Lord's influence was terrifying. It felt like an emperor selecting a concubine. The chosen one instantly soared from obscurity to royalty. Last night, both sisters lay awake, unable to sleep. Their minds were overflowing with all sorts of fantasies they couldn't suppress. Especially those words President Kai Jie had spoken to them, they kept echoing endlessly in their minds. Your vision is too narrow. Securing Star Lord isn't just about grabbing onto a powerful ally. If Star Lord takes a liking to you two, sisters, you'll be transformed into phoenixes perched on branches from this day forward. Exactly. If they could just latch onto Brother Xingqian's coattails, the sisters could truly transform from common birds into phoenixes. So, after going live today, the sisters kept waiting for Star Lord to log in, their hearts filled with constant prayers that this generous big brother would grace their livestream once more. Now, Brother Star has truly arrived in their livestream. Dreams come true. The sisters felt like they'd won the lottery jackpot, their excitement radiating from head to toe. Lu Chanxian affection +5. Lu Yingying affection +5. Two text notifications suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's field of vision. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He had only just entered the sisters' live stream room, hadn't even spoken a word yet, hadn't even begun to exert himself. How had the sisters' affection rating suddenly shot up? Women really are a fascinating species. Starlit Sky, the platform's running an event today. Did you two enter the competition? Jiang Chen casually typed a comment and sent it directly to the public chat in the livestream room. Starry brother, we've already entered the competition. But our livestream doesn't have much traffic. We probably won't even make it past the preliminaries. The sisters saw Jiang Chen's comment and replied almost instantly. Though their tone carried hints of disappointment, grievance, and resentment, a glimmer of hope still shone in their beautiful eyes. Ha! You clearly want it, yet you're too shy to say so. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know what you want? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen didn't continue sending comments. Instead, he opened the event page and found the dance competition leaderboard. To his surprise, the twin sisters Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying were ranked over 500th. Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. No wonder the sisters were so thrilled and excited when they saw him enter the livestream, even boosting their affection ratings by 5 points each. This was the reality for most low-tier streamers. Without Big Brother sponsors, they'd likely never break through. What a pitiful state. Brother Xingqian, would you like to see us dance? We just learned a new dance, would you like us to show you? Perhaps noticing Jiang Chen's persistent silence, Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying both grew restless. Starlit Sky, alright, go ahead and dance one for me. Jiang Chen closed the dance competition leaderboard and casually sent a comment in the livestream chat. Seeing the message, the sisters' pretty faces flushed slightly almost simultaneously. Then, they stood up and prepared to start dancing. Star brother, this is a dance we just learned. If we mess up anywhere, don't laugh at us, okay? The younger sister, Lu Yingying, gave a shy smile before playing a song and pulling her older sister, Lu Chanxian, into the dance. Ding ding ding. Dong dong dong. As the dynamic music filled the air, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It had to be said the twins' figures and physical flexibility were practically made for dancing. Their fiery figures, stunning looks, and graceful dance moves were absolutely lethal. And the best part? There were two of these stunning beauties. Two identical ones. Come on, draw a snake on your left and another snake on your right. A beautiful snake coils on the left, another beautiful snake on the right. The flower in my heart, I want to take you home in that late night bar, who cares if it's real or fake? Watching the two beautiful snakes in the livestream, intertwined and swaying their fiercely seductive forms. A tiny flame ignited in Jiang Chen's heart, suddenly shooting up 3 zhang in an instant. Usually, 1 + 1 = 2. But in this twin sisters livestream, 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2, it's the king plus the queen, playing a royal flush. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival x10. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival x10. Full Sky of Stars sends Carnival x10. In an instant, the screen was flooded with carnival effects, drifting across the screen once more. Seeing this incredibly familiar scene unfold before them, the twin sisters Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying immediately let out uncontrollable shrieks. Thank you, Brother Starry, for the carnival. Star Brother is so awesome. Love you. Mwah. Before the sultry dance had even finished, the sisters were already shouting with excitement. They then simultaneously faced the camera and struck a uniquely heartfelt pose. Full sky of stars, nice dance, deserves a reward. Keep streaming, I'm outta here. Jiang Chen had just gifted the sisters 1 million yuan worth of virtual gifts before bidding farewell and exiting the livestream. Lu Qianqian? Lu Yingying? What just happened? Star Brother just left like that? He'd barely been there a moment, his seat wasn't even warm yet and he was already rushing off? Seeing this, the sisters, who had been so excited moments ago, were instantly dumbfounded, both frozen in place. It felt like someone had dumped a bucket of cold water over them, sending a chill straight from their scalp to the soles of their feet. It was like having their very souls ripped out, leaving them hollow shells of themselves. Why? Why did Brother Xingqian leave? Does he not like us? At that moment, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's world completely shattered. Chapter 165, 3 Women Make a Drama. Phoenix Villa. In the living room of Villa Number 1. Jiang Chen logged out of the Douya live streaming platform, massaged his slightly aching fingers, then dialed Xiao Wanqing's number. Ring, ring. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a gentle, soft female voice came through the receiver. Chairman, hello? The moment he heard that voice, Jiang Chen instantly pictured the graceful silhouette of a mature, sensual woman in a black dress. Simultaneously, a classic song surfaced in his mind. That night, you didn't refuse me. That night, I beat you. That night, your face was covered in tears. That night, I still savor to this day. Ahem. Jiang Chen cleared his throat twice, banishing all those thoughts to the farthest reaches of his mind. Then, adopting a serious tone, he asked, Mr. Xiao, does our group operate a platform called Douya Live? Yes, Chairman. Xiao Wanqing on the other end of the line seemed to pause for a moment, but quickly replied, the Douya live streaming platform has always been a subsidiary under our group, operated by Imperial Dynasty Network Technology Company, Limited. Oh. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment before speaking up, have the head of Imperial Dynasty Network Technology removed the user tipping restrictions on the Douya live platform entirely? What kind of ridiculous restrictions are these? I tried tipping a streamer, but I had to keep tapping the gift button until my finger went numb just to send out a measly million or so in gifts. Don't they know the customer is king? Who came up with this idiotic restriction that ruins the user experience? Silence. Dead silence on the other end of the line. Xiao Wanqing seemed frozen in place by Jiang Chen's words. She never imagined Jiang Chen was a Douya Live user and one who enjoyed tipping streamers with gifts. Well, Chairman, you might not be aware. Restricting the tipping feature in the live streaming industry is a clear regulation issued by the government this year. All live streaming platforms nationwide must comply. There's nothing we can do about it. Hearing Xiao Wanqing's exasperated tone, Jiang Chen paused briefly before asking, could you perhaps adjust Douya's gifting restrictions to be slightly more lenient? Well, that should be possible. Xiao Wanqing's tone grew increasingly peculiar. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to call her out of the blue today just for such a trivial matter. Then get it done immediately. Within the bounds of policy, push the donation limits to the absolute maximum. Understood, Chairman. I'll handle it immediately. Imperial Dynasty Group Headquarters. Conference room. After hanging up the phone with a peculiar expression, Xiao Wanqing suddenly realized everyone in the conference room was staring at her expectantly. Ahem. Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but flush slightly. She cleared her throat twice and announced, I just received an urgent call from the chairman. Let's pause the meeting for now. Everyone, please step out for a 10-minute break. We'll resume the meeting in 10 minutes. Deputy Directors Zhou and Xin, please stay behind. I need to discuss something with you both. Though puzzled expressions flashed across everyone's faces, Xiao Wanqing had spoken, and they could only hastily withdraw. Once the conference hall was left with only Xiao Wanqing, Xin Keqing, and Zhou Ruoxi. Xiao Wanqing suddenly looked up at Xin Keqing and asked, Deputy General Manager Xin, you've always been in charge of business coordination for our group's Imperial Dynasty Network Technology Company, Limited, correct? Yes. Xin Keqing paused slightly, puzzled as to why Xiao Wanqing would suddenly bring up this subsidiary. Well, the chairman just called me and said he wants to slightly increase the tipping limits on the Douya live streaming platform. Xiao Wanqing almost forced herself to recount everything that had just happened in detail. The result? Everything unfolded exactly as she had anticipated. Both Zhou Ruoxi and Xin Keqing wore expressions of utter shock. Ms. Xiao, are you saying the chairman is also a Douya platform user? The chairman intends to send a large gift to a certain streamer? Seeing Xiao Wanqing nod with absolute certainty, Xin Keqing and Zhou Ruoxi's eyes immediately lit up. However, before Xin Keqing could speak, Zhou Ruoxi abruptly stood up and declared, Ms. Xiao, leave this matter to me. I will ensure the chairman receives a satisfactory resolution. But, the next second, a cold snort echoed through the conference room. Deputy Director Zhou, aren't you overstepping your bounds?
Shin Keqing narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms over his chest, and glared at Zhou Ruoshi with displeasure. All operations at Imperial Network Technology Company, Limited have always been under my direct supervision.
Since when did you gain the authority to interfere in my affairs?
But Zhou Ruoshi merely smiled faintly, speaking calmly and deliberately. Deputy Director Shin has a mountain of responsibilities to manage, and recently took on the South City Plot 1 project.
You must know this project is our group's top priority this year. There's no room for carelessness. I'm just concerned you might be stretched too thin and risk affecting the group's flagship project, so I thought I'd help shoulder some of the burden. Deputy Director Shin, how could you possibly mistake my good intentions for something else?
The moment Zhou Ruoshi uttered these words, Shin Keqing's expression instantly turned cold.
Share the burden? Worried that this minor task might affect the group's key project? Well done, Zhou Ruoshi. Even if you've become the group's vice president, it doesn't change your scheming nature. What devilish schemes are brewing in your mind? Do you think I can't see through them? You dress it up so nicely. In reality, you just want to use this opportunity to cozy up to the chairman. However, before Shin Keqing could retort, Xiao Wanqing, seated in the general manager's chair, spoke up first. Deputy General Manager Zhou is correct.
Deputy General Manager Shin has just taken on the group's key project for this year.
It's indeed not the time for distractions. Then this matter will be handled by Vice President Zhou. Alright, it's settled. Call everyone back and let's resume our meeting.
At Xiao Wanqing's words, Shin Keqing was instantly dumbfounded. Compared to taking on the group's key project for the year, Shin Keqing yearned far more to handle the task entrusted to her by the chairman.
Because
Shin Keqing also wanted to use this opportunity to build connections with the chairman. She even hoped to use the chairman's connections to kick Xiao Wanqing to the curb and seize the position of group general manager for herself. A soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general is no good soldier. Whether it was Xiao Wanqing, Shin Keqing, or Zhou Ruoshi, they were all ambitious women who refused to settle for mediocrity. Otherwise, how could they, as women, have climbed step by step to their current positions? All three women were playing their own little games. Xiao Wanqing believed that her brief fling with Jiang Chen had essentially secured her position as the group's general manager, so she didn't care about this opportunity.
As for why Xiao Wanqing entrusted this matter to Zhou Ruoshi instead of Shin Keqing? Simple.
In her view, Shin Keqing's capabilities far surpassed Zhou Ruoshi's. Given Shin Keqing's already formidable abilities, if she were to also gain Jiang Chen's favor, it would pose a direct threat to Xiao Wanqing.
In contrast,
in Xiao Wanqing's eyes, Zhou Ruoshi was merely a woman who flaunted her charms and relied on petty cleverness at best. Even if Zhou Ruoshi managed to form a connection with Jiang Chen, it wouldn't pose any threat to her. So what was there to hesitate about? Assign the key group projects to those with strong professional skills. As for the one who knows how to play the field, let her go charm the chairman. What's that called? Knowing people and assigning them to the right roles. You two are the company's two bricks wherever needed, that's where you go. Chapter 166, The Sisters' Mental Breakdown. After Jiang Chen left the livestream. Not long after, Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying ended their stream. It wasn't because their streaming time was up, it was because both sisters had completely lost it. Although Jiang Chen had showered them with gifts worth 1,000,000 yuan today, propelling their competition ranking into the top 20, it fell far short of what they had imagined. That's just how people are. Without exposure to better people or things, one remains content. Once exposed to something superior and more elevated, they began to look down on what they currently possessed, even losing emotional resonance with it. What's that saying again? After seeing the vast ocean, other waters pale in comparison beyond the Wu Mountains, no clouds can match. Or perhaps, first encounter on the Duya platform, one glance at Jiang Chen and I'm lost forever. Ink-stained Veil Guild. The guild leader's office. Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying sat side by side on the sofa, both looking as downcast as frostbitten eggplants. Kai Jie, seated in her office chair, took in the sisters' expressions. Are you two feeling a bit disappointed? Does it feel like a huge letdown, nothing like what you imagined? Looking at the dejected sisters, Kai Jie couldn't help but sigh. Actually, you shouldn't be upset. The fact that Big Shot Xingchen came to see you today proves he still likes you. At the very least, you've caught the boss's attention. Compared to the other female streamers, you two are much luckier. As she spoke, Kai Jie pulled a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her desk drawer. She pulled out a cigarette, placed it between her lips, lit it with a lighter, and took a gentle drag. In this world, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Nothing ever comes for free. Think about it, there are millions of streamers out there. Why would anyone shower you with so many gifts? You're adults now. You should understand that everything comes at a cost. The more you want to gain, the more you have to give. Live streaming is no different. If you want to win over the big spenders, it all comes down to how much you're willing to give. Kai Jie's words struck the sisters like a bolt from the blue, crashing down hard on their hearts. Both sisters trembled simultaneously, their faces clouding over with complex expressions. Yes. Kai Jie was absolutely right. Why would anyone shower them with gifts? Just because they admired them?
When millions or tens of millions of real money were being thrown around, was it just being given away for free? Where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch? You get what you pay for. The sisters agreed with Kai Jie's words and couldn't refute them because it was the truth. Since you're new here, there are some things I didn't want to tell you so soon, for fear of scaring you. But some opportunities are once-in-a-lifetime, fleeting moments. If you miss them now, you may never encounter such chances again in your lifetime. If you truly want to win over Star-Lord, like Pepper said, it'd be worth throwing yourself at him. Honestly, if I were as young and beautiful as you two, and Star-Lord took a liking to me, I'd have thrown myself at him ages ago. After all, you've seen it yourselves, a big shot like Star-Lord. Just a small gift from him could change your entire lives. Weigh it in your hearts, is this opportunity truly worth it? Kai Jie's earnest words plunged Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying into deep conflict and struggle. They had witnessed Star-Lord's extravagance firsthand. He once showered a single PK session with 10 million in gifts. 10 million yuan. Most people couldn't earn that much in several lifetimes. Who wouldn't be tempted? If Star-Lord hadn't shown up, it wouldn't have mattered. But now that he was here, the sisters couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. It felt like the staggering fortune was within their grasp, yet seeing it only made it more elusive. It's enough to make anyone lose their mind. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Should they watch it slip away before their eyes? Or strive to seize it? It all hinged on the sisters' split-second decision. As Kai Jie said, not everyone gets a chance like this. Heaven had placed this chance right before them. For that alone, they were already luckier than 99% of streamers. Beyond that, the sisters came from an ordinary family. From childhood, they were instilled with the belief that education could change their destiny. But after graduating from university, they discovered that college graduates were a dime a dozen. Forget about rising above the crowd, just finding a stable job and making ends meet felt like an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, they were filled with confusion, feeling as if the future held no hope whatsoever. But one day, they unexpectedly encountered an opportunity that could change their fate. To say they didn't have any thoughts about it would be a lie. Alright, stop hanging your heads like that. Live streaming? Things go wrong all the time. You'll get used to it. Snap out of it. Things aren't beyond repair. If you can fix it in time, you still have a chance to win over Star-Lord. Kai Jie seemed to read the sisters' thoughts, immediately rallying them to seize this chance before it slipped away. Hearing this, the sisters couldn't help but exchange a glance, each seeming to see something in the other's eyes. The next second, their gazes darted away, and both their pretty faces flushed slightly. Meanwhile, after finishing his call, Zhang Chen logged back into the Douya live streaming platform only to find Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying had already signed off. Where could those sisters have gone? Did they decide not to continue participating in today's qualifiers? Or had something come up suddenly, forcing them to end their stream in a hurry? Zhang Chen didn't dwell on it. He simply exited the Douya app and started watching a movie, engrossed in the entertainment. However, just halfway through the movie, Zhang Chen received a WeChat message. Lu Yingying, brother Xingchen, do you like watching me and my sister dance? Seeing the message, the corners of Zhang Chen's mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly. He casually replied to Lu Yingying. Zhang Chen, I do. Lu Yingying replied almost instantly. Lu Yingying, awesome. Since brother Xingchen likes it, can I dance just for you? Zhang Chen, what kind of dance would you like to perform for me? Lu Yingying, if brother Xingchen is free, I'd love to come see you and dance for you in person. Emoticon, blushing. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up the moment he saw the message. Wow. Not bad at all. This girl's got sense. So endearing. Zhang Chen, sounds good. Lu Yingying, so when would be a good time for you, brother Xingchen? Zhang Chen, tomorrow. Lu Yingying, great. My sister and I will come visit you tomorrow. Zhang Chen, emoji, okay. Lu Yingying, emoji, blushing. Chapter 167, Overwhelming Wealth, here it comes. Noon. Phoenix Manor. The 6 golden flowers returned home cheerfully, laden with large and small bags. To Zhang Chen's slight surprise, the items they carried weren't for themselves, they were all gifts for him. Clothes, pants, shoes, ties, belts, cufflinks, men's cologne, men's foundation. In their words, no matter what, they were determined to make Zhang Chen look sharp today to turn him into the most stylish guy in all of Xilan City. After lunch, the stylist, makeup artist, and clothing stylist booked by the 6 golden flowers all arrived at the house right on time. Zhang Chen was a bit speechless. It was just a high school reunion, not some major business banquet. Was all this fuss really necessary? But, seeing the 6 girls' eager expressions and their roll-up-your-sleeves and get-to-work enthusiasm, Zhang Chen couldn't bring himself to dampen their spirits. In the end, Zhang Chen obediently sat before the makeup mirror, letting the stylist and makeup artist work their magic on him. He was also a bit curious what kind of bird-like creature would he turn into after being worked on by professional stylists, makeup artists, and wardrobe consultants? The hottest guy in Xilan City? I just picked up the mirror and took a look, wasn't that exactly it? There was no need to deliberately dress up at all. Utterly unnecessary.
Next, while the makeup artist fiddled with his face, Jiang Chen simply activated his superphone within his body with a thought. This way, he could play with his phone and get ready at the same time. After all, no one knew he had completely fused with a phone. Swish! Logging into the Douya live streaming platform, Jiang Chen was immediately greeted by an official announcement. Essentially, the platform had adjusted the upper limit for gift donations, increasing it from a maximum of 10 gifts per transaction to 20 gifts per transaction. Though still limited, this new standard doubled his gift sending speed, saving him considerable time. Just then, Jiang Chen noticed Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying were online. The sisters had been streaming for over 10 minutes. With a thought, he instantly entered their live stream room. Welcome, Brother Xingchen. Star brother, I thought you had something to do this afternoon and wouldn't be coming back online. The twin sisters' faces lit up with excitement and joy upon seeing Jiang Chen. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to tease the sisters, the live stream screen suddenly split in two. The sisters appeared on the left, while a familiar female streamer appeared on the right. Oh no! I didn't mean to accept the PK challenge, but she kept popping up notifications, and I accidentally clicked the wrong button. The younger sister, Lu Yingying, quickly stuck out her tongue and glanced at the camera sheepishly, seemingly worried she might have upset Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen couldn't care less. Since he'd already decided to shower the sisters with gifts, whether it was through PK battles or empty donations. One word, let's do it. Starlit Sky, no worries, since we're already connected, let's battle it out. Jiang Chen's comment floated across the live stream chat. The twin sisters immediately broke into sweet smiles, instantly feeling like they'd been swept into their father's embrace and showered with his affection. Shanshan, Yingying, I just came to check on you too. I didn't expect your eldest brother to be here too. Later, please ask your big brother to go easy on me, don't beat me to a pulp. Please, please. The streamer connected with Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying was none other than Little Chili, the top streamer of the Ink-Stained Veil Guild. She had been lurking in the sisters' livestream using a secondary account. The moment Jiang Chen appeared, Little Chili immediately switched to her main account to connect with the sisters. No kidding. Big Shot Xingchen was being so generous, shelling out 20,000 yuan for medical expenses. Even if she couldn't get a piece of the Big Shot's pie, she could still sip some broth off Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying's coattails. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival X20. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival X20. Full Sky Stars send Carnival X20. Jiang Chen wasted no words. With over 80 million credits still in his Douya account, if not now, then when? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the screen was flooded with Carnival special effects. Seeing this all too familiar scene unfold before them, Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying instantly welled up with tears. The overwhelming fortune was finally upon them. Ah! Thank you, Brother Xingchen, for the carnival. Star Brother is so awesome. Love you. Mwah. Thank you for your tremendous support, Brother Xingchen. Love you. The sheer impact of this wave was overwhelming. Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying couldn't help but jump to their feet, shouting excitedly with faces aglow. In an instant, the blood bar of the little firecracker across from them was whittled down to a mere sliver. Probably less than 0.5 millimeters. But that wasn't the main point. The point was that under Jiang Chen's relentless barrage, the sisters' ranking in the dance competition had instantly shot into the top 10. And as Jiang Chen kept spamming the carnival gifts, their positions kept climbing higher and higher. If I'd known using mental commands to send gifts was this convenient, I never should have bothered with manual operation. Jiang Chen couldn't help but grumble inwardly, a helplessly amused expression spreading across his face. He'd been such an idiot before. He'd insisted on manual gifting, convinced it gave him a real sense of the act and would even help him practice his one-yang finger technique. If he could master the one-yang finger, it might prove incredibly useful in certain situations someday. But the result? He hadn't mastered the technique, but his fingers were killing him. The one-yang finger, this profound martial art, was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. Damn! Thought it was someone else, turns out it's Big Shot Star. As a die-hard white-helmeted fanboy, today I finally witnessed true swagger firsthand. Big Brother Xingchen, a man of few words but great impact. One word, rich. Bro, you're crazy. This is just the preliminaries, you don't need to flood the chat with gifts like that. It's such a waste. What do you know, upstairs? This is the true power of our Star Lord. As Jiang Chen unleashed a torrent of gifts, countless online viewers were drawn to the carnival announcement. Upon entering the twin sisters' livestream, everyone was overwhelmed by the screen-filling carnival effects, their blood boiling with excitement as they let out wild cheers. 1,000 gifts, 2,000 gifts, 3,000 gifts. Only when the total value of gifts sent exceeded 10 million Dragon Nation coins did Jiang Chen finally stop. Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying's rankings were forcefully pushed to the top spot. Holy crap! Another 10 million. Star Lord's power was terrifying indeed. At that moment, everyone including Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying, as well as the viewers who had just been drawn in, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Only the streamer Xiaola Zhao across the way had eyes that seemed electrified little stars, bright and sparkling, twinkling with light. Because Her health bar had been completely wiped out.
This round, medical bills were guaranteed.
Swish, swish, swish. As expected, after helping Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying win their PK match, Zhang Chen immediately headed to Little Chili's livestream.
Full Sky Stars sent 20 rockets. On the Douya streaming platform, one rocket was roughly equivalent to 1,000 Dragon Nation currency.
Zhang Chen sent Little Chili 20 rockets at once, totaling 20,000 Dragon Country currency. Little Chili instantly jumped up in excitement, bowing repeatedly to the camera while making heart-shaped hand gestures.
She kept shouting, "Thanks for covering my medical bills, Starry Sky Daddy. Love you. Mwah."
Despite being beaten to a pulp, Little Chili didn't feel humiliated in the slightest.
In fact, she kept screaming inside, "Star Daddy, hurry up and humiliate me.
Humiliate me to your heart's content. Slam your big rocket right in my face.
Don't spare me just because I'm a delicate flower. Yes. Slam it right into my face. Don't stop." Chapter 168. The Lick Spitfire Xiao Wenba is about to show off. Night fell. Huangqiao International Hotel.
By now, quite a few high school classmates had gathered at the hotel entrance. The girls chattered excitedly in groups, while the boys gathered by the flower beds nearby, smoking in a circle.
What time is it now? Why aren't the class monitor and the others here yet? I just called the class monitor. He said he hit traffic and should be here in 5 minutes. What about Zhang Chen? Is he stuck in traffic too? No idea about that, but I'm really curious, will Zhang Chen actually show up tonight with 6 girlfriends like he bragged? My guess is Zhang Chen's probably just bragging. Ha ha. I think he's bragging too. Just then, the roar of an engine grew louder as it approached.
The students all turned to look. A white BMW 3 Series sped up, then came to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance.
Click.
The door swung open. Xiao Wenba, dressed in a blue suit with a tie, polished leather shoes, and hair slicked back with a glossy shine, stepped out of the vehicle.
Holy crap. Is that the class monitor's car? Not bad. A BMW 320 that'll set you back at least 300 grand. The squad leaders really made it big. Driving a BMW at such a young age, unlike us, who don't even have savings, let alone money for a car. I'm still struggling to pay off last month's Huabei overdraft. Comparing ourselves to him is just infuriating. Listening to his classmates chatter, a faint smile curved around Xiao Wenba's lips. In truth, he hadn't been stuck in traffic at all, he'd deliberately arrived a bit late. After all, the big shots always make their grand entrance last. Besides, if he'd arrived early to prepare the drinks and food for his classmates, how could he have shown off in front of everyone? The head of logistics at the Imperial International Hotel happened to be Xiao Wenba's uncle. It was only through his uncle's connections that Xiao Wenba had managed to secure a prime VIP private room at the hotel. Tonight, he was determined to show off in front of his classmates no matter what. Who knows, he might even win over the class beauty, Yiting, in one fell swoop. That was Xiao Wenba's plan. Sorry, everyone. Traffic was absolutely brutal. Good thing I'm not late, still 5 minutes before our agreed upon 8 p.m. start. Xiao Wenba deliberately raised his wrist to check the time, flashing his newly purchased Swiss watch with a hint of show-off. Sergeant, it's been years since we last met, but you seem to have gotten much more handsome. Yeah. Just looking at your outfit today, you can tell you're a successful guy. Sergeant, that car of yours is impressive, must have cost at least 300,000 yuan, right? Classmates gathered around, their faces brimming with envy as they looked at Xiao Wenba. A few female classmates even stole glances at him, batting their eyelashes. Xiao Wenba was instantly floating on air. After exchanging polite greetings with his classmates, he promptly invited them in. Everyone, don't stand outside the door. Let's head inside the hotel, shall we? I've reserved a golden VIP private room in the hotel's Chinese restaurant. Let's all head inside and chat there, shall we? A smug grin spread across Xiao Wenba's face. The golden VIP room at the Imperial International Hotel was highly exclusive, most people weren't even eligible to book it. Tonight, he was going to show off in front of his classmates. He was going to show off big time. Then he'd sweep the class beauty, Yiting, off her feet. Not only would he save face, but he'd also win the beauty's heart, a win-win situation. However, when Xiao Wenba led everyone into the hotel, he suddenly realized that the class beauty Yiting wasn't there, and neither was Zhang Chen. Damn it! This whole show was for nothing. But no worries. Since Yiting and Zhang Chen both said they'd come tonight, he could still show off in front of them later. Next, guided by the hotel attendant, the group arrived at the golden VIP private room Xiao Wenba had reserved in advance. Wow! This private room is so luxurious. So this is the golden VIP room at Imperial Dynasty Chinese restaurant? Today's been quite the eye-opener. This room is truly grand. It could easily seat 40 or 50 people. Last time I went to a 5-star hotel with my boss, it was nowhere near as classy as this. No wonder it's the most luxurious hotel in Xilan City. What extravagance. The female students gazed at the private room with wide eyes, many pulling out their phones to snap photos and post them on social media. The male students, though more reserved and hardly posting anything, were equally stunned by the opulence, murmuring their admiration. Soon, Everyone took their seats. However, the students' conversation kept circling back to their class monitor, Xiao Wenba. Class president, what prestigious position do you hold now? What? You became a project team leader at such a young age? That's truly impressive. 3 or 4,000 a month? Class presidents got it made. Driving a BMW to work every day, earning 30 or 40,000 a month, we blue-collar workers are green with envy. Class president, with such great prospects, how come you're still single? You wouldn't be still waiting for our class beauty, Yiting, would you? Speak of the devil. Just as the classmates were deep in conversation, the door to the private room suddenly swung open. Immediately, a stunning figure came into view. She wore a white dress and crystal high heels, dressed like a goddess descended from heaven. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her makeup exquisitely applied. She glided in with a natural catwalk stride, her figure swaying as a fragrant breeze filled the air. In that instant, every male student in the private room lit up. No mistake. She was Yiting, the class beauty. Tonight, Yiting had clearly gone to great lengths to dress up, capturing everyone's attention the moment she appeared. Xiao Wenba couldn't take his eyes off her. At the same time, Xiao Wenba couldn't help but feel a surge of smug satisfaction inside. Playing games? Yiting, you were pretending with me on WeChat before? Now you're all dolled up just to meet me. What was that saying again? A woman adorns herself for the one who delights her. Whoosh! Xiao Wenba immediately stood up, pulled out the chair beside him, and called out to Yiting, Ting, you're here? Come sit over here. However, Yiting merely gave Xiao Wenba a fleeting glance before her eyes darted around the private room. When Yiting realized Zhang Chen was nowhere to be seen in the private room, her expression immediately fell, a hint of disappointment flashing in her beautiful eyes. Ting, what's wrong? Seeing Yiting ignore him, Xiao Wenba hurried over, his face filled with concern. Where's Zhang Chen? Hasn't he arrived yet? To everyone's surprise, Yiting's first words were to ask if Zhang Chen had arrived. Oh my god. Why are you even asking about that broke-ass Zhang Chen? He bragged so much in the class group chat, he probably doesn't have the guts to show up at the reunion now. We shouldn't bother with him. Ting, why don't you come over and take a seat? Xiao Wenba seemed certain Zhang Chen wouldn't dare show up for the reunion. He took the opportunity to take a dig at Zhang Chen and once again invited Yiting to sit beside him. At those words, a flash of mockery immediately flickered in Yiting's eyes. Zhang Chen wouldn't dare show up at the reunion? Was Zhang Chen just bragging? Xiao Wenba, you idiot, you really do judge people by their appearance. Even if you bet your entire fortune, you wouldn't have as much money as a single finger of Zhang Chen's, and you still dare to mock him here? Fine. I'll pretend I know nothing and keep quiet for now. Just wait until Zhang Chen shows up and we'll see how he blows your dog eyes wide open. Chapter 169, Handsome Jian makes his grand entrance. Inside the private room, everyone was staring at Xiao Wenba and Yiting. But Yiting didn't utter a single word. She didn't even glance at Xiao Wenba once, instead sitting directly among the group of girls. Xiao Wenba froze in place. He remained frozen, hands resting on the armrests, his face plastered with awkwardness. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. But, having been Yiting's devoted admirer for so many years, Xiao Wenba had long cultivated a remarkably resilient mindset, one that shrugged off dignity, ignored shame, defied ridicule, and could take a beating. The class beauty, after all. The goddess herself. It's only natural for her to be proud and haughty. How could a woman without pride ever become the class beauty goddess? It could be said that this deeply ingrained lapdog mentality had completely eroded Xiao Wenba's brain. After Yiting gave him the cold shoulder, Xiao Wenba not only didn't get angry, but actually found her even more charming. Swish! Xiao Wenba calmly sat back down, clapped his hands with a smile, and addressed the group. Now that everyone's here, shall we start serving the dishes? Let me tell you, this restaurant has several signature dishes that are absolutely fantastic. Everyone should definitely give them a try today. Hearing Xiao Wenba had no intention of waiting for Zhang Chen and was about to signal the waitstaff to serve, several classmates voiced their confusion. Class monitor, Zhang Chen isn't here yet. Shouldn't we wait a bit longer? I'm still looking forward to seeing the handsome Zhang Chen make a grand entrance with his 6 girlfriends. Yeah. I made a bet with Zhang Chen, if he shows up with 6 girlfriends, I'll call him my godfather. I made a bet with Zhang Chen too. Me too. Listening to the students' chatter, Xiao Wenba's expression darkened. Though he was the class monitor, Zhang Chen was the class heartthrob and school heartthrob back in the day. It could be said that Zhang Chen's influence in the class back then was no less than his own as class monitor. It's already past 8:10. I bet he's too scared to show up at this reunion. After all, where could he possibly find 6 stunning girlfriends to fill the quota in just one day? You actually believed such a tall tale? No sooner had Xiao Wenba finished speaking than a soft click sounded as the private room door swung open from the outside. Immediately afterward, a cheerful voice drifted into the room. Xiao Wenba, who said I wouldn't dare show up for the reunion? Well, here I am. At that moment, every person in the private room turned their heads in unison, their gazes fixed on the doorway.
Under the spotlight of all eyes, a young man so strikingly handsome it could take the breath away from women worldwide instantly captured everyone's gaze.
That's right. Jiang Chen had finally made his dazzling entrance. Tonight, Jiang Chen had clearly gone to great lengths to dress impeccably, radiating charm from head to toe.
A bespoke, luxurious black suit accentuated his 183 centimeters model physique to near perfection. His meticulously styled, slightly tousled bad boy perm complemented his aristocratic, handsome features, radiating an irresistible charm that could make any woman swoon.
But that wasn't all.
Jiang Chen had his left arm around Su Yao and his right arm around Zhao Sherman, while Lu Li, Yu Lily, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Ro trailed behind them. The 6 golden flowers of the evening, seemingly to complement Jiang Chen perfectly, were all dressed in sexy, sultry black gowns. Each gown, however, featured a slightly different design.
Su Yao wore a strapless, form-fitting lace gown. Zhao Sherman wore a deep V-neck, waist-cinched long dress. Lu Li wore a modernized Chinese-style cheongsam dress.
Yu Lily, a strappy, body-hugging fishtail gown. Lin Qingxue, lace-trimmed strapless gown.
Tang Ro, fishbone-pleated bodycon skirt. Clickety-clack.
Jiang Chen strode in with his 6 golden flowers, strutting with confidence. All 7 of them, 1 man and 6 women, were dressed in black. Each wore an expression of haughty coldness, and with their strides that seemed to trample all before them, a powerful aura instantly radiated out.
At that moment,
though no music played in the venue, everyone's minds involuntarily filled with a rousing BGM. Who claims justice? Who conquers all?
Right and wrong, good and evil hardly defined. Who holds the right to decide? Heaven and earth bear witness, regardless of background.
With a single move, they sway the world. With a single word, the air trembles.
That's right. Xiao Chunji's invincible in battle naturally echoed in everyone's ears. In an instant, every female student in the private room fixed their gaze on Jiang Chen, their eyes sparkling with admiration.
Meanwhile, every male student in the private room had his gaze fixed on the 6 golden flowers, their eyes equally ablaze.
Wow, wow, wow. Our class heartthrob Jiang Chen is getting more and more handsome. Yeah.
After all these years, Jiang the heartthrob's charm seems to have reached new heights.
Not just a level up?
I'd say Jiang Chen has ascended to the 9th heaven, standing at the pinnacle of the handsome world.
Why not ride the wind, brother?
Soar straight to the heavens. Handsome Jiang, if you ever entered showbiz, you'd blow all the current popular young stars out of the water.
Jiang Chen is so handsome.
I'm so excited I can barely keep my legs together.
Giggle, giggle, giggle.
The girl's shrieks echoed in waves. Yi Ting's mouth hung slightly open as she stared at Jiang Chen in utter amazement, utterly stunned by his outfit tonight.
She knew Jiang Chen was handsome. If he weren't handsome, how could the Yi Ting of back then have fallen for him? But
Yi Ting never imagined that Jiang Chen, already handsome enough, would become utterly breathtaking after meticulously dressing up so stunning he seemed to transcend human boundaries.
Thump! 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 Oh no!
That was the sound of her heart racing.
Oh my goodness!
I can barely breathe, my brain's starving for oxygen, I'm about to faint. I'm about to faint from how stunningly handsome Jiang Chen is.
Yi Ting's affection +5. Yi Ting affection +5. Yi Ting affection +5.
Inside the private room,
everyone was in awe of Jiang Chen. Everyone stared intently at Jiang Chen and the 6 golden flowers. However,
there was one exception in the room.
That person was Xiao Wenbo.
The moment Jiang Chen made his dazzling entrance, Xiao Wenbo's expression darkened completely, and 2 flames of jealousy flared in his eyes.
Damn it!
That bastard Jiang Chen sure knows how to pick his timing.
The instant he appeared, he instantly stole the spotlight from everyone else. And this bastard actually dressed himself up like such a dandy. Aren't you just a delivery guy? Aren't you supposed to be down on your luck? How the hell can you look so damn classy? None of that matters. The point is, where the hell did you find 6 stunningly gorgeous women from some high-end club? That level of beauty, those figures, that aura.
If an ordinary man could marry one of these women, it would be pure luck, like his ancestors had buried treasure or he'd spent his past life doing good deeds to deserve such fortune.
But
Jiang Chen brought 6 such beauties out at once.
Ah! Jiang Chen, you bastard. How come you get to have them all? Hey, hey, hey! Where the hell are you putting your hands? You're practically grabbing that beauty's butt. Damn it! This is ridiculous. Let go of that girl, let me handle it. Woohoo! I'm dying of envy. Chapter 170, Shameless Yi Ting. There were 2 dining tables in the private room.
At this moment, the main table was already full, with class monitor Xiao Wenbo and class beauty Yi Ting seated there.
However, the secondary table beside it still had many empty seats.
After greeting his classmates, Jiang Chen promptly led the 6 golden flowers to the secondary table.
Whoosh!
Seeing Jiang Chen take a seat at the other table, Yi Ting immediately rose from the main table and swiftly moved to the secondary table, deliberately choosing the seat closest to Jiang Chen.
No way around it.
On either side of Jiang Chen sat 3 stunningly beautiful girlfriends, forming a protective barrier around him.
Even if Yi Ting desperately wanted to sit next to Jiang Chen, she'd have to get his girlfriend's approval first.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Wenba nearly choked on his own blood.
Damn it! Yi Ting, didn't you dress up so sexy and beautiful today just to see me? Why the hell are you over at Jiang Chen's table now? And Jiang Chen, what the hell are you playing at? I refuse to believe all 6 of these stunningly gorgeous women could possibly be your girlfriends. Whoosh!
After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wenba decisively left the main table and sat down at Jiang Chen's table.
He wanted to ask directly just which high-end club had Jiang Chen hired these 6 stunning beauties from?
Swish, swish, swish. A peculiar scene unfolded in the private room. After Jiang Chen took his seat at the secondary table, the class beauty followed suit, then the class monitor joined them. Next, the academic representative, cultural affairs representative, sports representative, and others all swarmed over to the secondary table.
Jiang Chen, you're doing pretty well for yourself now, huh? Handsome Jiang, aren't you going to introduce us to these beauties? Jiang Chen, which one of these beauties is actually your girlfriend? Or are they all yours? No way. Jiang, these 6 gorgeous ladies, are they really all your girlfriends? Jiang Chen, these beauties, you didn't hire them as actors, did you? The last line was shouted by Xiao Wenba. Intense jealousy was driving Xiao Wenba to the brink of losing his mind. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was just an orphan who'd been delivering takeout since graduating college. How could he possibly afford such an extravagant suit? How could he possibly have 6 girlfriends at once? Even more absurd was that he'd actually brought all 6 girlfriends out together. And these 6 women were all quietly following behind Jiang Chen, not making a sound, not causing any trouble, and even seemed to get along quite well. What the hell was going on? This is the modern era, not ancient times. Are you trying to emulate ancient men with their harems? Absolutely ridiculous. Ahem. Jiang Chen suddenly cleared his throat twice, drawing everyone's attention. He then spoke slowly, "Let me introduce you all to these stunning beauties sitting beside me. They're all my university classmates." Whoa! A collective sigh of relief filled the private room. Upon hearing the words college classmates, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. So these 6 stunning beauties weren't Jiang Chen's girlfriends after all, just his college classmates. Close call. They almost let Jiang Chen get away with a huge advantage. After all, everyone present had made a bet with Jiang Chen. If they lost, they'd have to adopt him as their godfather. Now it seemed they wouldn't be getting an extra dad after all. What a relief. However, the next words Jiang Chen spoke sent the students, who had just exhaled in relief, rushing back to the edge of their seats. Now, they're all my girlfriends. Silence. The private room fell silent. Every student stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces frozen in utter shock as they looked at Jiang Chen, wondering if they'd misheard him. The expressions on everyone's faces at that moment were truly something to behold. Some were shocked, some envious, some amazed, some skeptical. Swish. At that very moment, Su Yao, seated to Jiang Chen's left, rose gracefully to her feet. She flashed a smile at the crowd before introducing herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Su Yao, and I'm Jiang Chen's first wife." After saying this, Su Yao sat back down and casually picked up the teapot on the table to pour Jiang Chen a cup of tea. Swish. While everyone was still stunned, Zhao Shimian, seated to Jiang Chen's right, also stood up with great composure. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Shimian, Jiang Chen's second concubine." Silence. The private room fell silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Following Su Yao and Zhao Shimian, Lu Li, Yu Lili, Lin Qingxue, and Tang Rou also stood up one after another to introduce themselves. "Hello everyone, I'm Lu Li, Jiang Chen's third concubine." "Hello everyone, I'm Yu Lili, Jiang Chen's fourth concubine." "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Qingxue, and I am Jiang Chen's fifth concubine." "Hello everyone, I'm Tang Rou, Jiang Chen's sixth concubine." The scene before them nearly stunned every student present. No one could have imagined that these 6 stunningly beautiful women would not only voluntarily admit to being Jiang Chen's girlfriends, but even arrange themselves in order of seniority. What on earth was going on in this world? Was I losing my mind? Each of these 6 stunning beauties, taken individually, would be goddesses adored by thousands. Yet, they all chose to be with Jiang Chen. And not only that, they don't fight over him at all. Instead, they get along perfectly. What kind of love potion did Jiang Chen slip them? Why are they practically throwing themselves at him, even willingly embracing a shared arrangement? Is it just because he's a little bit handsome? But can looks put food on the table? "Jiang Chen, may I be your 7th concubine?" Just then, a clear voice suddenly drifted into everyone's ears, instantly leaving countless jaws agape. Everyone immediately turned toward the source of the voice. There stood Yi Ting, timidly rising to her feet. Her lovely face flushed as she gazed at Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes brimming with rippling waves of emotion. Put. 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 If they could spit blood, the students present would have likely bled to death by now. No one could have imagined that Yi Ting, the class beauty known for her aloof pride, would once again confess her feelings to Jiang Chen in public, and this time, she merely wished to become his 7th concubine. Swish! In that instant, every gaze in the room shifted away from Yi Ting and landed squarely on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback.
He hadn't expected Yi Ting to be so bold. She might as well have carved the words "I have no shame" right onto his face. But, given Yi Ting's sheer audacity, Jiang Chen could confidently predict that this woman would achieve great things in the future. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to take her in so easily.
Ha! Jiang Chen gave a light chuckle before turning to Yi Ting. Don't ask me about this matter. I cannot give you an answer. Then who should I ask?
Yi Ting pressed forward relentlessly, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen, radiating an attitude that screamed, "If you don't agree, I won't let this drop.
Go ask Su Yao. She's the one who makes all the decisions at home, big or small." Jiang Chen lifted his teacup, sipping the tea lightly, his expression calm and composed throughout. Whoosh! To everyone's surprise, Yi Ting didn't hesitate. She walked around the table and came to Su Yao's side. "Sister Su Yao, you're so beautiful. Actually, the moment I first saw you, you gave me this incredibly warm feeling. I'm an only child, and ever since I was little, I've always longed to have 6 older sisters. Su Yao, may I add you on WeChat?" Clang! 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 Every single student in the room was going wild. Especially Xiao Wenba. He never imagined that the goddess he'd secretly adored for years would now be acting so pathetically, like a desperate puppy. He couldn't understand. What exactly made him inferior to Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen was just a poor delivery guy. Was he really worth Yi Ting groveling like this? Did Yi Ting take the wrong medicine tonight? Damn it all. What the hell is going on here? Has the whole world gone mad? This. Wha? Chapter 171, 4 bottles of Romani Conti. Click. The private room door suddenly swung open.
Immediately after, 4 young, beautiful waitresses entered, each carrying a bottle of red wine and smiling.
"Gentlemen, ladies, here is your wine. Enjoy your meal." The waitresses placed the bottles on the table and then politely withdrew. At that moment, Xiao Wenba's eyes lit up as he looked at the 4 bottles of red wine on the table. A plan to deal with Jiang Chen suddenly came to mind. Thank goodness he'd had his uncle prepare a few bottles of fine wine in advance. "Jiang Chen, you're just a pretty boy who relies on his looks, aren't you? Fine. I'll drown you in money. These days, what good is being handsome? Money talks. Yi Ting is mine. And the 6 beauties by your side should be mine too. This kind of life among the wealthy elite is something you poor bastard, could never afford for them in a lifetime." Ahem.
Xiao Wenba suppressed his rage, cleared his throat twice, then stood up and announced, "Everyone, these 4 bottles of red wine were airlifted from France by the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. Everyone, be sure to savor them. These are authentic imported wines from renowned French chateaux." While introducing the wine to everyone, Xiao Wenba's eyes kept darting toward Jiang Chen, Yi Ting, and the 6 girlfriends Jiang Chen had brought along. It was obvious that this kid was definitely hatching some kind of scheme. However, just as Xiao Wenba was about to open a bottle, Yang Mingqi, seated beside him, suddenly grabbed his arm. "Class monitor, something seems off about this wine." At Yang Mingqi's words, Xiao Wenba froze momentarily. He pretended to examine the wine carefully, but couldn't find anything amiss. No way around it. Xiao Wenba wasn't exactly wealthy, and he knew next to nothing about wine. Naturally, he couldn't tell what was wrong with the bottle in his hands. Whoosh! At that moment, Yang Mingqi reached for another bottle of red wine. After examining it close for a moment, a look of astonishment quickly spread across his face. "Class monitor, this is a Romani Conti. Look here, it's the Romani Conti logo. You know, even the most basic Romani Conti never sells for less than 50,000 yuan on the market." The moment Yang Mingqi spoke, the private room fell silent once more. Romani Conti? Market price absolutely won't go below 50,000 yuan per bottle? Has class monitor Xiao Wenba become this extravagant? Pulling out 4 bottles of Romani Conti at once, that's at least 200,000 yuan. How incredibly impressive is that? At that moment, the way everyone looked at Xiao Wenba changed. Even Yi Ting wore a look of astonishment. But it was just 4 bottles of wine. Compared to Jiang Chen's mansions worth billions, dozens of luxury cars in his garage, 6 mistresses decked out in jewels, or even that Patek Philippe watch on his wrist worth over 4 million. Xiao Wenba still fell short by a wide margin. On top of that, Jiang Chen was so incredibly handsome Xiao Wenba couldn't hold a candle to even one of his toes. So, being Jiang Chen's 7th concubine was still the better option. However, Xiao Wenba remained unaware of Yi Ting's inner thoughts. Seeing everyone gaze at him with awe, even Yi Ting wearing a look of surprise, he felt utterly smug inside. Ha! Everyone's scared, right? Especially you, Jiang Chen, you cheapskate. You've probably never tasted such expensive wine, or even heard of it before, right? Damn it! This feeling, damn, it feels so damn good. Xiao Wenba's vanity was immensely satisfied, but he quickly realized something was off about these 4 bottles of wine. His uncle was merely the logistics manager for the catering department at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel, a position of limited influence. How could he possibly procure 200,000 yuan worth of wine to entertain classmates? This wine was most likely served by mistake by the waitstaff. If he actually drank all this wine, he'd end up footing the bill himself.
That's 200,000 yuan. Xiao Wenbo couldn't possibly afford to pay that much. But then. Just then, Yang Mingqi suddenly leaned close to Xiao Wenbo and whispered, "Boss, that was a brilliant move. You actually thought to bring out fake wine to show off? I'm impressed."
Xiao Wenbo froze slightly at the words. Yang Mingqi was his best buddy. Their bond was as solid as steel, so he knew exactly what Xiao Wenbo was capable of.
"Mingqi, I didn't order this wine. I just asked my uncle to prepare a few bottles of good wine. Who knew they'd bring out Romani Conti? I bet the waiter messed up."
Xiao Wenbo lowered his voice as well, quickly explaining the situation in Yang Mingqi's ear.
But Yang Mingqi wore a faint, enigmatic smile. "Wenbo, are you out of your mind? Do you really think the waitstaff at the Imperial International Hotel would make such a rookie mistake?
This must be your uncle's careful planning."
Xiao Wenbo stared blankly at Yang Mingqi, as if asking him, how did this become his uncle's deliberate scheme? "Wenbo, think about it." Yang Mingqi suddenly spoke with solemn earnestness. "First, hotel staff would never make such a rookie mistake.
So this wine definitely wasn't served incorrectly.
Second, this must be fake wine your uncle procured, just so you could show off in front of your classmates.
Anyway, no one around here has ever tasted real Romani Conti.
Who's going to know the difference? Does that make sense now?" The moment Yang Mingqi spoke, Xiao Wenbo instantly understood.
At the same time, he couldn't help but give his uncle a mental thumbs up.
"Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. My uncle really went out of his way to save my face. Once I make it big, I'll repay uncle for this favor. Ha ha."
Xiao Wenbo suddenly burst into laughter twice before announcing to everyone, "I was hoping to surprise my classmates, but I didn't expect to be found out so quickly.
That's right.
These 4 bottles are indeed Romani Conti. I rarely get the chance to drink such wine myself.
Come on. Let's all have a taste."
Xiao Wenbo spoke as he uncorked the bottles, then proceeded to pour wine for each classmate in turn.
At the same time, he reveled in the mix of awe and envy in their eyes. He felt like he was floating on air. However,
when it came to Jiang Chen's turn, Xiao Wenbo deliberately skipped over Jiang Chen and his 6 girlfriends, heading straight to Yi Ting's side. "Ting Ting, this is imported Romani Conti from France. You absolutely must try it."
Hearing Xiao Wenbo's slightly ingratiating words, Yi Ting's expression turned cold. Xiao Wenbo didn't pour Jiang Chen any wine.
This was clearly a show of contempt, a deliberate attempt to humiliate Jiang Chen in front of everyone.
Ha ha! Here was her chance to curry favor with Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen isn't drinking, I won't either.
It must be said, Yi Ting was indeed a clever woman.
Instead of directly confronting Xiao Wenbo about why he hadn't poured Jiang Chen a drink, instead, she firmly declared her stance tonight. No matter what, she was firmly on Jiang Chen's side. This, too, was a way to curry favor with Jiang Chen. This approach was far more appealing.
Xiao Wenbo was completely flustered by Yi Ting's stance, his expression stiffening.
Damn it! Is this really the aloof class beauty Yi Ting I know? She's actually groveling at Jiang Chen's feet? Why? I've even brought out this expensive Romani Conti, and you damn, can actually resist the temptation? What kind of mind-altering potion did Jiang Chen feed you? Are you possessed? Damn it all to hell. I can't take this anymore. Since you won't show some respect, don't blame me for not giving you any face. Oomph. If you won't drink, then don't. Do you think I'll beg you to drink it? This is a Romani Conti worth 50,000 yuan a bottle. People would kill to get their hands on it. If you won't drink it, plenty of others will. Chapter 172, Showing Off? Watch the lightning strike. Class monitor, Yi Ting won't drink it, but we will. As if to prove Xiao Wenbo's point.
Several heavily made-up girls suddenly stood up, empty glasses in hand, and walked over to Xiao Wenbo. In their eyes, while Jiang Chen was handsome, Xiao Wenbo had money.
In this day and age, money talks.
Since Yi Ting was being ungrateful and refusing to give Xiao Wenbo face, didn't this mean their chance to curry favor with him had arrived?
Alright, I'll pour you drinks. At that moment, Xiao Wenbo's eyes lit up.
Though none of these girls could compare to Yi Ting, their makeup skills were impressive. They were practically beautiful now. Most importantly, these girls cared about their brother. Unlike Yi Ting, who was cold and distant, wearing a sour expression and refusing to give him any face whatsoever. Xiao Wenbo felt that only by showing Yi Ting how popular he was could he make her realize just how great he was. So, Xiao Wenbo promptly poured drinks for these girls, then circled the private room, serving a glass to each of the remaining classmates. Everyone present except Jiang Chen, Yi Ting, and the 6 golden flowers received drinks poured by Xiao Wenbo.
Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. After all, these 4 bottles of red wine weren't just ordinary Romani Conti, they were 1990 vintages, valued at approximately 338,000 per bottle. The total value of these 4 bottles exceeded 1.3 million yuan. Moreover, Jiang Chen had specifically instructed manager Shi Suilan to have these 4 bottles delivered to this private room. Unexpectedly. Before he, the rightful owner, could even speak, some upstart had stolen his thunder. Worse still, the guy was deliberately giving him a hard time, refusing to pour him wine, and making him look like a fool. Damn it!
In that case, don't blame this young master for forgetting our school ties. Swish. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, instantly activating the superphone within his body to send a text message directly to manager Shi Tsuelan.
Honey, this class monitor seems to have some serious beef with you, huh?
Just then, Su Yao tugged at Jiang Chen's arm, shooting Xiao Wenba a very displeased glance.
It's nothing.
Jiang Chen smiled warmly, patting Su Yao's hand lightly before murmuring, "You won't believe it, but in a moment, he won't even be able to cry."
Oomph, then I'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Su Yao knew Jiang Chen's temper and tricks inside out.
Seeing the mischievous grin tugging at the corners of his mouth, she knew he was definitely hatching some devious plan. Class president, this wine is truly exceptional. Romane Conti lives up to its reputation.
Stop calling me class president.
You should be addressing me as young Master Xiao. It's all thanks to young Master Xiao that we get to enjoy such fine wine today. Young Master Xiao, you truly are a man of substance, quiet until you speak, and when you do, it's astonishing.
Exactly. Young Master Xiao isn't like certain people who pretend to be all high and mighty when they're broke as a joke.
Inside the private room, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. After Xiao Wenba revealed his impressive resources, many classmates began fawning over him, and some even took the chance to belittle Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen remained silent, sitting quietly in his seat.
The 6 golden flowers remained silent too, having overheard Jiang Chen and Su Yao's earlier exchange. They sat quietly, waiting to see how the drama would unfold. Yi Ting remained silent too, though her expression darkened noticeably. She felt the urge to jump up, slam the table, and yell at them several times. But the moment she remembered Jiang Chen preferred gentle, obedient, and considerate women, she forced herself to suppress that impulse. She couldn't afford to leave Jiang Chen with another impression of her being arrogant and stubborn. But she couldn't just stand by and watch Jiang Chen get bullied either. What could she do to appear ladylike and refined while also helping Jiang Chen vent his frustration and giving Xiao Wenba a proper lesson in the process? Difficult. Finding a solution that satisfies both needs was truly too difficult. Click. Just then, the private room door swung open again from the outside. Immediately after, a beautiful woman dressed in a purple cheapo strode in, accompanied by several hotel staff members. Her beautiful face was frosty as she swiftly scanned the room. When she noticed that everyone in the private room was drinking, except for Jiang Chen and the women beside him whose glasses were even empty. In that instant, flames shot from her eyes. That's right. This stunning woman in a cheapo was none other than Shi Tsuelan, the general manager of the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. Shi Tsuelan had intended to walk straight over to Jiang Chen, but he quickly shot her a meaningful glance. Shi Tsuelan paused slightly, instantly grasping Jiang Chen's intent, a charming curve lifting at the corners of her mouth. You actually drank all 4 bottles of red wine? Shi Tsuelan suddenly raised her voice, a tremor in her tone as her icy gaze swept around the private room. Who are you? Why did you suddenly barge into our private room? We did drink these 4 bottles. So what? We ordered them ourselves. Are we not allowed to drink them? Several classmates who were close to Xiao Wenba immediately shouted back, their tone sharp and confrontational. With Xiao Wenba as their backing, they seemed to have gained a newfound confidence. Good. Very good. Shi Tsuelan nodded, then waved her hand. 2 staff members carrying POS machines immediately stepped forward from behind her. What you drank wasn't ordinary Romane Conti, it was the 1990 vintage Romane Conti. Each bottle is priced at 338,000 yuan. 4 bottles total 1,352,000 yuan. May I ask which one of you will be settling the bill? The moment Shi Tsuelan finished speaking, the entire private room fell silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. But after a brief pause, classmates immediately pulled out their phones and began searching online for the price of 1990 Romane Conti. Holy crap! It really is a 1990 Romane Conti. Market price is 338,000 yuan per bottle. Xiao, why did you say this wine was only 50,000 yuan a bottle just now? Xiao, you're way too modest. You actually tried to fool us into thinking a bottle worth over 300,000 yuan was only 50,000 yuan. Were you worried we'd feel too intimidated to drink such an expensive wine? Listening to his classmates chattering away, Jiang Chen nearly burst out laughing again. What a bunch of characters. Every single one of them is a gem. Damn it, I actually spent 3 years studying alongside this bunch of geniuses? Just thinking about it makes me cringe. You're worried we can't pay? Let me tell you, Xiao is a VIP guest at your hotel. He dines here regularly. It's just 4 bottles of wine. Young Master Xiao can easily afford that. The heavily made-up girls from earlier all jumped to Xiao Wenba's defense, seemingly eager to curry favor with this wealthy class monitor. Shi Tsuelan burst out laughing. Finally, she found the one responsible for bullying the chairman. The rest would be easy. I was out of line earlier. Since that's the case, please settle the bill for the wine, young Master Xiao. The moment Shi Tsuelan spoke, every student present turned their gaze toward Xiao Wenba. At that moment, Xiao Wenba panicked. His aged face flushed bright red, as if scorched by fire, burning hot.
Xiao Wenba opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. He finally understood.
Those 4 bottles of red wine earlier weren't the fake stuff that bastard Yang Mingqi had claimed were for his uncle to show off. They were the wrong bottles served by the hotel staff.
A 1990 Romani Conti? Worth 338,000 yuan per bottle? No wonder it tasted so good.
But 4 bottles together would cost 1.352 million yuan.
How could he possibly afford that much? What should I do? Waiting online, this is urgent. Chapter 173, What's face worth? Money's what matters. Swish.
Xiao Wenba's gaze darted across the 4 wine bottles on the table. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "Hold on.
I clearly ordered regular red wine 800 yuan a bottle, so why did you serve me Romani Conti?
That's your hotel's problem, not mine. Therefore, I won't take responsibility for this."
Xiao Wenba had no time left for posturing.
Faced with 1.352 million yuan, all pretenses had to be dropped.
Holding onto his money was now paramount. Silence.
The private room fell completely silent. The moment Xiao Wenba spoke, every classmate's eyes widened, their mouths gaped open, and their faces froze in utter astonishment.
What was going on? Xiao Wenba ordered a bottle of red wine priced at 800 yuan? But the waiter brought out a Romani Conti worth 338,000 yuan? Holy crap! So Xiao Wenba was just showing off.
What kind of young master Xiao is this?
Using someone else's mistakenly served wine to show off in front of his classmates? You've got some nerve. Who gave you the nerve? To open a bottle of Romani Conti worth over 300,000 yuan? And 4 bottles at that? Jiang Chen's high school classmates might be naive, but they weren't completely clueless.
After a moment's thought, they immediately figured out what was going on. Swish, swish, swish.
In an instant, countless looks of contempt landed squarely on Xiao Wenba.
Xiao Wenba's face flushed red, then drained white, feeling as if his entire back was on fire.
Damn it! He'd totally blown it today. What a complete embarrassment. All because of that idiot Yang Mingqi and his stupid idea. I could really punch you right now. Swish.
The moment Xiao Wenba thought this, he whipped his head around, his furious gaze scanning the room for Yang Mingqi. But Yang Mingqi had quietly slipped to the back of the crowd, his eyes darting nervously, afraid to meet Xiao Wenba's gaze.
Xiao Wenba, why are you looking at me? Anyway, you organized this dinner. If anything happens, you're the one who'll take the fall.
Worst case, we're no longer brothers.
Compared to that 1.352 million yuan compensation, what the hell is brotherhood worth? Besides, didn't all this mess happen because you wanted to show off? Acting like a big shot? That'll get you struck by lightning. Oomph. At that moment, Shi Suilan snorted coldly and declared, "These 4 bottles of wine were meant for the chairman of our Imperial Dynasty group. Can't you see the words Romani Conti 1990 written on them? Most importantly, you opened and drank all 4 bottles without the chairman's permission. Since you've drunk our wine, please settle the bill."
Shi Suilan shot a subtle glance at Jiang Chen.
Until she received new orders from Jiang Chen, she would follow his original instructions and make life miserable for Xiao Wenba. "My uncle is the catering department's logistics manager here. I'll have him come over to settle this." With no other options left, Xiao Wenba could only bring his uncle into the matter. After all, 1.35 million isn't a small sum. He absolutely couldn't afford to pay it. However, Shi Suilan sneered coldly and said, "Your uncle is the catering department logistics manager at our hotel? Fine. Effective immediately, your uncle is fired. And you'd better pay for the drinks."
At Shi Suilan's words, Xiao Wenba's legs instantly went weak, his weathered face turning the color of liver in an instant.
Who exactly are you? My uncle he's the catering department's logistics manager. How can you just fire him like that?
Seeing Xiao Wenba's utterly dumbfounded expression, Shi Suilan merely sneered disdainfully without answering his question.
Just then,
a staff member following behind Shi Suilan suddenly stepped forward and announced, "This is our general manager of Imperial International Hotel, Shi Suilan, General Manager Shi.
This entire hotel operates under General Manager Shi's authority. She has the final say on who stays and who goes." Clang.
Upon hearing Shi Suilan's true identity, Xiao Wenba's legs buckled instantly, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground.
It's over.
He never imagined this woman was the hotel's general manager.
"Uncle.
I'm so sorry, I had no idea things would escalate like this.
I've really screwed you over this time.
If you refuse to settle the bill, I'll have no choice but to call the police."
Shi Suilan seemed to have lost her patience. With a wave of her hand, a staff member immediately pulled out their phone, apparently ready to dial the police. Hold on.
They say people find ingenuity in emergencies, and Xiao Wenba was no exception.
His eyes darted around, and he immediately shouted, "Those 4 bottles of liquor weren't just for me. Everyone drank them. Why should I be the only one paying? Split it evenly. Every single person here who drank should chip in. That way, each person only has to pay a little over 40,000.
At Xiao Wenba's words, the classmates all panicked.
Over 40,000?
That was several months' worth of their salaries. They'd only taken a few sips of alcohol, yet they were being asked to pay several months' worth of wages. How could they possibly accept that? What's more, Xiao Wenba had bought the drinks and poured them himself. They'd all been kept in the dark, completely unaware of the value of those 4 bottles. At the end of the day, Xiao Wenba was the culprit. They were all victims. Why should the victims be the ones to shoulder the responsibility for the culprit? Xiao Wenba, you opened the bottles and encouraged everyone to drink. Why should we end up splitting the bill for your drinks? You're absolutely right. I'm not splitting the bill with you. I refuse to split it either. Faced with his classmates' furious accusations, Xiao Wenba couldn't care less about any of this. He'd already embarrassed himself beyond measure today. What was a little more shame? The bottom line was this: he could lose face, but he absolutely refused to foot such a huge bill alone. I only had 1 drink earlier, I'll cover 50 grand. Xiao Wenba suddenly pulled out his phone, opened the WeChat Pay QR code, and strode over to the staff member holding the POS machine. At that moment, every student in the private room was on the edge of their seats. Some shouted curses at Xiao Wenba, others tried to rush forward to stop him, while a few seized the chance to slip out of the room only to be blocked at the door by hotel security. Swish! Shi Suilan remained silent, her questioning gaze fixed on Jiang Chen. Perhaps seeing Jiang Chen give a slight nod, Shi Suilan's face broke into a smile as warm as spring sunshine. Since Mr. Xiao insists on splitting the bill and has even offered to pay 50,000 yuan, let's settle it for him. Shi Suilan waved her hand, and the staff immediately stepped forward, scanning Xiao Wenba's WeChat payment code to deduct 50,000 yuan. Witnessing this, the students grew even more excited. They seemed deeply worried that after paying his share, Xiao Wenba would simply walk away, leaving them all to split the remaining bill. And that's exactly what happened. Xiao Wenba reluctantly paid the 50,000 yuan, then without so much as a glance at his classmates in the private room, headed straight for the exit. However, at that very moment, Shi Suilan led a group of staff members and strode quickly up to Jiang Chen. Chairman, hello. As soon as Shi Suilan spoke, the staff following her bowed slightly in unison toward Jiang Chen, their voices in perfect harmony. Chairman, good day. Silence. The private room instantly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, gaping in astonishment as they stared at Jiang Chen and Shi Suilan. Even Xiao Wenba, who had just been about to step out of the private room, abruptly halted his departure. He stared at Jiang Chen with a look of utter disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. What? What did President Shi just say to Jiang Chen? She said. Chairman, hello? Jiang Chen is the chairman? Chairman of what? Could it be the chairman of this hotel? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. An orphan with no parents, a poor delivery guy, how could he suddenly become the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel? I don't believe it. I'd rather die than believe it. I must have misheard earlier. Mr. Shi definitely didn't call him chairman. Right. I must have misheard. Chapter 174, Honorable Godfather, please accept my bow. Inside the private room. Dead silence. Shi Suilan's single word chairman had utterly stunned every student present. As everyone knew, the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel was merely one property under the Imperial Dynasty Group. The hotel had no random minority shareholders, or rather, its sole shareholder was the Imperial Group. The Imperial Group was one of the top conglomerates in Shilan City. Any major development within the group would inevitably make headlines across the city. Not long ago, the news of the group's forced acquisition by a mysterious tycoon and its change of ownership had spread like wildfire throughout the city. However, the general public had no idea who the new chairman of the Dynasty Group was. Now, Shi Suilan, the hotel's general manager, was addressing Jiang Chen with utmost respect as chairman. At that moment, a bold suspicion began to take root in everyone's minds. Could it be? Could Jiang Chen be the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group? No wonder Shi Suilan mentioned earlier that those 4 bottles of Romanicanti were intended for the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group. So, those 4 bottles hadn't been delivered to the wrong place. The chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group was sitting right here in this private room, only none of them knew it. Whoa! At this realization, many students couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, their faces contorting with utter shock. Especially Yi Ting. Her eyes sparkled, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, and she was practically trembling with excitement. Ah! This time, I bet right. Who knew Jiang Chen's true identity was this impressive? He truly lives up to being the man I, Yi Ting, worship. One word, absolutely stunning. Swish. At that moment, Jiang Chen casually waved his hand and said, Manager Shi, could you please bring over a few more bottles of fine wine? Skip the 1990 Romanicanti this time, bring the 1947 Chateau Cheval Blanc instead. This red wine has a higher alcohol content, it packs a real punch. Shi Suilan smiled faintly upon hearing this, immediately nodding in agreement. Certainly, Chairman. I'll have someone bring the wine over right away. With that, Shi Suilan and her staff swiftly exited the private room. Before long, several young, attractive waitresses entered, carrying 8 bottles of expensive red wine. The private room fell silent. Not a single person dared to speak, their very breath stifled.
No one dared meet Jiang Chen's gaze. After all, quite a few people had just mocked Jiang Chen. Now that they knew his terrifying identity, they all worried if Jiang Chen held a grudge, what would become of them? Clink. At that moment, Su Yao took the initiative to open a bottle of red wine. She poured a glass for Jiang Chen first, then casually glanced around the private room at the other students. What are you all standing around for? This wine was specially ordered by Jiang Chen through Mr. Shi just for you all. If you don't drink it, wouldn't that be a waste? Don't worry, you won't be splitting the bill. Tonight's entire tab is on the house. As Su Yao delivered that final line in a half-joking tone, the atmosphere in the private room underwent a complete 180-degree shift. Wow! Young Master Jiang, you really keep your cards close to your chest. Exactly. Some people just pretend to be impressive, but others are genuinely amazing. What a difference. Young Master Jiang, we never imagined you were the new chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group. We really didn't know what we were looking at. Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. Young Master Jiang, we were misled by Xiao Wenba. We unintentionally offended you earlier. We truly deserve a beating. At that moment, everyone present scrambled to apologize to Jiang Chen, their fawning words forming a continuous chorus. Especially the girls. Their gazes toward Jiang Chen burned with intensity, as if they longed to throw themselves into his arms and let him take advantage of them. At the same time, their gazes toward Yi Ting were filled with thick jealousy and blame. That Yi Ting. No wonder she was groveling at Jiang Chen's feet so shamelessly earlier. Turns out she knew his identity all along. Damn it all to hell. She knew who Jiang Chen was all along, yet she didn't tell us sisters? She even tried to keep him all to herself? You shameless little. We're done being sisters. Ha! Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled softly, his voice dripping with false sincerity. Oh my! What are you saying? We're old classmates. How could I possibly hold a grudge or blame you over such a trifling matter? Enough talk. Come on. Drink up. All our years of friendship are poured into this cup. Xiao Wenba, standing at the door of the private room, felt his entire face twist into an expression of utter disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around it. Jiang Chen was clearly just an orphan. How had he suddenly transformed into the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty Group? Watching Jiang Chen mingle effortlessly with his classmates, hearing them fawn over him while mocking Xiao Wenba as a pretentious fool. Xiao Wenba's face flushed crimson, wishing he could sink into a hole and never resurface. Swish! Knowing he had no face to stay, he slunk away, neck tucked in, leaving the place in disgrace. However, just as Xiao Wenba stepped out of the hotel, it suddenly hit him. Damn it! That Mr. Shi just took 50 grand from me. It seemed like I was the only one who paid for anything at tonight's class reunion. Jiang Chen's girlfriend Su Yao had said all expenses tonight would be covered. Doesn't that mean the others didn't have to pay at all? They didn't have to chip in for those 4 bottles of Romani Conti? I shelled out 50,000 yuan only to end up covered in itching, and now I've been humiliated in front of my classmates. Even my uncle lost his job because of this. Jiang Chen. Damn you. How could you be so devious? I'll tear you apart. Don't stop me. I'll definitely tear you apart. Wah? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the private room gradually grew lively. Classmates raised their glasses one after another, lining up to toast Jiang Chen as flattery poured out nonstop. After going around the table once, Jiang Chen suddenly pulled out his phone, opened the photo gallery, and pulled up a screenshot. Classmates, I wonder who in the group chat made a bet with me. Swearing on posts, scrambling to claim me as their godfather? The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the private room fell silent once more. But, after a brief pause, Yang Mingqi, the fickle opportunist, immediately stood up. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully toward Jiang Chen, shouting, Godfather. Please accept my bow. Damn it. Yang Mingqi, you bastard. How dare you beat me to it? Honorable foster father, please accept my bow as well. Honorable foster father, honorable foster mothers, please accept this bow from your foster son, Tang Xiao. Foster father, foster mothers, I am your foster daughter, Hu Jing. Jiang Chen, I want to be their foster mother too. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Ha 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 ha. The 6 golden flowers were utterly dumbfounded. Who would have thought Jiang Chen's old classmates would all have such thick skin? What a bunch of characters. But then again, if they could really adopt Jiang Chen as their godfather, they could skip at least 50 years of hard work. Each cry of godfather came straight from their hearts, uttered willingly, without a shred of insincerity. Anyone who dared to stop them from adopting Jiang Chen as their godfather would face their fierce opposition. My godchildren, I'm so happy today. After dinner, those who want to sing can head to Dynasty KTV. Those who want a spa treatment can go for a spa. Those who want a foot massage can get a foot massage. If you don't want to go home tonight, just stay at the hotel for the night. In short, whatever you spend tonight at the Imperial International Hotel, Daddy's picking up the tab. As Jiang Chen's announcement echoed through the private room, the entire space erupted in excitement. Ah! Thank you, Godfather. Godfather, you're absolutely amazing. Godfather, I adore you. Mwah. Godfather, you're the greatest. Long live Godfather. Chapter 175, Lottery. 10 Drool. Late at night. Jiang Chen, already drunk out of his mind, was safely escorted back to Phoenix Manor under the tight protection of the 6 golden flowers. The 6 golden flowers had no choice but to tighten their defenses. Jiang Chen's female classmates were all staring at him, eagerly trying to get closer whenever they had the chance. Especially that little minx Yi Ting. She kept calling the 6 golden flowers sisters non-stop. Anyone unaware of the situation would have thought she was Jiang Chen's 7th concubine. Even after the 6 golden flowers had taken Jiang Chen home, Yi Ting kept bombarding him with WeChat messages. In her messages, she called him daddy non-stop. She might as well have written "I'm Daddy Jiang Chen's lapdog" right on her forehead. Tap tap tap. In a haze, Jiang Chen felt himself being supported by several slender hands, swaying unsteadily into the bathroom. Then, Jiang Chen lay down in a bathtub filled with warm water. A burst of giggles reached his ears, followed by several pairs of delicate hands scrubbing his body. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Chen, slightly more awake, suddenly opened his eyes to find himself lying on the large bed in his bedroom. The space beside him was empty. All 6 beauties had vanished without a trace. Yawn. Jiang Chen yawned widely, about to close his eyes for a good night's sleep. But then, the next second, a faint click sounded by his ear as the bedroom door opened from the outside. Tap tap tap. Hearing footsteps approaching from afar, Jiang Chen rolled over in bed, forcing his eyelids open as he peered toward the doorway. What he saw left him speechless. 6 golden flowers filed in one after another from outside the door, then all walked towards Jiang Chen. But that wasn't the main point. The real point was that all 6 had changed into battle robes, ancient-style battle robes Jiang Chen had never seen before. Su Yao, a bright red mandarin duck-patterned belly-bearing top. Zhao Shimian, a pink peach blossom embroidered belly-bearing top. Luli, an indigo-dyed belly-bearing top embroidered with lotus flowers. Yu Lily, a purple tulle belly-bearing top. Lin Qingxue, a black printed halter neck belly-bearing top. Tang Rou, a sparrow-colored satin lace belly band. Beyond this, the 6 golden flowers all wore their long hair neatly pinned up. Paired with their ancient-style battle robes, each radiated the aura of an aristocratic lady from antiquity. In that instant, Jiang Chen felt his drunkenness instantly sober him. His spirits soared. Ignition, start, let's go. The Bugatti Red Dragon roared as the accelerator was floored, charging straight onto the highway leading to the kindergarten. Tonight, the stars twinkle brightly, my heart brimming with love for you. The moon won't sleep, so neither will I. Am the little delight of this world. First wipe your nose, then pull up your pants. Now you're ready to take your first steps into the world. The next morning, Jiang Chen climbed out of bed. He stretched his arms wide, and every bone in his body cracked with a crisp pop. The perpetual motion machine's relentless output all night long let Jiang Chen experience the thrill of extreme sports. This feeling of reckless abandon, full throttle, drenched in sweat, and utterly carefree could be summed up in one word: exhilarating. Get up, get dressed, brush teeth, wash face. Jiang Chen stepped out onto the villa's 3rd-floor terrace, facing the rising sun. He performed a simple set of martial arts moves to stretch his limbs, then returned to the living room and sprawled lazily on the sofa. If memory served him correctly, today marked the 4th day, meaning his lottery chances should have accumulated to 12. Swish. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen mentally activated the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Draw attempts, 12. Inventory, black card donation gold, item fragments x5. Divine artifact, Eye of the Mind 2-star. Holy crap. As the saying goes, good mood, good luck. Last night, Jiang Chen crushed the 6 golden flowers, leaving him in high spirits. If not now, when? Heaven and earth, I solemnly vow to sacrifice all the godchildren I adopted last night. I beseech all divine beings to bless me, grant me a grand prize. As Jiang Chen finished reciting the intricate incantation, he clasped his hands together and silently prayed, Brother Tongzi, give me a 10 pull. Ding. Lottery in progress, please wait. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, when he selected the 10 pull option, the system even thoughtfully displayed a please wait prompt. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer on the wheel of fortune spun rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Though the pointer continued spinning rapidly, a shimmering object suddenly appeared on the wheel. However, before Jiang Chen could even make out what it was, immediately, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 9th, 10th sparkling prize appeared on the wheel. Swish. In the blink of an eye, all 10 prizes were neatly stored into the system inventory. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a recharge card. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a bottle of enhancement potion. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a skill book. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a golden hits playlist. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a total of 15 item fragments. Jiang Chen eagerly tapped open the system inventory, immediately seeing this pile of glittering rewards. In the first slot lay the same black card reward money as before. The second slot held 20 item fragments. In the third slot lay a shimmering card. Recharge card. Upon use, this card allows you to recharge any type of black card produced by the system with a credit limit of 500 million funds. Note, this card can only be used once. In the fourth compartment lay a golden potion. Enhancement potion. Consuming this potion strengthens your vocal cords, rendering your voice exceptionally magnetic, warm, and captivating, transforming it into the legendary voice of an angel. In the fifth slot lies a skill book. Singing Mastery Skill Book. Upon using this skill book, you will automatically master superstar level singing techniques, instantly transforming you into a world-class singing legend. The sixth compartment contained a thick book with the words Golden Melodies Playlist written on its cover. Golden Hits Playlist. This book contains 1,000 songs of golden hit quality, all originating from the parallel world Blue Star. These songs have never appeared in this world. Put. 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 Jiang Chen nearly spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood in quick succession. After seeing the prizes he'd drawn this time, a sense of foreboding instantly filled Jiang Chen's heart. The recharge card was manageable after all, it was a tool for making money. But then came the enhancement potion, which could strengthen the voice to achieve a heavenly tone. Then there was the skill book, Singing Mastery, along with a playlist containing a full 1,000 hit songs from another world. Bro, what the hell are you playing at? Bro, I'm living the good life, eating, sleeping, and waiting to die. I'm totally laid back, living it up in luxury and indulging in all the pleasures life has to offer. You suddenly dump all this singing stuff on me. Are you trying to launch me into showbiz? I'm a big shot in the corporate world, and you want me to go sing for coins? Damn it all to hell. I'll say it loud and clear today. I absolutely will not enter the entertainment industry, nor will I ever sing for money. You can forget about it. Chapter 176, Preparing for the Points Tournament. Huangchao Network Technology Company, Limited. Conference Room. Zhou Ruoxi arrived early this morning and gathered the entire company's senior management for a brief meeting. Today marks the Points Tournament for Douya Platform's anniversary celebration. You must ensure all live streams maintain smooth streaming speeds, no lagging during critical moments. Under no circumstances should customer experience be compromised. Zhou Ruoxi, seated at the head of the conference table, wore a light blue satin sheath dress today, layered over a white knit-sleeve blazer. Her mature, voluptuous pear-shaped figure and pronounced S-curve silhouette were accentuated to perfection. Her chestnut brown, long wavy hair fell casually over her shoulders. Her exquisitely applied makeup, lips painted in bold red, and captivating gaze radiated mature charm and allure with every smile and glance. Gulp. Many male colleagues in the meeting room couldn't help but swallow hard, desperately suppressing the surging thoughts and urges within. A demoness. Who would have thought the vice president of Imperial Group would be such a devastatingly beautiful temptress? How blissful it would be to work under Vice President Zhou's guidance. Ahem. At that moment, Feng Xingming, head of Imperial Dynasty Network Technology, cleared his throat twice and declared, "Rest assured, Vice President Zhou. I'll personally oversee today's event from start to finish and guarantee absolutely no mishaps." Bull. With Vice President Zhou from Imperial Group headquarters personally visiting their company, who would dare slack off now? Did they want to lose their jobs? After the meeting concluded, Feng Xingming hurriedly followed behind Zhou Ruoxi. Deputy Director Zhou, I never imagined you would take such a keen interest in this event hosted by our platform, even coming in person to supervise our work. Feng Xingming pushed his glasses up his nose, but after a quick glance at Zhou Ruoxi, he immediately averted his gaze. It wasn't that he disliked looking at beautiful women, it was that Zhou Ruoxi's charm was simply too overwhelming. Standing so close to her, he feared he might lose control and start saluting the flag. He couldn't handle it. Zhou Ruoxi had always been the belle of the Imperial Dynasty Group. Back when she was in the PR department, she outshone all others, becoming the undisputed department flower. Now, with age, her charm hadn't diminished, it had only deepened into a mature allure and sophistication. Plus, as the group's vice president, she naturally radiated a powerful aura that easily stirred men's desire to conquer. Holy crap! So voluptuous, so luscious, so maturely curvaceous. Just one more glance made him feel like committing a crime. Feng Xingming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If his own wife possessed even half of Zhou Ruoxi's allure and charm, he'd be home promptly every single day after work, not wasting a single second on the way. Mr. Feng, it's not that I personally care about this event hosted by the platform. It's because Mr. Xiao personally ordered that there must be absolutely no slip-ups in this event. Zhou Ruoxi cast Feng Xingming a faint glance, a meaningful smile flickering across her face. She certainly wouldn't tell Feng Xingming that Chairman Jiang Chen was also attending this event. Through her own investigation, Zhou Ruoxi had already discovered Jiang Chen's Douyin account, the recently emerged super spender known as Full Sky of Stars. Zhou Ruoxi had initially planned to call Jiang Chen directly but changed her mind. According to the platform's event rules, the top 30 players on the VIP leaderboard would receive invitations from the Imperial Dynasty Group to attend an offline seaside resort event. Given the pace at which Jiang Chen was showering gifts, he was certain to make it onto that VIP list. Therefore, Zhou Ruoxi planned to prepare a small surprise for Jiang Chen at the seaside resort event.
This way, she could win his favor faster and more effectively.
Meanwhile, Villa Number 1, Phoenix Mountain Estate.
Jiang Chen enjoyed a nutritious breakfast accompanied by the 6 golden flowers. Just as he finished his last glass of milk, he received a WeChat message from Lu Yingying.
Lu Yingying, brother Xingchen, the points tournament is about to start.
Without you here, neither my sister nor I feel confident.
Emoji, pitiful face.
Jiang Chen chuckled softly and swiftly replied to Lu Yingying using the superphone within his body. Jiang Chen, call me Starry Daddy, and I'll log in to help you guys compete.
Emoji, wicked grin.
Lu Yingying seemed silent for a moment, but soon after, she sent Jiang Chen a voice message.
Star Daddy. Star Daddy.
The voice message contained 2 sweet, high-pitched voices, the first belonging to Lu Yingying, the second to Lu Qianqian. Lu Yingying called out boldly, without a trace of embarrassment. Lu Qianqian, however, sounded extremely reserved and shy, her voice thick with embarrassment.
Jiang Chen, haha. I'll log in right now. Wait for me. Lu Yingying, thank you, Star Daddy. Douya live streaming platform. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's live stream room.
After sending the WeChat plea for help, Lu Yingying turned to look at her sister, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. Lu Qianqian's eyes also sparkled, but her pretty face flushed bright red, making her look incredibly cute and alluring. Swish! At that moment, a golden emperor emblem suddenly illuminated the livestream, accompanied by the special effects of a super emperor's entrance. Seeing this, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying both stood up, their faces brimming with excitement.
Welcome home, Star Daddy.
Lu Yingying clenched both fists, beaming with joy, and even jumped up and down excitedly.
Welcome back, Xingchen. Daddy. Lu Qianqian's pretty face flushed even redder.
She seemed both shy and not entirely uncomfortable with the title Starry Sky Daddy. Meanwhile, Kai Jia, who had been watching the sisters' livestream all along, clenched her fists tightly, her face brimming with excitement.
Big shot Xingchen has arrived.
Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, the twin sisters, were sure to advance to tomorrow's finals. The ink-stained Veil Guild was finally about to turn the tables. Just yesterday, news of Star-Lord's latest $1 million gift spree had spread like wildfire across the entire Douya streaming platform.
Any viewer or streamer online at the time could see the carnival notifications popping up one after another.
Super VIP Star-Lord Daddy became the center of attention across the entire platform once more, leaving countless streamers green with envy. This was nothing short of a deluge of wealth. Just catching Star Daddies, I could make you soar to new heights in minutes, turning from a sparrow into a phoenix overnight. Of course. Since Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were in the dance category, fellow streamers in that same category suddenly felt immense pressure. Especially those ranked near the top of the dance category, who still harbored hopes of claiming the top spot. But how could anyone compete for first place against a super rich big shot like Star-Lord?
It was utterly hopeless.
Swish! Just then, the Emperor emblem lit up again in the sisters' livestream, followed by the signature special effects of a Super Emperor floating into view. Another Emperor-level big shot had entered the stream. Jiang Chen was still stunned when this unexpected Emperor Tycoon burst in and immediately sent a message on the public chat. Misty Rain Jiangnan at full sky of stars, Boss Xingchen, are you there? Seeing the golden bullet message tagged to him, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and casually replied with a single word in the public chat, present. Misty Rain Jiangnan, Boss Starry Sky, I've long admired your reputation.
I'm here to discuss something with you. Full sky of stars, what is it?
Misty Rain Jiangnan, my streamer is also in the dance category, the one who was overtaken by you yesterday for first place.
She's now ranked second in the dance category, Little Butterfly. Starlit Sky, and then? Misty Rain Jiangnan, my little butterfly wants to take first place in the ranking matches, so I came over to say hello.
I hope you'll give her a break during the match later, just do me a favor.
Chapter 177, Who do you think you are? Live stream chat.
Misty Rain Jiangnan's final comment made Jiang Chen frown involuntarily, a spark of irritation flaring in his heart.
What the hell do you mean? You actually want me to give up the top spot? Do I even know you? Why should I give you face? Starlit Sky, sorry, but my Qianqian and Yingying also want to take first place. So what you're asking, I really can't do it. Jiang Chen's words were already incredibly polite. Given his usual temperament, he'd have been pounding the keyboard in full rage, tearing into Smoky Rain Jiangnan with scathing insults. It could only be said that Jiang Chen had matured, his temperament growing steadier. However, Yan Yu Jiangnan didn't see it that way.
Seeing Jiang Chen refuse him without hesitation, he immediately fired off a comment, his tone turning hostile.
Misty Rain Jiangnan, Boss Xingchen, you already helped your streamer win first place yesterday. Now you want to take first in the points tournament too? Your appetite is a bit too big, don't you think? Full Sky of Stars, isn't winning competitions about skill? Since when did you need to give up to get first place? After Jiang Chen sent this comment, the livestream instantly erupted. Many viewers sided with him. Starboss is absolutely right. Competitions are about skill, first place isn't handed out. Smoky Rain is hilarious. If you want first place, then show us what you've got. I'm backing Starry Sky on this one.
If Rainy Day came to ask Starry Sky for a favor, he should at least show some humility. Wanting first place without relying on skill, expecting Star Lord to give way, yet refusing to lower your stance to ask this greedy attitude really cracks me up. You're just plain crazy. Watching the flood of comments in the livestream chat, Smoky Rain Jiangnan was instantly boiling with rage. Yan Yu Jiangnan, Boxingshan, I came here specifically to discuss this with you to avoid any hard feelings.
Is this how you show me no face?
Jiang Chen's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this comment, his face contorting into an expression of utter bewilderment. He genuinely hadn't expected someone of emperor-level status to spout such idiotic nonsense.
Is your head filled with? Or have you been licked so much by brainless fans that your brain's turned into a pile of tofu dregs? Starlit Sky, why should I give you face? Who do you think you are? Jiang Chen couldn't take it anymore. Maturity. Being level-headed. I'm still me.
I'm still that same kid from before, not a bit changed. Time is just a test. The conviction planted in my heart hasn't wavered one bit.
Misty Rain Jiangnan, fine. You win.
Since you won't give me face, don't blame me for not giving you any either.
Starlit Sky, what's your so-called face worth? What are you trying to pull, putting on airs in front of me? Misty Rain Jiangnan, full sky of stars, you're really getting cocky.
Don't think spending 20 million these past few days means you can look down on other big spenders.
Full Sky of Stars uses admin privileges to mute Misty Rain Jiangnan for 365 days. The sudden notification in the livestream startled every viewer online. Holy crap! Starry Sky is so badass.
Not even giving Misty Rainy Jiangnan a shred of face just slapped him with a 365-day mute without a second thought. Forget the walls were backing Starry Sky.
Full Sky of Stars, Rainy Jiangnan, are you ing stupid? Do I even know you? Are we close? Why should I give you any face?
Full Sky of Stars, is your head filled with?
Do you think I'm your daddy? That I'll grant every request from my son?
Full Sky of Stars, if you'd called me dad, I might have considered letting you off.
But you're not my son. Why should I agree to your request? Watching Jiang Chen send one golden bullet after another, the entire livestream audience was amused.
Jiang Chen's words were like pearls of wisdom, each one hitting the nail on the head.
Misty Rain Jiangnan is such a fool. He came running over just to get insulted. What a pain in the ass.
Misty Rain Jiangnan has left the livestream. The sudden notification message floating across the chat once again had all the viewers in stitches.
Star Lord is just too mean.
First he muted Smoky Rain Jiangnan, then unleashed a torrent of abuse, hurling insults at him non-stop. Star Lord got his venting fix, but Misty Rain Jiangnan stormed off in anger.
Why does it suddenly feel so satisfying all over?
If only we'd known, we should have jumped in to insult him while he was muted.
After all, he couldn't respond, so he was just there to take the heat. Oh no! We missed our chance. Misty Rain Jiangnan is the Emperor Lord. The chance to yell right in the Emperor's face without him being able to hit back? That's a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity.
After Misty Rain Jiangnan left, Kai Jia, who had been lurking in the livestream room, immediately sent Jiang Chen a comment.
Kai Zidodo, Boxingshan, this Yan Yu Jiangnan is the 9th-ranked big shot on the VIP list. You've gotta be careful. Starlit Sky, whoa. 9th on the godly rich list? That's insane.
Seeing Jiang Chen's dismissive response, Kai Jia panicked and quickly fired off another message.
Kai Zidodo, Boss Starry Sky, you absolutely can't be careless.
Misty Rain Jiangnan formed a guild this year and recruited a bunch of top spenders as investors. That little butterfly is their guild's top female streamer. Kai Zidodo, they poured massive funds into promoting Little Butterfly, aiming straight for first place in the anniversary event. She thought that after such warnings, Jiang Chen would surely become more cautious. But
Jiang Chen remained as carefree as ever, seemingly not giving Misty Rain Jiangnan a second thought. Starlit Sky, little Kanenai, your ambitions are too small. Don't pit their entire fortune against my pocket money. Put.
Kai Jia felt like spitting blood 3 times on the spot.
Little Sinai? Such a cheesy nickname? What's so little about me? I'm huge, okay? For some reason.
Kai Jia, usually mature and composed, felt her heartbeat quicken when Jiang Chen called her Little Kai. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Beep. Just then, Jiang Chen received a WeChat message from Lu Yingying.
Lu Yingying, Daddy Xingshan, this is all our fault. We caused you so much trouble. We're so sorry. Seeing the message, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With a flick of his thoughts, he composed a comforting reply for Lu Yingying. Jiang Chen, in any competition, you're bound to run into jerks like that. It's not your fault, so don't beat yourselves up. Lu Yingying, but the guild leader said that Smoky Rain Jiangnan is incredibly powerful. If you go head-to-head with him, you'll definitely have to spend a ton of money. Crying emoji. Jiang Chen, no worries. That little bit of money doesn't faze me. Lu Yingying, Star Daddy, you're so kind to us sisters, we don't even know how to repay you. Emoticon, blushing. Seeing this WeChat message, Jiang Chen's lips immediately curved into a mischievous smile. After a moment's thought, he replied to Lu Yingying again. Jiang Chen, didn't we agree yesterday? After the game today, you and your sister come find me to hang out. I've already booked a hotel in advance. Lu Ying, huh? Alright, my sister and I aren't the type to break promises. We'll definitely come see you this afternoon. Emoticon, blushing. Jiang Chen, daddy loves black stockings, don't forget to wear them. Lu Ying, daddy star, you're so mean. Emoji, blushing. Chapter 178, Star-Lord goes on a killing spree. 9 a.m. Lu Chanxian and Lu Ying's live stream room. The first PK match of the points tournament officially kicked off. Jiang Chen wasted no time, immediately starting his stream. Carnival effects instantly filled the entire screen. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival X20. Full Sky of Stars send Carnival X20. Full Sky of Stars send Carnival X20. Ah! Thanks to Starry Sky Daddy for the carnival. Starry Sky Daddy is awesome. 666. The roaring battle anthem echoed through the livestream. Even the sisters, who had witnessed this scene before, couldn't help but scream with excitement. The screen filled with carnival effects, igniting the chatroom's atmosphere to its peak. Every viewer in the chat was practically boiling with excitement. Even if they couldn't afford such expensive gifts themselves, it didn't dampen their spirits as they cheered from the sidelines. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. As the seconds ticked by, the sisters' score had already surpassed 2 million, while the opposing streamer's score was a mere 120,000. Seeing this, the sisters were instantly moved to tears, and they couldn't help but think, a child with a dad is like a treasure. Now, look at the female streamer on the other side. Her lips were tightly pressed together, her eyes slightly reddened, as if trampled by 10,000 wild horses. Her entire spirit had withered to the extreme. This is too tough. The big brother on the other side was just too fierce. A solid carnival streak, landing thousands of critical hits in a row, scaring even their own big brother into not daring to bid anymore. How could this possibly continue? 10 minutes later. The PK finally ended. The final score was 5.18 million versus 160,000. The female streamer on the opposing side couldn't even scrape together a fraction of our total. Completely shattered, the opposing streamer burst into tears upon seeing the result, her voice breaking with emotion. Wah! I've been streaming for 2 whole years, and this is the first time I've been beaten so badly. You guys, you're just too cruel. The moment she uttered these words, the viewers in the sisters' livestream were instantly amused. A flurry of comments flooded the screen, and the livestream room was instantly filled with a sea of joyful laughter. Ha 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 ha. Our boss Xingchen really is brutal, he made the female streamer cry. Dude, you should have replaced beat with screwed, that'd be way more fitting. Put. You upstairs, you're a ing genius. Star-Lord, why are you so amazing? This is just the first match of the points tournament, and Star-Lord is already splashing over 5 million points. He's a total money-burning monster. Star-Lord, you're the best. According to Douya's gift spending restrictions, users can only send up to 20 gifts at a time, significantly reducing the likelihood of tower diving. But Jiang Chen came out swinging with over 5 million in gifts, crushing his opponents so thoroughly that even if they wanted to steal the tower, they couldn't possibly spend that much in such a short time. Beyond that, the sheer power Jiang Chen displayed was utterly overwhelming. In previous minor tournaments, gifts worth over 5 million would have been enough to secure the championship in the finals. But this was merely the first points match. Having already spent over 5 million, who knew how much more he'd spend next? In short, across the entire Douya platform, a super spender as outrageously generous as Jiang Chen is absolutely unprecedented. Before long, the twin sisters were matched for their second PK battle. But as soon as both sides connected their microphones, the female streamer on the other side pulled a sour face and immediately started yelling that she wanted to concede. Big shot Xingchen, our team's throwing this round. We won't vote, please go easy on us, Star-Lord. Star-Lord, since I'm being so nice, could you spare me some mercy after this? Maybe throw in some medical expenses or something? Put. Hearing the female streamer's utterly spineless words, before Jiang Chen could even speak, the chat exploded with viewers' reactions. Damn it! What's that female streamer doing? Can't she show some sportsmanship? That's just too Thai. Can she show some respect for the platform? Respect for the competition rules? Respect for us spectators? Star-Lord is legendary. Defeating the enemy without a fight, just his name alone scared the other side into surrendering. This round is in the bag. Reading the comments flooding the stream, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. The moment the battle anthem began, he decisively chose to start streaming. Full Sky Stars sends Carnival X20. Full Sky of Stars sends Carnival X20. Full Sky Stars send Carnival X20. Once again, the screen was flooded with carnival effects. In the blink of an eye, the female streamer's health bar was wiped clean. Opposing streamer. Viewers in the livestream. Lu Chanxian and Lu Ying. As expected, Jiang Chen helped the sisters secure another PK victory, adding 10 more points to their tally. But Jiang Chen felt a pang of loneliness. Alone at the summit, the cold wind blew relentlessly. Who could possibly understand my loneliness? Swish.
To comfort the teary-eyed female streamer across the way, Jiang Chen still made his way to her livestream and sent her a small donation for medical expenses.
Thanks, Star Daddy. Love you. Mwah.
What stunned Jiang Chen was this. The streamer who had been sobbing just a second ago suddenly burst into laughter. Not only did she repeatedly thank Starry Daddy, but she also flashed him an incredibly seductive heart-shaped hand gesture.
Oomph.
Women, they really are natural-born actresses.
Every single one of them is wicked. Next.
The third PK, the fourth PK, the fifth PK. Jiang Chen went all out in every battle, starting with at least 3,000 shots each time, occasionally even pulling off a 10,000 shot critical hit.
He was absolutely on a killing spree.
With Jiang Chen's unwavering support, Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying dominated the points race, crushing every major streamer in the dance category with absolute, overwhelming force.
No tactics were employed, their sole strategy was sheer aggression. Jiang Chen showed everyone that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are meaningless. Time ticked by, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. The twin sisters Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying battled through over 40 consecutive PKs without a single loss. Even Little Butterfly, the second-ranked dancer and the streamer championed by Smoky Rain Jiangnan, fell to the sisters' feet. Perhaps Smoky Rain Jiangnan was conserving strength, waiting to explode in the finals and claim the anniversary championship in one fell swoop? Therefore, during today's points tournament, he chose to bide his time. Jiang Chen gave Smoky Rain Jiangnan a bit more credit for this. At least the opponent showed some sense by not choosing to clash head-on with him at this moment. Otherwise, Smoky Rain Jiangnan would have lost even faster. Wah!
First place.
We've secured first place. Thanks, Starry Daddy. Love you. Mwah.
Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying had successfully clinched the championship in the points race, and the sisters immediately burst into excited shouts. The sisters embraced each other, bouncing and jumping so vigorously that the earth shook and mountains trembled, a scene that literally dazzled countless viewers in the livestream chat.
But then, what shocked countless onlookers even more was,
Jiang Chen's personal contribution value had actually surpassed 200 million. In other words, Jiang Chen had just showered the twin sisters with over 200 million Dragon Nation currency today.
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Staring at that staggering string of numbers, everyone couldn't help but gasp repeatedly, their heads buzzing.
That's two small goals right there.
Countless people toil their entire lives without ever earning that much money, yet Star-Lord casually flicked his fingers and gifted it away.
1 word, rich. 4 words, insanely rich. 8 words, Daddy's daddy is grandpa. Chapter 179, Sisters in Shock and Delight. Afternoon. A black Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled out of Phoenix Manor.
About an hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of an ordinary residential neighborhood. Jiang Chen pulled over to the curb but remained seated, scanning the surroundings intently. Soon, a handsome curve lifted the corners of his mouth. Though the entrance bustled with people coming and going, 2 exquisite figures stood out strikingly.
Indeed. 2 stunning figures, 2 identical young beauties.
Like sisters carved from the same mold, they shared the same sultry, curvaceous figures, the same alluring blend of innocence and desire in their attire, and the same exquisitely delicate, luscious features. Standing gracefully side by side, the sisters naturally formed a breathtaking sight.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 2 blossoms in one stem, lotus blooming side by side. Sisters together, double the joy.
Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying, the twin blossoms, had indeed donned black stockings as Jiang Chen requested. There aren't many skirts that go well with black tights, the most common being the pencil skirt for the workplace. Beyond that, they could also be paired with many leather skirts, dresses, pleated skirts, short skirts, slit dresses, and more. What caught Jiang Chen's eye was that at this very moment, Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying were both wearing matching black schoolgirl uniforms. The little blouses with tiny ties, paired with pleated skirts and black stockings, perfectly embodied the phrase innocent yet alluring to the fullest. Just as Jiang Chen was about to get out of the car, he suddenly spotted a young man nearby striding confidently toward the sisters.
No wonder.
A pair of such stunning twin sisters appearing at the entrance of the residential complex immediately drew the attention of every man around. It was only natural that someone would approach them now. Swish! Jiang Chen halted his motion to open the door, slid back into the driver's seat, and began observing quietly. The young man, wearing a bright, sunny smile, began chatting up the sisters with impeccable manners.
However,
whether it was the older sister, Lu Chanqian, or the younger sister, Lu Yingying, one of them frowned impatiently and quickly uttered a few words. The next second, the young man's smile froze on his face. Like a defeated rooster, he hung his head dejectedly and walked away.
Ha!
Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene, seemed amused by the young man's expression and couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. After laughing, Jiang Chen immediately slapped himself across the face. How could he mock someone else? How could he be so lacking in compassion? This guy was someone of standing now, after all. Next time he encountered such a situation, he absolutely couldn't laugh at others like that.
Unless he couldn't help it. Click.
Jiang Chen opened the car door and stepped out, walking straight up to the sisters. A devilishly handsome grin spread across his face as he said, "Hey.
Ladies, how's it going? It must be said, Jiang Chen's charm truly transcended human boundaries. After giving Jiang Chen a thorough once-over, sisters Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying didn't immediately brush off his approach. In fact, a hint of admiration flashed in both sisters' eyes. What can you do? Men are drawn to beauty, and beauties are equally drawn to handsome men. Beautiful things always catch people's eyes, regardless of gender. Sorry, young man, we don't exchange WeChat, QQ, or any contact information. We already have a date. He should be here any minute now. Lu Yingying's sweet, soft voice suddenly drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a twinge of awkwardness. Who would have thought that a hunk like him, taking the initiative to strike up a conversation, would end up getting so cruelly rejected? Damn it! Looks mean nothing when money's on the line. Swish! Jiang Chen glanced up at the twin sisters standing mere inches away. He hadn't expected their real-life beauty to surpass even their livestream appearances. Especially those long legs encased in black stockings beneath their short skirts, two identical pairs appearing at once, truly eye-catching. Ha! Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. You've got the wrong idea. I'm not here to hit on you. Actually, I'm here to pick someone up. The people I'm here to pick up are Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying. Excuse me, are you the people I'm here to pick up? As he spoke, Jiang Chen raised his phone, revealing his WeChat chat window with Lu Yingying. This time, it was the sisters' turn to freeze in place. They stared blankly at Jiang Chen, their expressions shifting from bewilderment to astonishment. Then, as if electrified, their eyes instantly lit up. Finally, their hearts began to race, and their faces lit up with a mix of shock and joy. You're Xingchen's dad? Ah! Xingchen's dad, you look so young and handsome. The sisters who had just coldly rejected Jiang Chen could no longer contain their inner excitement and joy, both letting out shrieks in unison. They had imagined Star's father to be a middle-aged man. Like the greasy, pot-bellied, balding middle-aged men often portrayed in movies. Beyond that, the sisters had already braced themselves for the worst. Even if it made them sick to their stomachs, as long as they could turn off the lights, close their eyes, grit their teeth, and hold back tears, it would be bearable. After all, he had spent so much money to promote them. Having received such immense benefits, they felt they had to give something in return. But the sisters never dreamed. The super-rich patron who flashed out 200 million Longwood currency without batting an eye to reward them would turn out to be such a young, handsome guy. Happiness came too suddenly, and the sisters were nearly beside themselves with joy. That's right, I am Starry Sky. Jiang Chen smiled faintly before reintroducing himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Jiang Chen. As for you two, who's the older sister? Who's the younger sister? Lu Qianqian affection plus 10. Lu Qianqian's affection points reach 85. Lu Yingying affection plus 10. Lu Yingying's affection points accumulated to 85. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, the moment he revealed his identity, both sisters' affection ratings jumped by 10 points each. They both suddenly surpassed the 80-point threshold, reaching a cumulative total of 85 points. A likability rating above 80 points signifies romantic affection. In other words, did the twin sisters Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying fall for Jiang Chen the moment they met? Looks like good looks do have their uses after all. Women, after all. Who wouldn't want a handsome guy on top of them? A man like Jiang Chen, rich and handsome, is even more devastating to women. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm the younger sister, Lu Yingying. Lu Yingying covered her mouth, her pretty face flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Chen. Her voice trembled with excitement and anticipation. Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm your older sister, Lu Qianqian. Lu Qianqian pressed her lips together lightly, her face flushed crimson. Ripples of emotion danced in her beautiful eyes, her voice trembling slightly, a mix of nervousness and shyness. Hee, I still prefer it when you call me Starry Sky Daddy. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a slight smile. That devilishly handsome grin instantly made the sisters' hearts race a little faster. Jiang. Star Daddy, we're so sorry. We didn't know it was you just now, so we... Lu Yingying playfully stuck out her tongue before cautiously glancing at Jiang Chen again. It's fine. After all, this is our first meeting. It's only natural you didn't recognize me. Jiang Chen casually raised his wrist to check the time. Bathed in sunlight, his Patek Philippe Starry Sky diamond watch sparkled brilliantly, instantly capturing the sisters' attention. Star Dad really is a big spender. That diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe must be worth at least 4 million yuan, right? But Star Dad looks so handsome wearing this watch. Love it, love it. Chapter 180, Chance Encounter with the Pop Princess. Now that we've met, let's go. Daddy will treat you to a feast. How about it? Jiang Chen smiled faintly, gesturing toward the Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked nearby before motioning for the sisters to get in. Perhaps imagining certain scenes, both Lu Qianqian and her younger sister Lu Yingying couldn't help but blush. Despite their extreme shyness, the sisters obediently followed behind Jiang Chen. This scene drew envious, jealous, and resentful glances from countless passing men. Why him? Why did that guy get to take home this pair of stunning twin sisters? He's just a tad bit handsome, right? That Rolls-Royce Cullinan, it's actually his? Forget it. He's got money and looks no wonder those gorgeous sisters are willing to go with him. These days, no woman wants to sit on a bicycle and smile, they'd rather sit in a BMW and cry. Damn it all to hell. The world's gone to the dogs, and people's hearts aren't what they used to be. The rich get rich together, while the poor just watch. 1 hour later. Jiang Chen smoothly arrived at the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel in his Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After stepping out of the car, Jiang Chen embraced Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying on either side. Guided by a young female attendant, they walked straight into the hotel. Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, Chairman. Along the way, every staff member of the hotel nodded and greeted Jiang Chen. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were initially quite shy. After all, it was their first time going out on a date with a man, and they were being held in his arms, one on each side. But, hearing the hotel staff greet Jiang Chen and address him as chairman. At that moment, the sisters were utterly stunned once more. The Imperial International Hotel was the most luxurious establishment in Shilan City. If Jiang Chen was its chairman, his net worth must easily exceed 10 billion. Yet, what the sisters didn't know was that Jiang Chen wasn't just the chairman of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel, he was the sole chairman of the entire Imperial Dynasty Group. Beyond that, he was also the chairman of the Jiang Group. His net worth was far beyond 10 billion. It was at least over 200 billion. Ding dong. The elevator swiftly reached the hotel's top floor. This floor housed the rotating restaurant at the pinnacle of the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Those who dine here belong almost exclusively to the upper echelons of society, either fabulously wealthy or incredibly influential. Swish! Just as Jiang Chen stepped out of the elevator with the twin sisters in his arms, a man and a woman unexpectedly emerged from the adjacent elevator. Moreover, their conversation drifted clearly into Jiang Chen's ears. Xinya, please consider my earlier proposal. If you agree, I promise to allocate the majority of the company's resources to you. Mr. Zhao, you know my character. Please don't push me any further. These two simple sentences contained a wealth of information. Curiosity is human nature. And Jiang Chen's curiosity was particularly intense. He lifted his gaze and quickly made out the features of the man and woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a large head, prominent ears, and a beer belly, dressed like a successful businessman. Jiang Chen merely gave the man a cursory glance before shifting his gaze to the woman beside him. However, that casual glance alone made Jiang Chen involuntarily frown. This woman looked familiar. Where had he seen her before? She appeared to be around 27 or 28, dressed in a white, fitted, floor-length dress. An air of noble elegance radiated from her entire being. Her stunningly beautiful face radiated a mature, sophisticated charm, yet carried a hint of a young wife's alluring grace, giving her an air of refined maturity. Right. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered. She was one of the two female hosts who had presided over the charity auction at Qin's auction house earlier, a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, the renowned pop diva Su Xinya. Name, Su Xinya. Age, 28. Looks, 94. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver, 1. Affinity, 30. Jiang Chen instinctively activated his scanning vision, and Su Xinya's profile information instantly appeared before his eyes. Jiang Chen had no objections whatsoever to Su Xinya's 94-point beauty rating and 96-point figure. But he never imagined that Su Xinya, this pop music diva, currently had only one driver. As a female celebrity blessed with both looks and figure, who had been navigating the entertainment industry's melting pot for years, she had managed to remain pure and untainted. This was nothing short of a miracle. When Jiang Chen first obtained the mind's eye, he had observed female celebrities on TV. But after casually checking out a few, he discovered they all had at least 7 drivers, some even dozens. Ever since then, Jiang Chen had completely lost faith in female celebrities and stopped paying attention to them altogether. Unexpectedly, the rising pop sensation Su Xinya he encountered tonight had such remarkable stats it truly caught Jiang Chen off guard. Hey! Isn't that young Master Jiang? Just as Jiang Chen stood momentarily dazed, the middle-aged man beside Su Xinya suddenly seemed to recognize him. He immediately left Su Xinya behind and strode quickly toward Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, it really is you. Pleased to meet you. The middle-aged man flashed an ingratiating smile, his voice tinged with excitement as if he'd encountered some VIP. His entire demeanor was deferential. May I ask who you are? Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the man closely. After a moment, he was utterly certain he had never met this individual before. Young Master Jiang, your lavish spending at the Qin auction house last time left this humble man utterly envious. Realizing Jiang Chen had no recollection of him, the man quickly clarified how they were acquainted, then produced an elegant business card from his pocket. My name is Zhao Zicheng. Here is my card. What a remarkable coincidence to encounter young Master Jiang here. Zhao Zicheng held the card with both hands, presenting it to Jiang Chen with utmost respect. Swish! Jiang Chen casually took the card and glanced at it. It read, Star Sea Entertainment Company, Limited, General Manager Zhao Zicheng. Sorry, I don't have a business card. Though Jiang Chen accepted Zhao Zicheng's card, his tone remained somewhat cool. No problem, no problem. Is young Master Jiang here for a meal as well? In that case, I shan't disturb you any longer, young Master Jiang. Zhao Zicheng gave an awkward chuckle, seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's growing impatience. He quickly laughed it off and excused himself. Meanwhile, seeing Zhao Zicheng proactively approach Jiang Chen to strike up a conversation, Su Xinya's gaze instinctively fell upon Jiang Chen. After all, his image of wildly splurging 10 billion yuan at Qin's auction house's summer sale was simply unforgettable. Thus, Su Xinya quickly recognized Jiang Chen's identity. In that instant, Su Xinya, who had been preoccupied in distracted moments before, suddenly lit up. She pressed her lips tightly together, her complex expression fixed on Jiang Chen. Her expression was as if she had glimpsed a lifeline, a glimmer of hope, her beloved father, and the direction of her future. Chapter 181, Ink-Stained Veil. The guild was in an uproar. Night fell. The rotating restaurant on the top floor of the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. Jiang Chen took the menu handed to him by the waiter and ordered the most expensive items: king crab, Australian lobster, Giada clams, and an unidentified giant conch. Finally, he expertly circled a bottle of French imported red wine worth 300,000 yuan on the beverage page. His motto was simple: not the best, but the most expensive. Young Master Jiang, may I take a photo to post on my social media? Just then, Lu Yingying suddenly winked playfully at Jiang Chen while raising her phone. Sure, snap away, just don't include me in the shot. Jiang Chen nodded. The sisters immediately thanked him with delight, then pulled out their phones to snap frantic photos of the dishes on the table. Click. 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 Especially that bottle of French imported red wine worth 300,000 yuan. From uncorking the bottle to decanting it, then pouring it into wine glasses, and finally picking up the glasses to slowly savor the wine. The sisters didn't miss a single step, snapping dozens of photos in succession, seemingly determined to prove they had indeed consumed this bottle of wine. Watching the sisters' excited and thrilled expressions, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of Su Yao. Back when he'd invited Su Yao to dine here, she'd been just like these sisters, eager to photograph every single detail. Next, the sisters carefully selected a few photos and posted them to their WeChat moments, complete with a cheesy caption. Thanks to Daddy Xingchen for treating us to a feast. Also, Daddy Xingchen is seriously so handsome. The moment this post went live, the sisters' WeChat feeds exploded. Especially in the Mo Ran Changsha Guild group, nearly every female streamer jumped in, bombarding the sisters with messages. Moran Little Chile, holy crap. That's a 300,000 yuan bottle of Lafite. I've never tasted such fine wine in my life. Emoji, envy. Emoran Peach Sister, Shanshan, Yingying, are you at the top floor revolving restaurant in the Imperial Dynasty International Hotel? Emoji, envy. Emoran Shallow Memories, I've never had such an extravagant feast. Seriously jealous, wah. Emoran Kai Kai, Shanshan, Yingying, how old is the owner of Xingchen? What does he look like? Is he handsome? Seeing the messages from their colleagues, Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying both broke into bright smiles, their vanity thoroughly satisfied. Tap tap tap. Lu Yingying swiftly typed a reply and sent it directly to group admin Kaijia. That's right. Because Jiang Chen had called her little Kai Kai, Kaijia changed her online name to Wemo Ran Kai Kai. Ink Yingying, Sister Kai, Star Daddy won't let us take his photo, but I think you all probably know him. As soon as Lu Yingying's message hit the group chat, it instantly sparked a flurry of excitement. Mo Ran Little Chile, no way? We all know him? Could Star Lord be some household name superstar? Mo Ran Peach Sister, probably not a big star. Star Lord is so extravagant he just dropped 200 million Longwa currency in one go today. Has anyone ever seen a celebrity that lavish? Mo Ran Shallow Memories, if not a superstar, then maybe some tycoon who's always featured in finance magazines? Mo Ran Kai Kai, Yingying, stop teasing us. Who is Boss Xingchen really? Seeing everyone's curiosity piqued, Lu Yingying chuckled and revealed the answer directly in the group chat. Mo Ran Yingying, you'll never guess, Starry Sky Daddy is none other than the man who recently took the internet by storm. Dubbed the Middle Eastern oil prince and the nation's new heartthrob by netizens, he's none other than the outrageously wealthy Jiang Shao. Silence. The guild chat suddenly fell silent. Dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. But 3 seconds later, the entire guild chat exploded. Mo Ran Little Pepper, So Starry Daddy is actually young Master Jiang? Mo Ran Peach Sister, you mean that Middle Eastern oil prince who emptied 13 luxury stores in one go with his 6 princesses? The new national heartthrob, the insanely wealthy young Master Jiang? Mo Ran Shallow Memories, rumor has it young Master Jiang is the current chairman of Jiang Group, while others say he heads Imperial Dynasty Group. Either way, his background is terrifyingly impressive. Mo Ran Jiomei, Shanshan's sister, Yingying's sister, you're my real sisters. I love you both. Mo Ran Kai Kai, Yingying, are you sure the owner of Starry is really young Master Jiang? Lu Yingying saw that President Kai Jia had tagged her again and could only send another message in the group chat. Mo Ran Yingying, I'm certain Starry Sky's dad is Jiang Shao.
When we walked into the hotel just now, every staff member we passed greeted him and addressed him as chairman.
Emoran Shanshan, I can vouch for it, Mr. Star is definitely young Master Jiang. The two messages sent by Lu Yingying and Lu Chanshan sent the guild chat into an uproar once more.
No one could have imagined that the twin sisters, Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying, had managed to hook up with the legendary new national heartthrob. Their luck was absolutely off the charts. Shanshan, Yingying, you've hit the jackpot this time. You've truly struck gold. I've been streaming for 2 whole years, and I still haven't met a big shot this awesome. If heaven could grant me a big brother this awesome, I'd gladly live 10 years less. Sis Chanshan, Sis Yingying, from now on you're my real sisters. When you go live, remember to give your little sister some screen time. Attention everyone, regarding young Master Jiang, this must remain strictly confidential. Don't go asking Chanshan or Yingying about it either, you don't want to invite trouble. Is that clear? As the guild leader, Kai Jia immediately issued a warning after realizing Jiang Chen's terrifying identity. If these little minxes accidentally leaked anything about young Master Jiang, and he came down hard on them, her tiny guild wouldn't be able to handle the fallout. The guild chat fell suddenly silent. Everyone seemed to heed Kai Jia's words, ceasing further discussion about young Master Jiang in the group. But whether they discussed it privately, Kai Jia had no way of knowing. Phew! Lu Yingying exhaled a long breath, ready to exit the WeChat chat and finally enjoy the feast before her in peace. Unexpectedly, I suddenly received a private message from Kai Jia. Kai Jia, Yingying, you've got to seize this chance. Tonight, you two sisters absolutely must win over young Master Jiang. Lu Yingying's face flushed crimson the moment she saw the WeChat message. She lifted her head and stole a glance at Jiang Chen across from her. Her eyes gradually softened, rippling with waves of emotion. Lu Yingying, got it, Sister Kai. Emoticon, blushing. Kai Jia, remember. It's both of you sisters working together to win over young Master Jiang. Don't fight over him, and don't even think about trying to monopolize him. Got it? Lu Yingying, got it. Kai Jia, alright, I'll send your sister a WeChat reminder too. Kai Jia first sent a WeChat to Lu Yingying, then sent another to Lu Chanshan as a reminder. After finishing all this, Kai Jia tossed her phone aside, flopped onto the sofa, and sighed softly. Shanshan, Yingying, you two little s, you better give it your all. I've been tearing my hair out over your affairs. Don't you dare disappoint me. Sigh. If only I were 10 years younger, I wonder if young Master Jiang would have taken a fancy to me? Oh dear. What am I thinking? I'm an old auntie now, how could I harbor such inappropriate fantasies about a young man? Kai Jia, you really have no shame. Chapter 182, Lu Yingying teases Jiang Chen. Huangqiao International Hotel. The revolving restaurant. The sisters Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying were initially a bit reserved, both acting quite stiff. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was easygoing, unpretentious, and quite humorous. With just a few words, he had the sisters laughing. After a few rounds of drinks, the sisters not only relaxed completely but also grew bolder, even taking the initiative to secretly tease Jiang Chen. Swish! Jiang Chen was sitting comfortably at the table, savoring the fine wine in his glass, when suddenly a pair of legs clad in black stockings reached out from beneath the table. Was it the older sister, Lu Chanshan, or the younger sister, Lu Yingying? The leg tentatively brushed against Jiang Chen's calf before swiftly retracting. Jiang Chen's eyelid twitched slightly as he glanced up at the sisters sitting across from him. But both Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying wore perfectly normal expressions, giving no hint whatsoever as to which of them was playing this little game. Hey! Playing games with this young master? Interesting. Jiang Chen's lips curved slightly at the corners, his face betraying no hint of unease. He continued sipping his wine slowly, as if nothing had happened at all. Sure enough. Seeing Jiang Chen's utterly unfazed expression, that same pair of black-stockinged legs quietly extended toward him once more. This time, the other party's boldness had clearly grown. Not only did it brush against Jiang Chen's calf, but it also slowly crept upward, gliding past his knee. Young Master Jiang, was that woman just now the pop diva Su Xinya? Just then, Lu Chanshan's voice drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen glanced up. Good grief! Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying were both staring at him expectantly. Both sisters looked perfectly normal, giving no hint of who was up to mischief under the table. Yes, that woman is indeed Su Xinya. Jiang Chen nodded imperceptibly, his face maintaining a faint smile. But he couldn't help but speculate inwardly. Lu Chanshan was shy and reserved, while Lu Yingying was playful and lively. So it was highly likely that Lu Yingying was the mischievous one, right? Wow! It really is Su Xinya? I love her songs. Yeah. I love Sister Xinya too. Never thought I'd see her here. I should have gone up and asked for her autograph earlier. When Sister Xinya announced her retirement from the entertainment industry, I was heartbroken for so long. I never imagined she'd make a comeback this year. Wonder when Sister Xinya will release new music? Can't wait. The sisters chatted animatedly about Su Xinya, laughing and joking, looking just like two ordinary fans having a normal conversation. However, Jiang Chen distinctly sensed that beneath the table, that pair of legs in black stockings was becoming increasingly bold and reckless.
Horse riding swallow?
This is beyond what an uncle can tolerate, but an auntie won't stand for it.
Swish! Jiang Chen held his wine glass in one hand while the other slipped down unnoticed.
With lightning speed, he swiftly tickled the sole of that black-stockinged leg several times.
Swish! The black-stockinged leg retracted like lightning. At the same time, Jiang Chen's eyes locked onto Lu Yingying's pretty face. It was her. It was definitely her.
Though Lu Yingying continued speaking with Lu Chanxian, the corner of her eye twitched slightly and a flush swiftly flashed across her fair cheeks.
Damn it all to hell. You little minx, daring to seduce this young master? Tonight, you're done for.
Speaking of which, Sister Xinya's been back for a while now.
Why hasn't she made any moves lately?
Some fans in Sister Xinya's group say she seems to have been shelved by the company because of contract issues.
What? Sister Xinya got shelved by the company right after her comeback?
I'm not entirely sure either, and I don't know if this rumor is true or not. Listening to the sisters' conversation, Jiang Chen suddenly had an idea. He immediately activated the superphone embedded within his body. He quickly searched online and soon found Su Xinya's personal profile. Su Xinya, the pop music scene's young diva, was something of a legendary figure. She debuted at 18 by winning a singing competition. At 19, she released her first album, instantly becoming a sensation across the country. In the years that followed, Su Xinya steadily released new songs, each one gaining widespread public acclaim. By the age of 25, she had successfully ascended to the throne as the pop music scene's rising star. However, at 27, the peak of her career, Su Xinya suddenly announced her retirement from the music industry and married a wealthy businessman. After marriage, Su Xinya soon became pregnant and gave birth to a daughter.
It was at this very moment that Su Xinya's fate took a dramatic turn.
Her wealthy husband suddenly went bankrupt, burdened with enormous debts.
Unable to bear the blow of bankruptcy, Su Xinya's husband jumped from the rooftop, ending his own life.
Having just endured the pain of losing her husband, Su Xinya now faced creditors knocking on her door daily while also caring for her newborn daughter. Left with no other choice, Su Xinya had to return to work, striving to earn money to repay the debts.
Another unfortunate woman.
Jiang Chen felt sympathy for her, but he had no intention of offering help proactively. After all, the world was full of unfortunate souls.
If he helped everyone he encountered, how could he possibly manage? Unless
Su Xinya came to him herself, begging for his help.
Then Jiang Chen might consider lending her a hand.
After all, Jiang Chen's principle was clear: rescuing women in distress from dire straits was a duty he and his kind could not shirk. Su Xinya had just finished her confinement period, and her daughter was still crying for milk. No wonder her features radiated that unique charm and allure of a young wife, intertwined with a touch of maternal grace and gentleness.
The allure of a mature woman was fully embodied in her. Time ticked by second.
Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying both showed signs of intoxication on their faces, and the sisters' gazes toward Jiang Chen gradually grew dreamy. With the atmosphere already building to this point, Jiang Chen knew it was time to make his move. So, Jiang Chen led the sisters straight out of the restaurant, heading toward his exclusive presidential suite number 1 to spend a romantic night. Swish! The moment they stepped into the elevator, Jiang Chen spread his arms wide, wrapping them around the sisters' slender waists, one on each side.
Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying both flushed slightly, but nestled obediently into his embrace. Tap tap tap.
Just as the elevator doors were about to close, a sudden rush of high-heeled footsteps echoed through the air.
Thud!
Amidst the stunned gazes of Jiang Chen and the sisters, a slender hand reached in from outside, blocking the elevator doors just as they were about to close. Whoosh! Disturbed by the interruption, the elevator doors automatically swung back open. The next second, a mature, curvaceous figure came into Jiang Chen's view.
Jiang! Young Master Jiang, save me. I've been drugged.
The woman staggered and stumbled into the elevator. Before Jiang Chen could react, she threw herself onto him. At that moment, Jiang Chen caught a faint whiff of alcohol on her, along with a distinct scent of perfume.
No mistake. This woman couldn't be anyone else but Su Xinya. Had she encountered danger? Perfect timing. Rescuing a damsel in distress from dire straits is a duty we must fulfill without hesitation.
Since you've come to me for help, this young master will show mercy.
What harm is there in assisting you once? Chapter 183, When Action Speaks Louder Than Words. Inside the elevator. Jiang Chen had already released Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying, now holding Su Xinya in his arms.
At this moment, Su Xinya was in a terrible state. An unnatural flush spread across her cheeks, while a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. Strands of hair at her temples clung damply to her skin. Beyond that, her eyes were unfocused and her steps unsteady, making her look exactly like someone drunk. But Jiang Chen distinctly sensed that Su Xinya's body temperature was dangerously high, her heartbeat racing, and her breathing labored clear signs of poisoning.
Damn it! The Imperial Hotel is my turf. How dare someone pull this shady on my turf? This is nothing short of slapping my face. Tap tap tap.
Just as Jiang Chen was about to close the elevator doors and take Su Xinya away, a sudden rush of hurried footsteps echoed in his ears. Thud! The next second, the elevator doors, about to close, were stopped once more by a pair of hands. Immediately after, two figures appeared outside the doors. Jiang Chen recognized only one of them, Zhao Zicheng, the general manager of Star Sea Entertainment. The other man appeared to be under 30, sporting a small patch of stubble on his chin. His demeanor was slightly sleazy, and it was obvious at a glance that he was no good.
Ha! Young Master Jiang?
Zhao Zicheng had been wearing a look of anger, but upon seeing Jiang Chen inside the elevator, his expression instantly shifted to one of astonishment.
Mr. Zhao, what do you think you're doing?
Jiang Chen casually wrapped his arm around Su Xinya, his expression darkening as he glared at Zhao Zicheng and the mustachioed man beside him. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, before Zhao Zicheng could speak, the mustachioed man immediately pointed his finger at Jiang Chen's nose and began cursing furiously.
Damn it! Let go of that woman. Who gave you the balls to touch my woman? You don't want to live anymore?
The mustachioed man stormed into the elevator, still yelling, and reached out to snatch Su Xinya from Jiang Chen's embrace.
Young Master Yang, wait.
Zhao Zicheng's face drained of color. He lunged to grab the man with the mustache, but someone moved faster. Whoosh! Just as the mustached man's fingers were about to touch Su Xinya, Jiang Chen suddenly raised his leg and delivered a lightning-fast kick straight to the man's midsection.
Thud! A dull thud echoed as the man with the mustache flew backward like a shrimp, slamming into the opposite wall before crashing heavily onto the floor. Silence.
The scene fell silent. The incident happened so abruptly that Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying were both stunned into silence, unable to recover for quite some time. Zhao Zicheng stood frozen in place. But, when he heard the man with the mustache's agonized scream, his body shook violently and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead.
Young Master Yang! Young Master Yang, are you okay?
Zhao Zicheng rushed over to the mustachioed man, crouched down, and quickly assessed his injuries.
Damn it! Cough cough. F-I-N-G hell. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Someone help.
The mustachioed man hadn't expected to be kicked so hard. He shouted angrily several times, and immediately, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway.
Soon, 4 well-dressed bodyguards arrived at the scene, blocking the elevator entrance completely. Break this punk's arms and legs.
Then snatch that woman from him. Without another word, the mustachioed man barked orders at his 4 bodyguards.
Young Master Yang, you can't.
Zhao Zicheng grew frantic, grabbing the mustachioed man's arm in a desperate attempt to dissuade him from acting impulsively.
Smack!
Unexpectedly, the mustachioed man raised his hand and slapped Zhao Zicheng across the face, cursing under his breath, "Who do you think you are?
Daring to tell this young master what to do? Young Master Yang, you."
Zhao Zicheng, slapped across the face, clutched his cheek and froze in place.
At that moment, young Master Yang's 4 bodyguards had already stormed into the elevator. But, the very next second, 4 muffled thuds echoed from the elevator.
One by one, the bodyguards were kicked flying out, slamming hard into the opposite wall just like young Master Yang had been. Tap tap tap. Immediately after, Jiang Chen stepped out of the elevator one step at a time. His eyes were cold as ice as he stared at young Master Yang and Zhao Zicheng. His voice dripped with venom. "You dare cause trouble on my turf? Looks like you've got a death wish." Tap tap tap. The moment Jiang Chen finished speaking, a rapid, heavy footsteps echoed from both ends of the corridor, causing the entire hallway to tremble slightly. In the next instant, dozens of uniformed hotel security guards swiftly closed in from both ends of the corridor, completely surrounding the elevator area.
"Good evening, Chairman." As the security guards saluted Jiang Chen in unison, the expressions of Zhao Zicheng, young Master Yang, and the 4 bodyguards accompanying young Master Yang all turned grim. "Young Master Jiang. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." Zhao Zicheng was scared out of his wits. He hurried over, bowing and scraping before Jiang Chen, then bent down and extended both hands as if to shake Jiang Chen's. "Damn it, I totally misunderstood. Guards. Break their arms and legs, then throw them out of the hotel. From now on, if any of them dare show their faces at the Imperial Dynasty Hotel again, you'll beat them every single time you see them." As Jiang Chen barked the order, dozens of hotel security guards charged forward without a word, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks on Zhao Zicheng and young Master Yang. The 4 bodyguards Yang Xiao had brought along were no exception. They too joined the ranks of those getting beaten. "Ouch! Young Master Jiang, I'm sorry. Stop hitting me. Please, stop. I really know I'm wrong. Damn it. Do you know who I am? You dare hit this young master? You think I won't have you all killed? Ouch. You're actually hitting me?" Zhao Zicheng was screaming and begging for mercy, but young Master Yang was a bit more stubborn. He was still spouting threats at this moment. But 3 seconds later, young Master Yang collapsed on the ground, wailing and desperately begging for mercy. Seems like he wasn't so tough after all. He really deserved a beating. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Zicheng, Yang Xiao, and the others had their arms and legs broken by the security guards and were thrown out of the hotel.
At that moment, Hotel General Manager Shirt Suilan, having received word, hurried to the scene with a group of people.
Chairman, are you alright?
The first words Shirt Suilan spoke upon seeing Jiang Chen weren't about what had happened here, but rather her concern for whether he was injured.
Jiang Chen felt deeply gratified. An employee who cares so deeply for their boss must be nurtured and cultivated.
Miss Shi, my friend was drugged and is now unconscious. Jiang Chen supported Su Xinya out of the elevator, then handed her over to Shirt Suilan. Please personally escort her to the hospital. After that, assign several people to guard her around the clock.
Make absolutely sure she doesn't come to any harm again. This young lady is the pop sensation Su Xinya?
Shirt Suilan instantly recognized Su Xinya's identity, her expression immediately turning peculiar.
Yes.
Her identity is sensitive, so during transport, do your utmost to prevent her identity from being exposed.
Understood, Chairman. I know what needs to be done. Good.
Thank you for your hard work.
You're too kind, Chairman. It's my honor to serve you. Chapter 184, is Jiang Chen directionally challenged?
Su Xinya had been drugged, and her condition was critical.
With such a golden opportunity, why wouldn't Jiang Chen personally administer the antidote? Because Jiang Chen still had some dignity left. Such a major incident had just unfolded here, drawing an unknown crowd of onlookers.
With so many eyes watching, Jiang Chen dared not openly carry Su Xinya away. After all, Su Xinya was a public figure, a top-tier superstar, the pop music scene's rising star. Every move she made was under intense scrutiny. If Jiang Chen carried her away, the next day's headlines across major news outlets would undoubtedly feature both his and Su Xinya's names. This wasn't exactly something to be proud of. Who knew how those unscrupulous media outlets would twist the truth of this heroic rescue? Besides, Jiang Chen wasn't the type to take advantage of someone in distress. While he enjoyed rescuing women in distress, he preferred it even more when the beauty offered herself willingly after being saved. Take Single Mother by Qianqian, for instance. Look how docile, gentle, obedient, and sensible she is now. Not only does she cater to Jiang Chen's every whim and grant his every request, but she also pulls out all the stops to win his favor. One word, absolutely gorgeous. After Shirt Suilan personally drove Su Xinya to the hospital, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying's waists, escorting them back to the hotel and into the presidential suite number 1.
Young Master Jiang, the way you fought just now was so incredibly handsome. Lu Yingying looked at Jiang Chen like a starstruck fan, her eyes sparkling with admiration and fervor.
Young Master Jiang, your skills are truly formidable. Lu Chanxian couldn't help but add her praise, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen, her beautiful gaze rippling with waves of admiration.
Hee, I've got even more impressive moves. Want to see?
Jiang Chen's lips curved into his signature roguish grin, instantly sending the sisters' hearts fluttering and their cheeks flushing crimson.
1 hour later. Voices drifted from the bedroom where Jiang Chen and the sisters were talking. Yingying, you little minx. How dare you flirt with this young master in the restaurant just now? Wait till I give you a good thrashing. Young Master Jiang, I'm Qianqian, not Yingying. Ha? Did I beat up the wrong person? MHM. 2 hours later.
The bedroom echoed with the voices of Jiang Chen and the two sisters again.
Yingying, now you know what happens when you cross this young master, huh? Jiang. Young Master Jiang, I'm still Qianqian. Ha? Got it wrong again? 3 hours later.
The bedroom echoed once more with the voices of Jiang Chen and the two sisters.
Yingying, do you admit defeat now? Woo. Young Master Jiang, please don't turn off the lights. I'm still Qianqian. The next day.
The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room.
Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying awoke almost simultaneously.
The sisters forced themselves out of bed despite their discomfort, made a quick trip to the bathroom, and then flopped back down onto the bed.
So sleepy. I really want to go back to sleep. But somehow, sleep seemed elusive now.
And so, the sisters lay in bed, their cheeks flushed, staring at each other. In each other's eyes, they saw a deep blush of embarrassment. After a long while, it was the playful younger sister, Lu Yingying, who finally broke the silence.
Sis, why do I feel like you've changed somehow?
Lu Yingying leaned in close to her sister, eyes fixed intently, her face set in earnest seriousness.
Ha? What's different about me?
Lu Chanxian jumped in surprise, quickly touching her own cheeks while shooting her sister a suspicious look.
He.
Lu Yingying suddenly grinned, her face alight with mischief.
Your complexion looks so much better, sis. You've become so much more feminine. Ha?
Lu Chanxian froze for a moment at the remark, then her pretty face flushed bright red in an instant.
You little brat, and you're talking to me? You're no different.
Lu Chanxian suddenly reached out and gave her sister a light pinch on the waist.
Lu Yingying quickly retaliated, reaching out to tickle her sister.
The sisters soon tumbled into a playful scuffle. The room echoed with their giggles and laughter. It was unclear how much time had passed. Lu Yingying seemed to be no match for Lu Chanxian, so she quickly raised her hands in surrender.
Sis, I give up. Ow. That hurts.
Hearing her sister's plea, Lu Chanxian finally released her with satisfaction. Lu Yingying truly calmed down, her brows slightly furrowed as she bit her lip and dared not move an inch.
Sis, it really hurts. Doesn't it hurt you?
After a long moment of recovery, Lu Yingying turned to her sister with a look of deep resentment.
You think you're the only one in pain? I hurt like hell too. Lu Chanxian sighed helplessly, a mix of laughter and tears in her voice.
The memory of last night's events made her heart race, and her cheeks flushed slightly.
Sis, why does it feel different from what they show in movies? How is it different? Don't you think Mr. Jian was just too powerful? Hearing her sister's blunt words, Lu Chanxian's toes instinctively curled inward, a pang of unease flitting through her heart. However, the next words her sister uttered made Lu Chanxian's eyes widen in shock.
Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing she could sink through the floor.
Sis, you were having so much fun last night. You were singing so loud, weren't you afraid someone would hear?
The moment Lu Yingying uttered those words, Lu Chanxian immediately buried her head under the covers, seemingly unwilling to let her sister witness her mortification.
But Lu Chanxian couldn't help but retort inwardly, you little brat, you sang even louder than me. Anyone unaware would have thought you were riding a roller coaster.
But given Lu Chanxian's shy and timid nature, she naturally kept these thoughts to herself.
Lu Chanxian affection plus 10. Lu Chanxian's affection points reach 95. Lu Yingying affection plus 10. Lu Yingying's affection points total reaches 95. Click.
Just then, a soft click sounded from the doorknob as the door suddenly swung open. Immediately after, the man whom the sisters both adored and feared entered, looking energetic and alert.
Thump. Thump. Thump.
In that moment, the sisters could almost hear each other's heartbeats, their cheeks flushing crimson in unison.
Oh. You're both awake? Since you're awake, why not get up and have breakfast? Zhang Chen walked over to the bed with a smile, pinched Lu Yingying's nose, and said, Yingying, what's with that look? Feeling defiant? Want daddy to teach you another lesson? Silence. The bedroom fell completely silent. Both sisters stared at Zhang Chen with peculiar expressions.
Moments later, the Lu Yingying lying in bed forced a smile uglier than crying and said, Young Master Jiang, I'm Chanxian.
She's the real Yingying. Ha?
Zhang Chen froze slightly at the words, his face flushing with embarrassment as he replied,
Sorry, Chanxian. I must be hopeless with directions, I must have mixed you two up again. Lu Chanxian. Lu Yingying. Chapter 185, Su Xinya visits to express gratitude. Today was a beautiful day.
The sun shone brightly overhead. Zhang Chen had planned to take the sisters shopping, but both were badly injured and unable to move freely.
There was nothing to be done. The sisters could only lie in the hotel room, unable to go anywhere.
Fortunately, the Douya Live platform finals weren't scheduled to begin until 8 p.m. tonight, leaving the sisters with a free afternoon to rest properly.
Morning.
Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying slept in their room. Zhang Chen, meanwhile, changed into his swimsuit and began swimming laps alone in the indoor pool. After an unknown amount of time, Li Qian, the butler of the presidential suite, suddenly rushed over. She announced that a young lady had come to visit and wished to see Zhang Chen.
Splash. Zhang Chen climbed out of the pool.
His well-defined muscles, especially those tempting abs, made Li Qian's eyes sparkle and her mouth water.
Unfortunately, Li Qian knew full well that Zhang Chen had no interest in her whatsoever.
Though her heart sank with disappointment, it didn't stop her from continuing to admire the handsome man.
Next, Li Qian personally stepped forward to attend to Zhang Chen, using a towel to dry the water droplets from his body.
Zhang Chen didn't bother changing clothes, merely throwing on a hotel bathrobe before striding casually into the living room.
Mr. Jiang, hello. My apologies for disturbing you.
A woman sat on the living room sofa. Upon seeing Zhang Chen approach, she immediately stood up and gave him a slight bow. Even though Zhang Chen already knew who this woman was, he still found himself slightly taken aback by her beauty.
Indeed. This woman was Su Xinya.
Su Xinya had clearly dressed up meticulously today, radiating a dazzling glow and exuding a strong feminine charm. A black off-the-shoulder top paired with a red slit pencil skirt perfectly accentuated her mature charm and elegance, while also beautifully outlining her voluptuous figure. Her long, wavy hair cascaded over shoulders as fair as jade, framing a flawlessly delicate face. Though she wore only light makeup, she possessed an otherworldly, radiant beauty. The most eye-catching feature was Su Xinya's lips, painted in a bold crimson red. They were undeniably sensual and alluring, making one yearn to taste their sweetness. Beyond that, Su Xinya possessed a naturally commanding, older sister-like face, yet carried a unique charm and allure reserved for young married women. Her lethal appeal to men was undeniably immense.
It's fine. I don't have anything planned today anyway. Have a seat.
Zhang Chen plopped down across from Su Xinya with a casual gesture, inviting her to sit and relax. Su Xinya flashed a graceful smile before smoothing her pencil skirt and settling onto the sofa. She kept her legs slightly together, sitting with perfect poise. Swish! Zhang Chen's gaze didn't linger on Su Xinya, but instead fell on a gift box placed on the coffee table. Noticing Jiang Chen's gaze, Su Xinya immediately reached for the gift box and opened it in front of him. Mr. Jiang, to express my gratitude for saving my life last night, I specially prepared this gift for you. I hope you won't find it too modest. Su Xinya spoke as she removed a bottle of red wine from the box. Though Jiang Chen knew little about wine, the bottle's packaging suggested it was an expensive, high-end vintage. Miss Su, saving you was merely a small gesture. You're being far too gracious. Jiang Chen offered polite words, but his hand moved swiftly to accept the bottle. Su Xinya paused for a moment. Then, a delighted smile spread across her face. Su Xinya's affection plus 10. In Su Xinya's eyes, someone like Jiang Chen, a super rich heir to a megafortune, must be accustomed to seeing all manner of rare treasures and treasures, surely someone with exceptionally high standards. However, Jiang Chen accepted the red wine she offered without the slightest hint of disdain. He took it with one swift motion and even seemed genuinely pleased. This made Su Xinya feel respected, warming her heart. I'll accept the gift. As for saving my life, you needn't mention it again. It was a mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Su Xinya felt a sudden pang in her throat, and tears nearly welled up in her eyes. Ever since her husband's bankruptcy and suicide, Su Xinya had endured countless hardships. Yet not a single relative or friend had offered her a helping hand. Faced with creditors knocking on her door, Su Xinya had no choice but to return to the entertainment industry immediately after her postpartum confinement, leaving her newborn daughter behind to earn money and repay the debts. But then, just last night, the company's general manager, Zhao Zicheng, informed her that she was required to attend a dinner gathering as an escort. Su Xinya knew exactly how these entertainment industry schemes worked. It sounded like she was just going to accompany them for drinks, but in reality, it was to introduce her to wealthy business tycoons or rich playboys for their entertainment. Su Xinya was dead set against attending this dinner. But Zhao Zicheng threatened her with her contract, warning that if she didn't comply, she'd be sidelined by the company. With no other choice, Su Xinya had no option but to grit her teeth and attend the drinking party. Despite exercising extreme caution and restraint, barely touching her drinks throughout the entire gathering, she never imagined her opponent would drug her drink. As for what happened afterward, there's no need to elaborate. Feeling something was terribly wrong with her body, Su Xinya immediately used the excuse of needing the restroom and fled the gathering as quickly as she could. Fortunately, she encountered Jiang Chen afterward, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But none of that was the point. The point is, Jiang Chen was the only person willing to lend her a helping hand during this period. Women, after all, are deeply emotional creatures. How could Su Xinya not be moved? Mr. Jiang, I came to see you today not only to thank you for saving my life, but also to discuss something else. Su Xinya bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment before finally gathering her courage. She lifted her head and looked at Jiang Chen sitting across from her. Oh? What else is there? Though Jiang Chen hadn't activated his inside eye, he had already guessed Su Xinya's inner thoughts. Sure enough. Su Xinya pressed her lips together, suddenly stood up, and then knelt directly before Jiang Chen. Young Master Jiang, I beg you. If you can help me escape this misery, my life belongs to you. From now on, whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Even if I have to work for you for the rest of my life, toiling like a beast of burden, I will do so without complaint. Gazing at Su Xinya kneeling before him, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded desperately, Jiang Chen couldn't deny that a flicker of compassion stirred within him. Men are all the same. They love dragging decent women into the gutter, yet they also love urging fallen women to reform. It's in their nature utterly hopeless. Miss Su, please rise. We can talk this through calmly. Instead of helping Su Xinya up, Jiang Chen pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it with deliberate slowness. After all, this was Su Xinya's first close encounter with Jiang Chen, and she wasn't quite familiar with the temperament and character of this super-rich tycoon. But she knew men preferred docile, obedient women. To avoid provoking Jiang Chen's displeasure, she rose and returned to her seat on the sofa. Go ahead. How can I help you? To Su Xinya's surprise and delight, the moment she settled back onto the sofa, Jiang Chen's inquiry drifted to her ears. Mr. Jiang, are you agreeing to help me? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Don't thank me just yet. This time is different from last night. If you want me to step in and help, it depends on what benefits you can bring me. Chapter 186, Signing a Contract of Indentured Servitude. In the living room, Jiang Chen sat slumped on the sofa, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, one leg crossed over the other, looking utterly nonchalant. Across from him, Su Xinya clutched a contract in her hands, her eyes fixed intently on the clauses and terms. The expression on her face was nothing short of spectacular. Shock, shame, helplessness, bewilderment. After an unknown period, Su Xinya suddenly let out a deep sigh. She lifted her head, her complex expression fixed on Jiang Chen. Mr. Jiang, I'd like to confirm the various terms in this contract with you once more. Su Xinya set down the contract, composed herself slightly, and immediately adopted a businesslike demeanor. All right, go ahead. Jiang Chen exhaled a large smoke ring at a leisurely pace, then swiftly followed it with a smaller one. The smaller ring shot through the larger one with a whizzing sound, and both slowly dissipated in the air. Seeing this, Su Xinya's eyes lit up slightly. She hadn't expected Jiang Chen to turn even smoking into a playful trick. However, the very next second, Su Xinya seemed to recall something, and a faint blush immediately spread across her lovely face. A hint of bashfulness flashed in her beautiful eyes. A small smoke ring passing through a large one? Such an obvious innuendo as someone who'd been there before, how could Su Xinya not understand? Especially since Jiang Chen's romantic escapades were practically common knowledge. Seeing him today confirmed the rumors were true. This guy was quite the rascal. But, playboy or not, Jiang Chen's face was undeniably flawlessly handsome. Even knowing he was wicked, promiscuous, and utterly despicable, Su Xinya couldn't muster a shred of disgust. Instead, she felt an overwhelming urge to be treated like trash by him. Young Master Jiang, are you certain you wish to settle all my debts and cover the breach of contract penalty with Starsea Entertainment? Yes. Young Master Jiang, my late husband left behind debts totaling 300 million Manhwa currency. Plus, I just signed a contract with Starsea Entertainment. If I breach it now, the penalty alone would be 200 million. So what if it's 500 million Manhwa currency? To me, that's pocket change. Su Xinya suddenly fell silent. She knew Jiang Chen was incredibly wealthy, and she knew he was incredibly generous. His act of splurging 10 billion yuan at that charity auction still burned vividly in her memory. Su Xinya felt a wave of emotion wash over her. To her, 500 million Manhwa currency felt like a mountain crushing her, nearly taking her life. But to Jiang Chen, it was mere pocket change. The thought that her husband had abandoned her and their daughter, jumping to his death over what Jiang Chen called a mere paltry sum. At that moment, Su Xinya couldn't describe the turmoil in her heart. Perhaps she felt her husband had been treated unfairly, perhaps she lamented the injustice of fate, perhaps she regretted marrying this man without a second thought. After all, her husband had chosen to escape reality by jumping to his death, ending it all without a second thought for his wife and daughter. This left Su Xinya feeling somewhat disappointed. Miss Su, do you have any further questions? Jiang Chen's voice suddenly drifted over, interrupting Su Xinya's thoughts. She brushed a strand of hair from her cheek, lifting her head just as her gaze met Jiang Chen's mid-air. Swish! At that moment, a faint blush spread across Su Xinya's fair cheeks once more. Well, I have no objections to the first few points in the contract, but I'm a bit unclear about the latter points. After speaking, Su Xinya shot Jiang Chen a quick glance before adopting an attentive posture. It's simple. I'm paying off all your debts, terminating your contract with Starsea Entertainment, and even covering the penalty fees out of my own pocket. Spending this much money to buy out 10 years of your life shouldn't be too much to ask, right? As for after 10 years, if you're willing to stay by my side, I can support you. Even if it means supporting you for the rest of your life, it wouldn't matter. If you choose not to stay, I'll let you go and give you enough money to live the life you desire. Silence. The living room fell silent. Jiang Chen's blunt words left Su Xinya flushed crimson, despite her thorough mental preparation. A moment passed. Su Xinya suddenly trembled her lips and asked weakly, Young Master Jiang, I'm just a young widow, a faded flower. With your status and position, you must have countless exquisite women around you. Why would you ever take an interest in me? Hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed. He stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and replied with sullen seriousness. Because men remain boys until death. In this day and age, who isn't still a child at heart? After saying this, Jiang Chen casually glanced at Su Xinya, his gaze lingering on her off-the-shoulder chiffon blouse. You? Noticing Jiang Chen's unabashed gaze, Su Xinya flushed with embarrassment and irritation. She quickly raised both hands to shield her chest, blocking his view. But I'm not one to force anyone. If you're unwilling, I won't pressure you to sign this contract. We're all adults here. Surely you understand there's no such thing as a free lunch? You can think it over, but don't take too long, my time is valuable too. As soon as Jiang Chen spoke, Su Xinya fell silent once more. At that moment, Su Xinya's mind was in turmoil. But she knew all too well that Jiang Chen was her only lifeline right now. If she couldn't secure Jiang Chen's protection, returning to Starsea Entertainment would mean certain doom. Zhao Zicheng would undoubtedly use the contract to threaten her, forcing her into submission before handing her over to young Master Yang for his amusement. Rumors claimed young Master Yang was a pervert. If she fell into his hands, Su Xinya couldn't even imagine what fate awaited her. Moreover, as long as she remained at Starsea Entertainment, she would endure Zhao Zicheng's oppression and threats indefinitely. Then, beyond entertaining young Master Yang, she'd likely have to entertain young Master Li, young Master Zhang, young Master Sun, young Master Wang. Rather than letting 1,000 men rest their heads on her arms and 10,000 taste her lips, she'd rather submit to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was so handsome, incomparably better than that young master. Jiang Chen was so generous with his offers, he certainly wouldn't treat her poorly. With Jiang Chen's lofty status and protection, she'd never have to fear being bullied again. All things considered, Su Xinya quickly reached her decision. Young Master Jiang, may I add one more clause to the contract? Sushenya tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, then bit her lip lightly, her pretty face flushing slightly as she looked at Jiang Chen.
What would you like to add?
During the contract period, I won't provide any form of service to anyone except you, including dining companionship, drinking companionship, singing companionship, or tax companionship.
Agreed. Fine. I'll sign this contract. Chapter 187. The domineering CEO is truly domineering. Imperial Dynasty International Hotel. Presidential Suite.
Watching Sushenya sign the contract with such relish, Jiang Chen immediately pulled out his phone and called Chen Yun.
Jiang Group owned an entertainment company called Tianma Entertainment Limited.
For years, Tianma Entertainment and Shanghai Entertainment had been locked in fierce competition, each striving to outmaneuver the other and become the dominant force in Shilan City's entertainment industry.
Tianma Entertainment had previously relied on the Zhou family, but now stood backed by the Jiang Group, while Starcy Entertainment was supported by the Yang family. Yes.
It was the very same Yang family that had sought to form an alliance with the Zhou family through marriage. Back then, under Zhou Jingfeng's arrangement, Jiang Chen nearly became engaged to Yang Meixia, the eldest daughter of the Yang family. The young master Yang who drugged Sushenya last night is none other than Yang Meixia's cousin Yang Xiaofeng.
What a coincidence! Last night, Jiang Chen broke Yang Xiaofeng's arms and legs.
On top of that, he had previously refused to engage to Yang Meixia and even publicly threw her out of the engagement ceremony.
With old grudges piled upon new ones, the Yang family's resentment and vengeance were inevitable.
Since enmity has been forged, one must strike first to catch the enemy off guard, never giving them a chance to prepare.
Passive defense was not Jiang Chen's style. And now, this opportunity presented itself perfectly for Jiang Chen to strike first against Starcy Entertainment. Beep beep beep. Hello? Xiao Chen, why are you calling me out of the blue? After a few rings, the call was quickly answered, and a mature, alluring female voice came through the receiver. Aunt Yun, I missed you, so I thought I'd give you a call.
Jiang Chen knew exactly how to play the game smooth as silk with anyone, a total scumbag through and through.
Put. Like I'd believe you. You little rascal. You've been out there living it up, chasing women, having the time of your life. How could you possibly remember this old hag? Though Chen Yun scolded Jiang Chen with her words, her tone couldn't hide the joy bubbling beneath. It seemed his simple "I missed you" had made her heart blossom. Oh my! How could Aunt Yun ever be an old hag? You take such good care of yourself, you look just like a 20-year-old girl. If we walked down the street together, people would definitely think you're my younger sister. Jiang Chen continued his sweet talk, not a trace of embarrassment in his voice. This left Sushenya, sitting nearby, utterly stunned. She couldn't help but wonder if signing that contract earlier had led her straight into the wolf's den. Giggle giggle giggle. A burst of coquettish laughter immediately filled the phone. Chen Yun laughed as she asked, "You little rascal, you're getting more and more smooth talking by the day. Spit it out, what's the real reason you called me out of the blue?" Jiang Chen dropped his carefree expression and quickly recounted the situation with Sushenya to Chen Yun. Upon hearing that Jiang Chen had managed to lure the pop sensation back, Chen Yun immediately offered to have Tianma Entertainment sign Sushenya and then, oh no, not squeeze her dry, promote her to the skies. And so, Jiang Chen gave Sushenya Chen Yun's contact information. As for helping Sushenya terminate her contract with Starcy Entertainment, he left all that to Chen Yun to handle. He remained the hands-off owner, living the carefree life. 500 million yuan deposited into WeChat account. Sushenya stared at the staggering 500 million yuan that had just appeared in her account, her eyes widening in disbelief as her mouth formed a perfect O. Young Master Jiang, why did you transfer 500 million directly to me? Aren't you afraid I'll run off with all this money? A flicker of gratitude crossed Sushenya's eyes, yet her expression turned peculiar as she looked at Jiang Chen. Do you really think you could escape my grasp? Jiang Chen countered with a question instead of an answer. His domineering words, paired with that devilishly handsome grin, instantly made Sushenya's face flush and her heart race. Is this what a domineering CEO looks like? The domineering CEO falls for me, a widow raising a child? No. It's more like the domineering CEO wants to be a baby himself. He's strutting over here, claws out, shamelessly trying to snatch my daughter's food. The thought made Sushenya feel even more embarrassed and flustered. Whoosh! At that moment, Sushenya's expression abruptly changed. She clutched her chest with both hands and froze in place. Oh my god! Why did it have to happen right now? This was just too embarrassing. In an instant, Sushenya's pretty face flushed crimson, as red as a ripe apple, and she became restless and fidgety. Having too much grain in the granary isn't necessarily a good thing. Mr. Jiang, I'm terribly sorry, but I need to use the restroom. Sushenya grabbed her purse, quickly excused herself, and hurried toward the restroom before Jiang Chen could respond. Jiang Chen stared at Sushenya's retreating figure, his face filled with surprise. Something about this woman felt off. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's nostrils twitched slightly, as if he'd caught a scent in the air. After all, Jiang Chen had consumed the system-produced gene potion, which had significantly enhanced his senses: vision, hearing, and especially smell. How could this faint, rich scent possibly escape Jiang Chen's keen sense of smell?
Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen immediately lifted his foot and followed closely behind Su Xinya. As Su Xinya entered the restroom, she was about to close the door. At the critical moment, Jiang Chen thrust out a hand, wedging it into the door gap, then forcefully pushed the door open.
Young Master Jiang, you. Xinya, you look a bit off. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? Do you need me to take a look? No need. Xinya, you're my responsibility now. I must ensure your safety and well-being. Young Master Jiang, please don't. Su Xinya affection +5. Young Master Jiang, how could you do this? Su Xinya's affection +5. Young Master Jiang, you're so mean. Su Xinya affection +5. Su Xinya's affection points reach 80. 20 minutes later. In the living room of the presidential suite. Jiang Chen and Su Xinya sat side by side on the sofa, both silent, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Su Xinya's classic mature beauty face was slightly pale, yet a faint blush tinged her fair complexion. Her red lips were tightly pressed together, long eyelashes trembling slightly. A fleeting hint of resentment seemed to flicker in her beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a wave of deep embarrassment. Young Master Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave? Su Xinya clearly felt uneasy facing Jiang Chen alone, as if desperate to escape this place, fearing her provisions might be snatched away. I'm free for now. You may go. Jiang Chen's face was thick beyond redemption. After such a major incident, he acted as if nothing had happened. Hearing this, Su Xinya felt a wave of deep resentment well up inside her for reasons she couldn't explain. She shot Jiang Chen a glance, then without another word, grabbed her bag and headed for the door. Xinya, remember this, you belong to me now. If you encounter anything you can't handle, call me directly. If anyone dares to bully you again, I'll make them regret being born into this world. At Jiang Chen's words, Su Xinya's body trembled slightly, halting her retreating steps. Mei Chem, I understand. Su Xinya nodded softly, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. In a voice thick with emotion, she murmured, "Thank you, young Master Jiang." Chapter 188, the finals begin. Afternoon. Several trending topics suddenly appeared on Weibo. The top 3 trending topics were all related to Su Xinya. Top point 1, pop music princess Su Xinya officially announces departure from Star Sea Entertainment. Top point 2, Su Xinya's contract termination with Star Sea Entertainment, are there hidden reasons? Top point 3, with Su Xinya gone, who among Shanghai Entertainment's artists can carry the company's weight? Jiang Chen hadn't expected Su Xinya to move so swiftly. She approached Jiang Chen in the morning and terminated her contract with Star Sea Entertainment by afternoon. She didn't want to waste a single minute. But Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters. He had already handed Su Xinya over to Chen Yun. With Chen Yun's capabilities, he was confident she would handle everything flawlessly. Time ticked by. Jiang Chen first arranged for the hotel car to take Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying home, then lay alone in the hotel room playing games. Before he knew it, the clock struck 8 p.m. Tonight marked the finals of Duya Li's anniversary celebration event, and Jiang Chen naturally took it very seriously. Having promised to help Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying secure first place, he had to deliver on his word. Otherwise, he'd be letting down the system, that goddamn cheat. Swish. Jiang Chen first checked his black card donation balance and was surprised to find over 360 million yuan remaining. Earlier, he'd used a recharge card to top up the black card with 500 million, then splurged 200 million during the points tournament. Combined with the tens of millions still sitting in his Duya account, that roughly accounted for the current balance 360 million. This sum should be enough to propel Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying to the championship throne, right? If it wasn't enough, once Jiang Chen spent all the money in the black card, the system would double the cashback. Beyond that, Jiang Chen's personal bank account held over 20 billion in cash deposits. Who dares to compete with this young master in wealth? Looking for trouble? Ah! Star Daddy's here. Everyone, welcome our Star Daddy. The moment Jiang Chen entered the sisters' livestream, Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying both jumped to their feet, their faces aglow with excitement. A radiant smile blossomed between their brows. Simultaneously, a rousing battle anthem filled the livestream. Swish swish swish. To Jiang Chen's slight surprise, in the blink of an eye, a flood of bullet comments rolled across the public chat. Jiang Chen glanced at the online viewers. Holy cow! He never imagined that within just over 10 minutes of the sisters going live, the online audience had already surpassed 100,000. With the full support of their super rich daddy fan, Jiang Chen, the Lu sisters Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying were truly taking off. Swish! Jiang Chen clicked open the advancement list for the dance category. Although 8 streamers advanced to tonight's finals, the competition rules stipulated that only 3 elimination rounds would be held. 8-4, 4-2, 2-1. Since Jiang Chen had timed his login perfectly, the finals commenced the moment he entered the sisters' livestream. In the first final match, the sisters were randomly matched against a female streamer named Yu Marin. Despite her name implying beauty, her looks were clearly no match for the stunning Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying sisters. Ding ding ding. The battle theme sounded, and the PK officially began. Jiang Chen calmly began showering the stream with carnival gifts.
They had expected this quarter-final match to be fiercely contested, but reality proved otherwise. The female streamer on the opposing team, upon seeing she was matched against Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying, immediately abandoned any thoughts of going toe-to-toe. No wonder. Even though she had several big spenders backing her and the potential to rake in millions in gifts per match, Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying had Starry Sky Daddy as their patron. During yesterday's ranking matches, Star Daddy had poured over 200 million Dragon Nation currency into the game. With an undefeated record, he had propelled the sisters straight to the top spot in the rankings. Facing such a terrifying superpower, Yumerin saw absolutely no hope of victory. Rather than squander resources on a guaranteed loss, it was wiser to conserve strength. After being eliminated, she could focus on fighting for 5th place. Securing 5th place would still grant entry to the offline seaside holiday event hosted by the Imperial Dynasty Group. And so, the PK never even happened. Yumerin's side only cast a few 100,000 dignity votes before decisively abandoning the fight and choosing to tank the match. Despite this, Jiang Chen still donated 10 million to the sisters. The final tally froze at 10.28 million versus 180,000. Lu Chanqian and Lu Yingying advanced to the semifinals with an incredibly easy victory. Click. During the intermission, Jiang Chen lit a cigarette for himself and had the hotel attendant bring up a bottle of red wine. Ring ring. Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang. Caller ID by Chanqian. Hello? Sister Chanqian, what's up? As he answered, an image flashed through his mind: a mature, voluptuous figure in a bodycon skirt, black stockings, and high heels, her shoulders broad and well-defined. Young Master Jiang, I'm sorry. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest? A cautious female voice came through the phone. Bai Chanqian seemed deeply concerned that her call might have disturbed Jiang Chen's rest, her tone laced with extreme caution. Sister Chanqian, we're practically old married couple. Why are you still being so formal with me? Call me anytime you want. No matter how busy I am, I'll always answer your call. From now on, unless you've done something to betray me, don't ever say sorry to me again. Got it? Jiang Chen feigned anger as he scolded Bai Chanqian. But every word he spoke, every syllable, fell into Bai Chanqian's ears, making this single mother's heart swell with sweetness. Mr. Jiang, I. Bai Chanqian stammered for a long while before finally managing to blurt out, I swear, I'll never do anything to betray you in this lifetime. Put. Jiang Chen nearly burst out laughing at Bai Chanqian's words. She was already 30 years old, a mother to a child, yet when it came to romance, she still acted like a complete fool? There's no one else here now. Why are you still calling me young Master Jiang? Jiang Chen suddenly felt like teasing Bai Chanqian. He loved seeing her blush, and squirm with embarrassment. Husband? Not exciting enough. Try another one. Dad. Daddy? Ah. Now that's more like it. With just a few words, Jiang Chen had Bai Chanqian on the other end of the line, flushed and breathless. After a long while, Bai Chanqian suddenly remembered why she had called Jiang Chen in the first place. Husband, I wanted to ask, are you free tomorrow? Her tone turned cautious again, leaving Jiang Chen both amused and a little touched by this insecure woman. Sure. Jiang Chen took a drag on his cigarette before giving Bai Chanqian a firm answer. He knew that if he showed even a hint of hesitation or reluctance, Bai Chanqian would never bother him again, let alone reveal why she was calling him. Well, the doctor said. Xinqing can be discharged tomorrow. Before Bai Chanqian could finish, Jiang Chen blurted out in equal parts shock and joy. What? Xinqing can be discharged? Is she fully recovered? Yes. Bai Chanqian responded softly, her tone carrying a hint of relief and joy. Alright, then I'll come pick Xinqing up tomorrow. Well, if you're busy, you don't have to come. How could that be? Xing Xinyu is my goddaughter. How could I, as her godfather, not be there to pick her up when she's discharged? Are you sure it won't inconvenience you? Absolutely not. Alright then, it's settled, I'll be there to pick you both up tomorrow. Well, okay. Chapter 189, 4-2. Ha! After ending the call, a bright smile spread across Jiang Chen's face. To be honest, among all the women in Jiang Chen's life, his favorite wasn't the super hot anti-Qin Xiaoyu, nor the pure-hearted vixen of the sensual realm Qin Si, nor the 6 golden flowers, each with their own unique beauty, vying for attention, nor the exquisite married women Qin Yun, Suya, and Li Yu. That's right. Jiang Chen's absolute favorite was Bai Chanqian. Her face was exquisitely delicate, like a fairy from an inkwash painting, yet her mature, voluptuous figure seemed like a succubus from hell. Her bear-like broad shoulders and narrow waist would be one thing, but her thick, fleshy hips were wider than her shoulders. But none of that was the point. The point is, Bai Chanqian is clearly a mature woman, a mother, no less, yet she's incredibly shy and timid. She blushes, gets flustered, and panics at the slightest provocation. Especially when teased by Jiang Chen, the sheer bashfulness radiating from every pore of Bai Chanqian. No exaggeration, she blushed from head to toe. But to satisfy Jiang Chen, to please Jiang Chen, Bai Chanqian repeatedly forced herself to suppress her inner shyness. She then laid bare what she considered her most shameful, most shameless, most degrading side, completely exposing it before Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen truly felt by Qian Qian's love. So gentle, so considerate, warm, and so thoughtful. How could Jiang Chen not adore such a woman? However, before Jiang Chen could fully savor by Qian Qian's exquisite charm, the second showdown between Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying officially commenced. This time, the sisters were matched against a female streamer named Zhao Jiao. The moment the sisters saw this streamer, their livestream chat exploded with excitement. For this streamer, Zhao Jiao was undoubtedly the most renowned veteran in the dance category. Backed by Longa, the third-ranked big spender on the platform, Zhao Jiao enjoyed immense popularity on Douya, her name known to all. In fact, she had made it onto the top 10 peak streamers list for 2 consecutive years. She was truly a top-tier streamer on Douya. Faced with such a formidable opponent, the viewers in the livestream were all stirred up. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his hands together, feeling a slight spark of interest. Soon, the PK officially began, with both streamers muting their microphones. Family, thank you for your unwavering support all this time. It's what brought me to where I am today. But I hope you'll give Zhao Jiao one more push. Even against the mighty Xingchen, we must charge forward with unyielding spirit. Even if we lose, we must never lose our dignity. As the rousing battle anthem played, Zhao Jiao immediately stood up and began passionately rallying votes for herself. Swish, swish, swish. At that very moment, dazzling carnival-style special effects suddenly began drifting through her livestream. Zhao Jiao glanced over and realized it was their guild leader showering her with gifts. Inspired by the guild leader, other big spenders followed suit, unleashing a barrage of gifts. Seeing this, Zhao Jiao not only expressed her gratitude repeatedly but also sent heart emojis and kisses, her campaigning voice growing even more passionate. Amidst this frenzy of gift-giving, Zhao Jiao's vote count quickly surpassed 10 million. However, Zhao Jiao glanced at the PK health bar and nearly stumbled backward in shock. The opposing votes had already surpassed 15 million. Holy crap! Star Daddy was single-handedly taking on dozens of big shots on her side and still holding a steady lead? How utterly outrageous! Wah! Why can't I ever meet a big brother like that? Those twin streamer sisters over there just hit the jackpot. Seriously jealous. Come on everyone, let's go. Don't give up, everyone. Push a little harder. As the gap between the two sides widened, Zhao Jiao grew increasingly anxious. Her dragon brother wasn't present for this match. He'd gone abroad to take over the family business. So Zhao Jiao had no choice but to rely on her own guild and the support of several dozen other leaders to grit her teeth and fight this PK battle. However, after Zhao Jiao's side surpassed 15 million votes, momentum clearly began to falter and the rate of vote accumulation slowed considerably. Meanwhile, under the overwhelming firepower of Star Daddy, the sisters' votes had already surpassed 40 million and were charging toward the 50 million mark. Swoosh! Zhao Jiao bit her lip tightly and sank back into her chair, her face filled with disappointment. She knew this PK was already decided. But Zhao Jiao forced herself to stand up, bowed deeply to the camera, and said, "Thank you all for your incredible support. You're the best. I love you all." In that moment, Zhao Jiao kept telling herself it was okay, just one lost battle. Victory and defeat were part of the game. Wasn't that what streaming was all about? But Zhao Jiao's eyes welled up with tears. She was the top streamer on the dance channel, even dubbed the Queen of Douyin Dance. Yet now, she'd lost to a pair of rookie streamers. From now on, she no longer deserved the title of Dance Queen. To say she wasn't upset at all would be a lie. Ding dong ding. The final second of the PK battle finally ticked away. The final tally froze at 50.38 million versus 21.78 million. Zhao Jiao lost. Sighs of disappointment filled her livestream, though many viewers offered words of comfort. Meanwhile, over at Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying's side, the atmosphere was incredibly lively. Ah! We won! We won! Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying embraced each other, screaming with excitement. Given both sisters' impressive assets, this earth-shattering collision had many viewers in other livestreams complaining of motion sickness. Ever since stepping into the live streaming industry, the sisters had been clueless. But Zhao Jiao, the undisputed queen of dance, had always been the figure they looked up to, the very goal they dreamed of surpassing. Who would have thought that in such a short time, at such a major competition, the sisters would actually defeat the once unattainable Zhao Jiao? All of this was made possible by Starry Dad. Thank you all for your support. And a special thank you to Starry Dad. Starry Dad, we're so glad you're here. Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying bowed together toward the camera. Tears welled up in both sisters' eyes, and they looked as if they were about to cry. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly sent a comment in the live stream's public chat. Starlit sky, only a father's love is unmatched. Children with fathers are like treasures. Put. 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 Jiang Chen's comments sent countless viewers in the live stream bursting into laughter. Even the sisters Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, who had looked on the verge of tears just a moment before, burst into laughter together the next second. But after their laughter subsided, both sisters couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Yes. Star Dad was absolutely right. Children without fathers are like weeds, while those with fathers are like treasures. About 10 minutes later, the finalists for the dance competition were announced. Shanshan and Ying versus Little Butterfly. The championship battle was scheduled for 9 p.m. sharp. Seeing the name Little Butterfly, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this the streamer that idiot Emperor Smoky Rain Jiangnan had been rooting for? He hadn't expected her to make it all the way to the finals. Since she was an old acquaintance, Jiang Chen saw no need for pleasantries. One word, hell yeah. That's the spirit. Chapter 190, The Final Showdown. 15 minutes until 9 p.m. Jiang Chen smoked a cigarette while sipping red wine, occasionally sending a comment in the livestream chat to tease the twin sisters Lu Chanshan and Lu Yingying. In stark contrast to the sisters' light-hearted atmosphere, the mood in Little Butterfly's livestream was tense. Ugh. We're up against the super-rich Star Lord. I don't think we stand a chance in this PK. If it were any other big spender, Little Butterfly might stand a chance. But against Star Lord? There's not a shred of hope. Star Lord has already spent over 60 million tonight, and he hasn't even shown his full strength yet. He must be saving his big moves. Yeah. Even Jiao Jiao got crushed by Star Lord. How could we possibly win? In my opinion, this PK is already a foregone conclusion. Little Butterfly will inevitably settle for second place. As the chat stream flooded with messages, nearly all of them were pumping up the competition while crushing their own morale. Little Butterfly sat calmly before the camera, letting the viewers' negative comments flow freely without the slightest attempt to stop him. What's more, the VIP seats in Little Butterfly's stream were completely empty. Not even her top-ranked patron, Smoky Rain Jiangnan, had entered her stream at that moment. Something was definitely up. Many sharp-eyed viewers couldn't help but wonder, was Little Butterfly holding back a big surprise? When she speaks, it will be astonishing? Swish! At that very moment, a golden emperor emblem lit up in Little Butterfly's livestream. The next second, Smoky Rain Jiangnan's name appeared on the public chat. Welcome home, Daddy Smoky Rain. Little Butterfly immediately jumped to her feet, her face beaming with excitement. However, before the viewers could react, one after another, Golden Emperor characters began flooding Little Butterfly's stream. Ah! Welcome Big Shot Xiao Xiaoga to Little Sister's stream. Welcome Big Shot Brother Knife to my Little Sister's livestream. Welcome Big Shot Lonesome Brother to my Little Sister's livestream. Too many. There are simply too many big spenders. Smoky Rain Jiangnan invited every big spender he knew to Little Butterfly's livestream. At that moment, Little Butterfly was so excited she could barely keep her legs together. 4 emperors, 16 kings, and so many dukes it made her head spin. This lineup was simply too powerful, too extravagant. Of course. This sudden turn of events left the viewers in the live stream room completely dumbfounded. Immediately after, the public chat exploded with activity. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? How did 4 emperors, 16 kings, and so many grand dukes just appear out of nowhere? No way! Could the rumors be true? Did Big Shot Smoky Rain establish a guild and recruit a bunch of top-tier players as shareholders? Smoky Rain is so awesome. He actually got all his friends to join. Ha 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 ha. With so many big spenders backing Little Butterfly, I suddenly feel like Star-Lord might be in trouble. Little Butterfly, go get him. Take down Star-Lord. This round, I think it's in the bag. Little Butterfly's livestream was absolutely exploding. Every single one of those VIP big shots in the VIP section had the prefix Eternal Guild before their names. That's right. A solid lineup of Eternal Guild big shots. It was enough to make your scalp tingle and your heart race wildly. Though the Eternal Guild might not be widely known after all, it was only recently established it had managed to gather a large number of big shots from the top spender rankings. Brother Xiaoxia, Brother Dao, Brother Jima, Brother Yen Yu Jiangnan. These 5 titans rank among Douyin's top 10 high rollers. At this very moment, half of the top 10 tycoons had descended upon Little Butterfly's livestream. A single thought flashed through nearly everyone's mind: a bloody, brutal battle was about to erupt. Holy crap! Why does my blood suddenly feel like it's boiling? Little Butterfly is about to defy the heavens. Megaphone Misty Rain Jiangnan, on Eternal Guild's maiden expedition, we shall extinguish these countless stars and treat everyone to a free meteor shower. Suddenly, Misty Rain Jiangnan blasted out a bullet comment through the megaphone. Every single viewer online across the entire Douya streaming platform witnessed this explosive announcement. Destroy the stars filling the sky? And offer everyone a free meteor shower? This was a blatant declaration of war against Jiang Chen, showing utter contempt for him. At that moment, the entire Douya streaming platform erupted. Countless curious onlookers flooded into Little Butterfly's livestream. Within less than a minute, the online audience surged past the 500,000 mark. Shanshan and Yingying's livestream. Everyone, including Jiang Chen and the sisters, saw that massive broadcast message. In an instant, the public chat flooded with a torrent of comments. Damn it! How dare the Eternal Guild act so arrogantly? These arrogant fools dare to talk big in front of our Star-Lord?
This eternal guild seems pretty powerful. Star-Lord, don't underestimate them. Yeah. I just checked and half the top 10 on the big spender rankings are from Eternal Guild. Holy. They've got 5 emperors, 16 kings, and over 30 grand dukes. Their lineup is absolutely top tier. Damn it. They've got overwhelming numbers. We're in trouble here. Shanshan and Yingying also had quite a few fans. While most were casual viewers who couldn't afford expensive gifts, they were quite skilled at gathering intelligence. In just a short while, scouts delivered detailed intelligence from Little Butterfly's side. Megaphone Starry Sky, a single star could crush every member of your guild. A sky full of stars raining down? Not even your ancestors for 18 generations combined could withstand that. At that very moment, Jiang Chen also sent out a broadcast message via the megaphone, leaving countless jaws dropped. The broadcast message from Misty Rain Jiangnan was already incredibly arrogant. But no one could have imagined that Jiang Chen's broadcast message would be even more brazen than Smoky Rain Jiangnan's. What was going on? The match hadn't even started yet, and both sides were already trading insults? The tension is off the charts. Star-Lord is so badass. It's just a small guild. Star-Lord could wipe them out with a single finger. Life and death are trivial matters. If you're not satisfied, let's settle it. Think you can take down our Star-Lord? Dream on. Go Star-Lord. One word, crush them. The two broadcast announcements from Misty Rain Jiangnan and Starry Sky instantly became the focal point of countless users on the Douya platform. The onlookers were stirred. Streamers were stirred. Even Douya's official team was shaken. Even Zhou Ruoxi, who was soaking in her bath at home, received a message from her subordinate. Without even bothering to put on clothes, she immediately logged into Douya's live streaming platform using her secondary account. Douya's homepage. Little Butterfly's live stream room topped the popularity rankings, followed closely by Qianqian and Yingying's rooms. Seeing this, a cold gleam flashed in Zhou Ruoxi's eyes. She couldn't help but ponder inwardly, should she wield her authority and shut down Little Butterfly's stream? Just for 1 minute. That 1 minute would be enough to send her stream's popularity plummeting. However, Zhou Ruoxi merely entertained the mischievous thought. She didn't actually follow through. Because popularity meant nothing. In Zhou Ruoxi's view, with Jiang Chen backing Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying, they were guaranteed to win this PK and ultimately claim the championship. Even if Jiang Chen's opponent was the Eternal Guild, even if that guild gathered half of the top 10 players on the Godly Rich list, they still wouldn't stand a chance against him. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The more arrogant the Eternal Guild acts now, the more humiliating their defeat in this PK will be. Chapter 191, Terrifying Hand Speed? Swish. A beautiful curve lifted at the corner of Zhou Ruoxi's lips. She wrapped herself in a bathrobe, concealing her mature, curvaceous figure, then logged into Qianqian and Yingying's livestream using her alt account, Starry-Eyed Fangirl. Gazing at the identical twin sisters in the livestream, their faces mirrored, their figures identical, as if carved from the same mold. Zhou Ruoxi couldn't help but sigh softly, her tone tinged with envy. No wonder the chairman is so captivated. Such exquisite twin sisters are truly a rare sight indeed. Time quickly moved to 9 p.m. Zhou Ruoxi didn't know what was happening in the other competition tracks, nor did she care to find out. All she knew was that this showdown between Little Butterfly and the twin sisters would surely go down in Douya Live's history books, becoming a topic netizens would relish discussing for years to come. Ding dong ding. The battle anthem's first notes signaled the official start of the showdown. Little Butterfly shot to her feet with a whoosh, but before she could open her mouth to rally votes, she was startled by the screen exploding with carnival effects. Lonely Brother sends Carnival X20. Lonely Brother sent Carnival X20. Lonely Guy sent Carnival X20. Ah. Lonely Brother is ruthless and doesn't mince words. Thanks for the carnival, Lonely Brother. Your little sister sends you pen hearts. Pen hearts. Pen hearts. Little Butterfly's face flushed crimson with excitement. She eagerly gestured with both hands, wishing she could personally feed Lonesome Brother a hearty meal. But this was only the beginning. What left Little Butterfly speechless was that after Loner Brother, several big shots like Knife Brother, Cool Brother, and Smoke Brother all presented their carnivals. Brother Knife sent Carnival X20. Xiao Shagu sent Carnival X20. Smoke Brother sent Carnival X20. Misty Rain of Jiangnan sent Carnival X20. Beyond these 5 Emperor-level big shots, 16 kings and over 30 Grand Dukes were all frantically showering Little Butterfly with gifts. This scene was absolutely mind-blowing. Little Butterfly swore on her conscience that even as a near top-tier streamer, she'd never witnessed such a spectacular and grand spectacle before. So, Little Butterfly was momentarily speechless. Her heart nearly leapt out of her throat. Her whole body trembled with excitement, her legs practically shaking so hard she could barely stand. She was this close to dropping to her knees and licking the shoes of all these god-tier patrons. Eternal Guild is so awesome. And you generous patrons are even more amazing. I love you all so much. Mwah. Mwah. Love you. Love you so much.
Little Butterfly kept making heart gestures with her hands, almost squeezing them to the point of bursting, before she could finally steady herself. But by then, her voice was already hoarse from shouting. This was a fortune beyond belief. 1 million in 10 seconds, 5 million in half a minute, 10 million in 1 minute. This speed was faster than riding a rocket. The 500,000 spectators watching the livestream were all stunned speechless by the scene unfolding before them. Holy! Who knew Eternal Guild was this badass? That firepower, that momentum, it's brutal. This is insane. Absolutely insane. This scene has me on my knees. Ha 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 ha. Big Shot Star has hit a brick wall this time. How could he possibly stand a chance against the Eternal Guild alone? Oh boy. Star-Lord's undefeated streak is about to end. Even a tiger can't hold off a pack of wolves. 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. Watching the votes for Little Butterfly surge wildly past 20 million, Misty Rain Jiangnan couldn't help but sneer coldly. He immediately blasted out an announcement over the megaphone. Announcement: Misty Rain Jiangnan, Starry Sky, I'll let you show off. Today, our Eternal Guild is going to beat the crap out of you. Yan Yu Jiangnan had every reason to speak with such confidence. Xiao Wudai had already surpassed 20 million votes, while Lu Qianshan and Lu Yingying had only just broken 15 million. Seeing Jiang Chen trailing by a full 5 million votes, Misty Rain Jiangnan could already envision herself triumphantly trampling him underfoot. One word: satisfaction. Lu Qianshan and Lu Yingying's live stream room. Seeing the carnival effects filling the screen and the various little gifts pouring in, both sisters were moved to tears. But, trailing the opposing side by a staggering 5 million votes, their hearts couldn't help but race to their throats. The competition's firepower was overwhelming. The reason was simple: dozens of big spenders were flooding the other side with gifts, while only Jiang Chen was relentlessly pumping out carnival gifts on their end. This wasn't about who had more money anymore, it was a race of finger speed. Jiang Chen had only one pair of hands, while the opposing side had dozens. Considering everyone was flooding the stream with carnival gifts, the fact that Jiang Chen was only 5 million votes behind proved his finger speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. But, if this trend continued, the sisters would likely lose this PK. Truthfully, having made it this far, whether they win the championship or not, the sisters are already deeply satisfied. But this showdown was about Jiang Chen's reputation. Having already considered themselves Jiang Chen's women, they naturally didn't want to see him defeated, didn't want to witness their man suffer such a blow. When the husband prospers, the wife prospers. When the husband suffers, the wife suffers. So, both sisters clenched their fists tightly, staring intently at the PK health bar, their hearts filled with constant prayers that Jiang Chen would overtake his opponent. 20 million versus 25 million. 30 million versus 32.5 million. 40 million versus 40 million. A miraculous scene suddenly unfolded. No matter how relentlessly Butterfly bombarded the votes, the sisters' tally slowly began to catch up. The moment both sides' vote counts were nearly tied, countless bullet comments flooded the sisters' livestream. Holy! Big Shot Xingchen is insane. How the hell did they catch up? Star-Lord's typing speed has me bowing down in awe. My typing speed after being single for over 20 years? It's nothing compared to Star-Lord's. Star-Lord is freaking awesome. Star-Lord is mighty. Watching the sisters' vote count skyrocket, every single online viewer was utterly stunned. Lu Qianshan and Lu Yingying clung to each other nervously, tears welling in their eyes as they whispered, "Star Daddy, keep it up." Zhou Ruoxi, sitting on the sofa, suddenly felt a chill beneath her. But her full attention was fixed on the showdown. She casually crossed one leg over the other, barely covering the chill, then returned her gaze to the phone screen. Countless viewers enjoying their late-night snacks dropped their chopsticks, fixated on the battle's health bars, nearly forgetting to breathe. 50 million, 60 million, 70 million. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen suddenly accelerated his vote farming pace, not only overtaking his opponent Little Butterfly but pulling far ahead. 80 million, 90 million, 100 million. Shocking. Absolutely mind-blowing. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Jiang Chen seemed to have activated rampage mode. 1 million votes per second, completely unstoppable. Little Butterfly's live stream room. Just as Misty Rainy Jiangnan finished a wave of carnival donations and was about to catch her breath, she caught a glimpse of the PK health bars out of the corner of her eye. Ha! What's going on? Why does our health bar seem shorter than the other side's? Was I seeing things? Whoosh! Smoky Rain Jiangnan couldn't help but rub his eyes before glancing back at both sides' PK health bars. The next second, his eyes widened in shock, his face contorting with a mix of terror and disbelief. Holy! What the hell is going on? When did the enemy get this strong? Not only did they overtake us, but they pulled way ahead? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Starry Sky possibly have such lightning-fast reflexes? He must be cheating with hacks. I'm reporting this. Someone's cheating with hacks. Chapter 192, Dad's Dad is Grandpa. Jiang Chen's hand speed was indeed lightning fast. But this time, he wasn't manually sending gifts. Instead, he was using his mind to control the superphone inside his body, showering the sisters with carnival gifts.
How could manual input possibly match mental speed? With a single thought, Jiang Chen could tap 100 times per second. At the start of this PK battle, Jiang Chen deliberately trailed the opponent by 5 million votes. He was just toying with them. However, when the opposing side reached 20 million votes, Smoky Rain Jiangnan sent out a broadcast message, deliberately mocking Jiang Chen. This move really got under Jiang Chen's skin. Daddy doesn't show his temper, but you really think Daddy has no temper? Announcement: Starry Sky, Rainy Jiangnan, I'll let you show off.
Today, I'll make every single member of your eternal guild eat their words. While mentally spamming gifts, Jiang Chen also edited a message and broadcasted across the entire platform via megaphone. Witnessing this, every online spectator stared in utter shock.
No way! Is Starry Sky really this badass?
He was taking on dozens of top-tier big spenders single-handedly, not only holding his own but pulling way ahead. And he could even send a broadcast message to take shots at Smoky Rain Jiangnan while spamming votes.
What kind of move is this? It's mind-blowing.
In that instant, half the viewers in Little Butterfly's livestream vanished, all rushing over to Chanxian and Yingying's channels. The remaining half bombarded the chat with messages, urging the big shots of the Eternal Guild to vote immediately.
Hurry up and vote. Big shots. The other side has overtaken us. How can dozens of top spenders lose to a single star-level spender? What's wrong with you guys? You're the top 10 super VIPs on the godly rich list. 5 emperors can't even outvote 1 emperor? Did you guys even eat today? No energy left to vote? Can you guys step up? Come on. Push. Push. Push.
Staring at the screen filled with bullet comments and her own team's dwindling health bar, Little Butterfly felt her heart leap to her throat. She was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. Guys, help your little sister push us up. Little Butterfly cheered on the top spenders in the livestream chat. But no one knew that the 5 emperors Smoky Rain Jiangnan and the others felt like they'd swallowed right then.
Boost your ass. Don't you think we want to boost you up?
Their firepower is so intense, our fingers are cramping from spamming the buttons, yet we can't catch up, we're only falling further behind.
Damn it! Is this guy on drugs? Otherwise, how could his hands move so fast?
Though 5 emperors, 16 kings, and over 30 grand dukes all felt the pressure mounting. But at this point, everyone was already beyond choice. Gritting their teeth and steeled for the challenge, they steeled their resolve and continued showering Little Butterfly with gifts.
100 million versus 80 million. 150 million versus 100 million. 200 million versus 120 million. 250 million versus 150 million.
At this very moment, whether it was the dozens of top-tier spenders frantically showering gifts or all the spectators watching this showdown, everyone was utterly stunned.
Holy crap! Star-Lord is just too fierce.
He's already spent 250 million, a full 100 million more than his opponent, and his pace hasn't slowed down at all, it's actually accelerating.
How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Starry Sky be this rich? What's his real-life background? Watching Little Butterfly's health bar dwindle, Misty Rain Jiangnan's eyes bulged with fury, veins throbbing on his forehead. He was utterly unwilling to accept this. He had raised a massive sum of funds and even brought the Eternal Guild into the fray, all for the purpose of eliminating Starry Sky in this final showdown. Then, his guild could trample over Starry Sky's corpse, ascend to the highest altar of the Duya platform, and reap endless glory. But the ideal was grand, but reality was harsh. Misty Rain Jiangnan never imagined that even with his entire guild's elite forces deployed, they still couldn't defeat a single Starry Sky?
At that moment, Smoky Rain Jiangnan was truly on the verge of losing his mind. Swish, swish, swish. Smoky Rain Jiangnan mechanically tapped his phone screen, only to receive a jarring notification at that very moment.
Your balance is insufficient to send this gift. What? Insufficient balance? Did I really blow through all the money in my account? Smack! Smoky Rain Jiangnan slapped himself hard across the face. The stinging pain told him this wasn't a dream. The money was truly gone.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, Yenyu Jiangnan's head buzzed, and he nearly fainted. And it wasn't just him. The same scene unfolded for the other 4 emperors, 16 kings, and over 30 grand dukes. Every single member of the Eternal Guild had been cleaned out.
It's over. It's over. Could it be that our Eternal Guild is truly about to meet its demise today? This is our first public appearance, and we're already retreating in defeat? I can't afford to lose face like this. The faces of the Eternal Guild's elite members drained of color, as if unable to believe the brutal reality unfolding before them. But what truly shattered them was this: they had stopped voting. Everyone had emptied their wallets, yet the opposing side kept raking in votes like mad. 260 million, 270 million, 280 million. Put. Put. Put.
Smoky Rain Jiangnan felt like spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood right then and there.
Damn it! Full sky of stars, you've already won, you bastard. You single-handedly took down dozens of us, and you're still voting? Please, just be human. Qian and Ying's livestream. Thanks to Zhang Chen's terrifying display of power, the livestream's online viewers had already surpassed 500,000.
Right now, a dense stream of comments was scrolling across the public chat, making it impossible to see who posted them or what they even said.
Star-Lord is so awesome. Big Shot Xingqian is so badass. Holy. This isn't a PK match anymore, it's ING whipping a corpse.
Big Boss Star holds the whip, mercilessly lashing dozens of top-tier players from the Eternal Guild. This is ING exhilarating.
Star-Lord, take my kneel. I hereby declare, the greatest big spender in Douya platform history is none other than our Star-Lord. 10, 9, 8, 7.
As the PK countdown hit 0, a giant victory lit up in the sisters' livestream. At that moment, all eyes instinctively turned to the PK health bar.
300 million versus 150 million. The Eternal Guild was utterly crushed by Zhang Chen. Ah. We won. Thank you, Starry Daddy. Star Daddy, we love you. Mwah. Lu Qian and Lu Yingying were so overcome with emotion they were both crying and laughing. Online viewers were also going wild, flooding the chat with all sorts of comments. The livestream atmosphere felt like a New Year celebration, absolutely electric. Whoosh.
At that moment, a new megaphone announcement flashed across everyone's screens.
Announcement Starry Sky, you all love calling rich guys daddy, right? Well, today this young master will teach you that daddy's daddy is called grandpa. Ah. Star-Lord is absolutely legendary. Star-Lord is just too badass. Ha 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 ha. Eternal Guild's daddy is Starry Sky. What a trash Eternal Guild. Star-Lord wiped them out with just a flick of his finger. I declare, Lord Star has ascended to godhood in this battle. Chapter 193, Midnight Window Climb. Lu Qian affection +4. Lu Qian's affection points reach 99. Lu Yingying affection +4. Lu Yingying's affection points reach 99. The sisters' live stream room. A thank you song began to play.
Overwhelmed with emotion, the sisters embraced each other, wiping away tears from one another's faces. When that giant victory sign lit up, the sisters' livestream became the most dazzling presence on Douyin. As the stars of this livestream, the sisters were undoubtedly the most celebrated, dazzling, and eye-catching streamers. In this moment, their hearts swelled with overwhelming emotion, and countless words vied to escape their lips. When they first entered the streaming industry, they had only been attracted by the few thousand yuan base salary, never dreaming they could achieve anything significant. Besides, they had only been streaming for a month at most. Yet they never imagined they would one day reach such glorious heights, becoming the envy of countless streamers.
President Kai Jia was absolutely right. This was truly a rags to riches story. Wah! The sisters are crying from emotion, they're so pitifully adorable. Starry Daddy, is it too late for me to cry now? I don't need you to spend 100 million, just 10,000, and I'll cry for you. Starry Daddy, I can cry too. I cry even prettier in bed. Hey, girl upstairs, why don't you show us what you've got? Who knows, maybe Star-Lord will actually take a liking to you. Are you kidding me? If I cry, it'll be for Star Daddy alone. Ha 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 ha. The live chat exploded with comments. Hundreds of thousands of online viewers were unleashing their excitement.
As they scanned the teasing comments, a blush of shyness spread across Lu Qian and Lu Yingying's jade-like complexions.
Thank you, Daddy Xingqian. Star Daddy, you're the best. Love you. Mwah. The sisters quickly wiped away their tears. Prompted by guild leader Kai Jia, they immediately turned to the camera and loudly expressed their gratitude. The elder sister, Lu Qian, was more reserved, but she still gestured a heart-shaped sign to Zhang Chen through the screen. The younger sister, Lu Yingying, was much bolder. Not only did she give him a thumbs up, but she also blew him a kiss across the screen. However, Zhang Chen didn't linger long in the sisters' livestream. After a quick greeting, he hurriedly logged off. Because a pleasant system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully spending 600 million in tips and receiving 1.2 billion in cashback. The next second, a bank transfer notification appeared on his phone. The 1.2 billion cash rebate instantly appeared in his account. The current balance in Zhang Chen's bank account stood at 21.37 billion yuan. Too much money. He had no idea how to spend it all. What a headache. Click. Zhang Chen lit a cigarette and lay back on the hotel sofa, staring blankly into space. Beep beep. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with several WeChat messages in quick succession. Lu Yingying, boss, need us sisters to keep you company tonight? Emoticon, blushing. Su Yao, honey, are you coming home to sleep tonight? Shen Yun, Shen, you've been out partying for days straight? Not coming home tonight either? Xin Xiaoyu, hey, what are you up to? Got time to hang out tonight? Xin Si, brother Zhang Chen, have you been super busy these days? Why haven't you replied to my messages? Zhang Chen was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that every woman connected to him except for Bai Qian who had just called him had sent him WeChat messages. Tap tap tap. Zhang Chen quickly used his mind to control the superphone inside his body, rapidly replying to all these women's messages.
At the same time, Jiang Chen was forced to confront a serious issue.
Namely, where should he sleep tonight? Should he continue staying with the twin sisters Lu Chanxian and Lu Yingying to cure his chronic directional disorientation? Or return to Phoenix Villa with the 6 golden flowers to watch an exciting soccer match? Or head to the Zhou family villa? Oh no! It should be called the Zheng family villa now to rely on his stepmother, eldest sister-in-law, and second sister-in-law? Or head to Aunt Qin Xiaoyu's place and climb through the window? This is tough. This problem is just too hard. I just can't figure it out. Pointy-fingered soldier, whoever I point it becomes the soldier. Jiang Chen simply closed his eyes and randomly tapped his finger on WeChat.
When he opened his eyes, he realized his finger had landed precisely on Qin Xiaoyu's WeChat profile picture.
Alright then. Tonight's pick is Aunt Xiao. Haven't played basketball in days, wonder if my skills have gotten rusty? How did you dunk again? Never mind.
Let's head to the court first, I'll figure out the dunk once I get there.
10:30 p.m. Jiang Chen drove back to Phoenix Villa.
But instead of heading to his villa number 1, he parked outside the wall beside villa number 2.
Swish.
Jiang Chen first scanned the surroundings left and right, then like a ghost, silently scaled the wall and entered the courtyard of villa number 2.
Qin Xiaoyu's villa was guarded by bodyguards around the clock.
Especially at night, multiple patrol teams roamed the vicinity constantly, while hidden sentries lurked throughout the grounds. Jiang Chen had to stay on high alert, carefully avoiding both hidden and visible guards before slowly making his way to the villa's lower level.
Why didn't Jiang Chen just walk through the front door? No way. That little minx Qin Si was home too.
If she found out he'd snuck into her house in the dead of night just to meet up with her mom,
the little minx would explode on the spot.
Besides, Qin Xiaoyu had already made her stance clear, she could only be with Jiang Chen in secret.
If it's a secret affair, it has to look like one. One word, thrilling. Whoosh.
Jiang Chen held his breath, seizing the moment the patrolling bodyguard turned away to swiftly scale the villa wall and reach the second floor.
A dim pink light shone from one of the second floor windows. This was the secret signal Qin Xiaoyu and Jiang Chen had agreed upon. Swish.
Reaching the window, Jiang Chen gently pulled it open, it slid back effortlessly.
And so, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen flipped over and climbed inside. The moment his feet touched the floor, a mature, alluring voice reached his ears. Baby, you're here?
Jiang Chen turned toward the voice, his eyes instantly lighting up.
Tonight, Qin Xiaoyu wore only a black lace spaghetti strap nightgown.
Her swan-like jade neck, rounded fragrant shoulders, and proud cleavage were all boldly displayed before Jiang Chen's eyes. She sat lazily on the edge of the bed, hands clutching a pair of black stockings. One leg was raised, slightly bent, as she slowly pulled the stocking over her foot.
Whoosh!
Watching Qin Xiaoyu put on the stockings, Jiang Chen was overcome with impulse. He walked straight over and pulled her into his arms.
Baby, why don't you take a bath first? I've already run you a bath in the tub.
Qin Xiaoyu smiled as she gently pushed Jiang Chen away, then urged him to hurry to the bathroom for a soak.
Want to join me? Jiang Chen held Qin Xiaoyu tightly, refusing to let go. But I just took a shower.
Qin Xiaoyu reached out to ruffle Jiang Chen's hair, a helpless smile playing on her lips.
No way. I want you to come with me. Fine, fine. Stop shaking me. You're making me dizzy. Aunt Xiao, I knew you loved me the most. Love you. Moi. You little rascal. Chapter 194, Picking up Xinxuan from the hospital. The next day. 9:30 a.m. Jiang Chen drove his newly purchased Mercedes-Benz G-Class to the city's First People's Hospital.
The moment he pushed open the ward door, he immediately spotted Bai Qianqian and her mother Bai Ruwei sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing.
Chen, you're here? Daddy.
Both mother and daughter beamed with joy at the sight of Jiang Chen entering. Xinxin, the little girl, jumped off the sofa and skipped over to Jiang Chen, wrapping her arms around his pant leg.
My sweet girl, come here, Daddy'll give you a hug. Jiang Chen quickly crouched down, scooped Xinxin into his arms, and planted a kiss on her little cheek. Daddy's been so busy lately that I couldn't come visit Xinxuan. Did you miss Daddy? Yes. Xinxin is getting discharged today. Daddy will take you out for a nice meal, okay? Yes. As soon as Jiang Chen lifted her up, Xingxinyan wrapped her tiny arms tightly around his neck, clinging to him as if reluctant to let go.
Jiang Chen smiled and teased Xingxinyan playfully, then turned to look at Bai Qianqian while still holding the little girl.
Today, Bai Qianqian was dressed exceptionally beautifully.
She wore a French-style ruffled off-the-shoulder floral dress with a cinched waist that perfectly accentuated her hourglass figure. Her long hair was braided into a large, loose plait that cascaded casually over her left shoulder. Her face bore light makeup, a subtle lip gloss on her lips and a soft shadow at her eyes, giving her an air of gentle, refined beauty.
Chen. After several days apart, Bai Qianqian seemed to have missed Jiang Chen deeply. She walked over quickly, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang Chen, her beautiful eyes rippling with emotion. Swish. Jiang Chen immediately switched to holding Xinxuan with one arm, swiftly reaching out with the other to take Bai Qianqian's hand. Sister Qianqian, have you packed everything? All set. Then let's head home.
Their hands were joined together, fingers intertwined.
Bai Qianqian's lovely face flushed slightly, yet a charming smile curved her lips. Next, Jiang Chen didn't return to Phoenix Manor.
Instead, he brought the mother and daughter to the Guojin Center Mall.
Shopping. A mad shopping spree.
Clothes, shoes, handbags, jewelry, cosmetics, household goods, betting the list went on.
Not the best, but the most expensive. One word, shop till you drop. Bai Qianqian was startled, unsure what Jiang Chen was up to. While Xinchuan wandered aimlessly in a toy store, Bai Qianqian quickly pulled Jiang Chen aside and asked, "Chen, why are you suddenly buying so many clothes for me and Xinxin?
And all these daily necessities and betting?"
Swish.
Before Bai Qianqian could finish, Jiang Chen wrapped his arms around her slender waist and grinned, "I bought Xinxin a new place.
We're moving in there later." "Ha?" Bai Qianqian froze in surprise and quickly asked, "Chen, didn't you ask me to go to Phoenix Manor to be your housekeeper?"
Hee, I suddenly changed my mind. Jiang Chen leaned close to Bai Qianqian's ear and whispered, "I want to build a little family with you, just me, you, and Xinchuan. The three of us living happily together."
"Ha?"
Bai Qianqian froze for a moment, then a flicker of joy lit up her beautiful eyes. "Sis Qianqian, I might be very busy sometimes and not have much time to spend with you and Xinxin."
Before Jiang Chen could finish, Bai Qianqian nodded eagerly. "Chen, I'm willing."
Gazing at Bai Qianqian's slightly reddened eyes, Jiang Chen sighed softly.
"Sis Qianqian, I'm sorry for putting you through this." "Not at all. Not in the slightest." Bai Qianqian shook her head vigorously. "Being with you even if it means being a secret mistress is sweetness to me. Sister Qianqian, why are you so stubborn?" "Ha? Annoying. Adorable. I could never get tired of you." "Chen, you're teasing me on purpose, you're so mean."
After that, Jiang Chen carried Xinchuan around the mall, playing everywhere.
The big and little ones were having a blast, laughter filling the air. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's gaze grew even softer. She quietly followed behind the father and daughter, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, her gaze fixed solely on Jiang Chen and Xinxin. It seemed as though nothing else existed in her eyes except Jiang Chen and Xinxin. Afternoon. Jiang Chen brought Bai Qianqian and Xinxin directly to Xinxin No. 1 mansion. Early that morning, Jiang Chen had instructed Su Yao to prepare an apartment for Bai Qianqian and her daughter. "Wow! Is this our new home?"
Upon learning this spacious apartment would be her new home with mom and dad, Xinchuan immediately began darting around excitedly.
"Xinxin, don't run around. Be careful you don't fall." Worried the little girl might bump or scrape herself while running around, Jiang Chen hurried after her, staying close behind every step of the way. Seeing this scene, Bai Qianqian's face lit up with a happy smile. While Jiang Chen and Xinxin played, Bai Qianqian took out everything she'd bought at the mall that day and organized it piece by piece. Clothes and bags were hung in the walk-in closet, shoes placed in the shoe cabinet, daily necessities arranged in their designated spots, and Xinchuan's princess-themed room was refreshed with brand new quilts and bedding. Finally, it was time for the master bedroom. Bai Qianqian hesitated briefly before pulling out a bright red quilt and sheets. Her cheeks flushed as she spread them over the bed. After finishing all this, Bai Qianqian sat cross-legged on the bed, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the empty wall above the headboard. If only she could hang a wedding photo here, it would be perfect. Swish! Just then, Bai Qianqian heard footsteps behind her. The next second, a pair of warm, large hands gently rested on her shoulders. "Sister Qianqian, what are you thinking about?" Jiang Chen's voice drifted over suddenly. Bai Qianqian couldn't help but blush, replying with a hint of flustered panic, "And nothing. I'm just a little tired. Taking a short rest." Gazing at Bai Qianqian's mature, curvaceous figure and inhaling the faint feminine fragrance emanating from her, Jiang Chen couldn't help but steady her shoulders. "Sis Qianqian, you've been working so hard. Let me give you a shoulder massage?" No, that's out of the question. What's so inappropriate about it? A husband massaging his wife's shoulders, isn't that perfectly normal? But? No buts about it. Sit down properly now, or you'll make me angry." Seeing Jiang Chen's firm stance, Bai Qianqian glanced quickly at the half-open bedroom door and asked nervously, Where's Xinxin?" "Xinxin's watching cartoons in the living room. I cut her a plate of fruit." The little girl's clutching the fruit plate now, glued to the TV, refusing to budge. At this point, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle softly. Bai Qianqian chuckled along with him and said, "Xinxin is such a little foodie. As long as there's something tasty, she'll." At that moment, Bai Qianqian suddenly gasped, instinctively raising her hands to shield herself as her face flushed bright red in an instant. However, when she realized the man embracing her from behind wasn't a stranger but Jiang Chen himself, she immediately lowered her hands, bit her lip tightly, and her beautiful eyes rippled with waves of emotion. "Sister Qianqian, it's been a while. You seem to have gained a little weight, huh? Is that so? Quick, let your husband see how many pounds have you gained." "No, honey, it's daytime now. How about tonight?" Chapter 195, Another Seal-Breaking Talisman. Night. Xinxin No. 1 Mansion. Jiang Chen had just stepped out of the shower when he saw Bai Qianqian tidying up the living room.
Though Bai Qianxian wore a conservative loungewear set, it couldn't conceal her mature, voluptuous figure. Especially her ample rear end when she bent over to tidy the sofa, it nearly formed a perfect curve. What peach buttocks, bracket buttocks, or perky buttocks? Compared to Bai Qianxian's, they were utterly weak. Only the peaches from the queen mother of the West's garden could possibly compare. Swish! Jiang Chen was just about to walk over and greet the peach. At that very moment, Xinshuan's voice drifted out from the princess's room. "Daddy, come put Xinshuan to bed. I want you to tell me a story." Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face immediately broke into a bright smile. But, just as Jiang Chen was about to enter the princess's room, Bai Qianxian's stern reprimand rang out from behind him. "What story?" Bai Qianxian's expression turned stern as she hurried over. Standing at the doorway, she addressed Xinxin, who was lying on the bed. "What time is it now? Go to sleep immediately." No. I want Daddy to tell me a story." Xinxin pouted with a look of grievance, shaking her little head like a rattle, refusing to go to sleep no matter what. "Xinxin, why are you being so disobedient tonight? Do you want mommy to spank you before you'll go to sleep?" Bai Qianxian rolled up her sleeves, feigning a threatening stance. Jiang Chen quickly grabbed Bai Qianxian's arm and said, "Sis Qianxian, since Xingxinyi wants a story, I'll tell her one. Chen, you can't spoil this child. You'll ruin her. Xinxin is my daughter. If I don't spoil her, who will? But? No buts about it. Xingxinyi is mine to handle. I'll put her to bed tonight." Hearing this, Bai Qianxian instantly lost her temper. She nodded gently, about to turn and leave, when Jiang Chen suddenly leaned close to her ear. "Sis Qianxian, go take a shower first, then put on some black stockings." As he spoke, Jiang Chen reached out and gave Bai Qianxian's ample rear a light pat. Whoosh! In that instant, Bai Qianxian's lovely face flushed crimson, and even the tips of her ears were tinged with an alluring blush. Bai Qianxian murmured softly before quickly leaving the princess's room with her head bowed, presumably off to take a bath. "Daddy, come tell me a story." As soon as Xinxin saw her mother leave, she immediately crawled out from under the covers, waving her hands excitedly at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head, both amused and exasperated, then hurried over. He tucked the little girl back under the covers and lay down beside her. "Daddy, tell me a story. I want to hear a story." Xinxin snuggled happily into Jiang Chen's embrace, her big, watery eyes blinking expectantly at him. "Alright, Daddy will tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a young man named Wu Song who was traveling home to visit his brother. When he passed through Jingyang Ridge, he stopped at a tavern and drank 18 bowls of wine. The innkeeper warned Wu Song that tigers roamed the mountain and urged him not to go up. But Wu Song wouldn't listen and insisted on climbing the mountain. Jiang Chen had expected Xinxin to fall asleep quickly, but the little girl grew more alert and excited with every word, showing not a trace of drowsiness. Squeak! After an unknown amount of time, Bai Qianxian, freshly bathed, quietly pushed open the door and slipped inside. What caught Jiang Chen's eye was Bai Qianxian wearing a sexy lace halter nightgown, her voluptuous legs encased in black stockings with suspenders. Her long hair was pulled up into a bun, seemingly to prevent strands from falling and interfering with her enjoyment of the grilled corn. "Xinxin, what time is it? Why aren't you asleep yet?" When Bai Qianxian noticed Xinxuan was still awake, listening intently to Jiang Chen's story, her expression immediately turned stern. Mommy, come listen to Daddy's story with us, okay? Daddy's stories are so wonderful." Xinxin didn't seem the least bit afraid of Bai Qianxian's displeasure. Instead, she clamored for Bai Qianxian to lie down on the bed and listen to Jiang Chen's story together. "Sister Qianxian, come sleep with Xinxin too, okay?" Just then, Jiang Chen also beckoned to Bai Qianxian. "Ha!" Bai Qianxian sighed helplessly, shot Xingxin in a glare, then silently climbed onto the bed and lay down gently beside her. And so, Xingxin slept right in the middle of the bed, with Jiang Chen on her left and Bai Qianxian on her right. The three shared a single blanket, the two adults shielding the child between them, looking just like a family of three sleeping together. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen told stories while Bai Qianxian gently patted their daughter. Each comforted Xinxin in their own way, lulling her to sleep. The atmosphere was warm and cozy. It was peaceful. After an unknown amount of time, Xinxin finally closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. However, Jiang Chen and Bai Qianxian, in perfect unspoken agreement, chose to wait a little longer. Only after confirming that Xinxin was fast asleep did they both breathe a slight sigh of relief. "Sister Qianxian, shall we go to the next room?" Jiang Chen lowered his voice and gave Bai Qianxian a knowing wink. Visibly, Bai Qianxian's lovely face flushed red again, and a hint of bashfulness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Bai Qianxian murmured softly, then tucked the blanket around Xinxin before tiptoeing off the bed. Jiang Chen also got out of bed quietly, found the remote control, and set the air conditioner to a comfortable sleeping temperature. Seeing Jiang Chen's thoughtful care, Bai Qianxian's gaze softened even more. Soon, the two left the princess room and entered the master bedroom next door. Click! The door closed, and Jiang Chen immediately wrapped his arms around Bai Qianxian. Swish! This time, Bai Qianxian was quite proactive. Before Jiang Chen could make his next move, she stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips to his in a kiss. However, the moment Jiang Chen carried Bai Qianxian onto the bed, she instantly switched into shy mode. Her hands didn't know where to go, her eyes didn't know where to look, and her face remained flushed from start to finish, radiating utter bashfulness. Even her rapid breathing carried a thick layer of bashfulness. Bai Qianxian affection +1. Bai Qianxian's affection points have accumulated to 100. Ding. Detected. Bai Qianxian's affection for the host has reached 100 points. Rewarding the host with one unsealing talisman. Ding. Unsealing charms can be used to break seals on divine artifacts. Each charm removes one layer of sealing. Ding. The unsealing talisman will be issued to the host at midnight tonight. The sudden barrage of system notifications caught Jiang Chen off guard. He hadn't anticipated Bai Qianxian's favorability toward him suddenly surging to 100 points. But, upon reflection, perhaps Bai Qianxian yearned for a home, for a husband who cherished and loved her, and equally for Xinqing to have a father who cherished and loved her. And Jiang Chen happened to fit her expectations perfectly, so she had completely fallen for him. In any case, this was a good thing for Jiang Chen. With her affection level at 100 points, Bai Qianxian became even more gentle and compliant toward Jiang Chen, granting his every request without limit, even crossing boundaries. One word, bliss. Chapter 196, The Eye of Destiny. Late at night. Bai Qianxian, her face streaked with tears like pear blossoms in rain, had already fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock and realized it was well past midnight. He quietly slipped out of bed and made his way alone to the living room. Click. Jiang Chen plopped down on the sofa, crossed one leg over the other, and lit a cigarette. As smoke curled upward, Jiang Chen mentally activated the system's main interface. Lucky spin wheel. Spins remaining, 11. Inventory, item fragments X20, golden melody playlist, seal removal talisman. Divine artifact, Eye of the Mind 2-star. 3 days had slipped by unnoticed. Jiang Chen had accumulated 9 draw chances. Combined with his previous 2 remaining chances, today he could perform a 10-draw bundle and still have 1 chance left over. Additionally, Bai Qianxian's affection had reached 100 points, earning him an extra seal removal talisman from the system. Seal breaking talisman, a special talisman capable of breaking divine artifact seals. Note, each talisman can only break 1 layer of seal. Swish. Jiang Chen didn't rush to draw. Instead, he took out the unsealing talisman and gently rubbed it in his palm. I wonder what kind of surprise the Eye of the Mind will bring this young master when I use this unsealing talisman. Tonzi, I'm going to use this unsealing talisman. Ding. Detecting that the host currently possesses only 1 divine artifact. Do you wish to unlock the 3rd layer of the seal on the divine artifact, the Eye of the Mind? Yes. Whoosh. The unsealing talisman in his hand instantly transformed into a streak of light, darting into Jiang Chen's eye faster than the blink of an eye. The next second, Jiang Chen felt a warm sensation rise within his eye. It wasn't hot, not even slightly burning, just a gentle, comforting warmth. Ding. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the 3rd seal of the Eye of the Soul. You have obtained the permanent ability Eye of Fortune. A pleasant system notification sounded in his ears. Immediately afterward, information on how to use the Eye of Destiny was forcibly imprinted into Jiang Chen's mind. Fortune refers to a person's destiny and fate. The ups and downs of life are all connected to one's fortune. Fortune is divided into 9 tiers, distinguished by 9 distinct colors, ascending from lowest to highest: black, white, crimson, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Black signifies a person plagued by misfortune and unending calamity, a wretched soul with a dreadful fate. White signifies an ordinary, unremarkable existence, one with an average destiny and no special fortune. Only red through purple signify a person blessed with destiny, exceptional individuals favored by fortune. Mind's Eye 1, Probe 2. Peak 3. Fortune 4. Sealed 5. Sealed 6. Sealed 7. Sealed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. By the time Jiang Chen processed this flood of information, he felt completely dazed. What was the Eye of Destiny? Simply put, it's the ability to see the destiny aura of every person. Black signifies the worst, white is ordinary, while only red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple represent those blessed with auspicious destiny. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen rose and headed straight for the bathroom. He was a man driven by intense curiosity. Having gained the Eye of Destiny, he naturally had to see what color his own destiny was. Swish! Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then lifted his head to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. However, the next second, Jiang Chen froze solid in place. For reflected in the mirror was a face so strikingly handsome it could take any woman's breath away. Tall and graceful, noble and dignified, dashing and charming, dashing and dashing. A gentleman of peerless grace, a peerless young master. Every beautiful adjective in the world fell short of describing this face, which transcended human beauty. Especially the devilishly charming smile, a lethal weapon designed specifically for women, capable of bypassing all defenses and striking straight into the depths of a woman's heart. Too handsome. Jiang Chen nearly fainted from his own handsomeness. No wonder those spoiled girls, after just a few days with Jiang Chen, were head over heels for him, their affection skyrocketing past 99 points. Even Lin Qingxua and Tang Rou, that lesbian couple, had been straightened out by Jiang Chen, restoring their normal orientation.
Damn it! If they didn't fall for a guy this handsome, what kind of women would they be? But that seemed like a tangent. None of that was the point. The point is, Jiang Chen clearly saw a white cloud hovering above his head in the mirror. That's right. White mist. So white. Too white. Pristine and spotless, like by Chan Chan's plum peach-shaped bottom lift her skirt, and it's a dazzling expanse of white. How could this be? My fortune's aura is this color? Is this even ing reasonable? Tonesy, can you explain this to me? The moment Jiang Chen voiced his question internally, the system's notification tone chimed in his ear. Ding! Host, you were originally a fortunate soul blessed with purple fortune. However, upon acquiring this system, you have exhausted all your fortune. Damn it! So you're the one who sucked up all my fortune. Ding! Being granted this system's assistance is a blessing from your ancestors. Count yourself lucky. Alright, Tonesy, is there any way to increase my own fortune? Jiang Chen suddenly started scheming. Fortune is a powerful thing, after all. The higher your fortune, the better your luck. Everything goes smoothly, and you constantly stumble upon opportunities. You might even find money on the street for no reason. Take Jiang Chen, for instance. As a purple-tiered child of fortune, he'd been exceptionally fortunate to be chosen by the system. Had he not been a purple-tiered child of fortune, the system wouldn't have given him a second glance, it would have moved on to someone else long ago. The only slight regret is that obtaining the system drained all of Jiang Chen's fortune points, leaving him now just an ordinary person without any fortune. People are inherently greedy. Now that he understood the benefits of fortune, how could Jiang Chen not take it seriously? Ding! There are many ways to increase your fortune points. The most common method is to do good deeds and accumulate virtue. Hold on. Listening to the system's detailed explanation, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown and interrupted Brother System's narration. If doing good deeds increases one's fortune, then why is mine still blank white despite all the good I've done? The moment Jiang Chen spoke, the system responded instantly, Ding! May I ask what good deeds the host has performed since acquiring this system? Hey! You ask me what good deeds I've done? Well, today I'm going to have a serious talk with you about this. Jiang Chen returned to the living room, plopped down on the sofa, rolled up his sleeves, and adopted a posture ready to confront the system and demand justice. I won't go into distant past deeds. Just take by Chan and her daughter who live in this apartment. Xinxin was gravely ill and couldn't afford treatment. I paid for her surgery and saved her life. Doesn't that count as doing a good deed? Jiang Chen counted on his fingers as he fiercely confronted the system. However, the system's response poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Ding! Was that purely out of a desire to save someone? Ding! You were just lusting after the kid's mom. Ding! I'm embarrassed to point this out, but you actually have the nerve to bring this up? Put! Jiang Chen nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Only Brother Tong truly understands me. But, Chapter 197, I've come clean, I'm no good guy. Brother Tongzi, at that charity auction the Qin family hosted last time, I spent a whopping 10 billion Longhua currency. According to the auction rules, half of that 10 billion 5 billion Dragon Nation currency goes directly to charity. So, does that mean I did a good deed? Jiang Chen lit a cigarette and began debating with Brother Tong at a leisurely pace. He was curious to see what kind of standards Brother Tong had for defining virtuous deeds and good actions. Ding! You call this a good deed? Ding! You're only splurging at the charity auction for the double rebate on your black card. Ding! I almost didn't want to call you out on this, but you actually have the nerve to bring it up? The system poured another bucket of cold water on Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen seemed to have faintly grasped the system's definition of virtuous deeds and the standard for being a good person. Simply put, one must never harbor impure motives when doing good deeds. Purely for the sake of goodness, seeking no reward, laying down the butcher's knife to embrace the Buddha? That. Whoever wants to do these so-called good deeds can go ahead and do them. I'm just a worldly man greedy for wealth, lustful for women, free and unrestrained, living only for myself, carefree and joyful. Hold on. Jiang Chen still felt a twinge of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke up. The night before last, I saved Su Xinya from being drugged at the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Imperial Dynasty Hotel. I had no ulterior motives, I just couldn't stand seeing Su Xinya bullied, so I stepped in to save her. Isn't that a good deed? This time, the system suddenly fell silent. Just as Jiang Chen thought he'd finally done something good enough to earn the system's approval, even feeling a bit smug about it. However, the system poured cold water on his hopes. Ding! Host, saving Su Xinya back then was indeed a good deed. Ding! But what you did to Su Xinya afterward was like raiding someone else's granary. Ding! You managed to turn a good deed into a bad one. You should count yourself lucky your luck didn't turn black. Put. 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 Jiang Chen felt like spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood in quick succession. Damn it! I'm laying my cards on the table, no more pretending. I'm not a good person. I'm a bad guy. This fortune? I don't want it anymore. Swish! Jiang Chen angrily stubbed out his cigarette butt, then opened the system's main interface and declared, forget about the fortune for now. Let's draw. Give me a 10 draw. Ding. Drawing in progress, please wait. Swish, swish, swish. The red pointer on the fortune wheel suddenly began spinning rapidly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Though the pointer continued spinning wildly, a shimmering object suddenly appeared on the wheel. However, before Jiang Chen could even make out what it was, immediately, the second, third, fourth, ninth, 10th sparkling prize appeared on the wheel. Swish! In the blink of an eye, all 10 prizes were neatly stored into the system inventory. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Master Thief card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a counterfeit card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a delivery card. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a skill book. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a total of 30 item fragments. Ha! This time I actually drew 3 cards, 1 skill book, and 30 item fragments? My luck seems pretty decent. Swish! Jiang Chen hurriedly opened his system inventory and immediately saw a pile of glittering rewards. In the first slot lay 50 item fragments. In the second slot lay the golden song playlist he'd won from the last draw. As for the enhancement potion voice and the skill book, Singing Mastery, he'd won last time, Jiang Chen had already used them up on the spot. Though Jiang Chen had no plans to enter the entertainment industry, that didn't stop him from learning singing skills, nor did it stop him from enhancing his vocal abilities. After all, it never hurts to have more skills. Besides, singing well makes it way easier to pick up girls. This was one of Jiang Chen's few hobbies, so naturally he'd master more skills to serve it well. Back to the matter at hand. In the third compartment lay a gleaming card. Master Thief card. Upon activation, you may designate a target individual and steal a specified item from them without their knowledge. Note, this card is effective within a 10-meter range. Beyond this distance, it cannot be used. Wow! You can actually steal something from someone else without them noticing? This card is seriously awesome. Imagine this, your enemy is a vicious woman who not only insults you but also comes over to slap you. Then you suddenly use the thief card to snatch her sanitary pad and smack it right in her face. Yikes! Fresh off the press, piping hot, a lethal biochemical weapon. Just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. No need to say more, this card deserves a 5-star review and a crazy thumbs up. Phew! Jiang Chen took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, then turned his gaze to the 4th slot in his inventory. There, too, lay a gleaming card. Replica card. Upon use, select one item to instantly create an exact duplicate. Note, the replica only matches the appearance of the original item and possesses none of its functions or effects. Wow! This was a counterfeit card. And it can only replicate the appearance, it can't create the real thing. Imagine this, you steal that evil woman's sanitary pad, then use this counterfeit card to create an exact replica. Then you take the real pad and smack it right in the evil woman's face. If she still won't let it go and comes looking for trouble, just whip out this fake pad, it'll scare her off for sure. Back in the day, didn't she surrender after getting hit with 2 round eggs? No need to say more, this card deserves a 5-star review and mad props. Phew! Jiang Chen took another deep breath and turned his gaze to the 5th slot in his inventory. Express delivery card. Upon activation, instantly teleports a designated item to a specified target. Note, this card is effective within a 10-meter range. Beyond this distance, it cannot be used. Holy crap! This isn't a delivery card? It's clearly a teleportation card. Just imagine, you steal a wicked woman's sanitary pad, only to find she doesn't come looking for trouble, instead, she actively apologizes to you. How awkward is that? So, you can use this express card to discreetly reinstall the sanitary napkin you just stole. Oh no! I mean, return them to their owner. Better yet, before returning the sanitary pad, you could even write on it, "Daddy was here." So warm and thoughtful. No need to say more, this card deserves a 5-star review and a ton of likes. Phew! Jiang Chen steadied his emotions and then looked at the 6th slot in his inventory. There, resting in the slot, was a thick tome with 4 large characters on its cover. Ghost Physician's Legacy Skill Book. Upon using this skill book, you instantly inherit the Ghost Physician's legacy and automatically master their signature technique, 13 Ghost Gate Needles. Jiang Chen. Chapter 198, White Fortune. Not accepting it. Ghost doctors are practitioners whose medical and poison arts are exceptionally profound, capable of saving lives or taking them in the blink of an eye. They are called physicians for their mastery of medicine, yet also ghosts for their equally formidable poison arts, killing silently and invisibly. They can even bring the dead back to life, rescuing the dying from the brink of death, or silently sending people to the gates of death, thus earning the name Ghost Doctor.
Jiang Chen activated the Ghost Physician's Legacy skill book on the spot, and a torrent of information flooded his mind.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time seemed to drag, yet it felt like an instant.
By the time Jiang Chen had fully processed this memory, his gaze had undergone a profound transformation.
It became exceptionally sharp.
2 icy beams, as tangible as steel, shot from his eyes. It felt like those legendary masters in movies. A single glance was enough to send enemies trembling in terror, their souls shattered.
Alright. It wasn't quite that dramatic, really.
His demeanor had merely grown a touch more ruthless. After all, he was now a genuine ghost doctor.
A little swagger wasn't too much to ask, right? Ghostgate 13 needles? Capable of both saving lives and taking them?
Too bad this young master only has one needle now, and it's thick and long, not exactly ideal for a killing weapon. I'll buy a set of silver needles from the pharmacy tomorrow. When I have free time, I can practice using them as throwing weapons.
The sun rises in the east and I alone am invincible.
Ugh, spit. That should be little Zhang's flying needles, never miss their mark. After finishing his cigarette, Jiang Chen glanced at the time and headed back to his bedroom.
At that very moment, Bai Qianqian slept soundly.
But she had kicked the quilt aside, exposing her slender waist and curvy figure almost entirely to the air.
Swish! Jiang Chen climbed into bed, tucked the quilt around Bai Qianqian, and then lay down gently beside her. Unexpectedly. The very next second, Bai Qianqian rolled over and burrowed straight into Jiang Chen's embrace.
Her little head nudged slightly, as if searching for a comfortable spot to continue her peaceful slumber.
A helpless smile spread across Jiang Chen's face.
Like soothing a child to sleep, he held Bai Qianqian close, gently patting her back with his palm. Before long, Bai Qianqian grew still, her breath steady and even, a faint, sweet smile playing at the corners of her lips. But Jiang Chen found himself unable to sleep. He was still preoccupied with the matter of destiny.
Swish! Jiang Chen opened his fortune eyes and gazed at Bai Qianqian in his arms.
The next instant, a flawless white cloud appeared above Bai Qianqian's head.
White again? Could it be that most people in this world possess white fortune?
Driven by intense curiosity, Jiang Chen mentally activated the superphone within his body and logged into the Douya live streaming platform.
At this hour, Lu Qianqian and Lu Yingying were offline.
Jiang Chen casually browsed through several livestream rooms, only to find every streamer possessed white aura.
Even a female streamer riding a motorcycle had a faint black aura.
Beyond that, Jiang Chen couldn't find a single streamer with crimson aura. This seemed to confirm Jiang Chen's hypothesis: most people possessed white aura, while only a select few could attain aura of crimson or higher.
Swish! Jiang Chen exited the Douya streaming platform, then lay quietly on his bed.
Hugging the large peach by Qianqian, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He hurriedly murmured to himself, "Brother Tongzi, you once said that the most common way to increase one's fortune value is to do good deeds and accumulate virtue.
Besides that, are there any other ways to increase one's own fortune value?" Jiang Chen was unwilling to accept this. He said he didn't want it, but deep down, he craved it. If he couldn't get it, he wouldn't even sleep soundly. Ding!
Besides the most common method of doing good deeds and accumulating virtue, there are 2 other ways to increase one's personal fortune value.
Which 2? Ding!
First, as the saying goes, ruby red rubs off on black, or black ink stains white paper. Simply spend more time interacting with the chosen of fortune, or cultivate a good relationship with them. Over time, your own fortune will gradually increase.
That complicated? Is there a simpler, more direct, and brutally efficient way? Ding!
Second, as the saying goes, survival of the fittest. By suppressing or eliminating a chosen one, you can seize their fortune.
Holy crap! That's brutal. Is there a gentler approach? Ding! Third, as the saying goes, good deeds bring blessings.
Simply maintain a kind heart, perform acts of kindness daily, and do good deeds. Your fortune will naturally increase rapidly.
Damn it! Those are the methods you mentioned. Besides these 3, are there no other ways? Ding! That's all. Jiang Chen suddenly fell silent.
The system explained everything in great detail.
After briefly summarizing, Jiang Chen arrived at the following 3 points.
1. Currying favor with the chosen one of fortune allows you to share in their blessings.
2. Eliminate the chosen one to seize their fortune points. 3. Self-development. Steadily increase your own fortune by doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Damn it! Jiang Chen disliked all 3 methods. But if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. If Jiang Chen encountered a suitable opportunity, he would seize it without hesitation, employing every available method to boost his own fortune. If he does, he'll be the strongest. The next morning, Jiang Chen was fast asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake by the ringing of his phone.
He picked up the phone lying on the nightstand and was surprised to see Chen Yun's name on the caller ID.
"Hello? Aunt June, why are you calling me so early in the morning?"
Jiang Chen was extremely groggy from sleep. If anyone else had woken him up like this, he would have snapped at them. But Chen Yun was, after all, his senior. She had worked tirelessly to manage the Jiang group for him, her contributions immense. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't bring himself to snap at her. Xiao Chen, could you swing by Jiang group today? A mature, gentle female voice came through the phone, as warm and familiar as a neighborly older sister or aunt.
Aunt Yoon. Why the sudden request for me to come to the company out of the blue? I've assigned you a personal assistant. She'll keep you updated on company matters and also take care of your daily needs. Aunt Yoon, I'm perfectly fine on my own. I don't need any secretary. Hey! You little rascal. I'm just worried you're out there on your own, partying all the time and not taking care of yourself. That's why I arranged for a personal assistant. Jiang Chen was speechless. This wasn't about assigning him a secretary at all. It's clearly just sending someone to keep tabs on him, to prevent him from running wild outside, acting recklessly, and becoming a bad kid. But, come to think of it, this feeling of being controlled by his parents made Jiang Chen both resistant and yearning. He clearly felt a bit repelled, yet couldn't help but harbor a hint of longing. After all, Jiang Chen had always been an orphan. Longing for familial affection was only natural. Alright, I'll swing by the company later. After much hesitation, Jiang Chen finally decided to heed Chen Yun's words. That's my good boy. Auntie will be waiting for you at the office, don't stand me up, okay? Got it, nag. Hey! You little brat, I just gave you a few reminders and you're already complaining about me nagging? Ugh. Aunt Yun, my signal's terrible. Hello? Hello? Chapter 199, The Chairman's Personal Secretary. Morning. Clear skies. Jiang Chen drove his Mercedes-Benz G-Class to Jiang Group. As soon as he entered the company building, someone proactively greeted him. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Chairman. Although Jiang Chen had only made a single appearance at the company, his photo had long been featured on the corporate website. Now, throughout the entire Jiang Group, including headquarters and all subsidiaries, employees almost universally recognized Jiang Chen. No wonder. Jiang Chen was simply too handsome, too distinctive, and too easy to recognize. He was also the new generation's national husband, having amassed considerable online popularity long ago and become widely recognized by netizens. As one employee, who preferred to remain anonymous, put it, no doubt about it, that dazzlingly handsome guy in the crowd is our chairman. Wow, wow, wow. I finally got to see the living chairman in person today. What do you mean, the real chairman? Watch your language. Oh dear. I'm just a bit overwhelmed, my words got jumbled. Don't mind me. The chairman looks even better in person than in photos, truly the nation's golden boy. I heard our chairman is still single. Whoever becomes Mrs. Chairman will truly be a phoenix rising from the ashes. Oh my goodness. If I'd known the chairman was coming to the office today, I should have put on some nice makeup and worn a prettier dress. Listening to the buzz of gossip around him, Jiang Chen walked expressionlessly into the executive elevator reserved for senior management, leaving behind an image of aloof restraint. Who doesn't know how to put on airs? All it takes is a stern expression and silence to project an aura of keep out. Ding! The elevator quickly reached the top floor. After stepping out, Jiang Chen headed straight for Chen Yun's office. But the office was empty. Where was she? Wasn't she supposed to wait for me at the company? Why is she gone? Jiang Chen exited the office and stopped a passing administrative staff member to ask. Only then did he learn that Chen Yun was currently chairing a high-level company meeting, which would last at least another hour. No choice. Jiang Chen could only head toward the chairman's office, planning to wait until the meeting concluded before seeking out Chen Yun. However, when Jiang Chen reached the door of the chairman's office, he suddenly noticed it was open, and faint sounds drifted out from within. Ha! Someone in my office? Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then quickly peered inside. Sure enough, there was someone in the office, and it was a woman. His eyes immediately fell upon a pair of substantial curves that rarely belonged to men, let alone ones that could form such perfectly rounded, jade-like contours. Whoosh! Jiang Chen walked straight into the office and caught a glimpse of the woman's profile. She appeared to be around 30, with delicate features, a gentle demeanor, and a rather voluptuous figure. Her chestnut brown hair was pulled back and secured with an elegant willow leaf hairpin. A blouse, pencil skirt, black stockings, high heels. A standard office lady uniform that tightly accentuated her mature, curvaceous figure. At that moment, the woman seemed oblivious to Jiang Chen's arrival, busily wiping down his desk with a cloth. None of that was the point. The point was, Jiang Chen kept his fortune eyes open at all times. With a single glance, he spotted a green cloud of mist hovering above the woman's head. Holy crap! A woman of destiny. And green fortune at that. This was the first person Jiang Chen had encountered with fortune since gaining his fortune eyes, instantly piquing his interest. Hello, may I ask who you are? Jiang Chen cleared his throat lightly before approaching the woman and initiating the conversation. Startled by his words, the woman immediately turned to face Jiang Chen. In that instant, Jiang Chen clearly saw a flicker of astonishment in her eyes, as if she'd been captivated by the handsome looks of this national heartthrob. Sigh. Being handsome has its perks. You'll get used to it. Chairman, you're here?
The woman immediately flashed a gentle smile, appearing slightly nervous and a bit awkward, yet overall quite poised and composed.
My name is Zhang Lan.
I previously served as senior secretary in the group president's office.
Later, through President Chen's recommendation, I was appointed as your personal assistant. Zhang Lan had actually heard Jiang Chen's footsteps long ago. The room was so quiet, how could she not hear someone suddenly walk in? She wasn't deaf, after all.
She simply wanted to make a good impression in front of Jiang Chen, leaving a favorable impression on her boss, a common tactic in the workplace.
Ah, Secretary Zhang.
No need to rush about. From now on, for minor tasks like wiping tables, just have the cleaning staff handle it. Jiang Chen spoke as he walked around the desk and sat down in his office chair.
At the same time, Jiang Chen activated his scrutiny eye on Zhang Lan. Name, Zhang Lan. Age, 32. Appearance, 93. Figure, 95. Favorite fruit, honeydew melon. Driver, 1. Affinity, 40. The probe eye could only discern Zhang Lan's basic information.
A mature, beautiful woman of 32, she has had only one driver to date, a rare quality in this materialistic era. To learn more about this corporate secretary carefully selected by Qin Yun, Jiang Chen hesitated briefly before activating his scrutiny eye on her.
No choice. Zhang Lan would soon become Jiang Chen's personal secretary.
In ancient times, she would be the chief eunuch by the emperor's side. For such a crucial confidant, Jiang Chen had to proceed with utmost caution.
Personal privacy, born with hirsutism.
Husband held deeply feudal beliefs.
After enduring years of neglect and contempt, she filed for divorce in despair. Current intent, after 7 years as a homemaker, she's finally back in the workforce. She must work hard to earn the chairman's approval and secure this position as board secretary. 2 lines of detailed information appeared before his eyes. After a quick scan, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly widened in shock. Holy crap! A housewife returning to the workforce? This looks exactly like the female lead template from those female-oriented CEO romance novels. No wonder she has that green aura. First, she sacrificed her career for love, then spent 7 years as a housewife, enduring her husband's prolonged neglect and contempt. Finally, she initiates the divorce, returns to the workforce, earns her boss's recognition, gets promoted to the chairman's secretary, and reaches the pinnacle of her career. With all these elements perfectly aligned, what else could she be but the archetypal heroine? On top of that, she's also a natural-born innocent? How could such an exceptional wife be rejected by her husband? Feudal thinking is deadly. Chairman, I'll brew you a cup of tea. Please wait a moment.
Zhang Lan remained unaware that her secrets had already been thoroughly uncovered by Jiang Chen. She turned and walked out of the office, returning moments later with a cup of tea for Jiang Chen, her face radiating attentive service. Serving the boss was her duty as the board secretary.
Thank you. You're welcome. Jiang Chen accepted the tea and took a light sip. The tea was fragrant, and Jiang Chen could sense Zhang Lan's warmth. He held a favorable impression of this woman blessed with green fortune, so he naturally didn't keep a stern face. Instead, he chatted amiably with her for a few moments, casually inquiring about the company's current situation. A gentle smile remained on Zhang Lan's face throughout. She answered all of Jiang Chen's questions candidly, her attitude consistently respectful. Ding! At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone received a WeChat message. After reading the message, a peculiar expression flashed across Jiang Chen's face. After a moment's hesitation, he stood up and said to Zhang Lan, Secretary Zhang, come with me. I need to run an errand. Ah, Chairman, would you like me to arrange transportation for you? No need. I drove myself here. Understood. Chapter 200, Su Xinya threatened. Tianma Entertainment. Su Xinya arrived at the company accompanied by her agent, Wang Hui. As the former leading lady of Star Sea Entertainment, Su Xinya had long been competing with Tianma Entertainment's top star, Fang Yan, for the title of pop music's rising queen. Later, Su Xinya defeated Fang Yan with an overwhelming advantage, ascending to the throne of the pop music scene's rising star. Fang Yan harbored deep resentment over this, viewing Su Xinya as a thorn in her side. However, times change and people move on. Su Xinya never imagined she would one day sign with Tianma Entertainment, becoming a fellow artist under the same company as her arch-rival, Fang Yan. Xinya, welcome to Tianma Entertainment. Sister Xinya, we're thrilled to see you make your comeback. Xinya, we're colleagues now, please look after me. Artists under Tianma Entertainment approached Su Xinya one after another to greet her, each face radiating a warm smile. Su Xinya maintained a polite smile, greeting each person in turn. Until Su Xinya spotted Fang Yan, and the atmosphere seemed to sour. Well, isn't this the former pop princess Su Xinya? Aren't you Star Sea Entertainment's leading lady? How come you suddenly jumped ship to our Tianma Entertainment? Did you get kicked out of Star Sea Entertainment? Or did they fire you? Fang Yan crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes fixed intently on Su Xinya, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Everyone watching knew Su Xinya and Fang Yan were sworn enemies. They'd long since torn off the mask of civility. That's why the tension between them was so palpable now. Fang Yan, don't you have eyes? Haven't you seen the news?
When I terminated my contract with Star Sea Entertainment, Tianma Entertainment not only covered all my penalty fees but also signed me to an SSS level contract.
As far as I know, the contract you signed with Tianma Entertainment is only S level, right?
Su Xinya's voice was utterly flat, yet her words sent Fang Yan into a rage, her eyes nearly popping out of her head.
Why the hell does she deserve that? Why the hell would a washed-up singer like Su Xinya get an SSS level contract from the company? Why the hell did I work my ass off for the company all these years, only to end up with an S-level contract? Oomph. Fang Yan suddenly snorted coldly, her tone dripping with hostility. Su Xinya, you've already retired from the music industry. Wouldn't it be better to spend the rest of your life at home raising children and taking care of your husband? Why bother coming out to work so hard just to make money? Oh dear. My mind's gone blank. I almost forgot about your husband going bankrupt and jumping off a building. You're a widow whose husband just died, burdened with a child to raise, drowning in debt with nowhere else to turn. You had no choice but to make a comeback. Fang Yan's sharp, cutting words echoed throughout the entire hall.
Many onlookers couldn't help but frown, clearly not expecting Fang Yan to deliberately rub salt into Su Xinya's wounds in public like this.
This is disgusting. But
Fang Yan was the leading lady of Tianma Entertainment, and she had a murky relationship with the company's general manager, Zhou Lei. No one dared cross Fang Yan, so no one stepped forward to defend Su Xinya. Fang Yan, how dare you speak like that? Su Xinya remained silent, but her agent, Wang Hui, couldn't stand by. Seeing Su Xinya being bullied, she immediately stepped forward to confront Fang Yan. I'm just stating a fact. Su Xinya hasn't even spoken up. Why are you getting so worked up? Fang Yan rolled her eyes, her face brimming with disdain as she looked at Wang Hui. You. Wang Hui tried to say more, but Su Xinya grabbed her arm. Su Xinya shook her head at Wang Hui, signaling her to stop arguing with Fang Yan. Wang Hui could only shut her mouth in a huff, but her eyes remained fixed on Fang Yan, as if she wanted to devour her alive.
Fang Yan, I'm not here to argue with you today. Su Xinya pulled a contract from her bag, waved it in front of Fang Yan, and said, I'm here to report for duty at the company. I don't have time for your nonsense. Please move aside. I need to meet with President Zhou. Oof. Fang Yan gave a cold laugh, a peculiar expression flickering across her face. She stepped aside voluntarily, clearing the path without further obstruction. Seeing this, a flicker of suspicion crossed Su Xinya's eyes. However, she didn't dwell on it, leading Wang Hui into the elevator and heading straight for General Manager Zhou's office. A few minutes later, Su Xinya and Wang Hui arrived at the door of the General Manager's office. But Wang Hui was stopped by Mr. Zhou's secretary, who only allowed Su Xinya to enter the office alone. Su Xinya couldn't help but frown, but the thought of her sugar daddy instantly filled her with confidence. Sis Wei, wait for me outside. Xinya, do you think General Manager Zhou is deliberately making things difficult for you? Don't worry, he wouldn't dare. Alright, I'll wait for you in the lounge next door. After Mr. Zhou's secretary escorted Wang Hui away, Su Xinya took a deep breath and knocked on the office door. Come in. A man's voice came from inside. Su Xinya pushed open the door and immediately saw Zhou Lei seated behind his desk. Zhou Lei was only 30 years old, but fine lines had already begun to form at the corners of his eyes, making him look like a man in his 40s. He hadn't earned his position as general manager of Tianma Entertainment through his own abilities, but rather through his father's connections, a distant kinship with the original Zhou family. In Zhou Lei's own words, his father was a distant cousin of Zhou Zhangfeng, the former head of the Zhou family, while he himself was a distant cousin of the current chairman, Jiang Chen. In reality, Zhou Lei and the Zhou family were as distant as two trees growing 8 poles apart. In fact, this connection was heavily exaggerated. Yet Zhou Lei managed to exploit this flimsy connection to its absolute limit. He rode on the Zhou family's coattails, pulling the wool over countless people's eyes, and ultimately secured the position of general manager at Tianma Entertainment. Hello, General Manager Zhou. Su Xinya greeted Zhou Lei with utmost politeness before placing the signed contract on his desk. However, Zhou Lei didn't even glance at the contract. Instead, ever since Su Xinya entered the office, his eyes had been fixed on her newly postpartum figure, which had become even more voluptuous and curvaceous. Particularly her ample bosom. Zhou Lei twitched his nose slightly, as if catching a faint whiff of her scent. Su Xinya, I don't care what methods you used or whose connections you leveraged to jump ship from Star Sea Entertainment to our Pegasus Entertainment. A flash of madness and malevolence flickered in Zhou Lei's eyes as he openly threatened Su Xinya. Want to scrape by under my roof? Fine. But you must willingly climb into my bed. Only after I've grown tired of you will I grant you that chance. Otherwise, you'll be frozen out by the company and you can kiss your comeback goodbye. At these words, Su Xinya flinched only briefly before her face twisted into a look of contempt. Swish. Without another word, Su Xinya grabbed the contract from the desk and turned to walk out the door. Su Xinya. Zhou Lei seemed enraged by Su Xinya's attitude, unable to resist issuing another threat. I've given you a chance. If you refuse the olive branch and choose to drink the poison chalice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Click.
Su Xinya still didn't utter a word. She simply opened the office door and walked out without looking back. Damn it! A whore who just lost her husband and is up to her neck in debt, acting all high and mighty in front of me? You just wait. You'll be begging me on your knees soon enough. Chapter 201, The Chairman Arrives. Tianma Entertainment. General Manager's Office. After Su Xinya left, Zhou Lei suddenly felt a surge of anger. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Before long, the office door was knocked on again. Come in. Zhou Lei called out from inside. The next second, Fang Yan pushed open the door and stepped in. Mr. Zhou, what's wrong? You look a bit off. After entering the room, Fang Yan first locked the door from the inside. Then, swaying her sexy little hips, she glided over to Zhou Lei's side. Damn it! That Su Xinya doesn't give me any face at all. She's been out of the entertainment industry for a whole year, and she still thinks she's the little pop diva from back in the day? As long as I don't give my approval, she'll never make a comeback in her lifetime. As he spoke, Zhou Lei pulled Fang Yan into his arms, seating her on his lap. At the same time, he couldn't wait to raise one hand and grab her firmly. Oh my! Mr. Zhou, this is the office. What if someone sees us? What's there to fear? Without my permission, who dares barge into my office? Mr. Zhou, I heard Su Xinya's contract was signed with a high-ranking executive at Jiang Group headquarters. If you deliberately make things difficult for her, aren't you afraid that executive will come down hard on you? You little, I'm the chairman's cousin. Every single executive at Jiang Group owes me respect. Who dares cross me? Mr. Zhou, your influence is truly formidable. You bet. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhou Lei's office, Su Xinya immediately sent a WeChat message to Jiang Chen. Shortly after, Su Xinya brought Wang Hui down to the lobby and sat on the sofa in the lounge area to wait. Many employees passing by couldn't help but glance their way when they saw Su Xinya and her agents sitting in the lobby lounge. But not a single person dared to approach Su Xinya. Because just moments ago, Fang Yan had sent a message in the company group chat. Anyone who dared to cozy up to Su Xinya was declaring war on her. Everyone knew Fang Yan was CEO Zhou's right-hand woman. Even though many secretly liked Su Xinya, no one dared risk offending Fang Yan by striking up a conversation with her. Tap tap tap. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Su Xinya, who had been sitting on the sofa in the lounge area but keeping her eyes fixed on the company entrance, instantly perked up. Whoosh! Su Xinya abruptly stood up and, without a word, strode quickly toward the entrance. Hey! Xinya, where are you going? Her bewildered agent, Wang Hui, also stood up and hurried after Su Xinya. Su Xinya stopped in front of a man and a woman, her face lighting up with delight as she looked at the man. Only then did Wang Hui notice that this man so strikingly handsome it made her legs tremble looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. Chairman Jiang, you're here? Su Xinya's address of Chairman Jiang sent a shiver down Wang Hui's spine. Her eyes widened abruptly, and her mouth formed a perfect O. Chairman Jiang? Jiang Chen, chairman of Jiang Group? Right. The nation's sweetheart. This super-duper, ultra-handsome guy standing before her, wasn't he the new generation's nation sweetheart, Jiang Chen, the newly appointed chairman of Jiang Group? Holy crap! When did Xinya get to know such a big shot as Jiang Chen? How come I, her agent, didn't know about this? Xinya, I heard someone was picking on you here? Jiang Chen scanned the lobby but didn't spot any suspicious figures. His gaze settled back on Su Xinya. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Zhou tried to force himself on me. He even threatened that if I didn't comply, I'd never make a comeback in this lifetime. Su Xinya delivered this bombshell in a matter-of-fact tone. Fortunately, she had lowered her voice, and no one else was passing by. Otherwise, this explosive news would have undoubtedly become the front-page headline of the day. Take me to see him. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. Tianma Entertainment was a subsidiary under the Jiang Group. Now, the company had produced a scoundrel like Zhou Lei. Wasn't this a direct slap in the face to him, the chairman? Next, Su Xinya led the way. Jiang Chen followed behind Su Xinya. Wang Hui and Zhang Lan trailed half a step behind, closely following Jiang Chen. At that moment, Wang Hui felt both nervous and excited. First, she never imagined that Zhou Lei, the general manager of Tianma Entertainment, would attempt to take advantage of Su Xinya. Second, she was even more astonished that Su Xinya had summoned the chairman of Jiang Group with just one phone call. Then, judging by Jiang Chen's demeanor, he seemed poised to take action on Su Xinya's behalf. Finally, the relationship between Su Xinya and Jiang Chen was clearly not simple. But regardless of their connection, Su Xinya's association with a heavyweight like Jiang Chen was bound to catapult her to new heights. Chairman? You, how did you get here? Just then, a well-dressed woman spotted Jiang Chen and hurried over, greeting him with utmost respect. And you are? Chairman, I'm Mo Ing, Deputy General Manager of Tianma Entertainment. You can just call me Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo, go notify all the company executives. Tell them I want them in the conference room in half an hour. Yes, Chairman. I'll notify everyone immediately. After Deputy General Manager Mo departed, Jiang Chen led Su Xinya, Zhang Lan, and Wang Hui directly to the door of Zhou Lei's office. Jiang Chen reached out to push the door, but it wouldn't budge. Just as he was about to knock, he suddenly heard a faint, sensual sound coming from inside. That sound Jiang Chen recognized it all too well. However, only Jiang Chen, with his keen hearing, detected that faint sound. Su Xinya, Zhanlan, and Wang Hui remained oblivious to anything amiss. Swoosh! A mischievous grin spread across Jiang Chen's lips. Instantly, he swung his leg forward and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the office door was violently kicked open. Su Xinya, Zhanlan, and Wang Hui were all stunned into silence by the scene. But there was no limit to their astonishment. Suddenly, the office echoed with the shrieks and angry shouts of a man and a woman, their voices filled with panic, as if they'd been caught in the act of something illicit. Whoosh! Jiang Chen charged in first, striding quickly toward the source of the commotion. Su Xinya, Zhanlan, and Wang Hui, who were standing behind him, instinctively followed suit. When the group burst into the office, the scene that greeted them was nothing short of spectacular. Clothes were strewn everywhere on the floor. A thick, sensual scent hung heavy in the air. A naked man and woman were hiding behind the desk, peeking out at the sudden intruders. Who are you? Who gave you the nerve to barge into my office without my permission? Get the hell out of here! Zhou Lei was instantly furious, his face flushing crimson as veins bulged prominently on his forehead. He'd been having such a good time just moments ago. Suddenly, the thunderous crash of a door being kicked open sent him into a tailspin. Getting interrupted like that in the middle of something like this, any man would lose his temper on the spot. Yet, what Zhou Lei hadn't anticipated was that the young man leading the charge wasn't deterred in the slightest. Instead, he strode forward boldly, even kicking the desk aside with a single powerful kick. Thud! Another thunderous crash followed as Jiang Chen violently kicked the desk aside, revealing Zhou Lei and Fang Yan hiding behind it. At that moment, both Zhou Lei and Fang Yan wished they were dead. Because there they were, exposed before everyone, completely unguarded, with no secrets left hidden. The entire screen was filled with mosaics. What a spectacle! Chapter 202, You Can Get the Hell Out of Here. Hell. Zhou Lei had somehow snatched a document, hastily covering his private parts before pointing at Jiang Chen and unleashing a torrent of curses. In Xilan City, cursing usually included the phrase hell. Jiang Chen didn't know why he cursed like that either. It seemed only by including those 4 words could it sound sophisticated, grand, and upscale. But that wasn't the point. The point was, there was only one copy of the document. Zhou Lei had picked it up and was using it as a makeshift shield. Fang Yan wasn't so lucky. She could only desperately hide behind Zhou Lei, yet still ended up covered in numerous mosaics. Zhou Lei, open your dog eyes and see clearly who stands before you. Before Jiang Chen could speak, his white-haired secretary Zhang Lan suddenly stepped forward, her voice sharp and stern. You people. Zhou Lei, startled earlier and now consumed by rage, had completely lost control of his emotions. Now, after being scolded by Zhang Lan, his feverish mind cooled slightly. However, when he looked at Jiang Chen again, his expression froze instantly, his eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. You're Jiang Chen? Chairman Jiang? Zhou Lei finally recognized Jiang Chen. His expression shifted for a moment before a fine sheen of sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Zhou Lei, you have some nerve. Daring to engage in such disgraceful acts in broad daylight at the company, and then having the nerve to curse the chairman to his face, it seems you no longer wish to work here. Chairman, how should we handle him? Zhang Lan first berated Zhou Lei harshly, then turned to seek Jiang Chen's opinion. Swish! Jiang Chen adjusted his attire and gave Zhang Lan an approving glance, seemingly satisfied with her performance. He then fixed his gaze on Zhou Lei, his expression impassive. Zhou Lei, you're fired. Get out now. Immediately. Get out. What? You're firing me? Zhou Lei nearly doubted his own ears, his face frozen in utter shock. The file covering his private parts suddenly slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, Su Xinya, Zhanlan, and Wang Hui all turned their heads away as if they had seen something disgusting, unable to look directly at the scene. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Get dressed, pack your things, and get out. Otherwise, I'll have someone throw you out myself. After delivering this ultimatum, Jiang Chen turned and left the office with a cold expression. Su Xinya, Zhanlan, and Wang Hui hurriedly followed behind him, though as they exited, each shot Zhou Lei and Fang Yan a look of utter contempt. Half an hour later. Conference room. Nearly all of Tianma Entertainment's management personnel were present. Jiang Chen sat at the head of the conference table, with Zhang Lan standing behind him. Su Xinya and Wang Hui took seats in the observers section to the side. The entire conference room fell silent. Seeing Jiang Chen's grim expression, no one dared breathe a word. Bang! At that moment, the conference room door burst open. Zhou Lei, now fully dressed, barged straight in. Jiang Chen, I'm your cousin. How could you fire me? Besides, I was just fooling around with that woman. It didn't cause any real harm to the company. What right do you have to fire me? All these years, I've managed Tianma Entertainment like clockwork.
Even if I haven't earned any major achievements, I've certainly put in the hard work. Zhou Lei stormed in, then loudly confronted Jiang Chen in front of everyone. However,
Jiang Chen merely gave Zhou Lei a cold glance and said, "First off, I'm not your cousin, and I certainly don't have a scumbag like you as my cousin.
Second, you've abused your position as general manager to bully our artists at will. You've even openly played the unwritten rules game, completely disgracing the reputation of Jiangchen Group. And Miss Su Xinya is my friend. I worked hard to bring her to Tianma Entertainment and you had the nerve to bully her? Who gave you the nerve?" Jiang Chen had always been quick to anger.
After hurling these insults, he immediately grabbed an ashtray from the table and hurled it at Zhou Lei with all his might.
Thud. A dull thud echoed as Zhou Lei's head split open, blood gushing instantly.
He let out an ouch and collapsed to the floor, clutching his head, his face frozen in a mix of shock and rage.
"Someone! Get this scum out of here! Secretary Zhang, issue an immediate announcement, the entire industry is to blacklist Zhou Lei.
Anyone who dares to hire him is declaring war on me, Jiang Chen.
And that artist Fang Yan, kick her out of Tianma Entertainment too." Jiang Chen issued a series of orders in rapid succession.
Soon, several security guards hurried over and threw both Zhou Lei and Fang Yan out of the company.
Witnessing this, Su Xinya couldn't help but clench her tiny fists.
The wave of disgust that had been building inside her finally erupted, leaving her feeling utterly refreshed. At the same time, the look in her eyes toward Jiang Chen changed.
What a man! With just a few casual words, he could decide the fate of a general manager. No wonder so many female celebrities in the entertainment industry are falling over themselves, scrambling to get into the big boss's bed. So this is how good it feels to have daddy's backing. Su Xinya's affection +5. Su Xinya's affection points reach 85. Buzz. Just then, Su Xinya's phone vibrated softly.
She pulled it out and saw it was Wang Hui, sitting right beside her, sending a WeChat message.
"Wang Hui, Xinya, when did you meet Chairman Jiang? How come I didn't know about it? Also, what's your relationship with him now? Care to spill the beans?"
Su Xinya shot Wang Hui a helplessly exasperated glare.
After a moment's hesitation, she replied. "Su Xinya, Mr. Jiang is my sugar daddy now. As for how we met, don't ask." Wang Hui, oh my gosh.
Xinya, I never thought you'd finally get your act together and hook up with a big shot like Chairman Jiang.
From now on, you're definitely going to soar to new heights. Su Xinya just got lucky and met a benefactor. Wang Hui, hey. Playing it down like that? Why don't I have that kind of luck? I want a sugar daddy like Chairman Jiang too.
While Su Xinya and Wang Hui were chatting on WeChat, Jiang Chen wasn't idle either. His gaze swept around the conference room before settling on a woman. "I hereby appoint former Deputy General Manager Mo Ing as General Manager of Tianma Entertainment, responsible for overseeing all company affairs, big and small. As for the vacant Deputy General Manager position, Ms. Mo will recommend a suitable candidate to fill it. Furthermore, I have decided to dedicate all resources of Tianma Entertainment to Miss Su Xinya, with the goal of transforming her into the next generation diva of the entertainment industry. Ms. Mo, prepare a detailed plan for cultivating this diva and submit it to me before the end of the day. Alright, if there's nothing else, we'll adjourn the meeting." Chapter 203, Xinya, I'm here to help you. Noon. A high-end Chinese restaurant near the company. Mo Ing, the newly appointed general manager of Tianma Entertainment, personally hosted a banquet for Jiang Chen, accompanied by a group of company executives. Mo Ing never imagined that simply greeting Jiang Chen and leaving a polite impression would lead to her sudden promotion to general manager.
It must be noted that Mo Ing was also a beauty. Although she was the deputy general manager of Tianma Entertainment, she had long endured Zhou Lei's harassment at the company, suffering greatly. Recently, his harassment had become increasingly outrageous. Just the night before last, during a company dinner, Zhou Lei had tried to get her drunk and then force her to a hotel room. Fortunately, Mo Ing had been one step ahead and discreetly tipped off her assistant beforehand. At the critical moment, the assistant rushed over and took Mo Ing away, preventing Zhou Lei, that creep, from succeeding. After days of deep contemplation, Mo Ing had already decided to resign. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen, the chairman of Jiang Group, suddenly arrived at the company and caught Zhou Lei red-handed while he was fooling around with a female celebrity. To make matters worse, Zhou Lei, the brainless fool who only thinks with his lower half, had the audacity to try to exploit Su Xinya, completely enraging Jiang Chen. What unfolded next felt like a dream to Mo Ing. Zhou Lei was kicked out of the company on the spot by Jiang Chen and blacklisted across the entire industry. His career was likely over for good. Then, Jiang Chen unexpectedly appointed her as the company's new general manager, granting her full authority to oversee all operations, big and small. What a twist of fate. Happiness came so suddenly that Mo Ing still felt like she was dreaming. Mo Ing affection +10. Mo Ing affection +10. Mo Ing affection +10. At the banquet table. As Jiang Chen clinked glasses with everyone, a notification suddenly popped into his field of vision. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at Mo Ing seated beside him. Mo Ing appeared to be under 30, mature and dignified.
She wasn't the type to dazzle at first glance, but rather a woman whose charm grew with each look, the kind whose beauty became more apparent the longer you observed her. Her full lips, in particular, inevitably conjured up certain unthinkable images. Beyond that, her figure was the slightly curvy type men tended to favor. She wore a women's casual outfit, a white knit top and light brown trousers that hugged her shapely legs tightly, accentuating her figure perfectly.
Name, Mo Ing. Age, 30. Looks, 90. Figure, 96. Favorite fruit, pomelo. Driver, 1. Attraction level, 60. Jiang Chen never imagined that beneath Mo Ying's loose-fitting knit sweater lay a figure scoring a remarkable 96 in the physique department. However, during casual conversation at the dinner table, Jiang Chen learned that Mo Ying was already married, had her own family, and was a woman with a husband. So he dismissed the fleeting thought that had crossed his mind. Though Jiang Chen was no saint, he still had some moral boundaries. At least he didn't want to be the mistress who broke up someone else's family. But then, just then, Mo Ying approached holding a wine jug, intending to pour Jiang Chen a drink. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen was experiencing a sudden craving for a cigarette. He instinctively raised one hand to reach for the pack sitting on the table. The next second, Jiang Chen felt his arm bump against Mo Ying's knit sweater, neither too hard nor too soft. Damn, she's huge. The system hadn't deceived me. Mo Ying's figure absolutely deserved a 96-point rating. Though it was just a fleeting touch, as an experienced player, Jiang Chen instantly identified the model of her headlights. Mo Ying merely paused for a moment, then as if nothing had happened, she imperceptibly pulled back slightly before continuing to pour wine into Jiang Chen's glass. Jiang Chen also acted as if nothing had happened, reaching for the cigarette box on the table and handing one to each of the men present. Chairman, here's what I have in mind. Mo Ying, having finished pouring the drinks, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, recently, Shilan Television has launched a major singing competition called Dragon Nation's Best Singer. Our Tianma Entertainment has secured one contestant spot. Previously, President Zhou intended for Fang Yan to participate, but now I believe Miss Su could give it a try. Miss Su could use this opportunity to announce her comeback in a high-profile manner. At that time, Tianma Entertainment will fully support Miss Su and build momentum for her. Mo Ying's efficiency was truly remarkable. In such a short time, she had devised a tailor-made, flawless plan for Su Xinya's comeback. After listening to Mo Ying's proposal, Jiang Chen didn't immediately nod in agreement. Instead, his gaze settled on Su Xinya's face, as if seeking her opinion. Su Xinya was slightly taken aback. Ever since she signed that contract with Jiang Chen, she had braced herself for being ruthlessly exploited by the capitalist. Yet, Jiang Chen's protective stance toward her today, coupled with the respect he showed her at this very moment, left Su Xinya feeling utterly unprepared. Chairman Jiang, I have no objections. I'll follow the company's arrangements. Su Xinya immediately made her stance clear, her face breaking into a genuinely sweet smile. All right, General Manager Mo, you handle the arrangements. I won't interfere with the specifics. Jiang Chen nodded to Mo Ying, sealing the matter with a single sentence. The atmosphere at the banquet table grew increasingly lively. Jiang Chen's furious outburst earlier that morning had genuinely frightened many. But through this meal, everyone witnessed his approachable side. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone loosened up. One by one, they denounced Zhou Lei's former tyrannical behavior and praised Jiang Chen for firing him. Su Xinya, having just given birth, couldn't drink alcohol. She toasted Jiang Chen twice with tea instead. But, just as she set down her teacup, her expression suddenly changed, and she felt a wave of awkwardness wash over her. Excuse me, Chairman Jiang, I need to use the restroom. Su Xinya leaned close to Jiang Chen and whispered these words before immediately grabbing her handbag and hurrying out of the private room. Jiang Chen's nostrils twitched slightly, and an odd expression flashed across his face. Such a strong scent of milk. You guys keep drinking. I'll be right back. A minute later, Jiang Chen couldn't hold it any longer. He gave everyone a quick farewell and rose to leave the private room. Deep within the corridor. Inside the restroom. Su Xinya stood before the sink, head bowed, frantically adjusting her clothes. Just as she casually lifted her head, she suddenly caught sight of a man's reflection in the mirror. Ah! Just as Su Xinya was about to scream, the man's hand clamped over her mouth. Xinya, it's me. Jiang Chen's voice, tinged with a mischievous smile, suddenly drifted into Su Xinya's ears. Su Xinya, whose entire body had tensed up just a second ago, instantly relaxed upon recognizing Jiang Chen's face. Mr. Jiang, how did you get in? This is the women's restroom. I placed a cleaning in progress sign at the restroom entrance. No one will barge in. Ha? Mr. Jiang, what are you doing? It seems you're in trouble, so I came to help. Chapter 204, Chen Yun's accident. Half an hour later. Jiang Chen returned to the private room first and continued drinking with everyone. A little while later, Su Xinya, her lips freshly reapplied with lipstick and a faint blush still on her cheeks, also returned to the private room. Buzz. Just then, Su Xinya's phone vibrated softly. She picked it up and saw a WeChat message from Wang Hui, who was sitting across from her. Wang Hui, Xinya, you've got some nerve. How dare you openly, with Chairman Jiang in the restroom. Emoticon, seductive. After reading the message, Su Xinya blushed fiercely. Clutching her phone, she quickly typed a reply to Wang Hui. Su Xinya, sis Hui, don't spread rumors. I didn't do anything with Director Jiang, we're completely innocent. Wang Hui, Xinya, don't deny it. I went to the restroom just now and heard you two inside. Su Xinya, sis Hui, how could you eavesdrop by the wall? Wang Hui, I didn't want to hear it either. But you two were making such a racket. Su Xinya, sister Hui, I really didn't have that kind of relationship with Chairman Jiang. Wang Hui, I get it. You just bit him. Su Xinya blushed bright red under Wang Hui's teasing, wishing she could sink through the floor. She couldn't fathom what had come over her just now. It was like she'd been under a spell. Jiang Chen had merely gazed at her with deep affection, then ruffled her hair and she'd stupidly crouched down. Su Xinya was the pop music scene's rising star, relying entirely on her naturally gifted voice. Not even her late husband had ever received such treatment. Yet, just moments ago, she had willingly surrendered herself at Jiang Chen's feet. If this wasn't a spell, what else could it be? After the banquet concluded, Jiang Chen walked out of the restaurant surrounded by the crowd. He intended to drive Su Xinya home, but just then, Zhang Lan rushed over, her face etched with anxiety and panic. Chairman Jiang, it's bad. Something's happened to President Chen. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. He urgently asked, what happened? Chairman Jiang, I just received a call from Secretary Liu. She said President Chen went to inspect the construction site and was suddenly surrounded by a group of thugs. Didn't Mr. Chen bring bodyguards? He did, but the attackers outnumbered them. Mr. Chen's bodyguards couldn't handle them. Where is Mr. Chen now? Drive me there immediately. Jiang Chen hadn't anticipated that Chen Yun would be surrounded by a gang of thugs during her site inspection. He immediately ordered Zhang Lan to drive, rushing urgently toward the construction site. About 20 minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled into the construction site. From a distance, Jiang Chen spotted a group of thugs armed with various weapons huddled together, shouting loudly. Though he couldn't make out who was trapped in the center, Jiang Chen knew instinctively that something had happened to Chen Yun. Squeal! The moment the Mercedes-Benz G-Class came to a halt, Jiang Chen yanked open the door and leaped out, sprinting toward the group of thugs. Just then, the thugs erupted into chaos. Armed with their weapons, they launched a fierce attack on the person trapped in their center. Damn it! Think you're hot stuff just cause you've got a few stinking bucks? Brothers, charge! Today we'll show these rich bastards what we lowlifes are made of. Damn it! Kill them! Kill them! Jiang Chen, witnessing this scene, felt his eyelid twitch slightly. He immediately bellowed, stop. But the thugs seemed to have lost all reason. None of them paid Jiang Chen any mind, continuing their fierce assault on their target. Damn it! They're asking for it. Jiang Chen's rage flared up instantly. Without another word, he charged into the melee. Thud! 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 Like a raging lion, Jiang Chen plunged into the herd, punching one thug after another and kicking others down. Anyone who dared to stand in his path was sent flying by his brutal blows. Soon, Jiang Chen spotted Chen Yun amidst the crowd. At that moment, Chen Yun and her female secretary were surrounded by 6 bodyguards, forming a tight circle to shield them. Facing 50 or 60 armed thugs, not a single one of the 6 bodyguards backed down, engaging the attackers barehanded. Though the bodyguards bore wounds, their defensive formation held firm. Not a single thug managed to get within half a step of Chen Yun. Seeing that Chen Yun was temporarily safe, Jiang Chen's heart settled. Now, it was time for the hunt. Ha! Jiang Chen roared, his bones cracking and popping with a crisp, sharp sound. Fighting? That was Jiang Chen's favorite pastime. Today, every single person who had participated in the ambush against Chen Yun would pay. If any of them managed to walk away standing, Jiang Chen would crawl backwards whenever he went out from now on. Thud! 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 Ouch! 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 Jiang Chen had lost his temper. In a blur, he darted into the midst of the thugs. His fists struck like lightning, his legs swept like gales, unleashing a one-sided massacre with overwhelming ferocity. If the camera zoomed up to a bird's eye view, Jiang Chen would resemble a battlefield meat grinder. Every thug who came into contact with him was sent flying, landing on the ground in agonized screams. Not a single one could get back up. At that very moment, Zhang Lan, who had just stepped off the bus, suddenly froze in place, utterly transfixed. Chen Yun, shielded by her bodyguards, was also left speechless. Chen Yun's female secretary was also frozen in place. The 6 bodyguards, all bearing wounds, were equally transfixed. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In less than a minute, all 50 or 60 armed thugs at the scene lay sprawled on the ground. Screams of agony, wails of pain, and cries of despair filled the air. Bystanders, passers-by, and onlookers, everyone was stunned. Xiao Chen, why are you here? Suddenly, a startled cry drifted into Jiang Chen's ears. Chen Yun pushed aside the bodyguard blocking her path, then hurried toward Jiang Chen in her high-heeled shoes.
You little brat, how could you be so impulsive? Those thugs were armed, and you fought them barehanded all by yourself.
What if something happened to you? Let me see if you're hurt.
Chen Yun acted like a mother hen, tugging Jiang Chen's arm and repeatedly checking his condition, clearly terrified he might be hurt. Truth be told, seeing the concern in Chen Yun's eyes and her anxious expression, a wave of warmth suddenly washed over Jiang Chen. Perhaps he hadn't felt anything for her at first, or even intended to use her to have her infiltrate Zhou Jingfeng's inner circle for intelligence. But, after spending time together, Chen Yun's character had earned Jiang Chen's respect. As their interactions grew more frequent and deeper, Jiang Chen couldn't deny that he had come to accept Chen Yun as a family member in his heart.
Aunt Yun, I'm fine. Jiang Chen shook his head, then asked, what about you? Did those punks hurt you?
After saying this, Jiang Chen mimicked Chen Yun's manner, taking her arm and meticulously checking her condition. Seeing Jiang Chen show such concern for her, Chen Yun couldn't help but feel deeply moved. However, the next second, her expression abruptly changed, and she angrily slapped Jiang Chen's hand away.
You little brat, where do you think your hands are going? Show some respect. There are people watching. Behave yourself. I'm still a bit worried. Why don't you come with me in the car? I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. Chapter 205, The Gentle Auntie? Afternoon. Jiang family villa. In Chen Yun's room. Since Jiang Chen stubbornly refused to go to the hospital, Chen Yun had no choice but to drag him back to the villa and bring him to her room. Rustle. Chen Yun pushed Jiang Chen down onto the bedside, then flung open the wardrobe door. She rummaged noisily through the bottom shelf. Jiang Chen had no idea what she was searching for. But, with her back to Jiang Chen, she bent down and crouched on the floor. That silhouette made Jiang Chen gasp in astonishment. At 33 years old, Chen Yun radiated a mature, alluring charm. Her long hair was neatly pinned up at the nape of her neck, with a single strand of bangs falling diagonally across her forehead. In this sweltering summer heat, this hairstyle appeared both simple and elegant. Her perfectly oval face, paired with a pair of alluring almond-shaped eyes, made her gaze seem to sparkle with electricity. Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also incredibly hot. The loose-fitting black chiffon blouse she wears on top somehow manages to look dangerously tight, as if it might burst open at any moment. Especially the second and third buttons strained to the limit, pulling out several horizontal creases that give the impression they might pop open any second. Her lower half was clad in a red high-waisted pencil skirt that couldn't quite contain her voluptuous curves. Her voluptuous legs were encased in sheer black stockings, paired with exquisite stiletto heels that instantly elevated her sophisticated aura. What a mature, voluptuous, enchanting, and alluring young auntie, radiating femininity from head to toe. But that wasn't the main point. The real point was that as Chen Yun rummaged through things, her ample rear end, tightly encased in the skirt, instantly arched into an utterly exaggerated curve. Swish! As Chen Yun bent over slightly again, her bodycon skirt began to ride up, gradually revealing the full length of her voluptuous legs encased in black stockings. Even the lace trim near the top of the stockings was fully displayed before Jiang Chen's eyes. Whoa! Jiang Chen took a deep breath, quickly averting his gaze and forcing himself not to look at these distracting sights. However, the very next second, Jiang Chen changed his mind. Why not look? Experts say men live longer only if they frequently gaze upon beautiful women. Found it. Just then, Chen Yun suddenly spun around, clutching a bottle of iodine spray and a pack of cotton swabs. Xiao Chen, take off your clothes right now. I'll apply the medicine for you. Chen Yun clutched the bottle and strode over to Jiang Chen, barking out a stern command. Oh, huh? Take off my clothes? Jiang Chen froze for a moment before responding with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Aunt Yun, I really didn't get hurt. I don't need medicine. You little brat, I'm asking if you're taking them off or not. No way. Damn it. Jiang Chen was genuinely startled. He never imagined Chen Yun would be such a fierce Sichuan Chongqing mother dragon. That damn it line truly threw Jiang Chen for a loop. His heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't shake the feeling that if he didn't comply, something terrifying would happen in the next second. This alone showed just how formidable the Sichuan Chongqing mother Tyrannosaurus was in the underworld. Swish! Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but finally obediently stripped off his shirt, revealing a set of strong and well-proportioned muscles. Whoa! He distinctly heard Chen Yun suck in a sharp breath, mixed with the sound of her swallowing. Startled, Jiang Chen immediately raised both hands, shielding himself in front. You little brat, and you claimed you weren't injured? Just then, Chen Yun's voice, tinged with a hint of tears, reached him. She quickly sat beside him, gently touching his back with her fingers before asking cautiously, "Does it hurt here?" Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then strained to turn his head, trying to see his own back. However, his awkward attempt made Chen Yun burst out laughing. Swish! Chen Yun pulled out her phone, snapped 2 photos of Jiang Chen's back, and handed the phone directly to him. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. There's a long scratch on your back, and you still dare say you're not hurt? Chen Yun glared at Jiang Chen fiercely, her tone carrying 3 parts reproach, 3 parts annoyance, 3 parts anger, and 91 parts heartache. Swish!
Jiang Chen took the phone and saw that indeed, a 30-centimeter long scratch ran across his back. But it was merely a scratch, not even the skin was broken. He had no idea which little punk had snuck up and left it during the fight. But when Chen Yun saw the scratch, her eyes flushed red. "Bear with it, I'll apply some medicine." Chen Yun quickly wiped away her tears, grabbed the iodine spray and cotton swabs, and made a move to disinfect Jiang Chen's wound. "Aunt Yun, it's just a tiny scratch, not even skin deep. Disinfecting seems a bit much, don't you think?" "Who said that? Any wound needs to be disinfected." "Aunt Yun, you little brat, don't move around." Though Jiang Chen repeatedly insisted he was perfectly fine, Chen Yun was utterly heartbroken. With reddened eyes, she disinfected Jiang Chen's wound, occasionally lowering her head to gently blow on the affected area, as if terrified she might cause him any pain. Jiang Chen affection plus 10. Jiang Chen affection plus 10. Jiang Chen affection plus 10. Does it still hurt? After an unknown amount of time, Chen Yun's mature, gentle voice drifted into Jiang Chen's ears once more. Jiang Chen turned his head. Chen Yun's lovely face was flushed with a faint blush, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. Her beautiful eyes seemed to ripple with a gentle wave of water. How beautiful. It was still a little sore. Jiang Chen stared straight into Chen Yun's eyes and grinned, but after Aunt Yun blew on it, the pain vanished instantly. "Oomph, you little rascal, always picking the nicest things to tell your aunt." Chen Yun playfully pinched Jiang Chen's arm. The force wasn't strong, it felt less like punishment and more like playful banter. Swish. Without waiting for the ointment to dry, Jiang Chen pulled his shirt back on and headed straight for the door. "Xiao Chen, where are you going?" Chen Yun froze for a moment, instinctively reaching out to grab Jiang Chen. Perhaps in her haste, she pulled with such force that she not only yanked him back but sent him crashing into her arms. Silence. The bedroom fell completely silent. Jiang Chen felt a buzzing in his head. So big. Oh no. It didn't hurt at all. Instead, it felt soft and made him a bit dizzy. Whoosh. Sensing something was amiss, Chen Yun's pretty face flushed slightly as she hastily let go of Jiang Chen. After a moment of awkward silence, Chen Yun suddenly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked again, "Xiao Chen, where are you going?" "Aunt Yun, I just needed to use the restroom." "Why did you suddenly grab me? Are you forbidding me from going to the bathroom?" Jiang Chen's words, spoken with a look of hurt, instantly made Chen Yun's face flush bright red. Go. Who said I wouldn't let you use the restroom?" Covering her burning cheeks, Chen Yun hurriedly shooed Jiang Chen away. After Jiang Chen left the room, Chen Yun leaned against the door, clutching her chest as she gasped for breath. The memory of Jiang Chen crashing into her arms, burying his head deeper, taking a deep breath, and wearing that look of pure bliss. In short, Jiang Chen's utterly captivated look made Chen Yun's cheeks burn and her heart race wildly. Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, Chen Yun smoothed out her slightly disheveled clothes, composed herself, then stepped out of the room and into the living room downstairs. "Aunt Wu, prepare a few extra dishes tonight. Cumin spare ribs, wild chili beef, and sour spicy pork kidney. These are all dishes the young master loves. Don't forget them. Oh, and make a turtle and goji berry soup too to nourish the young master's health."